The man was participating in a team-building activity at sea organized by his company. The sun was shining on the sea, and the waves were gently lapping against the hull of the boat. Everything was extremely pleasant. But suddenly, the weather changed abruptly. Strong winds and thunderstorms swept in. Huge waves overturned the yacht in an instant, and the cold sea water swallowed the man like a beast. The man clung to the edge of the lifeboat and struggled in the raging waves, but his consciousness gradually became blurred, and he was finally knocked unconscious by the huge waves. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on an unfamiliar beach with someone on his chest. That person was none other than his usually domineering beautiful boss, Shinkian. To make matters worse, the other survivors on the island had strange expressions and behaviors, as if they were searching for something and were hostile to the men. What's even more bizarre is that there is a mysterious mobile phone in the man's pocket that cannot be turned on and has a futuristic design. This was something a panicked stranger had thrust upon the man before the shipwreck. "Keep it safe, don't let them get it," the man said with a single warning before disappearing into the crowd. Now, the phone has become a hot potato and the only clue. But after being soaked in seawater, it is as dead as a brick and does not respond no matter how you operate it. Now, the most important thing for the man is not to find out the origin of the phone, but to survive on this island shrouded in danger. Only by surviving can he have a chance to uncover the truth behind this series of strange events. A woo! A wolf howled in the distance. Lu Xian had already heard that familiar and creepy sound. Wolf? Is this a wolf? Oh, Shen Qian finally reacted, her eyes filled with fear. At this moment, she no longer cared about the embarrassment of Lu Xian pressing tightly against her soft chest. Lu Xian lowered his head, frowned, glanced coldly at the woman under him, and said, "Do you still think this is land?" Shen Qian's body was shaking, her voice filled with tears. Then what should we do?" Lu Xian said. "If you want to live, listen to me obediently, otherwise." Lu Xian snorted coldly, his tone revealing a clear threat. Threats were clearly the most effective means of dealing with a woman like Shen Qian. Shen Qian was frightened by the wolf howl, and her former arrogance was completely gone. Shen Qian looked at Lu Xian with shame and anger and pointed at Lu Xian. Although Shen Qian was being pressed down by the man in an extremely undignified position, her cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Lu Xian then realized that he had been pressing on Shen Qian the entire time. More importantly, the position he was pressing on seemed to be exactly Shen Qian's. Lu Xian coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, then stood up from Shen Qian, pointed to the big tree not far away and the lifeboat behind him, and said, "Ahem. Then you move under that tree by yourself and don't block me. Why are you so fierce?" Shen Qian still put on a fierce look, but her aura was obviously not as strong as before. The intimate contact of the past few minutes made Shen Qian feel the strong male hormones of Lu Xian. Shen Qian was a woman after all, and a young girl at that. Lu Xian originally had a strong and tall physique, with a height of 1.83 meters. In addition to years of fitness training, his muscles were clearly defined, making him a model of looking muscular when undressed and thin when dressed. At this moment, Lu Xian was soaked all over, and his thin shirt was sticking to his skin, showing off his handsome and tall figure to the fullest. Shen Qian's heart was beating wildly. She had always known that Lu Xian had a good figure, but she hadn't expected to find out until she got close to him that it wasn't just good at all. It was clearly the physique of her dream lover. But when Shen Qian thought of Lu Xian's girlfriend, the company receptionist Yang Yaki, her face darkened a little. Seeing Shen Qian still standing there, Lu Xian said impatiently, "Hey, what are you thinking about? I told you to move over, do you hear me?" After that, he walked towards the lifeboat on his own. "What are you yelling about?" Shen Qian puffed out her cheeks and glared at Lu Xian, complaining, but her body obediently moved to the right according to Lu Xian's instructions. As she moved, she kept looking back, fearing that Lu Xian would really abandon Shen Qian and escape alone. The surroundings were unknown, and the woman's instinctive fear was revealed without reservation. At this moment, having a man to rely on, Shen Qian felt like she had grabbed the last straw. Lu Xian dragged the lifeboat ashore as far as he could. Whether this place was an island or a continent was unknown, but this lifeboat might be of great use in the future. Lu Xian carried the water and supplies from the boat back to the tree where Shen Qian was. After a full half-hour of hard work, he finally finished transferring all the supplies before it got dark. Fortunately, the lifeboat not only provided 6 unopened bottles of purified water, but also 2 bags of compressed biscuits and a bag of damp bread. Lu Xian was relieved to find a sleeping bag with excellent thermal insulation. What surprised Lu Xian the most was that among the supplies, Lu Xian found a portable lighter made of magnesium rods. Even though this thing only costs a few bucks on Pink Sixie, it's now priceless. Without it, would you really have to rub two sticks together to make fire? What a joke. Lu Xian casually threw a bottle of water and a bag of compressed biscuits to Shen Qian. This is for you. Only this. Lu Xian glanced at Shen Qian unhappily and said in a bad tone, eat it if you like. Shen Qian was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, and even her mineral water had to be a double-digit brand like Evian. Not to mention the compressed biscuits in front of her that looked hard to swallow. But her stomach was growling and her chapped lips were also unable to hold back. Shen Qian finally put aside her pride and quickly finished a small piece of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Seeing that Shen Qian had regained some strength, Lu Xian said, hey, now that you're full, do some work. Find some dry branches and leaves. Shen Qian muttered, why don't you go by yourself? You just order me around. Although she gave Lu Xian a glare and her tone was full of resentment, she still resigned herself to her fate and took action. 10 minutes later, Lu Xian finally lit the fire. Shen Qian reluctantly gathered a small pile of dead branches and leaves. As the flames grew, Lu Xian and Shen Qian's restless moods gradually calmed. As night falls, the cold sea breeze blows. Fortunately, there is a bonfire, which adds a sense of warmth and security to the darkness. Lu Xian took off his wet shirt and trousers, built a simple clothesline with branches next to the fire, and then got into his sleeping bag. This sleeping bag was truly remarkable, windproof, water-resistant, and exceptionally warm. As soon as Lu Xian got in, he felt a warm sensation in his lower body. Meanwhile, Shen Qian stood in front of the fire, rubbing her hands together and tidying her sea-soaked black hair. Ah, sneeze. Shen Qian couldn't help but shiver. Apparently, she had been soaking in the sea water for too long, and the cold had already penetrated into her bones. Shen Qian looked at Lu Xian, who was already lying comfortably in his sleeping bag, and shouted anxiously, hey, where should I sleep? Lu Xian opened one eye, glanced at her, and patted the sleeping bag beside him generously. You? How about we share? Together? Shen Qian froze. She couldn't move forward, nor could she retreat. Shen Qian was still a young girl, after all. How would she live her life if she had to share a sleeping bag with a grown man? But wouldn't it be even worse to be freezing alone in the middle of the night? Reason ultimately triumphed over shame. Shen Qian gritted her teeth and squeezed out a word in an almost inaudible voice. Okay. But just when Shen Qian walked in front of Lu Xian suddenly waved his hand and pointed at Shen Qian's wet shirt and the already translucent white tights. Hey, take off your wet hot pants, and take off your wet shirt too. Lu Xian thought that he had no bad intentions. I finally dried my body and was ready to have a good sleep, but suddenly a wet person came in. Doesn't that mean I will suffer too? But for Shen Qian, it was too shameful for her to be shirtless and wear only a pair of shorts while getting into a sleeping bag with a man. The key point was that Shen Qian's shorts were made of very little material. Shen Qian stood there motionless for a long while. Hey, what's the problem? If you don't come in, I'll sleep alone. Seeing that the woman didn't respond, Lu Xian left a message, yawned, pulled over the sleeping bag, and turned over to sleep. Hey, wait a minute. Seeing that this man really left her and fell asleep, Shen Qian, whose teeth were chattering from the cold, gritted her teeth and took off her clothes carefully while Lu Xian had his back turned. At this moment, Lu Xian turned over at an inopportune moment and saw Shen Qian taking off her wet shirt and white hot pants one by one under the dim moonlight, and then hanging them on the clothesline built by Lu Xian. Then, Shen Qian, who was shivering with cold, wore a pair of lace panties, tightly hugged her plump upper body, and moved closer to Lu Xian step by step. It wasn't until she was within a few feet of Lu Xian that Shen Qian suddenly realized that the man was squinting his eyes at her. Shen Qian was so frightened that she almost fell down. The arms that had been wrapped around her body loosened in order to maintain balance. Now good. Lu Xian felt that his vision suddenly opened up. What are you doing? Don't look. Shen Qian's cheeks flushed red. She glared at Lu Xian with gritted teeth and once again tightly protected her vital parts. Don't be ungrateful. I'm just making room for you. Lu Xian put on an innocent expression. Shen Qian said, turn around. Okay. Lu Xian was straightforward and turned around quickly. He was really afraid that if he stared at this woman for a few more seconds, Shen Qian would just dig a hole for him and burrow into the ground. After all, Lu Xian and Shen Qian were practically sleeping in the same bag. Considering this relationship, Lu Xian generously moved to the right, giving Shen Qian a few dozen centimeters of space. However, the space in this sleeping bag is limited, and even though Shen Qian is slim and petite, physical contact is inevitable. When Shen Qian's long legs stretched into the sleeping bag, Lu Xian felt a chill sweeping over his body. It was not known whether it was a man's instinctive reaction or because the coolness from Shen Qian's body was transmitted to Lu Xian, but Lu Xian couldn't help but shiver. Lu Xian's sudden shiver made Shen Qian even more nervous. Shen Qian was already in an unstable state, and this sudden shiver caused her to slide directly into the sleeping bag. Lu Xian only felt the familiar warmth and softness rubbing down his shoulders. Delicate, soft, smooth. Don't move, don't move. Shen Qian's cheeks flushed instantly. She quickly turned around, with her back to Lu Xian, still shouting loudly. Lu Xian was really amused by this woman. It was clearly Shen Qian who was moving, so why was she blaming others? Stop yelling. I want to ask you something serious. Do you remember who you got off the lifeboat with? Lu Xian was really afraid that this woman would be too embarrassed and would end up having to live in a two-bedroom apartment right there. So he took the initiative to start a conversation. I got on the lifeboat with President Long. Oh, and the person on the same boat was Yang Yaki. Shen Qian didn't know what was wrong with her, but she actually mentioned the name Yang Yaki on purpose. Yang Yaki? Huh. What Shen Qian didn't expect was that instead of asking any further questions, Lu Xian sneered with a tone full of contempt. Then, isn't Yang Yaki your girlfriend? Why don't you look worried at all? Shen Qian asked curiously. We broke up a long time ago. Broke up? Hearing Lu Xian's words, Shen Qian felt her heartbeat suddenly speed up. A woo. Just as Shen Qian was daydreaming, another wolf howl was heard in the distance. In the silent night, this low howl made everything around seem even more eerie and terrifying. Shen Qian screamed in shock, then instinctively turned over and hugged Lu Xian's body tightly with both hands, even hanging her long legs on Lu Xian. Lu Xian felt as if his whole body was entangled by a soft snake-like object. Help! Along with the creepy wolf howl, there was also a hysterical man's shout. But that was just a shrill cry for help, and then there was no more movement, and the surroundings fell into infinite silence again. Lu Xian straightened up, hugged Shen Qian tightly, and observed his surroundings vigilantly. It seemed that only the dancing flames and the receding sound of the tide told him that the world was still alive. The sound of a man's voice indicated that Lu Xian and Shen Qian were not the only ones who had made it ashore. Lu Xian tried hard to recall the details of the yacht accident. The yacht they were on suffered a mechanical failure after sailing south for more than half an hour. Even more unexpectedly, after drifting on the ocean for more than an hour, the mechanical failure was not repaired, and a storm instead arose. The sudden storm completely paralyzed the yacht's communications and control systems. After struggling for another hour, the captain announced the abandonment of ship and lowered all the lifeboats. Lu Xian and several other strange men squeezed onto the last small boat. However, things did not go as planned. After entering the sea, the rain did not weaken at all, but became even more severe. The small boat they were riding on soon capsized. Several men who were not good at swimming struggled in the water for a few minutes before being swallowed by the merciless sea. Only Lu Xian relied on his strong swimming ability and endurance to barely hold on. After an unknown amount of time, the exhausted Lu Xian gradually lost consciousness. After waking up, Lu Xian found himself lying on this unfamiliar shore, with Shen Qian lying on top of him. That man wouldn't be eaten by a wolf, right? Obviously, Shen Qian, who was hiding in Lu Xian's arms like a little bird, was also listening carefully to the sounds outside. After the shrill cry for help just now, there was no more movement, which made Shen Qian so nervous that her whole body began to tremble. It's okay, we have firelight here, so we're safe. Lu Xian said this with some uncertainty in his heart. He wasn't sure if this small campfire alone could withstand the unknown risks ahead. But at this point, there was no other choice but to take a gamble. After all, compared to this endless darkness and unfamiliar surroundings, there was no place that looked safer than here. Hiding in Lu Xian's arms, Shen Qian felt like she had found a warm and safe haven. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. Just as Lu Xian was gradually drifting off to sleep, he heard some movement on the distant beach. Lu Xian suddenly became alert. His intuition told him someone was coming. Chapter 4. Survival of the Fittest. What's wrong? Shen Qian in Lu Xian's arms was awakened by his sudden movement. She opened her eyes in a daze and alertly stuck out half of her head. Hush, someone's coming, Lu Xian whispered, quickly emerging from his sleeping bag. He quickly grabbed the clothes by the campfire and pulled a long branch from the bushes behind him. Although Lu Xian is just an ordinary person now, when he was in college, he was a soldier who served for 2 years and received 2 months of special training in wilderness survival. At that time, the instructor repeatedly emphasized one sentence. If you really encounter a survival crisis, the most dangerous thing is not the wild beasts, but the primate's as smart as you. At this moment, Lu Xian regretted lighting a bonfire. Although it could keep him warm, it also exposed his position and brought him unnecessary trouble. Brother, there really are people here. Oh, there are even women's clothes here. Hee hee, who cares about missions on this shabby island? Let's drink and enjoy life. Lu Xian immediately made a shut up gesture to Shen Qian, and then he quietly hid in the bushes. Illuminated by the firelight, Lu Xian saw two men coming to the beach on the other side of the campfire. One was fat and round, and the other was tall and holding a long stick. Judging from their appearance, these two people were most likely from the yacht that Lu Xian was on, and they were obviously attracted by the bonfire. Their eyes were already fixed on the women's clothing hanging by the fire, their gazes filled with lust. The tall man even began to smile as he approached Lu Xian and the other's sleeping bags. Shen Qian was curled up in her sleeping bag, not daring to make a sound. She was so nervous that she could hardly breathe. If she hadn't known that Lu Xian was nearby, she would have been scared. Hey, brother, look, isn't there a woman over there? The tall man just took 2 steps across the campfire, and his eyes fell on Shen Qian, and his eyes became more obscene. Oh my god, isn't this the girl in the box in front? The women in their box are all more beautiful than the other. The fat man grinned excitedly. It was obvious that he had been eyeing these women for a long time, and he was even more delighted to see an acquaintance this time. Yeah, that's the one wearing hot pants with her belly button exposed. She's got a hot body. If they were all on this island, we'd get rich tonight. The tall guy was also excited, completely immersed in his own fantasy. It can only be said that Shen Qian and the others are really too eye-catching, which is why people have bad thoughts about them. Shoo, Lu Xian in the bushes still did not act rashly. Lu Xian knew that confronting unknown enemies head-on was too risky. The safest approach was to wait for them to get closer and then strike them unexpectedly to win. Lu Xian gestured to Shen Qian again, indicating that Shen Qian should keep quiet, while he himself was ready to attack, waiting for the other party to come closer. Little girl, are you alone? Where are those sisters? The tall guy actually pretended to be kind and spoke to her, as if he wanted to ask about the situation, but in fact he was pressing her step by step. Shen Qian was so frightened that she didn't even dare to breathe. She used her peripheral vision to secretly observe the movements over there from Lu Xian's side, while trying to steady her breathing. Brother, it looks like this is the only one. Well, you go first and I'll wait a while. Well, brother, you go first and I'll wait and watch a while. The two of them were actually still being polite, as if this was a good thing, worthy of appreciation. Shen Qian's fingers clutched the edge of the sleeping bag tightly, and her whole body began to tremble. If she hadn't had a shred of rationality, she would have screamed. Then I'll go first. My little beauty, it must be so cold sleeping alone. How about I warm your bed? Actually, I fell in love with you from the beginning. If I hadn't had something else. The fat man was drooling as he approached Shen Qian step by step, chattering to himself, completely unaware that he had entered Lu Xian's attack area. The only problem was that the tall man was standing a little far away, and Lu Xian couldn't subdue him at the same time. At this time, Lu Xian saw Shen Qian secretly looking at him and immediately made a 2 gesture. What surprised Lu Xian was that Shen Qian actually understood what Lu Xian meant at once, and her reaction was faster than Lu Xian expected. Where is that, big brother? Shen Qian pursed her lips slightly and pointed at the tall man standing in the distance with a trembling voice. Hey, the fat man was stunned. He didn't seem to expect Shen Qian to respond. He actually thought Shen Qian was attracted to the tall guy. Brother, they're calling you. Why don't you come quickly? Put your stick aside. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Come with us, The fat man greeted his companions very generously, as if he was really inviting friends to a party. Great. I've been wanting to try this for a long time, but I was held back by that lousy mission. Come on. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's heart tightened. Mission? Was there another purpose for being on this island? But he couldn't care less about that now. While the 2 men were getting closer, especially the tall one who dropped the stick and jogged over, Lu Xian gritted his teeth and rushed out with the stick. The fat man was the most unlucky. He had never expected that there would be someone in the bushes. Lu Xian hit him on the head with a stick, and he fell to the ground unconscious on the spot. Seeing this, the tall man turned and tried to run, but just as he took a step, Lu Xian's second stick hit him hard. Although this hit didn't completely hit the vital part, it was enough to make the tall man fall and stumble to the ground. Don't kill me, spare my life. The tall man begged for mercy immediately, but when Lu Xian saw the tall man's hand quietly reaching for his trouser pocket, he hit him with a stick again without hesitation. This blow hit the tall man's face directly, blood splattered instantly, and the tall man finally died. Lu Xian leaned over the tall man and fumbled around, and sure enough, he took out a sharp Swiss Army knife from his pocket. This tall guy really has ulterior motives. Keeping him here would be a disaster. Great. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that Shen Qian behind him was not only not scared, but shouted excitedly. Lu Xian turned back speechlessly and saw the girl waving her hands excitedly, as if she had just won a battle. However, what caught Lu Xian's eyes was also her beautiful and charming figure. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Cell Phone. Shen Qian jumped twice before she reacted. She suddenly screamed, covered her chest tightly, and then crawled back into the sleeping bag, hiding her entire head tightly. Lu Xian couldn't help laughing and thought to himself, Shen Qian is usually as cold and aloof as a queen, but I didn't expect she has such a shy side. Lu Xian did not continue to pay attention to Shen Qian's reaction, but squatted down to confirm the condition of the two men who had just been knocked down by Lu Xian. The tall man had stopped breathing and seemed to have died on the spot. Although the fat man was still alive, his breath was weak and he was dying. Lu Xian knew that he had been ruthless just now. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been half dead after being hit by these sticks, not to mention these two evil people. At this moment, the fat man collapsed on the ground, looking at Lu Xian helplessly, unable to move or speak. I'm asking you, are you on the same boat with us? Lu Xian asked in a low voice, his tone so cold that it was almost emotionless. After all, in this environment, there can be no mercy to the bad guys. The fat man nodded with difficulty, his movements very weak. After you landed, were there any other people? Lu Xian continued to ask, but this time the other party did not respond at all, and even closed his eyes. Hey, wake up and explain yourself. What exactly is that mission you were talking about? Seeing that the other party's breath was getting weaker and weaker, Lu Xian had to ask again anxiously, but in the end he didn't get any answer. Lu Xian sighed, knowing that this person would not live long, so he stopped wasting time. Lu Xian searched the two of them for a while, and although the gains were limited, he finally found some things that could still be used. The long wooden stick and the Swiss Army knife were ready-made weapons, along with a small bag of Snickers bars, a bunch of keys, and a strange-looking cell phone. There are also clothes that the two of them carry with them. Although there are not many, they are also part of the resources. In this kind of environment, everything must be used. What made Lu Xian most satisfied was of course the Swiss Army knife. It was small and light, and could be used for self-defense, as well as for processing food and cutting ropes. It was truly an all-purpose tool. And that small bag of Snickers is a rare food supply, especially on this unknown island. Food and water are the most critical survival resources. As for the strange-looking phone, Lu Xian tried various methods, but still couldn't turn it on. It was probably soaked in water or out of power. In the end, he put it in his pocket. Afterwards, Lu Xian spent another half an hour dragging the two bodies into the depths of the jungle and covering them with some leaves. On such a deserted island, Lu Xian had no conditions to dig a hole to bury people, nor did he plan to stay for too long. He had already done the most he could. On the other side, Shen Qian stayed in the sleeping bag for a long time. When she found that there was no movement outside, she slowly poked half of her head out. Your clothes are dry. Put them on and get ready to go. As soon as Shen Qian stuck her head out, Lu Xian threw her shirt and shorts at her and hit her in the face. You don't want to sleep? Isn't it just midnight? Shen Qian asked Lu Xian with a puzzled look on her face while holding the sleeping bag. It was obvious that she didn't understand the situation yet. This place is unsafe. We must move immediately, Lu Xian said firmly. The fact that two strange men could find this place meant that it had been exposed. Staying here would definitely be dangerous. Although the immediate threat was resolved, if they still had companions, it would be troublesome. Lu Xian didn't want to wait for them to notice something was wrong and track him down. Shen Qian was not a fool. Thinking of the wretched appearance of the two men before, she couldn't help but shudder. She nodded obediently and began to put on her clothes. Shen Qian complained quietly while getting dressed. She had to run off again after only a few hours of sleep. This deserted island trip was more exciting than filming a reality show. Don't just stand there, come and help. Lu Xian has already started packing up, preparing to move all usable resources onto the boat and move to a more secret location as a temporary base. Lu Xian's plan was to take supplies, sail around the shore in a small boat, and look for a new place to stay in the opposite direction from where the two people came. After everything was packed up, Lu Xian and Shen Qian pushed the boat back into the sea. The sky in the east was already turning pale, and sunrise was about to come. With the help of the morning light, Lu Xian and Shen Qian pulled the boat slowly along the shore, temporarily leaving the previous dangerous area. Those two men, how are they doing now? At this time, Shen Qian started to ask about the two guys who had just plotted against her. He's dead, and another one will die soon. Lu Xian spoke calmly. as if he was talking about the weather, which made Shin Qian's heart tremble. Ah, are they really dead? Then, where are the bodies? Shin Qian took a breath. She didn't expect Lu Xian to say it so lightly, as if he had just killed 2 mice. Dragged him into the woods. Lu Xian's tone remained calm, without any trace of guilt after killing someone. Did you kill someone? Shin Qian hesitated for a moment, but still asked, her tone cautious, fearing that she would be the next one to be cleaned up. Lu Xian turned around, glanced at Shin Qian calmly, and said calmly, that's called self-defense. You're not feeling sorry for them, are you? No, they deserve to die? Really deserve to die? Shin Qian immediately denied it, shaking her head quickly and explaining repeatedly, fearing that she would be misunderstood. By the way, have you seen this phone? Lu Xian suddenly thought of something and threw the strange phone that couldn't be turned on to Shin Qian. Shin Qian took it and looked at it, frowning. As a rich girl who never blinked an eye when chasing the latest electronic products, Shin Qian had almost never seen this one. Shin Qian said, it's strange. The shape of this phone is quite unique. It doesn't look like any other phone models on the market. Is it custom made? Even Shin Qian couldn't figure it out. Lu Xian had no choice but to put the phone back in his pocket and put it aside for the time being. Lu Xian kept remembering the word mission that the two people said. He always felt that their coming here was not a coincidence, and there must be some hidden purpose. But there was no time to guess the riddle now. The most important thing was to quickly find a safe place to stay. Lu Xian dragged the boat and continued to take Shin Qian along the east coast. Lu Xian and Shin Qian moved forward in silence without saying anything more. The sun rose higher and higher, and the temperature gradually increased. At this time, Lu Xian made a new discovery on the distant beach. Not far away on the beach, there was a boat. No, it should be said, half a boat parked. Chapter 6. Big Harvest. Ship, it's a ship. Shin Qian behind him also shouted excitedly. Shin Qian also saw the big ship stranded on the shore. Lu Xian and Shin Qian ran over quickly. When they got closer, Lu Xian found that the ship was much larger than what he had seen from a distance just now. The bow of the ship was gone, the front half of the hull was deeply embedded in the sand, and the stern was raised high, appearing to be severely damaged. Lu Xian put the lifeboat aside and walked carefully around the half-ship, observing its overall structure. He quickly determined that this boat was not the yacht he was on. A string of faint foreign characters could be seen on the side of the hull. Judging from these characters, this should be a small yacht from abroad, not any ship that Lu Xian is familiar with. You stay outside first, I'll go up and take a look. Lu Xian turned around and told Shin Qian. Then Lu Xian climbed up the already dilapidated door and climbed into the tilted half-ship slowly. Because the ship was severely tilted, Lu Xian had to crawl to enter the cabin, which looked extremely dilapidated. Tables, chairs, and benches were scattered all over the place, piled in a mess, and the air was filled with a foul smell, making people not want to stay any longer. However, Lu Xian did not retreat. He soon found a freezer and an open refrigerator in the front. Most of the glass bottles in the freezer were broken, and only a bottle of beer was found in the corner. Lu Xian picked it up and looked at the production date. It was 3 years ago, which meant that the ship might not have been stranded for too long. This information made Lu Xian somewhat excited, as it meant that some of the ship's supplies might still be usable. Lu Xian immediately began to search more carefully, and soon he found something new. At the bottom of the refrigerator, Lu Xian found 7 or 8 plastic bottles of mineral water. The packaging was intact, but they were 6 months past their expiration date. Despite the expiration date, the bottles of water were unopened and appeared clean and uncontaminated, making them extremely valuable to Lu Xian and Shin Qian. Just boil it and disinfect it, and you can drink it. This is like discovering a treasure to Lu Xian. Lu Xian quickly threw all the bottles to Shin Qian, who was waiting outside. Seeing Lu Xian throw out so much water at once, Shin Qian's eyes lit up, and her tone was filled with an undisguised excitement. Wow, there really is something good. Hurry up and look for more. Obviously, after experiencing the thrilling incident last night, Shin Qian has gradually realized that water and food are the basis of survival. Lu Xian didn't waste any words. He just told Shin Qian to keep an eye on the surroundings outside and tell Lu Xian immediately if there was any movement. Then he went deeper. The rear cabin was also in disrepair. Rummaging around, Lu Xian discovered a fire axe in a fire cabinet. The axe was sharp and in good condition, a rare wilderness survival weapon. Lu Xian then found 2 sets of dry, warm clothing and a damp blanket in an unlocked bedroom. While these items wouldn't fill his stomach, they were incredibly warm and could be lifesavers in a wilderness survival situation. A fire axe can be used for self-defense, chopping wood and breaking obstacles, so it is multi-purpose. clothes and bedding can improve sleeping conditions. Lu Xian left his fire axe behind and spent quite a bit of time bringing clothes and blankets to the lifeboat. Shen Qian was even more excited than Lu Xian when she saw all the cold weather supplies he had brought out, as she wasn't wearing much to begin with. It was fine during the day, but at night, when the wind blew, the bone-chilling cold was enough to freeze one to death. If Lu Xian hadn't lit a fire last night and borrowed Shen Qian's sleeping bag, Shen Qian would have turned into an ice sculpture. Is there anything else? Is there anything to eat or drink? A bag of potato chips would be best. Shen Qian muttered again. Lu Xian turned around and gave Shen Qian a blank look. Do you think this is a supermarket? Just stay outside obediently. Shen Qian lowered her head in disappointment, knowing that she had not taken the seriousness of the matter seriously, so she said no more and stood outside, keeping watch carefully. Lu Xian continued to explore deeper into the cabin, but unfortunately the high-raised stern greatly restricted the passage space. To make matters worse, the room at the stern was locked, so Lu Xian had no choice but to use a fire axe to break in. As soon as the door opened, the debris piled up in the room instantly poured down, almost burying Lu Xian inside. Fortunately, Lu Xian reacted quickly and hid behind a wooden table, narrowly avoiding the avalanche of objects. Pots, pans, knives, and shovels all fell down, and the scene was chaotic, like a scene from a disaster movie. Hey, are you okay? Shen Qian, who was outside, heard the loud noise and couldn't help but yelled in panic. Lu Xian quickly responded, I'm fine. I almost got buried alive. Although he had nearly gotten into trouble, Lu Xian's mood actually brightened when he saw all sorts of kitchen utensils and pots rolling out of the room. It was obvious that this room was the kitchen, and to Lu Xian's surprise, he also found several bags of meat products in the corner. Most of the items had gone bad and moldy from being opened so long, but 2 bags of pickled meat were still in good condition, intact. Pickled foods are naturally long-lasting, and these 2 bags of meat were practically life-saving food, so Lu Xian carefully stored them away. After Lu Xian confirmed that it was safe again, he began to move the useful supplies out of the boat bit by bit. At this moment, Lu Xian wanted to empty the entire boat, not even leaving a bench behind. But the reality is that energy and time are limited, so Lu Xian could only pick the most important and most needed resources to take away. After another half an hour, almost everything that could be moved was brought to the shore. Lu Xian was about to call it a day and go back to sort out his supplies when he suddenly came across a wardrobe. He opened it and found something new. 2 fleece coats, 2 men's shirts, and 3 pairs of men's underwear. But what made Lu Xian laugh and cry the most was that he actually found a stewardess uniform and a maid outfit in the drawer of the wardrobe. Chapter 7. Uniform. Hey, this is for you. Lu Xian stood at the side of the boat and generously threw the trophy in his hand to Shen Qian on the beach. Shen Qian originally thought that Lu Xian had found some useful clothes again, and happily reached out to catch the ball of stuff. But when Shen Qian unfolded it and took a look, her face froze. What the hell is this? A blue stewardess skirt, a tight white shirt that shows her belly, skin-colored crotchless tights, and a nearly transparent thong. This is for you too. Seeing that Shen Qian hadn't recovered from her shock, Lu Xian casually threw a second batch of treasures to her. Shen Qian's eyes widened, and she almost exploded. A maid dress, garters, and even a small belly band and a headband. It's full of accessories, like a cosplay suit. You Mr. Lu. What the hell are you giving me? Shen Qian couldn't stand it any longer, pointing at Lu Xian on the side of the boat and asking loudly, her voice trembling with anger. Are you kidding me? How could Shen Qian, a department manager, wear something so disgusting in front of her subordinates? Anything wearable is fine. Just make do with it. I really can't find any suitable clothes for you to change into. Lu Xian responded naturally without even raising his head, as if it was really just for practical considerations. I won't wear it. You're dreaming. Shen Qian put her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed up with anger. She felt that this guy was deliberately picking a fight. Had Lu Xian been planning to pull off this uniform temptation trick for a long time? Whatever, you'll regret it when you smell bad. Lu Xian still looked indifferent and glanced back at Shen Qian. Lu Xian knew in his heart that a girl who loved cleanliness like this would probably give up in 2 days. To be honest, Lu Xian looked at Shen Qian again and had to admit that her figure was indeed hard to ignore. She had flesh where it should be and was tight where it should be tight. If she really put on those 2 sets of clothes, the picture would probably be incredible. Where are you looking? Don't look around. Shen Qian immediately protected her body, guarding against Lu Xian's gaze as if she were guarding against a thief, her face full of shame and anger. Put your clothes away. It's time for us to get on the road and continue heading east. Lu Xian jumped off the side of the boat, dusted off his body, and walked towards the lifeboat first. I'll throw them away now. Shun Qian shouted angrily and was about to throw the 2 sets of clothes into the sea. But as soon as she raised her hand, she hesitated again, and the movement stopped in midair. Lu Xian's words, "Don't blame me if you get stinky," still echoed in her ears, forcing Shun Qian to face reality. Shun Qian's clothes had been worn next to her body for 2 days, and they were wet and dirty. She had no change of clothes, so she couldn't continue wearing them. Even if this uniform was embarrassing, it was still better than sleeping with Lu Xian every day and still not getting anything in return. After much hesitation, Shun Qian folded her clothes and walked towards the lifeboat. You're not throwing it away?" Lu Xian glanced at Shun Qian, a smirk evident on his face. "Humph, none of your business." Shun Qian's cheeks flushed red, and she pretended to be strong, but she held on tightly. "Then why don't you throw it into the lifeboat? Are you planning to change it for me now?" Lu Xian pointed at the lifeboat with a wicked smile, then pointed at the clothes in Shun Qian's hand, his tone full of sarcasm. "You don't even think about it." Shun Qian instantly got furious. She threw her clothes into the boat like garbage and turned away. Shun Qian and Lu Xian temporarily left the stranded ship and continued eastward. According to Lu Xian's idea, they would spend the rest of the day looking for a place to stay, and the supplies on the other ships could be transported later. Lu Xian had gained a lot along the way, and he was in a very good mood. He hummed a little tune as he walked, his steps brisk. Shun Qian, on the other hand, pushed the lifeboat from behind, muttering to herself as if to comfort herself. Shun Qian said, "You big pervert, your mind is full of messed up thoughts all day long. This dress is not abnormal. The key is to see who wears it. If someone wears it like me, it's called elegance. But you men have dirty thoughts and see everything crookedly." Lu Xian had sharp ears and heard everything she said next. The more he listened, the more he wanted to laugh. Who on earth is imagining this? Lu Xian couldn't help but complain silently in his heart. Hey, there's no way forward. Shun Qian and Lu Xian had been walking for over half an hour when Shun Qian suddenly pointed ahead. A huge rocky cliff blocked their path, and they couldn't continue along the coastline. "Let's rest for a while. I'll go into the jungle to see if I can get around it. If not, we'll have to row a boat." As he said that, Lu Xian stopped, put down his bag, and found a flat ground to sit down and rest. Shun Qian and Lu Xian ate some compressed biscuits and drank some water, and their stomachs finally felt better. Lu Xian hadn't slept well for a few days, and when he lay down, his eyelids began to droop. "You watch over me. I'm going to sleep for a while." Lu Xian waved to Shun Qian, and without caring whether Shun Qian was willing or not, he turned around and fell directly into the lifeboat and started to catch up on his sleep. "Hey, don't sleep." Shun Qian didn't expect Lu Xian to fall asleep as soon as he said so, without even any preparation. She shouted several times, but there was no response. "Lazy pig," Shun Qian cursed, but she knew that Lu Xian had been working very hard these days and hadn't slept a wink last night. "Hey, are you asleep?" After eating and drinking, Shun Qian suddenly had an idea. Shun Qian quietly walked to the lifeboat and waved to Lu Xian. Seeing that he was snoring and motionless, she felt relieved. Looking around, there was no one on the beach, and it was quiet all around. Shun Qian secretly took out the 2 sets of clothes she had thrown into the lifeboat, her heartbeat slightly quickening. While Lu Xian was still asleep, she might as well change quickly and put her old clothes back on when he was about to wake up. This underwear had been wet for a whole day and night, and Shun Qian had already been feeling uncomfortable all over. Since this was a rare opportunity, Shun Qian no longer hesitated. After turning her back to the lifeboat, Shun Qian began to quickly take off her old clothes, intending to change into the seemingly shameful but at least clean clothes. Shun Qian's movements were clean and smooth, without any hesitation. But no one expected that just as Shun Qian took off her coat and was about to change, Lu Xian, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly turned over. In his dream, Lu Xian was sitting on a yacht when the crew received a phone call. The boat suddenly capsized, and the world spun before his eyes. The moment he woke up, Lu Xian opened his eyes abruptly, and what came into his eyes was a moment of overwhelming visual impact. Chapter 8. The scenery is the best here. Lu Xian saw Shun Qian wearing a stewardess uniform with her back to him. The uniform was so tight that Shun Qian looked a little uncomfortable. Shun Qian tugged at the short top, muttering to herself impatiently. "I really don't understand what the designer was thinking. It's so small and so tight. How can I wear it? I can't even button it up." Shun Qian frowned and continued to fiddle with her clothes, not knowing that Lu Xian had seen her entire appearance. Lu Xian leaned against the lifeboat, squinting lazily as he watched the scene. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That slender waist, long legs, and dazzlingly white skin were all so attractive no matter how he looked at them. If there was one regret, it was that Shin Qian threw the pantyhose aside without wearing them at all, and also that Lu Xian's angle was not good and he could only see her back. Hey, how come this button broke off so suddenly? It's so annoying. Shin Qian suddenly shouted again. It was probably because the clothes were too tight, and the few buttons that were there to begin with suddenly flew off. Coincidentally, the button flew straight towards Lu Xian as if it had a navigation system. After Shin Qian noticed the button flying out, she quickly turned around, lowered her head, and began to search. When Shin Qian bent down, Lu Xian's vision suddenly widened a lot. The whole posture was full of temptation. Lu Xian couldn't help but smack his lips and muttered in his heart, "This is really God's will. It would be a waste not to see it." Lu Xian took a deep breath with an innocent expression and sighed. Alas, God's will cannot be violated. The scenery before him was already in full view, and Lu Xian felt that he should do something good to repay God's will. On your right, near the grass. Lu Xian casually pointed in a direction while lying on his side. On the right. Shun Qian subconsciously looked in the direction Lu Xian pointed, and it took a second for her to realize what was going on. Shun Qian suddenly raised her head and saw Lu Xian looking at her with a carefree expression. Her face immediately turned red. When did you wake up? What did you see? Shun Qian's speech was incoherent. Her eyes were panicked, and she was obviously very angry, but she didn't dare to shout out loud. Lu Xian just smiled at Shin Qian without saying a word, as if everything was under control. You lied to me. You said you were going to sleep, but you didn't. Did you do that on purpose? Shin Qian became more and more anxious. Lu Xian replied slowly. Hey, miss. I was almost asleep, but you made such a big noise that you woke me up. Lu Xian glanced at Shin Qian and said, Didn't you say you would never wear this outfit? Now you look quite smart in it. Shin Qian said, You're not smart at all. It doesn't fit me at all. Turn away and don't look at me. Shin Qian stomped her feet in shame. Shin Qian wanted to take her clothes off, but didn't dare to, so she could only turn around and protect her clothes, her face flushed with anger. Lu Xian was too lazy to watch Shin Qian's embarrassment anymore, so he stood up and got off the lifeboat, stretching his shoulders. Take your time to figure it out. I'll go ahead and see if there's a place to stay. Lu Xian took the Swiss Army knife and the stick and prepared to head towards the jungle. Before leaving, Lu Xian did not forget to tease. By the way, that maid outfit is also good. Why don't you try it? It suits you well. You bastard. Shin Qian was ashamed and angry, pointing at Lu Xian's back and shouting and stomping her feet. You want me to come back and help you change? No problem. I'm happy to help. No service fee. Lu Xian turned around and patted his chest, his face serious. You. Shin Qian was completely speechless with anger. Her face flushed red and she couldn't even speak. Fortunately, Lu Xian only made a few jokes and didn't really come back. Instead, he turned and walked deeper into the woods. You should come back soon. Shin Qian whispered, a hint of uneasiness in her voice. As she watched Lu Xian's back gradually go away, Shin Qian suddenly felt a loneliness she had never felt before. In the company, she was the high and mighty manager Shun. Everyone who saw her would nod and bow, calling her Manager Shun. Coupled with her exquisite face and impressive figure, Shun Qian has always believed that she is a favored daughter of heaven. But in this dangerous and unfamiliar environment, Shin Qian finally understands that no matter how glamorous the appearance is, it cannot withstand the fear of reality. The two thugs with ill intentions last night made her realize how terrible it was to have no one to trust around her. Shin Qian had to admit that she had relied on Lu Xian to support her all the way. Food, water, and even the most basic sense of security were all provided by this man Shin Qian despised. Although Lu Xian was a bit of a teaser and occasionally took advantage of others, he never really crossed the line. Even when they were close last night, Lu Xian maintained enough propriety to make Shin Qian feel respected. Thinking of this, Shin Qian looked in the direction where Lu Xian left, and suddenly she hoped that he would come back soon. Shin Qian began to look up frequently, as if she would be completely swallowed up by the island if Lu Xian didn't return. An hour passed, and Shin Qian remained sitting there, occasionally glancing at the forest ahead. 2 hours passed, and the only sounds around were the wind and the chirping of birds. Shin Qian grew increasingly uneasy. 3 hours later, the sun began to set, casting a golden afterglow. The shadows in the forest lengthened, but that familiar figure, Lu Xian's figure, still did not appear in Shin Qian's sight. Chapter 9. The Perfect Residence. I'm back. Great news. The setting sun slowly sank into the sky, and the afterglow softly lengthened the figure. Shin Qian waited for Lu Xian for several hours, and finally waited for the man that Shen Qian cared about. When Shen Qian saw Lu Xian appear in front of her, covered in dust and with a big hole in his trouser leg, all the grievances and longings instantly flooded her heart. Shen Qian, who has always been strong, completely took off her disguise at this moment. She rushed over excitedly and hugged Lu Xian, tears flowing uncontrollably. Lu Xian was so overwhelmed by this sudden warmth that he couldn't react for a moment. He was filled with questions. What's wrong with this woman? She was sulking before she left, so how could she be a completely different person in just a few hours? Why did you come back just now? Shen Qian realized that she had lost her composure and quickly let go of Lu Xian. She turned around and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, muttering softly. When Lu Xian saw Shen Qian's expression, he immediately understood that Shen Qian was probably afraid that Lu Xian would really leave her alone and run away. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh, thinking that he was underestimating himself. If he really wanted to leave Shen Qian behind, he would have to take all the hard-earned resources with him first. Who would just run away with a stick and a saber in their pocket? What? Manager Shone, are you reluctant to let me go? Lu Xian said lightly, jokingly. Don't be so self-indulgent. It's not like that. Shen Qian immediately retorted, but her words were clearly lacking in confidence. Lu Xian didn't continue teasing Shen Qian, but smiled and said, I have great news to tell you. We have a place to stay tonight. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he pointed in the direction he came from, with an unconcealable excitement on his face. It turned out that the reason this trip took so long was entirely because they were blocked by a prominent cliff in front of them. Lu Xian had thought that he could reach the other side by crossing the jungle, but he didn't expect that the cliff stretched all the way along the forest, with no end in sight. Lu Xian didn't want to waste time, so he just started climbing. It took him a full hour to get over it, and he still had to find a way to get down to the other side of the beach. The whole trip took 2 hours. But God finally did not let Lu Xian's hard work go in vain. After Lu Xian flipped to the other side, he didn't walk far before he found a big cave on the beach. The cave entrance was 4 or 5 meters wide and 7 or 8 meters high. Located near the sea, the space inside was very large and divided into several natural areas. What surprised Lu Xian the most was that after passing through 3 small holes inside, he actually found an exit at the other end. Outside the exit was a clear lake, vast grasslands, and bamboo forests, a true paradise. Lu Xian walked to the lake and tasted the water. It was sweet and delicious, without a trace of saltiness. It was undoubtedly fresh water. Now that he had a place to live and a source of water, he could be considered to have found a safe place to stay. After a quick inspection of his surroundings, Lu Xian immediately turned back, fearing that he would not be able to return before dark. Finally, Lu Xian rushed back before sunset. After listening to Lu Xian's description, Shen Qian's eyes lit up, and a long-lost smile finally appeared on her face. What are you waiting for? Take me over to have a look, Shen Qian said, pulling Lu Xian excitedly and about to leave. But Lu Xian pulled her back and said, Hey, you don't even want these treasures. Lu Xian pointed to the lifeboat. As he spoke, his eyes accidentally swept to the front of the boat, and he froze for a moment, as if he saw something strange. Oh, don't look, don't look. Shen Qian jumped over immediately when she saw this, and hugged Shen Qian's masterpiece with her hands. It turned out that the thing was a pair of panties that Shen Qian had hung out to dry and forgot to collect, and it was the kind with black lace. While Lu Xian was away, Shen Qian took the opportunity to wash her clothes and changed back into her shirt and hot pants, but the panties she had taken off were left hanging by the boat. Shen Qian was so embarrassed at this moment that she quickly put away the evidence, and her face turned so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. That's all right now, stop looking. Shen Qian blushed and waved at Lu Xian. Lu Xian was already in a good mood, and he didn't intend to miss the opportunity to tease Shen Qian. Actually, there's no need to close it so quickly. It's not like you haven't seen it before. You're talking nonsense. Where have you seen it before? Shen Qian's face flushed immediately, and her mouth began to knot. But Lu Xian looked calm. It's the black lace one, which is what you wore in your sleeping bag last night. Shen Qian remembered that she had slept in the same bag with Lu Xian last night wearing those panties, and even slept with Lu Xian in her arms. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak. Shen Qian simply pretended not to hear, and climbed onto the lifeboat like Lu Xian, keeping silent. On the way back, Lu Xian made a simple paddle by tying a few large leaves and vines to the bottom of a long wooden stick. Although it was rough, it was enough. Lu Xian and Shen Qian boarded the lifeboat, one in front and one behind. Since there was only one oar, Lu Xian had to row the boat alone. The boat wasn't moving fast, but fortunately, the current near the shore was gentle, so for the time being, everything was going smoothly. About 20 minutes later, Lu Xian and Shun Qian finally reached the farthest end of the cliff. By this time, the sky in the west had darkened, the setting sun had almost completely disappeared, and night was about to fall. Lu Xian didn't dare to relax at all. He had to reach the shore before dark. Otherwise, who knew what dangers he would encounter while rowing on the sea in the dark? Shen Qian behind him also noticed Lu Xian's anxiety. Although she had no tools at hand, Shen Qian still tried her best to cooperate with him, holding the fire axe. Lu Xian and Shen Qian worked together in perfect harmony and finally managed to bypass the cliff before the sun completely sank. Lu Xian and Shen Qian both breathed a sigh of relief, and Lu Xian continued rowing towards the shore. But just 10 meters away from the beach, an accident suddenly happened. The lifeboat seemed to hit something hard, and with a bang, the whole boat suddenly tilted to one side. Chapter 10. Soaked in seawater. It was a reef. Unfortunately, by the time Lu Xian reacted, it was too late. The lifeboat capsized violently under the action of inertia. Lu Xian, Shen Qian, and all the supplies on the boat flipped out of control and fell into the water. Lu Xian was the first to fall into the water, followed by Shen Qian. The supplies necessary for survival also sank into the water one after another like beads with broken strings. Our axes, food, and water. Seeing the precious supplies sinking into the sea, Shen Qian didn't care about her own safety and jumped down to fish them out, fearing that these hard-earned treasures would be taken away by the sea. In fact, the sea area is not deep. Even if the supplies sank into the water, they would not be irretrievable. But Shen Qian was new here and had no idea about this. Shen Qian just thought that these things would never come back. Just as Shen Qian picked up 2 bags of pickled meat, her center of gravity shifted, and she fell into the water along with the meat bags, splashing a large amount of water. Unfortunately, it hit Lu Xian on the head. As soon as Lu Xian poked his head out of the water, Shen Qian pounced on him and pushed him down. Shen Qian's pounce was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. She pressed down on Lu Xian and made him unable to move. Hey, be careful. Before Lu Xian could finish his words, Shen Qian had already hit him in the face, blocking Lu Xian's lips as well. But those lips were still being pressed tightly by something soft, which made people's imagination run wild. Lu Xian and Shen Qian were stunned for a moment. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other in the water for a full 3 seconds. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Even the sea water had become a little quieter, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely ambiguous. When Shen Qian reacted, she hurriedly broke free from Lu Xian, pretending to be calm, and began to grope for supplies in the water. Lu Xian climbed out of the water and shook his head. The faint fragrance still lingered at the corner of his mouth, distracting him. Lu Xian never thought that his first kiss would be completed in such a situation, and in the water. But he didn't have time to think about it. It was almost dark now, and he had to salvage the things quickly. Lu Xian and Shen Qian groped around in the sea for a while, but fortunately, they finally rescued all the supplies before dark and piled them on the boat. Afterwards, Lu Xian relied on his excellent sense of direction to move forward in the dark, pushing the lifeboat forward with difficulty. Because of the awkward situation before, Shen Qian didn't say a word along the way. She just lowered her head and followed Lu Xian silently. Half an hour later, Lu Xian and Shen Qian finally arrived at the new base, which was near the cave entrance that Lu Xian had discovered earlier. See if there are any dry branches or leaves nearby. We need to light a fire. Lu Xian looked around and made arrangements. This was an unfamiliar place, dark and gloomy. Without a bonfire, it was impossible to see the direction clearly. Will we attract bad guys again? When Shen Qian heard the word bonfire, she immediately remembered the terrifying scene last night. I've explored this area. It's obstructed on both sides. Unless someone is watching from the sea, you can't see the fire at all. Lu Xian continued to explain in a steady tone. Besides, we're all wet. Are we going to sleep wet? It was true that the campfire had exposed their position yesterday, but they couldn't afford to give up because of that. More importantly, the cave was well hidden, surrounded by dense forests and cliffs, making it quite safe. After Lu Xian and Shen Qian worked hard, a small bonfire finally started, and the flames illuminated the entire temporary camp. Lu Xian was even more thankful for the lifeboat he had found on the first day. The fire starter inside was a lifesaver. Without it, it would have been nearly impossible to start a fire in this damp and cold environment. After the bonfire was lit, Lu Xian unpacked all the wet items and hung them out to dry. The trouble was, except for the waterproof sleeping bag, all the other clothes, towels, and bedding were soaked through, not even Shen Qian's panties, which had been hung out to dry. The maid outfit that he never had the chance to wear was also ruined. Ha. Lu Xian sneezed twice, and then without hesitation, he took off all his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts on his body. Shen Qian looked away quickly, her ears red. Hey, are you going to take off your clothes or not? You'll catch a cold if you don't. Lu Xian called Shen Qian while drying his clothes, looking as if it was a matter of course. I won't take it off. You put it on quickly. Shen Qian covered her eyes tightly and waved her hands desperately to get Lu Xian to stop making trouble. Lu Xian smiled and said, Why wear it? It's all wet. If you don't take off your wet clothes, be careful not to wake up with a fever. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Lu Xian started a fire, took out the marinated meat, cut open the packaging with a Swiss Army knife, and began to grill the meat over the fire. Although Shen Qian kept turning around and didn't dare to look back, her nose was firmly hooked by the aroma of barbecue. The aroma was so tempting that his stomach soon started to growl and protest. I'll leave the meat with you. I'm going to sleep first. Lu Xian said casually after eating his fill, then turned around and crawled into the dry sleeping bag. Lu Xian was exhausted. As for the subsequent storage and accommodation arrangements, they would all be left to tomorrow. Right now, the most important thing was to get a good night's sleep and rest. When Lu Xian's footsteps gradually faded away, Shen Qian secretly turned back and saw that Lu Xian was already fast asleep. Unable to resist the aroma, she immediately ran to the grill, grabbed the piece of meat, and started eating. Although the taste of this piece of pickled meat was ordinary on this deserted island, being able to eat cooked meat was already a blessing. Shen Qian devoured the barbecue in no time and licked her fingers contentedly, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. After finishing her meal, Shen Qian glanced at Lu Xian, and seeing that he was already fast asleep, she quietly took off her wet clothes and hung them by the fire. Only after all the clothes were dried did Shen Qian tiptoe barefoot into the depths of the cave. After a day of tossing and turning, Shen Qian was already exhausted, but when Shen Qian walked to Lu Xian's sleeping bag, she was stunned. Lu Xian was sleeping soundly, lying on his back, shirtless, with only a corner of his sleeping bag left. Worst of all, the only empty space was draped with Lu Xian's bare arm. How could he possibly sleep? He couldn't possibly be lying in this man's arms. Chapter 11. Give me a dozen more dreams like this. That night, Lu Xian had a sweet and erotic dream. In the dream, a beautiful woman suddenly crawled into Lu Xian's arms, acting clingy and coquettish, as if she didn't want to leave. The two of them fell asleep in this way. Lu Xian was always generous and naturally accepted this kind of romantic encounter, without hesitation. He took the opportunity to hug the beauty tightly in his arms and fell into a happy sleep. But before he could enjoy it for a few minutes, he felt someone pinch his arm hard, and he was instantly awakened. Lu Xian opened his eyes in a daze, only to see a familiar figure looking at him angrily, with a warning of the eve of the storm written all over his face. Lu Xian, let me go? You're hurting me. The voice in his ear became clearer and more agitated. Lu Xian reflexively retracted his right arm. The next second, the angry beauty jumped out of her sleeping bag. Lu Xian rubbed his eyes in confusion, his mind still a little confused. What's going on? When his vision became completely clear, Lu Xian realized that the beauty in his dream was actually Shen Qian. Last night, Shen Qian originally planned to sleep outside the sleeping bag, but the night wind was too cold, and she felt colder the longer she stayed. The quilt she found on the stranded yacht was of no use in covering herself with the bed. In contrast, Lu Xian slept soundly in his sleeping bag, occasionally turning over and stretching, feeling incredibly comfortable. Unable to bear the cold any longer, Shen Qian gritted her teeth, took advantage of Lu Xian's turning over to make room for him, and quietly slipped in. Shen Qian was petite and moved lightly, so she squeezed into the sleeping bag easily. With Lu Xian's warmth, she quickly fell asleep. But Shen Qian never dreamed that Lu Xian would suddenly put a hand on her while she was sleeping. At first it was just on the shoulder, but soon, this big hand became dishonest and moved all the way down with such great force that Shen Qian was unable to move. Shen Qian struggled several times, but failed to break free. She was so angry that she wanted to curse, but she couldn't wake him up no matter how hard she tried. She could only pinch and bite him, and finally woke Lu Xian up. It's morning? How did you sleep? Lu Xian yawned with a relaxed look on his face, as if he didn't even realize he had done anything. Sleep like hell. You almost suffocated me to death. Shen Qian roared, stamping her feet in anger and turning away. Lu Xian was bewildered, staring at her back, muttering, Women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea. They can change at any time. Shen Qian was so gentle yesterday. Why is she so angry today? Could it be that someone really bullied Shen Qian at night? Lu Xian shook his head with disdain, sighed, and slowly crawled out of his sleeping bag. It was already daybreak outside, But the two of them had neither a cell phone nor a watch, so they had no way of knowing the exact time. The cave was brightly lit, its sunlight slanting in from the entrance, illuminating most of the space. Although the ground was bumpy, it was relatively clean and dry. This cave was particularly well ventilated, with no noticeable dampness, making it an unexpectedly luxurious refuge. When we reached the cave entrance, the bonfire from last night had long been extinguished, and the clothes hanging out to dry were almost dry. Only the thick quilt was not completely dry yet. Shin Qian was squatting there, wondering if she should light another fire to dry out the bedding. Lu Xian, on the other hand, seemed quite relaxed. Let it be. I have a sleeping bag anyway. I slept so comfortably last night. I even had a wonderful dream. Lu Xian stretched out lazily facing the sea, recalling his dream from last night, his lips curling up unconsciously. Shin Qian clenched her fists, suppressed her anger, and asked through gritted teeth, "A beautiful dream? Excuse me, Master Lu, what did you dream about?" I just dreamed about something. It was pretty anyway." Lu Xian laughed dryly, his expression a little guilty. "Was there a woman in the dream?" Shin Qian stretched out her voice, her eyes wide open. "How do you know? But it's just a dream. Don't take it seriously." Lu Xian didn't realize that the crisis was approaching and was still smiling happily. After hearing this, Shin Qian wanted to kick him twice. Did this guy really intend to hold her in his arms every night? Don't even think about it. She ignored Lu Xian and turned around to continue fiddling with her half-dried bedding, but her heart was in a mess. Lu Xian came back to his senses and began preparing breakfast. Today's task was tough, so he needed to eat before he could work. Last night, Lu Xian had already made his plan. First, he would renovate the cave. While the environment was good, he needed to add doors to both the front and back entrances to protect against wind and animals. The second thing is to stock up on food and fresh water. The lake behind the cave is very suitable, and the water is so clear that it can be used as a mirror. After eating and drinking, Lu Xian stood up and glanced at Shin Qian, who was squatting by the fire chewing on a compressed biscuit. He asked kindly, "Have you eaten yet? Eat well before you start working. Hey, why are there marks on your neck? And dark circles under your eyes? Didn't you get enough rest last night?" Shin Qian's anger, which had just subsided, was immediately ignited again. This man was still pretending to be stupid. It was so infuriating. Shin Qian's heart was tangled, and even her thoughts began to tangle, but she still followed Lu Xian out of the cave. As soon as she emerged from the cave, Shin Qian was stunned. Before her was a vast expanse of green land and a crystal-clear lake, resembling a fairyland. Her anger was instantly dispelled by the beauty. It turns out there's a hidden gem behind this cave, a place that rivals those high-end resorts. I never imagined such a dreamy place could exist. Beneath the azure sky, endless green grass spreads out like a carpet, tumbling in the breeze, and the air is filled with the fresh scent of grass. Further away, the rolling mountains unfold like a picture scroll, with golden light flowing on the top of the mountain and birds singing, as if entering a paradise. How is it? I chose a good place, didn't I? Lu Xian rubbed his hands proudly, picked up his axe and long stick and prepared to patrol the lake. After all, this is the back garden of his new home, and he has to explore it thoroughly. However, Shin Qian's focus was completely different. Her first thought was, I can finally wash my face. No matter where a woman is, her instinct to love beauty is always online. Lu Xian left his gear by the lake, rolled up his pants, and jumped into the water. Shortly after entering, his eyes lit up. There were actually fish in the lake, and they were quite large. Chapter 12. Men and women work together, making work less tiring. The sharp-eyed Lu Xian saw a freshwater fish that was half a meter long. Judging from its head and bulging belly, it was obvious that it was living a very comfortable life in this lake. The only pity was that Lu Xian didn't have any suitable tools to catch fish. He tried more than 10 times with his bare hands, but each time he was caught by this big fish that had a very agile posture in the water. Thinking of the long stick left on the shore, Lu Xian suddenly had an idea. There are fish, there really are fish. Shin Qian, who was originally dressing up on the shore, obviously also discovered that the lake water was not only clear, but there were also many fish in the water. At this time, Shin Qian was dancing with excitement, pointing at several carps swimming on the shore. You are just small fish, there are bigger ones in the lake, so you should have a snack today. After eating several meals of compressed biscuits in a row, Lu Xian suddenly felt that they were tasteless. Although these compressed biscuits could indeed fill his stomach, the taste was too bad, and he could only barely use them as food to sustain his livelihood. If he ate them for every meal, he would not starve to death, but he would vomit sooner or later. Although the big fish hadn't taken the bait yet, Lu Xian, who had experience in surviving in the wild, was quite knowledgeable about catching fish. Picking up the long stick, Lu Xian began to sharpen one end of the stick with the Swiss Army knife that he always kept in his pocket. 5 minutes later, a crude-looking but quite practical harpoon was born. Fish, there's a big one over there. It's going to the right. When Shen Qian saw so many fish in the lake, she no longer cared about dressing herself up. After all, compared to loving beauty, having a feast of fish was more important at the moment. Lu Xian seized the opportunity, aimed at a big fish about 40 centimeters long, and speared it. One hit. Wow, I got it, awesome. Shen Qian was so excited when she saw Lu Xian hit the target and caught a big live fish with his spear. You go set up the grill, I'll go down and catch 2 more. This one piece is not enough for 2 people. They haven't eaten anything decent all day. Anyway, there are plenty of fish in the lake, so Lu Xian decided to make sure he had enough to eat today. Shen Qian wanted to carry the big fish back to the campfire in front of the cave, but she didn't expect that the fish, which had been speared by Lu Xian, was still alive and kicking. Shen Qian tried several times, but the fish escaped. It was not until Shen Qian, who was furious, slapped the fish hard that she finally subdued it. Holding the nearly 2-pound fish in his hands, he ran towards the cave with joy. Lu Xian was not idle either. He simply rolled up his trouser legs and went into the lake to catch some bigger fish. By the time Shen Qian clumsily finished building the crooked barbecue grill, Lu Xian brought 2 fish weighing 1 kilogram each and a big head carp weighing 4 kilograms. Seeing the barbecue grill built by Shen Qian, Lu Xian couldn't help rubbing his head and had to build another one by himself. Then he took out a soup pot he had obtained from the stranded half-boat yesterday and placed it on the grill. Look, it's like this, and before grilling the fish, you have to kill it first, got it? There is no need to guess too much about Shen Qian's daily life. She must be an out-and-out young lady, let alone killing fish. I guess she has never even touched the kitchen knife at home. Fortunately, this woman was not stupid and had some courage. After Lu Xian demonstrated it to her, she basically mastered the technique of killing fish. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lu Xian had to knock the fish unconscious first. Otherwise, if the fish jumped an inch high, the girl would jump a foot high. After a busy period, the two finally had a full meal. They grilled the 4 fish and ate them. Relying on the ample food they had, the 2 men cut off the heads and tails. As for the largest big-head carp, Lu Xian actually didn't know what species it was, but it was big enough, so he just made soup with it. The only drawback is the lack of seasoning. Lu Xian feels that as long as he has enough time and completes the construction of his base, he will have to go to the half-broken ship again. Fortunately, this wild fish still has its original flavor even without adding any seasoning. Even Shen Qian, who is used to eating big fish and meat and delicacies from mountains and seas, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Delicious, delicious, so delicious, 100 times better than compressed biscuits. I'm full. I have to work. I don't want to be a big lady. Lu Xian wiped his mouth, burped, and stood up to stretch his muscles. Tisk, I'm not a young lady. When have you ever seen me slacking off at work? Shen Qian was still very unconvinced when she heard Lu Xian say this about her. But Shen Qian's words were true. In Lu Xian's impression, although Shen Qian was a bit harsh and cold with his subordinates, she was very hardworking and worked overtime on weekdays. Sometimes she even spent weekends in the office. She was a real workaholic. My plan is this. Lu Xian briefly explained his renovation plan to Shen Qian. Shen Qian listened very carefully and added her own opinions from time to time. After the 2 of them had a full meal, they started to take action. When Lu Xian was fishing, he discovered that there was a bamboo forest not far to the right of the lake. The bamboo could be used to make fences and gates. Moreover, this natural bamboo can also play a good concealing role, so your residents can be hidden behind this artificial bamboo forest, greatly improving safety. Lu Xian was responsible for cutting bamboo, and Shen Qian was responsible for carrying it. After replenishing their energy, the 2 worked enthusiastically. When the sun was at its highest, the 2 men brought back more than 20 bamboos about 3 meters long and as thick as their wrists into the cave. However, this busy schedule consumed a lot of physical strength of both of them, especially Shen Qian, who usually does clerical work and has thin arms and legs. She now has a sore back from carrying bamboo back and forth. The 2 replenished their energy and took a short nap in the afternoon before starting their next work. Lu Xian dug a hole in the open space in front of the cave, preparing to insert the bamboos into the ground as a barrier in front of the cave. However, due to the lack of suitable tools, digging the hole is really difficult. I worked so hard until sunset, and I had only done 1/3 of the work. I'm going to go to the shipwreck again tomorrow. I have a feeling there should be a few more doors on the bow. Lu Xian never gave up on the half-ship. He always felt that if he explored it further, He might find some useful supplies, such as handy tools or weapons, so he simply moved up the plan. Then I'll go with you. When Shun Qian heard Lu Xian say that he was going out tomorrow, she expressed her willingness to follow him without any hesitation. After all, no matter how strong a woman is, she still needs a man's protection. If she is really left alone, she will feel completely insecure. However, when Lu Xian looked at the cliff in the west, he had his own thoughts. This time, he didn't go by water, but by land. He wanted to climb to the top of the cliff and see where he was. Chapter 13, How about we squeeze in? He was busy until the afternoon. Although the entire bamboo wall project was not completed, Lu Xian still made a simple bamboo door as a shelter. This way, it could protect against attacks from wild beasts and also provide shelter from wind and rain. In the evening, the two men, who had been tired all day, still relied on their wealth to have a feast of fish and meat. They completely finished the bag of pickled meat that had been opened, and then rewarded themselves with 2 grilled fish. Shun Qian was obviously still a little unhappy about the fact that Lu Xian was not going to take her out tomorrow, and from time to time she would come up with all kinds of weird reasons to fool Lu Xian. I think you should take me with you. What if you find something good on that ship again? It would be more helpful. I can help you get the things. Besides, I can help you keep watch. What if there are any bad guys? Don't you think? Lu Xian sometimes felt both angry and amused about this woman. He always felt that Shun Qian sometimes looked very mature and kept strangers away, and sometimes she looked a little childish. Lu Xian sighed and said jokingly, "My dear manager Shun, you should stay here tomorrow. If you have the time and energy, help me dig some more soil and trim some bamboo. If you can do these 2 tasks well, it will be a great achievement. I will be very grateful to you." Lu Xian handed the spatula he found on the boat to Shun Qian, and then bowed to Shun Qian in a formal manner. "We are short of tools at the moment and don't have a shovel, so we can only use the spatula. Although, this work efficiency is extremely low. It's just digging soil and cutting bamboo, a piece of cake. Leave it to me. Just keep an eye on who I am, Shun Qian. I'm going to take a shower now and have a good night's rest. Just wait tomorrow. I promise I can do it faster than you. By the way, you don't peek." Shun Qian patted his chest, full of confidence, as if he had taken on a heavy burden. Lu Xian didn't expect that this method of provoking was so effective, and Shun Qian really fell into the trap. Etc. What did the woman say last? Taking a shower? Hey, don't you want to change your clothes? Lu Xian quickly got up and handed over the stewardess uniform. What are you thinking? I have clothes. Shun Qian pouted and glared at Lu Xian, then picked up the maid outfit beside her. Could it be that Shun Qian likes to be a maid? That would be great. Just when Lu Xian thought he could feast his eyes on Shun Qian in her maid outfit, he unexpectedly unfolded the maid outfit on the spot, and Lu Xian suddenly felt bored. See? It's an improved version. I designed it myself. Lu Xian saw that the original maid outfit designed as a miniskirt had been cut by Shun Qian at some point. The nice short skirt was gone and turned directly into a plain top. Oh my god, this is such a waste of natural resources. This is absolutely such a waste of natural resources. Seeing this perfectly good maid outfit falling apart like this, Lu Xian felt extremely sorry. More than half an hour later, Shun Qian, wearing a half-made outfit, returned to the cave. One had to admit that Shun Qian's figure was unparalleled. Even though she was only wearing a seemingly ordinary top with puff sleeves, she still had a touch of allure and charm due to her figure. Especially through her thin white hot pants. The lace panties were still faintly visible underneath. Aren't you going to wash it? Shun Qian was tidying her hair and pointing in the direction of the lake. Lu Xian really wanted to take a good bath. He had been busy doing physical work these past 2 days, and his body was wet and dry and wet. Remembering that he had found 3 unopened pairs of men's shorts in the cabin of that half of the ship yesterday, Lu Xian randomly picked out one and quickly walked towards the lake. But after washing and putting on the new shorts, Lu Xian found that the shorts seemed a bit too unrestrained. Was the designer reluctant to part with the fabric? Or were these pants from the same series as the maid outfit and stewardess uniform he had given Shun Qian? But it was too late to regret now. I had already washed my shorts, and even my trousers were wet. It's almost dark anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? Lu Xian simply walked towards the cave wearing this particularly unrestrained, tight shorts. Have you finished washing? Then you can sleep on the quilt today. Shun Qian was busy making the bed in the cave. Just as she said this, she saw Lu Xian, wearing only a pair of tight shorts, swaggering in. Shun Qian widened her eyes, looked at Lu Xian from top to bottom, and her face turned red. Lu Xian, however, looked nonchalant and went straight into his sleeping bag. This sleeping bag is so comfortable that I won't sleep on that quilt. Besides, this quilt is only suitable for use as a mattress under a sleeping bag. Then you sleep in the sleeping bag, and I'll cover you with the blanket. Shen Qian turned her face away and was too embarrassed to look Lu Xian in the face again. She blushed and went away with her bedding in her arms. Lu Xian's sleep quality was already good, and he had been busy all day, so he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. But Shen Qian immediately regretted her decision after crawling into the quilt. It's just a quilt, without any cushioning, and you're sleeping directly on the cold ground. How can you sleep like this? Even if you do fall asleep, you'll be woken up by the cold in the middle of the night. I raised my head and glanced at Lu Xian on the other side, who seemed to have started snoring. After hesitating for a while, Shen Qian finally got up from the ground and walked towards Lu Xian happily. Then, why not put this underneath? Shen Qian patted Lu Xian gently and gestured to the quilt in her hand. Oh, where do you sleep? Lu Xian said this deliberately in a nonsensical way. Now Shen Qian was a little stunned. She hesitated for a long time before she squeezed out a few words. How about we just squeeze in? Okay. Seeing Lu Xian's attitude, it seemed that he was reluctant, so Shen Qian could only swallow her anger. In order to have a good sleep, he had to enter Lu Xian's devil's cave again. But this time the feeling is different. When Shen Qian slid into the sleeping bag, since Lu Xian did not choose to turn his back to her, Shen Qian could firmly feel the hormonal scent unique to men of Lu Xian, and what was more, Lu Xian was wearing something very avant-garde today. Shen Qian accidentally touched something she shouldn't have touched. Then Shen Qian's little hand froze in place. My cheeks instantly turned red like apples. Chapter 14, The Real Island. Lu Xian slept until dawn, and it seemed that he had a similar beautiful dream to the night before. When I woke up, Shen Qian was already up and checking her clothes that were hanging out to dry and tidying up the cave. Although there is still a shortage of daily necessities at the moment, there are still quite a few miscellaneous items. Lu Xian had not expected that Shen Qian was such an excellent housekeeper. Looking around, the originally messy cave had now been tidied up by her in an orderly manner. All kinds of supplies were classified and placed in categories, and even the shirts that Lu Xian had found from the shipwreck were neatly folded and placed in the corner. It seems that this home really can't do without a woman. Lu Xian was quite satisfied and caught several big fish early in the morning. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he even left 2 fish for Shen Qian. He then pocketed a Swiss Army knife, 2 compressed biscuits, and a bottle of water and prepared to set off. When Shen Qian saw that Lu Xian was about to leave, she seemed very reluctant to let him go and gave him some instructions with concern. Try to come back soon. Lu Xian patted Shen Qian's shoulders like an older brother. Don't worry, just stay here. I've left the lighter with you. Only after seeing Lu Xian's back completely disappear from her sight did Shen Qian reluctantly return to the cave. Then, according to Lu Xian's instructions yesterday, she began to dig the soil and chop bamboo. Lu Xian is traveling by land today. Firstly, based on the last experience, traveling by water is risky and prone to running aground, and because of some countercurrents, the efficiency is not high. Secondly, he wants to go to the cliff to take a good look at the overall picture of this place. If this place is really land, or close to land, then he and Shen Qian will have a chance of being rescued. Walking westward along the jungle, Lu Xian directly opened up another path this time. Instead of choosing to go around far away, he relied on his own skills and started climbing the cliff directly. Fortunately, while the cliffs here were quite high, the slopes were not steep, and most of the paths could be walked. There were a few paths that were slightly more difficult because Lu Xian had chosen to climb them for a shortcut. However, Lu Xian relied on his regular exercise to develop strong upper body strength. He could do pull-ups that most people could only do a few times, but he could do them for a minute or two without stopping. So without spending too much time and energy, Lu Xian climbed to the top of the cliff with his bare hands. However, in order to see the full view of this place, Lu Xian had to walk a short distance towards the beach. This direction was away from the coastline, and his view was blocked by lush vegetation, making it impossible to see the scene behind him clearly. After hiking for another 7 or 8 minutes, when Lu Xian stepped onto the highest point of the cliff, which was also the place closest to the coastline, Lu Xian was finally able to see the entire picture of the land under his feet. Looking around, there is nothing but endless sea. It is obvious that this is an isolated island, not to mention the land. Even if you look hard enough, you can't see any other islands around. Why? Lu Xian sighed deeply. Although he had been mentally prepared since hearing the wolf howls yesterday, he still felt a little disappointed when he saw with his own eyes that this land was an island far away from the mainland. Lu Xian was obviously still unwilling to give up. He looked around the entire island carefully again. After confirming again and again that there was no connection between this place and other land, Lu Xian finally gave up completely. However, when Lucien looked around the island for the second time, relying on his excellent eyesight like a pilot, Lucien made many useful discoveries. The first discovery was that further east of where he lived, there was a long corridor of towering coconut trees. Second, something seemed to be floating on the sea near the beach in the east. The third and most exciting thing for Lucien was that he seemed to have found something similar to a ship hull on the farther east coastline. These three new discoveries are all quite valuable. If it really is a coconut tree corridor, then Lucien will have endless coconuts to eat and endless coconut juice to drink. You know, coconuts are a real good thing for a deserted island. As for the objects floating on the sea, although they were too far away from Lucien, even if Lucien had the most outstanding eyesight of humans, he could not tell what they were. However, as long as they belonged to humans, he might be able to gain something. This last hull-like thing is even more exciting. You should know that Lucien found a lot of useful supplies on the half-stranded ship yesterday. Today, Lucien is ready to score again. If we find another similar stranded ship, it will be another great harvest. Although the supplies Lucien has currently stockpiled seem to be quite abundant, including water, food, clothing, bedding, pots, pans, and various kitchen utensils, if you think about it carefully, you will find that there are actually still many daily necessities missing. The first thing that comes to mind is some large tools, such as shovels, etc. Some other essential survival supplies are also in short supply, such as flashlights, ropes, nets, compasses, transportation tools, etc. Of course, what Lucien most wants is a power generation device, such as a solar panel or a small fuel generator. After all, the lighting was solely based on a fire, something Lucien, who grew up in the city, was not used to. Of course, whether these supplies can be obtained depends entirely on God's will, and Lucien will not force it. Standing on the cliff, Lucien turned around and looked to the west. The first thing that came into his sight was naturally the half-stranded ship he discovered yesterday, still firmly stuck in the beach. Further west was the place where he and Shun Qian landed. Just when Lucien finished examining everything around him and was about to find a way down to the west side of the cliff, he seemed to see a figure flash by in his peripheral vision. Since Lucien had already focused his attention on his feet, he didn't pay much attention. When Lucien looked up at the western coastline again, there was no movement. Could it be that I am dazzled and seeing things? Lucien looked towards the west carefully again, but still found nothing. Perhaps he was really dazzled. Seeing that he had wasted a lot of time on this cliff, the sun had quietly climbed halfway up the mountain. Lucien did not dare to slack off and hurried to find a way down the cliff. However, the road going down the west side was really hard to find. Lucien tried many times, but because the terrain difference was too big, he finally chose to give up. There was really no other way, so he could only choose the same road as yesterday, which was a long detour. By the time we got down the cliff and returned to the west beach through the jungle, the sun was almost directly above our heads. Lucien quickly climbed onto the stranded ship. But as soon as he stepped onto the side of the ship, Lucien discovered something unusual. There were footprints on the side of the boat, and Lucien was certain they weren't his. Chapter 15. Meeting on a narrow road. There was no doubt that someone else had been on this ship. Lucien stood up alertly and looked around. Apart from the occasional waves hitting the hull and the shore, there seemed to be no other movement. Lucien still didn't dare to be careless. Even though he had already entered the cabin, he would still look at the situation outside from time to time. The interior of the cabin was still a mess. Lucien had a clear goal today. The first thing he did was to find a way to climb to the kitchen at the stern to look for seasonings and other ingredients. What's frustrating is that after trying many times, Lucien still can't climb up successfully. There is no foothold at all on the kitchen side. Lucien had to give up temporarily and began to explore the bow of the ship. After moving around the piles of tables, chairs, benches, and coffee tables that were piled up like a mountain, Lucien finally found a low door. After kicking it open, he made another discovery. This is a tool room, which is equipped with hammers, scissors, saws, various screws and bolts, ropes, and everything else. Seeing the room full of tools, Lucien was so happy that he couldn't express it in words. It is said that if you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools. No matter how good the idea is, it will be useless if you don't have the right tools. Lucien even regretted not taking the water route and bringing the lifeboat. Looks like I'll have to do it again tomorrow. In order to prevent this place from being discovered, Lucien just took a small machete, a pair of scissors, and a bundle of strong hemp rope, then closed the small door and covered the place again with tables and chairs. With the hemp rope, there is a way to get to the kitchen room at the top. Lucien tried several times and finally hung the rope on the kitchen door frame. Then, holding the hemp rope in his hand, he climbed into the kitchen step by step. After going through untold hardships, Lucien finally entered this place, standing high on the top of the beach. This kitchen did not disappoint Lucien. He found various seasonings in the kitchen cupboards. Although most of them had expired, he still found 2 unopened bags of salt and a bag of 13 spice seasoning, which were still within the shelf life due to their long shelf life. What excited Lucien the most was that he found several large bags of plastic-wrapped rice. Not only were they well preserved, but their production date was a year ago. It seemed that the ship had been stranded only about a year ago. Lucien also found a flatbed trolley in the corner of the cabinet. This was another good thing. The only thing that bothered Lucien was that it seemed to be stuck in the cabinet due to some deformation. He tried very hard to pull it out, but it didn't work. He had no choice but to give up for the time being and just smash the cabinet with an axe the next time he came back. Because Lucien came alone today, he really couldn't carry so many things, so after thinking for a moment, he simply decided not to take anything in the kitchen this time. Anyway, without the help of a hemp rope, no normal person would be able to enter the kitchen, let alone take these supplies away. Following the hemp rope, Lucien returned to the cabin. Although Lucien was exhausted and out of breath from climbing up and down, when he thought of his great discovery today, he felt that it was all worth it. This solo trip was quite fruitful. Lucien replenished some energy in the cabin, drank a whole bottle of mineral water, and prepared to return along the same route with his small machete, hemp rope, and scissors. After all this busyness, looking at the position of the sun, it is estimated that it is already around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Even if everything goes well, it will still take nearly 2 hours to get back. Lucien was unwilling to climb the cliff in the pitch-dark environment, so he didn't dare to stay for too long and decisively chose to retreat first and fight again another day. But just when Lucien jumped off the side of the boat, 2 figures appeared in front of him. Lucien. The man had a hairstyle that was a mess. Although it had lost its original style due to the wind, sun, and rain, the man still pretended to be cool and smoothed his bangs in front of Lucien. Standing next to the man was a woman with long, straight black hair, an oval face, a cherry mouth, and fair skin. The woman was wearing a pair of seemingly ordinary tight jeans, but they still outlined her long and straight legs. She wore a simple yet elegant sleeveless cardigan. The light fabric swayed gently in the wind, revealing a glimpse of delicate skin beneath her collarbone, adding a touch of casual sexiness. Although her eyes occasionally flashed with an unconcealable look of fatigue, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Zhang Tsong? Yang Yaki. Lucien was very familiar with this person. His name was Zhang Tsong, a well-known rich second generation in the company. He had just returned from studying abroad a year ago and was working as the company's deputy purchasing manager. Although it was called deputy manager, it was actually a sinecure. Who could blame him for having such a good father? It is said that Zhang Tsong's father is a small shareholder of the company. The father has no other requirements for his son, as long as he does not gamble or take drugs. So he used the back door to throw his beloved son into this foreign trade company in order to prevent his son from interacting with bad people. As for the woman next to Zhang Tsong, Lucien was even more familiar with her. She was his former girlfriend, but unfortunately, ever since she had landed on Zhang Tsong's high pedigree, she had long since forgotten about Lucien, a poor loser. After all, this world is a world where everyone relies on their fathers. Lucien, why are you here? I thought you hadn't even gotten off the boat. Yang Yaki's seemingly casual words made Lucien frown. The woman's meaning was very clear. She relied on Zhang Tsong's support to get on the lifeboat in the first batch. As for Lucien, who was slow to realize it, or it was not him who realized it, and no one reminded him that the yacht had launched a lifeboat, he might not even be qualified to board the lifeboat, and could only wait to die on the yacht. I'm sorry, but the fortune teller said I could live to be 99. Lucien also replied with a hint of meaning. What you have in your hand was found in this ship. Zhang Tsong, who was standing next to Yang Yaki, never looked at Lucien directly from beginning to end, but was staring at the machete and hemp rope in Lucien's hand. What's the matter? Lucien shrugged without hiding anything. I discovered this ship first, so it belongs to me. You, leave your things behind. Zhang Tsong spoke in an almost commanding tone while raising his chin. The meaning was very clear, asking Lucien to put down the things and get out. Haha, you found it first? It's yours. Why don't you ask this ship if it agrees with you? Lucien was not angry, but found it funny. He turned sideways, pointed at the half-buried boat behind him, and teased. You good boy, I advise you to be sensible and not refuse a toast. I repeat, this ship belongs to me, and everything on the ship belongs to me. Today you came in uninvited, and I am magnanimous and will treat you as ignorant and not guilty. I will let you go. If you know what's good for you, get out of here on your own, otherwise. Zhang Tsong is used to being arrogant and domineering. After all, everyone in the company knows that he has a very powerful father. Even the company boss Lung Mengyao will give him some face for the sake of his father. Oh, what if I don't know what's best for me? But this is not a company, and it is uncertain whether he can go back alive. Will Lu Xian be afraid of him? Lu Xian held his head high and chest puffed out, advancing instead of retreating, even playing with the machete in his hand. Chapter 16. A Couple of Bastards. You, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, I've practiced this before. Seeing Lu Xian approaching him fearlessly with a machete in hand, Zhang Tsong, who had always been arrogant, seemed to have not expected that Lu Xian actually ignored his words at all. Instead of leaving, he kept approaching him. Lu Xian, since we're colleagues, I'm kindly trying to give you some advice. Young Master Tsong is a martial artist and has even participated in wilderness survival training. Don't try to stop him from trying to shake the tree with your own strength. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that Yang Yaqi seemed to believe more than young Master Tsong himself that this man was a strong and capable person. When Lu Xian heard Yang Yaqi mention wilderness survival training, he couldn't help but break down and laugh. Back at the company, he'd heard Zhang Tsong brag about spending hundreds of thousands of yuan to participate in a wilderness survival reality show. It was said to be quite a spectacle. Young Master Zhang had even gone there in his own RV, complete with pots and pans, food and drinks, and even missing 2 girls. This is the kind of thing you call wilderness survival training? Compared with the real wilderness survival test that Lu Xian participated in during his service, it was completely a world of difference. Now you even have the nerve to show it off. How ridiculous, extremely ridiculous. You, what are you laughing at? My Kiki is right. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already painted a giant SOS sign on the beach over there. Who knows, someone might come to rescue us soon. It seemed that the flattery of Yang Yaqi made the originally silent Master Tsong regain some self-confidence. He patted his chest, pointed to the beach in the west, and described his feat with great pride. Oh, an SOS sign? Well, since you're sure someone will come to rescue you, then go back and guard it quickly. Don't bother me. By the way, this ship belongs to me. If you come here again, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Xian looked up at the sun in the sky again. He didn't want to waste too long because of these 2 people. After all, he still had to hurry on his way. You. The little bit of masculinity that young Master Tsong had finally managed to muster was quickly suppressed by Lu Xian's words. He just raised his right hand tremblingly and pointed at Lu Xian, but he was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Lu Xian, you should know exactly who Tsong Xiao is. Aren't you afraid of offending him and getting into trouble when you return? Listen to him now, put down what you have, and leave this ship. Maybe Tsong Xiao will forgive you and even say a good word for you in the company. If you persist, you will bear the consequences yourself. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that Yang Yaqi, his vain and materialistic ex-girlfriend next to Zhang Tsong, actually shouted out such a threat that sounded quite reasonable. Yes, my Chi-Chi is right. If you are smart, I, Zhang Tsong, will put this in. I will definitely say a few good words for you when I get back. After all, with my father as a shareholder, even the cold devil. Cough, Boss Lung will give me some face. With Yang Yaqi's compliment, Zhang Tsong regained some of his momentum as a company relative. He even brought up the female boss of his company, Lung Mengyao. However, this guy spoke too quickly and didn't stop, and actually called Lung Mengyao the cold devil. Lu Xian was not surprised. After all, the big boss of his company had a bad reputation outside. People said that she was cold and mean to others. Not to mention anything else, just her attitude towards this rich second generation. Lung Mengyao had wanted to fire this guy more than once in private, but every time she did that, there would always be people from above coming down to confront her. What was even more exaggerated was that there would be people from the board of directors coming down to plead for Zhang Tsong. After all, these people all had some private relationship with Zhang Tsong's father, Zhang Zhenghua. So Lung Mengyao always suppressed his anger and kept Zhang Tsong. As for why Lung Mengyao was called a devil by Zhang Tsong, the reason was very simple. Lung Mengyao had outstanding appearance and tall figure, and was a man's dream lover. Even Zhang Tsong, who had seen countless women, had coveted him for a long time. However, he also knew that Lung Mengyao was not someone he could easily provoke, so until today, he only dared to watch from afar and did not dare to blaspheme. Go back, Lung Mengyao? Lu Xian sneered at this time. For Lu Xian, it was hard to say whether he could go back this time. Lu Xian only knew that the most important thing for him was how to survive as much as possible on this isolated island. After all, he had lost his life, so how could he talk about going back to the company or pleading for himself in front of Lung Mengyao? What are you laughing at? How about this? I, Master Tsong, am not unreasonable. Leave your things here and promise not to come to this ship again. When you return, I'll give you 100,000 in cash. How about that? Isn't that good enough? Seeing that Lu Xian looked indifferent, Zhang Tsung changed his mind and prepared to rely on the money in his hands to impress Lu Xian. After all, in his eyes, for someone like Lu Xian who only earns 10,000 yuan a month and can't even earn 100,000 yuan after working hard all year round, getting a huge sum of 100,000 yuan all of a sudden is simply a pie in the sky. He expected that Lu Xian in front of him must be grateful to him. Master Tsung, you're so generous. You've already given this kid 100,000 yuan. So when are you going to buy me the LV bag and Chanel perfume you promised me? Hearing that the wealthy young man next to her gave away 100,000 yuan at once, as a qualified gold digger, Yang Yaki immediately put her arm around him and started to act coquettishly. You've taken good care of me on the island for the past few days, so I'll buy it for you when I get back. It's just a broken bag and a few bottles of perfume. How much can it cost? When it comes to money, Zhang Tsung instantly regained his confidence. He put his arms around Yang Yaki's slender waist and began to knead it in front of Lu Xian. Keep your 100,000 yuan and buy yourself a coffin. I'm in a hurry today and don't want to waste time talking to you. I'll give you 3 minutes to get out of my sight, or I'll be blinded by the machete in my hand. Lu Xian was too lazy to watch this pair of dogs following each other, so he waved at them impatiently. Lu, don't be so shameless. I'm warning you for the last time. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because I have a strong body. I've also been trained. Besides, do you think we're the only ones who survived on this island? Do you know how many lifeboats were launched? Once my brothers find me, you're done. It seemed that the beautiful woman's body beside him restored Zhang Tsung's confidence as a man. Seeing Lu Xian, who was unmoved, Zhang Tsung changed his excuse to threaten Lu Xian. Are you done yet? Am I done? Haha, today I want to see who is done. Lu Xian had completely lost his patience and walked towards Zhang Tsung with his eyes wide open. Chapter 17, Dog Bites Dog. Lu Xian, what do you want to do? Seeing Lu Xian walking towards him, Zhang Tsung instinctively began to retreat, pushing Yang Yaki in front. Lu Xian, stop right there. This is a society ruled by law. Don't mess around. Compared to this cowardly man, Yang Yaki seemed more manly at this moment. Of course, there was a reason why she dared to speak to Lu Xian so arrogantly. She was sure that Lu Xian still hadn't let her go. In her eyes, with her charm, as long as she waved at Lu Xian would run over and lick her like a pug. However, it was obvious that she was overthinking it. My last word is, get out. Lu Xian glanced at the two of them with contempt and spat out a word viciously. An arrogant and good-for-nothing rich second generation, and a vain, greedy, and materialistic gold digger. In Lu Xian's eyes, these two are not good people, and asking them to get out is the greatest kindness to them. But seeing Lu Xian treating her so badly, Yang Yaki wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she became arrogant and even despised Lu Xian even more. This man in front of her was clearly trying to pretend to be manly in front of her to attract her attention. It was a pity. Who was she? She had seen this kind of clumsy method many times. It was simply too low. Yang Yaki was also not vague. She stood in front of Lu Xian with her head held high and chest puffed out. She pointed her index finger at Lu Xian and started cursing him directly. Lu Xian, are you mentally ill? How dare you talk to me like that? You're a hopeless, low-class man. How could I have ever fallen for a piece of trash like you in the first place? With a pop sound. But what Yang Yaki never expected was that before she could finish her words, Lu Xian raised his hand and slapped her loudly. The slap was delivered cleanly and decisively, exploding like thunder on the empty beach. The sound echoed endlessly, shaking people's hearts. Yang Yaki was completely stunned, her face full of disbelief. She stared at Lu Xian with wide eyes, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, Lu Xian had a calm expression on his face, and his eyes were full of disdain. Who does this woman think she is? She even dares to whine in front of her. You dare to hit me? Go to hell. Yang Yaki, who had recovered from her shock, rushed towards Lu Xian in a rage with tears in her eyes. Lu Xian grabbed her collar and threw her out. Yang Yaki immediately fell to the ground, and the remaining makeup on her face was completely ruined. Brother Tsung, he hit me. Help me beat him to death. The frustrated Yang Yaki knew that she was no match for Lu Xian, so she begged Zhang Tsung to help her vent her anger. You, don't come over here. I've learned kung fu since I was a kid. I know everything from mantis fist to drunken fist. Zhang Tsung was not stupid either. He knew his own strength very well. Just based on Lu Xian's light push just now, he pushed Yang Yaki 5 or 6 meters away. Zhang Tsung knew the huge gap in strength between him and Lu Xian. How could his body, which had been hollowed out by women, be compared with Lu Xian? Therefore, Zhang Tsung, who always remembered that the best strategy was to retreat, was moving backwards while speaking the most arrogant lines in the weakest voice, almost saying that Ip Man and Bruce Lee were his masters. I'm in a hurry today and don't want to waste time talking to you, but I'll say this one last time. Everything on this ship belongs to me. If you see me next time, avoid me or I'll be merciless with my machete. Lu Xian picked up Zhang Tsung from the ground and then threw him out in the same way, leaving a word. Without even looking at the other person, he strode towards the jungle, completely ignoring the two people who were still looking at him as if he were a monster. Lu Yu, you're done. I, Zhang Tsung, will remember this. When we get back to the company, I'll make you kneel before me and lick my shoes. Seeing that Lu Xian's figure had completely disappeared from his sight, Zhang Tsung finally mustered up some courage. Brother Tsung, I can't walk anymore. Come and help me. Yang Yaki, lying on the ground, stood up tremblingly, tears flashing on her face. As a popular figure in the eyes of men, she had never been treated like this before. Usually, every man who saw her would smile at her and would almost kneel down to lick her feet. She didn't expect that today she would be slapped in the face by Lu Xian, the poor loser she had dumped, and was pushed to the ground. She was wiping her tears on the ground pitifully. Help me, get up on your own. Damn it, if it weren't for you, I would come to this shabby place today. Didn't you say you were so capable? How come you can't even handle this poor man? Get out of here. Zhang Tsung was already angry, and now he was lying on the ground crying in pain. After finally getting up from the ground, he became even more angry when he saw Yang Yaki crying on the ground. Not only did he not go forward to help her, he kicked her directly. As a dignified young master, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Zhang Tsung gnashed his teeth in hatred and wished he could chop Lu Xian into two pieces. He left Yang Yaki and went away on his own. Now, Yang Yaki was the only one left on the beach, feeling sad. Lu Xian was in a hurry to get on with his journey and didn't take what had just happened to heart at all. After all, there were still a lot of things to do in this home, such as building fences, catching fish, cutting bamboo, and renovating the house, all of which took time. At the moment, what I lack most is time and energy. As for Zhang Tsung and Yang Yaki, let alone the two of them, even if they were given twice the courage and strength, they would still be no match for me. If these two dared to talk nonsense in front of me in the future, I would not be as lucky as today. Before nightfall, Lu Xian returned to his residence safely. Shen Qian, who had been waiting anxiously in the cave, saw Lu Xian from a distance and came out to greet him. You're finally back. Is everything going well? Although Shen Qian did not jump into Lu Xian's arms to wipe her nose like last time, it was obvious that she was still very excited to see Lu Xian return safely, and she took the machete in Lu Xian's hand. Not bad. I made a lot of discoveries. By the way, guess who I met? When Lu Xian thought of his discovery today, he felt much better. He threw the things in his hands to the ground, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and drank it. Who? Did you find anyone else? Shen Qian was also very curious when she heard Lu Xian say this. A man and a woman, Zhang Tsung and Yang Yaki. Lu Xian didn't beat around the bush and directly gave Shen Qian a brief account of what happened today. Zhang Tsung is not a good guy to begin with. As for Yang Yaki, how could she be with Zhang Tsung? Oh, didn't you see Lung Mengyao? Logically speaking, Mengyao should be with Yang Yaki. When mentioning Yang Yaki, Shen Qian thought of someone, her best friend and immediate boss, Lung Mengyao, known as the cold and beautiful female devil. Chapter 18, The Little Woman's Side. This legendary Mr. Lung is just as his name suggests. Although he is stunningly beautiful with a good figure and a pretty face, he is cold as ice in his daily dealings with people, especially men. It seems as if all the men in the world owe him something in their previous life, and he will never even smile at you. In Lu Xian's impression, the only time he saw Lung Mengyao smile at a man was when he was receiving an assessment team from a listed company. It was really not easy, but for the sake of the company, Mr. Lung forced a smile from between his teeth, but that smile was creepy. Compared to the person next to him, Shen Qian, who was already much more well-behaved and could even tidy up the cave without him saying anything, and now obediently made the bedding for him and got into the sleeping bag to keep it warm for him, that person's personality could only be described as cold. Don't think too much. Lung Mengyao was able to single-handedly support such a large company that her father left her. This shows that she is very capable in all aspects. I believe that such people are also lucky people with good fortune. Relax your mind. Maybe we will meet her in a few days. Lu Xian could also sense that Shen Qian had become somewhat sad since she mentioned Lung Mengyao. The two of them became best friends because they indeed had many similarities. Both of them had lost their fathers when they were young, so they lacked tolerance and empathy for men, which in turn gave them the impression of being superior and arrogant. After close contact with Shen Qian these days, Lu Xian felt that this girl was much easier to get along with than he thought. Although sometimes she gave people the illusion of being aloof, as if she was born with a nature that kept people at a distance. In fact, it was just a false protective color. Let's take care of the house, and then take a walk along the coastline, okay? When Shen Qian heard Lu Xian's words of comfort, a glimmer of hope seemed to rise in his heart. Lu Xian was stunned. Firstly, he didn't expect that this woman had already regarded this place as her home. Secondly, he didn't expect that this woman really wanted to find Lung Mengyao. Lu Xian's words were obviously just to comfort her. Okay, when I'm done, I'll take you east along the coastline. But first we have to go to that wreck again. Lu Xian couldn't bear to extinguish the fire of hope in Shen Qian's heart. Anyway, he did have to explore the beach to the east. After all, he had made some discoveries on the cliff, so he might as well help her. Of course, Lu Xian did not immediately tell Shen Qian that he had observed supplies suspected to be left by humans on the east beach while standing on the cliff, because he was afraid that this woman would be impatient and drag him to look for her best friend late at night. Okay, that's great, huh? Hearing that Lu Xian agreed to her request without doing anything, Shen Qian immediately turned around to express her gratitude. However, she always had her back to Lu Xian, and when she suddenly turned around, Lu Xian was not on guard at all. Now, the two of them had close contact again, and this time their heads bumped into each other. I'm sorry. Shen Qian hung her head like a little woman who had done something wrong. She wanted to turn around and go back immediately, but she felt that it seemed a bit impolite. But staring at each other like that would be even more embarrassing. Looking at Lu Xian's strong upper body lines, Shen Qian's heart was pounding. However, you have to work hard with me tomorrow. You can't go out until the work is done. In order to avoid embarrassing Shen Qian, Lu Xian turned his head to look above the cave, then left a word and closed his eyes. Don't worry, I promise to cooperate fully. I've already dug more than 10 holes with that spatula today, and I dug behind the cave as well. Shen Qian showed her homework to Lu Xian with a serious look on her face. Lu Xian slept very comfortably that night. In the second half of the night, Shen Qian, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, seemed a little cold and unconsciously hugged Lu Xian's strong arms. Here, Lu Xian has no worries about food and drink, and he has a warm and safe haven. The most important thing is that he can sleep soundly until dawn with his beloved in his arms. But Zhang Tsong and Yang Yaqi on the other side of the cliff were not having such a good time. The two of them had been sleeping in the open for 2 days, surviving on some scattered compressed biscuits and 2 open bottles of mineral water that Yang Yaqi picked up from the beach when she woke up. On the first day, the two were lucky enough to find a bottle of water and a bag of bread that had been soaked by sea water and floated ashore on the beach. But on the second day, there was no gain. After much difficulty, they found a stranded ship, but Zhang Tsong got almost nothing. He just picked up the broken wine bottles in the cabin, tried to drink a few sips, and then vomited. This expired stuff was 10,000 times more unpalatable than horse urine. With Zhang Tsong's skills and eyesight, he naturally couldn't find the hidden small door, nor did he have the ability to crawl into the kitchen to look for food like Lu Xian with his agility, so naturally he got nothing. He had originally planned to punish Lu Xian and then have him run errands for him. But not only did he fail, he even got beaten up. Fortunately, the gold digger next to him shared half of the burden for him. On weekdays, Zhang Tsong, who usually eats delicacies and drinks to excess, would definitely invite a few beautiful women to accompany him at night. But now he has not even solved the problem of food and clothing, and has no time to think about that. He is cold, hungry, and sleepy, and he is almost eating dirt. Brother Tsong, go find some more food. Also, see if there are any coconuts on this tree. Yang Yaqi, who was curled up under a big tree, was not in a much better condition. She was shivering with cold. She hadn't slept for 2 nights in a row. She wanted to sleep, but her stomach was growling with hunger. Looking for food? Where the hell am I going to find food for you? Are there any coconuts on this tree? Open your eyes and look at it. Is this a coconut tree? Besides, do you think I can climb a tree? Stop talking nonsense. I support women like you on a daily basis. You are useless at the critical moment. What are you still sitting here for? Go find food at the beach. If you can't find it, I will eat you. Zhang Tsong was already full of anger, and Yang Yaqi came to him and scolded him. Zhang Tsong swung his feet and kicked Yang Yaqi, who was curled up on the ground. Woo! Yang Yaqi ran towards the beach with tears and snot. She hated Zhang Tsong so much at that moment. He was completely irresponsible. He usually ordered her around and treated her like a servant. It was okay for her because of the money, but now that her life and death were uncertain, this man was still useless. What's the point of following this useless man? Yang Yaqi sat on the beach and thought for a moment, and suddenly a strong figure flashed in her mind. By the way, Go find Lucien. As long as I show some attentiveness, at most I can make a sacrifice and spend a night with him. This man will definitely serve me with gratitude. Thinking of this, Yang Yaki was full of confidence. She turned around and trotted in the direction Lucien left. Chapter 19. A Woman in Dilemma. It was already dark, and women like Yang Yaki have a very poor sense of direction. Even if she knew where Lucien was going, once she entered the jungle, she would immediately lose track of east, south, west, and north. So how could she find Lucien? After stumbling through the jungle for more than half an hour, he didn't even see Lucien's shadow, and the road made him more and more frightened. All around me were towering, dark trees, standing silently and majestically like ancient guardians. Their branches and leaves intertwined into a dense, opaque web, completely swallowing up the last ray of sunlight from the sky. The ground beneath my feet was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves, and every step was accompanied by a subtle, yet continuous crackling sound. From time to time, the shrill cry of birds made me feel even more eerie. In such an environment, let alone a girl like Yang Yaki who is usually timid, even a mighty and strong man would shudder. At the moment, Yang Yaki was in a dilemma because she had lost her way and had no idea where to go. Just when she was in despair, a man's voice came from the front. I told you to go west, but you insisted on going east. Damn, what a hell of a place is this? Hearing the sound of human voices, Yang Yaki, who was almost in despair, seemed to have found a life-saving straw and immediately looked in the direction where the voices came from. I fucking knew it would be like this. Damn it. If I had known I would end up like this, why would I work so hard and earn so much money? I could just find a girl and have fun while I can. It's better than now. If God opens his eyes and gives me one now, I'll do it to her right away, damn it. Just as Yang Yaki was running towards the voice, she suddenly heard another voice. What was said was so unbearable to hear that Yang Yaki stopped instantly and tightly covered her mouth as she was about to shout for help. I also blame myself for thinking the world is too simple. I took it for granted that I would be saved if I met a human being. Little did I know that what I was waiting for might be a devil. What's that sound? Did you hear something? There seems to be some noise ahead. However, the noise made by Yang Yaki's previous action still attracted the other party's attention. Turn on your broken flashlight. Don't waste the electricity. Another man complained, and then a beam of white flashlight shot towards Yang Yaki. Yang Yaki did not expect that the other party actually had a flashlight in his hand. As luck would have it, the beam of white light shone directly on Yang Yakin's face. Oh, ghost. As a result, before Yang Yaki could say anything, the man holding the flashlight exclaimed. This situation is understandable. As soon as the flashlight was turned on, a woman's face came into view. Anyone would be scared to death. When Yang Yaki was illuminated by the glaring light, she reflexively raised her right hand to cover her eyes. What the hell are you yelling about? It's a person. Holy shit, a woman. Fatty, you're so awesome. You can get whatever you want. Hara. A small man with a pointed face and monkey-like figure next to the man holding the flashlight, who was not even as tall as Yang Yakin, exclaimed with shining eyes. There was nothing weird about this. The person standing in front of them was just a living woman. Woman? Oh, it really is a woman. God has opened his eyes. Ah. The man holding the flashlight also came to his senses at this time. After confirming that the person standing in front of him was a woman, the corners of his mouth were crooked with a smile. Yang Yaki immediately saw the person coming. She saw that the man holding the flashlight was fat, with big arms and a big waist. His arms were almost thicker than her thighs. The key point was that when she heard the conversation between the two men, Yang Yaki became more and more scared. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she turned around and chose to run away. Although he didn't have time to see the two men's faces clearly due to the dazzling flashlight, it was obvious that they were not good people. If he fell into their hands, they would probably do anything. Damn it. You want to run? Where are you going, little bitch? The short man had been staring at Yang Yaki. Although he couldn't see her appearance clearly because Yang Yaki covered her face with her hands, the short man almost drooled when he saw her curvy figure. Needless to say, this must be a beauty. Seeing the woman running away, the short man immediately chased after her. How could the duck in his mouth fly away? The fat man on the side saw his good brother chasing after him, and he didn't dare to slack off. He was afraid that his brother would get there first, so he held up his fat and round belly and chased after him. How could Yang Yaki, a delicate woman in daily life, outrun two men who were greedy for their prey? Before he had run 200 meters, he was grabbed firmly by the short man. Little girl, see where you can run to. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Brother is very gentle. The short man grabbed Yang Yaki's slender right arm, then pulled her over very roughly, with an unconcealable smirk on his face. Help, help. Don't scream. It's useless even if you scream your throat out. Hearing Yang Yaki trying to shout for help, the short man covered Yang Yaki's cherry lips with his left hand and skillfully controlled Yang Yaki. I'm coming. I'm coming. Haha. Just catch me, huh? The fat man also ran over breathlessly at this time. Seeing that his partner had already held the woman, he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and showed a greedy and lewd smile. Turn your face around and let your brother see what you look like. The short man was very satisfied with Yang Yaki's figure, so he wanted to take a look at her face. If she had a pretty face, he would be very happy tonight. Yes, 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 look at the face. I like women with oval faces the most. The fat man kept nodding his head and couldn't wait to hold Yang Yaki's head with his big hands. Yang Yaki had now become a prey at the mercy of others, and tears were streaming down her face uncontrollably. She knew very well what she would face next. Wow, what a beautiful lady. When the fat man saw Yang Yaki's face when she turned around, the greed on his face became even stronger, and he almost killed Yang Yaki on the spot, etc. At this time, it was the short man who called out to the fat man. What's wrong? You're so startled. Is there something wrong? Don't you like it? Give it to me. I like it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Get lost. I think I've seen this woman somewhere before. The short man looked the woman in front of him up and down seriously, stroked his mustache, and then slapped his thigh. Chapter 20 Women's Little Thoughts. Are you Tsonga's woman? The short man stared at Yang Yaki for 3 minutes, and finally remembered something. Although these two people are not employees of Lu Xian's company, they have some personal relationship with Zhang Kong. This time, Zhang Tsong came out with the company for team building. Relying on the fact that he had a lot of money in his pocket, he had to show off, so he brought out these two people who had given him enough face recently and made him a fortune in the gray industry. Of course, these two people were also tactful and did not disturb Zhang Tsong on the boat. They knew very well that with Zhang Tsong's personality, he would always be accompanied by women wherever he went. As for Yang Yaki, they had met her several times in their daily lives. As for whether Yang Yaki remembered them, that was hard to say. When Yang Yaki heard Zhang Tsong's name, she suddenly felt that she was saved, and it seemed that the situation might turn around. Yes, yes, I am Tsonga's woman. I am Tsonga's woman. Yang Yaki nodded repeatedly and hoped that the other party would let her go for Zhang Tsong's sake. Hello, sister-in-law. It's all our fault for not being sensible. Sister-in-law, why did you come out alone? Isn't Tsonga with you? What Yang Yaki never expected was that after she confirmed that she was Zhang Tsong's woman, the attitudes of these two people took a 180-degree turn. The short man not only lost his previous greed for her beauty, but became respectful instead. It has to be said that this is a world where money makes the world go round. Zhang Tsong must have given the two of them a lot of benefits in private. Seeing Yang Yaki stunned and silent, the short man thought that Zhang Tsong's woman was angry because he had just offended her, so he quickly nodded and bowed to apologize. Hey, isn't this the flood that washed away the Dragon King temple? It's family fighting each other. Sister-in-law, please don't be angry. It's all our fault for being short-sighted. We deserve to be beaten. We deserve to be beaten. The shorter man slapped himself twice in a rather stylish manner. No, it's okay, it's okay. Yang Yaki was not angry with the other party at the moment, but because the situation changed so suddenly and she had not been able to digest it for a while. After thinking for a moment, Yang Yaki also looked at the two of them. Although one of them looked ugly and the other had a pointed face, they were quite strong looking at their physiques, and it was obvious that they were half martial artists. Do you have anything to eat? Yang Yaki was already extremely hungry, and after what happened just now, she felt like she was about to faint from hunger. She stopped being pretentious and asked if he had any food since he was one of her own. Yes, yes, fat pig, quickly bring out the wild fruits and the chocolate. Hearing Yang Yaki asking for food, the short man was quite generous and immediately turned around to ask the burly man behind him for food. After all, he had been taking advantage of Zhang Tsong in private and was considered a loyal lackey. Generally speaking, this lackey would wag his tail when he saw his mistress. Well, the fat man was obviously still a little reluctant. He hesitated for a long time before he took out a handful of fruits that looked like grapes, but not like grapes from his pocket, and then handed over a piece of almost melted chocolate in a very awkward manner. Can this fruit be eaten? Although Yang Yaki was almost fainting from hunger, as a person from the city, she was obviously still cautious about this unfamiliar fruit. Yes, yes, we can eat it. We have all eaten it. Look, we are all full of life. In order to dispel the sister-in-law's concerns, the short man grabbed another one from the fat man and put it into his mouth. I'd rather eat this. Yang Yaki hesitated for a while, but finally chose to eat chocolate. Sister-in-law, where is Tsonga? Why aren't you with Tsonga? Did you run away by yourself? Seeing that the other party accepted his chocolate, the short man then asked about his financial sponsor. Well, I came out to find food for Tsonga. Tsonga is right there. Naturally, Yang Yaki didn't dare to say what she really thought, so she pointed behind her and answered. Okay, okay, as long as brother Tsong is here, sister-in-law, don't worry, with the two of us here, eating and drinking won't be a problem. When the short man heard that Zhang Tsong was nearby, he became very excited. This was another opportunity to show his abilities. As long as he served brother Tsong well, he would surely be successful in the future. Do you know where this is? Do you have any food or drinking water? When Yang Yaki heard the other party say this with such confidence, she felt much more at ease, but she still asked one more question. Don't worry, sister-in-law. According to my precise calculations, this place is probably land, just a little off the coast. I estimate that we will be rescued within 3 to 5 days, or at most a week. As for water and food, you and brother Tsong should also be at ease. This is just survival in the wild. If I am second to none, no one dares to claim first place. The short man boasted about himself quickly, but the fat man behind him rolled his eyes at him silently, muttering in his heart, I have only watched the show Bear's Wild Survival a few times. Why does he act like he is Bear Grylls? That's great. I'll take you to find brother Tsong right away. Hearing the other party's confidence, Yang Yaki finally let go of the worry she had been holding on to, and immediately threw her original plan of going to Lu Xian out of the window. They say 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. He now has 3 men around him, and there's still no match for Lu Xian? Besides, looking at the appearance of these 2 men, they have muscles and survival experience, and they're not much worse than Lu Xian. Why should he go far away? Yang Yaki, this woman, has no other advantages, but her greatest advantage is that she can let go of things easily. As long as it is beneficial to herself, she can immediately turn around and show off. After all, if a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Only, Yang Yaki turned around and discovered a problem. She seemed to have completely forgotten where she entered the jungle. The short man seemed to have sensed Yang Yaki's predicament and immediately rushed forward, patting his chest and saying, Sister-in-law, I'm familiar with this place. I'll take you to the beach first. You can think carefully about which direction Tsonga is. Don't worry, at worst we can just wait until daybreak and we'll definitely find Tsonga. After the short man finished speaking, he took the lead and led the way. Unbelievably, within a quarter of an hour, he led Yang Yaki and the fat man out of the jungle. Yes, that's where I entered the jungle. Now I know it. When she stepped on the beach again, Yang Yaki was extremely excited. She finally got out. Now she was more determined in her idea that the 2 men behind her were definitely capable and definitely stronger than Lu Xian. At that moment, only the fat man moved to the side of the short man and muttered softly, Just brag. It's just that your hearing is okay, and you guessed it by listening to the sound of the waves. Chapter 21 No comparison, no harm. You're amazing. You found the exit so quickly. I almost got lost in the jungle just now. Sister-in-law, just put your mind at ease. With me, Huang Mao, here, you and Tsonga will never starve. The short man became even more proud after being flattered by Yang Yaki, and he kept patting his chest and bragging about himself. Yang Yaki had returned to the beach and had a general sense of direction. With 2 reliable big Buddhas behind her, her previous anxiety and worries about the future gradually disappeared. She even felt that her previous plan to join Lu Xian was naive. Was Lu Xian's survival ability definitely better than Zhang Tsong's? It's not like he has 3 arms and 6 legs. Who knows? Lu Xian himself might be curled up in a corner right now, starving and cold. Half an hour later, the 3 of them entered the jungle again, and then saw Zhang Tsong in a very unusual way, who was already half lying down. Oh damn it, who is it? Who is so blind as to step on my thigh? Huang Mao was leading the other 2 forward with their heads held high when they suddenly felt the originally solid road surface become soft, and then this soft ground began to make a sound. Brother Tsong, is that you? Brother Tsong, it's really you. Right after that, Huang Mao saw Zhang Tsong, the man he had been dreaming about day and night, and who could bring him great success. He hugged his thigh and screamed for help. Yellow hair, fat pig. Brother Tsong. Looking at the appearance of these 3 people at this moment, if they were given a peach orchard and an incense burner, they would probably kneel down and become sworn brothers. What? Someone dared to steal something from Brother Tsong. This is outrageous. Brother Tsong, don't worry. As soon as the sun rises, we'll go to that ship. I want to see which blind boy dares to block my way. I'll break his legs. The 2 men, who were called Huang Mao and Fatty Pig by Zhang Tsong, were filled with indignation after listening to Zhang Tsong's narration. Zhang Tsong caught a glimpse of Yang Yaki at the side and quickly excused himself. Hey, If I hadn't considered that there were women present, I would have beaten that guy surnamed Lu to the ground. That's right, that's right. With your skills, Brother Tsong, it's not easy to deal with this kind of young brat. This yellow-haired guy and the fat pig also understand the ways of the world. They catch whatever Zhang Tsung throws. In a harmonious atmosphere, the three of them immediately made a decision to act as a group. Their first stop was to search for supplies on the wrecked ship and declare their sovereignty. After everything was settled, Zhang Tsung wolfed down most of the wild fruits that Huang Mao and Fatty had brought with them, under the astonished gazes of the two. What kind of fruit is this? It tastes pretty good. Brother Tsung, we picked these in the jungle behind. If you like them, I'll get you some more tomorrow. Huang Mao didn't expect that Zhang Tsung, who usually couldn't get interested in delicacies from land and sea, would be so fond of the wild fruits he picked. It can only be said that when a person is hungry, everything he sees tastes delicious. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. I had no idea I'd be capsizing. It's such bad luck. It's all that Lung Mingyao's fault. Why did we have to do this kind of team building? This finally filled his stomach a little, and Zhang Tsung also had some strength, and he couldn't help cursing. For a rich second generation like him, if he had not chosen to attend the event of this crappy company this time, he would probably be happily snuggling in bed with a few beauties. Brother Tsung, your boss looks TSK. When Fatty heard Zhang Tsung mention his boss Lung Mingyao, he couldn't help but start to fantasize. He had seen Lung Mingyao in all his glory before, and after just one glance, he could never forget the other's face. Because there was a woman next to him, the fat pig swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. What's so good about a guy named Lung? He's so fierce. How about having a woman like me? Come into my arms. Now that the problem of food and clothing was solved, for the rich second-generation Zhang Tsung, the next thing was lust. In front of his two younger brothers, he took Yang Yaki into his arms. Brother Tsung, there are still people here. Yang Yaki shyly evaded the question. What does it matter? We are all brothers. What are you afraid of? Firstly, Zhang Tsung had finally filled his stomach and felt refreshed. Secondly, he was simply showing off his rich second-generation character and was thinking about showing off in front of his two younger brothers. Yang Yaki kept making excuses to refuse. That's right. This woman did choose to break up with Lu Xian 2 weeks ago because Lu Xian was too poor and turned to Zhang Kong. However, Yang Yaki is not stupid either. She has whetted Zhang Tsung's appetite for the past 2 weeks and tricked Zhang Tsung into buying her brand-name bags and cosmetics. If she hadn't encountered a shipwreck and stranded here this time, I'm afraid Zhang Tsung would have been tricked by her into buying her a luxury car. Yang Yaki has no other skills, but she is an expert in controlling men's minds. This man has to be kept hanging. If she gives her body away easily, her value will plummet. So it's not that she can't give her body away, but she has to give it in a valuable way. So, up to now, Yang Yaki has not let Zhang Tsung touch her body. Brother Tsung, this place is not right either. It's freezing. In order to cover up her true thoughts, Yang Yaki found another reasonable excuse for herself. Okay, I'll find you a good place when it gets light. When Zhang Tsung heard that there seemed to be an opportunity, he immediately agreed. Brother Tsung, sister-in-law, don't worry. Tomorrow we'll go search for some supplies on that ship, and then we'll look for a place to stay. To be honest, when I was looking east from that cliff today, I felt like there seemed to be a cave there. If we weren't so pressed for time, I would have gone there tonight to explore the way. Huang Mao patted his chest confidently. Dear, do you hear me? Just relax now. With my two brothers here, we don't have to worry even if this place is a deserted island. I can't say anything else about my two brothers, but their hands-on ability is absolutely first-rate. Survival in the wilderness is a piece of cake. Zhang Tsung also appropriately cheered for his two younger brothers. The three of them praised each other commercially until they were tired, and then they each found a big tree to lean against and sleep. Of course, it is hard to say whether these people really fell asleep that night. Anyway, some of them did not fall asleep, but Lu Xian, who was holding his beautiful woman in his arms, slept quite soundly in a cave. I slept until dawn, and yesterday's fatigue was completely dissipated. It was another day full of energy. Glancing to the right, he saw Shen Qian's shoulders exposed while she was still sleeping, which was very charming. Lu Xian originally wanted to get up first, but he didn't expect that Shen Qian would mumble in her sleep, then turn over and hang directly on Lu Xian's neck. What made Lu Xian speechless the most was that this girl was drooling and then buried her head in Lu Xian's arms. Chapter 22. You have to be responsible. Hey, wake up. Lu Xian patted Shen Qian, who was still immersed in a sweet dream, but the girl simply ignored him, closed her eyes, and waved at him, then continued to sleep soundly with drooling and pouting. Lu Xian didn't expect that this usually arrogant woman actually had such a lovely side. Looking at her current appearance, Manager Shin probably dreamed of either the delicacy of king crab or the Manchu Han banquet and Wulyanya liquor. Hey, wake up, or the wolf will come. Lu Xian was afraid that if he didn't wake up the girl, his strong chest muscles would be eaten by her like pork tenderloin. So he simply shouted, "Wolf! Wolf! Ah, where is the wolf? Where's the wolf? Run away, run away." You know what? This trick really works. Shen Qian, who was still enjoying delicious food in her dream, was suddenly awakened by Lu Xian's shout. Hey, Miss Shun, it's time to get up. It's already daybreak. Lu Xian could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He sat up straight and wiped the crime left by Shen Qian with his hands helplessly. This woman drools quite a lot, and Lu Xian finds that he can't wipe it away just by wiping it with his hands. It's dawn already? So soon. Obviously, Shen Qian, who had just woken up from a sweet dream, was still a little dazed and rubbed her eyes sleepily. Then, she saw the strong and powerful arms in front of her, and the masterpiece she left behind. As a result, before Lu Xian could even complain, Shen Qian started complaining. The girl jumped out of her sleeping bag as if she had seen a ghost, and ran away without looking back. Hey miss, how can you be so mean? You just run away like that? You don't take responsibility for what you did. Lu Xian did not expect that the other party not only did not express any opinion, but actually chose to escape for fear of crime. Pointing to the great achievements left by Shen Qian on his chest, Lu Xian yelled at the other party's back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't mean to. I'll find something to wipe it for you. Wait a minute. Shen Qian was so ashamed that she didn't dare to look Lu Xian in the face or get close to him. She just kept a distance of 10 meters from Lu Xian and kept apologizing to him. Fortunately, this cave only has one floor. If there was another underground cave here, Shen Qian would have definitely dived right in. After all, she was Lu Xian's superior. She was also the goddess that so many men dreamed of. How could her once majestic and glorious image be ruined like this? I drooled in my dream, and the drool was on a man's body. If this gets out, how can I face people in the future? The more Shen Qian thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. She felt like she had never done such a shameful thing in her life. I wanted to wipe Lu Xian's face quickly, but this was a deserted island, not my home. So where could I find anything I could use to wipe him? After searching the whole house, Shen Qian still couldn't find a suitable cloth for wiping and stamped her feet in anxiety. On the other hand, Lu Xian was lying on his side leisurely and contentedly, just quietly watching his lovely female boss busying herself. Hey, boss, this isn't over yet. I'm sitting here waiting for you to fix it. You have to take responsibility. Looking at the other party who was so anxious and worried, Lu Xian found it very funny and did not forget to tease him. Shen Qian, who was already a little at a loss, became even more anxious after being teased by Lu Xian. Responsible. I will take responsibility. I will definitely take responsibility. Shen Qian almost bowed to Lu Xian, nodding and fawning to him like a chicken pecking at rice. In a hurry, she didn't care about anything else. With a sizzle sound, Shen Qian, who was desperate and trying every possible means, chose to tear off a corner of her maid's top and then trotted back to Lu Xian. But when she raised her head and faced Lu Xian's strong body, the girl was stunned again. Although Shen Qian had seen Lu Xian's muscular figure up close in the dim light of the fire while in her sleeping bag, this was her first time seeing a young lady getting into a bridal sedan at such close range. Feeling the masculine scent coming from Lu Xian, Shen Qian's cheeks gradually turned red and her heartbeat kept accelerating. She completely ignored the fact that because she was in a hurry and was busy tearing clothes to use as wipes, she accidentally tore a hole as wide as a tiger's mouth in the already thin maid's top. At this moment, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, and the morning light penetrated the mist like a fine thread, gently falling on the rugged coastline. The morning sea breeze, with a hint of coolness and saltiness, gently brushed against Shen Qian's slender figure, and the thin maid's top seemed to be gently lifted by an invisible painter. The sea breeze seemed to be attracted by the scene inside the cave, and it blew through it even harder, interweaving the freshness outside the cave with the darkness inside, creating an atmosphere that was both mysterious and alluring. The sun, the most selfless painter, spares no effort to shine its golden brushstrokes through the narrow hole, projecting it onto this corner forgotten by time, dyeing everything with warm colors. Through the morning sunlight shining into the cave, Lu Xian just quietly looked at the beautiful woman with unique charm who was so close to him, and couldn't help but be fascinated. Just when Shen Qian was still standing there in a daze, she suddenly felt a strong and powerful hand holding her. Shen Qian only felt that she was swept up by a powerful momentum. and then her whole body was pressed tightly in front of Lucien. You said it, so keep your word. You have to be responsible. Lucien bit the other person's right ear and spoke softly. Oh, I didn't say that. Shinqian didn't dare to admit it. Her cheeks were flushed, and she didn't dare to look directly into Lucien's eyes. But when she came to her senses, she found that she and Lucien were closer, and she could even hear each other's heartbeat clearly. When had Shinqian ever experienced such a situation? I just felt my breathing becoming more and more rapid, and my eyes becoming gradually blurred. This feeling was very strange. It made me want to break free, but I wanted to sink even more. She involuntarily put her legs together, trying to steady her body and mind, but she found that she seemed to be out of control of her will. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing was rapid, and her heartbeat was accelerated. Under the witness of the rising sun, a more passionate storm is coming. Chapter 23, A Small Square Box. After a bloody storm, Lucien was sweating profusely. The shy Shinqian's cheeks flushed, and she put on her clothes first. She didn't dare to look at Lucien directly, so she turned her face to the side and got up from the ground. Looking at the red spots on the sleeping bag, Shinqian felt an indescribable feeling. It seems a little reluctant, but more of a feeling of endless aftertaste. Fallen petals are not heartless things. They turn into spring mud to protect flowers. Wait, I will catch 2 big fish for you. Lucien also saw the mark on the sleeping bag. He hugged Shinqian tenderly again, put on his shorts, picked up his homemade harpoon, and went to the back of the cave to fish. Shinqian was a first-time woman, so naturally she couldn't hide her shyness. It wasn't until Lucien came back with 2 big fish that Shinqian calmed down a little. Eat, and then we have to leave. We have a lot to do today. Seeing the sun rising in the sky, Lucien didn't dare to delay. After all, today's tasks were heavy. Not to mention anything else, just rowing the boat back and forth would take half a day. Is it that urgent? I still have a lot of things to do at home. Seeing the mess in the cave, Shinqian, who was always very organized, felt something was wrong. How about we not go and have another show? Lucien showed a playful smile and once again pulled Shinqian into his arms. Hate it. Let go. I can't handle it. You eat it quickly. Shinqian shyly pushed Lucien away and lowered her head to pretend to eat. With her petite body, she could not withstand Lucien's torment. She was already out of breath. Hearing that Lucien had just finished and was about to start another one, she waved her hands repeatedly. After the 2 of them filled their stomachs, Lucien pushed the lifeboat into the water, then took some necessary supplies and prepared to take Shinqian back to the stranded ship to move supplies. Before setting off, Lucien also made careful preparations. First of all, drinking water and dry food are necessary. At the same time, the axe and machete, hemp rope, and 2 newly homemade bamboo paddles are also necessary items. As for the Swiss Army knife, Lucien even carried it with him, almost making it inseparable. Everything was ready, and the 2 began to row west. This time, with a brand new bamboo paddle, 2 people paddled, one in front and one behind, and the efficiency was greatly improved. An hour later, the 2 successfully bypassed the cliffs and arrived at the western beach. The lifeboat was parked behind the side of the lifeboat, and Lucien jumped off the lifeboat first. Just like last time, Lucien climbed onto the boat and looked for supplies, while Shinqian was responsible for guarding and delivering supplies under the boat. The 2 had collaborated last time, and this morning they had more in-depth cooperation experience. Now the 2 of them are a male and female pairing, and they cooperate with each other tacitly. In less than half an hour, Lucien had transported most of the tools hidden in the small door in the front half to his lifeboat. As for some items that were too heavy, Lucien chose to give up because there were more important supplies waiting for him to move in the kitchen. Lucien, are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while before moving? Shinqian, who was standing under the side of the boat, threw a bottle of water onto the boat and asked with concern. It has to be said that once a woman becomes a man's own, her care for him will definitely increase exponentially. After all, if she exhausts her man, who will take care of her in the future? After Shinqian finished moving the supplies, she would observe Lucien's situation from time to time. It's okay. The only thing left is the kitchen. There are still a few bags of rice there, and most importantly, there is a cart. Hand me the axe. Lucien gulped down a few gulps of water, took a short rest, then rolled up his sleeves and prepared to continue working. After all, the things in the kitchen were the most important, especially the cart. At the moment, Lucien has no other transportation equipment except this lifeboat. If there are any major discoveries or reconstruction plans in the future, the lack of land transportation will greatly affect the progress of the project. So Lucien had to get the stuck cart out no matter what. Then you must be careful. Shinqian, who was standing under the side of the boat, was still constantly telling Lu Xian to be careful. Lu Xian followed suit again and used a hemp rope to climb into the kitchen, but this time he brought a fire axe with him. After throwing 2 bags of rice and other unexpired seasonings and food into the bottom cabin, Lu Xian swung the fire axe and smashed the cupboard. It must be said that with this axe in hand, all the evil spirits will leave. No matter whether the cupboard is made of alloy or solid wood, it will be broken into pieces in an instant after 4 or 5 clangs. The stuck cart also seemed to be reborn, swaying and sliding down by itself. After finishing all the items originally planned, Lu Xian looked around again and unexpectedly found something. In the bottom drawer of the bedside table in a bedroom, Lu Xian found several unopened pairs of women's disposable panties and a package of feminine hygiene products. For women in the current situation, this thing is basically a luxury. After all, they have been stranded on an island. For most people, food and drink have become a problem. So how can they have the time to care about when their relatives will arrive? Just when Lu Xian was satisfied and ready to escape, an inconspicuous square paper box wrapped in plastic rolled down from the bed. Lu Xian was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he caught it directly. After taking a look, Lu Xian understood what it was. Isn't this the legendary must-have for men and women when traveling? Lu Xian stuffed it into his pocket without hesitation. Lu Xian delivered all the supplies except the essential items for men and women to Shen Qian in batches, and his mission was accomplished. Shen Qian didn't expect that these would be the things Lu Xian would leave behind in the end. She hung her head shyly and carried these things back to the lifeboat. Little did they know that Lu Xian had something else in his hand that was even more bright and beautiful. Seeing that her lifeboat was currently filled to the brim, Shen Qian was a little worried that if 2 of her men sat on it, the lifeboat would sink. Relax, it won't sink. Lu Xian waved his hand with full confidence. For him, if it weren't for his limited time and energy, he would have wanted to cut this half of the ship into 8 pieces and then transport it back to his cave in batches. After all, these wooden boards, tables, chairs, benches, and iron sheets can all be used. As for supplies, Lu Xian hopes for as many as possible. In Lu Xian's eyes, as long as there are enough supplies, he has the confidence to build his cave into a solid castle. Lu Xian dusted off the dust on his body and was very satisfied with today's harvest. Just as Lu Xian was about to jump off the side of the boat and go home with Shen Qian, he caught a glimpse of movement in the direction of the beach. Someone is coming. Chapter 24. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Lu Xian stood high and could see far, and his eyesight was excellent. From a distance, Lu Xian saw someone approaching him on the distant beach. At first glance, it seems that there are 4 people in front and behind. Quick, get to the lifeboat. Lu Xian immediately waved to Shen Qian, who was under the side of the ship. Shen Qian was a little puzzled. How come he was so energetic just a second ago, but became like a different person the next second? But after spending the past few days with Lu Xian, Shen Qian had a basic understanding of Lu Xian's character. Lu Xian's expression definitely didn't look like he was joking. Although Shen Qian was confused, she still obediently returned to the lifeboat. Brother Tsong, is this the broken ship you're talking about? It doesn't look like it'll produce anything good. Judging from the looks of it, it's been stranded here for at least a dozen years. Huang Mao was the first to walk to the bottom of the left side of the ship, pretended to touch the board, and then came to a conclusion in a very pretentious manner. Brother Tsong, Huang Mao is a professional. What he says can't be wrong. As Huang Mao's best friend, Fatty immediately called for his brother's support. It doesn't matter if there's anything useful inside. This place and this ship belong to us. What Zhang Tsong wants more now is face. Now that he has these 2 brothers standing up for him, he can speak with more confidence. That's a must. I don't care where this place is. You have to listen to us. Here, you have to follow Brother Tsong's lead. Huang Mao flattered Zhang Tsong in front of these 3 people again. Zhang Tsong, do you have a bad memory? Just as these people were still chattering and bragging about their business with each other under the side of the ship, Lu Xian's voice reached everyone's ears at an inopportune time. Lu Xian. Zhang Tsong was the first to discover Lu Xian standing on the high rear deck. Lu Xian had initially assumed the visitor was someone else, so he'd arranged for Shen Qian to be on guard. He hadn't expected the visitor to be none other than Zhang Tsong's group, only with 2 more men than last time. He found a good angle and climbed directly to the top of the boat, where he stood on the railing and looked down at the 4 people on the beach. Lu Xian? You are Lu Xian. At this time, the yellow-haired man under the side of the ship finally reacted, turned around, raised his head, and saw Lu Xian standing high above. Zhang Tsong, you ignored my words, didn't you? I remember I warned you not to come here. This ship belongs to me. Lu Xian looked down at Zhang Tsong with an air of dominance and said unfriendlily. Lu Xian, if I hadn't spared you last time for Chi-Chi's sake, you would have dared to come here again. Are you tired of living? Relying on his large number of people, Zhang Tsung spoke with a straight back. After all, there was no tax on bragging, so he changed the subject and turned white into black. Good boy. It turns out that you are so ignorant that you dare to grab territory from my brother Kong. Today, I am in a good mood. How about this? You come down and bow to brother Tsung and apologize properly, then get out of here on your own accord. From now on, you are not allowed to appear in our sight. I will forgive you for your mistakes last time, so I will remember this for now. The yellow-haired man looked Lu Xian up and down, realizing that if it came down to physical strength, he might not be his match. But after all, he had the advantage of numbers. They say 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang, so he was definitely better than them. So what if Lu Xian had some skills? The yellow-haired man put his hands on his hips, acting like a master who would spare your life if you just admitted your mistake. Bow and apologize. How can you bow and apologize? You must kowtow to brother Tsung and apologize. Unexpectedly, the fat pig behind the yellow-haired man was proud in front of Zhang Tsung when he saw the yellow-haired man, and spoke even more arrogantly than the yellow-haired man. Yes, kowtow to admit your mistake, and kowtow to my woman as well. When Zhang Tsung heard that his 2 brothers were so ambitious, he felt more confident. He did not forget to bring Yang Yaqi, who was standing beside him with his arms around her slender waist. When Yang Yaqi saw Lu Xian, she seemed to recall the slap he had given her yesterday. She was immediately filled with resentment, pointing at Lu Xian and shouting, "Lu, yesterday I gave you enough respect because we're colleagues, but not only did you not appreciate it, you even hit me. Today let's settle all the scores." Hearing that everyone below had such a strong grudge against him and asked him to bow and kowtow, Lu Xian was not angry at all. Instead, he found it a little funny. Zhang Tsung and Yang Yaqi really forgot the pain after the scar healed. They really thought that they could take him down by bringing 2 little brothers here? Yang Yaqi. At this time, Shen Qian, who had been standing in front of the lifeboat for a long time and was confused, saw that Lu Xian had not gotten off the boat yet, and vaguely heard voices over there. So she walked along the hull to the other end of the boat, and happened to see Yang Yaqi yelling at Lu Xian. "Manager Shun?" The moment Yang Yaqi saw Shen Qian, surprise and confusion appeared on her face. Why does Shen Qian appear here? Wow, such a beautiful lady. The yellow-haired guy standing at the front didn't expect that a beautiful girl would suddenly appear, and her appearance was even more sudden than Yang Yaqi's yesterday. The point is, this woman is absolutely amazing. She wore a tight-fitting cropped shirt. The fabric seemed to understand her, clinging to her graceful curves, outlining a breathtaking silhouette. The hem of the shirt hovered just right at her waist, not revealing too much, yet cleverly showcasing her flat stomach. Every inch of her skin glowed softly and seductively in the sun. She matched her lower body with a pair of shorts that were short to the base of her thighs. They swayed gently with her light steps. Her legs were long and straight, like the most moving willow branches in spring. Every step she took exuded endless charm and vitality. This outfit is simple and capable, yet contains endless charm, perfectly blending the charm and strength of women, showing it to the fullest. Although her face was bare of makeup, her features were so exquisite that they seemed like nature's most proud work. Every line was perfectly placed, creating an unforgettable face. Even the most discerning eyes would not be able to find the slightest flaw in this perfect face. The appearance of Shen Qian almost made Huang Mao and Fatty dumbfounded. What kind of magical company is this, Tsonga? Why are all the women so enchanting? Yang Yaqi is not enough, and here comes another Shun the beauty. Shen Qian, why are you here? Come to me quickly. This man is not a good person. You have to be careful. Stay away from him quickly. Zhang Tsung, who was standing the farthest away, was still a little afraid of Lu Xian, so he also saw the person coming. He thought without thinking that Shen Qian was a third-party force. So, as a man who loves women, he naturally quickly smeared Lu Xian in order to win over Shen Qian to join his team. After all, the beauty of this beautiful Shun is obvious to all, and Zhang Tsung has been coveting her body for a long time. However, Shen Qian, who is known as one of the 2 most powerful women in the company together with the company's president Lung Mengyao, usually doesn't take him seriously at all, let alone hoping to seduce her. She won't even pay any attention to him. But this was a different time. Now they were in the wild, and no matter how strong a woman was, she still needed a man to look after her. So Zhang Tsung was full of confidence at this time, and he was sure that Shen Qian would join his team. After all, he already had 4 people, and there was a woman like Yang Yaqi present. How could Shen Qian possibly care about that poor boy Lu Xian? That's right, Manager Shun. This Lu Xian is not a good person. He's violent and even beats women. You must stay away from him. He's a despicable villain. Seeing this, Yang Yaqi quickly joined the army to discredit Lu Xian. Manager Shun, did you hear that? That guy is not a good guy. Zhang Tsung's mouth corners slightly raised, and he was filled with joy at the moment. Lu Xian, why don't you come down first? It's too dangerous to stand up there. I'll hold the escalator while you climb down. Just when Zhang Tsung thought he had not only saved his face today by dealing with Lu Xian, but also won the beauty, Shen Qian didn't even look at him. Instead, she squatted down with a worried look on her face, holding onto the already broken iron escalator, and looked at Lu Xian with affection. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Chapter 25 She is my woman. Others may not be familiar with Shen Qian, but Zhang Tsung and Yang Yaqi are very familiar with her. Miss Shin is absolutely second to none in the company. Except for the company president Lung Mengyao, no one can possibly see her good mood, not to mention those men who appreciate her beauty. Once Shen Qian glares at her, those men won't even dare to fart. She is such a cold and strong woman. When have you ever seen her being so attentive to a man? Moreover, several people also discovered that Shen Qian, who never touched a man, actually took the initiative to stretch out her slender white hand to support Lu Xian. What shocked them even more was that Lu Xian, who had tasted such sweetness, not only showed no gratitude towards Shen Qian, but also pointed to the back with a cold remark, as if complaining, I told you to stay there. What are you doing here? Shen Qian saw the problem at a glance. Lu Xian had discovered the person coming long ago, so for his own safety, he asked her to retreat to the back first. However, she ignored the advice and ran over. At that moment, Shen Qian nodded obediently, said, okay, and retreated behind Lu Xian. However, Zhang Tsung and the other three could not see through the tacit understanding between the two. In their eyes, they only saw Lu Xian arrogantly scolding the beautiful Manager Shun, and Manager Shun not only did not complain, but retreated behind Lu Xian obediently like a daughter-in-law who had done something wrong. Seeing this scene, several people's eyes almost popped out. When did this beautiful Shun become a good kid? Brother Tsung, what's going on? The yellow-haired man who had been standing at the front with such pride and confidence was beginning to doubt his life, and had to seek help from Zhang Tsung, who was knowledgeable and claimed to be able to identify a woman by her scent behind him. Manager Shun, are you being threatened by this guy? Don't worry, with me here, this guy won't be able to cause any trouble. At the moment, Zhang Tsung was actually more confused than the two Huangmao guys. He had seen Shen Qian teaching her subordinates a lesson in the company. If Zhang Tsung was to say who in the company he was afraid of, the first one would naturally be the company's cold female president Lung Mengyao, and the second one would be Shen Qian. When he first came to the company, Zhang Tsung was indeed attracted by the beautiful Shun, and wanted to seduce Shen Qian like he seduced other girls, but the result was that he almost had his good brother kicked to pieces by Shen Qian. From then on, Zhang Tsung basically avoided Shen Qian whenever he saw her, and never thought of provoking Shen Qian again. Now seeing the arrogant Shen Qian turned into a timid little white rabbit, he couldn't figure out the reason even if he racked his brains. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. She was stranded in this shabby place and had to become a prisoner under the tyranny of Lu Xian. So, after figuring this out, Zhang Tsung became energetic again. Isn't this a great opportunity for me to show off? If I rescue the beautiful Shun, I can't say whether I can defeat her in one move, but at least I can make Shen Qian grateful to me. Of course, if I could really win Shen Qian's heart, I would be so happy. Looking at Shen Qian's beautiful figure, Zhang Tsung almost drooled on the spot. The more Zhang Tsung thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was reasonable. In addition, the lust gave him courage, so he took 2 steps forward with his head held high, and even thought about touching Shen Qian's body. However, Shen Qian didn't give him this opportunity at all. She was completely focused on Lu Xian at the moment. When Lu Xian asked her to step back, she did so without saying a single word, and what showed on her face was not fear, but emotion. Manager Shun, Master Tsung is right. Don't be afraid. There are 4 of us now. Lu Xian can't bully you. Lu Xian, you scumbag, let Master Tsung teach you a lesson today. When this scene came to Yang Yaqi, it naturally became clear that Lu Xian must have bullied Shen Qian when she was not around, just like he bullied her yesterday, so Shen Qian became like this. Hey, are you done yet? She's my woman. It's none of your business. Also, Zhang Tsung, Yang Yaqi, I've already given you a chance. If you do it again today, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Lu Xian had already grown impatient listening to them. They were all busy talking to Shen Qian and treating him like air. What do you want to do? Do you still want to take action? Just you kid? Believe it or not, I will destroy you right now. Huang Mao saw that he had already said a lot of harsh words, But the other party not only showed no sign of retreating, but on the contrary, took 2 steps forward. He gritted his teeth and prepared to fight. Seeing that the other party had raised his arm, Lu Xian punched him without hesitation, almost as a reflex. We are already on a deserted island, and you are here with bad intentions. I know whether you are serious or not. As long as you pose a threat to me, I will strike first. Huang Mao didn't expect that he just wanted to put on airs and scare the other party, but Lu Xian actually came up and punched him. Hey. The yellow-haired man was hit hard by the punch, and his right eye instantly turned into a panda eye. Fuck, I don't believe it. The fat pig standing by saw his brother being beaten, so he raised his fist and hit Lu Xian fiercely. Lu Xian was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and dodged it with a flash. It can only be said that based on his attack speed, it is not enough in the eyes of Lu Xian, a martial artist. After Lu Xian dodged it easily, he grabbed the opponent's neck with his left hand, and then locked the opponent's neck and threw him to the ground. Ouch! This time, the fat pig was in so much pain that he couldn't get up from the ground. The yellow-haired man who was rubbing his right eye was completely dumbfounded. His brother weighed at least 170 or 180 pounds, but he was easily thrown to the ground by Lu Xian. At that moment, Huang Mao was somewhat glad that he was only hit in the right eye. If he had been hit by Lu Xian in the same way, he would probably have died on the spot. As for Zhang Tsong, who was eager to hold Shen Qian's hand, he was completely frozen when he saw this scene. The idea of holding her hand completely disappeared, and he could only run away in panic. Zhang Tsong took several steps back, holding his head, and kept yelling, Don't hit me. You already hit me yesterday. You can't hit me again. As Lu Xian's ex-girlfriend, Yang Yaqi knew a bit about his skills. It was just that during their relationship, Lu Xian had always been more of a gentleman. After all, in a harmonious society, who would fight and kill for no reason? In less than half a minute, Lu Xian easily dispatched Zhang Tsong and his 2 arrogant underlings. Even Yang Yaqi was nearly shocked. However, Shen Qian, who was standing behind Lu Xian, was enjoying watching Lu Xian beating people. If she wasn't afraid of disturbing Lu Xian, she would have wanted to applaud. Especially when Shen Qian heard Lu Xian's heroic words, "She is my woman." She was almost intoxicated. This skill, this momentum, is so cool. Isn't this a perfect male god? He gives me a lot of security. But at this moment, Lu Xian appeared nonchalant. But in fact, he was always observing the 3 people in front of him. Especially when he saw the fat man on the ground showing signs of getting up, and his eyes showed malicious intent. Chapter 26. Revenge will be taken on the same day. The fat pig on the ground was a man full of vigor and vitality. He had been struggling in the martial arts world for more than a day or 2, but he was defeated by just this one move. If this were to get out, he would have no chance of survival. Wouldn't he be given the same nickname as Yi Jianmei, gone in one move? Therefore, the fat pig, who knew that he was no match for Lu Xian in terms of boxing and kicking skills, thought that no one was paying attention to him at the moment, so he secretly touched his trouser legs. Zhang Tsong first met him because he was drunk and causing trouble in a bar. He was almost beaten up, but Fatty Pig blocked the attack for him. After a few interactions, the 2 became familiar with each other, and later brought along Fatty Pig's good friend Huang Mao. This fat pig is a gangster after all. If you are a gangster who doesn't have some insidious personal weapons to protect himself, just like now, even if he encounters a shipwreck, all the valuables on his body are fed to the sea. Only this dagger is still following its owner. The fat pig thought that Lu Xian was off guard, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With full of anger, he stabbed Lu Xian's right leg with a dagger. After all, he was lying down at the moment, and Lu Xian was standing 3 meters in front of him. But what Fatty never expected was that Lu Xian had been prepared for this. Shen Qian exclaimed from behind Lu Xian. Just as the fat pig's deadly dagger was about to touch his right leg, Lu Xian shifted slightly, like a light falling leaf, and gently tilted to the side at an incredible angle, cleverly avoiding the fatal blow. Then he raised his right leg and stomped down with all his strength without hesitation. Oh! The heart-wrenching screams of a fat pig came from under my feet. It was not until then that Huang Mao and Zhang Tsong saw clearly what had happened in the past few seconds. Seeing the fat pig's painful expression, Zhang Tsong instinctively hid behind Yang Yaqi. Zhang Tsong, who was usually arrogant and domineering because he had some money, had seen the world. However, when he saw Lu Xian calmly stepping on someone without blushing or feeling nervous, he was so scared that he couldn't even stand steadily. As the fat pig's good brother, Huang Mao originally wanted to help the fat pig, but after meeting Lu Xian's almost murderous gaze, he no longer had this idea and immediately backed away. Lu Xian's kick caused the dagger in the fat pig's hand to fall to the side, But Lu Xian still did not let go of his foot. What he hated most was sneak attacks. In full view of everyone, Lu Xian continued to exert force with his right foot. The man on the ground was crying out in pain, and the pain in his right hand spread throughout his body. Big beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. The heart-wrenching pain made his whole body tremble. If any one of you still has a weapon, feel free to use it. If you're holding it in your left hand, I'll cripple your left hand. If you're holding it in your right hand, I'll cripple your right hand. If you're holding it in both hands, I'll keep both. Lu Xian looked at the three people in front of him expressionlessly, then looked at the fat pig, which had fainted from the pain. Huang Mao never expected that the young man in front of him would be so ruthless, as if he had a grudge that would not be tolerated overnight. Fortunately, it was not him who attacked the other party just now. I don't have any weapons. Huang Mao was really scared. His previous expression of contempt for the world had long disappeared. He tactfully raised his hands high above his head. Lu Xian looked at Zhang Tsong, who was hiding behind Yang Yaqi. I didn't do anything. I don't have anything on me. Lu Xian, don't be impulsive. We can talk it out. They both hit you, but I didn't. You all saw it. I didn't do anything. I'm not familiar with them. I don't know them at all. Zhang Tsong also imitated Huang Mao and raised his hands high, while also distancing himself from Huang Mao. Huang Mao didn't expect that the man he called Brother Tsong was such a coward and would actually say such words. Fuck, Zhang Tsong. Do you have any humanity at all? Fine, if you are unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. Brother Lu, we have no grudges against each other. It's all because of him. He ordered us to cause trouble for you. Seeing that Zhang Tsong was only concerned with preserving himself and didn't care about brotherhood, Huang Mao also risked everything. The money was no longer a matter of concern. The key was to save his own life first. What's more, Zhang Tsong was a good-for-nothing at all, so why should he take the blame for him? Brother Lu, they were the ones who instigated me to come here. I wouldn't have come originally, and he had a weapon in his hand. Arms. Hearing these two words, Lu Xian frowned and looked at the yellow-haired man. No, Lu, Brother Lu, don't listen to his nonsense. I have nothing on me except this flashlight. If you don't believe me, I'll take it off and show you. Zhang Tsong, you son of a bitch, I think you are hiding some weapon. In order to prove his innocence, Huang Mao stripped himself down to his shorts in front of everyone, and did not forget to take Zhang Tsong with him. Looking at the other side staging a dog-eat-dog show, Lu Xian had a look of disdain on his face. These people were not manly at all. Kicking the fat pig aside, Lu Xian picked up the dagger and flashlight. He warned again with a stern face. This time I'll cripple one of your hands. If I see you again, it won't be as simple as crippling one of your hands. Yes, I will never come here again. I promise to disappear completely. Before Lu Xian could finish his words, Huang Mao immediately raised his hand and swore to the sky, then quickly put on her pants and clothes, and retreated with the fat pig who had fainted from the pain. When he walked in front of Zhang Tsong, he stopped and glared at him fiercely. Zhang Tsong didn't dare to say a word now. He couldn't afford to offend Lu Xian, nor did he dare to provoke Huang Mao. This yellow-haired man and the fat pig are both gangsters. Normally, they would treat me like brothers and do whatever I say for the sake of money. However, in order to protect myself, I drew a clear line between myself and them, which meant that I had completely parted ways with them. If we meet this person again in the future, whether he is an enemy or a friend is another matter. Lu, Brother Lu, then let's go too. Seeing the yellow-haired man dragging the fat pig farther and farther away, Zhang Tsong bowed tremblingly to Lu Xian, then grabbed Yang Yaqi and prepared to leave, etc. Just when Zhang Tsong was about to run away, he was stopped by Lu Xian. Lu, Brother Lu, I really know I was wrong. Please, let me go. Look at me. I don't have any weapons on me, and I never thought of attacking you. I swear to heaven, I will never come here again. If I see you, I will walk around you. I swear, otherwise I will be struck by lightning. Before Lu Xian even opened his mouth to speak, Zhang Tsong on the other side already had a sad face and was almost about to kowtow to Lu Xian. Lu Xian was also speechless. How could the Zhang family give birth to such a coward? At that moment, even Yang Yaqi felt disgusted with Zhang Tsong when she saw his appearance. He didn't act like a man at all. Shut up. Have you ever seen this phone? Lu Xian felt annoyed when he heard the other parties chattering and shouted angrily, and Zhang Tsong decisively shut up. At this time, Lu Xian took out the strange-looking mobile phone from his pocket. Cell phone? You won't kill me. Zhang Tsong finally reacted at this time. He wiped the sweat from his head, bravely stretched his head to look forward, and then shook his head like a rattle. No, I haven't seen it, absolutely not. What about on the yacht? Have you seen anyone using this phone? No. Zhang Tsong continued to shake his head. Lu Xian sighed, and had to put his phone back into his trouser pocket. Although Zhang Tsung has no special skills, he is a rich second generation after all. He should know more about this kind of high-tech product than ordinary people. If even he doesn't know it, this matter is probably really hopeless. Lu Xian waved his hand, indicating that the other party could leave. Thank you, Brother Lu. Let's go. What are you standing there for? Let's go. After receiving Lu Xian's pardon, Zhang Tsung finally put his mind at ease. He grabbed Yang Yaqi and wanted to leave, but Yang Yaqi seemed very impatient and shook his hand off. Then she looked at Lu Xian expectantly. Chapter 27. No peeking. Lu Xian, are you okay? Let me take a look. Yang Yaqi originally wanted to say something, but she saw Shen Qian, who was behind Lu Xian, come up to Lu Xian with a concerned look on her face and look Lu Xian up and down very seriously. I'm fine, let's go. Let's go home and have a good meal. Lu Xian waved his hand. Without even glancing at the two people behind him, he put his arm around Shen Qian and walked away in a swagger. Shen Qian also snuggled in Lu Xian's arms like a little bird. Seeing this scene, and glancing at Zhang Tsung who looked cowardly behind her, Yang Yaqi felt mixed emotions. It should be me who is nestled in Lu Xian's arms at this moment. Where did that Shen Qian come from? The more Yang Yaqi thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. There is no harm without comparison. Was she blind? Why did she abandon Jin Xiangyu and pick up Zhang Tsung, a broken piece of rubble? Hey, are you going to leave or not? What are you looking at? Are you deaf? I'm calling you. Zhang Tsung was also feeling very aggrieved at this time. He didn't expect that when he faced Lu Xian for the second time, not only did he fail to get back the advantage he wanted, but he was almost beaten up by the other party, and he also offended his two younger brothers. At that moment, Zhang Tsung was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger, and Yang Yaqi was the only one he could vent his anger on. Seeing Yang Yaqi still looking at Lu Xian who was hugging Shen Qian and leaving her sight reluctantly, Zhang Tsung became even more angry. With a crisp pa sound, Zhang Tsung raised his hand and slapped Yang Yaqi in the face. Damn it! I'm calling you, but you can't hear me? What's the matter? You want to go with this guy? He already has Shen Qian, and he still likes you. Damn it! Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? How can you compare with him? Get out of here right now. Zhang Tsung grabbed Yang Yaqi's collar and pulled her clothes off without any mercy. When Yang Yaqi heard Zhang Tsung's words, she felt like she was injected with chicken blood and fell into madness. Lu Xian has Shen Qian? I can't compare to Shen Qian. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In Yang Yaqi's eyes, she had simply not given Lu Xian a chance. As long as she gave Lu Xian a small step, Lu Xian would surely be grateful and fall at her feet, and then firmly choose to reconcile with her. Yes, it must be like this, it must be. Yang Yaqi secretly made up her mind that as long as she could find the right opportunity, escape from the loser Zhang Tsung, and find Lu Xian, she would give him some sweet treats. At that time, Lu Xian would definitely prepare food, drinks, and various daily necessities for her, and she would no longer have to worry about the current predicament of having no food to eat. Pa! Another slap was heard, but unfortunately, before Yang Yaqi, the island master, could even start her sweet dream, she was woken up by Zhang Tsung with a big slap in the face. Damn it! What are you dithering about, damn it? Yang Yaqi was ruthlessly dragged away by Zhang Tsung. On the other side, Lu Xian was in a good mood. He hugged Shen Qian and looked at the fully loaded lifeboat. The two of them returned home together. Lu Xian, have you practiced before? That kick you just made was so cool. Lu Xian originally thought that Shen Qian would be afraid when she saw his appearance just now, but Shen Qian not only did not show any fear on her face, she even imitated Lu Xian's previous movements. Judging from her posture, she couldn't wait to go on the stage herself. It's okay. I practiced it when I was in the military. Lu Xian told the truth. Wow, is that true? I'm telling you, I've practiced Taekwondo too. I loved it when I was a kid. I even have a blue belt in it. Shen Qian got on the lifeboat and was still making gestures with his fists and feet. Then next time there's a bad guy, you'll go? While paddling, Lu Xian teased Shen Qian. No, I'm just showing off. I'm not as good as you. How about you teach me some self-defense techniques? Self-defense? You don't need to learn that. How about you learn some bed skills? Hurrah! After hearing what Lu Xian said, Shen Qian didn't react for a while, until Lu Xian burst into laughter. Then she reacted and reflexively thought of Lu Xian's strong and powerful body, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. In the afternoon, the two successfully returned to the sea in front of their residence. With a cart, it was much easier to transport the goods. After working for an hour, the two successfully moved all the supplies into the cave and made some sorting and planning. As the housekeeper, Shen Qian's job of classification and organization is naturally hers. Lu Xian continued his unfinished work, building a fence. Now that it has been confirmed that he is on a deserted island, his base becomes particularly important. Lu Xian's goal is very clear, to build this place into an indestructible fortress. It can resist attacks from all kinds of wild beasts and invasions from criminals with impure motives. Of course, the most basic function of sheltering from wind and rain is also necessary. With the handy tools, Lu Xian's efficiency in cutting bamboo increased several times. Before sunset, a bamboo wall was built in front of the cave. Lu Xian specially made 2 doors. The first one was located in the center of the bamboo wall. Lu Xian used bamboo and some wire and screws found in the tool room to create a sliding door, and also made a simple latch as a door lock. The second door is the entrance to the cave. Lu Xian also made a bamboo door, but it opens in 2 directions. With these 2 doors guarding the front of the cave, Lu Xian felt much more at ease. The only drawback was that due to the obstruction of bamboo, lighting inside the cave became a big problem. I really hope I can get a generator so I don't have to worry about being smeared anymore. As for the back of the cave, Lu Xian also built a simple bamboo door. Now I feel much more at ease sleeping in this cave. The 2 tried to cook 2 bowls of rice in a pot. Although it was a little difficult to control the heat of the firewood rice for people in the city who were used to cooking with electric rice cookers, Shin Qian gave a thumbs up after eating the first bite of rice after landing on the island. It's delicious, and smells so good. Without the delicacies and bright lights of the city, a bowl of ordinary rice became so different that Lu Xian couldn't help but find it a little funny. Shin Qian had a big appetite today. She finished a bowl of rice, a piece of barbecued meat, and a whole grilled fish, then patted her stomach with satisfaction. I feel so satisfied today. Satisfied? Are you satisfied with this? Hearing Shin Qian's words, Lu Xian smiled evilly and pulled Shin Qian over to him. No, I just finished eating. Shin Qian naturally knew what Lu Xian was going to do, and shyly broke free from Lu Xian's clutches. Oh, I just finished eating, so it's a good time to exercise. Hate it. I'm going to take a shower, don't peek. Shin Qian's face flushed as she picked up her spare pants and trotted out. Peep. I wouldn't peek. How could I do such a low thing? Lu Xian made a self-deprecating remark, then quickly took off his shirt, grabbed his spare clothes, and ran out with Shin Qian. I can't do such a thing as peeking, but I can choose to bathe together. Chapter 28, There are crocodiles in the water. Shin Qian, who was the first to walk out of the back door of the cave, had no idea that there was someone following him. He immediately found a place far away from the water source with a gentle slope, took off his shirt, put on only a pair of shorts, and tiptoed into the water. The water temperature of this lake is much warmer than sea water. Shin Qian closed her eyes, relaxed her body and mind, and floated on the water. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, dappled onto the water. The golden spots of light contrasted with her fair skin, adding an indescribable tenderness to this tranquil scene. Compared to when she first came here, she now felt much less anxious. Food, drinking water, sleep, and safety were all basically guaranteed. Most importantly, she had a reliable man like Lu Xian by her side. The only thing that made Shin Qian a little worried was her good friend Lung Mengyao. Whenever Shin Qian thought of the scene where she and Lung Mengyao were hit by the waves after the lifeboat was overturned by the waves and Lung Mengyao was lost, she would feel sad. She would sometimes blame herself, wondering if she had held Lung Mengyao tighter at that time. Could she have brought Lung Mengyao ashore with her? Lung Mengyao, where are you? Just as Shin Qian was floating on the lake, lost in thought, she suddenly heard some movement coming from the direction of the lake. Shin Qian suddenly opened her eyes wide, and then a big hand reached out to her. Lu Xian found Shin Qian's location when she closed her eyes. This shows that his eyesight is good. Of course, the main reason is that Shin Qian left 2 marks after floating on the lake. It is difficult for Lu Xian not to see them because Shin Qian's figure is too prominent. Seeing Shin Qian lying so relaxed on the lake, Lu Xian originally didn't want to disturb her, but suddenly he noticed that there were ripples on the lake in the distance, as if something in the lake was swimming towards Shin Qian. Lu Xian didn't dare to be careless because he was afraid that there might be some carnivorous creatures in the lake. He also blamed himself for being careless. This lake was indeed a good thing, but he didn't care too much about whether the lake was safe. Shin Qian screamed, then reflexively covered her body. Back to shore. Lu Xian didn't have time to admire Shin Qian's graceful body at the moment, and spoke almost in an imperative tone. Shin Qian had never seen Lu Xian like this before, so she swam towards the shore obediently. At this time, Lu Xian also saw clearly what was swimming towards him in the lake. It turned out to be a huge freshwater turtle. This turtle seemed to be an old resident of this lake. It swam happily and freely, and raised its head from time to look at the world around it. Lu Xian felt that it must be a male turtle, Otherwise, why would it swim towards Shinqian? It's okay, it's okay. It was a false alarm. Lu Xian turned around and waved to Shun Qian, who was still swimming towards the shore behind him. But he inadvertently saw a scene like a lotus emerging from the water. At this moment, Shun Qian looked like a nimble fish that had just emerged from the water, slowly making her way to the shore. Her long, wet hair brushed against her shoulders like seaweed, and drops of crystal water slid down her hair, adding a touch of vividness to her beauty. The fair and delicate skin, faintly visible in the afterglow of the setting sun, is as delicate and smooth as fine porcelain, which is amazing. The entire back is now fully exposed, like a beautiful painting that makes people unable to take their eyes off it, as if every cell is full of energy and vitality, exuding the softness and sexiness unique to women. In this situation, any man could control his inner restlessness and desire. Lu Xian was even more rude and pulled the other person back. What are you doing? What happened? Why are you so nervous? Shen Qian obviously had not yet recovered from the sudden incident. She was suddenly pulled over by Lu Xian, and her cheeks immediately blushed with embarrassment. There are crocodiles in the lake? However, Lu Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly and teased in a joking tone. Crocodile? Ah, where is it? When Shen Qian heard the word crocodile, she was immediately frightened. She was so busy bathing that she never thought about what dangerous creatures might exist in the water. Where? Here. Lu Xian pulled the other person into his arms, and they both sank into the water at the same time. At this moment, the setting sun poured down like molten gold onto the shimmering lake, coating every drop of water in a dreamy orange red. A gentle breeze rustled the surface, sometimes creating delicate ripples, and sometimes returning to a peaceful tranquility, as if nature itself were preparing the scene for what was to come. The figures of the two people left a circle of rapidly spreading ripples on the lake's surface, and then disappeared without a trace, leaving only a gradually fading afterglow of the sunset, swaying gently on the lake's surface. Underwater, the light becomes soft and hazy. Through the waves, you can see their figures circling and intertwining in the water, like two fish chasing each other. In this water world illuminated by the afterglow of the setting sun, they perform a silent but exciting and romantic adventure. You are so bad. You lied to me, you big bad guy. When the two returned to the surface panting, Shun Qian's cheeks flushed as she kept hitting Lu Xian's strong chest with her little fists. I'm not kidding. We don't know if there are any other carnivorous creatures in this lake. You're lucky this time. The one watching you bathe was just a giant turtle with lustful intentions, but no guts. If it had been a crocodile, you'd probably have been its dinner by now. While Lu Xian held Shen Qian in his arms, he pointed to the turtle in the middle of the lake that was quietly watching him and Shen Qian playing in the water. Then you are so bad, really. Shen Qian shyly punched Lu Xian twice more. Now that we're in the water, it would be a shame not to play in it, don't you think? Lu Xian, however, had a smirk on his face. Bad guy, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. I'm going ashore first. You and the turtle can just stare at each other. Shen Qian also saw the turtle. After hearing Lu Xian's words, she was also a little scared. If there really were some large carnivorous creature in the lake, she would have walked through the gates of hell twice. So she splashed in the water twice, trotted to the shore, washed her feet, and put on her clothes. So, before we understand the lake's situation, don't go in the water easily. Let's explore the east tomorrow. If we can find something like a fishing net, it will be easy. Lu Xian also went ashore and pointed to the east. Lu Xian was certain that the eastern coast would bring him huge gains. Especially that ship. Chapter 29, Enemies. It seems to be raining. The weather on this island is just like a woman's temper, extremely changeable. It was sunny and clear one second, but it started to drizzle the next. After finishing the job, the two of them quickly ran back to the cave. At this time, the cave that sheltered them from the wind and rain showed its advantages. No matter how heavy the rain outside was, the two people in the cave didn't care at all. After eating and drinking their fill, they quickly got into the warm sleeping bags and continued their sweet life. Compared to Lu Xian, who has no worries about food and drink and has a beautiful woman to embrace him, Zhang Tsong and Yang Yaqi, who are huddled in the jungle and struggling to survive, are in a miserable situation. The only food left in their hands was the wild fruits that the two of them took from the yellow-haired man and the fat pig and the last small piece of chocolate. These two ungrateful bastards. Wait until I get back and see how I kill them. And that damned Lu, I'll be unworthy of my life if I don't avenge him. Although Zhang Tsong was starving and cold at the moment and was almost eating tree bark, the anger in his heart was out of control. But God seemed to have no sympathy at all, and the huge raindrops fell on the two of them without any mercy. Fortunately, the big tree they were looking for had branches and leaves that covered the sky. Although it could not be compared with Lu Xian's, it at least blocked most of the rain for them. Damn it, it's raining. Zhang Song was still complaining endlessly, but instead of reducing the rain, his complaints attracted two people. Mr. Zhang, we want this place. Leave the food and drinks behind and get out of here. The people who came were none other than the yellow-haired man and the fat pig who were beaten up by Lu Xian on the beach and had a falling out with Zhang Song. Although the fat pig's face was still pale, his blood and qi were extremely poor, and his right hand was drooping and unable to move. He was awake. After learning from the yellow-haired man that he was knocked unconscious by Lu Xian and that Zhang Song only cared about protecting himself and distanced himself from him in a despicable manner, he teamed up with the yellow-haired man to come to the door. Not for anything else, just to bring bad luck to Zhang Song. At this time, the two hated Zhang Song even more than Lu Xian. As for Lu Xian, the two knew that they were not strong enough, and they were the ones who caused trouble for him first. Whether it was from a logical point of view or from a fist point of view, they were defeated by Lu Xian. However, the two could not swallow this humiliation for Zhang Song, this treacherous and self-centered villain. You, what are you doing? I found this place first. Zhang Song had never expected that the other party would come to him so soon, and he couldn't help but step back tremblingly. Whatever you find first is yours. Damn it, I'm older than you and I even saw the earth before you. So, you want to get out of the earth? Huang Mao was filled with anger when he thought of Zhang Song's face on the beach, and he was so angry that his teeth were itching. You too. Don't forget, I treat you very well. Without me, where would you go to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks? Zhang Song was still bringing up old matters, but the other two people seemed to have no intention of listening any further and interrupted him directly. Stop talking nonsense to me. It's not thin, so what? I said I want this place. If you don't want to get beaten, get out of here. Oh, and take off all the food, drinks, and your shirt. You. That yellow-haired guy. How about this? The three of us are still brothers, and I'll give this woman to you. Zhang Song was speechless for a moment. He turned around and saw Yang Yaqi beside him, and an idea came to his mind. Anyway, food and clothing are a problem now, so what's the use of this woman? As long as I can leave here alive, with my power, status, and money, I can have any woman I want in the future. Yang Yaqi was originally just listening behind Zhang Song without saying a word, but what she never expected was that this coward Zhang Song actually wanted to use her as a bargaining chip. Ha, you're still talking nonsense. I told you to keep your food, drinks, and shirt. Get out of here. I didn't tell this woman to get out. However, what Zhang Song did not expect was that the yellow-haired man and the fat pig had already regarded Yang Yaqi as their own. You guys, don't go too far. I'm giving this place to you, but I have to take the food and drinks away. Zhang Song was not stupid. If he handed over the few foods he had and his warm clothes, he would probably either starve to death or freeze to death. What the hell does this have to do with me? Go ask the King of Heaven whether you want to live or die. I'll give you 3 seconds, either you or I will get out of here. But the yellow-haired man, who had now become his enemy, had no intention of backing down at all. An expression of impatience appeared on his face. He pulled out a sharpened branch from behind and threatened. Okay, don't be impulsive, I'm leaving. Seeing the other party show his weapon, Zhang Song obediently raised his hands and began to search his pockets. Hey, little girl, from now on you will just follow. Seeing that they had successfully dealt with Zhang Song, the two Huang Mao men turned their attention to Yang Yaqi. They actually fell in love with Yang Yaqi when Zhang Song brought her out for the first time, but because they needed something from Zhang Song at the time, they were very tactful and did not put much thought into Yang Yaqi for the sake of money. However, the situation has changed. Since Zhang Song is no longer valuable, the woman belongs to them. But when Huang Mao's attention turned to Yang Yaqi, Zhang Song, who seemed to be obediently taking out his pocket and preparing to hand over the food, suddenly attacked. Go to hell. Zhang Song grabbed the branch in the yellow-haired man's hand and stabbed it straight into the man's heart. Huang Mao never expected that this Song de Shao, who had always looked good but was useless, would be so bold and impossible to guard against. Fortunately, the yellow-haired man was quite strong. Although Zhang Song had no way to avoid the attack, he was still able to dodge it slightly. The branch went straight into the yellow-haired man's left shoulder, so he managed to avoid the fatal blow by luck. Fuck you, you're looking for death. Huang Mao was also angry this time, and together with the fat pig beside him who could only use one hand to exert force, he began to counterattack Zhang Song. The three of them fought back and forth, and the fight was fierce. Seeing this, Yang Yaqi quickly ran away. She knew very well that no matter whether Zhang Song or Huang Mao and Fatty won in the end, it would be a loss for her. There was no point in her staying here at the moment. Rather than becoming a pawn of these men here, it is better to escape, even if it means facing an endless night. Zhang Tsong, you want to die? Brother will grant your wish. Just as Yang Yaki was running frantically in the jungle on a rainy night, Zhang Tsong's hysterical screams came from behind her. Chapter 32 Sets of footprints were discovered. The next day, Lu Xian and Shen Qian got up early, especially Shen Qian. She learned that they would continue to move eastward along the beach today to look for Lung Mengyao. The sky was still dim, so she got up and prepared. This time, Lu Xian chose to travel by water and advance along the coastline. The main reason was that it was more labor-saving and more convenient to transport supplies. If he took the land route, if he really made a discovery, he would not be able to transport the supplies back in the first place. After a simple breakfast, the two of them took 4 or 5 bottles of boiled and cooled drinking water, 2 freshwater fish that had just been caught and grilled from the lake, some simple tools and ropes, and got on the lifeboat. Before going out, Lu Xian built some cover in front of the cave to make his residence as secretive as possible. When everything was ready, the two of them paddled their bamboo oars eastward, facing the rising sun. Half an hour later, the beach on the right gradually disappeared, and what greeted them was a coastline composed of various, uneven gravel. Lu Xian sat in the front of the boat, keeping the boat as close to the shore as possible, while also paying attention to whether there were any reefs. Half an hour later, Lu Xian saw the beach in front of him again, and this time the beach was even more magnificent than the one in front of his house. When the boat arrived at the beach and saw the beautiful scenery, both of them couldn't help but sigh inwardly that this place was so beautiful. The golden sunlight is like a fine net, falling on the beach, coating every grain of sand with a layer of dazzling light, as if it is the most generous gift from nature. The beach stretches out like an endless golden ribbon, gently spread between the azure sea and the lush jungle, shimmering with an alluring luster. Rows of lush green palm trees stand tall, their broad leaves swaying gently in the breeze, making a rustling sound, as if whispering a welcome to travelers from afar. The two of them chose to stop the boat and go to the island at the same time. If he hadn't already found a place to live, Lu Xian would have thought of moving here. It's so beautiful. The sand is so white and fine. Shen Qian just jumped off the boat and ran on the beach like a child. Lu Xian, however, had his eye on the coconut trees hidden behind the palm trees. There were at least 30 or 40 coconut trees here. Climbing such a high tree to pick coconuts without any tools was out of his reach. However, when he had some free time, Lu Xian was considering chopping one down and taking it away. Lu Xian, there's a bag. It's a woman's makeup bag. Lu Xian was considering how to pack up the coconuts from the coconut tree when Shen Qian, who was running in front, suddenly shouted. Lu Xian quickly ran over in 2 steps. There was indeed a small pink handbag floating on the sea nearby. At first glance, it looked just as Shen Qian said. It must be a woman's bag. What color is Lung Mingyao's bag? Did you take it off the boat? She had 2 bags, and one of them was a pink makeup bag, but it was too far away to tell if it was hers. Just wait, I'll get it, and everything will be clear. Without saying a word, Lu Xian took off his shirt and jumped into the sea. Be careful. Shen Qian stood on tiptoe on the beach, fearing that her man would be swept away by the sea. Fortunately, the bag was not far from the coastline, and Lu Xian got it in less than 10 minutes of swimming. Back on the shore, Shen Qian shouted from a distance. Yes, it's Meng Yao's bag. I'm sure it's last year's limited edition LV. She brought it back from the UK and spent 6,000 pounds on it. Wow, such a small bag, 6,000, and that's in pounds. Lung Mengyao is really willing to spend money on himself. But no matter how expensive this bag is, even if it is sky-high, it has no appeal to Lu Xian. The only function of this thing is to prove that there is a certain possibility that Lung Mengyao is near the sea area, nothing more. Yes, this is 100 Lung Menyao's. This lipstick is the one I gave her on her birthday. It's Hermes. I spent over 1,000 on it. Seeing Shen Qian take out a thumb-sized lipstick from her wet makeup bag and mutter the price, Lu Xian was speechless again. Such a small thing cost more than 1,000 yuan. In the eyes of a poor man like Lu Xian, there was only one thing left to say. These women are such spendthrifts. We'll search the area further, paying particular attention to any signs of human activity, such as footprints, disturbed bushes, extinguished fires, or other items left on the beach. With just this bag and a lipstick, they were unable to locate Lung Mengyao, so they had no choice but to continue searching eastward along the coastline. After walking another 200 meters, the two men made another discovery: a life jacket and a life buoy stranded on the beach. There is no way to check whether these two things are used by Lung Mengyao, but for Lu Xian, they are quite practical supplies. After all, the probability of the two of them going out by sea is very high. It is better to be safe than sorry, so it is quite useful to prepare some safety supplies. Lu Xian, there are footprints here, and they seem to be heading that way. Shen Qian was still very observant and soon made another discovery. There was a faint two series of footprints on the beach, extending along the coastline all the way towards the jungle. Lu Xian squatted down and measured it. One of them should be a female footprint, because the size, outline, and depth were all consistent with female feet. Let's walk over there and pay attention to our surroundings. Since they had made a discovery, they must explore the way. However, when two sets of footprints, one large and one small, suddenly appeared, Lu Xian had to be on guard. It has only been a few days since we arrived on the island. Apart from fish, we haven't seen many living animals. However, we have seen quite a few survivors with bad intentions. Therefore, no matter where you are, safety should always be the first priority. As the saying goes, you should always be on guard against others. Lu Xian pulled Shen Qian behind him, then slowed down and headed deeper into the jungle. The low bushes in the jungle showed signs of being destroyed, and human footprints were vaguely visible on the muddy ground. Lu Xian took Shen Qian and continued to go deeper into the jungle. Lu Xian looked around. The vegetation here was lush. Above his head, the branches and leaves of towering trees intertwined to form a huge green sky. The sunlight struggled to penetrate this dense barrier, casting mottled light and shadows, adding a bit of weirdness and depth to this deep forest path. Each tree is like an old man who has experienced many vicissitudes of life. The trunk is thick and the bark is engraved with the marks of time. Occasionally, the sound of unknown birds can be heard among the branches and leaves. The sound is ethereal and distant, adding a sense of loneliness. The further you go in, the more eerie and terrifying it feels. Shen Qian behind him was holding Lu Xian's hand tightly. The girl didn't dare to say a word and just kept looking around. Just when the two of them stopped in front of a thick tree, not knowing which way to go. Suddenly, a sound came from the distance. Chapter 31, Men and Women. Lu Xian only felt a black mass passing over his head. When he raised his head, he saw a huge crow perched on a branch 5 or 6 meters away from him. The shrill cries of "Ga, Ga, Ga" were incessant, like a whispering ghost in the night, penetrating every inch of silence, making this already creepy environment instantly shrouded in a deeper layer of fear. The sound was sharp and long, carrying an indescribable sorrow and despair, as if it came from another world, or perhaps the low murmur of an ancient curse, making one's heart tighten involuntarily and a chill run down one's back. 1, 2, 3. More and more crows came scrambling to fly from afar. Wait a minute. Lu Xian, who was originally walking slowly, sniffed hard and seemed to detect a strange smell in the air. Is this the smell of blood? That's right. Wait, the smell of blood and the crows mean there must be a rotting corpse ahead. Thinking of this, Lu Xian reflexively lowered his head and looked at the footprints on the ground. The most obvious change in the footprints since entering the jungle is that the number of footprints has decreased. Lu Xian squatted down and carefully observed the footprints under his feet. Big footprints, all big footprints. Lu Xian, what's going on? There's a foul smell here. It's so bad. Obviously, Shen Qian behind him also smelled the unpleasant smell. Lu Xian thought for a moment, and the bad feeling in his heart rose silently like a ghost in the dark night, gradually spreading throughout his body, making him shiver involuntarily. You wait here. I'll go ahead and explore the way. Lu Xian stretched out his hand to block Shen Qian's way, then walked forward alone. Shen Qian paused for 3 seconds, looked around, seemed to be afraid of someone, but still followed him in small steps. The deeper they went into the jungle, the stronger the stench became. What surprised Lu Xian even more was that the footprints on the ground became more numerous and disorganized, as if they were going in circles. Going further in, the footprints became fewer again, but this time there was a different kind of mark. The mark of drag. Combining all these signs, Lu Xian had basically made an inference in his mind. Don't come over here. Lu Xian blocked Shen Qian's way again, because Lu Xian knew very well that the scene ahead was definitely not something a woman like Shen Qian, who lived in peacetime, could accept. Shen Qian did not follow Lu Xian's steps this time. Perhaps the stench had become stronger, completely making her lose the desire to move forward. Sure enough, when Lu Xian walked forward another 30 or 40 meters, a scene that could be described as hell on earth came into Lu Xian's sight. In front of us stands a sturdy banyan tree that has weathered the wind and rain, with branches and leaves so lush that they almost block out the sun. Beneath the massive shadow of the banyan tree, a man lay quietly. No, to be more precise, it was a lifeless, almost brutally dismembered corpse. His clothes were tattered, blood-stained, and his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, as if silently recounting the inhuman torture he had endured in life. The severity of the scene far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which mixed with the coolness of the jungle at that moment, creating an indescribable atmosphere of oppression. On the ground, pools of dark red blood looked like blooming poppies, shocking to the eye. All kinds of strange reptiles had already begun their feast. Lu Xian couldn't even tell whether it was a man's or a woman's body until he saw a piece of torn women's underwear. Lu Xian was basically certain that the body was that of a woman. It is not difficult to imagine the pain this woman went through before her death. Even Lu Xian, who thought he had rich life experience, couldn't help but take a deep breath at this moment. Lu Xian, what's going on up ahead? Why is there such a bad smell here? Shen Qian, who was dozens of meters behind Lu Xian, naturally didn't know what Lu Xian saw at the moment. He just saw Lu Xian stop and ask curiously, "Do you know what color pants Lung Mengyao is wearing? Is his underwear blue?" "What? Underwear color? I don't know what color underwear she's wearing, but it seems like she's wearing a long skirt this time, not pants." Obviously, Shen Qian was stunned by Lu Xian's strange question. After hesitating for a moment, he answered Lu Xian, "Long skirt, not pants. Then this body is most likely not Lung Mengyao's." At that moment, it was not that Lu Xian's eyesight was poor, but the tragic state of the corpse lying under the banyan tree in front of him was completely indescribable. It could even be said that apart from being able to tell at a glance that it was a human corpse, he could not tell anything else. Lu Xian combined the clues he had discovered, thought carefully for a moment, and made a rough inference. 2 pairs of footprints prove that there are 2 people. Based on the size of the footprints, it is likely that they are a man and a woman. The purpose of the 2 people entering the jungle is unknown. Combined with various signs that followed, it is not ruled out that the woman was persecuted to death by the man. This was especially likely when Lu Xian saw that the man's clothes were badly damaged. "Lu Xian, what on earth is going on, huh?" While Lu Xian was still pondering, he didn't know that Shen Qian had called out to him many times from behind. Seeing that Lu Xian had no response, he couldn't resist his curiosity and walked carefully along Lu Xian's previous route. But when she saw the bloody scene in front of her, she was so scared that she almost fainted on the spot. "I told you not to come over. Don't worry, this shouldn't belong to Lung Mengyao." Lu Xian grabbed Shen Qian, who was about to fall on his back, and then signaled Shen Qian to return the same way. How could this happen? Back on the beach, Shen Qian started to retch and kept muttering to himself. "Nothing is impossible. This place is far away from people and without the constraints of the law. Anything can happen." Lu Xian has been mentally prepared since he set foot on this strange land. Law is the solid foundation for maintaining social order. If the laws that define the most basic bottom line of human behavior disappear, the darkness and ugliness hidden deep in human nature will be exposed to the world unscrupulously like a wild beast breaking free from its restraints. Could the person who killed the girl be from our company? Or is there someone else here? I'm not sure about that either, but one thing is certain. This murderer is extremely perverted and cruel, so we must be extra careful from now on, especially when traveling far away. I see. Shen Qian stared at Lu Xian blankly, but she felt quite touched in her heart. Compared to that unfortunate woman, she was glad that the first person she met after landing on the island was Lu Xian. "Stop looking at me like an idiot. Let's keep rowing. Where are we going next?" "Lu Xian, do you think Lung Mengyao is still alive?" After experiencing the scene just now, Shen Qian was a little confused. She even began to doubt Lung Mengyao, wondering whether her best friend had met with misfortune. "Look ahead, let's go there first." Lu Xian did not answer her second question because he couldn't answer it, but he stretched out his right hand and pointed into the distance. On the coastline ahead, a dilapidated ship's hull is faintly visible. Chapter 32, Our Yacht. At this time, it was almost noon, the weather was sunny and the visibility was extremely high. After looking to the east, Lu Xian finally saw the ship he had been looking forward to for a long time. With the sweet taste of last time, Lu Xian knew very well how much he could gain if he could find a ship on the coastline. Even if the ship was small, even if the ship had been stranded here for a long time, as long as he boarded the ship, he would definitely be able to find some useful supplies. Wow, there really is a boat. Lu Xian, let's row over and take a look. Let's see if there are any potato chips. When Shen Qian realized what was in front of her, she was extremely excited. She even started dreaming about her potato chip freedom again. As a subordinate, Lu Xian knows very well how much his leader loves potato chips. His leader never lets go of potato chips. 9 out of 10 parcels in the office are potato chips. Even during meetings, there will be a bag of potato chips on the table. It seems that even if she doesn't eat them, just looking at them makes her feel comfortable. Just like this trip, this girl stuffed 7 or 8 bags of cosmetics into her suitcase until she was full of space, and then she gave up. Lu Xian was also helpless when he heard this, and he didn't have the heart to pour cold water on Shen Qian. Looking for potato chips in a stranded ship, isn't that just wishful thinking? Who would go out to sea with potato chips? Besides, the ship might have been stranded there for decades, and even if there were potato chips, they would probably have become potato chip mummies. But when the two rowed the boat closer and saw the true appearance of the ship, Shen Qian cheered excitedly. Chips, chips. Her cry of potato chips was not without reason, because Lu Xian and Shen Qian were almost 100% sure of one thing. The boat pushed ashore by the waves is the yacht he was on. Lu Xian was both surprised and happy at the moment. He had imagined 10,000 possibilities, but he had never thought that he would be able to find the yacht he was on. Lu Xian, this is really our ship. Wait, do you think Lung Mingyao is on it? Hey, it seems unlikely. It can only be said that Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian had a deep friendship, so much so that this woman was always thinking about each other. However, after carefully recalling the scene of herself and Lung Mingyao getting off the yacht and boarding the lifeboat, Shen Qian sighed. Indeed, the possibility of Lung Mingyao returning to the yacht is almost zero. However, with such a large yacht stranded here, would it be possible? Shoo, keep your voice down. Stay in the boat first. I'll go down and explore the way. Lu Xian was a cautious person, and he had witnessed a corpse with his own eyes just 1 or 2 kilometers away from here. If some bad guys also set their sights on this stranded yacht, it would be dangerous. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Be careful. Shen Qian immediately understood Lu Xian's meaning and handed Lu Xian the machete, his self-defense weapon, while she stayed on the lifeboat to keep watch. Lu Xian, holding a machete and a Swiss Army knife, walked slowly to the front of the yacht and took a careful look at it. The yacht was stranded at a very shallow depth, and even under the pounding of the waves, the entire hull was still shaking slightly. Lu Xian surveyed along the hull all the way to the other end. The entire ship was laid horizontally on the coastline from bow to stern. It was more convenient to enter than the broken ship with its bow half buried in the ground and its buttocks touching the sky. Lu Xian waited patiently under the ship for a long time. After making sure there was no sound from the hull, he climbed onto the hull from the iron ladder at the stern. On the deck of the ship, Lu Xian was still very cautious, bending over as he walked along the corridor. It took him a full 20 minutes to confirm again and again that there was no movement inside the yacht before he entered the cabin. Because the yacht first encountered a mechanical failure and then was suddenly hit by a severe storm, the cabin was in a mess at this time, with all kinds of messy items scattered all over the floor. What's worse, even the door of the single room in the cabin had been removed. There was still a lot of accumulated water in the cabin, and Lu Xian could only lift up his trouser legs and wade through the water to explore. This yacht is not very big, but with 3 floors, there are at least a dozen rooms. Lu Xian quickly found the stairs to go up. Although it was slightly damaged, it was basically usable. However, the stairs to go down were completely unusable, because Lu Xian discovered that the lower level was completely submerged by sea water. If he really wanted to go down, he could only rely on his swimming skills. At this moment, the most important thing for Lu Xian was to investigate the available resources in each room as soon as possible, so Lu Xian was not in a hurry to take the risk and go to the bottom floor. After opening several doors in succession, I did find a lot of useful supplies, such as daily necessities such as backpacks, suitcases, umbrellas, thermoses, etc. that I urgently needed, as well as some instant powders and batteries that could still be used after being soaked in water. Of course, what Lu Xian discovered the most were mobile phones, wallets, and various banknotes soaked in seawater, but most of these mobile phones had been soaked in water and were completely unresponsive. Even though there were 1 or 2 phones that were probably super waterproof, their buttons seemed to be responsive, but the screens were shattered due to the impact. Lu Xian tried to call for help, but unfortunately, the phone did not respond at all. Call. This was a tiny hope of rescue, but it was shattered before it even warmed up. Lu Xian didn't have time to be discouraged. He picked up the 2 backpacks he had picked up and threw things into them, throwing everything he could use into the bags. After about 10 minutes, Lu Xian's 2 backpacks were stuffed full. Lu Xian was also afraid that it would take too long for him to board the ship, making Shen Qian, who was still on the lifeboat, wait anxiously. So after filling his 2 backpacks, he put one on his back and one on his back and started to get off the boat. When Lu Xian, who had a great harvest, was about to get off the ship from the stern, he found 2 bodies lying on the stern deck. The bodies had been soaked in seawater. The 2 poor men were lying face down with pale skin. Their only remaining clothes were tattered due to repeated impacts. The blood oozing from the wounds on their bodies had dyed the entire deck blood red. Needless to say, these should be the people who did not get off the boat after him. Lu Xian vaguely remembered that when he jumped into the last lifeboat and sailed away about 10 meters, someone on the deck desperately waved to them for help. However, in that terrifying rainy night with a violent storm, it was difficult to protect oneself, so who had the ability and obligation to save others? Lu Xian sighed lightly and prepared to get off the boat without staying for too long. But at this moment, Lu Xian caught a glimpse of movement in the jungle behind the beach, and then several black figures rushed out. Chapter 33. Escape from the Wolf's Mouth. 1, 2, 3. In a flash, Lu Xian found himself surrounded by dozens of wild wolves. The wild wolves were either standing or lying, each pair of eyes flashing with greed and cunning. Their aggressive breath intertwined in the air, forming a suffocating pressure. At the front of this group of wild wolves stood an unusually large wolf king, its fur glowing with a faint blue light, appearing particularly eye-catching and majestic. Those deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. At this moment, they were grinning and looking at Lu Xian from top to bottom with an almost arrogant attitude, as if they were carefully evaluating the strength of the human man in front of them who had intruded into their territory. Lu Xian had already been mentally prepared for the fact that there were wild wolves on this deserted island, but what he didn't expect was that he would encounter so many of them at once. Had he disturbed the wolves' den? It was not until he turned around again and caught a glimpse of the bloodstains flowing on the deck that Lu Xian realized that this pack of wolves was most likely not coming for him, but were attracted by the smell of blood. Lu Xian, holding a machete, slowly retreated until he could vaguely see Shen Qian on the boat on the deck. At this time, Shen Qian was waving her hands desperately at herself and seemed to be shouting something, but because of the distance, the sound of waves hitting the shore completely covered up Shen Qian's voice. The good news for Lu Xian was that Shen Qian was paddling towards him. It was obvious that she must have noticed the sudden appearance of the wolves on the beach. As Lu Xian gradually retreated, the pack of wild wolves on the beach, led by the leader, slowly moved forward. Lu Xian glanced behind him and saw that the height here was about 4 or 5 meters higher than the sea level. If he jumped down, it would not be a bad idea. At the moment, Lu Xian was just a little reluctant to part with the 2 backpacks filled with things that he had gotten with great difficulty. In order to prevent the wild wolves from suddenly attacking, Lu Xian took out the hemp rope he carried with him and tied both backpacks to the rope. From time to time, he had to use the machete in his hand and his aura to drive away the wolves on the beach. It seemed that the wolves had not yet verified the combat capability of the man on the high ground in front of them, so they just pressed closer to the hull and did not attack immediately. After tying up the 2 backpacks, Lu Xian fastened one end of the hemp rope to the deck and then decisively threw the 2 backpacks into the sea. At this time, Shen Qian was gradually approaching the hull, and Lu Xian also heard the other party's voice. But at this moment, Lu Xian had no time to respond, nor could he respond to Shen Qian. He once again glanced at the sea below the hull. At this moment, the wolves, which had not made much movement, also responded. The leader wolf took the lead and jumped straight onto the front deck. When the leader wolf moved, the wolves behind him also became restless. Lu Xian did not hesitate any longer. Without the restraint of 2 huge packages, Lu Xian grabbed one end of the hemp rope, flipped over directly, and flipped to the outer layer of the boat's side. Then, he used the hemp rope as much as possible to descend quickly. Because he didn't have gloves, Lu Xian's own gravity made his hands hurt. Fortunately, the total height was only about 4 or 5 meters. When the height was only 2 or 3 meters, Lu Xian directly let go of the hemp rope and jumped into the sea. With a splash, Lu Xian fell into the sea. Fortunately, Lu Xian was a good swimmer. After a few tossing and turning, he raised his head out of the sea again. He looked up at the deck of the ship and saw several wolves staring at him with resentment and unwillingness in their eyes. Although they had already found food, it was obvious that the moment they saw Lu Xian, they had new ideas. This delicious food seemed to make them want to eat even more. However, it now seems that this new plan is going to fall through. Lu Xian did not dare to be careless. He knew very well that these wolves could swim, but because this was the ocean and the wolf pack was standing 4 or 5 meters above the sea, these wolves had not moved for a long time. Lu Xian turned around and swam towards his 2 packages that were gradually sinking to the bottom of the water. Fortunately, they were tied with hemp ropes, so even if the packages fell into the water, Lu Xian could pull them up. It was not until he was carrying his 2 large packages and swimming 20 or 30 meters away from the yacht that Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The wild wolves on the deck of the ship did not jump into the sea, but there were still 3 or 5 wolves who seemed reluctant to miss out on such delicious food. They lined up in a row and watched Lu Xian swimming farther and farther away in the sea from afar. Lu Xian, catch it quickly. At this time, Shen Qian, who was rowing alone and sweating profusely, also drove her boat towards Lu Xian. Then, Lu Xian held the 2 packages tightly in his hands and threw them to Shen Qian on the boat one by one. Are you okay? I was so scared. Why are there so many wolves? Shinku recalled the scene when she first saw the wolf pack and couldn't help feeling a little scared. Fortunately, she parked the lifeboat dozens of meters away from the coastline and remained highly vigilant. When she noticed movement in the jungle behind the beach, she couldn't wait to warn Lu Xian on the boat. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and she was not sure whether Lu Xian could hear her, so the girl began to paddle desperately towards the boat. Seeing Lu Xian emerging from the sea safe and sound, Shen Qian finally felt relieved. After climbing onto the lifeboat, Lu Xian could finally have a good rest. Looking at the wolves still on the stern deck casting greedy glances at him, Lu Xian spat fiercely into the sea. The hemp rope hanging on the boat cannot be retrieved for the time being. Anyway, the boat will have to be retrieved sooner or later, so Lu Xian doesn't feel it's a pity. This place is not safe. Let's go back the way we came. Lu Xian, do you think Lung Mingyao will? After experiencing what just happened and remembering the tragic scene he saw in the depths of the jungle, Shen Qian became more and more worried about Lung Mingyao's safety. Don't think too much. This girl is obviously a lucky person. I believe she will be fine. Lu Xian patted Shen Qian's shoulder and tried to comfort her. Lu Xian actually knew very well that the probability of surviving a shipwreck was extremely low. Even for a man like him who was physically strong, good at swimming, and had certain survival abilities, it was still a lot of luck that allowed him to survive until now. As for a weak woman like Lung Mingyao, it's really hard to say. As the sun set, Lu Xian, carrying the supplies he had worked so hard to obtain, took Shen Qian and gradually approached his residence. However, when Lu Xian got off the lifeboat and was about to reach his own fence, Lu Xian suddenly reached out to block Shen Qian's way. Glancing at his bamboo wall and then the beach beneath his feet, Lu Xian was almost certain. Someone has been here. Chapter 34. Well, the disease needs to be treated. Before Lu Xian went out, he made some marks in front of the door to prevent any uninvited guests from coming to his home after he left. Unexpectedly, someone actually had their eyes on this cave. Lu Xian, this is for you. Shen Qian obviously noticed something was wrong. While handing the machete to Lu Xian, she also picked up another newly made long stick. There was still some anger on her face. It can be seen that this girl was very dissatisfied with someone coming to her house uninvited. The 2 men walked quietly to the front of the fence. Lu Xian pointed to the ground, signaling Shen Qian to stay there. He then kicked over the fence door and rushed in with a machete in his hand. Breaking through the fence, Lu Xian rushed straight into the cave without stopping. The second bamboo door of the cave had been opened, and it was obvious that there was someone inside. Lu Xian rushed straight into his base, looked around, and then saw a slender and delicate woman lying on his bedding in his cave, enjoying the grilled fish he had prepared in the morning. Lu Xian, you're back. I knew you lived here. Yang Yaki. This uninvited guest was none other than Lu Xian's fickle and profit-seeking ex-girlfriend. Lu Xian was somewhat surprised that the other party had come uninvited and occupied the magpie's nest, but he was even more annoyed. Looking at the cave that had been cleaned up by Shen Qian, which had become a mess because of this woman's appearance, Lu Xian asked with a stern look on his face, "What are you doing here?" Lu Xian's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. His tone not only expressed dissatisfaction with the other party's unauthorized intrusion, but also implied anger at having his private space invaded. When Yang Yaki saw Lu Xian's expression, she not only looked calm, but also stood up and patted the sleeping bag under her. Your place looks pretty good. Since we're on good terms, I've decided to stay here for now. But the floor of your place is so bumpy. It can't be leveled. It's so uncomfortable to sleep on it tonight. What Lu Xian never expected was that this woman was not only completely unaware of the abruptness of her behavior, but instead sat back on her sleeping bag leisurely, with her legs casually crossed. If anyone didn't know her, they would have thought she was the owner of this place. Haha, completely flat? I wonder if you're missing a bone in your brain. After hearing these crazy words, Lu Xian felt that this woman probably had some problems with her IQ. Why didn't she want to flatten the earth? Yang Yaki remained calm and composed. She deliberately spread her legs and added in a seductive tone, "You're actually a really nice person. I've always admired you. Otherwise, why would I have fallen for a poor boy like you?" The woman raised her eyebrows at Lu Xian as she spoke. This time, it took Yang Yaki a whole night to escape from the jungle. It took her more than an hour to go around the stone wall before she accidentally found the cave where Lucien lived. At first, Yang Yaki was a little worried, fearing that there would be some bad people here with bad intentions towards her, until she saw something in the cave, a pair of shorts that Lucien had changed out of. The reason why she recognized it at a glance was because this pair of shorts was the only gift she had ever bought for Lucien, although it came from Pink Sixie. However, just because of seeing this pair of shorts, Yang Yaki's originally anxious heart was completely put at ease. She even felt that she had been too worried before. The fact that Lucien's clothes were found here indicated that this was Lucien's residence on the island. So what was there to be afraid of? With Lucien here, there was no way there could be any other bad guys here. The most important thing is that Yang Yaki is now more certain that Lucien never let her go from the beginning to the end. Otherwise, how could he be stranded on a deserted island and still wearing the underpants she gave him? Looking at this large cave that sheltered from the wind and rain, as well as the abundant supplies inside the cave, Yang Yaki even thought for a moment that there was nothing wrong with staying on a deserted island. At that time, I just need to be the owner of the island comfortably. With my charm, as long as I wave my hand, Lucien will definitely serve me obediently, and he will have everything he needs to eat, drink, and use. As for me, all I have to do is give Lucien some sweetness. As she thought about this, the melancholy in Yang Yaki's heart disappeared, so that in the end, she simply chewed the grilled fish left by Lucien, drank the sweet mineral water stored in the cave leisurely, and lay on the comfortable sleeping bag with her legs crossed. Anyway, this cave belongs to the man who has always loved me, so it belongs to me. I can do whatever I want with it now. Even when she saw Lucien coming back, she remained calm. In her eyes, she has 10,000 ways to control Lucien. Yang Yaki, it seems you only remember the food and not the beating. Seeing the other party's fearless look, Lucien became more and more annoyed. In Lucien's eyes, entering without permission, stealing his food, and disrupting his residence were already heinous crimes based on these three things. This woman actually had the nerve to point fingers at him. Don't be angry, sister. I know you've never let me go, otherwise you wouldn't. Yang Yaki remained very calm. In front of Lucien, she stretched out her slender right hand and used her index finger to lift up Lucien's underpants that were hanging on the side. Lucien was speechless. Was this woman out of her mind? What she said and did were so crazy. What was she doing with her own pants now? Lucien, this pair of shorts is a testimony to our love. If you're so reluctant to part with it, you must be reluctant to part with me too, right? Seeing that Lucien was still pretending to be calm, Yang Yaki also gave in. It seemed that if she didn't take real action today, she would not be able to deal with this man. In her eyes, Lucien was just holding on. She only needed to increase her strength a little more, and she could take him down immediately. The woman was seen holding up Lucien's pants and walking in a cat-like manner, twisting her body, which she thought was sexy, and slowly walked to Lucien's side. Then she said in a sweet voice, "Actually, it's not completely impossible for us to get back together. As long as you try to beg me, maybe." As he said this, he licked his lips, which he thought were extremely sexy. When Lucien saw her like this, he felt a little nauseous. He was too lazy to watch this woman going crazy in his own house. He held up 3 fingers and said, "First of all, you ate my food and messed up my place, so you have to compensate me. Secondly, I don't remember if you gave me these pants. I only know that I originally wanted to use them as disposable underwear. Third, well, this illness needs to be treated. There's no time to delay." Chapter 35, He is my man. What did you say? Say what you just said again. After hearing Lucien's words, Yang Yaki hesitated for half a minute, then frowned and asked back with a hint of anger. I said, "You are sick and need treatment." Lucien repeated the third point word by word without any hesitation. In her eyes, this woman's brain was probably damaged by being soaked in sea water, or her head hit the sand at the wrong angle when she came ashore, causing her to be suffocated. Otherwise, how could she say such stupid words? Lucien, okay, I'll talk to you nicely. That's all you can say, right? I'm leaving, don't regret it. Yang Yaki pretended to be angry and turned to leave. Wait. Lucien immediately stopped her. What? You know you're wrong? Well, since your grilled fish tastes pretty good, I'll give you another chance today. Say something to make me happy. Maybe when I'm in a good mood, anything is possible. Seeing that Lucien couldn't wait to call her as soon as she turned around, Yang Yaki felt even happier. Haha, he can't hold back anymore. It's a piece of cake for him to control you. Yang Yaki had also made a wishful calculation in her mind. As long as Lucien said something nice today and promised to listen to her in the future, she would generously give him another chance to pursue her. After all, as a professional pond owner, it was necessary to give his fish some food from time to time. Lu Xian looked at her as if she were a fool and became more and more certain in his heart that this woman must have lost her mind. Hey, while I'm not angry, I'm giving you one last chance. If you miss it, you'll never be able to catch up with me in your life. Seeing that Lu Xian was still indifferent, Yang Yaqi became a little anxious. She quickly threw out another sentence and made a gesture to turn around and leave again. Hey, stop. Seeing the other party about to leave, Lu Xian shouted. Haha, okay, then tell me, how are you going to apologize to me? I want to see your sincerity. If your sincerity is good enough, then I won't leave. Yang Yaqi is still self-indulgent. Lu Xian pointed to his own apartment, which had been messed up by Yang Yaqi, and said expressionlessly, You messed up my apartment, ate my food, and you want to just walk away? What did you say? Lu Xian, don't be so shameless. I've given you enough face, and you're still taking advantage of me? Oh, I understand. Yang Yaqi was instantly furious, but after a moment of thought, she seemed to understand immediately. This man was just finding ways to keep her. You stinky man, you want to play hard to get. I've seen countless men, and this is it? Haha. Lu Xian, you want to use this method to keep me here? I'm telling you, it's too late. I'm very angry now. Come over here and give me a foot massage first. Yang Yaqi, who thought she had Lu Xian completely under her control, proudly found a raised place to sit down, raised one of her feet, and waved at Lu Xian with disdain. Lu Xian couldn't bear to watch this any longer. He thought the woman in front of him must be terminally ill. He raised his foot and kicked her down from her perch. He also said in a warning tone, If you have any illness, go back and treat it yourself. Don't be a jerk in front of me. And this matter is not over yet. This made his house a mess, and it was impossible for him to just walk away. Lu Xian, are you deliberately trying to piss me off? I know. You definitely still have me in your heart, right? Seeing that Lu Xian looked unwilling to eat, Yang Yaqi felt a little guilty and switched to another tragic tactic. Lu Xian, I came to you this time specifically because I know you still have me in your heart. Do you know how happy I was when I saw that you survived? Lu Xian, let's get back together, okay? I'll listen to you this time. When Yang Yaqi's plan fails, she comes up with another one. She doesn't believe that there will be any man who won't be moved by her beauty and tenderness. Get back together? Haha, who gave you the courage to say that? Fish Liang. Lu Xian frowned and glanced at Yang Yaqi. If this woman wasn't so unkempt and he wasn't afraid of getting his hands dirty, he would have thrown her out. She looked disheveled and must have been caught in the rain all night. Now she was coming here to disgust him. Besides, Lu Xian is not stupid. It is obvious that this woman can no longer survive with Zhang Tsong and has come to him for warmth. What does she think of him? A recycling bin? Lu Xian, I know you still love me, and I actually love you too. Let's get married when we get back, okay? I promise. I'll listen to you after we get married. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that this woman seemed to be deaf. Not only did she not stop talking, but she became more and more excited, and she was about to hug Lu Xian and kiss him. Yang Yaqi, what are you talking about? Didn't you break up with Lu Xian a long time ago and get together with that Zhang Tsong? Shen Qian, who had been standing at the door waiting for news from Lu Xian, stood outside the fence for a long time, but did not see Lu Xian. She was a little worried about Lu Xian's safety, so she ran in with a long stick. As soon as she entered the cave, she heard Yang Yaqi, who came out of nowhere, even say marriage in front of her man. What a joke. Lu Xian is her man now, and this woman actually came to rob him so blatantly, and it was a burglary. This is simply intolerable. Shen Qian was not a weak woman to begin with, and her desire to protect her husband rose instantly. She took 2 quick steps and stood in front of her husband. Shen Qian, I've actually seen that you have bad intentions towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian is my man. Everyone in the company knows it. Why are you trying to snatch him from me? What Lu Xian and Shen Qian didn't expect was that Yang Yaqi not only didn't show the slightest bit of shyness on her face, on the contrary, she accused Shen Qian of stealing someone else's love in front of Lu Xian. After hearing Yang Yaqi's unreasonable words, Lu Xian was a little confused. How shameless must this woman be to say such a thing? Before Lu Xian could say anything, Shen Qian in front of him was not polite at all. She turned around in front of Yang Yaqi, put her arm around Lu Xian, and retorted, I do have bad intentions. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm already Lu Xian's. When Shen Qian said this, there was no shyness on her face, but instead a hint of pride. You are shameless. You are a shameless woman. You stole someone else's husband. When Yang Yaqi saw that Shen Qian not only admitted it, but also hugged Lu Xian in front of her, she became anxious and even called him husband. Hubby, this woman is so annoying. As a result, Shen Qian didn't blush or feel nervous, and simply called Lu Xian husband. While calling him husband softly, She kept rubbing her chest against Lu Xian. Let him go, he's my man. Yang Yaqi also became anxious and reached out to push Shen Qian away. Shen Qian took the lead and pushed Yang Yaqi away. Looking at the postures of these two women, are they going to fight right in front of me? Chapter 36, I'm definitely better than her. You shameless bitch. Lu Xian originally thought that these were just two women bickering, but he didn't expect that Yang Yaqi couldn't win the argument and wanted to start fighting. The woman raised her right hand in front of Lu Xian and was about to slap Shen Qian in the face. Fuck you, are you done yet? If anyone dared to mess with his woman, Lu Xian would kick them without any hesitation. Lu Xian, you actually hit me? I am your girlfriend. Yang Yaqi, who was kicked several meters away by Lu Xian with such force, struggled to sit up from the chaos, instinctively protecting the painful part with her hands. Her eyes, which usually sparkled with a smart light, were now filled with shock and unbelievable grievance. Sometimes Lu Xian really admires this woman. She is so good at acting that she even fooled herself. Mr. Yang, we have no other relationship now except being colleagues. Shen Qian is my woman. If you touch her, you are provoking me, Lu Xian. Also, you came in without permission today. We have to settle this account. From the time he entered the cave until now, it has been 10 minutes since this woman went crazy, and Lu Xian has reached the point where he can no longer tolerate it. Lu Xian, no, it's not possible. You were the one who proposed breaking up, and I didn't agree directly. So, we are still boyfriend and girlfriend now. Don't worry, what she can give you, I can give you too. Yang Yaqi still did not give up, and even came up with an even more ridiculous excuse. Hee. Lu Xian sneered. The woman in front of him probably didn't know how to write the word face. In fact, when getting along with Yang Yaqi, Lu Xian realized that this woman seemed to have some problems. She would take a taxi whenever she went out and would not walk even half a step. When he took her to a restaurant, she would not even step into this ordinary small restaurant. When she saw a luxury car, her eyes would light up and she would be unable to walk. Lu Xian didn't care much about it at the time. After all, everyone has some vanity. But the more time passed, Lu Xian felt that this woman was becoming more and more abnormal. She was not only flirting with the luxury car, but also with the man in the luxury car. Moreover, he is becoming more and more picky about himself, comparing his appearance with Daniel Wu, his physique with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and his wealth with the Saudi prince. My goodness, he wants to make himself as handsome as Pan In, as pretty as Song Yu, as talented as Zijian, and as rich as Shirchong. So, 2 or 3 weeks ago, Lu Xian initiated the breakup, and the two of them parted ways peacefully. But she ended up moving on seamlessly. That same day after get off work, she hooked up with Zhang Tsong, the rich second-generation man, and went karaoke all night. If all women looked for men at this pace, would we still worry about a sharp decline in the population? Lu Xian, nothing happened between Zhang Tsong and me. You misunderstood. I swear, you are the only one in my heart. You must have me in your heart too. You must be mad at me. Look, what is this? This is the testimony of our love. Yang Yaqi was still unwilling to give up, and actually grabbed the pair of shorts that Lu Xian was hanging. Lu Xian was really impressed. He had long forgotten where these shorts came from. The reason he wore them when traveling was simply because he saw that the shorts were not made of good fabric. He planned to use them as disposable underwear and throw them away after wearing them. Who would have thought that he would encounter a shipwreck and end up wearing them on a deserted island? It had nothing to do with this woman and this crappy love. However, Lu Xian was too lazy to explain more to this woman. This guy surnamed Yang ate his own food, drank his own mineral water, and messed up his own residence. The most hateful thing is that he even wanted to bully his own woman. This is unbearable. I don't have time to care about the trivial matters between you and that Zhang guy. You must make compensation now. Compensation? Okay, no problem. Lu Xian, don't worry, I'm definitely better than this Shen guy. Before Lu Xian could finish his words, Yang Yaqi interrupted him. As Lu Xian and Shen Qian stared in astonishment, she crawled over from 3 or 4 meters away, occasionally sticking out her tongue at him. Like a well-trained pug, eagerly displaying its loyalty and cheerfulness to its master. Just when Lu Xian wondered what was wrong with this woman, Yang Yaqi did something even crazier. This woman actually knelt on her knees and reached out to grab Lu Xian's collar. What are you doing? Shen Qian shouted loudly and instinctively reached out to stop Yang Yaqi's next move. Yang Yaqi, however, gave Shen Qian a provocative look and said proudly, "Have you ever done this to Lu Xian? Do you dare?" After saying that, she put on an affectionate look again and looked at Lu Xian tenderly. "Dear, I am definitely better than this Shen guy. I can do anything." As she spoke, she began to pounce on Lu Xian impatiently. Roll, roll, roll. When Lu Xian heard this, he felt more and more disgusted, and kicked the other person away in disgust. This woman really used all the tricks to please him. As a young and energetic man who has watched countless love action movies, how could Lu Xian not know what this woman wanted to do next? However, if Shen Qian were to do this, I would definitely greet her with a smile, cooperate well, and enjoy it to the fullest. But when it came to this woman, Lu Xian's face was filled with only disgust. Seeing Yang Yaqi crawling on the ground and taking action directly, it is obvious that she is an experienced veteran. Now that he has a perfect woman like Shen Qian, he hasn't made any progress in other aspects, but his mental obsession with cleanliness has improved a lot. He really looks down on women like Yang Yaqi who are so casual and even feels disgusted. For a woman like this, there is a place that is quite suitable for her. After Yang Yaqi's suggestion, Lu Xian suddenly had an idea in his mind. Don't you think it's dirty? Lu Xian asked calmly. How could I find it dirty? Really? Lu Xian, as long as you're happy, I can do anything you ask me to do. I swear, from today on, I'll listen to you. When Yang Yaqi heard Lu Xian's words, she seemed to feel that things had taken a turn for the better. At this moment, as long as Lu Xian took me in, I would not be afraid of having nothing to eat or drink or having no place to live. So as long as Lu Xian agrees, Yang Yaqi is willing to sacrifice herself. Oh, that's great. How about this? Lu Xian pointed towards the jungle at the door. Shen Qian looked confused, not knowing what Lu Xian was going to do, but Yang Yaqi nodded repeatedly, as if she understood everything immediately. But after hearing Lu Xian's next words, the woman was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 37:2 Identical Mobile Phones. There's a manure pit outside, go clean it up. Clean the cesspool. Hearing these 4 words, Yang Yaqi froze. Yang Yaqi's positioning of herself is that even if she cannot be compared with Lung Mingyao, and is not a super white, rich, and beautiful woman, she is at least a socialite, and at the very least a great beauty. Lu Xian actually asked him to clean the cesspool. Lu Xian, what did you say? Obviously, Yang Yaqi thought she must have heard it wrong. I told you to clean the pit. Lu Xian answered with a firm tone. You. When Yang Yaqi was sure that she had not heard wrong, she was so angry that she couldn't even speak clearly. Hey, didn't you say you're okay with doing anything if you don't mind the dirt? Cut the crap. I'll give you half an hour to clean it up. If I smell or see even the slightest trace of it, you know the consequences. If Yang Yaqi hadn't shown her excellent character of not being bothered by dirt, Lu Xian really wouldn't have thought that this was a job that was so suitable for her. After all, for the pampered Yang Yaqi, if she was asked to do physical work like chopping bamboo, she would probably have to clean up the mess afterwards, so she might as well let her go. She was magnanimous and gave her some easy and interesting work. Lu Xian grabbed Yang Yaqi, who was in a dazed state, and carried her directly to a temporary cesspool dozens of meters to the right outside the cave. Lu Xian has been busy making bamboo doors and fences these days and has not had time to rebuild a toilet, so this hidden place outside the cave has become a temporary cesspool. He was originally thinking of spending some time to deal with it, but he didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to volunteer and said that they don't mind the dirt or the tiredness and are willing to do anything. In this case, Lu Xian generously gave this sacred mission to the other party. Yang Yaqi was so upset that she wanted to cry but had no tears. She had never done this kind of work before. At this moment, she was completely under pressure from Lu Xian and had to hold her breath to do this very interesting job. Lu Xian also couldn't stand the smell here, so he directed the other party to work from a distance. After doing it for about 20 minutes, Yang Yaqi couldn't bear it anymore and began to beg Lu Xian to let her go. This woman no longer had the idea of easily taking down Lu Xian that she had when she came here, and she no longer dared to dream of lying down every day and becoming the island master. I let you go, and now you're full and ready to run away? Do you think I, Lu Xian, am doing charity? If you want me to let you go, then either continue cleaning the toilet or provide me with something useful. If that doesn't work, then any useful information will be fine. I won't argue. Lu Xian acted very generous. She was sure that she couldn't get any money out of Yang Yaqi, so she had no choice but to continue doing the job of sweeping the toilet. I have useful information. Yang Yaqi thought for a moment, and suddenly began to nod frantically like a chick pecking at rice. You have? Useful information. Lu Xian was stunned. To be honest, what he said just now was just nonsense to cause trouble for Yang Yaqi. Look at this woman now. She's broke. What else does she have besides her body? The key is that he already has Shen Qian, and he doesn't even look down on Yang Yaqi. As for asking this woman to provide useful information, Lu Xian didn't expect it, so he just added casually. After all, they were on a deserted island. For a woman like her who was usually pampered, she couldn't provide any practical survival tips, let alone teach her any methods of survival in the wild. What useful information could this woman say? I really have the information you need. A cell phone. That black one. Yang Yaqi pointed at Lu Xian's trouser pocket with a serious look on her face. Cell phone. Lu Xian hesitated for a second, thinking of the strange mobile phone that he had no clue about. Could this be the phone setting this woman was referring to? Didn't you want to know about that phone last time? I saw someone using that phone. I remember it very clearly. It was also pitch black with a gold stripe on it. As expected, Yang Yaqi was referring to the mobile phone that Lu Xian showed to Zhang Tsong last time. Hearing this, Lu Xian took out his mobile phone again and checked carefully. There was indeed an inconspicuous golden stripe on the top edge of the phone. However, if Lu Xian had not looked carefully, he would not have noticed it. Are you serious? I'm warning you. If you try to trick me with this, it won't be as simple as cleaning a toilet. Lu Xian was obviously still skeptical and warned Yang Yaqi in an almost threatening tone. I swear, if I tell a lie, I'll be struck by lightning. On my first day aboard, it was almost dusk, and my makeup was smudged, so I was leaning against the cockpit at the end of the corridor to touch it up. I happened to see a woman in a sailor's uniform fiddling with a cell phone in the cockpit. I thought it looked quite novel, so I took a second look. Yang Yaqi was afraid that Lu Xian would not believe her, so she raised her right hand and swore to the sky while describing the scene she saw in as much detail as possible. A woman in a sailor's uniform. Lu Xian thought about it carefully and looked Yang Yaqi up and down. It seemed that this woman did not seem to be lying. But was the phone in the hands of the woman in the sailor's uniform his own? Or was there more than one person on the ship who had such a phone? But if more than one person really has this phone, that would be even more strange. This phone doesn't look like a bestseller at all. Why are there two of them on a yacht with no more than 100 people, including the crew? At that moment, Lu Xian did not expect that this matter, which had been completely confusing, would have a clue. Although the information provided by Yang Yaqi alone did not have any real effect, it seemed that because of Yang Yaqi's information, the already confusing matter became even more complicated. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this matter could not be explained. After thinking about it, there was only one way. Lu Xian felt that he should go to the yacht again. Maybe he could find some clues. I can go now. Yang Yaqi was very afraid of Lu Xian now. Seeing Lu Xian still in deep thought, she took a trembling step back, then took a step forward and tried to escape from this place with a strong smell. It was a pity that she had just taken the first step when she tripped over the pit she had made. Now she looked very smelly. The only good thing about this was that Lu Xian was unable to stop her thoughts at all. After all, Yang Yaqi was too interesting at the moment. Lu Xian pinched his nose and looked at the woman with disgust as she crawled away from his sight. Lu Xian, what's wrong with you? Where is she? Shen Qian saw that Lu Xian had not entered the cave, so he came out to look for Lu Xian, but found that Lu Xian was standing alone not far from the cesspool, touching his stubble. After a moment, Lu Xian seemed to have finished thinking, then turned to look at Shen Qian and spoke in a firm tone. I'm going on a yacht again tomorrow. Chapter 38, she can do it. I want to do it too. Tomorrow? Going to the yacht again. Lu Xian, isn't that unsafe there? Shen Qian never expected that Lu Xian would have such an idea. After all, the two of them had just returned from that place today and were almost surrounded by a pack of wolves. Thinking of those pairs of wild wolves with terrifying dark blue eyes, Shen Qian felt the hairs on her body stand on end. Yang Yaqi said she saw that phone. I want to go back to the ship to investigate. I have to go back sooner or later anyway. After all, I only took a quick look today. By the way, do you remember any women on the crew? A woman? I haven't had much contact with the crew. I guess only Meng Yao knows this. She asked someone to contact this yacht. Shen Qian shook her head woodenly. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. Let's put it aside for now. We still have time. Let's improve the fence. This fence isn't hidden enough. The gaps are too large, and the latches are too easy to open. They all need to be updated. Lu Xian himself didn't understand the cell phone issue, so he didn't want Shen Qian to worry about it. On the contrary, Yang Yaqi's commotion served as a reminder to Lu Xian. The fence and bamboo gate that he was proud of did not play the role he had imagined. If even a weak woman like Yang Yaqi could not be kept out of the gate, then his defense project would become a face-saving project with no practical effect. Lu Xian had already decided to continue his journey to the yacht tomorrow, so he had to hurry up and rebuild his cave defenses today, just in case someone occupied his home again once he left the house. Fortunately, the one who came today was Yang Yaqi, who had almost no combat power. If some bad guys came, or if the place was occupied by some jackals, tigers, or leopards, the consequences can be imagined. The two of them were busy cutting bamboo and tying fences until it was completely dark. The Fence 2.0 project was beginning to take shape. Lu Xian not only increased the density of the fence, but also adjusted the position of the latch of the bamboo door to make it more concealed. Of course, this kind of fence wasn't the final version of Lu Xian's vision. What Lu Xian needed was an ultimate defense project that could protect against both wild animals and malicious humans. However, Lu Xian also knew that Rome was not built in a day, and one cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry. The final version of the defense project has to be slowly polished out day by day. At present, it is considered very good if it is 60 to 70% complete. What a mess this woman is. She made such a mess at home. She's clinging to Zhang Tsung's thighs, and now she's coming to you for what? Before dark, Shen Qian finally cleaned up the cave that was messed up by Yang Yaqi. Obviously, Shen Qian still had some complaints about Yang Yaqi entering without permission and trespassing into a private house. Of course, I think Zhang Tsung is in trouble. Otherwise, this woman wouldn't go so far as to seek help. I know Yang Yaqi very well. She'll go wherever there's profit and will never put herself in a difficult position. Lu Xian looked down on Yang Yaqi from the bottom of his heart, a woman who was fickle and only cared about pursuing immediate interests. You know it very well. How well do you know it? Lu Xian's words didn't mean anything, but when Shen Qian heard them, she took them to heart. Shen Qian pouted and hummed. I don't understand, not at all. I just want to get to know my dear wife better. Lu Xian was not stupid either. He immediately understood the implicit meaning of Shen Qian's words. While saying flattering words, he hugged Shen Qian with a sly smile on his face. When Shen Qian heard Lu Xian call her wife, her cheeks turned red instantly. Although she and Lu Xian were already husband and wife, being directly called wife made her, a novice woman, feel extremely shy. She had forgotten that when she and Yang Yaqi were in the two women fighting for a husband scene, she had always called Lu Xian husband. Hate it. Stop yelling. Who is your wife? Oh, and remember to throw away these disposable pants of yours. They're so ugly. Shen Qian struggled for a few times in Lu Xian's arms, as if to refuse but also to welcome, and then pointed at the panties that Yang Yaqi regarded as a token of love. Ha ha ha, my wife is jealous. How about from now on, I will only wear the pants you buy me. It was also the first time that Lu Xian saw Shen Qian's feminine side, and he even felt jealous. Lu Xian was very tactful and threw the torn shorts into the fire, then continued to hold Shen Qian with one hand and gently rubbed Shen Qian's lower abdomen with the other hand. Shen Qian shyly turned around and asked Lu Xian a question. Let me ask you, what did Yang Yaqi mean by crawling over here just now? And what does it mean when she sticks out her tongue at you and touches your pants? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Shen Qian's question, Lu Xian couldn't help but cough dryly to hide his embarrassment. If Lu Xian had not witnessed the process of Shen Qian's transformation from a girl to a woman with his own eyes, Lu Xian would have thought that Shen Qian was pretending to be innocent. How could this woman not know such a simple action? Lu Xian took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that God is fair. He gave Shen Qian a beautiful face, a devilishly good figure, and a career ambition that surpasses that of men, but he forgot about the professor's affairs with women. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Stop staring at me. Tell me what that woman is doing. She looks very pleased with herself. What's so great about it? Shen Qian is a strong woman, and she is not bragging. No one has ever dared to challenge her in her career. She didn't expect that she would be provoked by Yang Yaqi today. And when she thought about the look in Yang Yaqi's eyes when she looked at her, it was clearly full of contempt. Don't bother with her. Lu Xian thought about it, but still didn't know how to start. Although he really hoped that Shen Qian could achieve something in this area, he had to take his time. No, I will lose to her. I have to learn everything she can do. Unexpectedly, the more unclear Lu Xian was, the more excited Shen Qian became. She even started crawling on the ground like Yang Yaqi. That posture was full of charm and temptation unique to women. Then, you teach me, and I'll try. Shen Qian's voice was delicate, and her eyes were shining with eagerness. She lay on all fours on the ground, but her eyes were fixed on Lu Xian. Looking at Shen Qian lying on the ground, looking at him lovingly. The hot-blooded Lu Xian couldn't resist the temptation, so he took out his props and started teaching one-on-one on the spot. Chapter 39 Pain that occurs every month. The next day, Lu Xian stretched and had a sound sleep. For men, the most comfortable sleep is to have sex with a beautiful woman the night before and dream of hugging her the night after. Lu Xian originally thought that Shen Qian, who always got up earlier than him, must have gotten up, but he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Shen Qian was curled up in the sleeping bag with sweat on her forehead. Are you feeling unwell? Seeing the other person like this, Lu Xian was very worried. Now she and Shen Qian can be said to be in the same boat and sleep in the same bed. Although, in life, The help Lu Xian gave to Shinqian was far greater than what she gave to him. But if he really stayed alone, Lu Xian felt that even if he had enough food and drink now, he would not be living a better life than now. After all, people are social animals who need mutual support, especially the opposite sex. Lu Xian even felt a little guilty at the moment, wondering if he had been too eager for quick success last night and had developed several new projects at once, exhausting Shinqian, who had just become a woman. It's okay. I get this way every month. Shinqian in the sleeping bag shook her head with great effort, but beads of sweat continued to flow down her forehead. She rubbed her lower abdomen with both hands from time to time. When Lu Xian saw the other person like this, even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen a pig run away. He guessed that this girl was suffering from menstrual pain. Do you have any medicine with you? When Lu Xian asked this question, he also slapped his head. At that time, they had to get off the boat in an emergency to escape. Who would have time to bring a medicine box? He was not asking too much. Yes, I didn't bring it when I got off the boat. As expected, Shinqian didn't have any medicine with her, but after hearing Shinqian's last half sentence, Lu Xian suddenly felt a little hope. So there might be one on the ship? Which room are you staying in? I'll help you look for it. Lu Xian had been planning to board the yacht again today to look for clues. In fact, putting aside the mobile phone information given by Yang Yaki, Lu Xian also thought about choosing an opportunity to board the ship again. To be honest, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of that group of damn wild wolves, forcing him to retreat temporarily, Lu Xian felt that he might be able to find more useful resources on the ship. At this moment, the medicine that could relieve Shinqian's pain was also on the yacht, which made Lu Xian more determined to board the boat again. However, looking at Shinqian's condition, it would be difficult for her to go out with him. My room is at the bow on the bottom floor, room number 102. I'll go with you. When Shinqian heard that Lu Xian was going out, she endured the pain and struggled to get out of the sleeping bag to go with Lu Xian. You stay at home. I'll go alone this time. Lu Xian naturally would not agree. Shinqian's face was pale with pain, and she didn't even have the strength to stand up, let alone take a boat out. Lu Xian refused immediately. No, it's too dangerous there. I'm worried about you going alone. Shinqian frowned and looked up at Lu Xian, shaking her head with difficulty. Don't worry, I'm in good health, so don't worry about me. Just stay home today. I'll take care of the medicine. Lu Xian was a man who did things without hesitation. He did what he thought of. He immediately crawled out of his sleeping bag, prepared some food for Shinqian, boiled a pot of water in a pot, and only after settling his woman down did he prepare to go out. Shinqian also watched Lu Xian leave the door with reluctance, and only returned to the cave after Lu Xian rode the lifeboat alone and disappeared from her sight. With the experience from last time, even though he was going out alone this time, Lu Xian's rowing efficiency was not much lower than yesterday. The journey was smooth, and soon Lu Xian saw the stranded lifeboat. In order to ensure safety, Lu Xian chose to row away from the coastline. After all, Lu Xian was also worried that the group of wild wolves would come again. After rowing the boat under the hull, Lu Xian simply changed his strategy and found the rope he had tied to the side of the boat. He fumbled in the sea water and found the other end of the rope. He tied it to his boat, and then, relying on his strong body, Lu Xian did not board the boat from the front of the beach, but simply climbed up along the rope. Climbing up to a height of 4 or 5 meters by pulling a hemp rope is a very challenging action for most ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that only 1 man out of 10 men can complete it. As for women, it is even more difficult to say that it is only 1 in 100. However, for Lu Xian, a martial artist, climbing to this height was a piece of cake. Lu Xian took a flashlight, a Swiss Army knife, and carried the small machete on his back. Without any effort, he quickly climbed up the hemp rope and reached the rear deck of the yacht again. The first thing that caught the eye was the tragic scene on the deck. The 2 corpses that had been soaked in sea water were now completely unrecognizable. One of them even had its bones exposed. The scene was disgusting. Even a man like Lu Xian, who thought he had seen the world, felt sick to his stomach when he saw this scene. Twisting his nose and deliberately avoiding sight, Lu Xian entered the corridor of the ship again. Call. After walking for dozens of meters, until he could no longer smell the disgusting stench, Lu Xian was able to breathe deeply. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps only those who have smelled this smell can truly understand how refreshing it is to be able to breathe freely. After adjusting his breathing, Lu Xian pulled out the small machete on his back. Lu Xian always remained highly alert to the stranded yacht. From the outside, even though the yacht is now stranded and the interior is messy, it still cannot conceal its luxury and elegance. The streamlined hull design, paired with exquisite decoration, every detail shows the yacht owner's extraordinary taste and strong financial resources. However, facing such a luxurious yacht, Lu Xian felt an inexplicable chill in his heart, as if some hidden power was stirring beneath this gorgeous appearance, making him feel vaguely uneasy. In order to be on the safe side, Lu Xian, like he did before, first surveyed the external walkway around the side of the ship. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he prepared to enter the cabin. But when Lu Xian walked around to the stairs leading to the first floor, he made a new discovery. The staircase, which was originally filled with seawater and could not even be identified as a descending staircase without careful observation, has now receded by 2/3. Looking down the stairs, although it was dark, it was possible to pass through. Remembering the room number Shen Qian had told him, Lu Xian turned on the flashlight he had confiscated from the yellow-haired man and began to explore the lower floors step by step. Chapter 40. When Lu Xian went down to the bottom step by step, although the water level was indeed much lower than last time, it still reached Lu Xian's thighs. No one wants to stay in this damp, cold, and sunless environment any longer. Based on the information he got from Shen Qian, Lu Xian chose to go directly to the bow of the ship to find room 102. Lu Xian's current goal is quite clear, which is to find Shen Qian's medicine first. As for other supplies, he will not force it. Holding a flashlight, Lu Xian struggled to hold on to the mottled wall and went down to the bottom step by step. Although the water level was indeed much lower than last time, it still reached Lu Xian's thighs. No one wants to stay in this damp, cold, and sunless environment any longer. Based on the information he got from Shen Qian, Lu Xian chose to go directly to the bow of the ship to find room 102. Lu Xian's current goal is quite clear, which is to find Shen Qian's medicine first. As for other supplies, he will not force it. Holding a flashlight, Lu Xian struggled to hold on to the mottled wall and waded forward. The air in the cabin was filled with a damp and moldy smell mixed with the unique smell of corroded metal. Lu Xian also had to pay attention to whether there was any debris under his feet to avoid being tripped. Every step he took seemed to be fighting against the invisible gravity. The accumulated water under his feet rippled in circles due to his movement, making a dull sound, which was particularly harsh in this silent environment. It took Lu Xian nearly 10 minutes to cover a distance of less than 20 meters. Fortunately, he had a flashlight in his hand, and Lu Xian finally found the room marked with number 102 when he was about to reach the end of the corridor. The door was closed tightly. Lu Xian tried to turn the handle, but it was easily opened. However, due to the resistance of the water, Lu Xian had to spend a lot of effort to push the door open. As there was no light in the house, it was pitch black. With the cold water underfoot and the damp and foul smell in the air, the whole room was like the entrance to the abyss, swallowing up all the light and warmth, leaving only endless silence and unknown chill. Lu Xian scanned the room with a flashlight. He estimated that the entire room was less than 10 square meters. Although small, it had everything needed. There is a bed, a desk, a TV cabinet, a wardrobe, and even a bathroom. It is obvious that Shen Qian's bedroom should be considered one of the more high-end rooms in the yacht. However, the water level has now flooded the bed. If Lu Xian had not discovered the backrest behind the bed with a flashlight, he would not even be able to tell where the bed is. Lu Xian first fumbled around in the closet and found a few hangers and a set of nightgown that had been completely soaked in seawater and turned slightly yellow. Lu Xian was not interested in these supplies, nor were they the main purpose of this trip. Lu Xian chose to ignore them and searched the closet up and down, but did not find the handbag that Shen Qian mentioned. Lu Xian patiently groped his way to the bed. Since the ship had experienced the baptism of a storm and even almost capsized, it was reasonable for a bag to be thrown to any corner by inertia. After searching the entire bed, Lu Xian only touched the bedding that was still soaked in seawater and 2 pillows. There seemed to be no other items. Lu Xian even squatted down and groped around in the water along the bed. In addition to finding a boot and a bath towel, he also found 2 unopened bags of potato chips floating on the water. After another round of blind groping, Lu Xian stood up from the water and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, there was still endless darkness, so oppressive that it made people feel suffocated, as if even time would be swallowed up by this thick darkness. Staying in such an environment for a long time, every inch of your skin seems to be penetrated by invisible cold air, and the coldness in your bones makes you shiver involuntarily. Even the strongest can't help but feel an indescribable fatigue and discomfort. Pinching his nose, Lu Xian took a few deep breaths. After adjusting for a moment, he groped along the edge of the bed again. It really is true that hard work pays off. When Lu Xian groped to the bedside table in the corner that was completely submerged in water, his right hand touched a leather object. Lu Xian excitedly picked up the object from the water and immediately shone a flashlight on it. It should be a beige women's backpack, about 30 to 40 centimeters wide, with the surface covered with staggered stripes and a logo that Lu Xian couldn't understand. It basically matched the information Shen Qian told him. Since he had found what he was looking for, Lu Xian didn't stop at all. He stuffed the potato chips into his backpack, held the bag in his left hand, held the flashlight in his right hand, turned around, and walked out. I really don't want to stay in this place for a moment. Lu Xian felt that staying in this cold, damp, dark, and musty place for one more minute would be a ruthless torture to his body and mind. It was as if his soul was being torn apart bit by invisible hands, causing him excruciating pain. In my life, I have never hated a place so much. Even on that stormy night, when the yacht was tottering in the raging sea and was eventually forced to abandon the ship and struggle for survival alone in the cold water, the despair and helplessness seemed to carry a hint of freedom at this moment. The roar of the waves and the raging wind and rain, though a cruel test of nature, were more bearable than the dead silence of this confined space. On that raging ocean, he could at least feel the pulse of life, waging a silent battle against the forces of nature. But here, everything seemed to stand still, time becoming sticky and slow, every second silently torturing his will. Lu Xian returned along the same route he came from without stopping for a moment. He even bumped his ankle because he walked too fast, but he chose to ignore it. At the moment, he had only one goal: to escape from this place by all means possible and say goodbye to it forever. Fortunately, this road was not long, and the light at the exit was more like a beacon guiding him forward. Lu Xian quickly returned to the stairs along the same route. Only then did Lu Xian think of confirming the women's backpack in his hand again. Lu Xian opened his backpack and fumbled around. He found a lipstick, some cosmetics that he couldn't name, and some soaked tissues. After searching for a while, Lu Xian found an object in a plastic bottle and a package of objects in a paper box in the compartment of the backpack. Fortunately, the plastic bottle was unopened. Through the light of the flashlight, Lu Xian could vaguely see the words ibuprofen tablets. As for the other package of objects in the paper box, the outer packaging had become rotten because it had been soaked in water. Fortunately, the medicine inside was plastic sealed and well preserved. Lu Xian could also clearly see the words motherwort granules. After confirming that everything was correct, Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The main mission of this trip was completed. In a good mood, Lu Xian stuffed the two medicines back into his backpack, then turned off the flashlight and prepared to go upstairs with his backpack. But at this moment, Lu Xian, who was very sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, suddenly heard a sound coming from the top of the stairs. This is who? Chapter 41. Don't play double standards in front of me. After hearing the noise, Lu Xian immediately drew out the machete he was carrying, stood sideways on the stairs, and listened carefully to the situation above. Oh shit. After waiting quietly for 3 minutes, Lu Xian heard a man's voice. Judging from the accent, he didn't seem to be Chinese. Judging from the changes in light and shadow at the exit of the stairs, the other party seemed to have discovered the stairs leading to the ground floor. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of coming down for the time being. He just cursed and retreated. Lu Xian originally thought that if the other party came down, the enemy would be in the open while he was in the dark, and he could defeat the other party in one fell swoop. However, after waiting for another 4 or 5 minutes, Lu Xian only saw the light at the staircase flickering, and heard a few words from time to time that sounded like curses. Clearly, the other party seemed hesitant. After all, this place was dark, damp, and cold. It could be said to be a place that embodies all the negative connotations. So, their actions were understandable. It seemed like no one had any desire to come down. But Lu Xian felt really uncomfortable with his legs soaked in the foul sea water. He couldn't go forward or retreat. If the other party stood at the door for a whole day, wouldn't he have to soak in the water for a whole day? Fortunately, just when Lu Xian was considering whether to rush out directly, the other party seemed to have made a decision. The foreign man cursed a few more times, then reluctantly began to go downstairs. Lu Xian immediately pressed his body against the side of the stairs, with the machete in his hand also at his side, waiting for the other party to come down so that he could surprise him. In this strange place, all Lu Xian has to do is to protect himself in every possible way. Even if the other party has no ill intentions towards him, he must take the initiative. Lu Xian always keeps in mind the principle of being on guard against others. Shit. After hearing the curse words at close range, Lu Xian also caught a glimpse of the person's general appearance out of the corner of his eye. A blond man, who seemed to be a foreigner, was half a head taller than him, not a very big man, and was holding a weapon similar to a kitchen knife in his hand. Lu Xian attacked the other person as soon as one of his feet stepped into the water and his body had not yet stabilized. Don't move. Lu Xian pointed a machete at the other person's chest. Oh my god. The blonde man was obviously defenseless and wanted to run upwards reflexively. Lu Xian was so scared that he dropped the kitchen knife in his hand. Lu Xian didn't expect that his shout didn't stop the man, and the man chose to run away regardless of the consequences. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that the blonde man didn't choose to escape, but instead rushed into the cabin and picked up a shovel. It seems that this man was well prepared. The things he brought with him when he went out were no less than Lu Xian's. Obviously, this shovel also belonged to the blonde man, because Lu Xian clearly remembered that when he walked around to check the aisle, there was no shovel on the ground at all. Shit. The other person wiped the corner of his mouth, picked up the shovel, and said another word to Lu Xian. Although Lu Xian is very bad at foreign languages have been the subject he hated the most since elementary school. Lu Xian even thought that the Minister of Education was an old man who worshipped foreign things and fawned on foreigners. Why would a good Chinese learn the language of another country? However, no matter how bad Lu Xian's foreign language skills were, he could still roughly understand this sentence. He guessed it was no different from the Chinese quintessence, fuck, which was not a good word anyway. Just when Lu Xian was thinking about what kind of national quintessence to use to communicate with the other party, the blonde man started a mixed communication mode of Chinese and English. Damn it. Gook, you are a real nutcase. Damn it. Although Lu Xian only understood half of what he heard, it didn't matter. Looking at the other person's expression, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Put down your weapons. Lu Xian's eyes were wide with anger. He would never allow anyone to act arrogantly in front of him. Although the blonde man had no intention of starting a war with Lu Xian, judging from his appearance, he obviously had no intention of stopping. The two men, each holding a weapon, confronted each other in the corridor. Lu Xian would not allow the other party to talk to him with a weapon in hand. Without saying a word, he raised the machete in his hand and swung it horizontally. The huge impact force instantly made the blonde man lose control of the shovel. With a sound of metal collision, the shovel fell to the ground. At the same time, Lu Xian rushed forward, grabbed the other person's neck, and then pressed the other person under him. Lu Xian's combo took less than 5 seconds. The blonde man was completely unprepared and was caught off guard. When he wanted to fight back, he found that he had been completely controlled by Lu Xian. Let me go, you violent maniac. Is violence the only way for you East Asians to speak? You are a race of low character. Although his body had been controlled by Lu Xian, the blonde man's mouth never stopped, and he kept cursing in his poor Chinese. Violent. Low quality. When Lu Xian heard this, he found it ridiculous. Wasn't this man just showing off with a shovel? How come once he was beaten by others, the other person became a low-quality violent maniac, while he himself became a high-quality, peace-loving elite? People on the internet say that foreigners have double standards. On the one hand, they accuse other countries of not complying with free trade agreements, while on the other hand, they build high tariff barriers themselves. On the one hand, they condemn other countries for not respecting human rights, while on the other hand, they ignore the systemic racial discrimination problems in their own country. Now it seems that this is absolutely true. Look, the person in front of us is a good example of their ugly faces. Tell me, who are you? What are you doing here? Lu Xian was too lazy to talk too much with someone whose values were different from his. Since the other party seemed to understand Chinese, he might as well ask directly. I have the right to remain silent. Human rights, human rights. You, who are you? Why are you here? Are you trying to murder me? Well, this is what I thought. I just thought about the issue of double standards in human rights, and the other party immediately used it on me. This is a typical case of the officials being allowed to set fires, but the people being prohibited from lighting lamps. Bag, give me the bag. It's mine, my bag. What made Lu Xian even more confused was that the blonde man suddenly noticed the lady's backpack Lu Xian was carrying on his waist and actually shouted loudly, saying that it was his. There was a crisp pop sound. Lu Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't communicate with this idiot, so he chose to hit him on the head to make him quiet down. You, what do you want to do? Oh, no. You can't kill me. I'm a good person. I'm a good person. After being hit by Lu Xian, the blonde man realized that Lu Xian was not someone to be trifled with. Although he was still muttering, the arrogant expression on his face had subsided a lot. Remember what I'm going to say next. Lu Xian expressionlessly extended 3 fingers to the blonde man. Chapter 42 here. I am human rights. First, don't play double standards in front of me. I won't buy it. Second, get out of here immediately. Everything on this ship belongs to me. Third, don't talk to me about human rights. Here, I am human rights. After saying these 3 words, Lu Xian patted the other person's cheek 3 times as a warning, then searched the other person's body to confirm that he had no weapons on him. Finally, under the other person's astonished gaze, he picked up the other person's shovel and the kitchen knife that was discarded on the stairs and left in a swagger. This shovel was a tool Lu Xian had always dreamed of, and he hadn't expected to find someone who would deliver it to his doorstep free of charge. It was truly a case of searching for something unsuccessfully, yet finding it was easy. As for the kitchen knives, although Lu Xian had already gotten a few in the kitchen on the first ship, he still had more than enough. Besides, for his own safety, he couldn't leave them to anyone else. The blonde man, who had witnessed Lu Xian's strength, did not dare to act rashly. Although there was still some dissatisfaction in his eyes, he chose to shut up and sit on the ground before Lu Xian left. Lu Xian completed the main task of the day. Thinking of the person at home who was still waiting for him to deliver medicine, he gave up the idea of continuing to search for other supplies. Besides, today's harvest was pretty good. A kitchen knife, a shovel, 2 medicines, and of course the women's backpack belonging to Shun Qian and the cosmetics inside. Finally, there was an unexpected gain, 2 bags of potato chips. Lu Xian returned by the same route he had taken, and skillfully pulled the rope he had taken to get down to his lifeboat that was parked under the yacht. He threw the bags on his body into the lifeboat, picked up the bamboo oars, and headed home. The sun had just passed overhead when Lu Xian had returned to the beach in front of his cave. As soon as the lifeboat stopped, Shun Qian ignored her body's complaints, opened the fence door, and ran out from behind the fence. Why did you go for so long? Did you encounter any problems? For those who were anxiously waiting, even 1 minute would be torture, let alone half a day when Lu Xian was gone. Today went very smoothly. Look, this should be your bag. You got both medicines. Oh, and your potato chips too. Lu Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't wait to hand the women's backpack he had finally found to Shun Qian. You. Why? Are you still looking for potato chips? Shun Qian never expected that Lu Xian not only found the medicine she wanted, but also brought her 2 bags of potato chips. Looking at Lu Xian, who was soaked in front of her, Shun Qian couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. Why are you crying? Come on, go inside. It's cold outside in the sea breeze. Lu Xian hugged Shun Qian and took her into the cave. Don't go out alone anymore. I'm worried. Also, change your wet pants and shirt quickly. Take them off. As soon as Lu Xian entered the cave, before he even sat down, Shun Qian started to attack him. People are all made of flesh and blood. It is obvious that after spending these few days together, this eldest lady who usually speaks coldly has become his wife. Take your medicine first and leave me alone. Take it off first. Then I'll take it off. Lu Xian couldn't persuade Shun Qian, so he just obeyed her. Then he went all out and took off all his clothes in front of Shun Qian. That's enough. That's enough. Don't take it off anymore. Shun Qian never thought that Lu Xian was so obedient, and not only did he do as she asked, but also gave him a gift. Seeing Lu Xian going topless in front of her, Shun Qian was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at Lu Xian directly. Hey, you didn't ask me to take it off? Why did you run away again? Lu Xian pretended to not understand you women and walked around naked in the cave and handed 2 medicines to Shun Qian. You, put these on first. Did you find all this in that room? Shun Qian handed Lu Xian a pair of pants. She didn't turn around until Lu Xian put on the pants. She looked at Lu Xian curiously. Yes, we found them all in that room. It was a hard place to find. Luckily, I had a flashlight. Oh, and I met a guy on the boat, a blonde-haired foreigner, around 40 years old. Do you remember him? Is he from our boat? Seeing Shun Qian swallow the pills and looking much better than when he just left the house, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he thought of the blonde foreigner and asked casually, Foreigners? I don't know how many foreigners there were on the ship. I just remember that there seemed to be a foreigner who was a crew member. He was about 1.8 meters tall, quite burly, with a slight beard. He seemed to be able to speak Mandarin, but he didn't speak it fluently. That should be him. He's a crew member? But this man seems to have a problem with his brain, and he insists that this bag is his. Based on Shun Qian's description, Lu Xian also recalled it carefully, and basically everything matched. Could it be that this man was really a crew member on his ship? However, thinking of the man's words and actions, Lu Xian couldn't help but shake his head. He said my bag is his. Obviously, Shun Qian was also very puzzled when she heard Lu Xian's words. Anyone could see that the backpack in her hand was a woman's bag. How could it be a man's bag? He's an unreasonable man, yet he still has a lot of big ideas. Anyway, we don't speak the same language, so communication is not easy. But he has a good shovel in his hand. I brought it back with me, and it just happened to be useful. Lu Xian actually didn't care about this man. In his eyes, the shovel meant more. You won't give him to. Shin Qian stared at Lu Xian with her round eyes and made a gesture of wiping her neck. Hey, hey, for the record, your husband loves peace and has always valued peace. Lu Xian patted his chest and confidently called himself a peace guardian. Shin Qian forced a smile when she heard this. She had seen Lu Xian's methods before. It was hard to say whether they were violent or not, but he was definitely not a peace guardian. But I like it. After taking the medicine, Shin Qian took a nap. Lu Xian guessed that the girl had not slept the whole night, so he did not disturb her. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he continued to build defensive works. Just when Lu Xian was tired from working and dozed off. Lung Mingyao, it's Lung Mingyao, it must be Lung Mingyao. Shin Qian, who had already fallen asleep and even started snoring slightly, suddenly jumped out of her sleeping bag, repeating the name, Lung Mingyao, over and over again. Lu Xian was still wondering if this girl was sleepwalking, but Shin Qian jumped directly in front of Lu Xian, still muttering. Lu Xian, that man must know where Lung Mingyao is. Chapter 43, Stormy Night. Lung Mingyao. Lu Xian was completely confused at the moment. How could that man suddenly be linked to Lung Mingyao? Do you think that man went nowhere but straight to the bottom of the cabin? Lu Xian thought for a moment and nodded. In his memory, the man hesitated for a long time at the stairs. If he didn't really want to go to the cabin on the lower floor, he wouldn't be so hesitant. After hesitating for a long time, he finally chose to go down to the lower cabin, which indeed proves that this man was heading for the lower cabin. Just now you said that he saw the women's backpack you were carrying, so he said it was his without hesitation, right? Lu Xian nodded again. Shin Qian continued. If he didn't know about this backpack at all, how could he have such a big and quick reaction? So I guess he went to the lower cabin just for this bag. Lu Xian was still digesting Shin Qian's words, but Shin Qian's expression became more and more determined. She continued to state her point of view like a famous detective, but it's impossible for a grown man to know that this bag is in the lower cabin. Apart from me, Lung Mingyao is the only one who knows. So in the end, this man must be related to Lung Mingyao. Maybe he knows where Lung Mingyao is. After listening to Shin Qian's analysis, Lu Xian, who was originally confused, nodded repeatedly involuntarily. Although some parts of Shin Qian's analysis still seemed a bit far-fetched, no matter what, the situation she described was really possible. Lu Xian felt a little regretful at the moment. He should have asked the other party thoroughly at the beginning, but who made him do it because he was in a hurry, and secondly, he really had communication barriers with the man. If Shin Qian was there at the time, maybe he could really get to the bottom of the matter. Of course, that's a very logical analysis. I originally thought you were sleepwalking. Lu Xian gave a thumbs up to show his approval of Shin Qian. Of course, don't you see who I am? I'm Queen Holmes. After being praised by Lu Xian, Shin Qian raised the corners of her mouth and looked very proud. But don't get your hopes up too much. I have some bad news to tell you. Bad news? What bad news? Shin Qian, who was feeling proud of her analysis just a second ago, couldn't help but lean over curiously when she heard Lu Xian say this. First of all, it's getting late, and I think it's going to rain heavily soon. So, it's impossible to go to the yacht today. Lu Xian pointed to the distant sky outside where lightning and thunder were flashing. The second thing, you know what I do. I've already warned that blonde man not to come to the yacht, so if he's really a coward, we're afraid we'll never see him on the yacht again. Of course, I think this man should be better than Zhang Tsong. Lu Xian told the truth. After hearing what Lu Xian said, Shin Qian instantly became a deflated ball. But, as long as you behave yourself, there might be a chance for this matter to turn around. Lu Xian changed the subject. Shin Qian suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Xian expectantly. Think about it. If he could find the yacht, that means his temporary residence isn't too far from it. There's almost no road east of where the yacht ran aground. To the north is the endless ocean, and to the west is the direction of our residence. So the only way left is south, so I suspect this man lives in the southern jungle. Lu Xian also followed Shin Qian's example and made some inferences. Then Lung Mingyao must be there too. Lu Xian, how about we go there tomorrow to explore the way? After Lu Xian's analysis, Shin Qian became energetic again. Looking at her like this, if it wasn't dark and raining heavily, with this girl's temperament, she would probably go looking for her best friend right away. So tonight, you should be good and have a good sleep. God will take care of the rest. Let's go into the cave quickly. It looks like the wind is going to pick up soon. Lu Xian looked up at the western sky. Amidst the lightning and thunder, dark clouds were already approaching him. Just as the two returned to the cave, thunder began to dance wildly. Each time it broke through the sky with a deafening roar, as if it was the most primitive roar of nature, shaking every inch of the air. Then, the howling northwest wind, carrying a biting chill, began to sing the creepy funeral song outside the cave. Fortunately, Lu Xian had been working very hard over the past 2 days, and now the bamboo wall blocking the outside of the cave had become quite solid. This fence made of bamboo blocked most of the strong winds, and the second bamboo door blocking the entrance of the cave cut off the wind that had escaped for a second time. It is precisely because of these two windproof barriers that Lu Xian and Shun Qian can live safely in the cave. Listening to the creepy howling of the wind, Shun Qian didn't even take a bath today. She crawled into her sleeping bag early, like a little kangaroo hiding in its mother's bag, with only 2 eyes and a small head exposed. Soon after, the crackling sound of raindrops suddenly fell, like thousands of troops galloping past, rapid and powerful. The bonfire outside had gone out, and the entire cave was pitch black. Shin Qian was hiding in her sleeping bag by herself, looking a little scared. She kept calling out to Lu Xian, Lu Xian, Lu Xian, come in quickly, come in quickly. But when Lu Xian heard this, he felt that there was something else behind it. Lu Xian quickly took off his shirt and pants and got into his sleeping bag. Ah, you're so warm. Shin Qian was already familiar with Lu Xian, and since it was pitch black, she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Since she couldn't see anything, there was no need to be shy. The key point was that Lu Xian's body was really warm. Shin Qian hugged Lu Xian's warm body, as if she had found a hand warmer. Only, as they held each other for a while, Shin Qian always felt that something was wrong. Why does it feel a bit strange? Then the girl used her right index finger to move across Lu Xian's body from top to bottom. When she touched something, Shin Qian froze. Lu Xian in this sleeping bag seems to be not wearing anything. Now Shin Qian finally understood and exclaimed reflexively. Hey, what are you yelling about? I'm deaf. Lu Xian spread his hands, looking like an innocent victim. Why are you naked? Where are your pants? Pants? Why are you wearing those? Oh my, you misunderstood. I meant for you to get into the sleeping bag. Shin Qian quickly explained. Now she completely understood that her words had caused misunderstanding. Then I don't care. Who told you to be unclear? Inside and outside the cave, violent storms were happening simultaneously. Chapter 44. Have you ever seen rushing to the lake after the rain? The next day, when Lu Xian woke up, Shin Qian was already lying at the entrance of the cave. The rain outside had been falling all night and still hadn't stopped. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh that God was still better than him. Either you don't take action, or you take action all night long. Of course, Lu Xian called off the battle early last night because he took Shin Qian's physical condition into consideration. After all, if your woman is in poor health and there is no place to get her treatment, you will be the one who suffers. Wait a little longer. I think the sky will clear up in a few hours. While Shin Qian was still staring at the rain outside the cave in a daze, Lu Xian had already walked to her side and pointed at the rising sun that was slightly emerging from the clouds in the east. After this night, the wind direction has changed from northwest to east. At this time, the clouds in the east sky are gradually sparse, which means that the weather is likely to turn clear. The only thing that is a bit troublesome is that the wind has turned to the east, which is a bit unfavorable for my travel. After all, I have to head east later. Due to the bad weather outside, the two of them could do nothing for the whole morning except stay in the cave to sort out the debris, and even had a quick breakfast. After several rounds of looting, although the supplies in Lu Xian's hands were still not abundant compared to those in the rental houses in the city, the various things piled up together seemed to be quite sufficient in both quantity and quality. Lu Xian and Shun Qian discussed it and decided to store some rarely used supplies in the second small cave. The cave that Lu Xian found was actually composed of 3 caves, 1 large and 2 small. However, the 2 small caves could not be compared with the large cave he lived in now, in terms of space or height. They were more like a spacious corridor connecting to the exit of the back cave. But these 2 small caves have a combined area of at least 50 to 60 square meters and a height of more than 3 meters, which is more than enough to store some miscellaneous items. The two spent more than 2 hours playing a real-life version of the Huarong Dao game. Fortunately, there was a cart to help, and even though the ground was not flat and the cart was a bit bumpy, it was still much more convenient than carrying it by hand. Nearing noon, all the seldom used supplies had been moved into the second small cave by the two of them. These were mainly some uncommon items that Lu Xian found in the small tool shed, mostly hardware such as screws and bolts. The others were some kitchen utensils found in the kitchen, such as various pots, pans, knives, etc. While these items were useful, like the self-tapping screws that Lu Xian used for his simple bamboo door latches, the cleaver for cutting meat, the wash basin for washing, and the soup pot for cooking, they had all been put to good use. However, due to their sheer number and infrequent use, Lucien only kept a very small number of them, putting the rest aside. After all, the variety of food we eat nowadays is limited. Why would you keep 4 or 5 kinds of knives there? They only take up space and have no other use. After tidying up those items that were not used frequently or were in too large a quantity and not needed temporarily, the big cave where I lived looked much more comfortable. Lucien, look. The sky is clearing up and the sun is out. Although Shen Qian was busy moving and organizing supplies with Lucien, the girl was always paying attention to the weather conditions outside. As soon as the first ray of sunlight shone into the cave, Shen Qian ran out excitedly. Seeing that the rain was gradually subsiding and the sun was shining through the thin clouds, it seemed that the heavy rain was finally over. I'll go catch 2 fish in the backyard, and then we'll head out after we finish eating. It was almost noon, and today's task of finding someone was very difficult, and time waited for no one. Of course, this man is a stickler for food and will be very hungry if he doesn't eat. Moreover, the 2 of them have to go on a long journey today, so they have to fill their stomachs first. As soon as the rain stopped, Lucien rushed out of the backyard with a harpoon. Because it rained all night and one morning, the water level of the lake in the backyard has risen significantly, and the water quality is also clearer. Lucien picked up the 2.0 improved version of the harpoon, rolled up his trouser legs, and went into the lake to catch fish. Fortunately, the lake water was crystal clear, so there was no need to worry too much about any carnivorous creatures attacking. Lucien simply dived into the lake and let the water cover his waist. Lucien's skill in spearing fish has improved a lot. Now he can hit the fish with every spear. He can even use the harpoon as a javelin and can catch a fish in just a few strokes. There were quite a few fish coming out to breathe on the lake surface after the rain. Lucien caught 2 or 3 of them without any effort. One of the fish was so hospitable that it actually jumped into Lucien's arms. Quick, catch the fish. At this time, Shen Qian also ran out of the cave holding a wash basin. Just after throwing 3 fish into the basin, several more jumped out of the lake. Lucien immediately felt an impulse and took a basin to catch them. Why bother to catch fish? They were delivered to his door. Oh, it's full. I'll go find another basin. Oh, stop jumping, stop jumping. Shen Qian had just arrived at the lake for a few minutes when she discovered that the basin she brought was almost full, and the fish was still desperately trying to jump out of the basin. Shen Qian ran back the basin full of fish while yelling. Lucien had never imagined that so many fish would suddenly appear after a rain. He was completely overwhelmed. He caught this one, missed that one. It felt like even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to handle it all. It seemed like he had to go to the boat and look for fishing nets today. This spearfishing method was far too inefficient. He had to find a way to increase his fishing productivity. When Shen Qian ran back for the second time with big and small basins and pushing a cart, Lucien had already thrown 4 or 5 fish onto the shore of the lake. The largest one weighed 5 or 6 kilograms. Shen Qian had never seen so many fish before. She didn't care about the clean clothes she had just changed into. She hurriedly caught the fish on the ground and then pushed the cart back to deliver the fish. If Lucien didn't have plans to go out today, he probably wouldn't be able to catch all the fish until the evening. The 2 of them were busy for nearly an hour, but they still couldn't catch all the fish. Anyway, based on the fish they caught today, it was enough for them to eat 7 or 8 meals, and there was no place to put any more. But just when Lucien was about to call off his troops and return home, an inconspicuous gray creature emerged from the lake near the shore on his right, attracting Lucien's attention. Lucien's first feeling was that this was definitely not a fish. After slowly approaching and taking a look, Lucien's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 45. The ship disappeared. What Lucien saw was not something else, but a giant turtle that stuck its head out to bask in the sun. This soft-shelled turtle is a good thing. It is not only delicious, but also good for skincare, replenishing qi and blood, and strengthening the kidneys and essence. In addition, the soft-shelled turtles here are pure natural and pollution-free wild species. If you use them to make a soup, it will not only be delicious, but also nourishing to the body. Lucien seized the opportunity and reached out to grab the turtle with his bare hands. But he never expected that the wild turtle would react so quickly that it would retract its head and sink to the bottom of the water. How could he let the duck he had already got slip away? Lucien was quick-witted and took action directly, grabbing the edge of her skirt and lifting her up. It was not until the entire turtle was lifted out of the water that Lucien truly saw the turtle's true appearance. It was over 30 centimeters long, with a gray-black backshell and a gray belly. Its claws were extremely sharp, with the base of the claws black and gray, and the tips of the claws yellowish. It was estimated to weigh at least 2 kilograms. When Shen Qian came back for the 3rd time pushing the cart, Lucien had already come ashore, holding the huge wild turtle with one hand. This is... Looking at the turtle with bared fangs and claws in Lu Xian's hand, Shun Qian felt a little timid and stepped back involuntarily. You're in luck. I'll make you some turtle soup tonight. Lu Xian was quite satisfied with today's harvest. He didn't expect that after a heavy rain, he not only harvested more than a dozen freshwater fish, but also seized a big turtle. This wild turtle is a delicacy that may not be available in the city even if you have money. The two returned to the cave. The original freshwater fish had already filled 3 basins. Lu Xian caught 2 big fish, made a basin for the turtle, put some water in it, and let it stay in it, preparing to come back and kill it to make soup. Each of them grilled a fish, filled their stomachs, and Lu Xian prepared to set off. After all, it was already noon. If we didn't set off now, we might not be able to get back before dark. Under the scorching sun, carrying the necessary tools, drinking water and food, the 2 men took the water route again to the place where the yacht was stranded in the east. Fortunately, after the rain stopped, the wind also became weaker. The east wind that Lu Xian was worried about did not affect the boat's progress too much. In addition, after several trips, Lu Xian had improved the oars. Now, with the cooperation of the 2, the boat's efficiency has been greatly improved compared to the first time. In less than an hour, the 2 arrived at the white sandy beach again. Listening to the subtle melody played by the waves hitting the beach, feeling the salty sea breeze gently brushing his cheeks, and watching the soft sand gleaming with golden light in the sunlight, Lu Xian felt that this beach had an indescribable magic that could make people temporarily forget all their worries. Unfortunately, the 2 of them were in a hurry today and had no time to enjoy the sun, beach, and cactus, so they had to pass by in a hurry and continue heading east. But after Lu Xian rowed for another 10 minutes, he discovered a problem. Why did the yacht that should have appeared in his sight disappear? At first, Lu Xian didn't think much about it. He just thought that it was because of the poor visibility that he hadn't noticed the stranded yacht. However, after the 2 of them rowed for a distance, Lu Xian felt more and more that something was wrong, because the beach was almost at the end, and further ahead were places he had never been to. Lu Xian. The boat seems to have disappeared. At this time, Shun Qian, who was sitting at the back of the boat and was originally only focused on paddling, also noticed something unusual. The 2 looked around in confusion. To the north was the endless sea, to the south was the lush jungle, and to the east was the rising Gobi Desert. Could it be that the ship had grown wings and flew away? Lu Xian and Shun Qian wandered on the sea for a long time, but still had no clue. Many strange ideas even emerged in Lu Xian's mind, such as space wormholes and parallel worlds. It's not Lu Xian's fault that he has such a strange way of thinking. It's such a huge monster. It was still here yesterday, but disappeared completely after a sleep. It really makes people have wild thoughts. You better stay in this boat and don't go anywhere. I'll go to the shore and take a look. After thinking it over again and again, Lu Xian decided to go to the shore to check it out in person. Lu Xian was still afraid of the group of wild wolves, so he didn't dare to dock the boat directly. Instead, he asked Shun Qian to stay on the boat and keep the boat in the sea 10 meters away from the shore. He jumped into the sea and slowly swam to the shore. A few minutes later, Lu Xian arrived at the shore. After making sure that the surroundings were safe, Lu Xian lowered his head and began to check. Sure enough, he immediately made a discovery. At the junction of the beach and the sea water, the marks of the ship running aground could be vaguely seen. There is only one possibility. The heavy rain that started last night loosened the sand and, combined with the tidal force of high and low tides, pushed the yacht, which was already stranded and unstable, back into the sea. Thinking of this, Lu Xian slapped his head hard, feeling extremely regretful in his heart. Although he had boarded the ship twice and found a lot of good things, he hoped to get much more than that. Not to mention the far things, he had not even explored the entire top floor, which made Lu Xian feel that he was at a loss. You know, this is a whole floor. I don't know how many good things can be found here, but now it's all given to the sea. The most important thing is that Lu Xian always felt that he would be able to find some clues about the mobile phone on this ship. Now, the entire ship has run away from home, and the remaining supplies and clues are all gone. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He simply sat down on the beach and slapped himself in the face. However, as the saying goes, there are unexpected events in life. After making some adjustments, Lu Xian still comforted himself not to get stuck in a dead end. Looking at it from a positive perspective, at least I got a lot of good things yesterday, especially Shun Qian's medicine. If it had been a day later, I might not have gotten anything. Besides, Lu Xian felt that maybe one day the ship would come back again by accident due to some weather reasons. After comforting himself, Lu Xian got up from the ground again and waved to Shun Qian, who was still anxiously waiting for him on the boat. Shun Qian, who was in the boat, was always keeping an eye on Lu Xian on the beach. She saw him sitting on the ground and slapping his head from time to time. He was obviously in a bad mood. The more she watched, the more anxious she became. She almost got off the boat and swam over. It wasn't until she saw Lu Xian smiling and waving at her that the girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Lu Xian was about to return to the boat to explain the situation to Shen Qian, he caught a glimpse of traces on the beach not far away. Footprints again. And another pair, one big and one small. Chapter 46. Footprints again. Quick, come to shore, there are footprints on the beach. Lu Xian ran back to Shen Qian and told her about the footprints he had found, while pulling the lifeboat towards the shore. The two men got off the boat and carefully checked the footprints on the beach again. The footprints were very clear, all the way along the beach and into the depths of the jungle. Lu Xian, this can't be that murderous devil again, right? This can't be another girl being captured. And then, thinking of the tragic scene she saw in the depths of the jungle yesterday, Shen Qian's face changed, and she looked at Lu Xian with frowned brows. Lu Xian lowered his head and kept checking the two pairs of footprints. Although at first glance, they were indeed similar to the ones discovered yesterday, one large and one small, they were most likely a male and a female, and they also extended from the beach into the depths of the jungle. But Lu Xuanzi gestured at the big footprint, which seemed to be a little bigger than the one he discovered yesterday. Lu Xian squatted down and measured it with his hands yesterday. Today's footprints are indeed bigger. If this is the case, it means that the big footprints yesterday and the big footprints found today are most likely from two different people. As for the small footprint, although there was no need to study it because it was definitely from two different people, Lu Xian also measured it. How big are Lung Mingyao's feet? Look at this footprint. Is it bigger or smaller than yours? Lu Xian pointed to the small footprints on the ground and asked Shen Qian. Well, it seems her feet are a little smaller than mine. Shen Qian touched his chin and recalled for a while, then took off his shoes, placed them next to the small footprints, and compared them. Although it is not very obvious, a careful comparison will reveal that the small footprint on the ground is indeed a little smaller than Shen Qian's. Lu Xian, this footprint is smaller than mine. Do you think it was Meng Yao who really came here? Shen Qian seemed very excited, as if she had already met her best friend. I'm not sure about that. I can only go in and take a look. Lu Xian pointed to the jungle full of unknowns. Looking in the direction of Lu Xian's finger, Shen Qian frowned slightly, with resistance written all over her face. In fact, let alone Shen Qian, even Lu Xian still vividly remembered what he experienced yesterday, so Lu Xian himself had an indescribable resistance to the unknown jungle. How about you stay in the boat and wait for me? Lu Xian thought for a moment, then pointed to the lifeboat on the shore. No, I'll go with you. We'll share the good times and the bad times. Besides, Lung Mingyao is my friend. I can't let you take risks alone while I stay behind. I'll lead the team this time. Unexpectedly, Shen Qian raised her chest, pursed her lips, patted her chest seriously, and took a step forward with confidence. Puff. Lu Xian was amused by the girl's serious look and couldn't help laughing out loud. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. I'm here to save my friends. You just need to provide support. I'll lead the charge. Shen Qian saw Lu Xian making fun of her and felt a little dissatisfied. She put her hands on her hips and began to arrange the formation. Okay, I'll take you with me, but forget about the charge. Just follow me obediently, and I'll leave the rear to you, okay? Since the other party was so serious, Lu Xian didn't have the heart to pour cold water on her. He picked up the machete, put on his backpack, took water, dry food, and some necessary supplies, and then solemnly handed the homemade improved stick and spear dual-purpose weapon on the boat to Shen Qian. Yes, sir. I promise to complete the task. Shen Qian saluted Lu Xian solemnly, and the two-person exploration and search team officially headed deep into the jungle. Following two pairs of footprints, the two men went deep into the jungle. According to Lu Xian's analysis, the two pairs of footprints found on the beach have clear textures, which is enough to prove that the owners of these two pairs of footprints should have come to the beach after the heavy rain. So according to this inference, the most likely time for them to appear on the beach is between this morning and noon. Lu Xian believes that the other party's residence should be within a 2 to 3 hours walk. As the two stepped into the jungle, the ground beneath their feet became muddy. This muddy ground was not conducive to exploring on foot, but it also had an advantage, which was that it made the two pairs of footprints easier to distinguish and they would not disappear inexplicably. What Lu Xian is most worried about now is the time issue. It was already noon when they set out, and it took them about an hour to get here, so it was already afternoon. Lu Xian looked up from time to time to observe the position of the sun. He set a time limit for himself and must return to the beach before the sunset falls to the ground, because no one knows what dangers there will be in the jungle after sunset. It would be good to be able to find Lung Mengyao, but ensuring the safety of both of them is more important. After all, if both of their lives are in danger, what good will it be even if they find Lung Mengyao? The two men walked one in front and the other behind, not slowly, but with high concentration. Every 10 steps or so, Lu Xian would stop and look around to make sure there was no movement within his visible range before continuing forward. Shen Qian behind them was also holding up her new weapon in a very stylish manner. People who didn't know might think that the two of them were acting out the Japanese invaders invading the village, looking back every 3 steps and turning around every 5 steps. Just like yesterday, as the two once again stepped into the depths of this unfathomable jungle, the surroundings seemed to be quietly transformed by an invisible force, becoming even more eerie and chilling. Sunlight was scarce here, casting only dappled shadows through the dense canopy of trees, like golden fragments casually scattered by an ancient deity, mysterious and unsettling. The towering old trees are covered with mottled scars, as if every crack tells a story of the past. These ancient trees, with their lush branches and leaves, interweave into a vast green net that blocks out the sun, cutting the sky into irregular pieces of blue, making people feel insignificant and lonely. The tangled bushes are as complex as a maze. Their branches grow wildly and entwine with each other, forming an insurmountable natural barrier. If it weren't for the footprints guiding him, Lu Xian wouldn't even be able to tell where he was going. But what you fear will come true. As you walked, the muddy land in front turned into a gravel road. Now the footprints disappeared in an instant. The two stood at a natural fork in the road formed by 4 trees, completely lost. Chapter 47. A woman. Lu Xian, what should we do? I can't seem to find the footprints. Shen Qian was more anxious than Lu Xian at this time. They had finally found a little clue, but it was cut off in an instant. Don't worry. As long as you leave this gravel area, you should find more footprints. There are 3 directions ahead. Choose one of them. The situation in front of us is very clear. Go forward, left, or right, with a 1/3 probability. Lu Xian believes that man can conquer nature most of the time, but sometimes you have to admit that what really determines your destiny is luck. Lu Xian thought that he was a person with average luck, so he gave the choice to Shen Qian. Shen Qian hesitated at the fork in the road for a minute, then took a firm step forward. Okay, keep going. If we lose sight of the sun, we'll go back the way we came. Lu Xian pointed at the sun that was already starting to move westward, and then made a mark on the tree in front of him. In fact, Lu Xian had been constantly marking marks along the way in preparation for his return. After all, getting lost in such an unfamiliar and dark place would be an extremely bad thing. Lu Xian knew very well that if they got lost, what would be left for him and Shen Qian would not only be darkness and coldness, but also fear and death. Okay, I'll listen to you. Shen Qian nodded without hesitation. Following Lu Xian these days made her feel a sense of security she had never felt before, so in her heart, Lu Xian's words were the truth, and as long as she followed Lu Xian, she would be right. The two continued to go deeper into the jungle. When the gravel on the ground began to become sparse, and the familiar muddy ground came into view again, they both began to look down for footprints. The cruel reality is right in front of the two of them. If they can't find any footprints, it can only mean one thing. They chose the wrong direction. If you choose the wrong direction, then everything that happens afterwards will be meaningless, and you will have no choice but to turn around and return the same way you came. Lu Xian, there are footprints. There are footprints. It seemed that God was very kind to her. Not long after, Shen Qian immediately discovered something in the mud on her left. Lu Xian ran over and, as expected, there were footprints on the ground, but it changed from 2 pairs of footprints to 1 pair. It seemed that only the girl's footprints were left. However, Lu Xian and Shen Qian no longer had time to think about whether the footprints were 1 pair or 2 pairs. As long as there were footprints, it was better than nothing. Walk. Lu Xian made a prompt decision and continued to walk ahead. Although the two were in a hurry to find someone, they remained cautious all the way. This was a restricted area for humans and a paradise for animals and plants. If 1 or 2 aggressive beasts really showed up, it would be really troublesome. A key reason Lu Xian bravely ventured into the jungle was that he had a lighter. Fear of fire is inherent in almost all animals, including wolves. Therefore, whenever Lu Xian ventured out, he not only carried a lighter but also flammable materials, ensuring he had a fighting chance in the event of real danger. Yes, it's just a glimmer of hope. After all, no one can guarantee that the weak fire in your hand can completely scare away the hungry wolves. The two of them moved forward another 2 or 300 meters. Lu Xian suddenly stopped, turned around, and made a gesture to Shen Qian to keep quiet. Seeing Lu Xian make this gesture to her again, Shen Qian immediately stopped and began to be alert to her surroundings. In her impression, every time Lu Xian made this gesture to her, it meant that danger was approaching. But this time, the situation is different. Is this the sound of water? Because when the two people stopped at the same time without making any sound and listened quietly to the surrounding environment, the clear sound of flowing water came into their ears. There's water nearby. Maybe we can find something if we find the source of water. Lu Xian was also very excited. The reason was very simple. If he could find a water source, it would mean that others could also find it. Therefore, where there was water, the probability of finding survivors would be significantly increased. Keep a proper distance from me. We will act in a hidden way, one in the open, the other in silence. Lu Xian, who has always been cautious, still made a thorough plan. He really wanted to meet a survivor, preferably Lung Mengyao, whom Shen Qian thought about day and night. However, Lu Xian also had to be prepared to meet other survivors. As for whether these people were enemies or friends to him, it was hard to say. As the saying goes, one should always be on guard against others, so Lu Xian decided to walk in the open while letting Shen Qian hide in the dark and follow him. This combination of one in the open and one in the dark basically allows Shen Qian to be fully prepared. Shen Qian raised her weapon again and kept a distance of about 10 meters from Lu Xian. Lu Xian increased his walking speed in order to quickly locate the water source. As the two of them advanced several hundred meters, the sound of the stream ahead became clearer. Lu Xian could even vaguely see the gurgling stream. Lu Xian made an okay gesture to Shen Qian, who was hiding behind a big tree about 10 meters behind him and sticking her head out to look at him. He then quickened his pace again. 3 minutes later, a crystal-clear stream that curved like a jade belt quietly came into his sight. This stream is extremely narrow, and Lu Xian can easily step over it with one foot. The stream meanders out from the dense forest in the east, carrying the unique freshness and coolness of the mountains and forests, and stretches leisurely towards the distance to the west. The creek's shallow drop makes the water flow gentle and slow, as if time has slowed down here. The water is as calm as a mirror, with the occasional fallen leaf floating lightly, creating delicate ripples, and then slowly returning to tranquility. Lu Xian looked to the left and right, but did not see any humans or beasts. After confirming that it was safe, Lu Xian waved to Shen Qian behind him. This water is so clear, but it's still a little less clear than our lake. Our lake is more beautiful, clearer, and has fish. Shen Qian trotted over on tiptoe, first praising the clearness of the stream, then changed the subject and emphasized the praise of the lake in her backyard. It is said that Wang Pu is selling melons and bragging about what she has. It seems that human beings are really the same. As long as something is their own, it is the best. Yes, 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 your lake is the best, shh. Lu Xian was originally teasing Shen Qian, but suddenly he heard a rustling sound coming from the jungle on the left. He immediately covered Shen Qian's mouth, and then they both squatted on the ground at the same time. 10 seconds later, the noise in the jungle grew louder. Through the sparse branches and leaves, Lu Xian and Shen Qian seemed to see a person. If I'm not mistaken, it's a woman. Chapter 48, A Girl with Long Legs. She went over there. She looked like a woman with long hair. Did you see it clearly? Was it Lung Mengyao? Although Lu Xian vaguely saw the person coming and was basically certain that it was a woman, he had no idea who this person was. It doesn't look like Lung Mengyao. Mengyao's hair isn't that long. Wait, this person seems to be Yin Yichen. Shen Qian stared at the woman's receding figure for a long time and suddenly slapped his head as if he remembered the woman's name. Yin Yichen? Lu Xian felt that this woman's name was very familiar, but after thinking about it, he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Lu Xian, this is the spokesperson for our company's newest thermal underwear, the internet celebrity who's been going viral lately. It can only be said that Lu Xian didn't watch enough short videos. She completely disliked this internet celebrity and that internet celebrity, so after listening to Shen Qian's words, she still had a dull expression. That's the one who came to our company to shoot a promotional video last time. The one with the long legs, the perky butt, and the way she sways when she walks. As if to awaken Lu Xian's memory as a man, Shen Qian gestured while speaking, and when she came to the key points, she even twisted her plump buttocks a few times. After Shen Qian's reminder, Lu Xian looked up again and looked at the woman's back. It turned out that this woman was truly a beauty. The woman wore a pair of patent leather black leggings, the material gleaming seductively in the sunlight. The leggings tightly wrapped around her graceful legs, outlining a breathtaking curve. From behind, one could see her plump, round buttocks twitching constantly. She's on the ship too? I don't remember her boarding the ship with us. She seemed to have boarded the ship the next night. Mengyao said it was a good opportunity for her to get a close-up shot for a promotional video. Yeah, Inichin also got off the ship with us, but not on the same boat. She and her agent got on the second lifeboat together. Yeah, maybe she was with Lung Mengyao. Shen Qian suddenly realized something and immediately trotted after him impatiently. Lu Xian also followed Shen Qian and took 2 quick steps. Although he didn't find Lung Mengyao for the time being, at least he found a survivor here, so it was not in vain. Maybe he could get some useful information. Who are you? The woman noticed the man and woman jogging towards her, frowned and glanced at them warily, and finally her eyes fell on Lu Xian. My name is Shen Qian. I'm Lung Mengyao's subordinate and also her best friend. This is Lu Xian, also from our company. Shen Qian introduced herself, but judging from the other person's expression, it seemed that he didn't know Shen Qian. After the other party glanced at Shen Qian with a scrutinizing look, he seemed to let down his guard and then looked at Lu Xian carefully. Lu Xian originally wanted to go up and say hello, but when he saw the other person looking at him like that, he always felt that the other person was looking at a commodity, so he just stood behind Shen Qian and didn't say anything. Lung Mengyao's best friend? Why haven't I heard of her? Handsome guy, are you also Lung Mengyao's friend? After glancing at Shen Qian a few times, the other party looked at Lu Xian again and seemed to be more interested in Lu Xian. Lu Xian admitted that the other party was indeed a beautiful woman with an excellent figure, especially her curves and almost perfect buttocks. But Lu Xian felt uncomfortable because he was always being stared at by the other party. Inichin, have you seen Lung Mengyao? Seeing that the other party ignored her, Shen Qian took another step forward and asked. Inichin's attention seemed to be completely focused on Lu Xian. She ignored Shen Qian again and asked Lu Xian in a seductive tone, Handsome boy, are you hungry? Do you want to eat? Inichin, we don't ask you for food. We have our own food. Have you ever met Lung Mengyao? Seeing that she was being ignored for the 3rd time, Shen Qian's eyes were a little angry. She stood in front of Lu Xian and asked for the 3rd time with puffed cheeks. You guys? You have food? What are you doing here if you have food? After hearing what Shen Qian said, the woman in front of him almost had the words, I believe you have ghosts, written on her face. We really didn't come here to ask you for food. You didn't ask us for food? Haha, who would believe you? Forget it, I'm a kind-hearted person after all. For the sake of this handsome boy, you guys wait here, I'll be back soon. But remember, this is only once. Inichin didn't listen to Shen Qian's explanation. She cast a coquettish glance at Lu Xian, left a word, and walked away swaying her hips. Lu Xian looked at the woman walking away and exchanged glances with Shen Qian awkwardly. Lu Xian, what does she mean by this? Didn't I tell her not to ask her for food? What does she mean by asking us to wait? At the moment, Shen Qian guessed that she was completely focused on finding Lung Mengyao. So even though Inichin's attitude was extremely bad, Shen Qian didn't get completely angry, but she just didn't understand what the other party was doing. Just sit and wait. They might be serving us a full banquet. Lu Xian was also helpless. He didn't expect to meet such a weirdo today. After waiting for a long time, the woman did not show up. A burly man walked out of the jungle, looked around, and finally set his eyes on Lu Xian and Shen Qian, who were sitting on the ground waiting. Is this what you want to eat? Damn it, what do you think of me? The burly man was obviously angry. After seeing the 2 men, he deliberately spat on the ground. Then, where is Inichin? Stop talking nonsense. Take this, and don't come here again. But remember, if you ever return to the city, remember to give me $5,000. The burly man ignored Shen Qian completely and just slapped her. $5,000. Hearing this number, Lu Xian was also stunned and very curious about what kind of delicacies this man could give. Was it the king crab weighing more than 10 kilograms, or was it the Italian white truffles that were brought to them? Then the 2 saw the man throw a small object at them. Shen Qian stared at it for a long time before she could see clearly what it was. A small piece of slightly moldy compressed biscuit? That's it. Lu Xian now eats barbecue 3 times a day and doesn't even look at compressed biscuits. Now someone wants him to spend 5,000 yuan to buy half a piece, and it's moldy. Is this what you're going to eat? Is this for human consumption? Shen Qian also looked disgusted. When she was with Lu Xian, not to mention drinking delicious food and eating spicy food every day, they always grilled fish, grilled meat, and cooked rice. When would she need to eat moldy food? Shen Qian was just complaining about the moldy compressed biscuits when a charming female voice came from far away and reached the ears of Lu Xian and Shen Qian. Chapter 49. The Cold Female CEO. Mengyao. When she saw her best friend whom she had been thinking about day and night, Shin Qian rushed towards her regardless of everything, with tears in her eyes. Qian, you're still alive. That's great. I thought you had already. I'm so worried about you. I've been looking for you for days. The two hugged each other and cried in front of Lu Xian and the strong man. Lu Xian stood behind Shin Qian very consciously and just watched silently. He and Lung Mingyao had no intersection. After all, as a low-level employee, he guessed that Lung Mingyao, as the company's president, didn't even know that the company had an employee like him. What's more, Lu Xian was extremely low-key in his daily life and had almost no presence in the company. Lu Xian knew very little about this female president. He only heard rumors that she was a super beauty, as beautiful as she sure and even better than Diao Chan. Of course, Lu Xian usually ignored such gossip until today, when he had the opportunity to see her beauty up close. The wind gently blew through Lung Mingyao's hair, and a few strands of her black hair fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of unruly and agile to her. Although she was dressed simply without any gorgeous decorations, Lung Mingyao stood there like a fairy walking out of a scroll, and every move she made exuded an irresistible charm. One had to admit, even without her usual meticulously crafted makeup, Lung Mingyao's face remained as fresh and pure as a lily with dewdrops falling on it in the early morning, exuding an unadorned, natural beauty. Compared to the enchanting internet celebrity before, she was a bit more dignified and a bit less alluring. Logically speaking, these two women had experienced a life and death separation, and it was natural for them to cry when they met again after a long separation. Therefore, Lu Xian chose to quietly serve as a background wall, but the strong man seemed a little impatient at this time. Okay, stop crying. Let me make it clear, you can join. 5,000 per person per day. But only women can join, not men. The burly man didn't even look at Lu Xian, but stared at Shin Qian from head to toe, then stretched out 5 fingers again. 5,000 per person per day? Hearing this number, not only Lu Xian was stunned, even Shin Qian, who was an extraordinary person, was a little dumbfounded. Hey, why are you looking at me? This is already a discounted price for you. Come if you want. Don't come here to beg for alms if you're starving. If you come to me again, the price won't be the same. Sign and seal your agreement quickly. Don't dither. The burly man seemed very impatient and took out a pen and asked Shin Qian to sign. Shin Qian was confused at the moment and could only look at Lung Mingyao. Lung Mingyao was about to say something when he heard Yi Chen's dissatisfied voice behind him. Hey, old Wang, don't just focus on making money. With so many people, can you handle it? I gave you this 2-carat diamond ring, and you're eating this for 3 meals a day. Yi Chen frowned and appeared in everyone's sight again. The woman completely ignored Shin Qian and pointed her spearhead at the burly man beside her. What are you yelling about? I've never let you go hungry. I even caught a fish for you this morning. Aren't all the fish alive and well? Besides, I have 3 grown men here. All of them are very skilled. There's nothing to be afraid of. The burly man interrupted Yi Chen and retorted with a stern look on his face. You call that fish? 2 tails, right? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Stop talking nonsense. If it's not fish, what is it? Don't you think about it? Everyone has food to eat these days. I'm the only one who'll starve one day. I, old Wang, don't have any other skills, but I'm second to none in terms of survival skills. No one dares to claim I'm first. Whether you two sign the agreement or not, you can use any valuables you have on you as collateral. The burly man took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket as he spoke, and even took out a pen from his trouser pocket. Then he handed the pen to Shin Qian in front of everyone. Shin Qian still had a dull look on his face, while Lung Mingyao took the pen and quickly signed his name on the paper, then threw the paper back to the burly man. Your name is Wang Jiandao, right? My sister and I are both listed here. I'm responsible for the cost. 5,000 per person a day, 10,000 for 2 people. But I've already agreed that you must provide us with 3 meals a day, and you must also ensure our safety. Lung Mingyao didn't care whether Shin Qian agreed or not, and directly signed Shin Qian's name. Mingyao, what is this? Shin Qian had just reunited with Lung Mingyao after a long separation, and her attention was completely on Lung Mingyao. As for what the burly man said, he automatically ignored it. Now seeing her best friend signing her name, her mind was full of questions. Qian, I'm sure you've had a hard time these past few days, but don't worry, we still have enough food. If we can hold on for a few more days, rescuers might come to find us. Lung Mingyao patted Shin Qian's shoulder and comforted her like an older sister. But her words of comfort left Shin Qian confused. Mingyao, I've been having a great time these past few days. Why don't you come with me? Lu Xian has prepared turtle soup for me tonight. Thinking of the giant turtle that Lu Xian caught this morning, Shin Qian was extremely excited and almost drooled on the spot. Turtle soup? Ha ha ha. Why don't you tell me that you grill fish and meat every meal? When the burly man heard what Shen Qian said, he almost laughed to death. We really have it every meal. Qian, who is this person? Just as Shen Qian was about to describe the scene of her stomach getting upset from eating grilled fish, she was interrupted by her good friend Lung Mingyao. Lung Mingyao looked Lu Xian up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Mingyao, he's Lu Xian, a member of our team. This time, thanks to someone from your team? Lu Xian? The one who messed up the PPT like a ghost drawing last time. Lu Xian didn't expect that Lung Mingyao actually knew him, but his image in the other person's mind didn't seem to be very high. It's because I'm not cut out for an office white-collar job, so I often mess up my work. So it seems that I am on the blacklist of this female president. When it comes to the PPT incident, even Shen Qian didn't know how to speak well of Lu Xian. Qian, I'm serious. You need to stay with me now. Old Wang used to be in the army and has extensive experience in wilderness survival. He also has 2 capable subordinates. I can't say much about other things, but at least you won't go hungry, and your safety is guaranteed. As for the money, leave it to me. Lu Xian, right? Qian, I'm in charge now. After all, our resources are limited, so I'm sorry, please go back. Lung Mingyao is worthy of being a female CEO. She portrays her autocratic character to the fullest. Shen Qian can't get a word in front of her at all. As for Lu Xian, let alone him. The other party didn't even give him a chance to speak. Lu Xian now basically understood everything. It turned out that he was redundant now? The problem is, Shen Qian is his woman. You can't just keep her just because you say so. Qian, I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll wait for you there. Lu Xian didn't say a single extra word. He just left a few words for Shen Qian and turned around to leave. Chapter 50. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Lu Xian, wait for me. Seeing Lu Xian leaving a few words and retreating to a big tree on the side, Shen Qian instinctively wanted to chase after him. Kuyin, stop. Wait here. Lung Mingyao obviously noticed her best friend's abnormal behavior, so she simply stopped talking to Shen Qian. She called Shen Qian and walked towards Lu Xian, who had retreated far away. I don't know how you managed to seduce her, but let me tell you this. If you have any improper thoughts about her, I will never let you go. Men are no good. Lu Xian didn't expect that this cold female president would actually come right in front of him. Not only did she leave a cruel word, but she also rejected all men in the world before leaving. It is obvious that this female compatriot has deep-rooted grudges against men. Hey, you don't need to worry about what happens between me and Kuyin. Are you her mother or her grandmother? Seeing that the other party spoke so rudely, Lu Xian did not tolerate it and immediately retorted. You? Fine. I'll see how long you can keep your stubbornness. Lung Mingyao glared at Lu Xian fiercely, then turned around and returned to Shen Qian. Mingyao, are you sure you want to go with this guy? What kind of abilities does someone who can't even do his daily job have? Think carefully. Lung Mingyao was not a shy person. She guessed what Shen Qian was thinking without Shen Qian saying much. Moreover, she had known Shen Qian for more than a year or 2. They knew each other very well. She was very clear about Shen Qian's personality. Mingyao, you really misunderstood Lu Xian. Lu Xian is really amazing. We now have food and drink, and a big cave to live in. Hee, is it 3 small barbecues every day, covered with a comfortable blanket, and sleeping until you wake up naturally every day? When the burly man heard Shen Qian say this, he started to sneer again. After hearing what the burly man said, Shen Qian was not angry at all. Instead, she recalled it seriously. It seemed that her current situation was almost the same as what the man said. Okay, I won't force you. Anyway, if you encounter any problems or can't make it, come find me here. Our residence is just ahead to the right. There's a small cave there, and, hey, Lao Wang, give me a shot from the flare gun. Lung Mingyao seemed to remember something when he finished speaking. He turned his head and looked at the burly man who was picking his teeth with a branch and looking at Shen Qian with contempt on his face. Sure, 8081. The burly man didn't waste any words, stretched out his right hand, and made the number 8. 800 is 8,800. Put it on the account and give me the stuff. Lung Mingyao agreed readily. Great. Wait here, I'll go get it. The burly man was very satisfied with himself for having made another deal. Anyway, I still have 2 of these signal guns. This thing can't see rescue or passing ships, so there's no use having more, so I might as well sell them at a high price. Brother Wang, no? Not good. What a fuss. Come on, go back with me and find the flare gun. At this moment, a man came running in panic from the other side of the jungle, speaking broken Chinese. Just as he was about to say something, he was dragged away by the burly man. Lu Xian was originally waiting there boredly for Shen Qian, But when he suddenly caught sight of the man running towards him in a panic, his brows furrowed. The man had blonde hair, was tall, and spoke broken Chinese. Wasn't he the foreigner he met on the yacht? Why is this person here? Lu Xian didn't expect that he originally wanted to find Lung Mingyao with Shen Qian, but he ended up finding so many people. After thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. Shen Qian had also inferred that this blonde foreigner was most likely with Lung Mingyao. However, at this moment, the blonde man was dragged away by the burly man, and he didn't notice Lu Xian at all. As for Shen Qian, her attention was still on Lung Mingyao. Mingyao, why don't you come with me? I'll talk to Lu Xian, and he'll take you in for my sake. Yes, Lung Mingyao, why don't you go there with your good sister? Maybe that place is really delicious and spicy. Why stay here and eat compressed biscuits every day? Before Lung Mingyao could say anything, Yini Chen, who was standing behind Lung Mingyao with her hands crossed in front of her chest and looking like she was watching a show, interrupted with a hint of meaning. She wished Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian were gone. Although Wang Jinda did have 2 large bags of compressed biscuits, who would complain about having too much food? One less person meant more food. In Yini Chen's eyes, she wished she was the only woman left. Qian, are you and him? Lung Mingyao ignored Yini Chen and focused his eyes on Shen Qian's cheek. 2. Shen Qian is also a smart person, so she naturally understands what Lung Mingyao means. Seeing her best friend like this, Lung Mingyao immediately understood everything, and now she looked at Lu Xian with an even more unfriendly look. Lu Xian was far away at this time and had no idea what was happening here, but he suddenly felt a murderous gaze coming towards him. Really, this woman is hard to figure out. Lu Xian originally thought that he had finally found Lung Mingyao for the sake of Shen Qian, despite all the hardships. He didn't expect the cold female CEO to be grateful to him, but at least she was friendly to him. He never thought that the result would be like this. Forget it, I won't accompany you anymore. You guys can live your life however you want. Lu Xian's goal now is very clear, which is to bring Shen Qian back safely. As for other things and other people, he doesn't care. After waiting for a while, the burly man came back with a signal gun, but his facial expression was very stiff, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. Here you go? Nothing else. Everyone get back here. Hurry up. After throwing the signal gun to Lung Mingyao and leaving a word, the burly man turned around absent-mindedly and went back. Lung Mingyao was puzzled when he saw the other person's look. In his impression, this Wang was a money-conscious person. This time, he gave the things to her without even asking her to sign. Was he just going to do something stupid? Qian, take this. If you encounter any danger, just signal us and we will come to you. Lung Mingyao gave Shen Qian some more instructions. The burly man behind him was already getting a little impatient and kept urging Lung Mingyao. After bidding farewell to Shen Qian, Lung Mingyao quickly caught up with the burly man and Yini Chen. Damn it! Are you sure that the dead body is from our ship? The burly man walking in front called aside the blonde man and another burly man who were frantically keeping watch at the back of the jungle, and asked again with a frown. Chapter 51, Let's Live Our Little Life. Lu Xian, I'm sorry. Lung Mingyao doesn't know the situation, and she has this kind of temper. She's never nice to men, no matter who they are. On the way back this time, Shen Qian kept greeting Lu Xian. Lu Xian basically understood that Lung Mingyao had lacked fatherly love since childhood. It was just that other people, because of the lack of fatherly love, would hope to find a man earlier, but this woman was probably born with a strong backbone. The more she lacked something, the less she wanted it, so she gradually developed a hostile to men character. I don't care. She and I have no relationship at all. I only came to her for your sake. Since she's doing well now, my mission is successfully completed. Lu Xian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't take it to heart at all. Anyway, he had done what he promised Shen Qian, so the matter was settled. With his current abilities and supplies, it would be impossible for him to seek help from the strong man and Lung Mingyao in the future. Similarly, since the other party does not take you seriously, then we will just go our separate ways from now on. Before sunset, the two successfully walked out of the jungle, boarded the yacht, and headed towards the sunset. By the way, Lu Xian, was the blonde foreigner who appeared at the end of the day the one you saw on the yacht? Along the way, Shen Qian was probably in a bad mood, so she didn't say much. It was not until they were about to reach their cave that she asked a question. Yes, you saw it too? I felt that the expression of this money-hungry man changed immediately after seeing the blonde man. I guess there is some bad news. Forget it, I don't want to bother with them. Let's hurry up and light the fire to make turtle soup. Lu Xian docked his lifeboat, jumped out of the boat, and prepared to make a fire and cook. As for other people's family affairs, why should he worry about them? Yes, I'm very hungry. Shen Qian rubbed her stomach, which was growling with hunger, and trotted into the cave quickly. 3 minutes later, Lucian skillfully set up the grill and started the fire. Shen Qian also returned to her front yard, carrying the soup pot and the basin containing the turtle. Lucian found a kitchen knife from the cave and slashed the turtle's head with it. In fact, it was Lucian's first time to kill a soft-shelled turtle, so he didn't understand the process. He just had to kill the soft-shelled turtle first and then cut it into pieces. The curious baby Shen Qian standing by wanted to see but didn't dare to, so she raised her hands, shielding her eyes while secretly leaving a gap from time to time, and watched the turtle die half-covered. After Lucian finished processing the soft-shelled turtle, the water in the pot was boiling. Lucian directly threw the chopped soft-shelled turtle into the soup pot. The only pity was that he had no onions, ginger, or garlic. He only had a bottle of cooking wine to enhance the flavor a little. Let's get 2 grilled fish to fill our stomachs first. This turtle soup will take at least an hour to cook. These delicious foods all take time to prepare. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. However, the two of them couldn't just sit there and wait. Anyway, they had abundant food reserves. Lucian caught 2 big fish, removed the internal organs, cut them into pieces, skewered them, and grilled them. Lucian's barbecue skills are becoming more and more sophisticated. As time passed, the fish's skin gradually became crispy under the embrace of the fire, and the oil kept dripping onto the dry branches below with a sizzling sound, stirring up bursts of tiny sparks and a richer aroma. This fragrance, like an invisible hook, deeply aroused the gluttony in Shen Qian's stomach, making her stomach, which was already empty due to the long journey, even more restless, as if she could hear bursts of protests coming from inside. On the beach dyed orange by the setting sun, the sea breeze with a slightly salty scent blew gently, as if even the air was filled with a mouth-watering fragrance. This is baked. Here you go. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. Lucian had just handed the 2 pieces of grilled fish to Shen Qian, and the girl no longer cared about her reserve. She took the golden grilled fish skewered by the tree branches and began to eat it with relish. Delicious, delicious, so delicious. This fish is so delicious, better than the ones from the past few days. He was eating while mumbling something incoherently. Don't overeat, there's also turtle soup. Hey, ha ha ha, you're still blaming me. You must be full yourself. This grilled fish is so delicious, I just can't stop eating it. Lucian was just about to persuade Shen Qian to eat less, but he started burping first. Just as Shen Qian had said, the fish they caught today was absolutely fantastic when grilled. The meat was fresh and tender, and with the dripping fish oil, the delicate and smooth texture, and the chewiness that grew stronger the more you chewed, made it impossible not to indulge in it. The two of them each enjoyed a 2-pound grilled fish and were very satisfied with the meal. Just as I finished the grilled fish, the aroma of the turtle soup in the soup pot wafted over. Lucian stood beside the steaming soup pot and looked inside. The turtle soup in the pot was bubbling with tempting bubbles and exuding an irresistible aroma, as if it could instantly evoke the most primitive desire for food in people's hearts. Lucian couldn't wait to taste the soft-shelled turtle soup with a spoon. It was rich and mellow. Just one mouthful was enough for Lucian's taste buds to experience an unprecedented journey. The moment the soup touches the tip of your tongue, a rich and mellow taste bursts out instantly, like a clear mountain spring meeting the warm summer sun, turning into a feast for the taste buds. Seeing Lucian's satisfied expression, Shen Qian couldn't help herself and snatched the spoon from Lucian's hand and took a bite. This is delicious, so delicious, ha! While still burping, he couldn't wait to taste the second spoonful. As a result, the two of them drank the turtle soup till it was all gone, taking turns to eat it. Lucian, why is this turtle soup so delicious? I've eaten a lot of delicacies from land and sea, such as abalone and shark fin, but nothing can compare to this bowl of soup. What did you add to the soup? It's so delicious. After Shen Qian finished the turtle soup, she no longer cared about being a lady or not. She tore the turtle apart with her hands and tore off a turtle leg for Lucian and herself, still muttering to herself. How can you compare farmed soft-shelled turtles with wild ones? Even if you have money in the city, you may not be able to buy authentic wild soft-shelled turtles. Lucian, look, there's a light on the sea. As the two of them were savoring the plump soft-shelled turtle, Shen Qian inadvertently caught a glimpse of a glimmer rising from the sea in the distance. Chapter 52, Discovering a Passing Ship. Seeing Shen Qian suddenly jump up from the ground and rush towards the beach, Lucian also suddenly turned around and looked at the sea in the north. Sure enough, on the distant sea, there was a light so faint that it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, moving slowly from west to east. Although it was too far away and human vision alone could not tell what it was, Lu Xian was almost certain that it was a ship sailing eastward. Quick, light the torch. Lu Xian threw the half-eaten delicious turtle aside, picked up a dry branch on the ground, lit it directly, and began to wave it desperately towards the sea. We are here. We are here. Shen Qian also followed Lu Xian's example and lit a torch and shouted at the light in the distance at the top of his lungs. Qian, hurry up and find the signal gun that Lung Mingyao gave you. After waiting for many days, he finally saw a ship passing by. Lu Xian really didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Who knows how long it would take for the next ship to pass by this place. Okay, I'll get it. Shen Qian didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and rushed into the cave. In the second sub-cave that was used as a storage room, he took out the signal gun he had just found from Lung Mingyao. Lu Xian, give it to me. Before Shen Qian ran out of the cave, he threw the signal gun to Lu Xian. Lu Xian turned and ran towards the beach, then tried again to locate the direction of the ship. Unfortunately, the ship seemed to have sailed out of the two people's visual range. No matter how hard Lu Xian looked, he could no longer see that ray of light. Lu Xian didn't have time to think about it anymore and could only rely on the signal gun in his hand. He fired a shot into the air in the direction where the ship was spotted. With a whoosh, a dazzling golden flame rose up, instantly reaching 100 meters high and lighting up half of the sky. After a moment, the dazzling light slowly faded away, turning into countless golden spots of light, falling like drizzle, and finally merging into the sea. The whole world seemed to fall into silence again. Lu Xian and Shen Qian still stood on the beach, looking up, both hoping that the faint light that had just disappeared would appear again. However, until the sky became completely dark, there was no more movement on the sea in the distance. Oh, oops. At this moment, Shen Qian suddenly slapped his head. It's okay. If we can see one ship, we can see the second one. This is a good thing. Lu Xian patted Shen Qian's shoulders, trying to comfort her. As a result, Shen Qian said, I sent out the distress signal Mingyao gave me. She wouldn't think I was in trouble and come to save me, right? Oh, this should be okay. We probably won't need it anyway, so let's just use it. Lu Xian was speechless. He originally thought that the girl was upset because she missed the boat, but it turned out to be because of this. Lu Xian never thought that there would be a time when he and Lung Mingyao would need to ask for help, so the signal gun was just left there. It would be better to take it out and take a chance. If it was really seen by a passing ship, maybe they would be rescued. Yeah, never mind. Let's continue eating turtle. Shen Qian was carefree and turned around to continue enjoying her delicious food. But Lung Mingyao and others on the other side of the island actually discovered the rising flare at this moment. This is a signal from Kuyin. Kuyin must be in trouble. Lung Mingyao suddenly rushed out of the cave where she was. Oh, I'm afraid someone is in great danger. When will this damn place end? Yin Chen picked the flattest piece of ground and was chewing on some compressed biscuits. Although she was tired of eating big fish and meat on weekdays, she was extremely unhappy that she could only eat this crappy stuff for 3 meals a day. However, she couldn't bear it. So although she had some complaints in her heart, her mouth and stomach were still quite honest. At this moment, she also saw the sky outside suddenly flash, and then saw Yin Chen running out in a hurry. Brother Wang, Kuyin might be in danger. Can you go and save her? Lung Mingyao immediately rushed out of the cave, but found that the flare was long gone and the sky turned pitch black again, as if nothing had happened. Lung Mingyao was extremely anxious, but she could do nothing by herself. She could only run into the cave again and ask for help from the dozing strong man. Who to save? That woman. Where to save her? She chose to be with that pretty boy today. We are all adults. We should be responsible for our own actions. What do you call this? You reap what you sow. The burly man snorted, yawned, and continued to nap. Brother Wang, I can give you money. Is 10,000 yuan enough? Lung Mingyao took a step forward and pushed the burly man's arm desperately. What are you arguing about? 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan is nothing. Can 10,000 yuan buy a life in the city? Besides, don't you see where we are now? 10,000 yuan is nothing. Forget it. In this shabby place, if we really encounter danger, it will be too late even if we send a signal. I told you before, only by following me, old Wang, can you survive. So is 5,000 yuan a day too much? The burly man pushed Lung Mingyao away impatiently. But Brother Wang, she might. Stop talking nonsense. She didn't listen to the elders and is suffering now. It's too late to regret now. Not even a god can save her. I'm not trying to scare you, but guess what my brother saw in the jungle this afternoon? Corpses, bloody corpses. Scared, right? So the only way for you to survive is to follow me. Okay, your little sister is definitely gone. Give up on this idea and take a rest. I, Old Wang, am here to keep you safe. Before Lung Mingyao could finish her words, the burly man interrupted her, frowned, and boasted about himself again. A corpse? Is that true? Was it eaten by wolves? Who is it? I won't go out anymore. It's too dangerous outside. Upon hearing that there were dead bodies in the jungle, Yin Chin's face turned green with fright. She curled up into a ball and trembled in the corner. Lung Mingyao, however, was like a deflated person, sitting down on the ground. She was extremely regretful. She shouldn't have let Shun Qian's temper get the better of her and let him and that guy named Lu Xian leave today. It's all the fault of that guy surnamed Lu. If Shun Qian were to make a mistake, she would never let Lu Xian go. Several people were thinking about their own things in the cave, when suddenly a few creepy wolf howls were heard outside the cave. And the wolf howls came one after another, from far away to near. Chapter 53. A good figure is still useful. Oh my wolf is coming, help. Damn it. Shut up. Obviously, the people in the cave were not deaf, and everyone heard the wolf howling that was approaching them. Yin Chin was so scared at this time that she was at a loss. She kept shouting in the cave. The burly man slapped her directly. She was shouting like that, which was like inviting a wolf into the house. Long legs, fatty, didn't I tell you to find something to block the hole as soon as possible? Brother Wang, I'm busy looking for food during the day, so I don't have time. Before anyone could make any further moves, two pairs of eyes glowing with a faint blue light came into everyone's sight. Wolf is coming, huh? Yin Chin was hiding at the back of the crowd, but her eyes were the sharpest. As soon as the two wolves appeared at the entrance of the cave, she started screaming hysterically. Quick, light the fire, light the torch. The strong man did not expect the wolves to come so quickly, and with the appearance of the first wolf, the second, the third, 7 or 8 wolves surrounded the cave entrance with a fierce look on their faces. The man called Fatty bravely took a few steps forward, intending to find a dry tree fork from the small fire in front of the cave and light a torch. However, due to excessive nervousness, his hands shook, and not only did he not take the tree fork from the firewood pile, but he also extinguished the already small flame. At this moment, the entire cave became dark in an instant. As the flames were completely extinguished, the cave, which was not bright to begin with, became completely dark. Yin Chin was so frightened that her face turned pale. At this moment, the only thing she could do was to scream desperately to offset the fear in her heart. Although Lung Mingyao was much calmer than Yin Chin, no matter how strong her mental strength was, she could not hide the fear rising in her heart at this moment. The people in the city had never experienced facing a pack of wolves, let alone looking directly at a wolf. Lung Mingyao only felt his hands and legs trembling involuntarily, as if they were completely out of his control. Stupid pigs, why did I raise a bunch of stupid pigs like you? The burly man obviously didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Now there was neither any shelter in front of him to stop the wolves from advancing, nor was there a campfire that could scare the wolves a little. Then all that awaits them are the wolves' ferocious gazes and the dark night that represents death. Brother Wang, what should we do? Not only were the two women in the cave frightened out of their wits, but even the two men behind the burly man were frightened to the point of freezing in place. You too. Push up for me. Even the burly man himself had seen this scene before. He pointed his hand tremblingly in the direction of the cave entrance and ordered his two men to rush forward in an almost trembling voice. I can't do it. Let's run for our lives. But others are not stupid. The agreed-upon share of the spoils is indeed tempting, but the prerequisite is that you have to be alive to get it. Seeing that this situation is destined to end in death, who would joke with their own life? The golden-haired foreigner and the fat man were both thinking about how to escape. Especially this golden-haired foreigner. He was already very scared today, and the bloody scene in the jungle was still lingering in his mind. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of that miserable woman. At the moment, the two men just wanted to use the burly man and two women behind them as bait, while they could take advantage of their nimble legs and feet to slip away. The wolf outside the cave seemed to have seen through the little thoughts of the humans in the cave. At this moment, there was only greed in its eyes, and there was no fear or hesitation at all. The leader wolf howled to the sky and gave the order to charge first. As soon as the leader wolf moved, the 2 or 3 wolves behind him also followed suit and immediately surrounded the cave entrance. At that moment, only the strong man still had the idea of fighting the wolves. He picked up a bamboo stick on the ground and rushed forward while shouting. The wolves that had already invaded the cave were actually scared back by his unexpected move. Seeing this, the golden-haired foreigner and the fat man knew how to seize the opportunity. Taking advantage of the gap at the entrance of the cave, they rushed out one after the other and escaped from the cave. Without caring about anything else, they fled at full speed, one on the left and one on the right. Damn it, come back here. The burly man originally thought that the two men rushed forward to help him fight off the wild wolves, but he never expected that his two good brothers were trying to save their lives. But it was precisely because these two people escaped that the human camp's momentum was completely lost. Once the momentum was lost, the wild wolves went completely crazy. The three wild wolves spotted the fat guy, who was fleeing to the right, and pounced on him directly. The fat guy was originally round in build, with a long body and short legs. In school, this figure would be a typical template that would lower the average sports score of the class. The chubby, fat man had not run more than 10 meters when he was knocked down by the wild wolf chasing him from behind. As soon as the first wolf pounced, the second, third, and fourth wolves followed. The man's fate can be imagined. Lung Mingyao and others who were still in the cave could only hear miserable cries piercing the sky. In less than half a minute, the plump man was completely motionless. On the other side, the golden-haired foreigner relied on his long legs and being an excellent athlete, and his ability to escape was far superior to that of the fat man. In addition, because the wolf pack noticed the movement on the right first, the remaining wolves did not react until the golden-haired foreigner ran nearly 100 meters away. The golden-haired foreigner was quite familiar with the area and could find the general direction even in the dark. Relying on the fact that he was a crew member and an excellent swimmer, he ran straight to the sea with only the desire to escape, plunged into the water, and swam desperately towards the deep sea. In Yichen and Lung Mingyao in the cave were not idle either. The two women could not compare with men when it came to escaping, but women had their own unique advantages at this time. Earlier, the two discovered a hole at the back of the cave. In order to block wind and rain, they temporarily blocked the gap, which was only about 40 centimeters wide, with clothes. Unexpectedly, this became their only escape route. The two of them ran towards the gap at the same time. Fortunately, both of them are beautiful girls who pay attention to maintaining their figure and have a certain pursuit of yoga. Faced with this kind of cave, they can easily take it down. After the golden-haired foreigner and the fat man over there escaped, the two women in the cave took action. While Wang Jinda, the lone commander in the cave, was still thinking about how to call back his two escaped subordinates. He didn't know that he was the only one left in the cave at this moment. 3 minutes later, when the two women who had escaped from the cave stopped to catch their breath, they heard hysterical screams coming from the cave. Chapter 54 Princess Hug. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the cave, Lu Xian opened his sleepy eyes hazily. The beauty beside him has disappeared. Lu Xian put on his coat, put on his pants, and got up. He looked around. The bonfire in the front yard was burning brightly. The fish on the barbecue grill were skewered neatly, and everything in the cave seemed tidy and orderly. The only thing missing was Shen Qian. It was not until Lu Xian walked out of the cave from the back that he vaguely saw Shen Qian's figure. It was estimated that the girl hadn't bathed for 2 days. Girls all like to be clean, so she soaked in the lake early in the morning. However, obviously because of Lu Xian's last reminder, Shen Qian was just taking a bath near the shore. But precisely because of this, the scene of her half-hidden and half-visible, holding the pipa and half-covering her face, is even more heart-moving. The early morning sunlight was like fine gold dust, gently falling on her shoulders, exposing almost her entire upper body and outlining a heartwarming picture. Her long black hair fell naturally without any deliberate sculpting, as if it was a waterfall pouring down from the sky. It swayed gently with the waves, slowly swinging in the water, sparkling with water light, and was so beautiful that it seemed like nothing in this world. In the reflection of the morning sun, Shen Qian's skin looks even whiter like jade, with a faint pink luster, just like a newly blooming lotus, pure and flawless, yet with a bit of a girl's shyness and tenderness. All of these constitute a breathtaking picture, a picture of a beautiful woman emerging from the water like a lotus. Lu Xian was at an age full of vigor and vitality. When he just stood up and saw this scene, how could he not be moved? While Shen Qian was not paying attention, Lu Xian took a few quick steps and then plunged into the lake. Oh my, who is that? You scared me. No. Shen Qian was concentrating on wiping her cheeks and didn't notice that she was attacked from behind. Why not? Look at the blue sky and white clouds now. What a beautiful scenery. Lu Xian pulled Shen Qian into his arms. Shen Qian struggled to escape to the shore. You're really getting worse. Anyway, I can't do it today. Shen Qian glared at Lu Xian with blushing cheeks, left Lu Xian and quickly returned to the shore, then trotted back to the cave without looking back. Seeing Shun Qian barefoot and limping, Lu Xian simply ran up and hugged her. Hey, what are you doing? Shun Qian's face was full of astonishment. Aren't you feeling unwell? Come, brother will carry you back. One must pamper one's own woman. Moreover, today is Shun Qian's special period. She can't go barefoot. What if she gets cold? Lu Xian gave Shun Qian a princess hug with his bare chest. This was the first time Shun Qian was hugged by a man like this, and her little face had already turned as red as an apple. She just lay obediently in Lu Xian's arms, not moving at all, as obedient as a little cat. Just as Lu Xian was carrying his beloved towards the cave, they didn't know that in the jungle on the left side of the lake, there were two women who had escaped death and were running around in the jungle aimlessly with haggard expressions. Lung Mingyao and Yin Yichen ran all night until dawn. They stopped for a while and took a nap under a big tree. They continued to run to the west, as if as long as they stayed away from the cave, they could escape the threat of the wild wolves. It was not known how long had passed, but through the mottled jungle, Yin Yichen seemed to see a lake. At first, Yin Yichen thought that she had been running away all night and was tired, hungry, and dizzy. It was not until they walked forward for a while that the jungle in front of them gradually became sparse, and a large lake came into view. Only then did the two confirm that they had not only escaped from this horrible jungle, but also found a large lake. Just when the two were thinking about replenishing their water, they suddenly saw two figures. Yin Yichen had a sharp eye and saw at a glance that the man standing there was naked. Oh my, this man has a good figure. Lung Mingyao, who was still busy admiring the lake, turned his head and looked to the other side after being reminded by Yin Yichen. Then I saw a man holding a beautiful woman in his arms, with his upper body bare. Lung Mingyao had never seen such a scene before, so he simply turned away. Wow, it seems there's a woman there too. Princess, carry her. This guy can definitely do that. Yin Yichen is not a kind-hearted person like Lung Mingyao. As an internet celebrity anchor, she has seen all kinds of scenes. In her eyes, the man must be strong and a princess hug is a must. But being carried like a princess by the lake under the blue sky and white clouds was a scene she had never imagined. Don't look at it. Let's go. What if we meet bad guys? Lung Mingyao's cheeks were blushing at this time. She turned around and continued to pull Yin Yichen. No, look at this place, with lakes and grass. This place is much better than our shabby place. Besides, these two people are so interesting, which means that for them, food and clothing here are definitely not a problem. Otherwise, why don't we just go and join them? Ever since Yin Yichen saw this place, she couldn't bear to leave. As for whether this place was occupied by someone else, she didn't care. She was absolutely confident in herself. Even if this place was occupied by a man who was currently naked and enjoying the service of a beautiful woman, with her beauty, it would be a piece of cake for her to capture that man and make him serve her obediently. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm not going anyway. Lung Mingyao, as a woman, could never bring herself to show off. It's okay. We're just huddling together for warmth. Why are you thinking so much? Yin Yichen had finally found such a great place, and now she was unwilling to leave no matter what. After all, the days of sleeping in the open air are too torturous. I finally found such a good place. Why should I leave? Shin Qian over there became more and more shy. She struggled twice in Lu Xian's arms and then jumped down. She ran towards the cave with a red face. Lu Xian simply let the girl go and was thinking about taking a bath in the lake again. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly noticed that there seemed to be movement behind him and immediately looked towards the jungle vigilantly. Who? Come out. Lu Xian picked up the harpoon he was carrying and rushed forward. When Lu Xian saw the two women with rosy cheeks hiding in the jungle, both of them were shocked. Of course, Lung Mingyao's blush was due to shyness, but Yin Yichen's blush was another matter entirely. Chapter 55 I Can Do Any Job. When Lung Mingyao found out that the shameless shirtless man was actually Lu Xian, who had seduced her best friend, her face flushed even more, but this time it was because she was angry. Lu Xian, what were you? What were you doing with that woman just now? Kuyin, where is Kuyin? Where is she? Just now, because Lu Xian had his back to her, she didn't recognize that the man was Lu Xian, so that was fine. Now when he suddenly realized that this shameless man was actually Lu Xian, Lung Mingyao was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. None of your business. I haven't even asked you yet. You don't have to worry about food and drink, so why are you coming to me? Seeing the other party's look, Lu Xian lost his temper. He was doing his business, and you were peeping at him. Now you even come to question him? You are my mother or my aunt. Do I have to report to you about everything I do? Lu Xian directly retorted. We just happened to pass by. What? What did you do to Kuyin? With Lung Mingyao's aloof personality, he naturally didn't want to tell Lu Xian about his embarrassing experience last night. Queen is fine. There's no need for you to worry. Did you just happen to be passing by? Are you here to seek refuge with me? Lu Xian looked the two men up and down and saw that each of them looked more embarrassed than the other. Bah, I'm not here to seek refuge with you. I'm warning you, Lu Xian, if you do anything to let Queen down, I will never let you go. Let's go. Lung Mingyao became more and more disgusted with Lu Xian. He grabbed Yi Chen's hand and turned to leave. Wait. Hey. Yi Chen didn't want to leave when she saw this nice place. But then she discovered that Lu Xian had such a great figure, so she was reluctantly dragged away by Lung Mingyao. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Lu Xian naturally wouldn't tolerate it. If you don't like me, then get out. This is a deserted island, not your company, Lung Mingyao, so she has no right to boss you around. Lung Mingyao, hey, are you listening to me? This place is so nice. If we don't stay here, where else can we go? Yi Chen was anxious and was dragged by Lung Mingyao for a long distance before she found an opportunity to shake him off. If you want to go back, go by yourself. I tell you, that Lu Xian is not a good person. Ku Yin was deceived by him. Look, he actually found another woman behind Ku Yin's back. Lung Mingyao's hatred for Lu Xian had already made her a little lose her mind. What good guys and bad guys? President Lung, this isn't your company. You're lucky to be alive. I didn't like that guy at first, but now it's a different time. We're trying to survive. Besides, your good sister is there too. Isn't that perfect? Yi Chen is someone who can let go of things easily. For her, the most important thing at the moment is to find some food to fill her stomach and then find a safe place to have a good sleep. After all, she didn't sleep a wink last night. As for whether she has to look at other people's faces or be taken advantage of by men, she doesn't care at all. What's more, she now even thinks that Lu Xian has a pretty good figure and is exactly what she wants. I'm not going. Lung Mingyao was cold, hungry, and sleepy at the moment. For her, who was born into a wealthy family, she had never suffered such hardship as last night. Just thinking of Lu Xian made her feel uncomfortable all over. Okay, you're so noble, all right? I'll go get some water and some food. That's all. Yi Chen rolled her eyes at Lung Mingyao and walked towards the direction where Lu Xian left. What? You saw Mingyao? Where? Lu Xian returned to the cave and told Shen Qian what he had seen of the two women without hiding anything. Shen Qian was naturally excited and surprised. Don't worry, I'm sure she'll be back sooner or later. I guess they must have run into some trouble last night. Both of them looked so dirty. Lu Xian grilled a fish for himself and said casually. With his experience, he could guess what was going on just by looking at Lung Mingyao. They must have encountered some emergency. Lu Xian, our place is big enough. Can we bring Mingyao to live with us? Shen Qian stammered and expressed what was in her mind. For your sake, it's not impossible, but I have a request. Lu Xian is not a petty person. What's more, Lung Mingyao is not Yang Yaqi, who just can't let go of the airs of a female CEO. She doesn't have any bad intentions in her bones. On his side, firstly, he is rich and can afford to support her. Secondly, he also needs manpower to help with the work. As long as the other party is obedient and can distinguish between the big and small kings, he can let him stay for Shen Qian's sake. However, if the other party is ungrateful, then sorry, just go somewhere else. I have no obligation and no mood to look at your sour face. Shen Qian stared at Lu Xian with wide eyes and curiosity, and finally nodded seriously. It's simple. No matter what I ask for, you have to stand by me. Lu Xian already had a plan in mind. No matter whether she was a strong woman or a female CEO, she had to be obedient when she came to his territory. Okay, Lu Xian, you won't make that kind of request, right? Shen Qian agreed hesitantly and added shyly at the end. I never force anyone to buy or sell anything. Lu Xian waved his hand with righteous indignation. As he was speaking, footsteps were heard from the back of the cave. Wow, this place is so big and spacious. Yi Chen walked in slowly from the back of the cave, and every step she took amazed her. She had originally thought that the place she had lived in before was a good place to shelter from the wind and rain on the deserted island, but there was no harm without comparison. Compared with Lu Xian, the place she lived in was simply a doghouse. No, it should be said that it was not even as good as a doghouse. Hey, here, there are so many fish. When she saw the dozen or so lively freshwater fish piled in the second cave, her eyes almost popped out. Since she arrived on the island, she has been eating nothing but compressed biscuits. She finally spent a lot of money to buy a fish from the burly man, but it was not even enough to fill her stomach. Lu Xian has so many fish that he has no place to put them. Who allowed you in? Hearing the noise, Lu Xian and Shen Qian quickly walked towards the second cave. Seeing that the person coming was Yi Chen, Lu Xian waved his hand and made a gesture to drive her away. Don't. Oh, by the way, sister, your best friend Lung Mingyao is outside. How about we team up? I'll pay you 5,000 a day. Aside from her attractive looks, Ini Chin has only two strengths: her adaptability and her extraordinary generosity. Sorry, I'm not short of money. Lu Xian still didn't look at Ini Chin in a good mood. Handsome boy, come on, I can do anything. Really, I can do it. Ini Chin mentioned the key point and did not forget to emphasize it. Chapter 56, 3 Rules. Lu Xian was neither blind nor deaf, and he knew everything Ini Chin did and said like a mirror in his mind. It has to be admitted that Ini Chin does have a unique charm that is hard to ignore. She seems to be a natural focus, emitting an irresistible radiance all the time. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her long, slightly curly wine-red hair, coupled with her inherently charming and seductive temperament, would probably make even a monk take a glance at her. However, if you want to join your team, you can't just rely on your looks. Ini Chin, is Mingyao with you? When Shen Qian saw that the person coming was Ini Chin, she immediately asked about Lung Mingyao's whereabouts. She's right outside by the lake. Hey, are there only the two of you here? No other women. No matter how bad Lu Xian's attitude towards her was, Ini Chin still greeted him with a smile. Even Lu Xian had to admit that this woman had a really good mentality. When mentioning Lung Mingyao, Ini Chin began to look around Lu Xian's big cave. Looking around, it seemed that there were only Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao's good friend Shen Qian, and there was no third person. Ini Chin was a little puzzled, as she originally thought that Lu Xian already had many wives and concubines. Other women? There are only two of us. Ini Chin, take me to see Lung Mingyao. Shen Qian was also confused when she heard Ini Chin's words, but her mind was now completely focused on Lung Mingyao. Okay, no problem. Actually, I've been trying to persuade her that there seems to be some misunderstanding between her and this guy. I think this guy is a very nice person. It must be a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Ini Chin pointed towards the back exit with a smile, trying to smooth things over. Those who didn't know would have thought that she and Lu Xian were very close. The two followed Ini Chin and soon saw Lung Mingyao wandering alone on the grass beside the lake. Qian, are you okay? I was so worried when I saw the signal you sent last night. Mingyao, I'm fine. Why are you here? And where are those men? Why are only the two of you here? Even though Lu Xian guessed most of it, Shen Qian and Lu Xian still had a lot of questions in their minds. Let's not talk about it. Last night, our residence was attacked by a pack of wild wolves. Luckily, there was a small hole at the back of the cave, and Ini Chin and I escaped through that hole. As for the others, I'm afraid they're doomed. Recalling what happened last night, Lung Mingyao's face became heavy. You have a cave, so how did the wolves get in? Could it be that you didn't build any shelter? Lu Xian was a little puzzled about the wolf pack's invasion of his residence. Logically speaking, as long as there was a certain degree of cover and protection, it would be difficult for the wolves to rush into the cave even if there were a large number of them. Forget about these idiots. Handsome boy, you're the most reliable. Mingyao, you don't know that they have so many fish here, big ones like this, more than a dozen. Their living quarters are 100 times better than ours. Oh right, I checked, there are only the two of them here, no other women. Ini Chin has always been interested in Lu Xian. This man is young, handsome, and has a good figure. If she were not so poor that she could not afford to eat, if she were in the city, she would definitely take Lu Xian home as her gigolo. What Ling Ini Chin never expected was that Lu Xian seemed to be 1,000 times better than those unreliable pretty boys. Not to mention the distant things, just the residence and the food in the residence were enough to show that this man was not just a show-off, but really capable. At this moment, Ini Chin wanted to praise Lu Xian to the sky. At the end of her words, she deliberately lowered her voice and almost bit Lung Mingyao's ear to tell him that there were only Shen Qian and Lu Xian here. Lung Mingyao was also stunned. He glanced at Shen Qian, whose face was still slightly flushed, and then turned his gaze to Lu Xian, his face still showing a half-believing and half-doubting expression. Mingyao, I've already told you that we're doing great here. By the way, Lu Xian, can you please let Mingyao stay? Please. Of course, Shen Qian really hopes that her good friend Lung Mingyao can stay with her, but she is also tactful enough to know that whether Lung Mingyao can stay must be approved by Lu Xian. Yes, stay. I'm here too. Isn't it said that unity is strength? We can get this done. Handsome boy, if you have any other conditions, you can raise them. As long as I can do it. When Ini Chin heard Shen Qian speak, she immediately interjected and did not forget to throw a coquettish glance at Lu Xian. Lung Mingyao didn't say anything for a long time, but just glanced at Lu Xian from time to time. As for Shen Qian, she was looking at Lu Xian with an almost pleading look. To be honest, I do need some help here, and I have the ability to support a few more people. We have food and drink, and the cave is big enough, and we have basic security guarantees. But if you want to stay, you have to agree to some rules. Lu Xian's words were not entirely to give face to Shen Qian. As Lu Xian said, he needed manpower, whether it was basic daily life, such as washing clothes and cooking, or the renovation of the cave, such as strengthening defense projects, expanding the back garden, and renovating the residence. Of course, basic necessities of life such as food, drink, defecation, and urination can be guaranteed with one's existing resources and abilities. The key to the problem is that those who stay must strictly obey my orders. I don't want to be a rich second-generation white beauty who just eats and waits for death, nor do I want to be a lazy and snobbish person who only cares about his own interests. No problem, absolutely no problem. The handsome boy is right. Everything must be done according to the rules. Meng Yao, don't you agree? Ini Chen agreed without a second thought. The most important thing at the moment was to find a place to live in peace. After all, for her, it was simply a pipe dream to expect her to survive alone in this desolate place. Besides, if I stay here, I can get close to this handsome guy with an amazing body. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Seeing that Ini Chen agreed so readily, without even knowing what the three rules Lu Xian mentioned were, everyone focused their attention on Lung Mingyao. Compared to Ini Chen, who agreed without any hesitation, Lung Mingyao seemed much calmer. Lu Xian, then tell me what you think. As long as it doesn't violate morality and is reasonable, I can consider it. After seeing Shen Qian again, Lung Mingyao, who had been a little out of control, calmed down. Moreover, Ini Chen had also said that there was no other woman here besides Shen Qian. He had completely misunderstood Lu Xian. First, I guarantee your basic food and clothing. Likewise, you also have to work. I don't accept idlers here. Lu Xian was not polite and went straight to the point. No problem. It's as it should be. It's all as it should be. Ini Chen agreed very readily. Although Lung Mingyao did not act as exaggerated as Ini Chen, he also nodded solemnly. Second, all actions must be under my command. No action without permission is allowed. The two agreed again. As for the third point, Lu Xian looked at the two of them separately, paused for a moment, and said word by word. Chapter 57, Assessments are a common practice here. For this last point, I need a 7-day probation period. If you pass the assessment, you can stay. If you fail, you'll be kicked out. After hearing Lu Xian's last point, the three people, including Shen Qian, were dumbfounded. Handsome guy, what does this assessment mean? Ini Chen hesitated for a moment, and seeing that the other two were just staring at Lu Xian without asking any questions, she became impatient and asked first. It's very simple. The passing score is 6 points. If your work satisfies me, you'll get 0.1 points extra. If I'm not satisfied, you'll deduct 0.1 points. Shen Qian's starting score is 6 points, and the two of you will get 4 points. Lu Xian briefly explained his assessment rules. Lu Xian, this isn't a company. Why are we having to conduct assessments? I think you're deliberately seeking revenge. This is purely subjective, and isn't it deliberately targeting someone? This isn't fair. Lung Mingyao, the company's president, couldn't hold it in any longer. In the company, she has always been the one evaluating her subordinates, but now she is being evaluated by her subordinates. This Lu Xian is actually the anti-Tian gang. Subjective will? Aren't all company assessments based on subjective will? How can it be that the officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps? Originally, Lu Xian hadn't thought about the company's assessment, but he didn't expect the female president to mention it herself. That was perfect. Lu Xian decided to have a good talk with her. The company's annual assessment is ostensibly item by item and well-reasoned, but in the end, it's all up to the leader. Those who have close relationships with the leaders will naturally get higher scores, while those like Lu Xian who have no connections and no background will naturally get the lowest scores. So, where is this so-called fairness and justice? In the final analysis, it is still nothing but selling dog meat under the guise of lamb. In the end, it is all based on subjective will. Lu Xian believes that his assessment is at least more reliable than the company's assessment because he does not play tricks and says frankly, brother, the assessment here depends on my mood. Lung Mingyao was so angry after being scolded by Lu Xian, but he was speechless and could not refute. Mingyao, forget it. Shen Qian kept pulling Lung Mingyao's arm. The girl was afraid that with Lung Mingyao's personality, he would walk away in anger. Fortunately, Lung Mingyao just looked at Lu Xian angrily and did not lose his mind. Firstly, Lung Mingyao still hopes to be with Shen Qian, and secondly, she really seems to have nowhere to go. If you look at me like that again, I'll deduct 0.1 points. This is a warning. However, Lu Xian was not polite at all and immediately showed Lung Mingyao a yellow card. Lu Xian really didn't intend to target anyone, let alone retaliate. He just wanted to appease the tempers of these two new young ladies. I'm not a sucker, much less a bootlicker. I've insured your food and clothing, and you still want me to give you a hard time? Dream on. If you want to survive in your own territory, you must be obedient. This is the rule here. Think it over carefully. If you want to stay, the first task to earn points is to kill 4 fish from the cave and clean their internal organs. The second task is to build 2 grills and grill the fish. This opportunity is rare, first come, first served. Leaving behind 2 scoring tasks, Lu Xian became a hands-off boss and returned to the cave without looking back. Qian, this Lu Xian. He is just trying to piss me off on purpose. Seeing Lu Xian disappear in front of everyone, Lung Mingyao, who had been holding back for a long time, finally exploded. Mingyao, actually Lu Xian is not as bad as you think. He is a pretty good person. Shen Qian continued to try to smooth things over. Why are you speaking up for him? I'm so angry. Hey, if you guys aren't going, I'm going. Lu Xian, I'm here to kill the fish. Ini Chen was in a good mood. She even thought that Lu Xian's assessment plan was quite interesting. After all, when she was a live broadcast blogger on the internet, she also had assessments. As long as the rewards were in place, then the assessment would be carried out. Mingyao, let's go in quickly. I always feel cold standing here. Lu Xian said that they will add a fence here in the future to prevent wild animals from attacking us from behind. Shen Qian had to pull, trick, and threaten her best friend, the CEO, before she finally brought him into the cave. In the cave, Ini Chen had found a kitchen knife with Lu Xian's help and was trying to catch a fish with her bare hands. However, with her skills, it was really difficult. She didn't catch the fish and was splashed with water. Looking at Lu Xian again, he was lying on the comfortable bedding, yawning, with his legs crossed leisurely. Why is this fish so hard to catch? How about I kill the fish and you guys catch it, and we each get 0.05 points. However, Ini Chen did not expect that this 0.1 point was much more difficult than she thought. She was busy for a long time, but didn't even catch any fish. Oh, there's an axe over there. Someone, go chop some firewood. That's 0.1 points too. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Lu Xian, who was lying there leisurely looking at everyone, yawned and threw out another task reward. Then what are you doing? Why should you give us everything? Lung Mingyao had never been humiliated like this before, and he questioned Lu Xian despite Shen Qian's attempts to stop him. Me? When I was doing these things, you were probably still spending money to hire people. You still have the nerve to talk to me like that? Deduct 0.1 points. Lu Xian rolled his eyes at the other person, waved his hand, and deducted points directly. You. Lung Mingyao's face turned red with anger. If Shen Qian hadn't been trying to comfort her, she would have been tempted to fight to the death with Lu Xian. Lu Xian, Mingyao has never done this kind of work before. Can you please forgive the 0.1 point deduction? As Lung Mingyao's best friend, Shen Qian could only come forward and beg Lu Xian. Forget it. For your sake, I won't deduct any points for now. As long as she grills the fish well, it's fine. Lu Xian waved his hand, showing an attitude of a gentleman who does not bear grudges. Lung Mingyao almost bit her teeth off when she saw Lu Xian's attitude, but who made her live under someone else's roof. He gritted his teeth and caught the fish with Shen Qian. The 3 women worked together very well. Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao catch fish, and Ini Chen kills the fish. Although the work was a bit rough, after a while, the 4 fish were successfully slaughtered. Very good, 0.05 points each for the 3 of you. Seeing the 3 people busy and finally completing the first task, Lu Xian generously gave them rewards. Lu Xian, can I give my 0.05 points to Mingyao? No, points cannot be given as gifts. You can only earn them yourself. Shen Qian was still thinking about opening the back door, but Lu Xian immediately cut off her idea. It is impossible to engage in speculation and profiteering on your own. We are a formal enterprise and must follow the rules. Hurry up, I want to eat grilled fish when the sun reaches the top of my head. Lu Xian issued an order without hesitation. Chapter 58, I'll be a boss for a while. Ini Chen, let's go chop some wood. Mingyao, you can take care of the barbecue grill. As a good best friend, Shen Qian gave the most labor-saving task of building the barbecue grill to her best friend, and she dragged Ini Chen to chop firewood. Although Ini Chen's work was rough, she seemed to enjoy it. She carried the fire axe in a very professional manner and left with Shen Qian. While the 2 of them were chopping bamboo with their axes, Ini Chen didn't forget to gossip. Hey, are you and that handsome boy? Hee, don't be shy. I understand everything. Ini Chen is not like Shen Qian, who is a naivete when it comes to matters between men and women. She has made great achievements in this area. She only needs to glance at Shin Qian to get the answer immediately. Don't ask such questions, just do your work. How could Shin Qian have the nerve to answer such a topic? She just lowered her head with blushing cheeks and concentrated on working. How is it? Is he very powerful? I want to ask you, is it long? Is that long? The more Shin Qian didn't answer her, the more curious Yin became. When she first met Lu Xian, she had quietly noticed his figure. This was the typical perfect male god figure, with muscular body when undressed and thin body when dressed. What could a man like this be lacking in? He must be excellent. Ah, you chop it yourself. I'm going back to help Meng Yao. Shin Qian really couldn't stand Yin asking such a question openly, so she threw down the axe and ran away shyly. Hey, don't go. I haven't finished asking. Just when she got a satisfactory answer, the girl ran away. Yin was unwilling to accept this and kept asking Shin Qian questions behind her. Shin Qian ran back to Lung Meng Yao with a red face. It was obvious that President Lung had also encountered some troubles. This broken thing is so hard to put together. It's always falling apart here or falling over there. Qian, are you the one who usually puts these things together? Can you help me take a look at it? Seeing Shin Qian coming back, Lung Meng Yao seemed to have found a savior. Lu Xian usually builds a lot, but he taught me. This isn't difficult. Just like this, that's it. Shin Qian began teaching demonstration on the spot. Lung Meng Yao is a smart person since she can manage such a big company. After Shin Qian taught her once, she mastered it completely. Not only did she master the technology of building a barbecue grill, she also made some technical innovations. She gave up using short bamboo sticks to string the fish, and instead chose a long bamboo stick about 1 meter long to string the fish on. Then she picked another thicker short branch and inserted it into one end of the long bamboo stick. Finally, she placed the entire long bamboo stick with the fish on the grill and turned the short branch at one end. In this way, a modified version of the grill that can rotate freely was completed. Seeing this girl easily improve and upgrade her barbecue grill, Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel at it. Needless to say, this female president is really capable and her brain is different from ordinary people. Another reason why Lu Xian agreed to Lung Mengyao's joining was that she had heard Shin Qian praise Lung Mengyao's intelligence many times. Her team was currently short of talent, and if someone with a good brain came, it would definitely be of great help to her. Now it seems that Shin Qian was not lying. President Lung is worthy of being President Lung. Although he seems difficult to get along with, he is a combination of beauty and wisdom, so it is understandable that he has a weird temper. How can this person be so perfect? Lu Xian, look at our new barbecue grill. At this time, Shin Qian also ran over excitedly to take credit for Lung Mengyao. Well, I see it's not bad. Hurry up and grill the fish. I'm still waiting to eat it. Naturally, Lu Xian would not indulge Lung Mengyao like this. If he did the first thing and got everyone's praise, he guessed that the female president would be too arrogant again. It's just grilled fish. Just wait. It will be ready in a matter of minutes. Lung Mengyao also regained his confidence. He snorted coldly and started to light a fire to grill the fish. Not long after, the first string of fragrant grilled fish came out of the oven. Lung Mengyao walked up to Lu Xian, who was pretending to doze off, carrying the grilled fish. Grilled fish, you're... Although he still didn't see any good expression from this woman, Lu Xian had to admit that this woman was quite reliable at work. Take the grilled fish, for example. It was just crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and Lu Xian himself didn't seem to be able to do that. Lu Xian, did you get Meng Yao's 0.1 point? As a good friend, Shin Qian immediately acted coquettishly and asked Lung Mengyao for points. Well, it's okay. I'll give you 0.1 points, but the service attitude is still not good enough. You need to keep improving. Lu Xian generously gave 0.1 points and also put forward new requirements. Lung Mengyao's cheeks were about to explode when she heard Lu Xian's words. She was a female CEO, and she personally grilled meat for you, but you actually said it was okay and asked for better service attitude. Should I feed you directly next time? Lung Mengyao snorted coldly, returned to the grill angrily, and continued her next round of grilling. Hello? It doesn't seem impossible. Qian, come, feed me. Lu Xian pulled Shin Qian over with a wicked smile. Stop it, it's annoying. In front of Lung Mengyao, Shin Qian didn't have the face to flirt with Lu Xian, so she pushed Lu Xian and returned to Lung Mengyao. Wow, it smells so good, so good. How can this grilled fish smell so good? Grill one for me too. At this time, Inichin also came back with a bundle of firewood. She smelled the aroma of grilled fish from a distance, so she threw the firewood away and ran to Lung Mengyao. Have you finished chopping the firewood? While enjoying the grilled fish sent by President Lung, Lu Xian asked about Inichin's work. Judging from his appearance, if he were in the city, he would be either the chairman or the general manager. Look, handsome boy, there, I've cut a lot. Give me 0.1 points. Eni Chen excitedly pointed at the firewood she had thrown aside, and did not forget to give Lu Xian an electric shock. Ahem, call me Brother Lu from now on. Do you hear me? And you? Lu Xian cleared his throat a few times, corrected the address, and took Lung Mengyao in his arms. I heard it, Master Lu. Lung Mengyao glanced at Lu Xian and raised Lu Xian's seniority. During the whole day, Lu Xian acted like a boss and gave orders to the three women. From washing clothes, cooking and hanging up clothes, to chopping wood, fetching water, and tidying the house. The three women were busy until sunset. When had Lung Mengyao and Eni Chen ever done so much physical work? After finishing dinner and cleaning up, they were exhausted. The only good thing about this is that Eni Chen scored 0.3 points, Lung Mengyao scored 0.25 points, and Shin Qian scored 0.15 points. After dark, Shin Qian discovered a problem. Everyone was busy with their own things during the day and there were no conflicts, but at night, sleeping became a problem. There was only one quilt and a sleeping bag in his cave. How should he distribute them? Could it be that? Chapter 59. You are responsible for warming the bed. I'm going to take a shower first. After Lu Xian had eaten and drunk his fill, he grabbed a pair of shorts that Shin Qian had washed and went to the backyard to take a shower. Shin Qian was having a headache at this time. She looked at the sleeping bag that could barely fit two people, and the only quilt. How to divide the bedding among these four people? Hey, shall I sleep with you tonight? Eni Chen was generous and automatically grouped Shin Qian and Lu Xian together, while she took the initiative to find Lung Mengyao. I sleep with you? Then, what about you, Qian? Don't tell me that you slept with that kid Lu Xian a few days ago. Lung Mengyao was originally cleaning up the campfire and paid no attention to the situation in the cave until Eni Chen came to him. Lung Mengyao immediately took 2 steps at a time and came to Shin Qian's front, frowning and pointing at the sleeping bag on the ground. This isn't there just one sleeping bag? Shin Qian uttered a perfunctory remark hesitantly. A sleeping bag, doesn't it also have a quilt? Lung Mengyao's identity was immediately exposed. Now Shin Qian was completely speechless. Wow, then you two can sleep outside, and I'll sleep here. This sleeping bag is so comfortable. Queen, if you don't want to sleep, then I'll sleep here tonight. Eni Chen had already crawled into her sleeping bag. The soft and warm sleeping bag made Eni Chen instantly find the comfort of her 2-meter-wide Simmons bed at home. For an internet celebrity with millions of fans, she earns over 1 million yuan a year. Not only does she own a detached villa with a yard of 300 to 400 square meters in front and back, but she also has a bedroom with super luxurious decoration. Not to mention anything else. Even her big bed is imported from Italy and is worth more than 20,000 yuan. Now I have come to this shabby place, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a mat every day. My life is so miserable. Even though I met Wang Jianda a few days later and spent a lot of money to live in a cave, it can only provide me with shelter from the wind and rain. It was not until she crawled into the sleeping bag that Eni Chen felt what comfort was again. Qian, you and I will sleep here. Put some dry leaves underneath and use them as blankets. Lung Mengyao ignored Eni Chen. In her heart, her best friend couldn't sleep with Lu Xian. Just as the three of them had arranged the beds privately, Lu Xian, who swaggered into the cave wearing only a pair of shorts, scared Lung Mengyao. You, what are you doing? Hurry, put it on, put it on. Lung Mengyao had never seen such a scene before, so he quickly covered his eyes. What are you wearing? Just get into bed. Hey, why are you in there? Lu Xian was planning to get into the sleeping bag directly, but he didn't expect Eni Chen to suddenly pop out from inside. Handsome boy, do I get extra points for warming your bed? Well, you did a good job. I'll give you 0.1 points. But remember to take a shower next time. After getting another 0.1 points, Eni Chen happily ran to the back of the cave to take a shower. This bed warming thing has extra points, right? Mengyao, how about? Just as Shin Qian was about to pull Lung Mengyao to warm Lu Xian's bed, Lung Mengyao glared at him, and then he shut up obediently. If Lung Mengyao hadn't been afraid of losing too many points and losing the chance to be with Shin Qian, she would have wanted to kick Lu Xian and his sleeping bag out. She wanted a female CEO like me to warm the man's bed. It's just wishful thinking. Well, it doesn't seem warm enough. Come here and warm me up again. Lung Mengyao was still summoning thousands of troops to trample on Lu Xian in her heart, but Lu Xian waved his hand and gave her the order to warm the bed. Lu Xian, you. Lung Mengyao bit her lip, gasped, and glared at Lu Xian. She had never expected that Lu Xian would actually speak. What? You have a problem? Fine, then I can only deduct points. Let me see what your current score is. Let me calculate it. Lu Xian stretched out his right hand and pretended to be calculating seriously. Mengyao, forget it. It's just a sleeping bag. This sleeping bag is very comfortable. If you don't believe me, try it. Mengyao, you won't break up with me just because of this sleeping bag, right? Shin Qian kept pushing her best friend aside and acting coquettishly in a wronged manner. Okay, I'll warm you up. Is it okay if I warm you up? Lu Xian and Shun Qian's concerted efforts were quite effective. Although Lung Mingyao felt aggrieved, he still got into the sleeping bag reluctantly. As soon as I got into the sleeping bag, a soft and comfortable feeling began to wrap around my whole body. I have to admit that this sleeping bag is much better than my own concrete floor. Recalling those nights before, Lung Mingyao had to curl up on the cold and hard concrete floor, enduring the bone-deep coldness, just to make do. Now this sleeping bag is simply heaven. Lu Xian, Mingyao should also get 0.1 points. Seeing that the cold president had finally gotten into the sleeping bag, Shin Qian immediately asked Lu Xian for points. Okay, add 0.1 points. Hey, my back is sore from working these days, and there's no one to massage it. Beautiful lady, the sleeping bag is almost warm now. Come, massage it for me. Lu Xian, don't go too far. Lung Mingyao had just warmed up the sleeping bag, but unexpectedly, Lu Xian, who was sitting outside the sleeping bag with his legs crossed, gave him new instructions. Massage? Let yourself give a man a massage. Lung Mingyao was so angry that his face turned red. I don't care. I never force anyone to buy or sell anything. If you don't want to, then Qian, you can do it. You add 0.1 points, and she deducts 0.1 points. Lu Xian looked calm and pointed at Shin Qian. You. Lung Mingyao was so impressed by Lu Xian's actions that she didn't know how to respond. Mingyao, why don't you go? It's only 0.1 points. It only takes a week anyway, and you'll be free once you get 6 points. Shin Qian pushed Lung Mingyao again. After all, it was meaningless for her to have these 0.1 points. She had too many points but couldn't withdraw them. I have points. Where? Massage, right? I'm good at it. Let me do it. Lung Mingyao was still hesitating when Eni Chen, who had just finished taking a shower and was only wearing underwear, came jogging over from behind. Seeing that this woman was wearing a white lace dress, Lu Xian couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. This woman is truly a stunner, with a curvy figure. She is like a rose blooming quietly in the night, emitting an irresistible charm. Qian, don't you have any change of clothes here? Eni Chen, there are men here. Please pay attention to your appearance. Even Lung Mingyao couldn't bear it anymore, so he crawled out of the sleeping bag, looked around, and then stopped his eyes on the clothes that Shin Qian had piled in the corner. Don't move. Just as Lung Mingyao walked over to the clothes and started searching, Shin Qian suddenly remembered something and exclaimed with her mouth wide open. Then, a set of stewardess uniforms fell to the ground from Lung Mingyao's hands. Chapter 60. Uniforms are now in demand. What kind of clothes is this? Lung Mingyao's eyes almost popped out after appreciating this stewardess uniform up close. The result is not over yet. There seems to be another thing under the stewardess uniform. Then, Lung Mingyao was dumbfounded and discovered half a maid outfit. Oh, it's not what you think. It's not what you think. This is something we found on a wrecked ship. Shin Qian was so anxious that she kept waving her hands. She wished she could dig a hole and go directly to America on the other side of the earth. Wow, handsome boy, you are really good. You have very unique taste. Come here. I have no clothes to change into, so I want this stewardess uniform. Mr. Long, this maid outfit is for you. Instead of feeling shy, Eni Chen gave Lu Xian a thumbs up. Regardless of Shin Qian's consent, she took the stewardess uniform away. Eni Chen took the stewardess uniform with great generosity, leaving Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian staring at the half set of maid uniform in amazement. Although this maid outfit has been tailored by Shin Qian and the hem of the skirt has been cut off, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it is a maid outfit. Could it be that the female CEO Lung Mingyao has to wear this? Qian, do you usually wear this? Lung Mingyao couldn't help it any longer. After Eni Chen went to the cave behind to change clothes, she pointed at the maid outfit on the ground and frowned at Shin Qian. No, I really have nothing to wear. I really don't have any other clothes to change into. I'm going to take a shower too. Shin Qian looked at Lung Mingyao aggrievedly, then ran out of the back door of the cave. Lu Xian, don't you have any other clothes? Lung Mingyao had no choice but to question Lu Xian. Miss, don't you think about where you are now? It's good enough to have something to eat and drink. As for the change of clothes, just one piece of clothing will do. You can see for yourself that these are the only clothes we have here. Shin Qian's things are all here. Lu Xian looked calm and pointed at the things belonging to Shin Qian that were piled aside. Hey, it fits me pretty well, handsome boy. Take a quick look. Do I look like a flight attendant? Excuse me, passenger, what would you like to drink? As they were talking, Eni-chin, who had changed into a stewardess uniform, appeared in front of them again. Eni-chin's upper body was wrapped in a white short shirt, the hem of the shirt cleverly resting on her flat belly, slightly revealing her belly button. That unintentional exposure was like the gentlest ray of light in the sky at dawn, which was both subtle and imaginative. Her lower body was covered by a tight, sea blue skirt that hugged her hips. The skirt tightly wrapped around her graceful figure, and the hem of the skirt clung to her hip line, outlining her figure even more flawlessly. She looked like a work of art meticulously crafted by a master sculptor, and every curve exuded an irresistible charm. Eni-chin even deliberately bowed to Lu Xian. It was hard for Lu Xian not to see the two white peaks. Eni-chin, please calm down and come over here to see if you have any other clothes. Lung Mingyao is the president of a company after all, and he has requirements for his employees' clothing on a daily basis. If all the female employees in the company dress like Eni-chin, will the male employees in his company still be able to go to work? Isn't it good? I think it fits me well. Eni-chin twisted her hips and walked reluctantly to Lung Mingyao's side. She glanced around, and her eyes stopped on the backpack that Shen Qian had thrown in the corner. Hey, this bag looks pretty good. It's from Chanel, a limited edition from last year. Eni-chin is quite knowledgeable about luxury goods. She can tell which model and year it is just by taking a look. Among Shen Qian's pile of things, this bag is probably the only one that she would like. This bag, why is it here? I remember Kanan didn't bring it down with her. Seeing Eni-chin carrying a striped women's backpack, Lung Mingyao looked at it carefully and immediately recognized the bag. Others may not know, but Lung Mingyao, who got off the boat with Shen Qian, knew it very well. When Shen Qian got off the boat, she left in such a hurry that she took almost nothing with her. Oh, I found this on our yacht. By the way, did you ask that golden-haired foreigner to look for this bag? I met him before on the yacht. After Lung Mingyao's reminder, Lu Xian remembered what happened on the yacht. You met him on the yacht? He didn't tell me. I did pay him to look for the bag, but when he came back he said he didn't find it. That's normal. What man would confess that he was beaten up? He came up that day and said the bag was his, so I beat him up. By the way, Ku'in said he was a crew member? Lu Xian thought it was normal for the man to lie when he got home. After all, every man doesn't care about his face. Yes, he is indeed a crew member. He was very excited when he saw our yacht stranded on the beach that day. He said he wanted to go on board and that there was nothing wrong with the boat. I happened to be on my period during those days, so I remembered that Shen Qian had that thing in her bag, so I paid him to help me find it. Wait, what did you just say? Lung Mingyao described what happened that day, but Lu Xian heard a key word and immediately interrupted her. What's wrong? I said he was a crew member? Lung Mingyao was a little confused. That's not it. You just said the boat is fine. Lu Xian directly brought out the key points. That's what the foreign crew member said himself. However, the boat disappeared and we returned empty-handed. I wanted to go up there and see if there was anything useful. What Lung Mingyao said basically confirmed Lu Xian's guess. The two pairs of footprints, one big and one small, seen on the beach yesterday were from Lung Mingyao and the foreign crew member. Where's that foreigner? Last night when wolves invaded, he and another fat guy were the first to flee. I think they're in great danger. Eni-chin and I only managed to survive thanks to that cave. That's right, those men are so unreliable. It's a shame to waste my 2-carat diamond ring and my coat. Eni-chin was still lamenting about her priceless diamond ring. Don't you have anything else of value in your cave? Lu Xian was really not interested in the diamond ring. He guessed that even if he gave it to him for free, he would only use it as a cutting knife. Just when Eni-chin was still muttering about her diamond ring, Lung Mingyao seemed to remember something. By the way, that man seemed to have brought back a box that big from the ship. Chapter 61 U3, Don't Look at Me? Box. Yes, it was that big. It had red and black buttons on it. I asked the man what they were, and he mumbled something in English to me that I didn't understand. When mentioning this object, Eni-chin seemed to have an impression of it. Oh, there's a handle on it, and it glows. Can it still glow? The two women described this thing as something from outer space, which made Lu Xian dizzy. Yeah, that's right. Just shake the handle, and it will emit light. It's quite bright. Yes, it will light up if you shake it. The two women were talking to each other. After listening for a while, Lu Xian finally had a rough idea of what this thing with the glowing black and red buttons was. Small hand crank generator. Thinking of this thing, Lu Xian excitedly slapped his thigh and stood up. This is something I have been dreaming of for a long time. Others may not be clear about the function of this hand crank generator, but Lu Xian, who has served in the military and received survival training in the wild, knows it very well. Although this hand crank generator cannot compare to a large gasoline or diesel generator, and its output power and continuous power generation time are limited, It is a real good thing for outdoor emergencies. It can be used as emergency lighting, an ignition device, and even charge mobile phones. At the moment, Lucien didn't have a mobile phone, but who knows if the yacht that was swept away by the sea would come back. What if he found someone else's lost mobile phone on the boat? As long as he had this hand-crank generator, everything was possible. I'm going to take this thing. Think about it again. Is there anything useful left in your previous place? Lucien is now alert. He doesn't want to sleep for the time being, nor does he want to get out of the sleeping bag for the time being. He even puts on his clothes and pants. Lucien never expected that those men actually had some good stuff in their hands. He guessed that it was brought away from the yacht by the foreign crew member. As for the other stuff, there are 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, and the guy surnamed Wang also hid 2 pieces of chocolate. Eni Chin was probably so focused on eating that she even knew that the other party had hidden chocolates. It seems that Wang Jinda also has a compass, and also a quilt, slightly thinner than this one. Lung Mingyao thought for a moment, but then reported 2 more good things. All right, everyone, go to bed early today. Tomorrow, you 2 lead the way, and we'll try to get through the same way you came. Lucien has made up his mind that he must go to the cave, where Lung Mingyao and Eni Chin had stayed no matter what. Mingyao, I'm done. Do you want to take a shower? Several people were chatting. Shen Qian, who had just returned from a shower, moved closer to them. She had originally thought that these 3 people should be busy with their own things and would have little interaction, but she didn't expect that the 3 people in the cave were chatting animatedly. Then I'm going to go wash my hair. I haven't washed it in a few days. It's so uncomfortable. Lung Mingyao stroked her long black hair and walked quickly to the back of the cave. Lucien, what were you talking about just now? It can't be this. Seeing Lung Mingyao walking away, Shen Qian pointed to the half-made outfit she had placed aside. Talk about this. What's there to talk about? Oh, by the way, does Lung Mingyao have any change of clothes? Why don't you send them to her? Lucien saw the half-made outfit and enthusiastically asked Shen Qian to deliver it to Lung Mingyao. Forget it. I'm afraid she'll beat me. Shen Qian shook her head like a rattle. This girl was fearless in the company, but when she saw Lung Mingyao, she became as obedient as Hello Kitty. Lucien, are you really going to the place where we live tomorrow? It's too dangerous. What if you encounter wild wolves? You know, there will be at least 7 or 8 of them, not just one. It's too scary. When Eni Chin thought about what happened to her last night, she felt her whole body tremble. This Lucien actually went to the Tiger Mountain even though he knew there was a tiger there. Then we have to go? It would be a shame to miss out on so many good things. As for the wild wolves, as long as we return before dark, it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, we have weapons here, and we can bring a lighter. Lucien was indeed a little worried about the wild wolf, but at this moment, it was obvious that the attraction of the things in the cave was far greater than the repulsion caused by the wild wolf on Lucien. Lucien, are you going out again tomorrow? Shen Qian didn't expect that even though she had just taken a shower, her man had already arranged tomorrow's actions. Tomorrow I have to bring this, and this. Lucien has even started preparing the necessary things to take with him when he goes out tomorrow. Unfortunately, the roads in this jungle are too bumpy. I can't bring this trailer with me, so I can only go there with my backpack. When Lucien saw the cart he had finally obtained, he sighed softly. I'm done. Wow, you're quite efficient. You've got everything ready already. Lung Mingyao had also finished taking a shower by this time. As soon as he entered the back door of the cave, he saw Lucien busy there. It's almost time. Everyone should go to bed early and rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll get up and eat. After dinner, we'll set off. Qian closed the bamboo door in front. Lucien packed out all the things he needed to carry with him tomorrow, signaled Shen Qian that it was time to close the shop, and then he went to the back of the cave and closed the back door. Handsome guy, you're the most reliable. Those 3 men are so busy every day, I don't know what they're doing. They haven't done anything defensive. Look, last night, they almost got me and the beautiful Lung done for. You're the best. I've decided. From now on, I'll rely on you. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Seeing Lucien and Shen Qian closing the door before going to bed, Eni Chin couldn't help but recall the thrilling night last night. Okay, let's keep this little bonfire burning. It's right at the door anyway, downwind. We're asleep, and the fire is mostly out, so let it go. After closing both the front and back doors, Lucien added a little more firewood to the bonfire at the entrance of the cave. Ever since he encountered the bad guys on the first day, Lucien had gotten used to lighting the bonfire indoors after dark. Anyway, the cave was well ventilated, so as long as the bonfire was downwind, he wouldn't have to worry about being smoked. After finishing all the work, Lucien returned to the 3 women. Are you still awake? Why are you looking at me? Seeing that the 3 of them were looking at him with rather conflicted eyes, Lu Xian was confused. Hey, let me tell you. Handsome guy, we want to ask you, how are the sleeping beds allocated? The three women looked at each other for a long time, and it was Eni Chin who couldn't hold it in anymore and raised a difficult question. Lu Xian glanced at the blanket on the left, which was only big enough for 2 people, and the sleeping bag on the right, which was also only big enough for 2 people, and was also stumped. Is it possible that I have to flip the card tonight? Chapter 62 Bed Allocation Issue. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Qian, go to sleep. Lu Xian decisively gave up the idea of flipping the cards and slept soundly while hugging his own queen. Although Shun Qian kept her head down, when she heard Lu Xian calling her, she involuntarily took a step towards Lu Xian. Shun Qian, come back here. Lung Mingyao saw that her best friend was about to be abducted by this man, and in front of her, so she immediately stopped Shun Qian. Mingyao, what happened? Shun Qian's cheeks were flushed at this time, and she mumbled something hesitantly and pretended to be stupid. Ahem. Lung Mingyao was speechless for a moment. Logically speaking, she could only be Shun Qian's best friend. No matter how good her best friend was, she couldn't control who she dated, let alone how she slept. Even though Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian still maintained a superior subordinate relationship in the company, she still had no right to meddle in other people's private affairs. However, Lung Mingyao always felt that her precious best friend, a beautiful woman who was once second to none, was sleeping with a man right in front of her. This was very strange. How about this? The handsome boy and I squeeze into the sleeping bag. I'm not afraid of being crowded. Handsome boy, how about that? Seeing this, Eni Chen came to interfere again and flirted with Lu Xian from time to time. That won't work. When Shun Qian saw Eni Chen's expression, she was unwilling to let her man go, and she instinctively stood in front of Lu Xian. What should we do? You can't do it, and I can't do it either. It's impossible for 3 of us to squeeze into one blanket. Eni Chen had stayed in a sleeping bag before and had a special liking for it. As for the quilt, although it was not bad, it was far inferior after comparison. The 3 women just stood there, looking at each other. Then you guys take your time to decide. I'll enjoy my life first. As Lu Xian said this, he was about to crawl into his sleeping bag. He thought it would be better for him to stay out of the women's affairs. Anyway, these 3 girls were all good-looking. He was not picky, so you can decide for yourselves. Seeing that Lu Xian was about to get into his sleeping bag like an outsider, Lung Mingyao immediately stopped Lu Xian. Wait, why do you get to sleep in a sleeping bag? That's not fair. Unfair? Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian was also stunned. Hey, I have the final say here. It counts. You're not a male chauvinist, are you? Bullying 3 women? Do you have the nerve to do that? Before Lu Xian could even finish saying the word calculate, Lung Mingyao directly retorted. Wow, this female president's words are really not exaggerated. She has accused herself of being a male chauvinist in a minute. Okay, then I won't sleep. So, tell me what to do now. But I have to say this up front. Since you said you want fairness, then let's be fair to the end. Don't expect me to be alone and use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. Lu Xian was not stupid either. He blocked the road first. How about this? Let's draw lots to decide. After Lung Mingyao finished speaking, he walked to the campfire, found a short branch, broke off a small piece, and then folded the broken piece into 2. Everyone stretched their necks to look at Lung Mingyao. Lung Mingyao walked back with a branch in each hand, spread out his palms, and showed the branches in his hands to the 3 people. See? There's a branch in each hand. The left one is black, and the right one is green. I'm going to combine them and shuffle them. Okay, now I have a branch in each palm, but I'm not sure which is the black one in my left hand or the green one. The black one represents bedding, and the green one represents a sleeping bag. Now you can choose in turn. After each choice, I'll shuffle the order. Normally, only 2 people are needed to decide on the final plan. Lung Mingyao gestured as he spoke. I'll do it. I want the left one. Eni Chen didn't care whether she understood it or not. She just understood one thing. Choose between the left and right hands. It was such a simple thing. She walked up to Lung Mingyao, pointed randomly, muttered something, and then suddenly pointed at Lung Mingyao's left hand. Are you sure? Sure, absolutely sure. Eni Chen, never hesitate or waver. This is it. Open it. Eni Chen pointed at Lung Mingyao's left hand confidently. Looking at the woman's appearance, it seemed that she had played dice a lot. Lung Mingyao didn't hesitate and spread out his left hand in front of everyone, and a charred branch came into everyone's sight. To be fair, Lung Mingyao spread out his right hand again, and sure enough, there was a green branch in his right hand. Okay, I'll sleep on the futon then. Eni Chen was a natural optimist. Although she could no longer sleep in the sleeping bag she had warmed up, Having a quilt to cover herself with was still 100 times better than last night. She embraced her quilt with joy. Shen Qian and Lu Xian were left behind. They looked at each other. Lu Xian had no interest in this kind of childish game of playing house. He gave Shen Qian a look, indicating that she should make the choice. Shen Qian hesitated for a moment and stood in front of Lung Mengyao. Lung Mengyao put his hands together again and started to disrupt for the second time. After a moment, Lung Mengyao clenched his fists again and placed them in front of Shen Qian. Shen Qian couldn't help but turn around and glance at Lu Xian. She was also confused at the moment, feeling that no matter which one she chose, the result would be embarrassing. After standing in front of Lung Mengyao and hesitating for a long time, he finally closed his eyes, imitating Yini Chen, muttering something in his mouth, and then suddenly opened his eyes and pointed at Lung Mengyao's right hand. Lu Xian looked at Shen Qian's current appearance and was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Those who knew would think that they were choosing beds, while those who didn't would think that they were performing some religious ceremony in this cave. Are you sure? Lung Mengyao asked the question one last time with still an expressionless face. How about switching to the left hand? When asked by Lung Mengyao, Shen Qian hesitated again and looked at Lu Xian from time to time. Don't look at her, trust your own choice. Lung Mengyao's domineering female CEO character was revealed again, and she pulled Shen Qian back. Then let's just use the right hand. It's confirmed. Yeah, sure. Shen Qian closed her eyes nervously at this time, although she didn't know what she was nervous about. She didn't even think about whether she wanted to choose the black branch or the green branch. Anyway, the moment of opening the lid and getting a surprise is really nerve-wracking. In fact, Lung Mengyao was also nervous at this time. Compared to Shen Qian, who had not thought about anything, Lung Mengyao was very clear about the consequences of Shen Qian's choice. At this moment, even Lu Xian and Yini Chen, who had just recognized the betting, stared at Lung Mengyao's right hand with wide eyes. Lung Mengyao slowly opened his right hand. Then, everyone froze on the spot. Chapter 63, Respecting the Decision of the Draw. A charred branch came into everyone's sight again. That means Shen Qian and Yini Chen will cover themselves with blankets, while Lung Mengyao and Lu Xian will have to sleep together in sleeping bags. Now, time seemed to be banned, and everyone was staring at each other in amazement. Even Lung Mengyao herself probably didn't expect this result. She fiddled with it and ended up getting herself into trouble. Hey, don't just stand there. How about this? I'll switch with you. I like that sleeping bag. In the end, it was Yini Chen who broke the deadlock, because she had a special liking for that sleeping bag. Mengyao, why don't you and Yini Chen sleep on the quilt? Or, Lu Xian, let's give up our sleeping bags and just cover the quilt. No. Shen Qian looked at her best friend and was thinking about helping Lung Mengyao out of the situation, but was interrupted by Lung Mengyao. Since this is the result of a democratic draw, we must respect it. That's it. After a pause, Lung Mengyao once again showed her courage as a female CEO and finalized the matter. However, it is easy to say these tough words, but what happens next is a bit embarrassing. Lu Xian was too lazy to waste time talking. He would just get into the warm and soft sleeping bag first. As for who would get in and sleep in the same bag with him in the end, that was not up to him. He was a generous person and not picky. He would not argue about whoever he loved. Mengyao, are you really sure you can sleep with two people? Seeing Lung Mengyao still standing there stupidly without moving, Shen Qian seemed to remember something and asked again with considerable concern. You two should get under the covers first. I told you to respect the decision of the lottery. It's just a normal sleep, right? It doesn't matter where you sleep or who you sleep with. Since she had chosen to be stubborn, she could only go down this path to the end. Lung Mengyao patted Shen Qian's shoulder, indicating that she could get under the covers. As for herself, she still had to go through some formalities. The first step in this process is to define the personality of this sleep operation and raise the banner of justice. Come here, baby Qian, let me hold you and see what your figure is like. Yini Chen, who had already crawled back into the quilt, was the one with the best mood at the moment. If there was no handsome guy to sleep with, it would not be bad to catch a girl. As soon as Shen Qian crawled into the quilt, she was hugged by her, and she kept muttering, "Okay, you're not bad. Your hips are nice too." Poor Shen Qian had fallen into a tiger's den. As soon as she got into bed, she was entangled by Yini Chen. "Oh, it's itchy, stop it, it's so itchy." How could Shen Qian stand Yini Chen's harassment? Before, when she and Lu Xian slept together, except for the occasional communication, the two of them basically got along harmoniously. This was nothing like Yini Chen at the moment, who was pinching and kneading her. Yini Chen and Shen Qian solved the problem of sleeping, and Lu Xian also got into his sleeping bag. Only President Lung was left outside. For Lung Mingyao, she had never shared a bed with a man, let alone held his hand. Shin Qian had 2 boyfriends, but Lung Mingyao was a true virgin, a solo woman whose life was all about work. At that moment, Lung Mingyao had to share a sleeping bag with a man. She felt that every step closer to Lu Xian was a torture. But it would be even more awkward if she just stood there. Although Yin Yichin and Shun Qian had already crawled into the quilt, they were still staring at her with their big, Kazalan eyes. Lung Mingyao gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and rushed towards Lu Xian. As a result, the female president took 3 steps and stepped firmly on Lu Xian, who had already crawled into the sleeping bag. Before Lu Xian, who was being stepped on innocently, could cry out, President Lung was the first to cry out, "Catch the thief," and started yelling. He was just shouting, but his feet didn't stop. He lost his balance and blew a kiss to the earth. This time, he bumped right into Lu Xian, who was lying on the ground. Then the 2 of them came into close contact. Lu Xian only felt that his cheek was secretly attacked by something soft and moist. Shun Qian and Yin Yichin, who were standing by, were also staring at this sudden event in amazement. Wow, President Lung is really good. He's so decisive. Seeing Lung Mingyao standing there stiffly one moment and then starting to move his mouth, even Yin Yichin, an internet celebrity who thinks she has seen a lot of ups and downs, couldn't help but admire him. Mingyao, are you okay? Shin Qian felt mixed emotions at the moment. On one side was her man, and on the other side was her best friend. This feeling was really weird. Now she could only keep reminding herself that the 2 people opposite her were just trying to survive and were just staying together for the night. No, it's okay. Nothing happened. Sleep. Lung Mingyao, the person involved, was actually the most nervous. Fortunately, the bonfire at the entrance of the cave had gradually dimmed, and there was insufficient light inside the cave. Lung Mingyao quickly climbed up from Lu Xian, then took the opportunity to push Lu Xian away, turned his back to Lu Xian, and dived into the sleeping bag, still muttering to himself. But this person had crawled into the sleeping bag, but his heart was still beating wildly. Lung Mingyao just stood there stiffly, not daring to move. Lu Xian didn't expect that the girl was so nimble and could come in so gracefully. After seeing Shun Qian's initial appearance in the sleeping bag, Lu Xian was no longer surprised. Anyway, he didn't intend to do anything bad, so after yawning, Lu Xian began to drift into sleep mode. Shin Qian was still thinking about trying to chat with Lung Mingyao, but Lung Mingyao on the other side seemed to have no interest. At that moment, she didn't dare to move or talk. Until Lu Xian fell into a deep sleep, Yin Yichin and Shun Qian also gradually fell asleep because they were too tired during the day. Lung Mingyao was the only one left fighting against the god of sleep. But in the end, sleep triumphed over everything, and Lung Mingyao slowly fell asleep. It's just that the brain is resting, but Lung Mingyao's legs and feet are starting to move. In the sleeping bag, Lu Xian, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to have a dream. In the dream, he seemed to be entangled by 2 big white snakes. One was wrapped around his waist, and the other around his neck. Just when Lu Xian was about to be strangled to death, he suddenly woke up. Then I truly felt what these 2 big white snakes were. I saw that this cold beauty was hugging me tightly like a sleeping bear, with her legs clamped around my waist and her hands around my neck. That head seemed to be still trying to get into his arms. Are you kidding me? Is this still the same cold and aloof female CEO? Chapter 64. So you are such a cold female CEO? Lu Xian, should we wake her up? Wow, he's quite well behaved when he's sleeping alone. So why is he so proactive when there's someone else? That's fine. The next morning, when Shin Qian and Yin Yichin woke up, they found Lu Xian with dark circles under his eyes, and Lung Mingyao hanging on Lu Xian and talking in his sleep. It was also the first time that Yin Yichin saw Lung Mingyao like this. She was just here to watch the fun. Fortunately, she didn't have a live broadcast phone in her hand. Otherwise, based on her professional habits, if she broadcast Lung Mingyao's enchanting sleeping posture today, it would definitely attract more than tens of millions of traffic on the entire network. She even thought of the title, So You Are Such a Cold and Aloof Female CEO, or The Contrasting Moment of the Cold and Aloof Female CEO. Only Shin Qian, though slightly embarrassed for her best friend, was not surprised by Lung Mingyao's behavior, having seen a lot of things. This female CEO would adopt this extremely elegant, sleeping posture whenever there was an object taller than 1 meter, whether it was alive or dead. Hurry, wake him up. Lu Xian felt so wronged. He had pushed and pulled this woman since he woke up, but Lung Mingyao wouldn't budge. On the contrary, the more he pushed, the tighter she held him. Lu Xian almost wanted to slap them both in the face. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of Lu Xian and Yin Yichin, Shun Qian began her unique wake-up service. Haha, it's itchy, stop scratching, it's so itchy. Shun Qian started scratching Lung Mingyao's armpits. Within 10 seconds, the sleeping bear Lung Mingyao was awakened. Why are you all looking at me? Lung Mingyao, who had just woken up, blinked her sleepy eyes a few times, and then saw Lu Xian lying beside her with his clothes almost rolled up to his neck. Finally, the female president jumped out of the sleeping bag as if she had seen a ghost, still screaming in surprise. Seeing that the sleeping bear girl had finally left, Lu Xian was finally free. He took off his clothes, put on his pants, and crawled out of the sleeping bag. This night, it was really not easy. What did you do to me last night? As a result, the sleeping bear girl actually covered her eyes with a sad face and asked Lu Xian, "What did I do to you? Please, miss, are you kidding me?" Lu Xian was speechless. He had suffered such a great insult and had no way to complain, but this woman was the first to complain. Then why did you roll up your clothes so high? Lung Mingyao secretly glanced at Lu Xian again, and seeing that Lu Xian was already dressed, he turned around and looked at Lu Xian. "I rolled my clothes so high. I don't know who pulled it last night. You almost tore my clothes apart." Lu Xian was too lazy to argue with this sleeping bear, so he took a bottle of water, rinsed his mouth, and drank half a bottle of water himself. "Mingyao, if you fall asleep, it will happen. Actually, I thought about it last night, and I asked you to think it over." Shun Qian made a gesture of pulling up her clothes and explained Lung Mingyao's great achievements last night with some embarrassment. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll go light a fire." After Shun Qian's reminder, Lung Mingyao finally remembered her usual elegant sleeping posture. With her cheeks flushed, she bowed to Lu Xian, then covered her face and fled the cave in a panic. "Lu Xian, I want to apologize to you on behalf of Mingyao. Mingyao usually lives alone. She has a doll of this size, dressed in clothes, on her bed. When she sleeps, she likes to hug the doll and put her hands into the doll's clothes. She thinks this makes her feel more secure. So, as long as there is something of similar size around her, she will treat it as the doll." After Shun Qian's explanation, Lu Xian finally understood everything. It turned out that he had been a big-headed doll all night. Okay, it's time to wash up and start a fire. I'll kill the fish, and you two can come over later to help grill the fish." Lu Xian is not a petty person. Everyone has little secrets in private, more or less. Besides, although he did sleep an hour less, being pestered by a beautiful woman like this is also a kind of perverted alternative enjoyment. Just think of it as a matter of course. A noble man should not bear grudges and let the matter pass. But, next time I go to bed, I'd better stay away from Lung Mingyao, so as not to be strangled to death by this girl. Taking a look at the sleeping bag and bedding on the ground, Lu Xian felt that he really needed to add another bedding to his cave. Just for this reason, we must go to the cave where Yi Chen and Lung Mingyao stayed. In order to save time, Lu Xian killed 3 fish himself. The 3 girls simply washed up and then got busy. Some were responsible for making fire, some for boiling water, and some for skewering fish. When Lu Xian went to the temporary toilet he built in the front yard to take care of his personal hygiene, the 3 girls had already grilled the first batch of fish. It has to be admitted that these 3 girls are not just pretty faces. Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian are company managers with high education and high IQ, so they are very efficient in learning things. As for Yi Chen, she has been working hard outside since she was a child, and she started from scratch in short videos and live broadcasts. Her brain is definitely useful. "Handsome guy, your fish. Hey, I grilled it. Doesn't it smell good?" As soon as Lu Xian sat down, Yi Chen handed him her grilled fish with a smile on her face. When Lung Mingyao saw Lu Xian coming, her mood, which had finally calmed down, became uneasy again. Her little face turned red again in an instant. At this time, she had to pretend to lower her head to look at the fire to avoid everyone's gaze. "Handsome, how does it taste? I grilled this with all my heart." I grilled the fish, Coin cooked the water, and Lung Zong cooked the fire. Do we all have a bonus? This Yi Chen is worthy of being born to be a broadcaster. She always keeps the data in mind and is still muttering about her score. Okay, it tastes pretty good. I'm about 60 done. Keep it up. Everyone did a great job. You all have great potential. As long as we all put our minds to it, nothing can stop us. Victory will be ours. 0.1 points per person, but today we have a special mission, so the rewards are different. Since Yi Chen had taken the lead, Lu Xian simply prepared to use points to make his point. Lu Xian immediately felt that he seemed to have great potential to become a leader. Look at how beautiful the words were, and how big the pie was painted. At the end, Lu Xian did not forget to keep the secret. What mission? I'll sign up. Ariel Een is always the most excited one. Shen Qian's eyes were still focused on Lung Mingyao, because this female president still hadn't gotten over the embarrassing situation of sleeping with Lu Xian in her arms for a whole night. Ahem. Lu Xian coughed twice, looking like a leader trying to trick his subordinates. Chapter 65. Group heading to the cave. Today we'll set out from the lake and head east into the jungle. Lung Mingyao and Eni Chen, you will lead the way. Try to follow the same path you took when you came here and return to the cave you once lived in. We'll try to bring back all the useful supplies there. We'll then award points based on everyone's contribution. Lu Xian already had a preliminary plan for today's operation. The fatal disadvantage of traveling by land was the lack of large-scale transportation tools, so he had to bring enough laborers. Otherwise, even if he really saw supplies, he would not have enough capacity to transport them back. As for the coolies, apart from myself, there are only the three beauties in front of me. Shen Qian naturally chose to follow Lu Xian unconditionally, even without those points that were meaningless to her. Lung Mingyao was still immersed in shyness, and she no longer had the domineering image of a female CEO from yesterday. She just nodded slightly to show her agreement. Handsome guy, you have to protect us along the way. Eni Chen was still frightened by the wild wolf she encountered last night. This is a weapon. Everyone should get one. As long as we come back before dark, we'll probably be safe. After all, the machete in my hand is not to be trifled with. No one can guarantee that you will never encounter wild wolves when going out, and that it is completely safe. But there is no need to stop eating and wait for death in the cave just because there are wild wolves outside the cave. Not to mention the distant situation. Let's say you are in the city, you might get hit by a car if you go out. Could it be that you will never go out for the rest of your life because you are afraid of being hit? Moreover, after listening to Yin Chen and Lung Mingyao's descriptions, there really were a lot of good things in the cave they had been in. If I missed it and someone else got there first, it would be too late to regret it. Lu Xian carried the machete himself, with a dagger and Swiss Army knife in his pocket, and a backpack filled with drinking water, dry food, and some necessary items. The three girls each carried a harpoon that Lu Xian had improved and prepared to set off. Before going out, Lu Xian carefully checked the front and backyards, erasing as much trace of human activities as possible, and then closed the two bamboo doors in order to hide his residence. Lu Xian even made some arrangements in the cave and hid some supplies that he thought were important. After making all the preparations, the four of them came out of the back cave, led by Lung Mingyao and Eni Chen, with Shen Qian in the middle and Lu Xian at the end. The four of them set out from the lake and headed east. I have to say that this beautiful cold girl has a really good brain. At first glance, the dirt roads in the jungle all look similar, but this girl can always find the way. Go here. I remember walking past this place last night. Here. Last night. We should have passed through here. Lung Mingyao looked here and there from time to time, sometimes looking up at the branches in front of him, sometimes looking down at the marks on the soil, and walked eastward with the three of them. President Lung, how do you remember all this? It was so dark last night. How come I don't have any recollection of it at all? Eni Chen, who was traveling with him, was surprised and curious when she saw Lung Mingyao leading everyone forward like a navigator. Actually, I was pretty nervous last night, so I'm not sure if the exact route I took is correct. But I remember this tree bark and this patch of mud. The bark felt rough and lumpy, crumbling at the touch. And the mud was soft, making it easy for my feet to sink into it. Also, when I passed through this jungle last night, I roughly measured the distance between the trees, and the width was about 1.5 meters. So, based on all that, this is most likely the path. After listening to Lung Mingyao's analysis, even Lu Xian couldn't help but praise him. He was indeed a man who was qualified to be a boss. Even without using his eyes, he could still keep his eyes and ears open. Mingyao is amazing. She was the provincial champion and the only female champion in science in South China in the past 10 years. Shen Qian knew her best friend quite well. Although Lung Mingyao had a cold personality and was aloof, especially not good at dealing with men, her brain was far superior to that of ordinary people. She only needed half a minute to remember things that others took half an hour to remember. God must be so good to you. You're beautiful, have a good figure, and you're smart. It's so unfair, so unfair. Eni Chen was a little envious of Lung Mingyao at that moment. Lu Xian didn't think that far, but having more smart people in the team is still quite beneficial. It seems that letting Lung Mingyao join the team is the right choice. Look, the jungle ends here. There should be a flat land ahead. If I remember correctly, there are a lot of vines on this land. Everyone should be extra careful not to trip. Eni Chen and I almost tripped when we passed by last night. As long as we pass this place and go forward for another 20 minutes, we will see another jungle. After passing through it, we will reach our cave. While a few people were still lamenting the unfairness of God, Lung Mingyao, who was walking in front, seemed to have found the exit of the jungle. Following Lung Mingyao's lead, the group emerged from the jungle. Before long, they discovered a patchwork of low vegetation covered in verdant vines. Some were as thick as arms, others as slender as silk, winding like veins in the earth or the dancing ribbons of elves, adding a touch of vitality and energy to the landscape. However, this also presented a significant challenge to Lu Xian and his group. After carefully passing through the vine area, everyone entered a jungle again. Compared to the previous jungle, this place seemed even darker and more eerie. Even the omnipotent sunlight could only barely penetrate the dense treetops, sprinkling mottled light on the ground, forming patches of light and shadow. More than half an hour later, when everyone was a little tired, Lung Mingyao, who was walking in the front, pointed forward excitedly. "Look, that's it. Behind that rock is our cave. We escaped from this cave last night." Lu Xian looked in the direction of Lung Mingyao's finger. Behind a lush patch of vegetation, there was indeed a dark gray rock. About 1.5 meters high on the left side of the rock, a faint light was reflected. "Please keep watch around you. I'll go take a look at what's going on inside." Lu Xian looked around, and after confirming it was safe, he pushed aside the bushes, handed the machete to Shun Qian behind him, and then climbed up the rock with his bare hands. After digging to the 40-centimeter wide hole, Lu Xian cautiously stuck his head out and looked inside. This cave is far smaller than his own. It is estimated to be only about 50 to 60 square meters at most. There are uneven stalactites hanging above the cave. Just as Lu Xian looked towards the front of the cave, he suddenly discovered something moving on the ground. Chapter 66. A confusing shipwreck. It's a person, a man. When Lu Xian opened his eyes wide and looked carefully, he was basically sure what the thing on the ground was. There's someone in the cave, and they seem to be alive. I'll go in first, and you stay outside. I'll call you when it's safe. Qian, hand me the machete. Lu Xian jumped directly into the cave and took his self-defense weapon from Shun Qian. In order to ensure safety, Lu Xian temporarily left the 3 women outside the cave. After all, with Lu Xian's skills, even if he really encountered any danger in the cave, he would basically have no problem retreating safely. However, if he took a few girls with him, it would be hard to say. Lu Xian looked around the cave with a machete in hand. Apart from the man lying on the ground at the entrance of the cave, there seemed to be no other living creatures. However, the cave was filled with an unpleasant smell of blood. Lu Xian tried to lock down the source of the smell, which seemed to come from the front entrance of the cave. Lu Xian deliberately slowed down his pace to lower his voice. As he gradually approached the man lying at the entrance of the cave, he finally saw who he was. It turned out to be the golden-haired foreigner, the crew member mentioned by Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian. The blonde foreigner was obviously still alive, but his breath was weak, his face was pale, his lips were chapped, his chest was slightly heaving, and every breath was accompanied by a thin gasp, as if he might stop breathing at any time. In order to ensure absolute safety, Lu Xian first walked to the entrance of the cave and looked around. The strong smell of blood seemed to come from here, but no wild animals were found around. Except for the sound of waves hitting the shore in the distance, everything seemed surprisingly calm. Back in the cave, Lu Xian tried to call out to the blonde man on the ground. "Help!" The blonde man was obviously conscious. He looked at Lu Xian and still begged. Lu Xian returned to the cave and informed the 3 women of the discovery of the blonde foreigner, and then assisted the 3 women to enter the cave one by one. Didn't that foreigner run away? Why is he back here? Yi Chen and Lung Mingyao looked at each other. They both clearly remembered that the blonde man had run away with another fat man the night before, so why was he now lying in the cave dying? "You guys are good at foreign languages. I have some questions for him. Can you help me translate?" One of the important reasons why Lu Xian let the 3 women enter the cave was that his foreign language skills were very poor. The blonde foreigner on the ground couldn't even pronounce the words clearly, let alone expect him to understand his poor mixture of Chinese and English. "It smells so bad here." Yi Chen had already pinched her nose at this time. Although Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian did not make such exaggerated expressions, they also smelled a strange odor in the cave. "That must be the smell of blood. I suspect there's a body nearby, so one of you can translate for me, and the other 2 can guard the cave entrance. If anything happens, let me know immediately." After experiencing the scene on the yacht, Lu Xian is still afraid of the smell of blood. If he can smell it, then wild animals like wild wolves, whose sense of smell is dozens of times more sensitive than his, can definitely smell it too. "Then I'll translate." Lung Mingyao was not pretentious. Seeing that Yi Chen and Shun Qian were a little afraid of the man lying on the ground, he volunteered to act as a translator. It was no wonder Eni Chen and Shin Qian reacted this way, because Lu Xian also noticed the blonde man's multiple wounds, even scratches on his face. It was obvious that the man had been attacked by wild wolves. Why are you here? Are you a crew member on the ship? Have you ever seen a mobile phone like this? Lu Xian was very worried that the man would die, so he asked a lot of questions in one breath. In order to ensure that the man could understand it completely, Lung Mingyao specially translated the Chinese into English. He said that after he escaped, he was cold, hungry, and thirsty. He thought there was food and drink in the cave, so he came back. Unexpectedly, he was surrounded by wolves. He has been lying here all night. The blonde man obviously couldn't describe it in Chinese. Fortunately, Lung Mingyao was there and quickly translated his words into Chinese. He said, he was a crew member on the ship, a mechanic, and he said the second-in-command used this phone. Lung Mingyao translated while looking at the phone in Lu Xian's hand. The first officer uses this phone, the mechanic. Lu Xian seemed to have received too much information at once, and his brain circuits started running at high speed. He remembered that Yang Yaki said that she saw a woman in a sailor's uniform on the yacht using this mobile phone-like communication tool. Could this woman be the deputy captain mentioned by the blonde foreigner? And this man said he was a mechanic on the ship. Lu Xian clearly remembered that Lung Mingyao had told him that the blonde foreigner said, there is nothing wrong with the ship. If this was said by an ordinary passenger or crew member, Lu Xian would not have thought much about it. But if the person who said this was the mechanic on the ship, he couldn't help but think about it. Lung Mingyao, do you remember whether the deputy captain on the yacht is a man or a woman? It's rare to have some clues, and Lu Xian hopes to do everything possible to get more clues. Deputy captain? I didn't pay much attention. Eni Chen, do you remember? I remember you seem to have been to the bridge. Lung Mingyao shook his head and looked at Eni Chen, who was standing far away. Don't mention it. That day I wanted to get into the cab and take some photos. I thought the view from that place was good, but I didn't expect to meet a fierce man. He wouldn't even let me in. Oh, and after the door closed, I heard someone arguing inside. It seemed like a man and a woman. Eni Chen frowned and recalled the scene at that time, seeming to be upset that such a beautiful woman like her was turned away. A man and a woman, that's really possible. Arguing. Lung Mingyao asked him again if there was any mechanical failure on the yacht at the time, and why the captain was so anxious to order an evacuation. Seeing that the man's breath on the ground was getting weaker and weaker, and it felt like he might meet God at any time, Lu Xian had to hurry up and ask some more questions. He said there was no problem. Lu Xian, he seems to be dying. Lung Mingyao almost put his face close to the other person's face before he could barely hear what he said. However, the man twitched and then became completely silent. Why? Lu Xian placed his index finger on the other person's nostrils to feel it, then sighed deeply and shook his head at everyone. So miserable. We will never. Although Eni Chen was far away, she still saw this tragic scene and couldn't help but worry about her future. Did you hear clearly? Did he say there's no problem? How can there be no problem? Lu Xian didn't have the time to feel sorry for the blonde man. After suffering a shipwreck and coming to this deserted island with few people, any outcome was possible. I guess I heard it right. Although what he said was a little vague, he emphasized it twice. And he emphasized the yacht at the end. It seemed like there was something on the yacht that he couldn't let go of. Lung Mingyao was also a little confused at this time. She kept pondering the blonde man's last fragmented words. Lu Xian. There seems to be someone. Just when Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao were at their wits' end in the cave, Shin Qian, who was standing guard at the cave entrance, suddenly pointed outside and exclaimed, Chapter 67 I'm afraid I can't go back tonight. Hearing Shin Qian's exclamation, everyone looked outside the cave. Lu Xian took the lead and rushed to the front. He immediately found the person that Shin Qian was referring to. Or rather, it was actually just a corpse that had been eaten by wild wolves. Oh, I don't want to look at it, it's too scary. Eni Chen just took a glance and fled back into the cave in fear. The corpse outside is much more terrifying than the blonde man in the cave. This should be the body of the man who charged you $5,000 a day. Lu Xian remembered what the man was wearing. A pair of light blue shorts and a gray and white plaid shirt. Although the man's clothes were torn into pieces at this time, Lu Xian could still vaguely recognize him. Well, it seems so. Lung Mingyao was relatively calm compared to Eni Chen. She even took a good look at the corpse and finally nodded to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, this place is very dangerous. Should we get our things and go back as soon as possible? Shin Qian saw two corpses as soon as she arrived. Her face looked very pale. This place really couldn't be compared with her own residence. Apart from anything else, the safety was very poor. Handsome guy, this is it, this is it. Eni Chen, who had hidden back in the cave, started shouting excitedly at this time, as if she had discovered something. Lu Xian and his companions returned to the cave and followed the direction of Eni Chen's finger and saw the small hand crank generator. Well, it's pretty much what I imagined. Although this thing has very low power and can't power large household appliances, it's great for emergency lighting and ignition. We must take it. Everyone, look for anything useful. As long as it's helpful and portable, take it all. Seeing the hand crank generator he had been dreaming of, Lu Xian was quite satisfied. At the moment, Lu Xian was not willing to stay here for too long. He just wanted to find what he wanted and return to his residence as soon as possible. After all, this place was not safe and had an unpleasant smell. Lu Xian, these 2 boxes of compressed biscuits are here, and there are a few unopened bottles of mineral water. The bedding is also here, and my clothes. The girls searched around and actually found a lot of good things. Although there was a lake where Lu Xian lived, which basically guaranteed that he would not starve to death, Lu Xian always accepted food and never refused too much. He even thought of cutting down a coconut tree and moving it back to the cave. Lu Xian, it seems to be windy outside. Oh, it feels like it's going to rain. Just as everyone was collecting supplies in the cave, Shen Qian noticed the changes in the weather outside. Oops. Lu Xian walked out of the cave quickly, looked up, and felt something was wrong. The weather on this island is like a woman's mood. It changes at any time. When I went out, it was a clear sky, but it has only been a short time and now the sky has changed. It's raining. What should I do? The rain started as soon as it started. The huge raindrops fell before anyone could react. No way, can we not go back? Handsome guy, what should we do? Eni Chen was originally preparing to crawl into the hole and go home, but before this person could crawl out, raindrops started to fall, so she had no choice but to return in shame. Let's wait a moment. Let's divide the work. You two, use your machetes to chop some branches. If you can find bamboo, chop some more and start a fire. Lung Mingyao and I will deal with the corpse first to prevent attracting wolves. Lu Xian clearly remembered that the last time it rained, it lasted a whole day. If he took the 3 girls with him to wait here, he was afraid that the wolves would arrive before the rain stopped. So at this moment, Lu Xian naturally had to make a second-hand preparation. What's more, after all this busy work, it was already afternoon. The road here was already rugged and bumpy. If he continued to travel in the rain, it would be very risky. Lu Xian did not reveal his true thoughts. The 3 women were a little confused, but they still nodded to Lu Xian. Handsome guy, it's raining and we're cutting bamboo. Shouldn't we give you more points? This Eni Chen is really obsessed with points. Even at this time, she is still thinking about her points. Okay, no problem. 0.2 points each. Okay, everyone, speed up. Remember, don't run too far and pay attention to your surroundings. I'll help you chop them up after I finish dealing with these 2 bodies. Lu Xian specifically instructed Shen Qian and Eni Chen, who were about to cut down trees. After the division of labor was completed, the 4 of them started working immediately. Lu Xian first dragged the body out of the cave, and then he and Lung Mingyao dragged the body on the beach, which had already exposed its bones, to a farther place. Lu Xian searched the burly man's body and found nothing else useful except the bamboo knife and Eni Chen's 2-carat diamond ring. Lung Mingyao was obviously still a little worried about whether the 2 corpses would attract wild wolves. Lu Xian consoled her. It's okay. The rain should wash away the bloodstains, and it's unlikely to attract wolves for the time being. Go back to the cave first. If you have firewood, start a fire. Take this fire starter, and I'll go help them chop down some trees. In fact, the best way to deal with the body at the moment is to bury it, but I didn't bring a shovel, and it was raining, so I really didn't have the energy or time to collect the body. After settling the 2 disgusting corpses, Lu Xian left Lung Mingyao at the entrance of the cave and went to help the 2 women cut down trees. There were already some branches piled up at the entrance of the cave. Obviously Shen Qian and Eni Chen had brought back a batch. The 2 women worked quite efficiently. It only took Lu Xian about 20 minutes to settle the 2 corpses. Unexpectedly, the 2 girls had already brought back a lot of branches for making fire, and even 6 or 7 bamboos of different lengths. Lung Mingyao followed Lu Xian's instructions and successfully lit a bonfire at the entrance of the cave. With the firelight, he seemed to feel a little more secure. On the other side, Lu Xian quickly found Shen Qian and Eni Chen, who were working hard. Handsome guy, look, there are so many bamboos. What do you want them for? Eni Chen, who was chopping bamboo with a knife, saw Lu Xian coming and proudly pointed to the bamboo forest they had found. Shen Qian seemed to have guessed what Lu Xian was thinking, but she didn't ask anything. She just looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian didn't hide anything and said straight to the point. We need to seal the cave entrance with bamboo. I'm afraid we won't be able to go back tonight. After saying this, he pointed to the dark sky to the west, which was like a city covered by dark clouds. Chapter 68, Temporary Shelter. Just as Lu Xian said, when the three of them returned to the cave carrying dozens of bamboos and branches, heavy rain began to pour down. Lu Xian, are we unable to go back tonight? Lung Mingyao had already lit 2 bonfires at this time, and the cave became much brighter and warmer. Seeing Lu Xian and the other 2 coming back, the female president seemed to have guessed the result. Going back is too risky. The road back will be muddy, windy and rainy, and dark. There are too many unknowns, so we can only stay here temporarily and consider returning tomorrow when the sky clears up. Lu Xian didn't want to hide anything at this time, so he told his thoughts clearly. So you want to use these bamboos as a cover for the cave entrance? I have to say that Lung Mingyao's brain is really sharp. She guessed what Lu Xian was thinking before he said anything. Yes, the cave entrance isn't very wide and is only about 2 meters high. I specially cut a dozen bamboos and simply stuck them between the upper and lower rocks. I also have some ropes in my bag, and I tied a few horizontally. This is basically enough to ensure our safety. Not to mention we have weapons in our hands, and there's a bonfire at the cave entrance. Lu Xian pointed to the bamboo that the 3 of them had brought back with great effort, as well as the machete in his hand, hoping to bring some sense of security to the 3 girls in front of him. Handsome guy, I fully support you. But how are you going to sleep tonight? I should have brought that sleeping bag. Ini Chin was the most generous person and expressed her support without thinking too much. But when it came to sleeping, the girl missed Lu Xian's warm and comfortable sleeping bag again. Although Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian didn't say anything, they both nodded in agreement. After all, no one wanted to walk on that muddy, rugged, and unknown road in such heavy rain. The few of them divided the work again. Lung Mingyao was responsible for measuring the length of the bamboo. Ini Chin volunteered to cut the bamboo, and Lu Xian and Shun Qian worked together to insert the bamboo into the upper and lower stone bodies. In less than half an hour, the 2 men had evenly inserted 15 thick bamboos into the upper and lower stone bodies with a gap of 20 centimeters between them. Several people selected a few long bamboos and tied them horizontally to the 15 bamboos with hemp ropes. It took a total of 1 hour to successfully complete a bamboo forest wall. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh that there is strength in numbers. At the beginning, there were only 2 of them, Shun Qian and I, and it took them 2 full days to complete the defense project of their cave. Of course, the bamboo wall here cannot be compared with that of his own cave in terms of reliability or density. After all, it is only used for emergency purposes. However, with this wall, everyone's original anxiety was mostly relieved. Just as Lu Xian said, the enclosed space gave people a sense of security, just like someone sleeping with the door open. Thank you all for your hard work today. We won't have any grilled fish for dinner, so we can only eat some compressed biscuits to fill our stomachs. But I have a piece of pickled frozen meat here. If you don't mind, you can share it. Lu Xian generously cut the only piece of frozen meat in his bag into 3 pieces with a Swiss Army knife and roasted them on tree branches. As the flames leaped, the meat slowly rotated on the branches, emitting a sizzling sound. It was a beautiful melody of fat and flame, each sound like nature's affectionate call to the taste buds. The interweaving of meaty aroma and fireworks formed a breathtaking scene, making the 3 girls swallow involuntarily. Wow, handsome boy, you actually have some hidden goodies. You even have barbecue to eat. That's awesome. The most exaggerated among the 3 is Ini Chin. At this moment, she no longer cares about her image. Looking at her appearance, she is almost drooling on the spot. Lu Xian, why did you cut it into 3 portions? You don't want to eat it yourself? Seeing Lu Xian distribute the roasted meat to the 3 of them, while Lung Mingyao just watched, he looked at Lu Xian with some confusion. You all did a great job today, so this is your reward. My own assessment is that today's performance was just SOSO, so I don't deserve a reward. Besides, I've already eaten a lot of this meat in the past few days, and I've tasted it. But don't worry, since there are wolves on this island, there must be herbivores. I'm sure we'll be able to catch some game in the future. Lu Xian's speech was full of righteousness. Even Lung Mingyao, the female president, couldn't help but look at Lu Xian a few more times after hearing this. Affirm the team's efforts, lead self-criticism, and give the team confidence. These few short sentences demonstrate the essential abilities of an excellent leader. Mingyao, this handsome guy is really from your company. He should be at least a department manager, right? What position do you give him? If you don't want it, I can take him away. I need someone as handsome and capable as this handsome guy. How about it, handsome guy? I'll pay you 30,000 a month to be my secretary. This woman Ini Chin was even more exaggerated. She actually started poaching people in front of Lung Mingyao, the female president. Hey, Ini-chin, don't go too far. Lu Xian is mine. Your people. Hee, when did this happen? Shin Qian was just about to say something for Lung Mingyao as the department manager, but she realized halfway through that her words could easily be misunderstood. Sure enough, Ini-chin immediately looked at Shin Qian with a wicked smile. Shin Qian's cheeks turned red instantly. Lu Xian, why do you think you shouldn't get a reward today? Logically speaking, you were the one who decided to go out today, and you successfully got the supplies we needed, built a safe house, and dealt with the bodies. If you can't say you deserve a perfect score, you definitely deserve 80 points. Lung Mingyao asked Lu Xian a question seriously. At least in her heart, what Lu Xian did today was completely that of a qualified team leader. Lu Xian waved his hand, pointed at the sky outside, and said matter-of-factly, failure to correctly estimate the consequences of traveling due to weather changes is enough. Okay, after eating, everyone can only rest. To ensure safety, we need to take turns to keep watch. Hearing Lu Xian's straightforward explanation, the three women couldn't help but nodded, especially Lung Mingyao. She even felt a little regretful and self-blaming for the stereotype she had developed against Lu Xian some time ago. Then I'll be on duty on the first shift. Perhaps it was because of self-blame that Lung Mingyao volunteered to take on the task of being the first shift on night watch. Okay, then the rest of us can take a nap. Lu Xian, wolf, there's a wolf outside. Just when Lu Xian finished his night watch and was about to take a nap, Shin Qian looked at Lu Xian with horror as he stood with his back to the campfire and cried out. Chapter 69, Lu Xian's Plan. Hearing Shin Qian's exclamation, Lu Xian turned around suddenly, and Lung Mingyao and Ini-chin also looked towards the cave entrance. Sure enough, just as Shin Qian saw, a wolf with eyes glowing with faint green light was staring at the people in the cave through the bamboo wall he had made. Hurry, finish the meat quickly. Lung Mingyao, Shin Qian, start 2 more fires. Ini-chin, get all the weapons in the back. Lu Xian made arrangements decisively, but he was still careless and guessed that the smell of barbecue attracted the wolves. The 3 girls no longer cared about being elegant at this time. They quickly finished up the little barbecue left in their hands, and then immediately followed Lu Xian's instructions. Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian used the remaining firewood in the cave to build 2 more bonfires, and found 3 or 4 long tree trunks, which they also lit and used as torches. Suddenly, the cave became several times brighter. Ini-chin handed Lu Xian's machete and harpoon to everyone in 2 batches. Bring over that hand-cranked generator, both of you, and imitate me. Drink, drink, drink. Lu Xian raised the machete in one hand as if to attack, and with the other hand he picked up a branch that was emitting billowing black smoke from the fire and waved it desperately towards the cave entrance, while shouting at the wolves outside the cave. Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian also followed Lu Xian's example, waving their weapons and howling at the wolves outside the cave. Ini-chin quickly took out the hand-cranked generator. Lu Xian handed the weapon and the smoking branch to Ini-chin, asking her to join in driving away the wolves. He himself began to shake the handle of the generator with all his strength. Ha, drink, drink, drink. Get out of here. Oh, I have to say that Ini-chin is really bold and roars at the cave entrance without caring about her image at all. There was also movement on Lu Xian's side. As Lu Xian kept shaking, a beam of strong light shot from the flashlight on the side of the generator towards the cave entrance. The wild wolf outside the cave was obviously impressed by the actions of the group of people in the cave and retreated several steps. Don't stop, keep going. Lu Xian did not dare to slack off and continued to command everyone to drive away the wild wolf, while he continued to shake the handle and aim the strong light at the wild wolf's head. Finally, with the efforts of everyone, the wild wolf outside the cave turned around and fled quickly. I'm so tired, my throat is hoarse from shouting. Ini-chin had just roared the loudest, and now she was so tired that she collapsed on the bedding. Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian were also half-squatting on the ground, panting. Lu Xian, why are there so many wild wolves here? Shin Qian should be the most timid among the 3 girls, and she is obviously still afraid of the wild wolves. It seems we'll have to take care of all these wild wolves sooner or later. Okay, everyone, relax and have a good rest. I'll be on guard for the first round. The 3 of you can get some sleep and relax. There are 3 ways to deal with wild wolves: smoke, open fire, and shouting. We have all 3 here. While Lu Xian was comforting the 3 girls, a crazy idea came to his mind. Then let's get some sleep first. Call me when you get tired later. Lung Mingyao is not a pretentious woman. What's more, she already has a certain degree of trust in Lu Xian. Since Lu Xian said that he would keep watch first, Lung Mingyao, Shin Qian, and Ini-chin chose to rest first. The three girls huddled together around two bonfires, spread their bedding on the ground as cushions, curled up, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In order to save firewood in the cave, Lu Xian extinguished two bonfires, maintained only two piles, and continued to add firewood to the fire. The weather on this island is hot during the day, and you can even take a cold shower. However, once the sun goes down, the temperature drops rapidly. Without a bonfire to keep warm, it is difficult for the girls to fall asleep peacefully with just the mattress and quilt they have now. Lu Xian has actually been thinking about one issue these days, which is how to eliminate the hidden danger of wild wolves. It had been a week since I'd arrived on the island, and I'd already encountered or heard about at least 3 or 4 wolf invasions. Furthermore, since I'd just arrived, my range of activity was limited. To be in such close contact with wolves in such a small space was like walking on the beach, and getting your feet wet was inevitable. Therefore, to ensure the safety of my group, I had to find a way to eradicate the danger posed by the wolves. Based on his 2 experiences of dealing with wild wolves at close range, Lu Xian has already come up with a plan. First, wild wolves will be attracted to the smell of blood and barbecue. So this is the bait that attracts the wolves. Secondly, you need enough traps to kill the wild wolves. He had no traps, no cages, and no hunting rifles. The only way was to dig a deep pit in the soft sand or mud as a trap, cover it with dead branches and straw, and then put meat with a bloody or barbecued smell on top of these covers. In this way, he could trap the attracted wild wolves in the deep pit and then kill them with his weapons. In the dead of night, Lu Xian thought of another thing. Regarding the yacht he was on, why did the most qualified mechanic on the boat keep saying that there was no problem with the yacht? If there was no problem, why did the captain force everyone to get off the boat and onto the lifeboat? Lu Xian tried hard to recall the scene at that time. Indeed, the wind and waves were very strong that night, but after getting on the lifeboat, the yacht did not sink until it completely disappeared from sight. Combined with the mission mentioned by the 2 villains he met on the first night on the island, Lu Xian felt that this matter was a bit strange. However, due to the lack of information in his hands, he had no clue at all based on these fragmentary information. At this moment, Lu Xian was playing with the strange mobile phone he was carrying with him, but he wanted to see the yacht that was swept back into the sea by the waves more and more again. He was afraid that only that place could he find any clues. Lu Xian, why don't you go to sleep? Your phone. Just when Lu Xian's brain was working at high speed, Lung Mingyao's voice came from behind him. Lu Xian turned around, and it seemed that the girl did not sleep well. At least her sleep quality was much worse than yesterday. Seeing Lung Mingyao frowning and staring at the phone in his hand, Lu Xian threw the phone to him. This was taken from 2 men. 2 men? Besides the crew, the people on this yacht also include a few of Zhang Tsung's friends who he brought with him at his own expense. They're basically all from our company. Who are the 2 men you're talking about? Where are they now? Lung Mingyao was very confused about Lu Xian's words, because she was the one who rented the entire ship. Logically, she should know almost everyone on board. How about this? I'll take you there in a couple of days, but I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome. When Lu Xian heard Lung Mingyao say this, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. If Lung Mingyao could recognize those 2 men at a glance, perhaps this matter would have taken a turn for the better. However, after so many days, those 2 men must have changed beyond recognition. Chapter 70. Being entangled again. After chatting with Lung Mingyao for a while, the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and there were even lightning and thunder. Fortunately, everyone had this cave to shelter from the rain, otherwise they would have all been soaked by now. Why aren't you sleeping? Shen Qian seemed to be woken up by the thunder. She muttered something, but rubbed her eyes, turned over, and continued to sleep. Lu Xian, you should get some sleep too. I'll keep watch. Lung Mingyao added some firewood to the campfire, looked at Lu Xian yawning, and remembered that she had been a sleeping wombat all night, disturbing other people's night. The face of this beautiful cold girl flushed again. Okay, I'll take a nap. Call me if you need anything. I have some water in my bag, as well as the chocolate that Chen found, and some compressed biscuits. Eat them if you're hungry. Lu Xian was not being pretentious. He was indeed very tired and sleepy at the moment. He had been tormented by President Lung all night yesterday, and today he had been traveling, cutting bamboo, and moving corpses during the day. It could be said that he had no time to rest. However, when Lu Xian glanced at the 2 girls who were using the quilts as mattress pads and had already fallen asleep, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Although the sleeping postures of these 2 girls were not as unrestrained as Lung Mingyao's, they were sleeping one to the east and the other to the west, leaving only a space in the middle. Lung Mingyao obviously also saw this scene, but this time, President Lung not only did not raise any objections, but also took the initiative to signal Lu Xian to sleep between the two women. Lu Xian smiled awkwardly at Lung Mingyao, carefully slowed down his pace and moved to the center of the quilt, lying down gently, for fear of disturbing the two girls on his left and right. There was bedding underneath and two blazing fires in front, so it was warm. Lu Xian soon fell into a deep sleep. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Lu Xian was halfway through his sweet dream when he felt someone holding both of his arms. When he opened his eyes, he found himself almost tied up. The two girls, who originally had their backs to him on both sides, now changed directions at the same time. The light changed direction, and the temperature of the cave probably dropped. The two girls immediately used their hands and feet to hug Lu Xian's arms at the same time. Wow, looking at this, the number of koalas has increased from one last night to two. Lu Xian admitted that as a man, his body was a bit strong and warm, but you two can't treat yourself as a hand warmer. I'll add some more firewood. It's raining now, and the temperature has dropped a bit. They might be a bit cold. Lung Mingyao, who was watching over the fire, actually knew best how the situation developed, but she herself had never expected such an outcome. At the moment, there seemed to be no other way except to keep adding firewood to the bonfire to make it as strong as possible. Seeing Lu Xian wake up, he could only give him a helpless smile. Delicious. As a result, Shin Qian on the left not only treated Lu Xian as a hot pack, but also seemed to be dreaming of enjoying a big meal, drooling and talking in her sleep. Hey, don't move, don't move. Ini Chen on the right was not in a much better situation. Lu Xian was just thinking about struggling, but Ini Chen hugged him even tighter and seemed to be complaining. Lu Xian himself didn't expect when he became so popular. The problem is, you guys treat him as a hand warmer, which is a bit too much. He struggled a few times and tried to pull his arms free, but the more he struggled, the tighter the two girls held on, especially Shin Qian on the left. It seemed that they were about to bite him. The problem is, I can't just use force. After many attempts, all ended in failure. Lu Xian had no choice but to look for help to Lung Mingyao, who was watching the show on the side. Hey, President Lung, one of these two is the company's department manager, and the other is the company's spokesperson. As the president, you have to take some measures. This is damaging the company's image and yours. I can't help you. It seems you have quite a good network of contacts. You should figure it out on your own. But President Lung now had an attitude of not caring about anything. He added some firewood to the fire and then started to eat compressed biscuits leisurely. The barbecue is delicious. Shin Qian on the left was still immersed in the delicacies of land and sea, and Ini Chen on the right was even more exaggerated. She seemed to feel that just hugging like this was not comfortable enough, so she simply rewarded Lu Xian with a pair of long legs. This woman was really ruthless. This kick hit the vital point exactly. Lu Xian almost vomited blood. Oh my god, if I don't wake these two up, I'm afraid they will dismember me. You two, wake up, it's time to change guards, it's time to change guards. While Lu Xian was struggling hard to escape from the clutches of the two evil women, he began the wake-up service. Shin Qian opened her eyes first, and then saw her own elegant posture. She instantly let go of Lu Xian's arm as if she had seen a ghost, and jumped up from the quilt. The beautiful Yin on the right was much more calm. She opened her left eye sleepily, squinted at Lu Xian, and then closed her eyelids sweetly. Not only did she close her eyelids, she also hugged Lu Xian tighter. Ini Chen, get up quickly. It's time to change shifts. Seeing Ini Chen like this, Shin Qian couldn't stand it anymore. It would have been fine if she was her best friend last night, and that was the result of a fair drawing of lots. But Ini Chen was obviously doing it on purpose. As Lu Xian's main wife, Shin Qian has to use some tricks. The girl was trying to pull Ini Chen away from Lu Xian, but Ini Chen seemed to have become a dogskin plaster, clinging to Lu Xian tightly, muttering, "You keep watch first, Lu Xian, and I will sleep for a while." Shin Qian became even angrier after hearing this. What did she mean by you and Lu Xian should sleep for a while longer? Did she think that the queen of the palace was nothing but air? This time, Shin Qian used all her little feet and risked her life to finally tear off the dogskin plaster. Oh, it's so warm. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? I finally found something so warm, really. After waking up, Ini Chen seemed to still have a lot of complaints. How can Lu Xian sleep if you're like this? Come here and keep your distance. Okay, I'll get up. I'll get up, okay? I'm cold. So hugging each other is perfect for keeping each other warm. How nice. You. Ini Chen is an internet celebrity anchor. Her mouth is gilded, and she has the natural attribute of being shameless and reckless. When it comes to hooking up with men, Shin Qian is far worse than her. The two of them made such a commotion that the rain stopped. Lucien simply gave up sleeping and walked to the cave entrance and looked towards the east. The sun in the east had already risen most of its head, and the sky was gradually clearing up. Lucien looked towards the sea through the bamboo forest, but suddenly discovered something. Something seemed to be floating on the sea surface on the east side. Chapter 71, Second Base. Look over there, isn't that a ship? Lucien pointed to the sea on the east side and rushed to the bamboo wall excitedly. This was already the second ship he had discovered in just a few days, so how could he not be excited? Moreover, this ship seemed to be closer to the coastline than the one he had discovered a few days earlier. It looks a bit like it. It would be nice if I could row over and take a look. Shun Qian followed Lucien's steps and quickly walked to the bamboo wall. She widened her eyes and stared at the sea on the east side. Why does this feel a bit strange? Logically, it's still daybreak, so a ship should have lights on while sailing. Why is this ship completely dark? It looks creepy. Could it be a ghost ship? Ini Chin raised a question at this time. Although the second half of the sentence was a bit far-fetched, it was estimated that this girl had watched a lot of horror movies at home. After hearing Ini Chin's words, Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao looked at each other, as if they read a possibility from each other's eyes. Our yacht. The two of them shouted almost in unison. Although everyone could only vaguely see the shape of a ship due to the distance. But as Ini Chin said, if it was really a ship sailing normally, there should be some light in this early morning when the sun has not yet fully risen. Lu Xian, Lung Mingyao, and Shen Qian had all seen their stranded yacht up close, so if it wasn't a passing ship, it was very likely the yacht that was swept back into the sea by the waves. Lu Xian, it's so far away. Even if it's really our yacht, we can't get on it. Shen Qian asked a very tricky and realistic question. Let's put this aside for now. The rain has stopped and daybreak is almost here. Let's pack up and count our supplies before heading back. Everyone, please put as much of the scattered supplies as you can into my backpack. I'll take the generator, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, bedding, the compass, clothes, and everything else. You guys will have to work hard. Lu Xian did not directly answer Shen Qian's question, although a crazy idea had already popped up in his mind. In the current situation, the more important thing was to send the girls and the supplies back to their cave safely. Other things need to be considered later. Although everyone was reluctant to leave the yacht that was floating on the sea and seemed to be their own, the 3 girls knew that even if there were countless delicacies from land and sea, abalone and lobster on the yacht, for them at the moment, they were just the moon in the water and the flowers in the mirror. The only things that can be seen and touched are the supplies in the cave in front of us. Lu Xian quickly climbed out of the small hole at the back of the cave. After making sure that the surroundings were safe, Lu Xian asked the 3 girls to pass the looted supplies to him one by one from the cave entrance. After making sure that they had taken away everything they needed, the 3 girls crawled out of the cave one after another. I feel this place is pretty good, but I don't know when I can come back. As she was about to say goodbye to the cave, Shen Qian felt a little reluctant to leave. Don't worry, this place is now our second base. We will come back sooner or later. Lu Xian's words were not meant to comfort Shen Qian. As he said, although this place was not as good as his own cave, it could be considered a temporary residence. If he encountered any situation when he went out in the future, it would not be impossible to find a temporary place to stay if it was closer to this place. What's more, thanks to the efforts of several people, the entrance to the cave has been sealed, which is enough to resist ordinary jackals, tigers, and leopards. Lu Xian had surveyed the entire island from a high vantage point. It was vast, its terrain complex. He also knew that, up to this point, he had only explored a small corner of the island. If he wanted to explore further afield in the future, having a few temporary bases would be crucial. Several people discussed the division of labor. As a man, Lu Xian naturally carried the most high-quality hand-crank generator. Holding a generator in one hand, a machete in the other, and a backpack on his back, Lu Xian walked at the front of the team. Shen Qian found a piece of hemp rope in Lu Xian's backpack, tied up the bedding, put it on her back, and followed Lu Xian closely with a weapon in hand. At the end of the team were Lung Mingyao and Ini Chen, each carrying a box of compressed biscuits in one hand and a harpoon in the other. The 4 of them started walking back on the muddy ground with the full bag of supplies. Since it had just rained heavily, the road was naturally much more difficult to walk on than the way here. There was still water in some places, and everyone had a hard time walking. Almost every few steps, they had to carefully consider what to do next. Fortunately, the sky was cooperating. As the shy orange-red color on the eastern horizon gradually spread, the sun was gently awakened like a sleeping giant, and its dazzling sunlight was poured into the jungle. Soon, the accumulated water on the ground began to evaporate rapidly, and the muddy road became much firmer. Near noon, the 4 people, who had been hiking for a long time, finally saw the lake in their backyard. Since the return journey is several times more difficult than the outbound journey, it also takes much longer than the outbound journey. The four of them returned to the cave, all tired and hungry, and sat down on the ground to take a nap. However, seeing that there were a lot more supplies in the cave, everyone felt that although the journey was tiring, it was still worth it. Lu Xian lit a bonfire and carefully checked the bamboo wall in his front yard. Everything was intact, which meant that no one had invaded his territory while he was away. The four of them sat around the barbecue grill and filled their stomachs. The three girls then clamored to go to the lake to sunbathe together. Lu Xian was standing on the beach in the front yard, still looking towards the east. Unfortunately, this place was too far away from the yacht floating in the sea. Even though Lu Xian had eyesight that was almost that of an airplane captain, he could not locate the position of the yacht. Sighing, Lu Xian returned to the barbecue grill and studied the small generator while eating grilled fish. Although this thing doesn't have great power, it has many functions. Lu Xian tried to light the fire by hand cranking it, which was convenient and quick, much faster than using a flint. Lu Xian even took out the strange mobile phone. Unfortunately, Lu Xian already knew that the charging plug of this mobile phone was also very different. Unless he could find a charging plug specifically for this phone, he would not be able to charge this phone. Just when Lu Xian was still thinking about how to use the generator in some new ways, he suddenly heard the girls' roars coming from the back of the cave. Such a sharp voice, it was definitely Shen Qian's. Lu Xian threw down the precious generator without hesitation and ran to the back of the cave. Chapter 72, 3 Women, 1 Drama. Just as Lu Xian rushed to the backyard lake with his machete in hand, he found 3 women running around and jumping up and down on the lawn beside the lake. Hey, what's going on? Lu Xian looked confused. Wasn't he supposed to take a shower and change clothes? Why did he come to the shore to dance samba? Lu Xian, help, help. Something is chasing me. When Shen Qian saw Lu Xian coming, she immediately ran over as if she had found her savior. Lung Mingyao and Yi Chen also ran over while exclaiming, "What the hell? Something's chasing you? Where is it? Why can't I see it?" Just when Lu Xian was still confused, the 3 women rushed to Lu Xian one after another, and then hid behind him collectively as if playing a game of eagle catches chicken. Seeing what the 3 of them were doing, Lu Xian became nervous. He picked up the machete in his hand and stared at the lawn in front of him. What on earth is this thing? What does it look like? Is it long or short? Gray, a mass. Gray? A ball. Lu Xian originally thought that the girls might have encountered a snake. After all, it didn't look like a large carnivore, because Lu Xian hadn't even seen the other party's shadow yet. But this gray, a ball, listening to the description, obviously didn't look like a snake. Just when Lu Xian was completely confused, the gray mass seemed to be flying towards the 4 of them. "Oh, it's coming, help, run away, run away." The 3 girls looked like they had seen a ghost. They didn't care what that thing was, or whether it was really coming for them. Since running away was the best strategy, the 3 of them rushed to escape into the cave. Lu Xian stared with his eyes wide open until the gray massive thing stopped 5 or 6 meters in front of him, then raised its head and smacked its 3-petaled lips at him twice. Lu Xian finally understood what the gray massive thing was that had scared the 3 girls to death. Isn't this just a gray hair? After Lu Xian recognized who was coming, his forehead was full of black lines. Hey, come back here. Why are you running? You're just a rabbit. When you encountered a wild wolf yesterday, you didn't run so fast. Lu Xian quickly turned around and called out to the 3 people, but he didn't expect that the 3 of them were so quick that they almost ran to the back door of the cave. A rabbit? Are you sure it's a rabbit? Where is it? Upon hearing that the horrible thing that scared them half to death was actually a rabbit, the 3 women turned back with happy expressions on their faces. "Oh, Mingyao, Yi Chen, it really is a rabbit, so cute. He's plump, and looks like he's eating well." Shen Qian and Yi Chen were so eager to grab it and play with it. The 3 of them changed their expressions faster than turning the pages of a book. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to want to catch the rabbit and kiss it. "Okay, let's have an extra meal tonight. Roasted rabbit." Lu Xian didn't care whether the thing on the ground was cute or not. He only knew that he could have an extra dish for dinner tonight. Lu Xian, isn't this a bit? Put away your sympathy. This is a deserted island, young ladies. People are barely able to eat their next meal. Do you really expect to keep a pet? Lu Xian didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the harpoon and threw it at the hair on the ground. It's hard to say whether Lu Xian's other skills have improved since he landed on the island, but his skills in using bamboo forks have made great progress. Even if he was several meters away, Lu Xian could hit the target with one strike. As the rabbit's hysterical wailing reached everyone's ears, Lu Xian successfully obtained a wild rabbit. Skinning, removing the internal organs, washing, chopping into pieces, Lu Xian completed a series of operations under the watchful eyes of the girls. It can be said that it was smooth and done in one go. The original grilled fish meal for the evening was now supplemented with a dish of grilled rabbit. The four of them sat around the barbecue grill, and Lu Xian started grilling rabbit meat. I know you're all kind and compassionate people, and you definitely can't bring yourself to eat this. Don't worry, I'm not very compassionate, so I'll take the rabbit meat for you. Lu Xian gently placed the rabbit meat, which had been carefully cut into even pieces, on the hot and glowing grill. As soon as the rabbit meat touches the hot flame, it immediately makes a pleasant sizzling sound. The oil melts quickly under the catalysis of high temperature, turning into wisps of smoke that rise up and intertwine with the fresh air around it, forming an irresistible aroma that comes to your nose and goes straight into your heart. This aroma has the delicious taste of rabbit meat and the unique smoky flavor of charcoal. The two are perfectly integrated and mouth-watering. Lu Xian, I don't really have much sympathy. Why don't you give me a taste? Eni Chin was originally chewing her grilled fish, but when she smelled the rabbit meat in Lu Xian's hand, she felt that the grilled fish that usually made her drool suddenly lost its fragrance. She wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and walked happily to Lu Xian's side. Lu Xian glanced at her and handed her a piece of rabbit meat. Eni Chin took only one bite and immediately praised the roasted rabbit meat. It smells so good, so good. This rabbit meat is so delicious. Seeing Eni Chin's delighted expression, Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian looked at each other and then looked at Lu Xian with hope. Lu Xian, I want to try it too. Shun Qian looked at Lu Xian with a silly smile on her face. What? No sympathy for it. Although Lu Xian was joking, he still handed a piece of rabbit meat to Shun Qian and even took the initiative to give her a rabbit leg. Since it's dead, I hope it can be reborn as a giant panda in its next life. Shun Qian swiftly took the rabbit leg from Lu Xian's hand, put her hands together and prayed to the sky, and then began to eat it with relish. What about you? What do you have to say? Finally, Lu Xian looked directly at President Long. He wanted to see what shameless words this guy would say next. Lu Xian, actually, I think everything in nature is meant for human use, so I want a. Unexpectedly, this CEO Long, while spouting some long and rambling truths, actually started snatching things away. Looking at the three beauties in front of him eating rabbit meat with relish, Lu Xian was speechless. This is really a drama between three women. All the good words and good people are yours. Lu Xian, these are really delicious. Do you think we can catch a few more? After eating the rabbit meat, the three of them were clearly still not satisfied and were actually hoping that Lu Xian would get a few more. However, their words did remind Lu Xian. It's time to set some traps myself. Not only to catch game, but also to deal with those damn wolves. Chapter 73 Detoxification for Lung Mingyao. After eating and drinking their fill, the four of them were quite satisfied. Now that we have an extra quilt, sleeping for four people is much easier. Shun Qian still shared a quilt with Eni Chin. In order to ensure the safety of others, Lung Mingyao consciously covered himself with a quilt. Lu Xian still crawled back into his soft sleeping bag. Before going to bed, Eni Chin, who loved points very much, asked Lu Xian to calculate the points of the three girls. After today's busy day, Eni Chin's score reached 4.8 points, Lung Mingyao 4.7 points, and Shun Qian's 6.4 points. In fact, Lu Xian's so-called points plan was originally intended to dampen the enthusiasm of the two new girls. After a whole day, Lu Xian basically recognized Lung Mingyao and Eni Chin. Although the two had different temperaments and personalities, their contributions to the entire team were obvious to all. Lung Mingyao is smart and organized, while Eni Chin is bold, hardworking, and quite humorous. Therefore, there is no reason for me to drive these two girls away. As long as they are obedient and can distinguish between the big and small kings, everything can be discussed. After a busy day, the three girls soon fell asleep one after another. Although Lu Xian lacked a girl to warm his bed today, he could finally sleep peacefully. But Lu Xian, who was extremely sensitive to sound, always felt a very strange, rustling sound coming from the back of the cave in the second half of the night. And the sound seemed to be coming from far away. Lu Xian overcame his sleepiness and crawled out of his sleeping bag. He first walked to the campfire and lit it again. Then he took out his flashlight, raised his harpoon, and prepared to head to the back of the cave. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly discovered a long worm poking its head out of the cave. Before Lu Xian could react, the long worm rushed directly to Lung Mingyao, who was sleeping at the edge, and decisively bit Lung Mingyao's exposed long legs. Lung Mingyao screamed and woke up suddenly. Lu Xian had already rushed to Lung Mingyao's side. Don't move, hold down your legs. Qian, Ini-chin, get up quickly and help Lung Mingyao hold down her legs. She's been bitten by a snake. Lu Xian picked up the harpoon and stabbed the snake. Unexpectedly, the snake's agility far surpassed that of the fish in the lake, and it managed to dodge the attack easily. After missing the first attack, Lu Xian immediately launched a second attack. It was not until the seventh stab that he hit the snake's tail. Lu Xian decided to go all out and picked up the machete beside him and chopped down at the snake's vital point. The blow was so powerful that the uninvited guest was able to see the Buddha on the spot. After dealing with the snake, Lu Xian immediately ran to Lung Mingyao's side. Lu Xian, what should we do? Is this snake poisonous? Shen Qian had already discovered a red tooth mark on the inside of Lung Mingyao's left thigh. Although the wound was very small, blood was already oozing out. Hold her legs as much as you can, I'll suck her blood. At this moment, Lu Xian had no time to think. He was not a biologist and had never dealt with snakes. In the current situation, he had no time to worry about what kind of snake this was and whether it was poisonous. Lu Xian only knew that he couldn't gamble on Lung Mingyao's behalf. No matter whether it was a poisonous snake or not, sucking blood was always right. Without caring about Lung Mingyao's decision, Lu Xian directly pressed down Lung Mingyao's left leg and sucked hard on the wound. He inhaled and exhaled, doing the same action for more than 20 times. Then Lu Xian wiped his lips and put down Lung Mingyao's left leg. Although Lung Mingyao was very embarrassed to be kissed on the leg by a grown man, especially on the inner thigh, this woman was not an unreasonable person. She knew very well that Lu Xian was helping her. If the snake was really poisonous, hesitating for even a second longer might put her life in danger. Lu Xian, water, go rinse your mouth quickly, don't swallow your saliva. Seeing Lu Xian pumping for Lung Mingyao for more than 20 times in a row in one breath, Shen Qian was very worried about Lu Xian. Don't let Lu Xian get poisoned himself. At this time, Ini-chin also put away her usual cynical nature, poured out all the bottled water in the cave, and handed them to Lu Xian. In order to avoid swallowing saliva as much as possible, Lu Xian did not say anything. He nodded to the three people, ran to the front of the cave with 2 bottles of water, and began to rinse his mouth constantly. After rinsing his mouth for 10 minutes and using up all the bottles of water Ini-chin and Shen Qian had handed him, Lu Xian finally waved to everyone and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. Get a bottle of water and rinse Lung Mingyao's wound. See if there's a clean cloth to bandage her." Seeing that Lu Xian didn't forget to care about her safety at this time, Lung Mingyao looked at Lu Xian with great emotion. In her heart, she couldn't remember who the last man who truly cared for her was. My mistake. I only focused on the front and forgot about the back. I'm going to the back cave to light a fire. Lu Xian did not stop, took firewood and a fire lighter to the back of the cave, and lit a bonfire. This snake is different from a wild wolf. Ordinary fences and bamboo walls are no match for it. Making a fire is indeed useful, but firstly, if I make fires in front and behind, I don't have enough manpower to take care of it. Secondly, there will always be a place that is upwind. I don't want to be bitten to death by the snake, but choked to death by the fire I made. The best way to do this is to find something that snakes are afraid of. Lu Xian paced back to the main cave, thinking about how to solve the snake problem as he walked. Just as he thought of something, he suddenly found that the 3 girls were looking at him with strange eyes. You guys, what are you looking at? I've got to make it clear in advance. I was just trying to save someone. I didn't think about it that way. Seeing the 3 of them staring at him, even the usually fearless Lu Xian was frightened. Thinking about it, it could only be because of his actions just now. Although, Lung Mingyao's legs are indeed white and tender, smooth as snow, with a delicate texture. Cough, cough, cough. But I really didn't think about it that way just now. It would be fine if I didn't recall it, but when I accidentally remembered it, it really made me feel a little. In order to establish his image as a kind-hearted person, Lu Xian added righteously, saving lives comes first. Do you understand the heart of a doctor? Handsome guy, even if you don't emphasize it, we still trust you. Hey, what do you mean? Hee hee. Seeing Lu Xian's attempt to hide his true intentions, Shen Qian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Xian, thank you very much for this time, but what should we do next? Fortunately, Lung Mingyao rescued Lu Xian in time. He first expressed his gratitude, and then raised a question that was in front of everyone. If I don't eliminate the hidden danger of snakes, I will never be able to sleep again. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Lu Xian nodded, then pointed to the west. I have a way. Chapter 74, A Tasty Life. There's a plant called impatience, which contains sulfur in its roots, stems, leaves, and flowers. The smell of sulfur can repel most snakes. We can plant it near the front and back caves, which will basically ensure that we won't be bothered by snakes in the future. Impatience? What does it look like? Is there any on this island? Although Lu Xian's idea was good, they were not in the city at the moment and could not buy anything with money. The girls raised their doubts. There's a place on this island where I've seen impatience. Where is it? Hearing Lu Xian say this, the girls instantly felt a fire of hope in their hearts. Qian, do you remember the place where we temporarily slept on the first day we landed on the island? Sleep? Oh, Qian, so on the first day you guys. Hee. This Yin has always been quick to react when it comes to matters between men and women, but it seems like there's something really abnormal in this girl's head. Her sudden interruption made Shen Qian's cheeks blush immediately. Ahem. Do you remember those two bad guys we encountered that day? I dealt with them and left them in the bushes behind. I saw impatience in that place before. Lu Xian coughed lightly a few times and brought the topic back to normal in time. Wow. Handsome, you're not going to kill them, are you? Chop off their heads or twist their necks. Result. The topic that had been finally corrected was diverted again by this woman, but this time with a different tone. Lu Xian, those two bad guys you're talking about are the two people carrying that strange cell phone you mentioned earlier? Fortunately, there is still a decent person here. When Lung Mingyao heard Lu Xian say this, he immediately thought of the two men Lu Xian mentioned last night. Yes, so after your leg injury recovers, I will take you there to try our luck. I think the corpse shouldn't rot that quickly, unless there are wolves there too. Lung Mingyao was the one who knew the personnel configuration on the yacht he had taken best, so if Lung Mingyao could recognize those two men, there might be a new breakthrough in the situation that had once again reached a deadlock. Handsome boy, you're not planning to run away with our CEO Lung alone, are you? No, I want to go too, and Sister Qian should come with me. We're sworn sisters, so we have to go through everything together. Everyone, let's take a day off first and see how Lung Mingyao's injury is before making a decision. No matter what comes out of Miss Yin's mouth, it always seems to have a different meaning. Lu Xian has no time to argue with this woman, not to mention that she was born as an anchor and made a living by her mouth. Lu Xian, is Meng Yao's leg okay? Does he need? Shen Qian looked at Lu Xian with a frown and finally made a cut-off gesture. Don't worry, it's not that exaggerated. Even if it's a venomous snake, it will most likely be fine after emergency treatment. But just in case, you should exercise less during this period and observe your wound regularly. If it's a normal, non-venomous wound, it will generally heal quickly. If you notice blisters, blackening, or edema, it will be more troublesome. But from my observation, the possibility is relatively low. Rest well, and you will recover quickly. Lu Xian was too embarrassed to squat down and look at the girl's snow-white thighs in front of the three girls, so he could only give Lung Mingyao a few instructions. Mingyao, you should have a good rest. Lu Xian, I will do Lung Mingyao's work for you today. The best girlfriend in the world is so considerate. Shen Qian settled Lung Mingyao down and even covered her with her own bedding, then looked at Lu Xian seriously. We're not going anywhere today. When it's completely light, we're going to rebuild the toilet, expand the sewage channel, and dig a small septic tank. Regarding the toilet renovation plan, Lu Xian had actually thought of several plans. At first, since there were only him and Shen Qian, Lu Xian didn't want to spend too much effort on it. Now the permanent population of this cave has reached 4 people. If the toilet problem is not solved, he is afraid that this group of people will be suffocated by their own product sooner or later. Also, I'm going to try my luck by digging a trap next to the bush in the backyard. Handsome guy, how about I go dig a trap? Please let me go with this septic tank. When Yin Chen heard that Lu Xian wanted to renovate the toilet, she frowned. After all, with her wealth, let alone digging a toilet, she probably had to hire a nanny to clean the toilet at home. However, this woman is very knowledgeable about the ways of the world. If she doesn't want to do this stinky job, then she can only settle for the next best thing and do some more tiring work. Digging a trap is a very physically demanding job. Then I'll go dig a trap with Yin Chen. Lung Mingyao, who was lying down, heard that everyone had a task, and she was the only one lying in the cave. She immediately sat up and said that she wanted to participate too. Miss Lung, I'll grant you a day off today. Your mission is to recuperate. After all, the sooner you recover, the sooner we can go to the west to dig grass. Lu Xian waved at Lung Mingyao. Although he was short of manpower, he was not a capitalist. He could just rest when he was sick. Anyway, this job would not be done in a day or two. After all, if Lung Mingyao was really exhausted, he would be the one who suffered in the end, because he would have lost a labor force for nothing. Therefore, Lu Xian, who had a long-term vision, decisively gave President Lung a day off. The 4 of them took a short rest until the sun rose completely. Then they started cooking. Lung Mingyao was injured, and the carrying little cotton-padded jacket Shen Qian specially stewed a fish soup for her. The fragrance of the fish soup made Chen, who was standing next to her, very greedy. Handsome guy, if I were injured, you would treat me the same way, right? Lu Xian chewed a mouthful of the juicy grilled fish, pointed to the back of the cave, and said jokingly, "There's no need to wait for you to get hurt. If you dig a trap for me today, I'll feed you fish soup myself, not to mention making it for you. You said it, and we'll keep it that way for 100 years. Tell me how to dig, and I'll go right away." Unexpectedly, the girl took it seriously. She didn't even eat the grilled fish and pulled Lu Xian to the backyard. Hey, miss, you should at least change into work clothes when you're working. How can you work when you're dressed like this? Although Lu Xian really recognized the woman's enchanting figure, with a willow waist and an electric butt, today they were going to dig a pit, which was pure physical work. You were wearing a stewardess skirt. Is it appropriate? Okay, wait a minute, I'll go change it. The woman was straightforward and ran back to the cave in a flash. 3 minutes later, Lu Xian saw Chen again, who had changed into her new outfit. After looking her up and down, Lu Xian was speechless again. Chapter 75, Sister Ku Yin is jealous. I saw that Chen had indeed taken off her stewardess skirt, but put on her black tight leather pants again. The girl seemed to be afraid that Lu Xian couldn't see her, so she walked towards him in a cat-like manner, twisting and turning. "Miss, you don't have any other pants? Didn't you say you found your other clothes in that cave?" Although Lu Xian had to admit that this woman's figure was truly amazing, she didn't need any special makeup, just a pair of tight leather pants to perfectly outline her enchanting curves. Especially under the morning sun, the woman's leather pants even had a layer of delicate and dazzling luster. "But I'm not here to watch your fashion show today. If I wear this while working, aren't you afraid it will break?" Besides seeing these leather pants, Lu Xian had a question in his mind. If he farted while wearing these, would it bulge? Clothes? Yes, there's a set of lace translucent pajamas, a pair of black stockings, a pair of suspender fishnet stockings, and... All right, whatever you want. Just look at this location. From here to here, it's such a large area. Do you understand? Lu Xian found that it was better not to ask, because it turned out that this woman didn't even bring a single decent piece of clothing on board. After assigning the tasks and giving a few specific instructions, Lu Xian left Chen and returned to the cave on his own. "Lu Xian, why did you ask Chen to change into leather pants?" What Lu Xian didn't expect was that he heard Shen Qian say this as soon as he returned to the cave. "I asked her to change into leather pants. Am I bored?" "Then what did she say?" "You asked her to come back and change these pants." Shen Qian glanced at Lu Xian again with a half-believing and half-doubting look. Who knows? Do you men all like to look at women's legs and buttocks?" Shen Qian pouted with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. "What a mess. I asked her to come back and change. I don't want to listen. Explanations are just covering up." Shen Qian covered her ears and ran away angrily, leaving Lu Xian with a look of grievance. "Good man, I have become a wretched man who wants to see other people's tight leather pants. I swear to God. Hee. Now you know how difficult it is to deal with women, right? Your hard days are still ahead." Lu Xian was still feeling depressed. He didn't expect that Lung Mingyao, who was hiding in the quilt watching the show, would come and mock him. The problem is that this is said as if she is not a woman. "Stop talking nonsense and pay attention to your sleeping posture," Lu Xian retorted without any hesitation. "Hey, come back here." Now, he has one more enemy. When he arrived at the east side of the front yard, Lu Xian caught Shen Qian, who was still sulking. Lu Xian directly took Shen Qian into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing? Be careful not to be seen by them." Shen Qian never expected that Lu Xian would start with her right away. She was hugged by Lu Xian in such an ambiguous posture. It would be so embarrassing if Lung Mingyao or Chen saw it. "What are you afraid of? I have the final say on this place. Do you want to stay here or not?" Lu Xian showed a wicked smile and secretly pinched Shen Qian again. "No, I haven't gotten over that period yet. Besides, you really know how to choose a place. You wouldn't do something like this in a place like this." Shen Qian puffed out her cheeks and pointed to this stinking place behind her. Lu Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. What Shen Qian said was true. This place seemed too unsightly. "Then what shall we do? This cave won't work, and the open air won't work either. Will I end up alone for the rest of my life?" The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. When these two people were working, they worked from east to west and from north to south, braving the scorching sun and not fearing wind and rain. As a result, there are now 4 people instead of 2, and the quality of life has declined. Isn't that a big loss for me? You're stupid, can't you? Make one in the back like this. Just when Lu Xian was at a loss, Shen Qian pointed to the simple toilet behind her and gave Lu Xian a coquettish look. Yes, 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 our queen is still smart, haha. After being taught by his wife, Lu Xian suddenly understood. If you can build a hut, you can't build a house. Then it will be euphemistically called a locker room. After solving this key problem, Lu Xian was full of energy and took Shen Qian with him to dig a pit toilet without fear of dirt or fatigue. The original toilet was extremely simple, with no roof and no sewage drain. It only had a bamboo wall and a small pit. It's okay for a day or two, but after a while, the smell will become nauseating. Lu Xian was busy at first, digging a sewage channel about half a meter wide, and leading the sewage channel to a place about 10 meters away from the cave, and then he dug a septic tank. Lu Xian also made some simple plans for the height difference of the sewage channel in order to make the sewage drainage smoother. As long as a bucket of water is added, the sewage can be flushed into the septic tank. After digging through the sewage channel and septic tank, Lu Xian cut dozens of bamboos and placed them horizontally on top of the septic tank. He also found many large banana leaves, each as big as 5 or 6 palms, to use as cover. He even took into consideration the prevention of people from accidentally entering the septic tank, and Lu Xian specially used short bamboo to surround the septic tank and sewage channel. As for the squat toilet, a simple bamboo door and a roof made of traveler's banana leaves were installed. In this way, a public toilet with a green appearance was completed. Wow, we are really amazing. Shen Qian praised the fruits of her labor, even though she was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back. Okay, we're done. Let's go back and see how Ini-chan is doing. If everything goes well, we'll call it a day. After admiring his masterpiece, Lu Xian took Shen Qian back to the cave with great satisfaction. Lung Mingyao in the cave has already climbed up and seems to be busy cleaning the cave. It seems that this girl is also born to be a hardworking person. Even if the boss gives her a holiday, she has to do it herself. Mingyao, come and see the toilet that Lu Xian and I built. It's so beautiful. When Shen Qian saw that her best friend could walk normally, she happily dragged her to admire her own toilet. Lu Xian strode towards the backyard. Ini-chan, who was working alone over there, seemed to have entered the final stage. When she saw Lu Xian coming, the girl kept waving at him. Lu Xian, take a quick look at my trap. Is it big enough? It's definitely spacious. While pulling Lu Xian, Ini-chan introduced her great achievements. But when Lu Xian walked in front of this so-called trap, he looked down and almost fainted. Miss, are you sure this is a trap? Chapter 76, A Trip for Two. In front of Lu Xian was a tadpole pond about 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter deep. Miss, are you planning to raise turtles or tadpoles here? Lu Xian covered his face helplessly. Isn't this just testing the water? You see, the center is about a meter deep. If I sprinkle some food on it, it will definitely work. However, Ini-chan was full of confidence in her trap, which was similar to a pond. All right, you can do whatever you want, but first have lunch to fill your stomach and check on Lung Mingyao's wound healing. If there are no major problems, we can have a short meeting. Lu Xian didn't have high hopes for Ini-chan in the first place. After all, digging traps is a physically demanding job. It was simply a pipe dream to expect a girl who was usually spoiled to dig a trap in a day. As soon as Lu Xian brought Ini-chan back to the cave, he saw an erotic scene. Lung Mingyao was lifting her long legs, raising her hips, bending over, and checking the wound on the inside of her thigh. Seeing Lu Xian walk in, the cold president quickly straightened up and sat back on the bedding. Lu Xian, come and check if Mingyao's wound is okay. As a result, the silly Shen Qian actually asked Lu Xian to go over and check Lung Mingyao's wound. Just take a look at it. As long as it's not black, swollen, or blistered, there's nothing wrong with it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Xian was naturally embarrassed to squat down and look at the wound on the girl's inner thigh, so he had to reject the enthusiastic invitation of the silly girl Shen Qian. Yi-chan, the toilet that Lu Xian and I renovated is finished. Have you dug your trap? Seeing Ini-chan following Lu Xian closely, Shen Qian did not forget to ask about the other party's work success and showed off her own achievements. Of course I will. I, Ini-chan, am absolutely reliable. Just wait and see. I promise I'll catch some wild game for you this afternoon. As a result, the person behind Lu Xian spoke even more arrogantly. When Lu Xian thought of the tadpole pond dug by the girl, he didn't know how to describe it. If such a pit could be considered a trap and could catch prey, then it would be weird. Lu Xian, my leg should be fine now. If necessary, I can go west with you tomorrow. I'm also curious about who those 2 men you're referring to are. After Lung Mingyao carefully checked his injuries, he seemed to feel relieved. Thinking of the 2 uninvited men mentioned by Lu Xian, Lung Mingyao was full of curiosity. All right, you continue to recuperate today. Traveling by land tomorrow might be too much trouble, but going by water. When Lucien thought of this, he smacked his lips and showed an embarrassed expression on his face. The three girls saw Lucien's expression and looked at him in unison. Well, our lifeboat only has a maximum capacity of 4 people. But considering that we'll have to bring back a lot of flowers and plants, as well as some food and drinks, as well as self-defense weapons and other things, I'm worried that it's risky for 4 people to take one lifeboat. Lucien laid out all the problems. Handsome boy, you can't leave me here alone. I must stand by you. Hearing Lucien say this, Inichin quickly expressed her attitude, as if she was afraid that Lucien would leave her alone. Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian just looked at each other without saying anything, but looked at Lucien in unison. It was obvious that the 3 girls now regarded Lucien as the team leader and had abandoned their original identities in the city. My idea is this. This time, Lung Mingyao and I will go, while Qian and Inichin will stay in the cave so they can look after each other. Handsome guy, why did you bring Mr. Lung along alone? Do you have any other intentions? Before Lucien could finish his words, he was interrupted by Inichin. Don't talk nonsense. The reason Lucien took me there was because he wanted me to recognize those 2 men. Lung Mingyao blushed when Inichin interrupted him like this, and he quickly explained that Shen Qian was standing next to him after all. Lucien, is it safe for the 2 of you to go? After all, Mengyao's leg is still injured. It is still his own woman, Shun Qian, who is the most sensible and always worries about his own safety. It's okay. You and I have already traveled this waterway twice, and we are very familiar with the basic situation. This time, our goals are very clear. First, bring back as many impatiens as possible, and second, find the bodies of the 2 men and have Lung Mingyao identify them. Lucien comforted Shen Qian with a few words, and then assigned some tasks to Shen Qian and Inichin who were staying in the cave. You 2 stay in the cave and try not to go out as much as possible. We'll go chop some firewood later. We have fish and plenty of compressed biscuits. Just stay in the cave and relax. Of course, you can do some housework. Since he, a grown man, was going out, the 2 women in the family had to be settled down. If their home was raided because of him being away, it would be too late to regret. So Lucien didn't have any special requirements for the 2 girls who stayed at home. They just wanted them to stay in the cave safely. Oh, I can't go out and explore, it's too boring. Handsome, you really should stop thinking about it. My rowing skills are top-notch. I've been practicing this move in the yoga room. Inichin was obviously still unwilling to give up and kept showing off her superb rowing skills. Missine, if you have time later, you should dig your trap. If you dig it well, this will be your reward. Lucien finished saying everything he needed to say, turned around, teased Inichin, and took out a ring from his pocket. Wow, my 2-carat diamond ring. Handsome boy, where did you get it? My precious diamond ring, you are back. When Inichin saw that Lucien was holding the priceless diamond ring that she had handed over, her eyes almost lit up. She excitedly grabbed the ring and jumped up and down in the cave. Ripped from that man's body. Oh, no more. No more. I'll give it back to you. Oh, I need to go wash my hands. Hearing that this ring was actually taken off the man's corpse by Lucien, the excitement on Inichin's face immediately turned into disgust. She threw down the ring and turned to run towards the lake. I didn't expect this woman to be so misophobic. Since she didn't want it, Lucien didn't mind and accepted it directly. After all, this thing could be used as a cutting tool, so it was not without practical value. Ha ha, come and see, I caught it. Ah, I'm such a genius. Just as the 3 people in the cave were about to drink some fish soup, Inichin, who had gone to wash her hands in the lake, came back excitedly, gesturing towards the back of the cave. Chapter 77 Strange Sound. You caught it? What did you catch? Lucien looked at Inichin with a confused expression, but an idea emerged in his mind that even he thought was a fantasy. Could it be that this woman caught a wild wolf with her clumsy trap? Faint. If this is true, what a stupid and foolish wolf this is. Hurry, come. Inichin was so excited that she was a little incoherent at this time. She kept pulling Lucien and dragging him towards the lake. Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian looked at each other, both with confused and curious expressions. The 3 of them followed the beautiful Een with trepidation to the trap she had dug in the morning. The 3 of them simultaneously stretched their necks and looked towards the trap. I saw a lame pheasant-like creature struggling desperately in the trap, as if its left leg was stuck. Lucien couldn't help but sigh for this disappointing pheasant and smoothed his bangs again. How unreliable must one be to be trapped in the trap set by Inichin? Haha, I'll let you underestimate me. Look at my design. The center is deep and the surroundings are shallow. If you fall into my trap, you will slide down this slope into this death cave. Humph, impressive, isn't it? Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Ini-chin put her hands on her hips and introduced her trap in a very stylish manner. At that moment, only Lu Xian understood that this woman was talking nonsense and her design was rubbish. She had set up such a bizarre trap simply because she couldn't dig out the hole herself. However, Lu Xian took a closer look at this disappointing pheasant. Although it was a bit clumsy, it was still quite good-looking. The body color is bright, the top of the head is black with a metallic luster, the eyebrows are white, the exposed skin around the eyes is blood red, the neck is black with a green metallic halo, there are chestnut yellow hair-like feathers on the waist, and the tail feathers are long with horizontal stripes. Although his left leg was trapped at the moment, he still did not give up and continued to struggle fearlessly. Okay, I'll give you 0.1 points. Bring it up, and we'll have chicken soup tonight. It doesn't matter if the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. It doesn't matter if it's a real trap or a fake tadpole pond, as long as it catches game, it's a good trap. Lu Xian generously gave 0.1 points as a reward, and then prepared to return to the cave in a swagger. Seeing Lu Xian say something and pat his butt to leave, Ini-chin became anxious. Handsome guy, please help me catch the chicken. Seeing this pheasant that was still alive and kicking, Ini-chin didn't even dare to get close to it, let alone catch it. She had been counting on Lu Xian to help her catch it, but Lu Xian ran away, which made the woman very anxious. It's your own chicken, catch it yourself. Well, if you help me catch it, I'll give you a big chicken drumstick if. No. Then I'll give you a chicken claw. Seeing these two people dividing the spoils in front of the chicken, Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian felt really sorry for the chicken. I'll have to walk more slowly in my next life, but as for this life, how is it? This chicken soup is absolutely delicious. The chicken I caught must be delicious. In the evening, the four of them gathered around the campfire and shared delicious chicken soup. Lung Mingyao didn't seem to like chicken, so she drank her fish soup. As for the pheasant that walked without paying attention, it was shared by Lu Xian, Ini-chin, and Shin Qian. I have to say, this is the first time I have eaten poultry after so many days on the island. Lu Xian even misses the old hen soup made by his mother. After eating and drinking, it was already evening. Ini-chin seemed to still be thinking about her trap, but she was afraid of the dark, so she took a flashlight and dragged Lu Xian to see her trap again. But this time, at least no blind chicken went astray. It seems that even if God really loves a stupid child, he will only love him once at most. After Ini-chin, who had given up hope, returned to the cave, Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian were already collecting clothes. Lu Xian, it seems like the wind is blowing. Ever since Lung Mingyao came, his cave has become cleaner and cleaner, and all kinds of supplies are arranged in an orderly manner. Lu Xian walked to the front yard and looked at the sky. The wind is blowing from the east, which is good for Lung Mingyao and I to travel tomorrow. At the same time, Lu Xian thought of another thing and involuntarily looked up at the eastern sea area that was gradually plunging into darkness. It would be great if the east wind could bring that yacht to me. That night, in order for Lung Mingyao to recover from his leg injury as soon as possible, Lu Xian gentlemanly gave up his precious sleeping bag. But this time Lu Xian learned his lesson and was determined not to sleep between the two girls, otherwise he would be used as a hand warmer sooner or later. Lu Xian pulled over a quilt and went to sleep on his own. Seeing that she couldn't get Lu Xian to stay with her, Ini-chin had no choice but to hold Shin Qian and sleep. That night, the three girls slept soundly, and Lu Xian himself also had a period of deep sleep, finally making up for the sleep he had lost in the previous 2 days. But the next day, when Lu Xian woke up, he always felt that he heard some sound at night, which seemed to come from the direction of the beach. I'm asking you, did you hear any noises last night, coming from the sea, like a buzzing sound? Since Lu Xian himself couldn't figure out whether he really heard the voice or heard it in a dream, he had to ask the three girls for help. I don't think so. I slept soundly yesterday and didn't hear anything. Shin Qian, who was putting the bedding in place, shook her head. It seemed that the girl slept quite well last night. I didn't hear it either. I slept very well last night, and Sister Kanine was very comfortable. Ini-chin still looked like she was popular with both men and women. While she was talking, she didn't forget to pinch Shin Qian, who was so scared that she immediately ran away behind Lu Xian. Lung Mingyao seemed to be the first to get up. Knowing that he had to go out today, he started packing his luggage early and even loaded the necessary supplies onto the lifeboat. Have you checked Lung Mingyao's leg injury this morning? Is there anything wrong? According to the established arrangement, although he had to go out with Lung Mingyao today, the prerequisite for going out was that the snake bite on Lung Mingyao's leg was not a serious problem. I checked it this morning, and it's all scarred over. It should be fine. After hearing this news from Shin Qian, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there shouldn't be any big problems going out today. After walking out of the cave, Lu Xian was about to say hello to Lung Mingyao when he saw Lung Mingyao looking at the sea. "Good morning, what are you reading?" Lu Xian asked in some confusion. Lung Mingyao frowned and asked Lu Xian a question. "Lu Xian, did you hear any sound last night?" "A very low sound, like the sound of a machine motor." Chapter 78. A Trip with Lung Mingyao. Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian froze on the spot. "Now I am almost 100 sure. It seems that I was not dreaming yesterday. Like you, I also heard the noise. It seemed to come from the sea. Unfortunately, I was half asleep at the time. Now that you put it that way, I can finally be sure that I didn't hear it in a dream." Lung Mingyao smiled and shrugged at Lu Xian. It was obvious that before getting Lu Xian's answer, the girl was not sure whether the voice she heard was real or imaginary. "Do you think that could be a ship?" Lu Xian went straight to the point and directly stated his biggest question. "I feel a bit like it. At least it shouldn't be a sound from nature. It sounds a lot like the sound of a motor." Lung Mingyao pursed her lips and lowered her head, as if trying hard to recall something. "Mingyao, Lu Xian, are you sure it's just the two of you going?" It seemed that because Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao had not returned to the cave for a long time, Shen Qian and Yi Chen ran out of the cave. Both of them looked at Lu Xian with expectant eyes. "Yeah, you two just stay in the cave and don't go anywhere, you hear me? We'll be back before dark." Lu Xian bluntly rejected their idea of going out together. What's more, if the noise Lung Mingyao and I heard last night was really a boat? Lu Xian didn't dare to think any further, but repeatedly told the two girls to stay at home. Yi Chen was the most generous and assured Lu Xian that she would take good care of his woman. However, when they were about to part, Shun Qian asked Lu Xian a question that was difficult to answer but extremely realistic. "If you guys don't come back after dark, what should we do?" Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao looked at each other and were speechless for a moment. "Don't worry, I promise we will come back. You know that place. After passing that cliff, there is not much road left." In the end, it was Lu Xian who comforted Shin Qian with a few words. Of course, anyone who understood would understand that these words were just comfort. On this deserted island, every day is full of unknowns and no one can guarantee anything. "Okay, let's go. I've taken the ignition device with me, and I've also taught you how to ignite the generator. Remember, stay in the cave and don't go anywhere." After repeated instructions, Lu Xian took Lung Mingyao and rowed the lifeboat towards the west. Lu Xian brought a lot of things this time, including food and drinks, as well as some common self-defense weapons and tools. The most special thing was that Lu Xian brought a shovel and a wheelbarrow this time, so that he could be more efficient when digging and transporting impatiens. "Have you ever walked across this sea?" Lung Mingyao was a little surprised to see Lu Xian heading straight towards the cliff without any hesitation. "Yes, I took Shin Qian back and forth twice, and I also met Zhang Tsong and Yang Yaqi there." While Lu Xian continued rowing, he described the scene in detail to Lung Mingyao. "I actually know a little bit about Yang Yaqi, but I didn't expect you to be his boyfriend." Hearing about Yang Yaqi, Lung Mingyao couldn't help but smile bitterly. No, don't get it wrong. It's my ex-girlfriend. We broke up 2 weeks ago. No, it should be 3 weeks ago." Lu Xian didn't want others to categorize him and that woman as the same type of person, so he immediately distanced himself from Yang Yaqi. "Why didn't you take her in, but agreed to let Yi Chen and me stay?" Lung Mingyao rowed the boat according to Lu Xian's instructions while continuing to chat with Lu Xian. "I'm testing you. I'm not a pushover. If you don't pass the probation period, I'll definitely kick you out. But it seems like both you and Yi Chen are valuable to the team. I don't want anyone on my team just sitting around doing nothing." Lu Xian had no qualms about answering the question raised by Lung Mingyao. This was what he had always thought and done. Powerful women like Yang Yaqi always put their own interests first. If such people stay around, they will only be a black sheep and will do more harm than good to the team. "Okay, we have to be careful here. Hold on tight. There are a lot of reefs here. Let's row as far out to sea as possible. Once we get around this cliff, we'll see a ship." As the two of them were chatting, they were almost approaching the outermost edge of the cliff. Lu Xian decisively turned off the chatting mode and switched to the mode of fully controlling the boat. Fortunately, with the help of the east wind, the two of them did not encounter much resistance and successfully crossed the cliff. After crossing the cliff, what comes into view is the endless beach, and of course the stranded broken ship with a pole stuck across it. "You've already boarded and surveyed the ship twice?" When rowing past the stranded ship, Lung Mingyao looked at the ship for a long time. "Yes, I've been up there twice. Today we had a smooth journey, and it's still early. If you're interested, you can go up and take another look. However, the slope is quite steep. Are your legs up to it?" Seeing Lung Mingyao behind him looking at the broken ship with hope on his face, Lu Xian looked up at the position of the sun and stopped the boat about 10 meters in front of the ship. I'm fine. I'll go up and take a look. Lung Mingyao actually jumped off the boat and ran towards the stranded ship excitedly. Lu Xian looked around and found no signs that anyone had been here. However, in order to ensure absolute safety, Lu Xian took the brunt of the situation and climbed onto the side of the ship first. After careful inspection and confirmation that it was safe, he pulled Lung Mingyao up. I'll be guarding here. You can go in. Don't force yourself. Don't force yourself if you can't climb up. Also, I'll give you at most 1 stick of incense. Since there was plenty of time, Lu Xian just considered it as satisfying Lung Mingyao's curiosity. What's more, Lu Xian also had a little bit of thoughts in mind. It is said that women are more meticulous than men. Although he has already conducted 2 rounds of surveys, there is no guarantee that President Lung will make some new discoveries. Standing on the side of the boat, Lu Xian drank the homemade bottled water he brought with him while standing on tiptoe and looking into the distance. The weather is very good today, and the visibility is quite high. Unfortunately, my eyesight is limited. If I want to see farther places clearly, it may not be possible with human vision. Lu Xian really wants to get a telescope. Just as Lu Xian was standing on the side of the boat looking around, Lung Mingyao, who was rummaging through the boxes and cabinets on the side of the boat, suddenly shouted, Lu Xian, come quickly, there is a secret door here. Secret door? Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian was also stunned. No way, could it be that this girl really found a treasure? Chapter 79, A Plenty of Practical Supplies. Lu Xian dropped the harpoon in his hand, put down the water bottle, and immediately turned around and ran into the cabin. Lu Xian, look, there's a door down there. Lung Mingyao was standing at the corner 2 meters in front of the low door of the tool room where Lu Xian discovered it. The girl pushed aside a pile of debris and was squatting, staring at an inconspicuous hidden door under her feet. Lu Xian couldn't help but give Lung Mingyao a thumbs up. This woman really had a good eye. He had been here twice and had observed carefully, but he had never thought that there would be a secret door under his feet. Stand back a little, I'll try to open the door. Lu Xian pushed all the debris around him aside as much as possible and pulled Lung Mingyao behind him. He squatted down and tried to press the hidden handle of the secret door under his feet. With a swish sound, the secret door was lifted up by Lu Xian and a huge space appeared below. Lu Xian leaned over and looked down. The entire ground floor space was about 100 square meters and about 2 meters high. There was a retractable ladder near the secret door. What excited Lu Xian the most was that the space closest to the bow was filled with various supplies. With just a glance, Lu Xian discovered that whole boxes of mineral water, instant noodles, biscuits, and other food supplies were packed in bundles. Because the hull was tilted, all the supplies slid to the lowest point and piled up high layer by layer. Therefore, Lu Xian had no way of knowing how much supplies were actually there unless he went down to count them himself. Boss Lung, you've done a great job this time. You stay up there, I'll go down and take inventory of the supplies and see what good stuff we have. At that moment, Lu Xian was so happy that he was almost beaming with joy. It felt like he instantly owned a supermarket. So excitedly, he grabbed Lung Mingyao's shoulders tightly and almost picked up the girl. This cold CEO had never been touched so closely by a man before. He shrank back reflexively, and his cheeks turned red. Lu Xian's mind was now completely on the supplies. After praising Lung Mingyao, he kicked down the telescopic ladder and went down to the bottom floor. You should be careful and stay safe. Lung Mingyao was a little worried when he saw Lu Xian go down so quickly. He quickly squatted down and moved to the secret door, watching Lu Xian's every move closely, fearing that Lu Xian would make a mistake. Just stay up there, don't come down, and be ready to pick up the things. This mere 2-meter height is a piece of cake for Lu Xian. Even without the telescopic ladder, Lu Xian dared to jump down directly. Following the slope of the hull, Lu Xian slid directly to the bottom floor near the bow, and now he could finally get close to these supplies. Lu Xian did a rough calculation and found that there were at least 4 boxes of unopened 600 milliliters mineral water, 4 boxes of instant noodles of various flavors, 10 bags of rice, a box of salt, and 2 boxes of pasta. What surprised Lu Xian the most was that there were also 10 bottles of wine and 2 bottles of white wine. Lu Xian was so excited that he didn't care about the expiration date. He just took all the things. If there is anything Lu Xian regrets now, there are only 2. First, his boat is not big enough, and second, he does not have enough manpower. However, we will talk about the rest later. The most important task right now is to move as much as possible. Without any hesitation, Lu Xian began to transport supplies uphill without stopping. Lung Mingyao was still a little worried. After all, he had a time limit for going out this time, and there was still a long way to go. If he wasted too long here, it would affect his return trip. Lu Xian, how about we come back to get these supplies next time? No, I've already missed that yacht, and I don't want to miss these supplies again. This boat is much more stable than that yacht, but there's no guarantee that it might start raining and blowing again tomorrow. We have to at least get the supplies off this boat. After the painful experience of his yacht being seized by the sea, Lu Xian has learned a lesson. A boat is still a boat, and no one can guarantee that it can stand on the beach forever, so he will never allow a treasure to be found and then left on the boat. Seeing Lu Xian so determined, Lung Mingyao nodded obediently and began to help Lu Xian move all the supplies out of the ship. Because the hull was tilted, transporting each supply required many times more effort than on land. Just those few boxes of mineral water consumed a lot of Lu Xian's physical strength. After Lu Xian passed all the supplies on the bottom floor to Lung Mingyao, he was already exhausted and out of breath. However, Lu Xian was also very clear that time was running out, so he did not dare to slack off. After climbing up the telescopic ladder, he and Lung Mingyao began to move all the supplies out of the hull. It was not until the sun began to move towards the western sea that the two men finally moved all the supplies onto their boat. Looking at the overflowing supplies, the two wiped the sweat from their foreheads. No matter how tired they were, they felt that it was all worth it. You know, this is a deserted island, and there are 4 of us. No one knows when we will be rescued, so the amount of survival supplies has become the key among the keys. Now that I have added so many supplies, it's like winning the lottery. Okay, it's getting late. Our main task today is to find the impatiens and the bodies of the 2 men. As long as we can confirm that those plants are indeed impatiens, we can take back less today. Looking at the boat piled high with supplies, Lu Xian knew very well that it was almost impossible to bring back a large amount of impatiens as originally planned. However, as long as he could successfully find impatiens, he could just come again later. If 1 time didn't work, then twice. If 2 times didn't work, then 3 times. Anyway, he lacked everything except time. Lung Mingyao nodded in agreement, and the 2 of them continued rowing westward without hesitation. In order to make up for the lost time as much as possible, the 2 of them did not take a rest and hardly stopped at all. This should be it. The place in front should be where Shun Qian and I landed on the island. After observing the surroundings, Lu Xian docked the boat on the shore and tried hard to recall the scene when he landed on the island. Yes, it's here. I remember there was a tree there. When Lu Xian saw the sturdy palm tree that Shun Qian had leaned against again, he immediately ran overexcitedly. However, when Lu Xian ran towards the bushes where the 2 bodies were hidden, he suddenly stopped. Because the body is missing. Moreover, there seemed to be marks of a body being dragged on the ground. Chapter 80. The Disappearing Corpse. The 2 bodies are missing. When he confirmed that this was the place where he had ambushed the 2 criminals, but the 2 bodies were missing, Lu Xian found it difficult to accept it for a while. He even thought that he might have remembered the wrong place where the bodies were dumped and wandered around searching for a long time. But after seeing the drag marks with his own eyes, Lu Xian had to accept the fact. The 2 bodies really disappeared. Lu Xian followed the traces of the body being dragged westward with a vigilant look, but found that the traces of the body being dragged turned in the opposite direction of the beach through the gaps in the bushes. Lu Xian, it's obvious that someone has been here. Even the bushes have been destroyed. The sharp-eyed and careful Lung Mingyao quickly noticed the dragging marks on the ground. The bushes showed signs of being destroyed from east to west, and the pushing and pulling marks on the mud were even more clearly visible. However, after the marks turned from the bushes to the depths of the jungle, they became blurred and almost completely invisible. The soil here is hard, so it's not easy to leave traces. But if we search for it ourselves, we should be able to find it. We found it, and it's been dragged over here. Lu Xian bent down, half-squatted, and carefully examined the marks on the ground with his head down. Finally, he found some clues. The dragging tracks left the bushes and went deeper into the jungle. Lu Xian, it seems that the mark is gone again. The 2 followed the traces all the way to the depths of the jungle, but the dragging marks on the ground disappeared inexplicably. Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao raised their heads at the same time, looked at each other, and saw confusion and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Lu Xian, you said this body has been stranded on a deserted island. Who would want it? Could it be that it was dragged away by some wild beast? After a moment's silence, Lung Mingyao frowned and asked a question that Lu Xian was also confused about, and at the same time, put forward a hypothesis. Lu Xian nodded, agreeing with Lung Mingyao's point of view. After all, this was a deserted island. There was no use for humans to have the body. Unless they were starving to the point of cannibalism, no one would want the body. The only possibility is that the corpse was spotted by wolves, tigers, and leopards, who dragged it away and found a safe and secluded place to eat it. But there's a saying that goes, if they're alive, we'll have to see their bodies. If they're dead, we'll have to see their bodies. It was practically impossible to expect these two to come back alive, but even if they were torn to pieces by wolves and tigers, at least some bones would have been left. This was inexplicably gone, like they'd vanished into thin air. It was simply unbelievable. Let's look for it again. Look up and down, left and right. Don't stray too far from me. Holding the harpoon, Lu Xian continued to explore deeper into the jungle with Lung Mingyao. The search range even expanded to the treetops. There might be some animals like leopards that like to drag food up the trees. But after searching for another 10 minutes, they still found no trace of anything. It was as if the two bodies had vanished from the face of the earth, truly becoming no trace left. Forget it, let's stop looking. I've never been here before, so let's not rush in. We can't stay here for long. Let's go back to the shore, get some impatience, and then return the way we came. The two of them were busy, but found nothing. The deeper they went into the jungle, the more scared Lu Xian felt. Looking around, the dense vegetation is like a tangled thought, with vines entwined and branches intertwined, forming an insurmountable natural barrier. The ground underfoot is slippery and muddy. The air is filled with the mixed smell of soil and rotten leaves. From time to time, the low hum of unknown creatures can be heard in the jungle, making people feel chilly. The sunlight here becomes stingy and weak, and can only barely penetrate the layers of green, casting mottled light and shadow, adding a bit of mystery and uneasiness to this already dim jungle. As the saying goes, fear comes from the unknown. This inexplicable fear, coupled with this strange and gloomy environment, makes people feel even more uneasy and fearful. Although he really wanted to find out where the two bodies had gone, even if it meant just seeing a single skeleton, Lu Xian also understood that wandering around in the jungle without a clue was not only pointless, but also prone to encountering unknown dangers. So, after some consideration, Lu Xian decided to abandon his exploration and return the same way. In the face of safety, everything else becomes less important. Good. Even Lu Xian, a man, felt a little uneasy at this moment, not to mention Lung Mingyao, who grew up in the city. The girl's face turned pale, and even her voice changed. When she heard Lu Xian asking her to return the same way, she stood there for a long time before uttering a word tremblingly, then turned around and started walking back tremblingly. Watch your steps and go back the way you came. Seeing the girl so scared, Lu Xian quickened his pace and chased after her, trying to comfort her with a few words. Okay. Lung Mingyao was still very nervous. At this moment, the usually cold and aloof female president was completely like a little girl who urgently needed adult protection. Hold my hand and keep your eyes on the road. Just keep going straight and you'll see the beach soon. Lu Xian took the initiative to reach out and grab Lung Mingyao's right hand. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that this cold female president not only did not resist at all, but instead held his left hand tightly. But Lu Xian felt that the girl's hands were cold, and it was obvious that she was really scared. The two of them walked hand in hand towards the direction of the sound of waves. Although Lung Mingyao was still nervous, her steps were much faster. Lu Xian could see that this girl now had only one idea, which was to get away from this jungle full of unknowns as soon as possible. Lu Xian, seal, mark, there is a mark here. After walking a few steps, Lung Mingyao, who had been looking down at the ground, suddenly pointed at the soil on the ground excitedly and shouted. Lu Xian immediately looked down in the direction of Lung Mingyao's finger and saw traces of dragging. Heading west. Why don't you wait here and I'll go take a look. At this moment, Lu Xian actually wanted to leave this broken place as soon as possible, but he had finally discovered a clue, and he would be unwilling to give up just like that. I'll go with you. When Lung Mingyao heard Lu Xian ask him to stay alone, she immediately shook her head like a rattle. It was obvious that what she feared most at the moment wasn't the two missing bodies, nor the creepy, gloomy jungle, but being left alone. Okay, follow me and watch your step. Lu Xian. Before Lu Xian finished speaking, he found that his feet were empty, and then he fell down with Lung Mingyao. Chapter 81. The two fell into the pit together. Hey. 2 seconds later, Lu Xian fell heavily on his butt, grimacing in pain. But what made Lu Xian feel most miserable was that before he had time to feel sorry for his butt, Lung Mingyao came with her body fragrance. Lu Xian, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Lu Xian was in so much pain when Lung Mingyao sat on him that he almost cried. This woman was indeed thin, probably only about 90 kilograms, but no matter how slender her figure was, She could not withstand the force of gravity acceleration. Now Lu Xian was so exhausted that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He felt like every part of his body was in pain. After hearing Lu Xian's screams and feeling deeply who the unlucky guy was under him, Lung Mingyao wanted to get up quickly. The result is that the more anxious you are, the more trouble you make. The girl lost her balance and fell on Lu Xian again. This time, it was even worse than the previous time. The only difference was that she changed direction and fell headfirst into Lu Xian's arms. Looking at the cold Xiao lying on top of him, his cheeks almost as red as a big apple, Lu Xian couldn't bear to scold him. There was nothing he could do. He was a man, so a man had to endure it. But, I have to say, after close contact with Lung Mingyao, Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. This CEO Lung's figure is really amazing. He has every bit of flesh where it should be, and every bit of flesh where it shouldn't be. Is this a gift from God, or is it the result of this girl's hard work? Anyway, I feel that this world is too unfair. Lu Xian, are you okay? I'm sorry. Just as Lu Xian was enduring this huge pain and lamenting the injustice of heaven, Lung Mingyao finally broke free from Lu Xian's restraints after trying again and again. The girl was almost crying as she kept bowing and apologizing to Lu Xian. Seeing that the girl was about to cry, with tears welling up in her eyes, Lu Xian almost believed it for a second. It seemed that it was not him who was used as a mattress, and it was not him who was being attacked from both sides. The other party was the victim. No, it's okay. I'm fine. There's no better time than now. Cough, cough, cough. In order to prevent the girl from crying, Lu Xian told the biggest lie since she was born. It's hard to be a human being. It's hard to be a good person, and it's even harder to be a good man. Lu Xian, let me help you up. Ah, Lu Xian, you. Look at that. After a while, Lung Mingyao finally calmed down a bit and helped Lu Xian up. However, halfway through the action, the girl pointed to the side and screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Hey, hey. As a result, the one who suffered the most was Lu Xian. He had finally managed to stand up halfway with the help of Lung Mingyao, but because of the girl's scream, he died midway. Now Lu Xian had another close contact with the cold mud. It seems that the leader is always the leader. He disciplines his subordinates in the company, but now on the deserted island, it is still the subordinates who are bullied. Is there anyone who can do something about it? Lu Xian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes due to pain. However, when he endured the pain and looked in the direction of Lung Mingyao's finger, he suddenly discovered a scene that made him shudder. On his right side, there were two corpses lying. Although half of the corpse was covered by mud, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were two human corpses. Now Lu Xian finally understood why Lung Mingyao had abandoned him. I never thought that after searching for so long, I would find it without any effort. I actually found those two bodies here. No, this seems to be very time-consuming, mainly man-consuming. Lu Xian joked to himself for a while, but still struggled to get up from the ground. After all, it is better to rely on yourself than on others, especially not on the woman next to him. These should be the bodies of the two men. I'll go dig up the dirt. Can you identify them? No, don't do it. I'm afraid. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Lung Mingyao kept shaking his hands at Lu Xian, and his head was shaking like a rattle. Lu Xian could also understand. At this moment, not to mention Lung Mingyao, his own hair stood on end. After all, there were two corpses lying half a meter away from him. It's okay. I'm here. Just relax. Just treat it as an animal corpse. In order to comfort Lung Mingyao, Lu Xian had to come up with a very ridiculous theory. Seeing Lu Xian so determined, Lung Mingyao took a deep breath and then nodded to Lu Xian. Lu Xian endured the pain in his body and tried to clear the dirt from the corpse closest to him. Although the eerie pale face of the dead made him shiver twice, Lu Xian, who was mentally prepared, reluctantly accepted it. At least there was no blood stain on the cheek of the corpse, and it was not rotten or decayed. Just a little white. It's okay, he just has a little blood color. Come here and identify him. Lu Xian tried hard to force a smile towards Lung Mingyao, and even made a joke that made Lung Mingyao laugh and cry. Lung Mingyao half knelt and slowly came behind Lu Xian. He grabbed Lu Xian's left arm tightly with both hands, and his whole body was almost sticking to Lu Xian. He took another deep breath and then reluctantly stretched out his neck. And oh, I don't know him. After just one glance, Lung Mingyao retracted his neck and shook his head. Did you see it clearly? You really don't recognize it. No, I have a good memory. I've never seen this man before. Lung Mingyao bravely stuck out half of his head again, then quickly retracted it, still shaking his head desperately. Don't even know Lung Mingyao? Lu Xian frowned and had to place his only remaining hope on another corpse. In order to allow Lung Mingyao to complete the final mission of identifying the corpse, Lu Xian was very considerate and covered the face of the first corpse with mud again. Then he walked over the first body and continued trying to remove the dirt from the second body. Half a minute later, Lu Xian saw another creepy white dead face. Look at this man, do you recognize him? Lu Xian held Lung Mingyao's hand tightly, as if he was afraid that the girl would run away out of fear. After all, this is the last hope. If Lung Mingyao still can't recognize who this person is, the clue will be broken again. This person. Lung Mingyao leaned against Lu Xian tightly and stretched his neck to look forward again. Chapter 82. Who dug the pit? It seems. I still don't know him. I have no impression of him at all. Lung Mingyao bravely stretched his neck and looked a few more times, but he still shook his head. Take another look. Take a closer look. Look carefully. Are you sure you don't recognize him at all? Lu Xian was really getting anxious. He had endured such immense pain, fallen into this hole, and finally recognized these two corpses again. But you just said, I don't recognize them. Then all his efforts were in vain, and all the pain he was suffering from was in vain. I really don't know them. Lu Xian, are you sure? These two people really came from our ship? As a result, Lung Mingyao on the other side even suspected that Lu Xian was seeing things. Yes, absolutely. They said so themselves. Oh, and they also said they saw you guys on the yacht. It was you, Shen Qian, and I guess Chen was one of them too. Lu Xian tried hard to recall what the two people said on the first night on the island. Although the two men did not specify which beauty they had their eyes on, it goes without saying that none of the three around them could escape. Shen Qian's belly-revealing shirt, Chen's shiny leather pants that she was afraid men wouldn't see, and as for Lung Mingyao, she doesn't need anything. This woman has a 1,000 rate of turning heads. You've seen me? Apart from picking up Chen, I basically spent most of the time in the private room. They asked me to go karaoke, but I didn't go. I had a pile of documents to read and a conference call, so I really couldn't leave. Lung Mingyao looked at Lu Xian in confusion and finally glanced at the man from a distance. Ahem, okay, but that's strange. I asked Shen Qian, and she didn't seem to recognize these two men at all. What about Chen? Should we ask her to identify them? Lu Xian coughed twice, promptly ending the topic that King of Rolls, Lung Mingyao had started. Then he once again stared at the two bodies, looking them up and down. Seeing that the clues that had been slightly revealed were completely cut off again, Lu Xian was now a little desperate and was trying every possible means. I don't think that's necessary. Chen isn't a formal employee of our company to begin with. She rarely comes to the company. As far as I can remember, she's only been here twice, the most recent time being 1.5 years ago. Forget these two people, she doesn't even know many of the company employees on the ship. Lung Mingyao directly rejected Lu Xian's suggestion. After all, others didn't know Chen, but she knew her a little bit. This internet celebrity lady even had her agent handle the signing of contracts, payment, and collection of accounts. Lu Xian calmed down and thought about it carefully. What Lung Mingyao said seemed to be correct. Shen Qian was a relatively high-profile person in the company, but Missing didn't even seem to recognize her. It seemed that expecting Chen to identify the two bodies was a fantasy. You said? Could these two people not be from our company? Could they be crew members? Or are there other people on this ship? Lu Xian couldn't figure it out after thinking about it for a long time, so he had to open his mind more broadly. Since even Lung Mingyao didn't recognize him, then this person might not be from his company. Then there were only two possibilities left. Either the other party is a crew member on the yacht, or these two people are outsiders who have sneaked into the yacht. It's unlikely the crew are involved. Yacht crew members all wear work clothes. Take that blonde guy, for example. He usually wears a mechanic's uniform. I've dealt with the captain and the first officer once or twice, and they both wore crew uniforms during work hours. As for this yacht company, it was actually recommended by Vice President Tang. They're said to be a very well-known yacht rental company. I also took a quick look at their company profile. It's called Shuyutianxia. It's a pretty legitimate company. As for what you said about other people sneaking onto our boat, logically, everyone on this boat should be ours, and we haven't seen anyone else complain. After Lung Mingyao analyzed each one, he rejected all of Lu Xian's hypotheses. Now Lu Xian was completely clueless. The identities of these two men have also become a mystery. Well, it seems like there's really no way forward for this matter. Lu Xian shrugged at Lung Mingyao, indicating that he had tried his best. Lu Xian, I was just wondering, who do you think brought these two bodies here? Yeah, how could I have forgotten that? Look at my brain. Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian slapped his forehead. He actually forgot such crucial information. It seems that this time he fell into the trap and broke not only his but also his head. It was really a big loss. Look here, and here, they're both very flat, with neat cuts. This means this hole was most likely dug by humans. It's just that the people who dug it were very careless, and the people who filled it in were even more careless, not even filling it in properly. That's why we got caught. Lung Mingyao checked the pit, and soon found traces of human digging. Lu Xian scanned the pit in the direction of Lung Mingyao's finger and nodded repeatedly. There are several smooth marks on the soil surface around the pit, which are obviously man-made. In addition, as Lung Mingyao said, this pit was dug very perfunctorily. Both the depth and size give people a feeling of being done in a hasty manner. Lu Xian even briefly recalled the so-called trap set by Miss Yin. It felt as if this trap digger and Yin Chen were both taught by the same teacher. There's another strange thing. I don't care how many survivors there are on the island right now. I think for most people, even having a full meal and a good night's sleep are luxuries. How could anyone go to the trouble of digging a grave to bury the bodies? Following his understanding that this was a man-made pit, Lung Mingyao continued to go deeper. Lu Xian agreed wholeheartedly. He himself was a prime example. When he'd dealt with those two, he'd completely given them no thought of burying them. After all, they'd been stranded here, uncertain whether they'd survive the next day. So how could he have the time to care for the dead? He dragged their bodies into the bushes and covered them with branches and leaves. That was already considered a righteous act. But if the digging of the graves and burying of the bodies were not done by the survivors on the island, then who could have done it? At this moment, regarding this question, the two of them fell into deep thought at the same time. Half a minute later, Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao raised their heads at the same time and looked at each other, as if they saw the same suspicion in each other's eyes. Chapter 83. Men must be good. The noise last night. The two of them simultaneously recalled the strange noise from last night. It's really possible. Never mind, let's get out of here first. We shouldn't stay here for long. Lu Xian recalled the strange sound last night and connected it with the corpse burial pit today, and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. I always feel that this matter is becoming more and more unpredictable. Since I can't figure it out, just put it aside for now. I don't want to be neighbors with two corpses, so I don't want to stay in this broken hole for even a second. Lu Xian, can you climb up? Hold my hand. Lung Mingyao climbed up the pit, which was less than 1 meter deep, in no time, and then looked at Lu Xian worriedly. I'm fine, cough cough cough. Before Lu Xian could finish his big talk, he was slammed to the ground by reality. It's better not to mention it. When I mention it, I feel pain in my legs, buttocks, ribs, arms. My whole body hurts. Come on, hold on to me, and go slower. Seeing the once agile man become like this, Lung Mingyao felt very guilty. After all, it was all his fault. He squatted down and used both hands to pull and tug, finally dragging Lu Xian out of the pit little by little. Let's go back to the shore. After finally climbing up, Lu Xian reluctantly tried to straighten himself up. The pain in his arms and thighs seemed to have subsided considerably, but his butt and ribs were still aching. Sigh. Now Lu Xian was somewhat envious of Yin Chen's perky butt. Regardless of whether it could attract men's attention, at least she had plenty of flesh to cushion the impact. Lu Xian, slow down. How about I go get the tools and the cart, and you walk over slowly? Lung Mingyao looked up at the position of the sun. Seeing the sun gradually setting, he became a little worried that the two of them would not be able to get back before dark. Okay, a shovel, a cart, and be careful. Lu Xian knew very well that he had wasted a lot of his time after what happened just now. If he continued to procrastinate, he was afraid that the two of them would have to sleep outdoors today. Lung Mingyao was now much bolder. He left Lu Xian alone and walked quickly towards the beach. 10 minutes later, when Lu Xian staggered out of the jungle and returned to the beach, Lung Mingyao had already returned with a cart and tools. Lu Xian, is this the green plant with red flowers that you want? Lung Mingyao pointed to a large clump of green vegetation with small red flowers behind the bushes. Yes, these are the ones here. Pick out the ones that are growing well. We'll dig up about 10 of them today. When Lu Xian repeatedly checked the location of the two corpses, he had already confirmed that the vegetation behind the bushes was the impatiens he needed. The flowers of impatiens are gorgeous and come in a variety of colors, including red, white, pink, and purple, with red being the most common. The petals are full and gorgeous, and the flowers are layered and small and exquisite, so it is quite recognizable. In order to bring back the impatiens, Lu Xian brought all the equipment this time, and the shovel he snatched from the blonde man was also useful. With the help of a shovel, the efficiency of this work, which is similar to digging, has been increased by several times. I'll dig, and you carry it. Lu Xian, are you okay now? Seeing Lu Xian touching his, but while taking the shovel from his hand, Lung Mingyao frowned, and asked worriedly. No problem, okay. As a grown man, how can you say that you are not good enough? As if to prove that he was still very good, Lu Xian gritted his teeth and suddenly thrust the shovel into the ground. The shovel was deeply embedded in the soil. It seemed that he was still strong and powerful. He stomped on the shovel a few more times to make it go deeper into the soil, then pried it gently, and a piece of impatiens with the fragrance of soil emerged. Lung Mingyao immediately took advantage of the situation and moved the impatiens with soil on it to the cart. I have to say that although Lu Xian's posture is not elegant enough at the moment, his work efficiency is still quite high. It can only be said that this combination of men and women makes work not tiring. With the help of the shovel and the wheelbarrow, the two of them worked in perfect harmony and dug up more than a dozen lush impatiens plants in less than half an hour, filling their small wheelbarrow. Okay, that's it for today. We're almost done. If we dig any more today, the boat won't be able to hold it all. We'll come back next time. It's time to pack up. The cart was full of impatiens, so Lu Xian stopped digging, threw the shovel on the cart, and together with Lung Mingyao, they pushed and pulled the cart one in front and one behind, escorting the dozen or so impatiens back to the boat. After moving the supplies on the boat, leaving room for the impatiens and a place for the two of them to sit, the mission was basically over. Looking at the boat filled with supplies, Lu Xian felt quite relaxed. If you were to ask what would make you happiest on a deserted island, it would definitely be when you get supplies. That sense of gain is far greater than what you could buy with money in the city. Even if it's just a piece of bread or a bottle of mineral water, it's far better than $1 million in cash. Looking up at the sun setting in the west, it was already late, so Lu Xian decided to pack up and go home. This trip was quite fruitful. Not only did I find impatiens, but I also unexpectedly discovered so many supplies. The only thing I felt sorry for today was my butt and ribs. Of course, there are also those two unidentified corpses. Lu Xian, do you think those two bodies were buried by someone who came here by boat last night? As he was about to board the ship to leave, Lung Mingyao was still obsessed with the two unclaimed bodies. It's hard to say. If we both heard correctly last night, then it's possible that someone passed by this road. But whether it's related to these two bodies is hard to say. Don't think too much about it for now. It's getting late. You should eat something to fill your stomach. We still have to hurry on our way. This is physically demanding. Lu Xian was unable to answer Lung Mingyao's question at the moment, so he simply didn't make too many assumptions. He took out 2 compressed biscuits from his pocket and handed them to Lung Mingyao, then pointed to the boat full of supplies. Obviously, the way back would be much harder than the way here. Not only did they have to row against the current, but they also had to carry so much supplies. If both of them were hungry, they would probably not be able to reach their cave before dark. Each of them had a bottle of water and a small packet of compressed biscuits, which was enough for lunch and dinner. Okay, get on the boat and head back. We have to get back to the cave before dark. Lu Xian, look over there. It seems like someone is coming. Just as Lu Xian limped onto his boat, Lung Mingyao pointed at his back and said nervously. Chapter 84. Meeting an old acquaintance again. Lu Xian turned his head suddenly and looked in the direction of Lung Mingyao's finger, only to see 3 or 4 men walking out of the jungle. The other party obviously saw the two of them as well. The two teams stared at each other for a few seconds from a distance of dozens of meters. The other side seemed to speed up and walk towards them. Lu Xian cautiously raised his harpoon. Lung Mingyao stared at the group with a frown, his right hand tightly gripping the shovel beside him. He whispered to Lu Xian, "You should know the leader, Lu Yuqiang. The one behind him is Wang Hao. They're all Lung Yinqiu's men. The two next to them are probably Zhang Tsung's cronies. Lu Xian, why don't we just leave? They don't have good intentions." Lung Mingyao had already recognized the people who came. Her woman's intuition told her that this group of people were not good people. At least on this deserted island, they could definitely not be considered her companions. No need, and it's too late. I'll go meet them. Lu Xian shook his head at Lung Mingyao. He actually knew all these people. The so-called cronies of Zhang Tsung mentioned by Lung Mingyao were the fat pig and the yellow-haired man whom he had dealt with. As for Lu Yuqiang, he was the company's financial director, and Wang Hao was his subordinate. People at Lu Xian's level rarely deal with finance, so he is not familiar with these two people. However, he often hears complaints from Shen Qian, the department manager, that reimbursement forms are often returned by finance. When in the company, Lu Xian was actually very puzzled every time he saw Shen Qian complaining to the finance department in the office. Given her relationship with Lung Mingyao, it would be a piece of cake to get the expense report. But why was it that every time she came back from the finance department, she either cursed or swore at them? Once, she even smashed the vases in her own office. When Lu Xian saw Lung Mingyao's expression when he looked at the two of them, he finally understood a little. It turned out that Mr. Lung himself didn't have a good impression of these two people. As for who the Lung Yunxiu that Lung Mingyao mentioned was, Lu Xian had no idea, but judging from the surname, he should be someone from their Lung family. It seems that Lung Mingyao's identity as the CEO is not as happy as he imagined. Even though Lu Xian doesn't quite understand these officialdom matters, any discerning person can see that Lung Mingyao doesn't have the final say in this company. Lu Xian was very clear about the situation he was facing. If he wanted to ignore these people and row away directly, it would be too late. His boat was powered by manpower, not a motorboat. They would catch up with him before he could even paddle twice. Secondly, he didn't want to resort to the strategy of running away. Although he was injured, tired, and in a hurry, he couldn't lose an aura no matter what. He couldn't let the other party control him, no matter who the other party was. I was wondering who it was. Isn't it President Long? President Long is indeed President Long. Look at us. We're all starving and just skin and bones. But President Long is still as rosy as ever, his face radiant with rosy complexion. Lu Yuqiang walked forward and ignored Lu Xian, but stared straight at Lung Mingyao, with a hint of provocation in his words. Lung Mingyao just stared at the other person with frowned brows, but said nothing. Hey, I don't want to bother with you. Why bother yourself? Just when Lu Yuqiang took a step forward and wanted to get closer to Lung Mingyao, he was stopped by a hand. Lu Xian stared straight ahead, but raised his right arm to block the other person's way. Who are you, kid? How dare you block my way? Do you know who I am? Do you want to work in the company in the future? Oh, Mr. Lung, it seems that you have looted a lot of good things. How about this? Give these things to us, and you join our team. I guarantee that you will never have to worry about food and drink in the future. What do you think? Lu Yuqiang obviously didn't recognize that there was a big shot like Lu Xian in the company, and he didn't take Lu Xian, a little-known person, seriously at all. But when he glanced at the supplies on Lu Xian's boat, his eyes lit up and he immediately proposed a shameless plan. Lu Yuqiang, we keep our bridges to our own bridges and our roads to our own roads. This is true in the company and here as well. Before Lu Xian could speak, Lung Mingyao spoke with a cold and arrogant attitude. Hey, Mr. Long, what you said is too formal. Brother Chiu and I are sworn brothers. Given the situation, you should at least call me brother in private. We are family after all. What's the matter with you? It's too formal to say that each side has its own way. Bah, don't embarrass our Lung family. I don't care what your relationship with Lung Yunxiu is. Anyway, I have nothing to do with you. After hearing the conversation between the two, Lu Xian was a little dizzy. It seemed that the situation was far more complicated than he thought. Lu Yuqiang must have climbed up the social ladder. As for Lung Yunxiu, he was probably related to Lung Mingyao. As for who the other party was, he had no idea. The only thing I know clearly is that no matter whether you are from the Lung family or not, if you want to steal my supplies, that is a foolish dream, a fantasy. Boss Lung, without me in charge, the company would have developed to this point. I'm a hero. Well, if you want to take credit for it, wait until you get back. Now, just like Lung Mingyao said, we have our own ways, so I advise you to be more sensible. Before the other party could finish speaking, Lu Xian took a step to the right, completely blocking Lu Yuqiang's way, with a hint of disgust on his face. Where on earth did you come from? How dare you block our President Lu's way? Seeing Lu Xian, the young man who appeared out of nowhere, blocking Lu Yuqiang's way twice in a row, a tall and thin man behind Lu Yuqiang couldn't stand it anymore. He cursed and took a step forward arrogantly. Chong, Brother Chong, Brother Hao, can you please lend me a hand to talk? Just when Lu Yuqiang and Wang Hao and Lu Xian beside him were on the verge of a fight, the fat pig and the yellow-haired man who had been hiding at the back grabbed Lu Yuqiang and Wang Hao. You bastard, if you have something to say, don't pull me. If you have something to say it quickly. If you have to fart quickly. They were just getting ready when they were suddenly grabbed by someone. Lu Yuqiang and Wang Hao took a few steps back cursing. The four of them got together. Lu Xian saw the yellow-haired man and the fat pig biting Lu Yuqiang's ears and whispering something. Then, the eyes of Lu Yuqiang and Wang Hao, who were originally arrogant and domineering, changed when they looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian, what are they doing? There are four of them now. Are we in danger? Lung Mingyao had been watching the actions of these four people, and his heart was in turmoil, and he was quite nervous. After all, judging from the current situation, the other party was four grown men, while on his side, there was only one man and one woman, and the most important thing was that Lu Xian was injured. Relax, the other party shouldn't dare to do anything. After all, I was the one who broke that fat guy's hand. Lung Mingyao didn't know, but Lu Xian knew it very well in his mind. Why did the other party act like this? It was because Fatty and Yellow Hair were still afraid of him. Okay, for Mr. Lung's sake, I won't argue with you anymore. You guys can go. When the four of them finished their conversation, Lu Yuqiang took a few steps forward again, looked Lu Xian up and down, then turned his gaze to Lung Mengyao, and after saying a few words, he looked at Lu Xian again. Let's go? Since the other party was sensible, Lu Xian didn't say much and took Lung Mengyao back to the boat. Brother Chong, this is really... Shut up. Wang Hao, who was standing behind Lu Yuqiang, was obviously coveting the supplies on Lu Xian's boat. He would feel really aggrieved if he let Lu Xian and Lung Mengyao take away so many supplies just because of Fatty and Huang Mao's words. Before you go, I have one last thing to say. I urge you to think carefully about what President Lung said earlier. We'll go our separate ways, and we won't meet again. Leaving behind a warning with hidden meaning, Lu Xian and Lung Mengyao began their return journey. The boat had been rowing for 3 to 5 minutes when Lu Xian glanced back and saw another person behind the group of people. Chapter 85, Imperial Treatment. Lu Xian, are they really letting us go? The boat had already been rowed 300 or 400 meters away, but Lung Mengyao still looked back from time to time. Based on her understanding of Lu Yuqiang, it was hard for her to imagine that this man did not make things difficult for her. If you had seen the wound on that fat, big-eared man's hand, you would understand. But I think this Lu Yuqiang and his little follower are both tough guys. The most important thing is, guess who I saw last? While Lu Xian increased his efforts in paddling the boat, he turned around and pointed at Lu Yuqiang and others who had disappeared. Who? Aren't there 4 of them? Is there someone else? Hearing Lu Xian say this, Lung Mengyao couldn't help but glance back, but because the distance was too far and the visibility was not high today, he didn't see anything. Yang Yaqi. Lu Xian said the name calmly. Yang Yaqi? She's here too? Lu Xian. Will they cause us trouble? Lung Mengyao never expected that Yang Yaqi was also on the opposing team. What worries Lung Mengyao the most is that, as the saying goes, wealth should not be exposed. Today, he and Lu Xian have revealed such a huge amount of wealth. It can even be said that if the deserted island is compared to the city where they live, then with the wealth on this small boat alone, it is estimated that they own 2 or 3 large supermarkets. How can this not make people jealous? Originally, the possibility was low, but now it's hard to say. You mean? Yang Yaqi. Lung Mengyao immediately understood. With Zhang Tsung's 2 minions advertising for me for free, even if Lu Yuqiang and his minions are fearless, they still have to think carefully. So I guess even if they really want the supplies on our boat, they won't dare to take action right away. But as long as we row away from the coastline, it will be too late for them to regret it. But now we've met this woman Yang Yaqi, so things are changing. The reason why Lu Xian was able to remain so calm on the shore was that he completely saw through what the other person was thinking. However, this sudden appearance of a woman made the events that were originally developing according to the predetermined script in his mind become a little confusing. Are you worried that Yang Yaqi will reveal the location of our residence? Lung Mengyao was a smart man after all, and he understood immediately. Don't worry, if they really don't understand my warning, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ever since Lu Xian saw Yang Yaqi, he had already figured out what to do next. When the sun was still halfway above the sea, the 2 of them successfully crossed the cliff. Although the wind was against them all the way and the boat was full of supplies, both of them paddled with all their might, so the journey back, although tiring, was relatively smooth. The only thing that made Lu Xian feel even more tormented was that when paddling, the buttocks were a very critical fulcrum, and his injured buttocks made the situation even worse. Lu Xian almost gritted his teeth and rowed the entire distance. Fortunately, before dark, the 2 arrived in front of the cave smoothly. Shen Qian and Yi Chen, who had been standing anxiously in the bamboo forest wall for half a day, finally saw the boat and came out to greet it. Qian, Yi Chen, hurry up and help Lu Xian. Seeing 2 girls jogging towards him, Lung Mengyao quickly asked them to help Lu Xian get off the boat. What happened to him? Seeing Lu Xian constantly rubbing his butt and chest, Shen Qian asked Lung Mengyao in a low voice. I'm a little injured. Lung Mengyao's cheeks turned red involuntarily when she thought of how she fell on Lu Xian. Injured? But, did you 2 do something? Yi Chen, who already had a rich imagination, saw 2 people, one rubbing his or her buttocks, and the other blushing shyly, and immediately began to have wild thoughts. You're the only one who talks too much. Why don't you come and help me move all the supplies from the boat into the cave later? Seeing that Yi Chen actually had the leisure to laugh at him, Lu Xian glared at her unhappily. I obey your command. Come, your majesty, I will take you back to the palace. Yi Chen still had a playful look on her face, and she imitated the concubines in the Qing palace drama and bowed deeply to Lu Xian. Then she and Shen Qian each supported Lu Xian back to the cave. Lu Xian, what happened? How did you get injured like this? Lie down quickly. Don't move for the next 2 days. Tell me if you need anything. It has to be said that the person closest to her has to be the Empress. Shen Qian was worried when she saw that Lu Xian was in so much pain that he could hardly stand up straight. It's okay. We just encountered some unexpected situations. Fortunately, it's nothing serious. We'll be fine after 2 days of rest. Hurry up and light some torches and carry the supplies into the cave. I have something else to tell you later. Finally, he was back to his base camp, and Lu Xian could finally relax and have a good rest. It can be said that Lu Xian was worried all day long, whether he was searching for the 2 bodies in the jungle or dealing with the 4 men. Lu Xian actually knew very well that at that moment, if those 4 men really risked their lives and rushed forward, he would have almost no chance of winning, as he couldn't even stand up straight at that moment. Fortunately, those men were all cowards and missed this great opportunity. I escaped, and when we met again, everything was different. Lu Xian, are you okay? Do you want to drink some hot water and eat something to fill your stomach? Lung Mingyao, who was pushing a cart of supplies back to the cave, saw Lu Xian lying on the bedding and yawning, and walked up to him and asked with concern, "Wow, President Lung, why have I never seen you care so much about your subordinates before? Handsome boy, you are so lucky." Seeing Lung Mingyao quickly walk to Lu Xian's side as soon as he entered the cave, and asked about the situation with a concerned look on his face, Yini Chen, who was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, came over again. "Ahem, stop talking nonsense and go move the supplies. As you say, you guys can chat slowly. I'll go to work and not disturb you." Yini Chen still looked like she was enjoying the fun, so she saluted Lu Xian again, twisted her hips, and went out of the cave to move supplies. "Lu Xian, lie down for a while. After Qian and I move everything in, we'll make you some soup." Lung Mingyao always blamed herself. After all, it was her fault that Lu Xian became like this. Half an hour later, the 3 girls moved all the supplies into the cave. Then, Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian started working as maids. "Lu Xian, drink some water. It's just boiled. I added some cold water. Drink it slowly. Lu Xian, I made some fish soup. Please drink some later. Lu Xian, put an extra blanket on top of the bed so you can lie on your side more comfortably." Chapter 86, A Short Meeting. "Handsome boy, how are you so awesome? Where did you get all those supplies? Wow, this is way too much. We're going to be rich." When Yini Chen saw that she had purchased so many supplies at once, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, and her dream of becoming a rich woman started right away. This is all thanks to Lung Mingyao. "Queen, you never thought that there was a hidden space underneath that wrecked ship we searched twice. This time, Mr. Lung, you deserve credit for it." Lu Xian was now enjoying the attentive service of his 2 female superiors while leisurely lying on the floor covered with 2 layers of bedding. It was an incomparable feeling. "Lu Xian, does it still hurt here? And here? Is it broken? And we've come to this point. Don't call me Mr. Lung. Just call me Mingyao." Lung Mingyao half knelt on Lu Xian's left side, pinching here and there from time to time, for fear that she would cripple Lu Xian. "Wow, even the way you address each other has changed this time. It seems like you 2 have become quite close this time. Does that mean we should give Mingyao some points? And me. Look, I've taken such good care of Qian. We've both been so well behaved at home and haven't gone anywhere." Yini Chen, who loved to interrupt and join in the fun, finished packing up the supplies and immediately came over, not forgetting to ask Lu Xian for the reward points. "Add extra points. You must add extra points. Each of the 3 of you will get 2 extra points, and you will be directly admitted. Stranded on this deserted island, all the food, drinks, and daily necessities are valuable, but the points are the least valuable. Let alone adding 2 points. As long as the girls serve you well, you can add 200 million points, which is just a matter of a word. Anyway, you can't withdraw the extra points." "Lu Xian, what happened to you guys? Why did you get injured? Are you okay? You'd better not go anywhere for the next 2 days." As Lu Xian's official wife, Shen Qian always puts Lu Xian's safety first. Nothing, just fell into a pit. Oh, and I saw Zhang Tsung's 2 minions again, but I didn't see Zhang Tsung himself. Also, we met the company's financial officer." "You mean Lu Yuqiang? Seriously, God is so blind. How could he let this man survive? How disgusting." Before Lu Xian finished speaking, Shen Qian guessed who the finance Lu Xian was talking about was, and when she mentioned this name, she looked as if she was gritting her teeth in hatred. "Sister Qian, who exactly is this Lu Yuqiang? You look like you want to tear him into pieces. Has he ever offended you?" As a non-company employee, Yini Chen naturally did not recognize Lu Yuqiang. After all, she last joined the company a year and a half ago. Lu Yuqiang is the company's financial director. In fact, he is my cousin Lung Yunqiu's lackey. He came to the company to be the financial director to help Lung Yunxiu curb my power. Lung Mingyao did not hide anything and directly answered everyone's questions. It was only at this moment that Lu Xian understood who Lung Yunxiu was, the one who appeared in Lung Mingyao's mouth from time to time. It turned out that he was really a member of their Lung family. It seems that the higher a person rises, the more scheming he becomes. It's still better for me, the lower class people. I don't have to worry about thieves even if I leave the door open when I sleep at night. It's because I am penniless and have nothing. Lung Yunxiu? This name is somewhat familiar to me. Let me think about it. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Lu Xian was still joking with himself in his heart. Amy Chin over there seemed to have some impression after hearing the 3 words Lung Yunxiu, but looking at her expression, she couldn't remember it for a while. By the way, before we returned, Lu Xian said he saw Yang Yaqi. Yang Yaqi, that woman. Why did she appear again? She's really haunting me. This one is even more annoying, so annoying. What surprised Lung Mingyao and Amy Chin even more was that when Lung Mingyao mentioned Yang Yaqi's name, Shen Qian, who always acted like a little bird in front of Lu Xian, became even more angry. Yang Yaqi? Who is that? It sounds like a woman's name. Sister Qian, do you have any deep hatred? Could it be that someone stole your handsome boy? Gossip-loving Ariel Een is really good. She hit the nail on the head. Ahem. Well, let's have a quick meeting first. I think these guys will come and cause trouble for us sooner or later, so we have to prepare for it. In order to nip the gossip queen Een Ichen's gossipy heart in the bud, Lu Xian directly changed the topic. Otherwise, with Een Ichen's ability, she could talk about Yang Yaqi all day long, and I guess she could even find out what color pants Yang Yaqi likes to wear. Lu Xian, are you worried that Yang Yaqi will bring them here? This woman is so abominable. Shen Qian had dealt with Yang Yaqi before, and she knew very well how shameless she was. If Lu Xian had not scared her away with his strong-smelling work last time, that woman might still be sticking to Lu Xian shamelessly. Thinking of how Yang Yaqi was crawling in the cave, licking her tongue, and trying to pull down Lu Xian's pants in order to seduce him, Shen Qian really wanted to slap her twice. Yes, if she wasn't among the group of men, then with their abilities, it wouldn't be easy for them to find this place. But the woman surnamed Yang has been here before, and she might have betrayed us just to have something to eat. But don't worry, everyone. If they really think so, then I guarantee that they won't be able to return. The corners of Lu Xian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a slightly evil smile. Handsome guy, your smile makes me feel a little cold, but the more evil your thoughts are, the more I like them. When Een Ichin saw Lu Xian like this, she first hugged her shoulders in fear, and a second later, she laughed even more evil than Lu Xian's laugh. Lu Xian, what are you going to do? Take a good rest these 2 days. If you have any ideas, just tell us, and we will implement them. Lung Mingyao was the most pragmatic girl and asked straight to the point. Look over there. Lu Xian pointed to the bamboo forest wall. Over there? What's that over there? Isn't it just the fence we made ourselves? Een Ichin stretched her neck and looked outside the cave curiously. Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian also looked in the direction of Lu Xian's finger in confusion. Is there a bamboo gate in that bamboo wall? Lu Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and he kept it a secret. Chapter 87. Digging a trap for you to jump into. Yes, isn't this the exit we built ourselves with bamboo? Shen Qian looked at Lu Xian in confusion, while Lung Mingyao was lost in thought. Hey, handsome guy, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now. Een Ichin is impatient and can't wait for Lu Xian to guess riddles for everyone here. This door is indeed used for entry and exit. We know that if Yang Yaqi brought those 4 men here, she would definitely guess. So, you're planning to use this bamboo door to fish. Before Lu Xian finished speaking, Lung Mingyao, who had been silent the whole time, interrupted. Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao looked at each other. From each other's eyes, Lu Xian was sure that the girl had guessed his plan. It seems that this cold and aloof female president is indeed no ordinary person. Her brain is different from that of ordinary people. Fishing? How do you fish? On the other side, Een Ichin still looked completely confused. It's simple. Since everyone thinks this is the entrance, let's use their own strategy to replace the entrance. We can turn the real entrance into a fake one, and then the fake one into the real one. Lu Xian was explaining his plan in detail. So, Lu Xian, what you're saying is, we should create a hidden real entrance somewhere else, and then use this fake entrance to lure the enemy into our trap. Shen Qian is also a smart girl. After Lu Xian's guidance, she has completely understood what Lu Xian means. What's true and false and true? Can you please explain it more clearly? I'm dizzy. Please don't bully me, a person with low education. Please speak in plain language. At this moment, only Een Ichin was still confused. Ichin, Lu Xian's point is, since we all think this bamboo door is the entrance, then we should do the opposite. We shouldn't use this entrance anymore. We should get a new one, make it more concealed, and then transform the old one into a trap. That way, if the enemy wants to sneak attack us, they'll fall into the trap we've set. Oh, I see, you can play like this. Why didn't I think of it? Handsome boy, it seems that you are not only handsome and have a good figure, but also smart. Would you like to consider me? I am a capable lady in both the living room and the kitchen. After Shen Qian's simple explanation, Yin finally understood everything. The woman immediately gave Lu Xian a wink with a slightly worshipful expression. Lu Xian was speechless. He even went into the kitchen. Lu Xian estimated that Yin could only make some instant noodles at most. Lu Xian, how are you going to set up this trap? Lung Mingyao ignored Yin, but was very curious about Lu Xian's detailed plan. Look, right in front of the bamboo wall is a stretch of sandy beach with soft soil. All we need to do is dig a deep pit at the entrance, weave a net-like covering with branches or vines, and then place large leaves of the traveler's palm on top. Finally, cover the leaves with sand and shovel the entire outer layer of the bamboo wall until it's evenly flat. Then, no matter how good your eyesight is, you won't be able to tell there's a trap here. Lu Xian revealed the trap plan that he had already planned. The three girls nodded frequently after listening to it. So you can play traps like this. It's so fun. Let me dig it. I'll dig it. Digging holes is what I'm best at. Yin immediately patted her chest and volunteered to be the leader of the digging team. Then I'll go find vines and traveler's banana leaves. I'll go dig some more sand from the beach. Without Lu Xian saying much, the three girls had already arranged tasks for themselves. It's too late today. We're definitely too late. Let's work hard tonight and take turns keeping watch. The moon was already high in the sky at this time. Making a trap was not something that could be done overnight. Moreover, this trap was much more complicated than the one Yin had dug in the backyard, and all kinds of materials needed to be prepared. At the moment, for safety reasons, Lu Xian and others had to take turns to keep watch to prevent any accidents. Lu Xian, finish your fish soup and go to bed early. Leave the night watch to the three of us. Lung Mingyao still felt a little guilty and offered to keep watch for Lu Xian. Yes, Lu Xian, you have to recover your health as soon as possible. If that group of people really come to cause trouble for us, and if they don't fall into the trap, then the three of us won't be able to deal with them. Shen Qian pouted with her cherry lips and looked at Lu Xian worriedly. Come on, move aside. I've learned bone setting and massage. Yin will definitely cure any illness. Yin twisted her hips and moved closer to Lu Xian, then sat down next to him. Hey, sis, what do you want to do? Seeing the woman's attitude, Lu Xian, who thought he had seen a lot of the world, was a little panicked. I don't believe you can correct bones and give massages. Besides, my butt is the most injured part now. What bones can you correct, and what can you massage? Turn around, I'll help you massage it. Yin didn't feel embarrassed at all, and stretched out her hands to attack Lu Xian's buttocks. Yin, stop making trouble and let Lu Xian have a good rest. Fortunately, Lung Mingyao took action at the critical moment, which saved Lu Xian's life. Oh, don't disbelieve me. I really can do bone massage. Yin, who was asked to leave by Lung Mingyao, was still refusing to give in. Phew, that was close. Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xian, did you find the two bodies today? Seeing Lung Mingyao dragging Yin to pack up, Shen Qian remembered another purpose of Lu Xian's trip. It took some time to look for them, but I did find them. Unfortunately, Lung Mingyao didn't recognize those two men. Furthermore, the bodies had been moved and a grave had been dug, as if someone wanted to bury them. This is very strange. Think about it. You really don't recognize those two men, do you? Moved? That's terrifying. Who would go out of their way to bury a body? I don't recognize those two people at all. I didn't see them on the yacht, and I haven't heard anyone else mention them. It feels like they just appeared out of nowhere. When Shen Qian heard Lu Xian's words, she shuddered twice and couldn't help but hold Lu Xian's arm. This was so strange that Shen Qian even felt a chill down her spine. Oh, there are instant noodles, haha. As a result, Yin, who was dragged by Lung Mingyao to pack her things, suddenly screamed. This really scared Shen Qian, who already felt a chill down her spine. This girl threw herself into Lu Xian's arms without even thinking. Puff. However, Lu Xian, who was already injured, was in a terrible situation. Chapter 88, Days of Being Served by Girls. Lu Xian, are you okay? As a result, before Lu Xian could even start shouting, Shen Qian started yelling herself. Wow, what were you two doing while we were gone? I have to say that Yin is really born with the gossip attribute. As soon as Lu Xian and Shen Qian got close, they were caught by this woman. Nothing. Shen Qian's face turned red in an instant, and it seemed that she was trying to cover up her crime. Hey, Qian, can you please raise your arm first? The most miserable one was Lu Xian. Shen Qian panicked and didn't care about Lu Xian anymore. Her arm was still pressing on Lu Xian's ribs. Lu Xian, how are you? Seeing Lu Xian's pale face, Shen Qian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. No, it's okay. I won't die for a while. Lu Xian wanted to cry, but had no tears. His ribs were already injured, and Shen Qian's blow made the situation even worse. Let me see. Does it hurt here? Hey, Lu Xian, just lie down and don't go anywhere. Call us if you need anything. Lung Mingyao sighed when she saw Lu Xian's miserable state. Her only man was now half crippled. It was truly like adding insult to injury. Don't go anywhere. This is easy to say, you can eat and drink in bed, but what about defecation and urination? Lu Xian was daydreaming, but suddenly he felt the urge to pee. Lu Xian, didn't I tell you not to move? If there's anything, just tell us and we can help you. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Xian struggling to get up, and Lung Mingyao immediately reached out to stop him. No need. There are some things I have to do myself. Lu Xian forced a smile awkwardly. Handsome guy, is there anything you really have to do yourself? As long as you ask, I'll do it for you. Leave it to me, Eni Chen. The beautiful Yin patted her chest proudly. That's right. Lu Xian, just take a good rest. If you want to eat anything, just tell us and we can help you. Shen Qian also looked like she was in big trouble. Are you sure? Yes, absolutely. I need to go to the bathroom. After hearing what Lu Xian said, the three girls who were originally so confident and high-spirited were all dumbfounded. This job doesn't seem to help. Seeing the three girls standing there motionless, Lu Xian struggled to get up and limped towards the toilet outside the cave. Lu Xian, I'll help you over. After hesitating for a while, Shen Qian was the first to speak. Although the girl's cheeks were flushed, she still resolutely decided to escort Lu Xian to the toilet. Then, Ku'in and I will help you over there. Seeing Shen Qian taking the initiative to help Lu Xian up, Lung Mingyao, as the party responsible for the accident, also took the risk and stepped forward to support Lu Xian's other arm. Seeing Lu Xian being carried to the toilet by the two girls, Eni Chen, who was watching the fun, came over again and raised her hand with confidence. Handsome guy, how about I help you? Hee. As the woman spoke, she made a gesture of taking off her pants. Ahem, go away. I'm not completely disabled. Although it feels really good to be served by these three girls, it is better not to let them get involved too much in such a subtle matter as going to the toilet, especially Eni Chen. If she gets involved, who knows what kind of trouble she will cause. Okay, I'll do it myself next. After being helped out of the toilet by two senior leaders, Lu Xian decided to rely on himself for the rest of the journey. Then, we'll wait for you outside. Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian both had blushing cheeks. After saying a few words, they immediately turned around and looked in the opposite direction of the toilet. The two girls stood outside the toilet, listening to the sound of running water inside the toilet from nothing to something and then disappearing. After solving his physiological problem, Lu Xian returned to the cave with the help of the two girls. Lu Xian, you should sleep in your sleeping bag and get some rest early. The two girls generously gave their sleeping bags to Lu Xian. Handsome boy, do you want me to warm up the bed for you? I'm warm enough. Eni Chen had already cleaned up the room and had piled her favorite instant noodles high, as if she was afraid others wouldn't see them. Seeing Lu Xian and the others return, she volunteered to get into her sleeping bag. However, before he could touch the sleeping bag, he was carried away by Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao. Hey, don't pull me away. I'm just being kind. Lu Xian is injured and feeling weak. I'm doing this for his own good. It's no wonder that Eni Chen was born into the world of live streaming. When she brags, she doesn't even need to prepare a draft. She just speaks without thinking. Fortunately, the two people beside her were not easy to deal with. They had no intention of paying any attention to her and just carried her away. After eating, drinking, and urinating, Lu Xian finally fell into a good sleep. When I woke up naturally, the sun had already passed through the bamboo forest wall and secretly shone into the cave. For Lu Xian, last night's sleep was the most comfortable sleep he had ever had since arriving on the island. This person's sleep quality has improved, and he enjoys everything he eats and does. Lu Xian stretched and looked around his cave. It seemed that the girls were not in the cave, but there were voices of the girls outside the cave. It seemed that his three free snail girls had already started working. Seeing that there was no one around, Lu Xian crawled out of the warm and comfortable sleeping bag and tried to move his shins. Surprisingly, his waist and legs were no longer sore, and even his buttocks, which were so painful that he couldn't touch the ground yesterday, felt much better. It feels like the whole person has been resurrected on the spot. Lu Xian, why did you get up? Lie down quickly, lie down quickly. Exactly. What's going on? Who told you to get up? Lie down quickly. Just when Lu Xian straightened up and was about to stretch his body, he seemed to hear some movement in the cave, and Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian rushed in hurriedly. Before Lu Xian could say anything, the two beauties pushed Lu Xian back to the sleeping bag. You're not well yet, don't move. Just tell us if you need anything. Shun Qian muttered as she stuffed Lu Xian back into the sleeping bag. Lu Xian, your current task is to heal your wounds. Don't worry about anything else. Also, Qian has cut up the mineral water bottle. You don't need to go to the toilet outside to prevent catching a cold. Just lie down, and the fish soup will be ready soon. Lung Mingyao, who was standing by, helped Shin Qian to settle Lu Xian down, and also handed Lu Xian an empty bottle to serve as a urinal. Here it comes, here it comes. The freshly baked fish soup is here. Handsome boy, come and try the nourishing fish soup we made especially for you. Lu Xian wanted to explain and tell the two girls that he was almost well, but before he could open his mouth, Yini Chen came in from outside the cave with a pot of fish soup. Looking at the postures of these three people, it feels like they are just about to feed themselves the soup. Or, how about we just cooperate and lie down obediently? Chapter 89, A Tasty Trap. Under the girls' diligent care, Lu Xian finally lived a life of ease and comfort. Especially his queen Shen Qian, who almost fed the food and drinks into her mouth personally, and even fed Lu Xian a spoonful of fish soup after blowing it. Seeing that the sun was shining brightly, the three girls helped Lu Xian to the front yard, then moved out the two quilts and let Lu Xian lie in the yard to bask in the sun. On his left was the warm water Lung Mingyao had prepared for him, and on his right was the chocolate and potato chips Shun Qian had forced upon him. Yini Chen would occasionally take a break from work and, when the two girls weren't paying attention, give Lu Xian a shoulder rub and touch him. Lu Xian didn't have to do anything. He just lay there and watched the three girls work. For a moment, Lu Xian felt that if he were to be equipped with a lounge chair, a pair of sunglasses, and beach shorts, he would look like he was on an island vacation. And with three top beauties waiting on him, he wouldn't even be treated like Song Ge. Lu Xian, is it okay to dig such a large area? Lu Xian, is this depth okay? Lu Xian, we found this fine. How do we secure it? While working, the three girls did not forget to ask for the opinion of Lu Xian, a rich man on vacation who was lying flat on his back. Make it wider. Yes, at least up to that bamboo. The depth is about right. I'll add some base material later. Stretch the vines as long as possible, and use more small bamboos to secure them. Find a large area of traveler's palm, spread more sand on it, but don't spread it too flat. Make it more natural. It would be best if I put a few footprints on it. Lu Xian was chewing Shun Qian's favorite potato chips while directing everyone to work. The three girls seemed to be surprisingly serious about setting the trap and were working very hard. In just one morning, all the basic supplies needed for the trap were prepared. Shin Qian found 20 or 30 large traveler's banana leaves from the nearby jungle. The largest one was longer than Lu Xian was tall. Lung Mingyao pushed a cart and held a shovel, bringing back 2 full carts of sand from the beach. Only Yini Chen's progress was not fast because it was a real physical job, but the size and depth of the trap had been determined, and it could be said to be taking shape. The 4 of them had a casual lunch, and the 3 girls continued to work overtime. Lu Xian, the hands-off boss, was basking in the sun and dozing off while being served by the girls. Lu Xian. Just after Lu Xian and Zhou Gong had played 4 or 5 games of chess, he seemed to be pushed by someone in his drowsy state, and then he opened his eyes sleepily. Lu Xian, take a look at how our trap is going. If it's all right, we'll fix the vines and lay out the traveler's banana leaves. Shen Qian was half squatting beside Lu Xian at this time. She seemed afraid of disturbing Lu Xian, so she lowered her voice and pointed to the trap that the 3 of them had dug in front of them. Lu Xian looked up at the sun in the sky, which had already begun to move westward. Unexpectedly, he fell asleep. Looking in the direction of Shun Qian's finger, the deep pit seemed to have been completed. Lung Mingyao and Yini Chen were standing on either side of the trap, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Okay, that's enough. I feel much better now. Leave the rest of the work to me. Seeing that the 3 girls were all sweating profusely, Lu Xian felt embarrassed if he continued lying like this. He got up and stretched his arms to show that he was fine. Lu Xian, don't force yourself. You can just tell us what you want to do, and we'll do it. Lung Mingyao was still a little worried about Lu Xian's health and reminded him with a frown. It's okay. Look, it's all working now. It's mainly because Lung Mingyao boiled the water well. Ke Yin's potato chips tasted good, and Inichin's technique was great. It is said that no matter how many holes there are, flattery never wears out. Besides, there must be some transition between being sick and fully recovering. After flattering the boss, Lu Xian was finally able to move his hands and stretch his muscles. It was because he had already made up his mind that he had to upgrade the trap. Kin, find 2 bamboos and bring me my machete. Also, everyone's worked hard today, so eat and drink more. If you need to take care of physiological problems, you don't have to go to the toilet specifically, just go in here. Hearing Lu Xian's last half sentence, the 3 girls were stunned. What the hell? Into this trap? What kind of lewd words are these? The 3 girls immediately imagined a scene. Yang Yaki and 4 other men unfortunately fell into a trap, and then vomit. Don't think too much. It's really easy to make people feel nauseous. Shen Qian handed 2 bamboos to Lu Xian very obediently. Lu Xian started to cut the bamboos in front of the girls. In less than 15 minutes, he had cut the bamboos into 20 or 30 short bamboos, each only about 10 centimeters long. These are for you. Use them as a foundation to secure the vines above the trap. As for the rest, use them to upgrade the trap. Lu Xian gave most of the bamboo in his hand to the 3 girls and held the remaining bamboo in his pocket. He jumped directly into the trap, and then, under the girls' dumbfounded gaze, he inserted short bamboos into the sand in the trap. Lu Xian, what are you doing? When Lung Mingyao saw this scene, several heavy-tasting scenes automatically appeared in his mind. Those unlucky guys who fell into the pit not only had to taste their own excrement, but also got a shot in the buttocks. Although the bamboo that Lu Xian inserted into the ground might not be a fatal blow to someone due to the soft sand, if someone were really stabbed by it, at least their buttocks would be broken. If they were unlucky, they might even become paralyzed on one side of their body. Hey, handsome guy, this is really hot. While Lung Mingyao was still imagining the scene, Inichin, who was watching Lu Xian inserting bamboo, started shouting excitedly. That's about it. As for whether they can withstand it, it all depends on their luck. After dealing with this upgraded trap, Lu Xian climbed out from the bottom of the trap and dusted off his body. He admired the layout of his trap again and seemed quite satisfied. Okay, the 3 of you step aside. I'll moisten the trap. Chapter 90. Mission completed. Before the sun set, Lu Xian and his 3 companions completed the setting of the entire trap. Fix a lot of vines, lay 2 or 3 layers of traveler's banana leaves, then cover the entire trap with sand, and finally evenly cover the land in front of the entire bamboo forest wall with sand to blend it with the beach. A trap that is always almost perfectly camouflaged is completed. In order to make the trap look real, Lu Xian deliberately left some footprints above it and made the original bamboo forest door more eye-catching. Of course, before this, Lu Xian had sprayed fertilizer into the trap a lot. Fortunately, this place is located in a windy place, and the leaves of the traveler's banana tree and the sand have somewhat blocked the odor, so the girls passing by don't have to pinch their noses. The fake door here was completed, and another hidden real entrance was also successfully completed thanks to the efforts of the 3 girls. In order to make the entrance here hidden enough, Lu Xian specifically asked the girls to move the entrance to the leftmost side of the bamboo wall, close to the jungle. This way, it would be less likely to leave footprints, and the bushes would serve as a certain cover, making this place even less likely to be noticed. All renovation plans were completed ahead of schedule before dark. Turning on the flashlight, Lu Xian carefully examined his fake entrance, which was so realistic that it was simply perfect. There were multiple footprints of different sizes extending from the beach, an obvious bamboo forest gate, and a trap integrated into the beach. Not to mention that Lu Yuqiang and his gang were going to be trapped when they came here. Even I felt confused when I looked at it. To be on the safe side, Lu Xian also gave the girls some special training, for he was afraid that the girls would get used to it, and if they accidentally fell into the trap he set, it would be the end of them. The clever Lung Mingyao inserted a few bamboos in the courtyard as a warning, and also sealed the fake bamboo door from the inside. This basically ensured that even if the girls drank too much, they would not go out of the courtyard through the wrong door in a daze. Call it a day, call it a day. Everyone has worked hard. Eat whatever you want tonight. Seeing that the trap, which was originally expected to be completed in 2 days, was completed in just 1 day with the full support of the girls, Lu Xian generously rewarded everyone with a sumptuous dinner. Lu Xian, the weather seems to be changing. If it rains, will it affect the traps we made? After nightfall, a drizzle began to fall outside, and Lung Mingyao was wandering around the cave entrance worriedly. It's not a big problem. We've already secured the vines, which are strong enough to support the weight of the rain. Besides, the sand has a limit to its water absorption capacity. Once it's full, the water will seep down. As long as there aren't any violent storms, it'll be fine. Before making the trap, Lu Xian took the impact of rain into consideration, so he deliberately strengthened the strength of the vines and tree trunks used to support the sand and traveler's palm leaves. As long as there is no strong wind, this trap will be reliable. Since the three girls were busy all day, they went to sleep together shortly after nightfall. Ini Chen even started snoring slightly. It seemed that the physical activity all day had really tired her. Lu Xian, having caught up on a nap in the afternoon, wasn't feeling quite as sleepy that night. He simply crawled into his comfortable, warm sleeping bag and closed his eyes to rest. He had this inexplicable intuition that the gang would come knocking on his door tonight. At the same time, in a small cave on the other side of the cliff, Yang Yaqi, who only got half a compressed biscuit all day, was begging Lu Yuqiang to give her some more. Give it to you? What's the use of giving it to you? You only know how to eat every day. It's useless. Bah! Lu Yuqiang spat on the ground viciously. Brother Chong, if you only give me half a cookie, last night's, that, I can still handle it. Yang Yaqi was so hungry that she almost didn't have the strength to speak. I was fucking tired of playing with you last night. Besides, I'm not even interested in you the way you are now. Lu Yuqiang glanced disdainfully at Yang Yaqi, who was half kneeling on the ground, and kicked her aside. This woman has been following him for several days now, and he has tried every trick he could think of with her. Seeing that this woman is becoming more and more slovenly, Lu Yuqiang is getting more and more annoyed. If he didn't want to stare at three grown men every day, Lu Yuqiang would have wanted to throw this woman into the sea to feed the fish. After all, food here is becoming increasingly scarce. I have diarrhea from eating coconut meat every day. I hope that in the end I will not die of starvation, but of diarrhea and dehydration. Damn it, it's you two who insist on saying that Lu is awesome. No matter how awesome he is, how awesome can he be? Does he have 3 heads or 6 arms? A single kick from the 4 of us grown men would be enough to hurt that kid. Wang Hao saw the broken cave that was leaking wind and rain, and looked at the coconut shells on the ground. He was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he took out all his anger on the fat pig and the yellow-haired man. Brother Hao, you really don't know how ruthless Lu Xian was. He's really practiced and has weapons on him. Look at my hands. Ouch. When the fat pig thought of Lu Xian's kick, he felt his hand hurt again. Bullshit. You two cowards surrendered without a fight, and you still have the nerve to yell at me. If you hadn't stopped me yesterday, I would have robbed their entire ship of stuff. Now look, they've gotten away, and now there's nowhere to rob. Wang Hao was still cursing, and his eyes were full of contempt when he looked at Fatty and the yellow-haired man. All right. The monk may escape, but the temple cannot. This place is probably only so small. We'll catch them sooner or later. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. It's a good strategy for us to be fully prepared before taking action. After all, it was he who made the decision to let Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao go. Seeing his younger brother complaining to Huang Mao and Fatty, wasn't that a slap in his face? So Lu Yuqiang had to pretend to talk about strategy. Brother Chong, what you said is true, but we are not familiar with this broken island. Where can we find them now? Hey. When Wang Hao thought of Lu Xian's ship full of supplies, he beat his chest and stamped his feet in anger and immediately sat down on the ground. Chong, Brother Chong, There was a crisp pop sound. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. Lu Yuqiang was so angry that he had no place to vent it. When he heard Yang Yaqi, who was curled up in the corner, speak, he raised his hand and slapped her. Yang Yaqi rubbed her right cheek aggrievedly, but no matter how much it hurt, she had to endure it in order to be able to ask for more supplies. I know where Lu Xian lives. Hearing Yang Yaqi's words, the 4 men in the cave showed expressions of astonishment and excitement. Chapter 91. Disgraceful Transaction. What did you say? You know where that guy lives? Is that true? Lu Yuqiang was still quite rational. After the excitement, he was still skeptical about what Yang Yaqi said. It's true, I've been there. I wanted to stay there, but so. When talking about this humiliating past that she couldn't bear to recall, Yang Yaqi felt both ashamed and aggrieved. Humph, that's true. With your looks, how can you compare to that guy surnamed Lung? Lu Yuqiang is also a worldly wise man, and he has met many women privately in places like bars, but no matter which woman, none of them can be compared with Lung Mingyao. As for Yang Yaqi, who was beside him, after an in-depth communication, he found that she was just so-so, and he got tired of her within 2 days. Brother Chong, I really know where Lu Xian lives. I can take you there, but I have a request. Yang Yaqi didn't care about her face anymore. She was in a situation where she had no food to eat. If she continued like this, she was afraid she would die. As long as she could get supplies, nothing else mattered. She didn't care who would win or lose in the fight between Lu Xian and Lu Yuqiang. It would be best if both of them were injured. Request? You dare to ask for something in front of me? You eat and drink my food, and I haven't even charged you any money yet, and you dare to ask for something? Damn it, I'm giving you face, right? Lu Yuqiang stretched out his right hand and slapped Yang Yaqi's face several times and spat on the ground contemptuously. Brother Chong, there are a lot of supplies in Lu Xian's cave, not just those on the boat. The key is, there's also a woman. Yang Yaqi didn't care about the pain on her face and continued to tell Lu Yuqiang the information she thought would attract him. Still have supplies? Where the hell did this guy get so many supplies? What did you say in the end? And women? Doesn't Lung Mingyao represent the only woman he has? Damn, what kind of shit luck did this kid have? Who is this woman? As expected, when Lu Yuqiang heard that there were supplies and a woman in Lu Xian's residence, he immediately became interested. It's manager Shun Qian from the marketing department. Shun Qian? The one who's close to Lung Mingyao? The one who always comes into my office and yells at me. When mentioning the name Shun Qian, Lu Yuqiang felt very familiar with it and couldn't help licking his lips. In his eyes, Lung Mingyao was indeed beautiful and had a good figure, but her personality was too dull and she was not his type. On the other hand, Shun Qian was exactly what he wanted. She had good looks and a great figure, and most importantly, she had an upright personality. If he could conquer such a woman, he would feel such a sense of accomplishment. In his dreams, Lu Yuqiang had no idea how many times he had fantasies like this. When he heard the 3 words Shun Qian again, he began to feel restless again. Yes, that's Shun Qian. She has always been with Lu Xian. I know where that place is. Yang Yaqi continued to express herself relentlessly, hoping to completely impress Lu Yuqiang. Okay, tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, it's fine. Just as Yang Yaqi had imagined, when she moved out many supplies from Shun Qian and Lu Xian's cave, Lu Yuqiang was indeed moved. I want half the supplies in that cave. Yang Yaqi was also not vague. Since the information in her hand had impressed the other party, then how to make an offer was her business. Haha, you're such a ruthless woman. Half of the supplies? You're really arrogant. You're not even afraid of choking. Lu Yuqiang sneered and looked at the woman in front of him with a squint. He didn't expect that this woman would ask for such a high price. Their cave is huge, well protected from the wind and rain, and it's fenced in front and back, making it quite secretive. Not only is it spacious and well ventilated, but it's also flat and packed with supplies. As long as you take over that place, I believe it will be 1,000 times better than here. Yang Yaqi is not a pushover either. Just as Lu Xian said, this woman will try her best to gain the greatest benefit for herself. Just like now, she keeps improving the advantages of Lu Xian's residence in front of Lu Yuqiang to attract the other party to agree to her request. It's impossible to give you half of the supplies, but I, Lu Yuqiang, am putting this out here today. As long as you really lead us to that place, from now on, whatever I, Lu Yuqiang, eat, you will also eat. Whatever I eat, you will eat. That's quite considerate, right? Lu Yuqiang thought for a moment and gave another answer. Okay, I hope you keep your word. Can you give me something to eat first? I'm so hungry. In fact, Yang Yaqi didn't expect the other party to fully agree to her request. In other words, even if the other party really agreed, it would be impossible for her to move so many supplies by herself. On the contrary, the plan proposed by Lu Yuqiang himself was more in line with her wishes. Well, give him a piece of compressed biscuit and a coconut. Eat it quickly and then lead the way for me. Lu Yuqiang gave a look to Wang Hao beside him, and Wang Hao immediately followed his instructions and threw a biscuit to Yang Yaqi, who was so hungry that she could not even stand up straight. He also handed her the coconut he had just opened. Yang Yaqi, who was so hungry, just lay on the ground and started eating with big mouthfuls. Chong, brother Chong, are you going tonight? It's too dark at night. It's dangerous. After eating half a piece of compressed biscuit, Yang Yaqi regained some strength and responded to Lu Yuqiang incoherently. Danger? There's no danger here. You little girl, what the hell do you know? Have you ever read The Art of War? It's called taking the enemy by surprise and attacking them when they're unprepared. We have to go in the dead of night, so we can take care of that guy in one fell swoop. You 3 should hurry up and eat something to fill your stomachs. Then, take all the necessary things with you. Wait until this woman finishes eating and then go together. If we capture that guy's territory, everyone will get a reward. Lu Yuqiang glanced at everyone and said with great pride, Brother Chong is so powerful, he will definitely take down that kid this time. As his most loyal younger brother, Wang Hao immediately expressed his support. If he didn't know where Lu Xian lived, with his personality, he would have gone to kill him long ago. The fat pig and the yellow-haired man, who had been silent all the time, looked at each other and saw a hint of worry in each other's eyes. You two? What do you mean? Why don't you clean up? Do you have any objections to my plan? Seeing that the two people in front of him were just standing there stupidly, without any movement, Lu Yuqiang gave them a cold look and snorted. Brother Chong, are we really going? Otherwise, let's just not go. Huang Mao and Fatty had actually witnessed Lu Xian's methods. Although they had heard Yang Yaqi brag about it, and felt that the place was like a free supermarket with so many supplies that they were almost laid out, but no matter how much there was, one still had to have a life to spend it. The fat pig, in particular, shuddered at the thought of his own tragic experience. Useless. He's such a piece of shit. There are 4 of us, and we're trying to sneak attack him. No matter how powerful he is, he has no chance of winning. The balance of victory will definitely tip towards us. It's a deal, let's all go together. No one can be left behind. Huang Mao and Fatty were forcibly tied up on the pirate ship unwillingly. Chapter 92. You know nothing. Alright, have you all eaten? Grab the weapons you need. Remember, we have a lot of people here. There's nothing to be afraid of. 20 minutes later, Lu Yuqiang saw that everyone had filled their stomachs, and he delivered an impassioned pre-war speech to boost morale. Brother Chong, look, it's still raining outside. How about we think about it again? Huang Mao listened to the sound of rain outside the cave. He didn't want to cause trouble for Lu Xian in the first place, so he became even more reluctant to go out. Yeah, Brother Chong, how about we do it after dawn tomorrow? As the direct victim, the fat pig naturally doesn't want to go out. You know nothing. Do you understand the art of war? This is called concealing the truth from heaven and crossing the sea secretly. This rainy day is the best reward God has given us. Brother Chong is right. Think about it. Staying in the cave on a rainy day, we can't hear anything outside except the sound of rain. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for us to take advantage? Brother Chong is worthy of being Brother Chong. He is a foresight person. The one who knows how to support him the most is naturally his most loyal fan Wang Hao. After hearing this boasting, Lu Yuqiang even felt that if he had not been born a few thousand years later, otherwise, the art of war by Sun Tzu would have been changed to the art of war by Lu Zi long ago. Brother Chong, I have a question. How can we get on this dirt road when it's raining? How far is it? The fat pig already had an injury on his hand, and he really didn't want to walk in the rain late at night. If he accidentally fell again, he was afraid that his injured hand would be completely broken. Ahem, you're the only one with too many things to do. By the way, let me ask you, how far is this road? Where does it start? Although Lu Yuqiang looked at him with disdain like a fat pig, the problem of the journey was a very realistic one. So he had no choice but to ask Yang Yaqi, who was standing beside him. Go southeast, through the jungle, around the cliff, and then walk a little further east, and you'll get there. It took me half a day last time, so I estimate it will take 2 or 3 hours. After filling her stomach, Yang Yaqi finally regained her strength. She didn't mind taking a walk at all. For her, whether Lu Yuqiang takes care of Lu Xian or Lu Xian takes care of Lu Yuqiang, it is a good thing for her. Of course, the best-case scenario is that both sides suffer losses, so that she can reap the benefits. 2 or 3 hours. After hearing this information, even the confident Lu Yuqiang began to hesitate. After all, it was already completely dark and it was raining outside. It would be dangerous to walk for 2 or 3 hours in such an environment. Brother Chong, what are you afraid of? It's only 2 hours, right? As long as we kill our way through, that guy's cave will be ours, and all the supplies inside will be ours too. Of course, there are also those 2 girls. Hee hee, big brother, when you've had enough fun, just give me one. At this moment, only Wang Hao was the most excited one. In his eyes, capturing Lu Xian and occupying Lu Xian's residence was a piece of cake. It would only take 2 hours. What he had the most now was time. That's right, 2 hours, and then we'll be happy all the time. Only a fool wouldn't calculate this. It's decided. We'll set off in 5 minutes. Both of you, cheer up. And you, get ready to lead the way. This is for you. Make sure you look carefully. If you can't find that kid's cave before dawn, don't blame me for using you as a sacrifice. With Wang Hao's encouragement, Lu Yuqiang made up his mind and gave the order. He handed over the only lighting equipment in his group, a small flashlight of only 15 centimeters, to Yang Yaqi. Seeing Lu Yuqiang so resolute, Huang Mao and Feizhu did not dare to act rashly even if they had complaints in their hearts. Ever since they met Lu Yuqiang and Wang Hao a few days ago, they have witnessed how powerful Wang Hao is. If it were when the fat pig was not injured, the 2 of them might be able to barely defeat Wang Hao. But now, the fat pig is only half crippled. Huang Mao alone can't defeat Lu Yuqiang and Wang Hao, let alone the big and strong Lu Yuqiang. Huang Mao may not be able to defeat him easily, not to mention that Lu Yuqiang has Wang Hao, who knows some martial arts, by his side. Although the 2 of them had 1,000 thoughts of not wanting to go out, seeing Wang Hao staring at them with a fierce look, Huang Mao and Fatty had no choice but to follow the main group. On the other hand, Yang Yaqi looked calm and even a little excited. She glanced at the food and drinking water that Lu Yuqiang had left in the cave and took the lead in walking out of the cave. Follow me. From there, enter the jungle. When you see the stone wall, go south and go around it. After eating and drinking her fill, Yang Yaqi took the flashlight handed to her by Lu Yuqiang and walked directly to the front of the line. Behind Yang Yaqi followed Lu Yuqiang, Huang Mao and Fei Zhu, and Wang Hao was responsible for the tail end. The five of them formed a long snake formation and charged towards the cave where Lu Xian was. However, the dirt jungle path on this rainy day wasn't easy to navigate. Furthermore, a drizzle was falling, and the relentless raindrops shrouded the jungle in a hazy and damp haze. The muddy path seemed like a natural maze, and every step was filled with uncertainty and challenges. They hadn't been out for half an hour when they realized how sticky the dirt road was. At first, they were full of confidence, their boots treading firmly on the soft soil, thinking that with their tenacity and perseverance, they could easily cross the rain-soaked forest. However, the reality was far more cruel than they had imagined. The rain intensified, and the dirt path in the jungle grew increasingly muddy. It clung to their soles like a living thing, requiring immense effort to take each step. The mud beneath their feet seemed to become an invisible yoke, dragging their steps and slowing their progress ever further. Soon, their trouser legs were soaked through, and the icy cold spread from their legs to their entire bodies, sending shivers down their spines. The fat pig and yellow-haired man in the team were tempted to turn around and go back. According to the way they were walking now, if they couldn't find Lu Xian's residence, they would have to die here. Hurry up, hurry up. Victory is right in front of us. There's food and drinks, and the girls are right in front of us. Don't dawdle. Unfortunately, there was a supervising team member, Wang Hao, behind them, so Fatty and Yellow Hair had to continue moving forward on the muddy ground. We're almost there. We've already gone around the rock wall, and their residence is just ahead. 2 hours later, led by Yang Yaqi, the group finally walked out of the muddy jungle. Seeing the familiar beach ahead, Yang Yaqi bit her lips and clenched her fists. She was finally back. There are footprints here. After walking a few steps forward, Yang Yaqi immediately discovered traces of footprints on the beach. Haha, you're a bunch of idiots. You're done for now. Turn off your flashlights. Go to the back. Everyone, follow me. Follow the direction of the footprints. Mr. Lu, wait for me to give you a big gift. Huh. Full of confidence, Lu Yuqiang waved his hand at the people behind him and walked to the front of the team with great dignity. Chapter 93, A Perfect Plan. Brother Chong, I'll take the lead. Just wait and see how I deal with that guy surnamed Lu. If he dares to act rashly, I'll destroy him in a minute. Wang Hao, who was originally walking at the end of the team, walked in front of Lu Yuqiang with his head held high and his bamboo fork in hand. He patted his chest and walked to the front of the team. All right, then you lead the charge, and you two losers follow me. Wang Hao, be sure to keep your voice down. We need to achieve 0 casualties this time. See those footprints on the ground? If we follow them, we'll definitely find that group of people. Seeing his loyal younger brother volunteering to lead the charge, Lu Yuqiang showed a look of joy and expressed great satisfaction. He gently patted Wang Hao's shoulder to encourage him and made way for him half a body length, letting the other party walk to the front of the team. He and Yang Yaqi walked to the end of the team. Brother Chong, don't worry. There's no need to make such a big scene. It'll only take a few minutes to take down that guy. Once we take care of him, the other 2 women will be a piece of cake. Just wait for my good news. It will only take 3 to 5 minutes. Wang Hao was quite confident at the moment. He had disliked Lu Xian for a long time. If his boss Lu Yuqiang had not been fooled by the 2 Huang Mao guys before, he would have been ready to deal with Lu Xian that day and rob the supplies and the beautiful Lung Mengyao. Hey, don't just stand there like an idiot. Think carefully, is this the right place? Don't let me get it wrong. Lu Yuqiang, who walked to the end of the line, specifically asked Yang Yaqi again. Yes, I remember it should be this location. They seem to have reinforced the fence. It wasn't as dense last time. Yang Yaqi also looked around carefully and was basically sure that this was the place she had been to last time. However, she had relied on her slim figure to get through the fence back then, but this time, it seemed that she couldn't do it. Brother Chong, look. The door seems to be there. There is a latch. Hee, these idiots, with such tricks. Look, I can kick this broken bamboo door over with one kick. Wang Hao was sharp-eyed and quickly spotted the bamboo door in the bamboo forest wall. As for the outer circle of bamboo wall, after Lu Xian's repeated reinforcement, it is now almost impossible to insert a fist. However, only the bamboo gate seems to be sparse and ordinary, and it feels like it can be kicked open with one foot. Wang Hao scoffed at this. Wang Hao, wait a moment. Hey, Mr. Yang, are you sure this is the entrance? Lu Yuqiang was quite excited at the moment. You know, these large amounts of supplies and two beauties might be in this wall. As long as he could sneak in successfully and tie up Lu Xian when he was not prepared, all the things and beauties in this bamboo wall would belong to him. It seems yes. Yang Yaqi hesitated for 3 seconds and nodded. In fact, when it came to the fence gate, she really didn't know. After all, she had crawled in at the beginning. But Lu Yuqiang had already asked this question. If she answered, I don't know, at this moment, with Lu Yuqiang's temper, he might kick her out far away. For her own safety, Yang Yaqi chose to nod in agreement. Haha, Lu Xian, right? You dare to act cool in front of me? Today is the day you die. Wang Hao, Huang Mao, both of you, come at me together. If you can keep quiet, do so. As soon as this door is broken, rush in. We have only one goal. Capture that kid named Lu and beat him up. Do you understand? Lu Yuqiang received a positive response from Yang Yaqi and felt that the balance of victory had completely tilted towards him. It was worth it that I hiked for more than 2 hours in the drizzle. Now, the harvest season is about to arrive. Brother Chong, how about we do some reconnaissance outside to see what the other party has prepared? Huang Mao and Fatty always felt a lingering fear when they thought of Lu Xian's face, especially when they recalled the words Lu Xian said when he took Lung Mengyao away on the boat. The bridge is the bridge, the road is the road. This group of people have taken the initiative to cause trouble for Lu Xian. Not only do they want to steal his supplies, but Lu Yuqiang and Wang Hao even want to take Lung Mengyao and Shin Qian for themselves. Huang Mao and Feizhu always feel that what their group has done is a bit reckless. Lu Xian doesn't look like someone who will surrender so easily. Investigation? Investigate your sister. Damn it. Why would I accept you two cowards? If you hadn't stopped me back then, this place would have been mine. I've traveled 2 hours in the rain to get here, and the cooked duck is right inside. And you still want me to investigate? Damn it. I now suspect that you two are spies sent by that kid. Lu Yuqiang, who was in high spirits, heard Huang Mao and the other man say such words that would affect the morale of the army, so he directly hit each of them on the head. Now, Huang Mao and the other man no longer dared to raise any objections. They could only follow Wang Hao obediently 10 meters behind him, holding up bamboo forks in a pretentious manner and looking at the bamboo door nervously. You two, follow me closely. As soon as I pry open the bamboo door, you must rush in immediately. If you encounter those two women, ignore them. Our only goal is to capture that Lu guy. Do you understand? Wang Hao was full of confidence at this time. Before taking action, he deliberately lowered his voice and gave instructions to the yellow-haired man and the fat pig behind him. All right, Wang Hao, get ready to act. Yang Yaqi and I will follow suit. Damn it. I don't believe that 5 of us can't take down that brat. Lu Yuqiang nodded to Wang Hao, indicating that he could take action. Yang Yaqi was at the very end of the team at this time. She had a vague feeling that something bad was going on. She felt that Lu Yuqiang's action was going too smoothly this time, but she couldn't really tell what was wrong. What's more, for her, the result is not important. If Lu Yuqiang really wins Lu Xian, then just as Lu Yuqiang promised her, she will have basic living security in the future. On the other hand, if Lu Xian defeated Lu Yuqiang and his group, or if something unexpected happened, he would immediately retreat and take the supplies Lu Yuqiang left in their cave. So, he wouldn't lose out either way. All he had to do now was to keep as much distance as possible from both groups. Then, no matter what the outcome, he could make a decision immediately. After figuring everything out, Yang Yaqi not only did not follow Lu Yuqiang's footsteps forward, but on the contrary, while the other party's attention was focused on the bamboo gate, the woman began to slowly retreat. Wang Hao, who took the lead, nodded solemnly to Lu Yuqiang, then rolled up his trouser legs and rushed towards the bamboo forest gate with great momentum. After walking 5 or 6 steps in the direction of the footprints, Wang Hao suddenly felt his feet go empty, and then his entire center of gravity became unstable. Chapter 94. Sorry, I have to pee urgently. Before Wang Hao could even call out a word, he had already disappeared from the sight of Huang Mao and the others. The yellow-haired guy and the fat pig who were closest to Wang Hao were both dumbfounded. The visibility was extremely poor on this rainy night, and the two could only vaguely see the back of Wang Hao, who was walking in front with great enthusiasm. But in just the blink of an eye, the person standing about 10 meters in front of him disappeared. The two of them stood there in a daze for a full 5 seconds. At the moment, the worst-off person is Wang Hao, who was trapped in a trap. His attention was originally completely focused on the bamboo forest gate, and he never imagined that there would be a trap under his feet. When he stepped on the trap Lu Xian had carefully crafted for him, he fell headfirst before he could even scream for help. Tragically, a sharp bamboo stick scratched a 10-centimeter wound on his right calf. The excruciating pain brought tears to his eyes. Even more tragically, the water in the trap seemed to have a strange smell. It hurt so much. Wang Hao struggled desperately in the accumulated water mixed with a strong smell, but the increasingly heavy sound of the rain completely drowned out his cries. Looking at the yellow-haired and fat pig who were now in front of the trap, they finally woke up from their daze and had only one thought in mind. Run. The faster the better. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Run, run. The two of them were in a state of confusion. All they knew was that a perfectly normal person had simply vanished out of thin air. It was so damn bizarre. In this already dark night, fear overcame everything. Moreover, the two did not want to come here in the rain. Without thinking twice, they started running for their lives, wishing they had two more legs. Yang Yaki, who was hiding at the end, was the farthest away from Wang Hao, but she had been paying attention to this place. Seeing the yellow-haired man and the fat pig running towards her like crazy, Yang Yaki didn't care about anything and turned around and ran without any hesitation, and even rushed into the jungle in no time. Lu Yuqiang vaguely heard some movement in front of him and originally wanted to find out what was going on, but he saw that only half a minute had passed, and Huang Mao, Fatty, and Yang Yaki had all run away, and his good brother had disappeared out of thin air as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. It is said that the psychology of fear is the most contagious, not to mention that it is still pitch dark in the rainy night. The little bit of faith that remained in Lu Yuqiang's heart completely collapsed with the disappearance of Huang Mao and others. Escape. Escape immediately. That was the only thing he could think of at the moment. 5 seconds later, the beach that was originally crowded was now empty. Only in that trap with a strong odor lay Wang Hao, who was crying out to heaven and earth but received no response. At this time, Wang Hao was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. The strong smell of urine emitted by the accumulated water in the trap made him feel nauseous. Help, help, help. The poor man was still shouting for help with his last bit of strength. At this moment, he wished so much that his big brother could appear in front of him. Unfortunately, many things in this world are wishful thinking, and the person he was waiting for never showed up. However, the person he was waiting for seemed no better than him. Although Lu Yuqiang was tall and strong, he was also burly and strong, with broad shoulders and a big waist. It was because he had wine and meat for every meal on weekdays. As soon as he rushed into the jungle, he was tripped by the bushes on the ground and fell to the ground in a dog-eating shit posture. As luck would have it, his two huge front teeth hit a dead tree trunk hard, and the front teeth decisively chose to part ways with him. My teeth. Oh my teeth. You don't run. Lu Yuqiang, who was in so much pain that he almost cried for his grandma, struggled to get up from the ground and wanted to call Huang Mao and others to come back and help him, but the two of them had already run away. In this pitch-black jungle, it seemed that Lu Yuqiang was the only one left. A feeling of fear instantly swept over his body. Lu Yuqiang didn't even care about the pain in his mouth. He limped towards the place where Huang Mao and others disappeared. At that moment, there was no thought of supplies or beauties in Lu Yuqiang's mind. He only had one thought left, which was to leave this damn place as soon as possible. He didn't want to stay there for even a second. The bold words he spoke before coming here, as well as the so-called brotherhood, had long been thrown out of his mind at this moment. This really made life difficult for Wang Hao, who was trapped in the special smell trap. While enduring the severe pain in his legs, he also had to endure the disgusting smell of rain. For a moment, Wang Hao wanted to forget to breathe. He really didn't understand why the smell of rain here was stronger than that of public toilets in the city. Chong, brother Chong, save me. The dying Wang Hao was still using his last bit of strength to call out to his good leader and good friend Lu Yuqiang. Unfortunately, at this moment, no matter how he called out, his boss would not show up. What he didn't expect was that instead of waiting for Lu Yuqiang to save him, he waited for another person to come 5 minutes later. At this time, Lu Xian, who had been staying in the cave for a long time and tossed and turned, finally fell asleep. He vaguely heard some noise coming from outside the cave, and the noise even startled the girl Ini-chin. What's that sound? I'm so sleepy, panting. However, because she worked too hard yesterday, Ini-chin, who had already been overwhelmed by sleepiness, only opened one eye slightly. After 3 seconds, he chose to play chess with Zhou Gong again. Huff! Lu Xian rubbed his eyes and tried hard to stick his head out. He listened to the noise outside for a while, but it seemed that there was nothing else except the sound of rain. He wanted to imitate Ini-chin and go to bed, but thinking that he was already awake, he might as well get up and go to the bathroom. Yawning and sleepy, Lu Xian got up in a daze, then staggered to the entrance of the cave. As soon as I took one step out, I remembered that it was still raining outside. Looking back at the three beauties who were still sleeping soundly in the cave, Lu Xian had an idea to save trouble. Anyway, no one saw me, or maybe I should just stick to the principle of proximity. It's my fault for having to pee. To avoid being labeled as an uncivilized person who peed and defecated in public, Lu Xian consoled himself by saying that he was merely adding some ingredients to his trap. This was part of the trap-making process, and he was just doing his job. Breathing heavily and braving the drizzle, Lu Xian, who had successfully convinced himself, took a step and walked out. Then, across the bamboo forest door that had become a thing of the past, he stood up and began his skilled operations. Chapter 95. I used biological weapons. I cough, cough, cough. Wang Hao, who had finally struggled to sit up from the pungent pit, suddenly noticed that the drizzle had become heavier and seemed to be in lines. The key is that it has an incomparable rich smell, which made him cough repeatedly. Comfortable. Lu Xian, who had solved his physiological problem by facing the trap through the fence, suddenly felt relaxed all over and couldn't help shivering. I just vaguely felt that my parabola seemed a little further than I had imagined. Could it be that I had already mastered the art of peeing 3 feet into the wind? Fuck. Pee. Fuck, fuck, fuck. After tasting it carefully for several times, Wang Hao finally figured out what this suddenly increasing rainwater was before he was almost full. Oh my god. Girls, grab your weapons, catch him alive. Lu Xian, who was standing in front of the fence, finally woke up from his half-sleep state when he heard the call, and immediately called out to the good helpers in the cave. Lu Xian himself didn't expect that just when he fell into a dream, the trap he had just completed would actually work. Lu Xian, what's going on? Shen Qian was the first one to rush out of the cave, holding Lu Xian's machete, followed by Lung Mengyao, who was still pulling and tidying up his clothes. What live thing? Handsome boy, did you catch some game again? Can we have a snack tonight? Eni Chen, the last one to come out of the cave, only heard the word alive from Lu Xian's mouth, and at the moment he thought that Lu Xian had caught some wild game for them. There seems to be someone in the trap. Bring out the flashlights and generators. Give me the machete. Mengyao, open this door for me. I want to see who is so daring as to try to sneak attack me at night. Lu Xian was furious at the moment. He was a little scared when he thought about it now. He actually fell asleep in a daze at such a critical moment. Fortunately, I had this trap, which was a great achievement. Hearing Lu Xian's words, the 3 girls almost dropped their jaws in shock. They hadn't expected that the trap could catch someone on the first night after it was made. Eni Chen immediately returned to the cave and moved out the hand-crank generator. Shen Qian was smart enough to bring the flashlight with her. Lung Mingyao fiddled with it for a while and opened the bamboo door that she had sealed. Keep an eye on this trap. I want to see who's so bold as to target me. Lu Xian waved his hand, and Eni Chen immediately started to crank the generator with all her might. Shen Qian also stood on tiptoe and shone the flashlight in her hand towards the trap. At this time, the trap was already filled with all kinds of vines and branches. Wang Hao, who had just experienced a burst of peeing, was retching while trying to stick his head out. Hey ugh, who is this? Why does it smell so strong? Seeing that the other person looked neither like a human nor a ghost, Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian both frowned and pinched their noses. Qian, please help shake it. Let me see, let me see. Eni Chen, who was half squatting and trying her best to shake the generator, saw that the 3 people except the one she thought had stuck their heads out, and then retracted their necks at the same time and pinched their noses. Curious baby Eni Chen immediately asked to go to the front line to check the situation. Shen Qian didn't want to look at the man in the trap again, and she wanted to stay away from that smell, so she got married to Eni Chen without saying a word. Curious baby Eni Chen excitedly rushed to the front. Ugh, Lu Xian, what's that smell? Why is it so strong? Unfortunately, it seems that the girl can't stand the smell in the trap. Lu Xian, you did that again? Lung Mingyao was the first of the 3 girls to react. She forced a smile and looked at Lu Xian. Ahem, well that. Lu Xian didn't know how to start. He couldn't tell the 3 girls that he was too lazy to go to the toilet that night and urinated and defecated anywhere. As for the strong taste, isn't it normal for the first brew after waking up to have a strong taste? Hurry, pull me up. You, did you pee on me just now, you ugh? Wang Hao, who had already run out of strength, was awakened by Lu Xian's pee. He was about to swear at Lu Xian, but before he could say a few words, he couldn't help but retching. Looking at the yellow liquid still dripping from the man's hair and hearing what he said, the 3 girls turned to look at Lu Xian at the same time. In the middle of the night, peeing on someone's head, is this something a normal person would do? Well, the situation is like this. Let me explain. I only used a tiny bit of that biological weapon, just a tiny bit, just a tiny bit. Lu Xian tried to explain haltingly, but his words became more and more ridiculous. Hey, what are you yelling about? Who told you to come to someone's door so late at night? I'm being polite by peeing on your head. If I woke up early, I would shit on your head, believe it or not. At this critical moment, it is the social bull with millions of fans who has to appear on the scene. Although Yini Chen was also shocked by what Lu Xian did for 3 seconds, as Lu Xian's #1 supporter at the time, this girl immediately fought back fiercely, and the words she said were even more unruly than Lu Xian's behavior. Yeah, it's who told you to come here. I'm lucky you didn't drown in urine. You deserved it, ugh. With Yini Chen leading the charge, Shen Qian, who already loves violent aesthetics, also fought back murderously and spat directly into the trap, drowning someone with urine. When Lu Xian heard this, he felt his bladder tighten. What kind of vicious words were these? And it seems that my capacity is not that big. Even if you dare to think about it, you can't do it. Who are you? Lu Xian had forgotten about the main business after being disturbed by these 2 girls with heavy tastes. Lung Mingyao was the most pragmatic. Even though the topic had gone so far off track, she still managed to force it back on track. In fact, at that moment, it was not Lu Xian and the other 3's fault that they had poor eyesight and failed to recognize who the person in the trap was. It was entirely because Wang Hao's appearance at that moment could only be described as horrible. There were 2 tree branches on his head and a vine hanging from his ear. The most unimaginable thing was that this waxy yellow liquid was still dripping from his head. With such a horrible look on his face, I guess even his real parents would shake their heads and run away if they came. I'm Wang Hao. I just happened to pass by here. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment and made up a reason that even a 3-year-old kid wouldn't believe. Wang Hao. When Lu Xian heard the other party introduce himself, he sneered. He didn't expect that he had really guessed it. It turned out that Lu Yuqiang and his gang were thinking about him. Okay, since you just happened to pass by, that's perfect. I need to pee again now. You 3, please step aside, or I'll accidentally do it again. After Lu Xian finished speaking, he was ready to show his weapon again. Chapter 96. This woman is dead. Seeing Lu Xian's posture, before Wang Hao could yell, the 3 girls covered their faces and ran away. No. Brother Lu, big brother Lu. I was wrong. I've confessed everything. Isn't that enough? Please, go easy on me. Wang Hao in the trap was really scared. This man named Lu Xian was really a real guy. Looking at his appearance, he loaded the bullet without saying a word. Remembering the miserable situation when he was slapped in the mouth by the other party before, Wang Hao, who knew the situation, decisively chose to surrender. He was full now and didn't want to taste it a second time. Then answer whatever I ask. If you say anything dishonest, prepare to take a bath in there. I promise you there's plenty. Hey, you 3, why are you running away? Come back here. Lu Xian completely broke down Wang Hao's inner defenses with just 1 sentence, but the 3 girls were also scared away at the same time. Lu Xian, are you sure? You really don't want to pee anymore? Shen Qian pointed tremblingly in the direction of the trap. Seeing that Lu Xian was just trying to scare him, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the trap with Lung Mingyao and Yini Chen. Lung Mingyao, bring the bamboo fork over here. If he doesn't behave, just stab him. Wang Hao, listen carefully. If you behave yourself, I might be in a good mood and let you out. But if you don't behave, don't blame my harpoon for being blind. In order to completely trap Wang Hao, Lu Xian is now using both soft and hard tactics. Brother Lu, please tell me everything you know. Please don't prick me anymore, and don't pee on me. I really can't take it anymore. Wang Hao was now trapped in a jar, and he no longer had the heroic spirit he had before leaving. He was most afraid of 2 things. The first was naturally the bamboo fork in Lung Mingyao's hand, and the second was Lu Xian's biochemical weapon. How many of you came? Lu Xian held his fence with 1 hand and began to question the other party slowly. For in total, no 5. 5. Lu Xian was also stunned, but he understood in an instant. Including Yang Yaqi, that would make 5 people. Who are they? Who organized it? Where are they from? Tell me everything. The more details the better. If you tell a lie, this trap will be your grave. Lu Xian simply stopped guessing and asked directly. Brother Lu, there are only 4 of us you've met. Me, Lu Yuqiang, that fat guy, and that yellow-haired guy? Then there's Yang Yaqi. You must know that woman, right? She was the one who proposed this operation. She said she'd been to your cave. Oh, and she even made a deal with Lu Yuqiang. If he leads us to your cave, Lu Yuqiang will guarantee him enough food and drink. Wang Hao was very clear about his current situation at this time. He did not hide anything and told everything. Yang Yaqi. Hearing Wang Hao's words, The fire in Lu Xian's heart suddenly shot up 3 feet high. As expected, that bitch would do anything for him. If you dare to reveal your address and make deals with others today, you might want to kill these people tomorrow. This kind of person must not be allowed to stay in this world anymore. Why is it this woman again? How shameless. I should have thrown her into the sea to feed the fish last time. How despicable. At that moment, not only Lu Xian had murderous intentions, but even Shen Qian gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. This woman is really not easy to deal with. Lu Xian, we have to be careful of her from now on. Lung Mingyao sighed. Obviously, she had not expected that there would be such a vicious woman in her company. Beware of her. Haha, I won't do that anymore. There's no future. Lu Xian clenched his fists, muttered to himself, and then asked Wang Hao again in a cold tone. Tell me where you live, and why are you the only one left here? Where did they all go? Wang Hao could only answer the first half of Lu Xian's question. As for the second half, he wanted to ask his good elder brother. Brother Lu, as long as you promise to let me go, I will take you there. Hey, I want to settle accounts with them even more than you do. These heartless and ungrateful guys. Especially that young Yaki. I want to skin her alive right now. Wang Hao's words came from the bottom of his heart. He never expected that as soon as he fell into the trap, the 4 people behind him not only did not come forward to rescue him, but all ran away. After daybreak, you lead the way for me. I want to find that guy named Yang. Qian, give him a rope and climb up by yourself. Go to the beach to wash up first. Inichin, give him a bottle of water. Lu Xian had already made up his mind that Yang Yaki was the first person he had to get rid of. As for Wang Hao in front of him, he still has to rely on this guy to lead the way for him and spare his life for the time being. Thank you, Brother Lu. Thank you, Brother Lu. When Wang Hao heard that Lu Xian had no intention of killing him and was even going to pull him up and give him water, he burst into tears of gratitude. At least he was able to survive. As for other thoughts, as long as they entered the jungle, anything was possible. Lu Xian, this guy's words are unreliable. I'm afraid if I let him up, he might do something bad. Lung Mingyao always stared at the man in the trap with a vigilant look. She had also dealt with Wang Hao before. He was definitely not an ordinary person. It could even be said that half of Lu Yuqiang's weird ideas came from Wang Hao. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Lu Xian gave the 3 girls a look. Seeing Wang Hao glancing towards the jungle from time to time, Lu Xian snorted coldly. He had already guessed the other party's little thoughts in his heart. The terrain in the jungle was rugged and overgrown with weeds. If this kid led the way through the jungle, then he would have plenty of opportunities to slip away. However, he couldn't even hide his little thoughts from the 3 girls. So how could he possibly hide it from Lu Xian? Hey, here you go. Shen Qian had already cut a piece of rope, tied one end to the tree, and threw the other into Wang Hao in the trap. Thank you, Manager Shone. I can do it myself. I can do it myself. Seeing that he was about to escape from this trap with a strong smell, Wang Hao now endured the severe pain in his legs and climbed up with all his strength. I have to say, this kid is quite capable. He actually crawled out with just 1 foot. Let me ask you, do you remember the way back? I remember. Of course I remember. Wang Hao answered quite straightforwardly, with a hint of excitement on his face. Did you come here by land or by water? Lu Xian continued to ask questions. We came here by land. We actually had a small boat, but this time it was Yang Yaki who led us, so we came from the jungle. What surprised everyone was that the man actually claimed that he also had a lifeboat. This lifeboat is a real good thing. Lu Xian was still thinking about the other party's boat, but the man's next words made Lu Xian's eyes widen. Chapter 97. Raid Your Lair. I actually saw this place through a telescope when I was standing on the cliff, but I didn't expect there would be a cave here. You have a telescope? What Lu Xian cared about was not that the other party had seen him before, but that the other party actually had a telescope in his hand. This is a piece of supplies that Lu Xian has been looking forward to for a long time. If he had a choice, Lu Xian would even be willing to exchange his 3 boxes of instant noodles for it. I didn't expect that this group of people would have such good things in their hands. Are you guys living close to the coastline? Do you have any supplies? Since the other party offered it to him on his own initiative, Lu Xian was ready to accept it all. We don't have much else there, but there are a lot of coconuts, and they are the short ones. We have been surviving these days on these coconuts. As Wang Hao spoke, he scratched his messy hair, and the yellow liquid flowed down his cheek again. Go over there and wash up. Lu Xian really couldn't stand the smell on the other person, so he pointed to the coastline on the left, signaling the other person to clean himself up first. Lu Xian, is he lying? Lung Mingyao was a cautious person and was afraid that the other party was trying to seduce him. I don't think so. They wouldn't come all the way here to try to trick me. Besides, I did see at least 4 footprints, indicating they've been here before. So it's almost daybreak. Let's light a fire and have breakfast. Then I'll take this man overland, and you three will go by sea. We'll go both land and water until we meet at the wreck, and then continue along the coastline. That way, we'll be the main force, the supporting force, the visible and the invisible. Even if they really try to do something cunning, we won't be afraid. Lu Xian had to deal with Yang Yaqi this time. No matter where she fled, he would catch her. So, at the moment, he could only rely on Wang Hao to find Yang Yaqi. As for the telescope and lifeboat mentioned by Wang Hao, he must get these two things. Lu Xian thought about it and made a careful arrangement. Then, handsome man, I will go overland with you. When Yini Chen heard that she could go out again, she was very excited. It was obvious that this girl was someone who couldn't sit still. She had been staying in the cave for several days and had long wanted to go out for a walk. You three should go by water together. I'll escort him alone. I've been on that road before, and it's not easy. Lu Xian waved his hand. He had walked this section of the cliff twice before, and it was quite difficult to walk on. If he brought a girl with him, it would become a burden. Lu Xian, isn't it unsafe for you to escort Wang Hao alone? Shen Qian was very worried that Lu Xian would take Wang Hao alone by land. Don't worry, I won't go through the jungle. I'll take the cliff path. I don't think this kid would dare to act rashly. Besides, I'll tie his hands later. Lu Xian already had his own plans. Although Lu Xian thought that Wang Hao was no match for him in a 1v1 situation, Lu Xian was not a complacent person and naturally had to do a good job of safety. Brother Lu, I'm done washing up. Can you give me something to eat? Just as they started enjoying breakfast, Wang Hao finished cleaning himself up. Seeing Lu Xian and the others sitting around the barbecue grill enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, his eyes lit up. He has been following Lu Yuqiang these days, and every day he either gnaws on coconut meat or chews on compressed biscuits. If he continues like this, he will soon become a herbivore. He can't remember how long it has been since he tasted meat. Once he saw a wild rabbit. Wang Hao almost pounced on it and gnawed it. He saw that Lu Xian and his three companions had set up 2 barbecue grills, which were filled with a row of grilled fish. The aroma of the grilled fish filled the entire beach. Looking at the fish with an enticing sheen, the skin was roasted golden and crispy, and the tender white fish meat inside was faintly visible. Wang Hao's saliva was almost dripping to the ground. Why are we both stranded on a deserted island? I have no food to eat and can only chew on tree bark and eat grasshoppers. But look at them. There are beautiful women and they are barbecuing. They are definitely here for vacation and relaxation. You want to eat? Lu Xian glanced at Wang Hao, who was soaked all over. Yes, give me one string, just one string, just one string. Wang Hao looked at Lu Xian with almost pleading eyes. What if you run away after eating? Lu Xian stuffed another piece of delicious grilled fish into his mouth and did not forget to add another skewer. Run, I won't run, I won't run. What Wang Hao said was actually a sincere word. When he smelled the grilled fish, he just wanted to move forward. No, that won't work. Unless you let us tie your hands. I don't have any extra fish to give you. Tie me up? Sure, as long as you give me grilled fish, it's all right. Wang Hao was already starving after traveling for more than 2 hours, and when he smelled the aroma of the grilled fish, the worms in his stomach were about to rebel. In order to taste this grilled fish, not only would they tie his hands, they would even tie him up tightly. Since the other party readily accepted it, Lu Xian stood up and tied the other party's hands tightly. The security measures were already in place, and Lu Xian generously gave the other party a skewer of grilled fish. After all, there was still a long way to go. If the man could not walk halfway, his plan to raid the other party's lair would be in vain. Delicious. Wang Hao's wrists had been tied up, so he could only hold up the grilled fish with difficulty, stretching his neck to eat it. This was the most delicious breakfast he had had in more than a week since he arrived on the island. After breakfast, Lu Xian temporarily tied Wang Hao to a big tree, and then began to remind the 3 girls about safety issues, especially how to pass the cliff in the safest way. Lu Xian, don't worry. Qian and I have been through this before, so there won't be any problems. But do you really think it's necessary to be so anxious? Lung Mingyao has always been a thoughtful person in her dealings with others. She was a little worried that Lu Xian would act too hastily in his pursuit of revenge. That lifeboat and telescope are both very important supplies. If that woman takes them away, we will suffer a great loss. We must act now, not later. Lu Xian did have a desire for revenge at the moment, but what really attracted Lu Xian to look for Lu Yuqiang's residence immediately was the telescope and lifeboat mentioned by Wang Hao. These 2 things were really too important. With the telescope, Lu Xian's vision has increased several times, especially the yacht still floating on the sea. Maybe he can use the telescope to locate the position of the ship. As for the lifeboats, the more the better. Lu Xian currently has 4 people here. If a large amount of supplies are needed, 1 lifeboat will not be enough. If there is 1 more, it will be much more convenient and faster to transport the goods. In the future, there will be no need to split into 2 groups like today. After everything was ready, Lu Xian and the 3 girls agreed to meet at the broken boat. Lu Xian, carrying Wang Hao, whose hands were bound, set out on the land route first. Chapter 98. Trying to trick me? No way. Brother Lu, we should go this way. Lu Xian pulled one end of the rope that tied Wang Hao's hands with one hand, like walking a dog, and followed Wang Hao to his lair. However, Lu Xian just strolled along the shore and refused to go into the jungle no matter what. Wang Hao knew very well that he was a prisoner now, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only force a smile and said something weakly, hoping to convince Lu Xian to move forward in the direction he envisioned. I know, it's more efficient to go this way. However, Lu Xian not only did not do as he wished, but also pointed forward calmly. Go this way. Lu, brother Lu, it seems there is no road ahead. Wang Hao stretched his neck and looked forward. At the end of the beach was the towering cliff, and there was no road. That's the road. Lu Xian still pointed forward with a calm expression, but this time he raised his hand slightly by half an inch. Lu, brother Lu, your path isn't referring to that cliff, is it? A sense of foreboding arose in Wang Hao's heart. He had originally planned that if he walked through the jungle, he might have some chance of escape. As long as Lu Xian was not careful, he could rely on his familiarity with the jungle, and, if he was lucky, he could really slip away. But if he walked along the beach and climbed over the cliff, let alone escaping, it was doubtful whether he could even climb up successfully. Wang Hao had climbed to the top of that cliff before. Even though his legs were not injured and his hands were not tied, it still took him a lot of effort to climb up. Now in his current condition, it was simply a fantasy to expect himself to escape while climbing the cliff. He was afraid that he would roll down the cliff and be smashed to pieces before he even started running. Yes, go this way, it's closer. Lu Xian was quite relaxed and at ease, waving from time to time to the 3 girls who were paddling hard as they set out from the water. Lu, brother Lu, how am I supposed to climb this cliff? This is too dangerous. Thinking that his escape plan had gone to waste, Wang Hao almost had the word worry written all over his face. Climbing the cliff to get to the beach is indeed a shortcut, but although it is shorter, the risk factor also increases exponentially. How do you crawl? Just have hands and feet. Stop talking nonsense and move on. Lu Xian didn't want to listen to Wang Hao's nonsense at all. He pulled the rope twice, signaling his dog to move quickly. Wang Hao was in tears at the moment. His life and property were being held by others, so he had no choice but to obey like a pug. But when he really walked to the foot of the cliff and looked up at the towering cliff, he couldn't help but feel his legs shaking. Brother Lu, how about, let's think about this again. If he really falls from such a high place, it will be the end of him. Wang Hao kept begging Lu Xian. Fall down. If you fall down, just get up again. There's a saying that goes, get up from where you fell. Come on, keep up. However, Lu Xian's response left Wang Hao completely speechless. Get up from where you fell? Brother, do you think you have a chance to get up if you fall down from this cliff? Wang Hao now understood everything completely. It turned out that this guy had not left him any chance to escape. At that moment, he had no choice but to follow Lu Xian's pace and started this rugged mountain road. Fortunately, Lu Xian only tied his arms, and his hands could still move. Although the road was rugged, relying on his good balance, Wang Hao still successfully followed Lu Xian to the top. Look at this man. Only by standing high can you see far. Without going through the wind and rain, how can you see the rainbow? Look at this beautiful land. Can you see it if you walk through the jungle? After climbing to the top of the cliff, Lu Xian did not forget to give a lecture. Although Wang Hao had 1,000 horses galloping in his heart, he could only flatter. Brother Lu is right. That's right. But after the flattery was over, Wang Hao almost cried again when he saw the road down the mountain. It is said that going up a mountain is easy, but going down is difficult. How should we go on? Hey, I'll lead the way up the mountain, and you can go ahead on the way down. I'll let you be the leader and experience what it's like to be a captain. As a result, Wang Hao was still crying bitterly, and Lu Xian behind him gave him new instructions. How could this sound so shameless? What do you mean by, you lead the way up the mountain, and I lead the team down the mountain? You are obviously afraid of getting yourself into trouble. Wang Hao was not stupid either. He knew very well that the reason why Lu Xian chose to walk in front when going up the mountain and behind when going down the mountain was simply because if he slipped and fell, no one else would be affected. But since I am now the meat on the chopping board, I can only choose to be obedient. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Along the way, Lu Xian behind him kept urging Wang Hao, and Wang Hao really wanted to greet all of Lu Xian's relatives. You, who have healthy hands and feet, don't lead the way, but insist on asking a half-disabled person like me to lead the way. Is there any justice in this world? Unfortunately, God could not hear Wang Hao's inner complaints at all. After falling 3 or 4 times in a row, Wang Hao, who was covered in injuries, finally landed safely. Look at this. I told you can do it. Isn't this much faster than walking through the jungle? People should be good at change and have the ambition to make progress. This finally came to fruition, and Lu Xian did not forget to add a few words of diligent instruction. Yes. Lu. Brother Lu is right. Wang Hao's heart was bleeding. This man was definitely involved in a pyramid scheme and had a lot of tricks to deceive people. At that moment, let alone an escape plan, Wang Hao even walked awkwardly. Lu Xian. As soon as the two approached the stranded ship, Lu Xian heard the voices of Shun Qian and Lung Mingyao. It's true that this method of advancing by land and water is the most efficient. The two groups arrived at their destination almost at the same time. Are you all doing well? After seeing Lu Xian, Shun Qian was very excited and was still greeting Lu Xian from about 10 meters away. It went smoothly. It went very smoothly. It couldn't have gone any smoother than this. While holding the hand of Wang Hao who was leading the way, Lu Xian responded to Shun Qian enthusiastically. After hearing the conversation between the two men, Wang Hao looked at his body covered in wounds and felt even more compassion in his heart. Smooth. If this is called smooth, then what else in life can be called unsmooth? All right, we're already on land. Why don't you hurry up? If you lead me to your cave and catch that woman Yang Yaki, I'll reward you handsomely. Big capitalist, Lu Xian urged Wang Hao to hurry up, while also painting a rosy picture for him. Wang Hao didn't want to think about anything now. The escape plan in his mind had long been thrown out of his mind. He only had one thought at the moment, which was to quickly return to his residence and stay away from this terrible man. Brother Lu, we're almost there. Go into the jungle, walk another 200 meters, and we'll be there. Just when Wang Hao was so tired that he could hardly stand up, he finally realized that he was about to reach his destination. Lu Xian called a few girls off the boat. But when the 3 girls got off the boat one after another, Lu Xian found a bloodstain at the junction of the beach and the jungle. No, it should be said that there are bloodstains. Chapter 99. Are there people on the island? Stand back and be alert to your surroundings. Wang Hao, are you sure your residence is in this direction? Seeing the bloodstains on the ground, Lu Xian vigilantly picked up the dagger he carried with him. The 3 girls behind him who had just gotten off the boat also raised their homemade harpoons and looked around vigilantly with their backs to each other. Yes, right here. Where did all this blood come from? Obviously, Wang Hao was also shocked at the moment. He didn't care about the pain in his body and kept looking down. Lu Xian, this blood seems to have come from the jungle. Shin Qian observed very carefully and soon discovered the clues. He pointed to the bloodstains on the ground and then to the jungle ahead. Let's go. Wang Hao, you lead the way. Lu Xian continued to escort Wang Hao deeper into the jungle. He was unfamiliar with this place and it was his first time here. So in order to ensure safety, he naturally pushed Wang Hao to the front. If something really happens, I can use this guy as a shield. The 3 girls followed Lu Xian closely, looking back every 3 steps and turning around every 5 steps. Yang Yaki. Just after they walked 100 meters deep into the jungle, Wang Hao, who was walking in front, suddenly discovered a woman with disheveled hair in front of him. Seeing Wang Hao stopped and staring at the front, Lu Xian also looked forward, only to see Yang Yaki holding a bloody dagger and laughing wildly at Lu Yuqiang, who was lying in a pool of blood. Her long hair, a few strands stained with blood, draped messily over her shoulders, swaying gently in the wind, adding a touch of eerie atmosphere. Her face was contorted with extreme excitement or anger, her eyes red as if burning with flames as she stared straight ahead, her gaze filled with both frantic delight and a subtle hint of determination. The tip of the tightly gripped dagger was still trembling slightly, as if still savoring the thrilling blow. Bright red blood slowly slid down the blade, dripping onto the cold ground with a tick, tick sound that formed a sharp contrast with the stagnant air around it. Not far in front of Yang Yaki, Lu Yuqiang collapsed in a pool of blood. His body slumped limply, his face pale as paper, his eyes closed, as if he had lost all hope. Blood gushed out from his wounds, quickly pooling on the ground into a shocking red lake. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, making people sick. Hearing the noise outside, Yang Yaki turned her head, and then everyone saw an extremely terrifying and distorted face. You are all bad people. You all deserve to die? Damn it. Ha ha ha. After laughing 3 times in front of everyone, Yang Yaki suddenly ran deep into the jungle. Chong, brother Chong. At this time, Wang Hao also saw Lu Yuqiang lying on the ground, dying. Wang Hao's heart suddenly tightened, as if being gripped by an invisible hand, and his breathing became rapid. He took 2 steps at a time, struggled through the bushes, and rushed to Lu Yuqiang's side. After all, Wang Hao has followed Lu Yuqiang for many years. Seeing that the big brother who usually took him to the world has become like this, he couldn't help but feel sad. Brother Chong, how are you? Was it that woman? Was it that woman who did this? Wang Hao kept pushing Lu Yuqiang, who was covered in blood, and kept roaring. Lu Yuqiang's face was pale, his eyes were closed, blood was hanging from the corner of his mouth, and blood was flowing from his left chest. It was obvious that there was no way to save him. Yang Yaqi, you bitch. I'm going to kill you, you die. At this moment, Wang Hao rushed straight towards the direction where Yang Yaqi left like a mad wolf. Lucian, it seems he's dying. At this time, Shen Qian and Yi Chen were already frightened by the scene in front of them. The 2 girls covered their eyes together, and their legs were shaking constantly. Lung Mingyao, on the other hand, still maintained 70 of his rationality. She squatted down and pressed Lu Yuqiang's wound tightly, as if trying to stop the bleeding. Of course, all of this has no meaning at the moment. You are a good person. When Lu Yuqiang, who was only breathing his last breath, found out that the person who would accompany him to complete the last step of his life was Lung Mingyao, the person he had been targeting all along, Lu Yuqiang looked at the woman in front of him with a wry smile and uttered a few words with difficulty. You, stop talking, you'll be fine. Lung Mingyao pulled off a corner of the other person's shirt, trying his best to bandage the wound and comfort him. Even if Lung Mingyao said this, she herself would not believe it. It's useless. Lu Yuqiang tried his best, forced a smile, and shook his head at Lung Mingyao. Seeing this scene, even Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. When a bird is about to die, its cry is sad. When a person is about to die, his words are kind. Perhaps only when people face death directly can they truly let go of the many obsessions in their hearts. At this moment, money, power, women, all become as light as a feather. You have to be careful. There are people on the island. When Lu Xian and others were still sighing, Lu Yuqiang used up his last bit of strength to say this sentence. But it seemed that he had only said half of the last word before the other party completely stopped breathing. What did he say? What's on the island? Lu Xian was standing at the time, so he naturally didn't hear clearly, but it was obvious that Lu Yuqiang seemed to be issuing some warning to Lung Mingyao in his dying moments. I didn't hear it clearly. It seemed to be people, but it also seemed not to be. It's not that Lu Xian is hard of hearing. Even Lung Mingyao, who is closest to Lu Yuqiang, didn't seem to hear clearly what the other party said. There are people on the island? There must be people on this island. Shen Qian blinked twice, indicating that she completely did not understand what Lu Yuqiang said before his death. Is there anyone on the island? Lu Xian thought about it, but couldn't figure out what Lu Yuqiang meant. Just as everyone was still trying to guess Lu Yuqiang's last words, a miserable male voice came from deep in the jungle ahead. It's Wang Hao's voice. Lung Mingyao immediately recognized whose voice it was. Don't move here, don't go anywhere. I'll go over and take a look. Lu Xian, I'll go with you. As Lu Xian turned around and ran towards the jungle in front with the harpoon, Shen Qian followed closely. What are you doing here? Go back. No, we agreed to advance and retreat together. Besides, I can protect you. Seeing the girl's resolute attitude, Lu Xian didn't say much. He gave Lung Mingyao, who was staying at the cave entrance, a look, then turned around and rushed towards the direction of the sound. Chapter 100, A Woman in Madness. Lu Xian, wait for me. Seeing that Lu Xian was walking faster, Shen Qian quickly jogged to catch up with him, and as if she was afraid that Lu Xian would leave her behind, she held Lu Xian's arm tightly. I told you to stay in the cave with Lung Mingyao and the others. Why did you insist on following us? Lu Xian felt a little resentful about his woman's disobedience, but Shen Qian just smiled foolishly and pulled Lu Xian's arm tighter, saying, I want to protect you. That bad woman might use some insidious tricks again. Hearing this and seeing a blush on Shen Qian's face, Lu Xian immediately understood why Shen Qian was so determined to follow him. It was because she was worried that Yang Yaqi would use some honey trap on him again. Don't worry. How can Yang Yaqi compare to my queen? Lu Xian, Shen Qian. Lu Xian had just said a few words to Shen Qian beside him when he heard Yang Yaqi's voice coming from the front. But Yang Yaqi almost said the last 3 words with gritted teeth. Yang Yaqi? Where's Wang Hao? Seeing Yang Yaqi standing in front of him with her hair disheveled and eyes almost invisible, Lu Xian blocked Shen Qian behind him and held the harpoon in his hand vigilantly. Shen Qian also pursed her lips and stared at the woman in front of her intently. He's dead. All of you men deserve to die, including you. You're so treacherous and you abandoned me after having sex with me. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Yang Yaqi sneered 3 times, then pushed her hair away from her eyes, stared at Lu Xian ferociously, and roared with gritted teeth. Lu Xian glanced around, and sure enough, through the gap between Yang Yaqi's legs, he saw someone lying behind her. It is almost certain that it is Wang Hao. You killed him? Are you crazy? Isn't killing Lu Yuqiang enough? Lu Xian clenched the harpoon in his hand, frowning as he looked at the woman in front of him who had fallen into madness. Shouldn't Lu Yuqiang die? He defiled me. He deserves to go to hell. Shouldn't Wang Hao die? He's just a dog of Lu Yuqiang. He deserves to die. All of you men deserve to die. No, it's all of you, including you, Lu Xian. You actually chose this woman and abandoned me. Do you know how sad I am? Hearing all these words from the other party, Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh at how ridiculous people who live in their own worldview are. Have you ever reflected on yourself? It's always others who are at fault. Don't you remember anything you did? Ridiculous woman. That's right, it was you who changed your mind first, wasn't it? Shin Qian, who was standing behind her, heard that the other party had even cursed her man, and immediately pouted her lips to express her firm opposition. Shut up. Shin Qian, you're just a slut who stole someone else's man. The whole company knows that Lu Xian is my man. So what gives you the right to steal my love? Lu Xian, how am I worse than her? Why did you choose her and give up on me who loves you so deeply? That's enough, Yang Yaqi. You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. You're only interested in profit and money. You never reflect on yourself and only know how to force others. How dare you talk about love and chastity in front of me? A life for a life. That alone is enough to send you to hell. Lu Xian really didn't want to listen to the other party's crazy talk, so he interrupted him immediately. I'm going to hell, ha ha. I'm going to hell. What did I do wrong? I'm fighting for a better life, am I wrong? I'm fighting to survive, am I wrong? It's you who are wrong. It's you men. It's all of you. It's this world that is wrong. I'm the victim. You are such an unreasonable woman. Are you sick? Hearing the other party's unreasonable words, Shin Qian couldn't help but started cursing. It's really not the girl's fault for her sweet talk. It's just that Yang Yaqi's values are too speechless. From beginning to end, she blames the sky and the earth, and the only person who is not wrong is herself. It felt like everyone was guilty, and she was the most innocent and pitiful one. Shin Qian, shut up. I'm going to kill you now. You dare to steal my man. You must die. Yang Yaqi, who was already hopeless and in a frenzy, stared straight at Shin Qian, who was hiding behind Lu Xian, her whole body filled with murderous intent. That's enough. Crazy woman. Fuck. Lu Xian had heard enough of this woman's crazy words, so he directly offered her the national treasure. Qian, step back. I'll take care of her. At this moment, Lu Xian already had 10,000 reasons to execute the madman in front of him. Apart from anything else, the fact that she had exposed her residence and killed 2 people without reason was enough to sentence her to death. Lu Xian, you actually helped her? You want to kill me? Haha. I am your real girlfriend. I am. She is the mistress. She is the third party. Shin Qian, you must die. You must die. Completely frantic, Yang Yakin turned around and pulled out the dagger that had been inserted into Wang Hao's chest. In an instant, a foot-high stream of blood spurted out of Wang Hao's chest as he was only breathing his last. The entire jungle seemed to be filled with the unpleasant smell of blood. Seeing such a bloody scene, Lu Xian and Shin Qian couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses. On the other hand, Yang Yaqi, like a mad lioness, raised the bloody dagger in her hand and rushed straight towards Shin Qian behind Lu Xian. Fuck damn. Lu Xian was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He grabbed the harpoon and rushed forward, swearing. With a puff sound, the harpoon in Lu Xian's hand went straight into Yang Yaqi's abdominal cavity. Lu Xian didn't expect that this woman didn't hide or avoid him at all. It seemed that in her eyes, Shin Qian was the only one left in the world. It would be more accurate to say that the woman bumped into him herself rather than saying that Lu Xian pierced her abdomen. Kuyin, step back. Lu Xian didn't have time to think about it. While urging Shin Qian to continue retreating and keep a safe distance, he gripped the harpoon tightly in his hand and tried his best to resist the opponent's forward force. It was obvious that this woman had gone completely crazy at this time. She had only one goal, which was to kill Shin Qian. Pain, anger, and even death are no longer important to her. Oh shit. Seeing this, Lu Xian no longer hesitated and used all his strength to push the harpoon forward, until it completely penetrated Yang Yaqi's body, and then went straight into the ground behind Yang Yaqi. Yang Yaqi, whose intestines were pierced, had no strength left at this time. She just looked at Lu Xian with unwillingness and incomprehension, and her right hand holding the dagger slowly dropped down. Lu Xian, why did you choose her, and not me? Before she died, the woman still squeezed out these words. Looking at Yang Yaqi, who slowly fell down, Lu Xian felt for a moment that this woman was very pitiful and pathetic. She lived in her own world until her death, and until her death she believed that it was this world that was wrong. Perhaps this proves the saying that there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Lu Xian, come here quickly. Come and take a look. We found this. Just as Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and was filled with emotion, Lung Mingyao's voice came from behind him. Chapter 101. Searching for the second lifeboat. When Lung Mingyao saw clearly the situation here with Lu Xian, his originally excited expression immediately changed, and he retreated behind Yini Chen with trembling all over. Yini Chen was calmer than Lung Mingyao. It seemed that this woman had seen the world. This kind of woman deserves to die and be done with it. How dare she steal our supplies? Bah, what did you say you found? Lu Xian was obviously more interested in what Lung Mingyao had just said. We also found a whole roll of hemp rope, which was quite heavy. Yes. We also found a whole row of short coconut trees on the west side of the cave, with lots of coconuts on them. Lung Mingyao and Yin Yichen each told Lu Xian a piece of good news. Although there was indeed a hemp rope in his cave, it was not long enough, and the hemp rope was also a consumable item. He didn't have much left. As for the coconuts, Lu Xian had actually been thinking about them for a long time. Unfortunately, the coconut trees he saw at the time were tall and strong, and it was too difficult to get coconuts. Now that he had this short coconut tree, the task of picking coconuts would be much simpler. Have you found the two men? Dead or alive? Lu Xian was naturally very happy about Lung Mingyao and Yini Chen's discovery, but he was also a little worried because Fatty and Huang Mao were missing. No, I didn't see any. Lu Yuqiang was the only one in the cave. There was no trace of anyone else, and no other bodies were found. Lung Mingyao and Yini Chen looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Lu Xian, could it be that Fatty and Yellow Hair haven't returned? Perhaps they've parted ways? Will they know where we live and come and cause trouble for us again, just like Yang Yaqi did? Shen Qian never had a good impression of those two people, and she had seen Lu Xian beat them up with her own eyes, so Shen Qian's worries were not unreasonable. Don't worry, those two alone won't cause any trouble. Besides, they're most likely taking the jungle route. I have my own way to ensure our safety. Lung Mingyao, Yini Chen, have you found the lifeboat Wang Hao mentioned? There was a coconut tree and a whole roll of hemp rope. At that moment, this second lifeboat became the material that Lu Xian cared about most. We haven't found anything yet. We didn't dare to go further west. Since Lu Xian specifically told the two girls not to go far and to stay where they were as much as possible, it was normal that Lung Mingyao and Yini Chen did not notice the lifeboat. Help me carry Lu Yuqiang's body out and put it with the three of them. It'll be a companion for the journey. As for this cave, maybe it can serve as our second temporary base. Lu Xian already had a temporary residence on the east side of his cave, so it was a good idea to build a backup residence on the west side. However, this place was really simple. Lu Xian had roughly seen the cave where Lu Yuqiang and others lived, and estimated that it could not even provide complete shelter from wind and rain. It took them half an hour to carry Lu Yuqiang's body over and bury the three of them together in the jungle. Of course, they simply covered it with leaves. Lu Xian didn't have the time to dig a hole and erect a tombstone for the three of them. Before leaving, Lu Xian searched the three people, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything useful. As for their clothes, Lu Xian thought about it and decided to forget about them. Not only were they badly damaged, but they were also covered in blood. I'm afraid no one would dare to wear them after taking them back, and they would only add to the fear of the girls. Lu Xian, who do you think the person on the island that Lu Yuqiang mentioned before his death was referring to? While the four of them worked together to carry supplies and pick coconuts, Lung Mingyao was still thinking about Lu Yuqiang's last words. I don't know either, but it's definitely not a good thing for us. He seems to be warning us. Lu Xian chopped down 4 or 5 coconuts with his machete, but he couldn't answer Lung Mingyao's question. The only thing he knew was that there seemed to be someone on the island who was hostile to him. Lu Xian, do you think the people Lu Yuqiang was referring to are the missing Huang Mao and Fatty? Shen Qian picked up the 3 coconuts and seemed to think of Zhang Tsung's 2 younger brothers. After all, everyone he needed to find was missing except these 2. It's not impossible, but I don't think it's likely. There's no need to panic right now. We just need to be more aware of our surroundings when we go out. Now, we have a pair of binoculars, which is a real asset. Just keep an eye out, and we'll be safe. Lu Xian also didn't want the girls to become anxious because of Lu Yuqiang's last words, which would affect the quality of life of his group. Just as Lu Xian said, as long as his group was more careful, he would not be afraid even if there were people on the island who had ill intentions towards him. Lu Xian, there are already more than 40 coconuts. They are piled high on the boat. If we can't find the lifeboat, then at least 2 of us will have to go back by land. Ini Chen, the last of the 4 people in charge of stacking coconuts, counted the number of coconuts, trotted over, and looked at Lu Xian with some concern. Let's split into 2 teams now. Lung Mengyao, you and Ini Chen return to the boat and guard our supplies. Qian and I will search westward along the border of the beach and the jungle. I think if they really have a lifeboat, it's likely near the coast. We'll signal you if anything happens. Lu Xian's anticipation for the second lifeboat was no less than his opponent's telescope, and he believed that Wang Hao should not have lied to him. After all, he had already found the telescope that the man mentioned. Of course, this was Lu Xian's first time here, and with Lu Yuqiang's warning, Lu Xian would definitely consider safety and the safekeeping of supplies. He couldn't let others take away the supplies he had worked so hard to find. Okay, then you 2 be careful. We'll follow you slowly along the coastline. With the strength of the 2 girls alone, their rowing speed was far slower than Lu Xian's walking, so Lung Mengyao and Ini Chen only had to make sure that Lu Xian was within their sight. The 4 of them began to act separately according to the plan. Lu Xian always believed that the lifeboat was most likely at the junction of the beach and the jungle. After all, no one would have the audacity to move the lifeboat into the jungle. Lu Xian, Lu Yuqiang's cave is right here, so the lifeboat should be nearby. Why can't we find it? Do you think Zhang Tsung's 2 minions might have taken it away? As the 2 headed west to search for a lifeboat, Shen Qian raised her questions. Lu Xian also felt that what the girl said made sense. If lifeboats really existed, no one would deliberately park them so far away from their homes. It's like, if there's a bus stop right outside your neighborhood, but you insist on getting off at someone else's? Isn't that completely insane? Lu Xian, there's no way forward. The 2 continued walking forward for another 100 meters. When the tall palm trees gradually gave way to low bushes, Lu Xian saw a towering cliff blocking their way. Chapter 102, What's on the other side of the cliff? Speaking of the terrain on this deserted island, what gave Lu Xian the most headaches was the cliffs that blocked the coastline. Just like the cliff he had climbed over when he came here today, it split the 2 originally good beaches into 2 halves, making it take a lot of effort for him to come from the east every time. Unexpectedly, I encountered a new cliff this time. It seemed that the cliff in front of me was much higher than the one in front of my home, and it extended all the way into the depths of the jungle, as if it seemed as if there was no end in sight. Let's go back to the shore and meet up with Lung Mengyao and the others first. Lu Xian looked up at the position of the sun. It was already past noon. He had neither the time nor the energy to explore how to cross the towering cliffs by land. His only hope was to row a boat along the sea route, bypass the cliffs, and then explore the way forward. The reason for this idea is that although this cliff is towering, the area extending to the sea is not large. As long as you row the boat 200 or 300 meters away from the coastline, you will probably be able to see the situation on the other side of the cliff clearly. Hand in hand with Shen Qian, the 2 returned to the shoreline and waved to the 2 girls who were still slowly paddling towards them. Lung Mengyao immediately understood and nodded to Ini Chen behind him. The 2 girls increased the frequency of paddling. 10 minutes later, the 4 of them met at the beach 300 or 400 meters in front of the cliff. Lu Xian, is the cliff ahead blocking the way? You still haven't found the lifeboat. Lung Mengyao had already noticed the towering cliff a long time ago. Seeing the 2 people returning empty-handed, he basically guessed the result. Yes, Ko-in thinks the lifeboat might have been rowed away by Zhang Tsung's 2 minions. I think that makes sense. At the moment, we can't keep searching for the lifeboat endlessly. It's at least 3 hours away from our cave. If we really can't find the lifeboat, we'll need 2 people to return by land, and we don't have that much time. Lu Xian informed the 3 girls of the actual situation. The situation was very clear. It was estimated that there were only 4 hours left until dark. Therefore, in order to ensure that they could return to the cave smoothly before dark, they only had 1 hour at most to search for the missing lifeboat. After 1 hour, regardless of whether they found it or not, they had to return for safety. I have no objection. Ko-in, Ichun, do you have any ideas? Lung Mengyao expressed his support for Lu Xian's point of view. Although the second lifeboat was very important, compared with safety, any supplies had to be put aside. I have no objection, and I agree with Lu Xian's opinion. I believe in the handsome boy. Shen Qian and Ini Chen were both Lu Xian's loyal fans, so naturally they had no objections. Lu Xian, tell me, what should we do next? Since everyone has no objection, the rest of the matter is very simple. There is only 1 hour left to see how Lu Xian arranges the plan to find the lifeboat. Whoever of you has better physical strength, come with me and go west again. Lu Xian pointed to the place where the cliff extended to the sea. His meaning was very clear. He needed to find a partner to row to the other side of the cliff to check the situation. As for the remaining 2 people, they rested together on the spot. Handsome guy, I'll go with you. I'm in great shape. Eni-chin volunteered to raise her right hand, with an excited expression on her face. The girl was obviously very interested in adventure. Then Ming Yao and I will wait for you here. Shin Qian was not pretentious. In terms of physique and endurance, she was indeed the most delicate of the 3 girls. As for Lung Mingyao, she also knew her own limitations. After assessing her own physical strength, she decided to stay with Shen Qian and wait. Handsome boy, it's finally my turn to accompany you. Seeing that she could travel with Lu Xian, the girl acted as if she was going to elope with Lu Xian. She looked very excited and ready to go. Listen to my instructions and don't row aimlessly. You too, take that harpoon and this dagger. Also, take these compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water. Don't go anywhere, and don't stand on the shore. You'll be too conspicuous. Hide under that palm tree, eat something, replenish your energy, and wait for us to come back. Lu Xian helped Lung Mingyao get off the boat, sat in the front of the boat himself, and gave the 2 girls some special instructions. Lu Xian, don't worry, we will take good care of ourselves. You should also be careful. If you really can't find it, don't force it and come back as soon as possible. Although Shen Qian was very worried about Lu Xian going to explore unfamiliar places, she understood Lu Xian's personality. Lu Xian always kept his word and would definitely carry out what he decided. So she just said a few words of advice, and together with Lung Mingyao, she took the harpoon, dagger, drinking water and compressed biscuits handed to her by Lu Xian, and then obediently stood under the palm tree that Lu Xian pointed to. Okay, follow my instructions, paddle left, and let's go. After settling the 2 girls, Lu Xian took Eni-chin and started heading towards the cliff. Eni-chin rowed so hard. Her paddling frequency was even higher than Lu Xian's. Don't push too hard. You won't have enough energy when you come back. Just paddle another 100 meters out to sea. Lu Xian was afraid that the girl would overdo it, and that he would end up having to work alone on the way back. Fortunately, the boat controlled by the 2 men was less than 100 meters away from the outermost end of the cliff. Lu Xian's goal was very clear. As long as he could get around the outermost side of the cliff and see the situation on the other side clearly, he wouldn't have to row hard anymore. Because he now has a magical artifact in his hand, a telescope. Yizur. Eni-chin playfully saluted Lu Xian's back, and then continued paddling the bamboo paddle according to Lu Xian's instructions. Alright, there's still 30 meters to go. That's about it. Strike another 50, then rest here. Drink some water, and eat some biscuits to replenish your energy. Lu Xian had already adjusted the direction of the bow of the boat so that he could better see the situation on the other side of the cliff. Okay, 49, 48. 18, 17, 3, 2, 1. Call it a day. Eni-chin was very obedient. When Lu Xian asked her to row 50 times, she did not hesitate to do so. As soon as she had rowed 50 times, she quickly put away the bamboo paddle and started to gulp down the mineral water. Seeing Eni-chin finish half a bottle in one breath, it was obvious that this girl had put in a lot of effort. Lu Xian had no time to rest. After the boat had completely come to a stop and the entire coastline on the other side of the cliff came into view, Lu Xian picked up the still-warm telescope he had just received and began to examine the situation on the other side of the cliff. From left to right, Lu Xian scanned the area. Just as he came across a sunken beach, Lu Xian suddenly made a major discovery. Chapter 103, Unattended Lifeboat. Lu Xian found a lifeboat. Yes, it was indeed a lifeboat. Lu Xian could see clearly through his newly acquired telescope that in a depression on the beach, there was a small boat that was almost identical to his own lifeboat. Lu Xian also saw through the telescope that there seemed to be a lot of supplies on the boat, 7 or 8 coconuts, and some fruits that looked like grapes scattered in the boat. There's a boat over there, quick. Let's row over there. Seeing the lifeboat he had always dreamed of, which came with so many supplies, Lu Xian immediately wished he didn't have 2 more hands. He shouted to Eni-chin, who hadn't reacted yet, and started paddling faster, really wanting to fly over. Aw, slow down, my bamboo paddle. As a result, Eni-chin, who was still drinking water and taking a rest behind him, didn't react at all. He stumbled, and the bamboo paddle in his hand slipped and fell into the sea. This girl is impatient. When she saw that the food was gone, she reached out to grab it. There were only 2 people on the boat. Eni-chin, who was sitting in the back seat, shifted her center of gravity, and the entire boat instantly tilted in the direction where the bamboo paddle fell into the sea. Fortunately, Lu Xian was quick-witted and lowered his center of gravity. Then, with a flying pounce, he pushed Yin Chen back, who was about to go swimming in the sea with the bamboo paddle. Call. After the boat swayed back and forth for a while, it finally calmed down. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If the boat really capsized, losing a few coconuts would be a small matter, but it would be a big loss if the telescope, hemp rope, and other supplies on the boat fell into the sea. Just as he was about to stand up, Lu Xian suddenly realized that his right hand seemed to be holding something. It's quite soft and elastic, and it seems to be quite large. Handsome boy, did you do this on purpose? How does it feel? Is it bigger than Kuyin's? When Lu Xian reacted, Yin Chen didn't blush, her heart didn't beat fast, and she looked at him happily. Lu Xian raised his head and saw Yin Chen's cleavage clearly. You know what? It's really more lenient than Shen Qian's. Lu Xian actually had some physiological reactions involuntarily, but it was noticed by this woman again. Hee, if there's a reaction, then that means I'm better than her. The girl spoke so many vicious words one after another that even Lu Xian, a man, couldn't help but worship her. Of course, Lu Xian knew very well that the comparison between women regarding this thing was similar to the comparison between men regarding height and muscle. It was nothing more than vanity. Miss, if this bamboo paddle falls into the sea, I can fish it out for you. But if you fall into the sea, I might not be able to get you out. So hold on tight. See that? It's our second boat. However, they were currently in the sea, and Lu Xian didn't want to cause any boat quake. It would be more realistic to get the boat first. Wow, there really is a lifeboat. Let me see it. Yin Chen had good eyesight and could see the small boat docked on the shore with her naked eyes. She excitedly picked up the telescope in the boat. Really? There are still a lot of coconuts on it. Lu Xian, hurry up, let's steal that boat. No, it originally belonged to us. This is at most an inheritance. Hee. After hearing Yin Chen's explanation, Lu Xian was stunned. She even managed to get an inheritance. Awesome. Lu Xian forced a smile, not bothering to respond to the girl's question. He was currently wondering who had brought Lu Yuqian's boat here. Could it have been the two men, Huang Mao and Fatty? Or was it someone else's boat? Not the one Wang Hao mentioned? But at this moment, Lu Xian had only one thought. No matter who the boat belonged to or who the supplies on it belonged to, as long as he saw them, they were all his. Lu Xian, there seems to be something shiny on the beach behind that boat. It's really eye-catching. Could it be a diamond? We've made a fortune. Yin Chen, who held the telescope tightly, became more and more excited as she looked, and even began to dream of getting rich. Okay, let me see. Lu Xian pulled the telescope from Yin Chen's hand and looked in the direction of Yin Chen's finger. It really is. On the beach about 10 meters away from the boat, there seemed to be a metallic object, which emitted a dazzling silver luster under the direct sunlight. However, the luster was so dazzling that Lu Xian did not dare to use a telescope for a long time to check what it was. Paddle closer and take a look. Lu Xian put down the telescope and waved to Yin Chen behind him, and the two began to row hard towards the boat. Every few dozen meters, Lu Xian would raise his telescope to check the direction of the boat. There were two main objectives. One was to observe what that silver object was, and the other was to observe the situation around the boat. After all, this boat that suddenly appeared might actually be owned by someone. Stop, stop, stop. The two rowed for a while, and Lu Xian suddenly waved his hand and called for a stop. What's wrong? Yin Chen, who was paddling the bamboo paddle hard, looked at Lu Xian with a puzzled look on her face. I saw Lu Xian holding a telescope and staring intently at the front. An axe. Since the distance to the boat was estimated to be less than 300 meters at this time, and the angle of the sun had shifted slightly, Lu Xian was finally able to see clearly what the silver glowing object was. An axe with a wooden handle. There was an unattended boat piled with food, and an axe was placed on the beach not far from the boat. This scene always makes people feel a little uneasy. Yin Chen, keep paddling. Lu Xian continued to observe the situation in the direction of the boat with a telescope and waved to Yin Chen to row forward. Okay, watch me. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This girl was not pretentious at all. She didn't ask Lu Xian why he didn't row. Instead, she rowed quite vigorously and shouted slogans to herself while paddling. Lu Xian was not here to be lazy, but he vaguely felt that the situation on the shore was very strange. Logically speaking, this lifeboat, the fruit on it, and the axe on the beach were all essential supplies for survival on a deserted island. For most survivors, they would be something they would have loved to have. Yet, these items had been carelessly discarded on the shoreline. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more he felt that there was something strange about this matter. Eni-chin, who was standing behind Lu Xian, naturally didn't know about this, nor did she know what Lu Xian was thinking. This girl now had only one idea, which was to paddle hard. Okay, that's enough. Stay in the boat and don't move. I'll swim over. As a result, before he could row the boat to the shore, Lu Xian shouted to stop again, plunged into the sea, and then swam hard to the shore. Just when Eni-chin was at a loss, Lu Xian, who was an excellent swimmer, had already reached the shore. After looking around the boat, Lu Xian walked towards the axe. When Lu Xian approached the axe, the scene before him made him frown. Chapter 104 Blood Again. Lu Xian saw a few bloodstains beside the silver glowing axe. Damn, blood again. To be honest, Lu Xian felt a little nauseous when he saw the red liquid. If I think about it carefully, how much blood have I seen since I landed on the island? What made Lu Xian sigh even more was that almost every time he saw blood, it meant that there were survivors on the island who had died for various reasons. So on this deserted island, blood is equivalent to death. Handsome guy, what's going on? What did you see? Seeing that Lu Xian was fine, he suddenly jumped into the sea and swam to the shore by himself. Eni-chin, who was on the boat, had a confused look on her face and was rowing the boat slowly towards the shore. Don't row over here. Just stay there and keep your distance. Tie one end of the hemp rope to your boat, leaving 20 meters, and throw the other end to me. Lu Xian didn't want Eni-chin to see the situation on the beach at this time. After all, it was meaningless except for adding to someone else's distress and nausea. Oh, go on. Eni-chin was a straightforward person. Even though Lu Xian didn't let her go, she didn't ask any questions. Following Lu Xian's instructions, she used the machete on the boat to cut about 20 to 30 meters of hemp rope, tied one end of the rope to the boat, tied a knot at the other end, and threw it to Lu Xian. Taking the hemp rope thrown by Eni-chin, Lu Xian temporarily ignored the bloodstains on the ground and tied the hemp rope to the unattended boat. Wait a moment, I'll be back soon. After finishing all this, Lu Xian still wanted to look around. If possible, it would be better if he could find some clues. The beach here was nowhere near as wide as the one on the other side of the cliff. The estimated distance from the shoreline to the jungle behind it was only about 10 meters. The entire beach was not very long, forming an arc facing the shoreline. To the right was the direction of the cliff, and to the left a short distance away was a coast made up of jagged gravels. Lu Xian lowered his head to check the bloodstains on the ground. It was obvious that they were still pointing towards the jungle. Lu Xian picked up the axe on the ground and slowly walked towards the jungle. The jungle here seemed to be much denser than the one in Lu Yuqiang's place. Standing on the beach, it was almost impossible to see the situation in the jungle. Lu Xian bent down, deliberately lightened his steps, and moved closer to the jungle step by step. Carefully pushing aside the huge leaves of the bushes, I was greeted by a vast expanse of lush vegetation stretching as far as the eye could see. At the edge of the dense and deep unknown area, Lu Xian cautiously took the first step of exploration. The sunlight penetrates the dense treetops in dappled patterns, casting fine light and shadows, as if it is a guiding path specially laid out by nature, but endless secrets and unknowns are hidden in every inch of light and shadow. At first, the road was covered with dense vegetation, and Lu Xian had almost no place to step, making it quite difficult to walk. Only when the undergrowth thinned did the view suddenly open up, and a strange and stunning tropical rainforest scene suddenly came into view. Towering trees, their trunks so thick they required several people to hug, intertwined their branches and leaves, forming a green canopy that blocked out the sun, completely isolating the noise and disturbance of the outside world. The air is filled with a fresh scent mixed with soil and vegetation, and occasionally you can catch a hint of the fragrance of unknown flowers. However, Lu Xian was in no mood to admire the tropical plants, nor did he have time to appreciate the shock this rainforest brought him. He just wanted to find out where the bloodstains on the beach came from. In reality, Lu Xian himself was conflicted. Due to human nature, he didn't want to find any human blood, nor did he want to find another human corpse. However, if he really didn't find anything, it would only make him even more anxious and confused. At this time, Eni-chin, who was waiting for Lu Xian on the boat, was even more anxious than Lu Xian. He picked up the telescope from time to check the situation on Lu Xian's side, as if he was afraid that Lu Xian would run away. Of course, looking around at this moment, besides herself, Lu Xian was the only one left. If Eni-chin was left to face this unfamiliar environment alone, no matter how brave this girl was, she would have to back off. Lu Xian in the jungle had already entered the depths of the jungle. After he continued walking forward for dozens of meters, he made a discovery. In a dense vegetation, there is a piece of land that stands out particularly. There are no plants on it, only a bare piece of land. Moreover, The soil has obviously been dug up, with obvious traces of human activity. Lu Xian looked around vigilantly. Only the occasional bird calls could be heard from afar. Apart from that, the surroundings were eerily silent. Seeing the traces of human digging on the ground, Lu Xian had a sense of déjà vu. Lu Xian walked to the land, raised his foot, and stepped on it twice. The ground felt soft and loose. It was obvious that the soil had been turned out and then filled in, but the way of digging the hole and filling it in seemed quite perfunctory. Thinking back to the body burial pit that Lung Mingyao and I discovered when we were traveling alone, the two places had similarities, and it was likely that they were done by the same group of people. There are two major questions facing Lu Xian. First, if this is really another body burial pit, who is buried underneath? Second, why was this group so keen on burying bodies? He was afraid that he would not be able to answer the second question for a while. Even if the group of professional corpse burials appeared in front of him, Lu Xian estimated that the probability of them turning around and running away was much higher than going up to ask them why they wanted to bury the body. After all, the murder and burial might have been done by a group of people. However, Lu Xian wanted to answer his first question on his own. This time when I went out, I didn't bring a shovel. Besides the Swiss Army knife that I always carry with me, the only thing I had in my hand was the axe I picked up on the beach. Lu Xian swung the axe, randomly cut a thicker branch, and then started digging a hole with the branch. Fortunately, this group of people were really careless in their work, and the soil they filled in seemed to be just for show, so Lu Xian didn't have to work for long before he found the target object buried under the soil. After poking it twice, it felt somewhat elastic, so it was most likely a corpse. Thinking that he would have to deal with corpses again, Lu Xian said that he was not panicked at all and was calm, but that was all exaggeration. But at this moment, Lu Xian really wanted to know who was buried underneath. Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Curiosity overcame his fear, and he dug the soil again with all his might. Once we confirmed which side was the head of the corpse, the workload on our side became much lighter. After a while of stirring, the human face under the soil gradually emerged. Lu Xian didn't care about anything anymore, and simply used his hand to brush away the last layer of dust covering the face of the corpse. Squatting down, Lu Xian took a good look. Chapter 105, Only one person missing. After seeing the appearance of the corpse clearly, Lu Xian immediately recognized who it was. Zhang Tsung's little brother, the yellow-haired one. Lu Xian had dealt with this yellow-haired man many times, so he naturally would not make a mistake. However, the mystery facing Lu Xian now was even greater. Lu Yuqiang died, Wang Hao died, and Yang Yaqi was also dealt with by himself. Now, Huang Mao is also dead, so the only one left in the group is Fatty. Lu Xian thought for a moment, got up, and poked the burial place again with the branch in his hand. After walking around the area and poking around, it became clear that the space was only big enough to bury one person. Does that mean that the fat pig with big ears and whose hand was stepped on by me is missing? Was it he who dug the pit and buried the body? Was it he who abandoned the boat and the axe? What about the bloodstains? Was Huang Mao injured and beyond help, and the fat pig dug a grave to bury his companion? Or did the two of them fight over some conflict of interest, killing each other, and in the end, the fat pig, with his hand injured, killed Huang Mao? Putting these clues together, Lu Xian became more and more confused. Obviously, Lu Xian couldn't convince himself. The only thing that is 100% certain at the moment is that Huang Mao is dead and buried, and the fat pig is missing. That's all. Why? Lu Xian plunged the axe in his hand into the ground and sighed deeply. He looked up at the sun in the sky through the mottled leaves. Time waits for no one. Although he really wanted to sit down and sort out what had happened and what he had seen in the past few days, Lu Xian knew that Yini Qin, Shen Qian, and Lung Mingyao, who were at the other end of the cliff, were waiting for him to return. He had no time to waste here. Picking up the axe, Lu Xian chose to return. Putting aside the completely incomprehensible death of Huang Mao, today's harvest was actually quite rich. A second lifeboat, a telescope, a large roll of twine, an axe, and a large quantity of coconuts. It can be said that the trip was worthwhile. After calming down, Lu Xian returned to the beach with his axe. Seeing Lu Xian appear in her telescope again, Yini Qin, who had been waiting for a long time, was so excited that she kept waving her hands at Lu Xian. Lu Xian threw the axe into the small boat he had worked so hard to find, waved to Yini Qin, and the girl immediately began to row towards him. Lu Xian, where have you been? Did you find anything else? Seeing Lu Xian up close again, Yini Qin seemed very excited and kept asking Lu Xian what he had gained. Let's talk about it when we get back. It's getting late. Give me the bamboo paddle. You stay in that boat, and I'll row this one. Lu Xian had a long story to tell, and he didn't want to explain too much to Yini Qin at this time. After all, he had to go through it again with Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian to get back to the other side of the cliff, so he decided to save his energy and row back first. Okay then, I'll row ahead and you follow me. Yi Chen still maintained the good attitude of, if you don't tell me, I won't ask any more questions. She threw the bamboo paddle to Lu Xian and started to take the lead. Lu Xian turned around and scanned the unfamiliar beach and jungle again. He had an indescribable feeling in his heart, as if someone was always staring at him at this small island. Fortunately, the way back was quite smooth. Yi Chen was absolutely capable at her job. Lu Xian was originally worried that she would not have the strength to row on the way back, but it turned out that she rowed no slower than when she came, and she even turned around from time to wave to Lu Xian. When the two of them crossed the cliff, Yi Chen used a telescope to look for Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian. After discovering them, she began to wave desperately, regardless of whether they saw her or not, as if she had reunited with old friends she hadn't seen for 10 years. Along the way, Lu Xian was still thinking about what he had discovered in the unfamiliar jungle behind him. Although he had gone through it twice from beginning to end, unfortunately, he still couldn't come to any useful conclusion. Soon, under the powerful leadership of Yi Chen, the two of them successfully arrived at the coastline on the east side of the cliff in two small boats. Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian were also waiting on the shore early. Qian, Mingyao, we're awesome, aren't we? We have two small boats now, and we even found a bunch of coconuts. We're going to be rich, Coconuts? Are you picking coconuts again? Lung Mingyao was also surprised when he saw the coconuts on Lu Xian's boat. That's awesome. Yi Chen patted her chest, feeling extremely proud. When she saw her two good sisters, she jumped out without waiting for the boat to stop completely and ran to hug Shin Qian. Of course, she didn't forget to take advantage of Shin Qian. She stood with her, puffed out her chest, and winked at Lu Xian. Her meaning was clear. See? Facts speak louder than words. My sister's heart was simply broader than hers. But Lu Xian didn't have the heart to play the guess the size game with this girl right now. It's getting late. You guys should get on the boat first, and we'll talk as we go. Lu Xian did not get off the boat, but waved to the three girls. After all, the sun had already begun to set. Lu Xian estimated that it would be less than 2 hours before the sun set, and he and the others were running out of time. As an excellent boss, Lung Mingyao's ability to read people's expressions is naturally outstanding. After just a quick observation of Lu Xian's expression, he guessed that Lu Xian had probably made another discovery. Qian, you and Lu Xian take one boat, and Yi Chen and I will take another. Without Lu Xian's instructions, Lung Mingyao had decisively divided the three of them into two groups. Okay, Yi Chen, what happened to Lu Xian? Shin Qian seemed to have noticed that Lu Xian was not in a good mood. He seemed to be thinking about something and looked a little sad. However, Yi Chen just shrugged and said, the handsome guy said we'll talk about it when we get back, so I didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, as long as the four of us are here, there will be no problem. Ariel is an optimist and has always adhered to the life motto, there is nothing to worry about in the world. Only mediocre people worry about it themselves. I'm fine. Yi Chen is right. As long as the four of us are safe, it's no big deal. We've gained a lot today, and it's worth the trip. Let's all go back and have a good meal. Lu Xian naturally didn't want to spoil the fun of the three girls. Yi Chen's words were indeed true. Being stranded on a deserted island, what could be happier than being alive? As long as you are alive, everything is possible. The four of them got on the small boats respectively. It must be said that seeing the two small boats filled with supplies, everyone was quite satisfied with today's trip. The group began to move towards their own cave. Just before sunset, the four of them successfully reached the outermost edge of the east cliff. Lu Xian, look, the sunset is so beautiful. Shin Qian couldn't put down the new telescope. She paddled along the way and raised the telescope from time to look around. Lu Xian turned around and saw that half of the sun had sunk into the western coastline. The setting sun used its remaining light to cover the entire sea with a layer of gorgeous golden gauze. Lu Xian, look over there, look over there. While Lu Xian was still admiring the beautiful sunset, Shin Qian, holding a telescope, suddenly pointed excitedly towards the East Sea. Chapter 106. The yacht appears again. Lu Xian immediately took the telescope from Shun Qian's hand and looked in the direction the girl pointed. Through the gentle and faint afterglow of the setting sun, Lu Xian saw a ship floating on the sea in the distance. Because the distance was so far, apart from being certain that it was a ship, no other information could be known. Lu Xian, do you think it could be our yacht? The first thing Shin Qian thought of was the big yacht she was on. It's hard to say. Judging from the distance, it must be at least several kilometers. It's too far from the coastline. For Lu Xian, It would not be a big problem for him to row half a kilometer away from the coastline with only this lifeboat. However, if it exceeds 1 or 2 kilometers, then there will be considerable danger. After all, facing the unknown ocean, tiny humans can never predict what kind of risks it may bring to themselves. Have you seen the yacht again? Where is it? Show me quickly. Ini-chin was always the most curious one. She had been busy racing with Lu Xian before, but now she was finally side by side with Lu Xian. When she saw that the other party had made some discovery, she started clamoring for a telescope to see the yacht. It doesn't seem too far. Lu Xian, I'll row over there with you. This fearless girl was still making sarcastic remarks. It's too far away. If there's any weather change at sea, I'm afraid I won't have the strength to row back. Lung Mingyao is a realist, so she naturally thought about what Lu Xian was worried about. That's easy. We have a hemp rope. Tie it to the boat and the other end to a tree. That way, even if you can't row, we can pull you back together. Ini-chin waved her hand and responded easily. After hearing the girl's casual words, Lung Mingyao was stunned. Although what Ini-chin said sounds a bit unreliable, it is still a way to protect the boat from being swept away by the waves. Lu Xian, I roughly calculated the length of this hemp rope. It's probably around 3,000 or 4,000 meters long, and the quality is pretty good. Maybe this method is worth a try. For Lung Mingyao, a top student, estimating the length of a hemp rope by its cross-sectional diameter and overall volume is not a big problem at all. When Ini-chin expressed her idea, Lung Mingyao pondered for a moment and said it was worth a try. Okay, as long as the weather and wind direction allow, and I hope this yacht can get closer to the coastline, I'll row over and take a look. Lu Xian actually had this idea a long time ago, especially when he found this hemp rope, but this somewhat crazy attempt also required the cooperation of time and place. The weather is clear and visibility is high. The wind at sea is light. The yacht can get closer to the coastline. It would be best if all 3 of the above conditions are met. Then it is the best time to go overseas. Almost home. Almost home. I want to eat grilled fish. As night fell, the 4 of them finally crossed the cliffs and arrived at the sea in front of their home. After a busy whole day, the 4 of them were now starving, especially Ini-chin, who had been rowing for half a day. At this moment, she only wanted to reward herself with grilled fish. Tie up both boats. Let's go eat first. We'll have to trouble you all later. Tonight, not only do we have to move all the supplies on the boats into the cave, but we also have to tow both boats into our front yard. After what happened in the past few days, Lu Xian felt that his lifeboat was a bit too abrupt, not to mention that he now had another one. If it was really as Lu Yuqiang said, that someone on the island wanted to target him, then he could not leave these 2 treasures out in the open. Lu Xian, then we have to drag him in through the original door. These 2 lifeboats were not big, but not small either. Lu Xian immediately changed the location of the entrance to his bamboo fence. The current entrance was remote and had limited width, so it was impossible to tow 2 boats in from here. If he really wanted to tow the boat into his front yard, he had to reuse the original bamboo door. That's fine, just use that bamboo door. I've already thought about it. When I have some free time later, I'll seal off that path to the jungle. Lu Yuqiang's small team has now almost disintegrated, and Lu Xian's worries about his residents being exposed have also been reduced a lot. At the moment, Lu Xian was more worried about what Lu Yuqiang said before his death. There were other people on the island who were eyeing him covetously. Therefore, it was necessary to hide his 2 precious lifeboats. It's a small matter, but handsome boy, you have to let me fill my stomach first. I'm starving. After paddling for more than 2 hours, Ini-chin was so hungry that her stomach was sticking to her back. This girl now had only one goal, which was to fill her stomach. Lu Xian, then this trap pit is no longer necessary. Shin Qian pointed to the trap that had once served a great purpose. We'll fill it out together later. Let's eat first. Lu Xian waved at everyone, indicating that everyone should fill their stomachs first. After all, food is the most important thing for people, and no matter how grand the plan is, it must be put into practice after eating and drinking. It would be nice if we added some roast lamb. Ini-chin swallowed 2 skewers of grilled fish in one breath, but before she finished chewing the fish in her mouth, she started dreaming about eating grilled lamb. I-chin, didn't you dig a trap in the backyard? Go check it out when you have time. Maybe you've caught some wild goats. Only Shin Qian is so easy to fool. She actually believes that the tadpole pool made by Ini-chin can catch goats. That's right, Qian. I almost forgot about it if you hadn't mentioned it. I'll go check it out right now. Give me the flashlight. As a result, Ini-chin really got excited. She asked Lu Xian for a flashlight and ran to the backyard to catch her goat. Lu Xian, what did you see on the west side of that towering cliff? After Ini-chin left, Lung Mingyao got straight to the point. Zhang Tsung's little brother, that yellow-haired guy, is dead. He's been buried just like the body we found last time. We haven't found the other man called Fatty yet. Lu Xian briefly told Lung Mingyao what he had discovered. Someone died again. When Shin Qian heard that someone else had died on the island, she couldn't help but shiver. Do you think it was done by a gang? Lung Mingyao seemed to have anticipated this, so he didn't show much surprise when he heard the news from Lu Xian. The burial method was also very crude. I think it was done by a group of people. I just don't understand why this group of people were so keen on burying the bodies. Could it be that they were trying to prevent us from being infected with the plague and protect the island's ecological environment? Lu Xian had been thinking about this question for a long time on the way back, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains, so he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Is there a possibility that they are covering up something? Cover? Lu Xian said he didn't understand what Lung Mingyao meant. Lung Mingyao looked outside the cave with a cold expression and added expressionlessly, "They're afraid." Chapter 107. In broad daylight. They? Afraid? Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Who is the they Lung Mingyao is referring to? And what are they afraid of? Actually, I don't know either. I just vaguely feel that someone seems to be watching our small island, and they want to erase everything that happens on the island. Lung Mingyao withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at Lu Xian. After hearing this, Lu Xian couldn't help but nodded. It seemed that he was not the only one who felt this way. Even Lung Mingyao felt it. What are you talking about? It sounds scary. After listening to the conversation between the two, Shin Qian had already shrunk her neck, and her right hand, which was originally holding the grilled fish, suddenly began to tremble. So the concealment of our residence needs to be improved. Look at our bamboo wall. These bamboos have turned yellow. They can only serve as a fence, but they can't hide people's eyes. We need to transplant some more bamboo when we have time to let them survive. Only then can we truly conceal this place. Lu Xian pointed to the bamboo forest wall outside the cave. Since he had cut the bamboo directly instead of digging out the roots, the bamboo soon turned yellow and died. From a distance, it was easy to spot the clues. My current residence can be said to be safe from wild animals, but it cannot deceive humans with bad intentions. In particular, Lu Xian always had a feeling that his greatest danger did not come from this island, but from the ocean. You're right. We're not hidden enough here. My idea is to plant some more bushes in front of this bamboo wall. With the bushes and bamboo as cover, ordinary people wouldn't even think there's a cave behind the bushes. We just need to leave a small path for our boat. Lung Mingyao immediately upgraded Lu Xian's idea. Then we'll do it tomorrow morning. I'm really scared by what you've said. Shin Qian was timid to begin with, and after hearing what Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao said, she couldn't wait to start fighting. Alas, no harvest, not a single sheep, not even a single rabbit. Really, how can they be so smart? The three of them were still discussing the plan of hiding their residence. Behind the cave, a dejected Eni-chan came back. Miss, it's normal that you can't catch any sheep. If you catch another sheep, God will go crazy. Hearing this girl complaining about not catching a single sheep, Lu Xian felt ashamed. Judging from her expression, she was aiming to catch 3 or 4 sheep. This girl was really bold and daring. No more mutton, what a bummer. Handsome boy, do you think there will be any mutton or beef on that yacht? Her trap failed to catch the wild goat, leaving her with no mutton to eat. Miss Een then set her sights on the yacht. Don't even think about it. It's still unclear whether you can get on the ship. This girl has a big appetite, and Lu Xian doesn't dare to agree to her. Otherwise Eni-chan will probably clamor to go out to sea and board the ship tonight. The 4 of them finished their dinner. According to Lu Xian's previous request, they moved all the supplies on the 2 boats into the cave, then filled the trap that allowed Wang Hao to have a full meal, opened the original bamboo door, and dragged the 2 boats into their own courtyard. After finishing all these, it was already dark. The 4 of them had been working hard all day and were already sleepy and tired. Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian managed to wash themselves up, but today's main player Eni-chan was so tired that she didn't even want to take a shower. She just covered herself with the quilt and fell into a deep sleep. Lu Xian was not in a much better condition. He had been climbing mountains and crossing rivers, exploring the jungle, and taking care of that woman Yang Yaki along the way. He was already panting heavily at this time. Get into your sleeping bag, and you will see Zhou Gong in seconds. As for Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian, although they were not as exaggerated as Lu Xian and Eni-chan, they fell asleep quickly after tidying themselves up. Lu Xian had been sleeping soundly, but when dawn was about to break, he suddenly discovered a problem. How come my originally spacious sleeping bag has become so crowded? I opened my eyes in a daze, but suddenly found that there was another person next to me. Fortunately, Lu Xian was brave enough. If it were the other 2 girls, they would have been scared to death. Can you imagine how it would feel to be sleeping soundly late at night, and then suddenly a woman with disheveled hair appears next to you? Fortunately, the sky was already slightly brighter at this time, and Lu Xian could vaguely tell that the person sleeping next to him was probably a human, not a ghost. Hello, who are you? Lu Xian carefully parted the other person's hair and found that it was Chen, yesterday's top scorer. However, the girl's cheeks were flushed, her body was curled up, and she seemed to be muttering something. I'm cold. While muttering, she snuggled into Lu Xian's arms. When Lu Xian saw the other person's appearance, he immediately reached out and touched Chen's forehead, but it was too hot to do it. Obviously, it's a fever. Being on a deserted island, any minor illness or disaster is not a small problem. Lu Xian was about to get up and call Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian, but before he could get out, he was grabbed tightly by Chen, who had gotten into the sleeping bag at some point. The beautiful who was lively and energetic during the day, now seemed to have turned into a little white rabbit, and she only knew how to get into Lu Xian's arms. Lu Xian could imagine that this girl probably treated him as a hand warmer again, and a big one at that. Forget it. Considering the other person's pitiful appearance, I will just reluctantly act as a large hand warmer. Lu Xian pulled the edge of the sleeping bag for Chen, then stretched out his arm and put it around the girl's shoulders. Chen was still curled up tightly, but even though she hugged Lu Xian tightly, she was still trembling. Seeing the other person like this, Lu Xian was also a little anxious. He had been expecting the four of them to work together today, but one of them fell down before the work even started, and he was also running a fever. This was not a small problem. Lu Xian was thinking about what to do. Shen Qian's voice came from outside the sleeping bag. Lu Xian, you actually snatched a common woman in broad daylight. What the hell? After hearing this and seeing Shen Qian looking at him with puffed cheeks, Lu Xian didn't know what to say for a while. In broad daylight, robbing a commoner's daughter? Where did you learn these words? I guess you've watched too many Qing dynasty dramas. Hey, what are you talking about? Let me explain. It's cold, hold on tight. As a result, before he could even finish his explanation, Chen, who was in the sleeping bag, fell down. Chapter 108. Why are you hugging me so tightly? Qian, stop making trouble. Come and check. Is Chen sick? Fortunately, at the critical moment, President Lung took action in time. Lung Mingyao saw the clue at a glance and reached out to touch Chen's forehead. It's so hot, what's going on? Why is the fever so high? Lung Mingyao was also quite surprised and immediately ran to get a towel for Chen to apply. How should I know? When I woke up, there was someone beside me. I was almost scared to death. Lu Xian looked helpless, as if he was an innocent victim. Are you serious? Then why are you hugging me so tightly? Shen Qian still puffed out her cheeks and looked at Lu Xian with half belief and half doubt. That has to be true. I hugged Chen, and it was completely out of revolutionary friendship. It was a comrade-in-arms friendship, okay? There wasn't a single distraction. We must not lose in this aura. As for whether it is truly a pure revolutionary friendship, we will not delve into it. Chen, besides feeling cold, do you have any other symptoms? At this time, Lung Mingyao showed her qualities as a senior management and began to ask about Chen's illness. My stomach hurts. Chen, who was still drowsy and hadn't even opened her eyes, frowned and managed to squeeze out a few words with difficulty. Stomachache? I'm not having period pain like you do, am I? After hearing Chen's description of her illness, Lu Xian reflexively thought of Shen Qian's condition at the time, who seemed to also have a stomachache. That shouldn't be the case. Her date should be earlier than mine. As a new man, Lu Xian didn't quite understand what was said next. Then, what kind of illness could that be? Wasn't he fine yesterday? Looking at Chen lying in the sleeping bag with a painful expression on her face, Shen Qian was also very distressed. I think the most likely possibility is typhoid fever. Lung Mingyao thought about it and came to a conclusion. Typhoid? Did you catch a cold? Shen Qian obviously doesn't know much about medicine. Typhoid fever is caused by infection with Salmonella typhi and is primarily transmitted through ingestion of food or water contaminated by feces. The chance of contracting typhoid fever in the wild is indeed much greater than in the city. The most troublesome thing is that the disease is contagious. As a qualified veteran who has participated in wilderness survival training, Lu Xian naturally knows very well what kind of disease typhoid fever is. Yes, although we can't be 100% sure that Chen has typhoid fever, we should still take precautions by isolating her. The main thing is to separate her food and drink, and also to dispose of her feces promptly. As for whether she can recover quickly, it all depends on her physical condition. Lung Mingyao made some additions. Obviously, Chen's sudden illness was completely unexpected by everyone. Do you two have any antibiotics, such as azithromycin, ceftriaxone, or ciprofloxacin? Since it is suspected that Ini-chan has typhoid fever, then antibiotic treatment is the best method. Lucien certainly does not have any on his side, so he can only hope that the two girls have some stock. The only things in my bag are ibuprofen and some medication to relieve female sexual pain. No antibiotics. Shin Qian opened her small bag and searched carefully, and indeed only found these two medicines. I don't have one either. There is a first aid kit on the yacht that we brought during the team building, but we were in such a hurry to get off the yacht that we didn't even think of taking it with us. Now I can only give her some ibuprofen to reduce her fever and try my luck. Lung Mingyao shook his head. After all, it was a time of chaos and war, and everyone was busy getting off the boat to escape. Who would have the time to look for a medicine box? Then I'll go boil some water for Ini-chan. We should try to boil water before drinking it in the future. Shun Qian looked anxiously at Ini-chan, who was still shivering in her sleeping bag, but at the moment, apart from boiling some hot water for her and feeding her an ibuprofen tablet, it seemed that she could not really help her in any other way. I'll go kill 2 fish and make her some fish soup. She should not eat anything grilled for the time being. Lung Mingyao looked at Ini-chan, who was curled up in the sleeping bag with her hands covering her stomach, and felt helpless. Apart from taking care of her 3 meals a day, there was nothing else he could do. I'm going to chop some firewood and build 2 more bonfires to raise the temperature in the cave. Lucien had originally planned to go out to dig bamboo today and replenish some firewood in the cave. Now that it was daybreak, he took his machete and shovel, also took the binoculars, pushed the cart, and went out on his own. Opening the bamboo door and walking towards the beach, Lucien's gaze passed over the sparkling sea and fixed on the eastern horizon. At this time, the sun is like a shy child who has just poked its head out. Although its light is still soft, it is enough to dispel the haze of the long night and cover the world with a faint golden glow. Although the sunrise was beautiful, Lucien had no time to appreciate it. He raised his telescope and began to look for the yacht floating on the ocean again. After some searching, Lucien successfully located the current position of the yacht. It seemed that the wind was blowing from the northwest last night, so the yacht's current position was farther away from me than when I saw it yesterday. Lucien sighed and put away the telescope. It was obvious that there was no hope of going out to sea today. Half an hour later, Lucien had chopped a lot of firewood, but the work of digging bamboo was much more time-consuming and laborious than he had expected. Although the bamboo's most important reproductive system, the bamboo rhizome, did not penetrate far into the ground, estimated to be only about 20 centimeters, it was still a bit hesitant to do this job alone. It took another half hour for Lucien to harvest the first bamboo with intact bamboo rhizomes. Considering that Ini-chan was still shivering in the cave, Lucien didn't plan to stay here for long and pushed the cart back with the first load of firewood and bamboo. At this time, Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian had already set up the barbecue grill and started stewing fish soup. Seeing Lucien coming back, Shin Qian pointed at Ini-chan, who was still sleeping in the sleeping bag, and shook her head. I've already given her ibuprofen, but it hasn't had any effect yet. I added some more clothes to her and stuffed her into her sleeping bag. The medicine can't take effect that quickly, and there's no other way. The wind is from the west today, and the yacht is further away, so we can't go out. Lucien shrugged, walked into the cave, put down the firewood, and started 2 more fires. All I can do now is to build 2 more bonfires. As for whether this girl can hold on, it all depends on her own physical condition. Because Ini-chan suddenly fell ill, everyone was in a low mood. Without a good mood, it was difficult to work. Throughout the whole day, Lucien only dug about 10 bamboos. Shin Qian was busy serving Ini-chan, and Lung Mingyao was busy with housework, washing clothes, cooking, and tidying the room. For a moment, Lucien felt that the women in his family seemed not enough. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian each pulled a quilt, and the sleeping bag belonged to the patient Ini-chan again. Where are you going to sleep? Lung Mingyao was sensible. He moved to the far left with a quilt in his arms, and even turned over. Shun Qian was left blinking her big eyes at Lucien. However, Lucien decided to give this girl a good lesson today. Chapter 109. Seedland or Pay Compensation. Lucien pretended to be angry, got into the quilt, and turned away. Hey, are you still angry? Seeing Lucien lying down, she turned away. Shin Qian kicked Lucien a few times with her little feet. Seeing that he ignored her, she turned around and rubbed Lucien a few times. But when she found that Lucien was still motionless, the girl became a little anxious. Hey, you're so stingy. As if he was afraid that Lung Mingyao beside him would hear it, he lowered his voice deliberately. I'm afraid people will say I'm forcibly seizing a woman in broad daylight. Lu Xian saw that the fire was almost ready and Lung Mingyao beside him was about to fall asleep. So he turned around and muttered something. "Oh my, it's my fault. Don't be angry." Shen Qian blinked twice at Lu Xian and started to act coquettishly. "That won't do. If you do something wrong, you must be punished." Lu Xian acted like a victim. How to punish?" Shen Qian asked timidly with her head down. "Cede territory or pay compensation. It's your choice." "What do you mean?" Shen Qian was confused after hearing this and was still waiting for Lu Xian to explain, but Lu Xian had already reached out and embraced Shen Qian. No, Mingyao is still there. Feeling Lu Xian's big hand, the girl finally realized what Lu Xian meant by ceding land and paying compensation. "It's okay, she's asleep. Let's be gentle. But once you've boarded this pirate ship, it's not that easy to get off." Lu Xian didn't care whether Lung Mingyao was asleep or awake. After all, this place was his home. How could he not do his business just because he had guests? Shen Qian couldn't resist Lu Xian. On this dark and windy night, in this cave with Lung Mingyao on the left and Yini Chen on the right, the two of them once again entered into an in-depth exchange and learning. The next morning, the two people who had fallen asleep in the second half of the night woke up one after another. Lung Mingyao had already boiled water and was fiddling with the newly planted impatiens in the front yard. Seeing the two people get up, he nodded at them awkwardly. Obviously, this girl must have heard the two of them playing harmonious music together many times yesterday. However, Lu Xian didn't care. He just heard it. It was normal for the atmosphere to be a bit tense since he was playing at home. At that moment, I guess only the silly Shen Qian really thought that the two of them were secretly doing something, and she even ran to ask Lung Mingyao if he slept well last night. Although Lu Xian had worked a bit hard last night, fortunately he had a good rest after the busy schedule and was now in great spirits. He glanced at Yini Chen, who was still recuperating in the sleeping bag, and asked about Lung Mingyao and Yini Chen's condition. "She still has a fever. The ibuprofen didn't bring it down. I'm worried it won't go away. It's not a good sign." When talking about Yini Chen's condition, Lung Mingyao seemed a little anxious. Hearing what her best friend said, Shen Qian was very anxious and even felt a little ashamed for being busy working overtime last night. "Don't worry, I think the wind has died down today. If I'm not mistaken, the wind should be blowing from the east. Maybe I can go out to sea and board the yacht today." Seeing that both girls looked worried, Lu Xian, as the only man here, had to say something. Even if he still couldn't go out to sea, it was still necessary to boost the team's confidence. "Lu Xian, it's indeed an easterly wind today. I've checked the position of that yacht, and it doesn't seem to have moved much." Lung Mingyao had obviously observed the location of the yacht early in the morning. "Lu Xian, how do you know the east wind is blowing? Could it be that you can borrow the east wind?" When Shen Qian heard Lung Mingyao say that the east wind really was blowing, she looked at Lu Xian with admiration. "Ahem, the secret cannot be revealed. Anyway, just take good care of Yini Chen and leave the rest to me." Lu Xian coughed twice, pretending to be a hermit. In fact, he didn't know the weather at all. He just woke up before going to bed and knew that the wind direction would change at night. "Lu Xian, we'd better try it first. I'm worried that the hemp rope isn't strong enough." Lung Mingyao has always been very careful in what he does. It is too risky to let Lu Xian go out to sea without any verification. "Mingyao, how do we try this?" "It's simple. Try it over a short distance first to verify the strength of the hemp rope." The experiment that Lung Mingyao mentioned was actually very simple. It was nothing more than tying a hemp rope to the yacht and taking a short trip to verify the strength of the hemp rope and whether other unexpected situations would occur. The two girls forced Yini Chen, who was still in a semi-drowsy state, to drink 2 cups of hot water and stuffed some soaked compressed biscuits into her mouth. After finishing breakfast with Lu Xian, they brought the roll of hemp rope and dragged a lifeboat to the shore. Lung Mingyao first selected a relatively sturdy tree in the jungle on the right, tied one end of the hemp rope to the trunk as a final insurance, and tied the other end to the boat. When Lu Xian climbed onto the boat and rowed out 100 or 200 meters, the two began to pull the hemp rope, trying to pull back the boat and Lu Xian sitting on it. Although the two girls were not very strong, they managed to pull Lu Xian back to the shore after trying for a while. "It's not a big deal. This rope is quite reliable. Anyway, this hemp rope is just a safety measure. Normally, I can row back by myself." After returning to the shore, Lu Xian jumped off the boat, pulled the hemp rope twice, and expressed his satisfaction with the test results. Just as Lu Xian said, this hemp rope serves as a safety guarantee so that in case of an emergency, his boat will not be blown away, and he will not lose his sense of direction due to visibility or other reasons. "Then Lu Xian, are you really planning to leave today? Can your body handle it?" Thinking of her man's movements last night, Shin Qian asked in a low voice with some concern. Don't worry, it's just rowing, no big deal. Just wait for my good news. Maybe I'll bring you something good this time. Lu Xian patted his chest, full of confidence. How can a man say that he can't handle it? What a joke. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. I am a man who wants to have sex 7 times a night. Then we'll help you prepare things. Of course, you can't just talk about going out casually. You must do all the preparations before going out. Half an hour later, Lu Xian packed up enough drinking water and dry food, various tools, self-defense weapons, binoculars, etc., said goodbye to the 2 girls, and paddled single-handedly towards the familiar, yet unfamiliar yacht. Chapter 110. President Lung takes the cute route. Lu Xian's paddling skills are now outstanding, and the bamboo paddle in his hand has undergone many improvements, so it is quite easy to use now. For this trip, Lung Mingyao equipped Lu Xian with 2 bamboo oars so that he would have a spare in case of an emergency. This girl is very meticulous in her work and has taken many details into consideration. She is truly a reliable and virtuous wife. The reason why Lu Xian was so anxious to board the boat again this time was not only because he could help Inichin get the medicine, but also because of 2 deeper reasons. One reason was that he hoped the yacht could bring him some more useful supplies. After all, he still had a whole floor to explore, and he might find some incredible resources. The second point is that Lu Xian always believed that clues about the shipwreck could be found on the yacht. After landing on the island, so many questions piled up in front of him that it could be said that he could not sleep or eat. The pain of living in a world of doubt and uncertainty can only be understood by those who have truly experienced it. After paddling 500 meters, Lu Xian turned around and looked through the telescope. The 2 girls were still standing on the shore, looking at him reluctantly, regardless of whether they could still see him or not. They seemed to be holding the hemp rope tightly in their hands. After being completely away from the coastline, we encountered 2 major problems. The wind is strong and the waves are huge. Sitting in the small boat, Lu Xian felt like a toy of the sea, being tossed around by the waves. He even felt a little seasick. All I can say is that humans are really too small in front of the vast ocean. There are 2 main reasons that motivate Lu Xian to continue rowing forward firmly at this time. First of all, the yacht was getting closer and closer. Lu Xian even felt that every time he paddled, the yacht in front of him became a little bigger. The second is to tie the hemp rope tightly to your lifeboat. Although you can no longer see the 2 girls without the help of a telescope, the rope behind you is like a bond, always reminding you that you have your family on the other side of the sea. It was precisely this kind of spiritual blessing that made Lu Xian willing to take the risk of having his boat overturned by the waves and slowly approach the lifeboat with 1 row at a time. It seemed that God was also moved by Lu Xian's spirit, and the east wind on the sea helped Lu Xian to get closer to the target. As the sun approached noon, the yacht that was taken away by the sea was within reach. The entire yacht probably had a deep draft because there was still water in the interior cabin, but it was convenient for Lu Xian to board the boat at this time. Lu Xian found a place where it was easier to board the boat, tied the boat to the yacht, then put on his backpack and climbed onto the yacht with the machete. After looking around, I found that the yacht had not changed much. If there was any difference from the previous 2 times, it was only one thing. The yacht was currently in the sea and was shaking quite violently. Fortunately, Lu Xian had been rowing all the way and had become accustomed to the ups and downs. When he climbed from his small boat to the yacht, which was several times larger, he felt that the shaking was not as severe as before. Just like the previous 2 times, Lu Xian first walked around the outer deck of the yacht. After confirming that it was safe, he immediately found the stairs leading down to the bottom floor. Before departure, Lung Mingyao specifically instructed that the medicine box was at the bow of the ship on the lower floor, just across the wall from Shun Qian's room 102. With the experience from last time, Lu Xian, who was familiar with the route, quickly got down to the bottom floor. The good news is that most of the water on the bottom has receded, and I no longer have to wade through the water. However, there is still about 10 centimeters of water in some low-lying areas. The bad news is that the space on the ground floor is still damp and dark, and the air is filled with an indescribable musty smell, mixed with the deep and decayed smell of soil, which goes straight into people's nostrils and makes people want to hold their breath involuntarily. Lu Xian took out a flashlight from his backpack and began to walk along the familiar corridor towards the bow of the ship. Lu Xian remembered clearly that Shun Qian's room number was room 102, and this time his target room was room 101, right next to room 102, which was also Lung Mingyao's room. According to Lung Mingyao, the medicine box was placed on the desk in the room. Of course, whether the medicine box can still be safely placed on the table is another matter. With the help of the flashlight and the receding water, Lu Xian found the target room almost effortlessly this time. I tried to open the door, but it was closed. It must have been locked. Without saying a word, Lu Xian picked up the axe and chopped it down. Humans do not advocate violence, but sometimes violence is indeed the most convenient way to solve problems. Within 10 seconds, the originally locked door surrendered under Lu Xian's violent blessing. Pushing open the door, Lu Xian walked into the room. This room was very similar to Shen Qian's, except that the location of the bathroom in the room had changed slightly. Lu Xian quickly locked onto the wet desk, but unfortunately, he didn't find the medicine box. Lu Xian still trusted Lung Mingyao quite a bit. This girl was prudent and had an excellent memory. Since she said that the medicine box was in her room, it must be true. Without saying a word, Lu Xian lowered his head and began to search on the ground. After a lot of hard work, he actually found it. A square iron box the size of a laptop was leaning against the leg of a wooden chair. There was a big red cross printed on the iron box. Needless to say, this was the medicine box that Lung Mingyao was referring to. The iron buckle was still intact, and the entire medicine box was in extremely good condition. Lu Xian opened the medicine box and scanned it with a flashlight. The medicines were quite complete, including painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, antidiarrheal drugs, antibiotics, as well as gauze, cotton swabs, band-aids. It can be said that it really has everything you need. Lu Xian actually found a mercury thermometer in the lower right corner of the iron box. Considering that Yi Chen was still running a fever, this thing was also a good thing. After closing the iron box again, Lu Xian stuffed the entire box directly into his backpack, which was big enough anyway. After finding the key supplies, Lu Xian also searched Lung Mingyao's room. After all, he was already here, so what if he could bring some good stuff with him? It really is true that hard work pays off. After opening the wardrobe, Lu Xian found 2 women's coats and a pair of boots. Needless to say, they must be Lung Mingyao's, so he packed them up and took them away. Just as he was about to retreat, Lu Xian caught a glimpse of a drawer in the lower right corner of the wardrobe. After opening the drawer, he made another major discovery. There are many pairs of women's panties, in different styles and colors. Since I have seen all this, I might as well pack it up and take it away. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that President Lung actually went for the cute style, with several pairs of pants printed with cartoon characters. However, there was a brand new, unopened item that caught Lu Xian's attention. Chapter 111, There is Someone on the Yacht. Among these many cute pants, there is actually a lace-edged pink penis, but it is unopened. It is highly likely that President Lung wanted to challenge, but died halfway due to some reasons. No matter what, take them all away. Maybe they will be useful in the future. Adhering to the principle of taking away whatever he saw, Lu Xian stuffed all of Lung Mingyao's clothes and all the drawers into his backpack. Now my backpack is already stuffed full. After searching Lung Mingyao's house, Lu Xian left with satisfaction. After going out, Lu Xian originally wanted to end the search on this floor and go to the top floor to search again. Maybe he could find something useful. However, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a glass window right in front of the corridor. He glanced inside and was almost scared to fall. There were 2 bodies lying in this window. Fortunately, Lu Xian hadn't seen much else since he landed on the island except corpses, so he wasn't frightened to faint at the moment. He glanced inside again. This room was most likely the cockpit. Lying in the room were a man and a woman, both wearing sailors' uniforms. Lu Xian carefully recalled Lung Mingyao and Yi Chen's descriptions of the crew. It seemed that there was indeed mention of female crew members on the yacht, and Lu Xian seemed to have the impression that there was also mention of a quarrel in the cab. Since Lu Xian landed on the island, he has encountered too many things and obtained too much information. In addition, he does not have a smart brain like Lung Mingyao, so he only vaguely remembered some descriptions of the 2 girls about the crew members. Lu Xian tried to push the door open to enter the cockpit, but found that the door was locked, and he couldn't push it open at all. Just when Lu Xian was about to use violence again, there was a loud bang, and then the whole yacht shook. Fortunately, Lu Xian held on to the door frame of Lung Mingyao's room. Otherwise, he would probably be lying on the ground by now. The sudden violent tremor made Lu Xian involuntarily alert. Logically speaking, the yacht is now floating on the boundless sea, and he looked around when he boarded the boat. There is nothing but sea water around the hull, and there are no other ships or foreign objects at all. Now that this has suddenly happened, Lu Xian suddenly feels something is wrong. This could not possibly be caused by the ship itself. It was most likely caused by human error. Lu Xian picked up the machete in his hand, walked slowly to the stairs, and deliberately bent over and glanced up a few times. There didn't seem to be anything special happening at the stairs. Just when Lu Xian was about to climb up the stairs to take a look, boom, boom, boom. A series of dull sounds came from far away. It seemed like the sound of something falling on an iron plate. Lu Xian immediately shrank back and hid behind the stairs, where he stood and listened carefully to the movements outside. After a moment of silence, the dong 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 sound was heard again, but this time the rhythm was faster. Lu Xian could basically conclude that this was the sound made by humans walking on the deck. There's someone on board. After analyzing the situation, Lu Xian's hair stood on end. When I boarded the yacht, I walked around the deck, but I didn't see any people, not even a bird. There was no other sound on the entire yacht except the sound of waves hitting the boat. How could a person suddenly appear at this time? Lu Xian thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't figure it out. But what made Lu Xian even more nervous was that the dong 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 sound was getting closer and closer to him. Lu Xian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at this moment. Being in the ocean, we knew very little about the yacht. Now, not only had we found 2 bodies, but we also discovered inexplicable human activity on the ship. The dong 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 sound continued to approach him, like the heavy footsteps of a giant beast, echoing in the dark and silent corridor, almost breaking his already tense nerves. Lu Xian's hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his fingertips digging deep into his palms, causing a slight sting, but it was far less intense than the fear within him. He tried to calm his turbulent heartbeat with deep breaths, but the tension in the air seemed to freeze, making every breath extremely difficult. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, meandered down his cheeks, and dripped onto the cold ground, making a subtle but clearly audible sound that was particularly harsh in this deadly environment. This kind of fear caused by too many unknown factors cannot be easily ignored even by a grown man like Lu Xian. Just when Lu Xian was considering whether to advance or retreat, the dull footsteps seemed to stop. Then, Lu Xian heard the man's voice. But the man who spoke was speaking a foreign language that Lu Xian could not understand at all. Lu Xian was trying really hard to hear clearly what the other party was saying, but he regretted not having learned enough when he needed it. Lu Xian wanted to slap himself twice. It was because he didn't study foreign languages well when he was young, so now he couldn't understand a word. After listening carefully, the only thing Lu Xian could confirm at the moment was that there were 3 people on the other side, one of whom was a foreigner with a standard British accent, and the other 2 should be Chinese. The foreigner spoke in a domineering manner and seemed to have used a few swear words, while the other 2 seemed to have been scolded. As for what the 3 people said, Lu Xian was really powerless. These 3 people were quite talkative, especially the foreigner, who spoke very fast and with a tone of a superior dominating his subordinates. The other 2 obviously lacked charisma and just kept saying being complete punching bags. Fortunately, after the 3 of them chatted for 5 or 6 minutes, the arrogant foreigner left, and the other 2 had no intention of getting closer to them. Lu Xian remained highly alert because before he knew who the other party was or the purpose of his coming here, the best option was to remain calm and wait for the opportunity to arrive. Are you sure there's no one on this boat? Did you look around before you got on board? After waiting for another half a minute, Lu Xian heard the other party's voice again. The good news was that this time the 2 people finally spoke Chinese, which he could understand. It was a rough, male voice. No, boss, where do I have the time? Check around later. After hearing the conversation between the 2, Lu Xian suddenly trembled all over, and he remembered a serious problem. His own boat was still parked beside the yacht. The most fatal thing was that there was a hemp rope tied to his lifeboat. Thinking of this, beads of sweat began to flow down Lu Xian's forehead. Chapter 112, A Difficult Decision. Although Lu Xian didn't know exactly what the 3 people talked about, nor did he know who the 3 people mentioned above were, he knew very well in his heart that this group of people were definitely not good people. After all, no normal person would come all the way here to be lectured. The other party must have an important purpose for this trip. Maybe this group of people are here to target me. Thinking of those innocent people who died tragically on the deserted island, Lu Xian felt a chill all over his body. If the murder and burial are really related to this group of people, then this group of people is definitely not simple. For a moment, Lu Xian wanted to rush up, pin the 2 people above, and ask them clearly. If these things were really done by the other party, then he would get rid of them for the sake of reputation. But after calming down, Lu Xian gave up this idea. Now, I only heard 3 people talking on the boat. I hadn't even seen them, whether they were tall, thin, short, or fat. The most crucial question was, were there really only 3 of them? Or was I limited to hearing 3 people talking because of my position? Furthermore, I had no idea if they had weapons or were even martial artists. If we rush forward rashly like this, it's hard to say who will be the one to take care of whom. But I, a living person, can hide here. As long as the enemy doesn't come down, I can basically escape. But the lifeboat tied to the yacht is troublesome, especially since it has a tail. Hey, come here. Just when Lu Xian was sweating profusely with anxiety, another foreigner's voice came from outside. Lu Xian was almost certain that this foreigner was not the previous one. It seemed that just as he thought, this group of people was definitely more than just 3 people. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the appearance of another foreigner, the 2 men who had originally stayed on the deck above Lu Xian were called away, and Lu Xian heard footsteps coming from near and getting farther away. At this moment, thinking of his lifeboat that might be exposed, Lu Xian made a bold decision. Now, he had to get back to the lifeboat immediately. Don't expect to escape by rowing, but you must cut the hemp rope. Before setting off, Lu Xian thought about the various benefits the hemp rope could bring him, such as using it as a guiding light for returning home, or that if he ran out of energy, he could use the rope and the 2 girls' strength to pull him back to the island. But he never considered that the rope could cause him trouble. Just like now, if there was only a single small boat leaning against the yacht, as long as the other party was not a regular visitor who was familiar with this yacht, then everything would be reasonable. After all, there was a lifeboat tied to the side of the yacht. This scene seemed very ordinary and basically explainable. Even if someone saw it and felt confused, they would probably be quickly convinced by their own circuitous thinking, but any normal person would be suspicious if they saw a lifeboat with a rope that seemed to have no end in sight. So in order to ensure that he would not be exposed by the hemp rope, Lu Xian had to do this, even if it meant taking a huge risk. Hearing no more sound from the deck above, Lu Xian threw his backpack in the corner, crouched down, and slowly walked up the stairs with a machete in hand. Although this was at least the 3rd time that Lu Xian had climbed this staircase, this time it took the longest time. With every step, Lu Xian was vigilantly observing and listening to the movements on the deck above. 3 minutes later, Lu Xian successfully climbed onto the deck and looked around. There was no one in his sight. Lu Xian began to stick closely to the iron cabin behind him, moving towards the bow step by step. Lu Xian stopped only when the road next to the cabin was blocked by a bulge. Slowly sticking out half of his head, Lu Xian looked towards the bow of the ship. Within sight, there was a speedboat and a motorboat, along with no fewer than 4 men. A blonde foreigner wearing sunglasses and a suit, 2 dark-haired men in casual clothes who were nodding and bowing submissively, and a blonde man who looked like a bodyguard, extremely burly, who was looking around vigilantly, holding a pistol. Lu Xian suddenly retracted his head. It seemed that this group of people really had bad intentions. It seemed that it was unrealistic to go through the bow, so Lu Xian had to move to the stern. Only when the distance between them and each other was more than 50 or 60 meters did Lu Xian dare to walk a little faster. At the moment, Lu Xian had no time to think about who this group of people were or what their purpose was in coming here. He had only one idea, which was to cut the hemp rope as soon as possible and then hide back in the cabin again. After walking around the rear deck and observing that there was no one around, Lu Xian quickened his pace and went around to the side where the small boat was docked. Fortunately, there was no one there either. It was obvious that the group was at the front left of the yacht. When he saw his lifeboat again, Lu Xian had the urge to jump in and run away. However, reason still overcame impulse. Jumping into the lifeboat at this time was simply a suicidal act. The 4 people on the other side were neither deaf nor blind. The straight distance between here and the 4 people was only 30 or 40 meters at most. He even walked on tiptoe. Expecting to jump into the lifeboat without making any sound was simply a pipe dream. Lu Xian retracted this unrealistic idea. What's more, the supplies he had obtained with great difficulty were still in the bottom cabin. After thinking it over, Lu Xian made a difficult decision and used a machete to cut the hemp rope tied to the lifeboat. The moment the hemp rope fell off and fell into the sea, Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he fell into the endless blue water. You 3, go over there and take a look. If you find it, come back quickly. You 2, go upstairs and take a look. Before Lu Xian could sigh, he heard movement from the bow, and this time there seemed to be more than 3 or 4 people. Lu Xian immediately hid on the stern deck and squatted down. It seems that my decision not to impulsively jump off the boat and escape was extremely wise. Otherwise, with the enemy's equipment, it would only take a few minutes for them to catch up with my manually rowed lifeboat. Boss, there's a boat here. As expected, his lifeboat was exposed, and Lu Xian's heart was in a knot. Small boat? What small boat? Did you see it when you boarded the ship? Upon hearing that his younger brother had discovered the boat, the person in charge immediately became alert. Well, we've never been here before. This should be the lifeboat on the ship. I guess it fell down. Fortunately, no one paid attention to this lifeboat from the beginning. Only then did Lu Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Falling? You, and you, jump down and check it out. Check it out carefully, look carefully. But before Lu Xian could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard these words. The man in charge seems to be a tough guy. Lu Xian's heart, which had finally found peace, was now inexplicably hanging in the air again. Chapter 1:13 Hiding Place. Yes. After receiving the order, the two younger brothers immediately jumped off the yacht. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh that he was really foresight. Fortunately, I cut the hemp rope first, otherwise I would have been exposed. Boss, there are only 2 broken oars made of thick branches and rotten leaves. I guess that's why no one used this lifeboat in the first place. Okay, come up and look at the stern again. Make sure you find it for me. Lu Xian didn't expect that the 2 homemade bamboo oars he left on the boat had this effect, and they actually successfully helped the boat escape from the suspicious situation. But at the moment, Lu Xian had no time to celebrate for not being discovered, because the 2 men were already walking towards the stern. After seeing the weapons in the opponent's hands and the fact that there were far more than 4 people, Lu Xian now had no intention of confronting the opponent head-on. The only way out was to find a place to hide, wait for the opponent to retreat, and then return. Lu Xian bent down carefully and returned along the same path he came from. You have to check the situation behind you from time to time, while also paying attention to the front and the floor above your head. This game of hide-and-seek is really not fun. Fortunately, this group of people was not found at the stairs leading to the bottom cabin. Lu Xian did not dare to stay for too long and decisively chose to go back to the bottom cabin again. What made Lu Xian sigh was that the dim, damp, and cold environment in the bottom cabin was something he hated. He had even thought about never wanting to come here again more than once. But now, the dim environment here has become Lu Xian's best hiding place. All I can say is that everything in the world is relative. Where there are benefits, there are disadvantages, and vice versa. There is no absolute right or wrong, good or bad. But now was not the time to marvel at the beauty of philosophy. After returning to the bottom cabin, Lu Xian retrieved his backpack, looked around, and confirmed that there was no one around. He immediately ran towards the bow of the ship, which he was familiar with. He pushed open several doors, but none of them seemed suitable for hiding. Until he returned to the room between room 102 and room 101, Lu Xian found a room that he thought was suitable for hiding. The door of room 103 opposite was open, and the interior was messy, with various objects scattered on the ground. Even the wardrobe had fallen over. Moreover, due to the low terrain here, there was a lot of water in the room. As soon as Lu Xian entered the room, he smelled a disgusting musty odor. An hour ago, seeing such a scene and smelling such a pungent smell, Lu Xian would definitely avoid it, but now everything has changed. The more messy and dirty the environment is, the easier it is for him to hide. Just as I decided on a hiding place, I heard the voices of several men at the stairs. We've searched all upstairs, except for the bottom floor. All of you, follow me down. This place smells too strong. It's still pitch black. Do you have a flashlight? I can give you some light. It was obvious that this group of people's disgust for this place was definitely no less than when Lu Xian first entered this place. After hearing the sound of the other party coming down the stairs, Lu Xian immediately hid in room 103 and hid behind the collapsed wardrobe. Not only was there a lot of water here, but there was also a half-collapsed wardrobe as a cover. There were also a lot of messy items in front blocking the way. If you didn't observe carefully, you would never have thought that there was a lot of trouble behind this. In order not to make any noise, Lu Xian almost tiptoed and hid himself behind the wardrobe. I say, boss, is it really necessary to mobilize so many troops and make such a big fuss? The ship is in such a mess. Everyone must be dead. Lu Xian had just hidden himself when several people had already walked into the corridor. Lu Xian vaguely heard the voices of several people talking. You know shit. Didn't you see the boss got scolded? He's completely dead, completely dead. How could you possibly meet a living person on that rotten island? Well, they were lucky. There were only a few of them, and we took care of them all. How many? If there's 1, then there will be 2. If there are 2, then there will be 3. Now I want to see the person alive or the body if he's dead. Although Lu Xian was hiding in a corner, it was quite quiet here, and the group seemed to be approaching him, so Lu Xian could hear the conversation between them clearly. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Thinking of the corpses he encountered on the island, Lu Xian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If I'm not mistaken, this group of people is most likely responsible. But who are they? What's their purpose? And judging by their actions, it seems they're not just looking for someone, but something. Everyone, take a room each. Search everything thoroughly. Don't leave anything behind. It says above that if you find something, I'll give you a reward. Do you understand? Just when Lu Xian was still wondering what the other party was doing, a leader in the corridor gave the order to search, which made Lu Xian's heart rise again. Although the place where I was hiding was very secret, I couldn't resist the high price offered by the other party. There is a saying that goes, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. As long as the price is right, someone will do it, no matter how dirty, hard, or disgusting it is. At this moment, Lucien's heart was in his throat, but he had no way to retreat. He could only hope that the person who inspected his room was a timid and careless guy. It feels terrible to rely on others for your survival. Lucien is in such a situation now. As the sounds of rummaging through drawers and cabinets came from outside the door, Lucien's hands holding the machete were already soaked. He was even ready for a fight. If he was really discovered, he would have no choice but to give it a try and strike first. Although the result was predictable, even if he was extremely lucky and could deal with the few people here, what about those people outside, especially the bodyguard with a pistol? Lucien knew very well that it was simply a fantasy for him to kill everyone on the yacht and escape. Boss, we found nothing in the previous rooms, and we didn't see any bodies either. I don't have this room either. I don't have any. Okay, then keep searching the last 3 houses. I don't believe it. Could it have grown wings and flown away? 10 minutes later, after the group had searched room after room, the footsteps were getting closer and closer to where Lucien was. Lucien was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe. He just held the machete in his hand and stared at the door. You, search this room, you're that room. And you, the last room, search them all. Chapter 114, Burial Place. Just when Lucien had prepared himself for the worst. Boss, there's a dead body in here. A man who was at the front saw the 2 bodies in the cockpit through the glass window. Crew members' uniforms? Damn, they're here. Quick, break them open for me. With the words of the leading man, the subordinates who were originally rummaging around in various rooms rushed to the cockpit collectively, including the man who had already stepped into Lucien's room 103. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous loud metal collision sounds made Lucien's eardrums tremble. Boss, open it. Search thoroughly, every corner, especially the body of that woman. As soon as the door was smashed open, a group of people rushed into the cockpit carrying various weapons and equipment under the order of their leader. Boss, I found it. I found this in her pocket. Soon, the group of men made a discovery. Lucien originally breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could recover, he heard the other party's conversation, and he had more questions in his mind. A woman's body? Something found in her pocket? What is the connection between this woman and this group of people? What did this group of people find in this woman's pocket? Yes, that's it. The leading man carefully looked at the items his men had found from the female corpse. Boss, what the hell is this thing? It looks like a broken cell phone. Obviously, Lucien was not the only one who was extremely curious about the items he had searched for. Cell phone? You think it's just a cell phone? Huh. Okay, with this, I can basically get through. By the way, have you taken any pictures? Take a few more for me. These are all money. The leading man sneered and gave new orders. Boss, the filming is done. How much money can we get this time? Hearing that they could collect money again, the younger brothers were ecstatic. After all, the reason they traveled across the ocean was just for money. Don't mention that number. The leading man raised his right hand and extended a palm. 50,000. Your standards are too low. 500,000. You all get a share. Boss is awesome. Long live the boss. Ha ha ha. Thank you, boss. You are so majestic and powerful. Hearing that they could share 500,000 yuan in the spoils, they all grinned from ear to ear and started to flatter their boss. By the way, did you take pictures of the people on the island? This seems not taken. Fuck, didn't I ask you to take pictures? As a result, this group of people were scolded by their generous boss before they could be happy for even a minute. Boss, what's so good about this? These are all grown men. Who are you showing this to? You know nothing. Stop talking nonsense and start filming right now. Also, you didn't notice a single woman. The leader was obviously quite dissatisfied with his group of subordinates. No, really not. After a brief silence, a braver younger brother stammered and answered. Really, absolutely true. I'm warning you, if you lie, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Regardless of gender, you have to provide the photo. At worst, you can just dress him up. The leader was still a little skeptical. After thinking for a moment, he still asked his younger brother to take the photo. Hearing this, Lucien, who had just felt relieved after escaping a disaster, felt his heart rise to his throat again. Although it is not clear how many people this group of people have buried on the deserted island, I have dug up several bodies. If this group of people go back and find that the burial pit they dug has been moved, I will be exposed again. Looking at the posture of this group of people, the tone of their voice, and the weapons they are equipped with, it is obvious that they are not good people. If they conduct a full-scale search of the island, it is only a matter of time before I and the girls are caught. The more Lucien thought about it, the more anxious he became, and cold sweat broke out on his hands. Boss, we don't even remember where the body was buried. After all, this is our first time on this island, and who would have thought we'd have to go back again? And what do you mean by dressing up? The other party's younger brothers were silent for a moment and mumbled a few words in response. Thinking of the pit dug by that group of people, Lu Xian felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. This group of people were obviously perfunctory people. If they really couldn't remember the location of the burial body, then he wouldn't have to worry. Forgot? Damn it, are you all just idiots? You just finished digging, and you forgot? Damn it, think about it carefully, at least come up with a solution, otherwise you won't get a penny of the 500,000. After saying these perfunctory words, he was naturally scolded again, but this time the bonus was also withheld. When they heard that the bonus had been withheld, they became really anxious. Boss, don't. We wanna, all of you, think about it, think carefully. Under the temptation of money, the group began to think hard. It's no wonder that money sometimes really does help to speed up the brain's function. Less than 2 minutes later, a man's voice with a slightly childish voice sounded. I remember now. There's a cliff where we finally buried the body, and there's a small boat on the beach. Yes, it's a small boat, probably in that direction. Yes, a lifeboat. I also remember there was a small boat with a lot of fruit on it. It must have belonged to the blonde man we buried. After hearing these 2 sentences, Lu Xian's heart started beating wildly again. Lu Xian was even afraid that the sound of his heartbeat would be heard by this group of people, because what they said was really disadvantageous to him. Firstly, the location they pointed to was exactly where they had found Huang Mao's body. This so-called small boat was actually the second lifeboat they had rowed away. If they really searched based on this clue, it was hard to say whether they would be able to find Huang Mao's burial pit, but if they couldn't find the lifeboat they remembered, they would definitely become suspicious. In addition, through the other party's conversation, Lu Xian was basically certain that the yellow-haired man was most likely not killed by the fat pig, but died at the hands of this group of people. This group of people would not only bury the body, but also kill people to silence them. Okay, remembering one is enough. We don't have time today. Also, when you go back, go buy a few wigs for women, lots of different styles, so you can dress up the corpse. Remember this. Make sure you get it done before sunset tomorrow. Do you understand? Before Lu Xian had time to digest the information provided by the other party, the leader of the other party issued the latest order. Before the sun sets tomorrow. That means I still have time to make amends and restore my original state. But why did he want to buy a wig? A woman's wig at that? Chapter 115. Good fortunes come to those who are lucky. Boss, what are you buying a wig for? Fortunately, the younger brothers of the leader also had the same doubts. You know shit. Women are worth a lot more than men. You don't need to know the details. Just do as I say. Once this job is done, we won't have to come to this lousy place anymore. Just take the money and leave. But I'm going to say this up front. If you mess up this job again, you guys will stay on that lousy island and never come back. Do you understand? I heard it. What disappointed Lu Xian was that the man in the lead seemed to be hiding something. Although Lu Xian had many questions in his mind, the most important thing at the moment was to leave the yacht as soon as possible and return to his own island. He also had to hurry to the coastline where Huang Mao's body was found to restore the scene at that time. Especially when he heard the leading man mention that, after we finish this, we won't have to come to this island again. Lu Xian felt a great deal of hope in his heart. As long as we can deal with the yellow-haired guy this time and don't let this group of people find out, then this group of people who take money to do things should not come to our island to cause trouble for us again, and we and the girls will have no worries. After all, being constantly on your mind is so damn painful. Even sleeping is a state of anxiety. Search around to see if there's anything valuable. Have you touched that man's body? Check everything thoroughly, including his gold watch, gold chain, jade bracelet, and wallet. Earning money these days is damn hard. Just when Lu Xian was anxiously hoping that this group of people would return home as soon as possible so that he could also return, the leader of the other side came up with some new trouble. Lu Xian sometimes couldn't help but sigh. People in China are having such a hard time these days. Look, even people who do things like murder and bury bodies have to pick up some side jobs to make a living. In a bad environment, it's hard to survive. But at this moment, Lu Xian had no time to feel sorry for others. The search plan that had been suspended was restarted again at the loud shout of the leader. Lu Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, squatted down again, and held the machete tightly in his hand. I'll search this one. This one of mine. Steel Egg, go search the one across the street. I'm alone here. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. The man who was called Steel Egg was obviously reluctant. A minute later, Lu Xian confirmed through the changes in light and shadow that someone had come in. Judging from the way he was hesitating, it was most likely the brother's steel egg. Lu Xian pressed tightly against the cabinet, lowering his center of gravity to the extreme, and at this moment, he didn't even dare to breathe deeply. As the other party's footsteps got closer, Lu Xian's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and it began to beat rapidly again. Damn, why is there still so much water? This smell, cough, cough, cough. Damn, you only know how to bully me. The man called Steel Egg was obviously the one with the lowest status in the group. He walked in reluctantly while muttering. To him, there were no gold watches, gold chains, or jade bracelets here. Only the disgusting stench and the puddles of water that were so dirty that he couldn't even step in. Ha, boss, there really is a gold chain. One that thick. Ha, I'm rich. This one is worth at least tens of thousands. Hey, I found something here too. A wallet with 10,000 yuan in it. There's at least 10,000 yuan in here. Just when Gang Dan was still hesitating whether to continue searching, good news came from other rooms. This group of people actually found a lot of valuable stuff. Hey, dollar carrot. Just as this group of people were cheering for making a small fortune, a foreigner's arrogant voice came from the other end of the corridor. Lu Xian naturally didn't understand what the other party said. He only knew that the foreigner's attitude was still arrogant and unreasonable. Yes. The leader in the corridor, who was originally yelling at his group of younger brothers, immediately became a different person when he heard the foreigner's voice, and became as obedient as a halakati. Okay, pack up and return. As the foreigner's footsteps gradually faded away, the leader here also shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, his group of younger brothers began to retreat. Of course, this also included Gang Dan, who was still in room 103 where Lu Xian was, and was hesitating whether to continue searching. Hearing the group's footsteps disappear at the end of the corridor, Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. My legs are almost numb from squatting here. If the other party hadn't withdrawn, I'm afraid I would have been in great danger. It seems that I am a lucky person, as I managed to avoid it twice. Although he thought so in his mind, Lu Xian still didn't dare to make too much noise. Firstly, he was afraid that this group of people would come back to attack him again. Secondly, his legs and feet were numb, and he really didn't have the energy to do anything. After 3 or 4 minutes of relaxation, the numbness in his legs finally dissipated. Lu Xian waded through the accumulated water and began to slowly retreat. He threw his backpack on the pile of debris, stuck his head out, and looked around carefully. After confirming that there was no one around, Lu Xian moved into the corridor. The cockpit door at the end of the corridor, which was originally locked, seemed to have been opened. Lu Xian stuck his head in and glanced at the 2 bodies on the ground. This group of people were really not good people. The 2 bodies of the man and the woman were immediately stripped naked by them. Especially the body of the blonde woman. It was so clean. After taking a few glances, Lu Xian had to admit that this foreigner's body was indeed hot, especially the 2 peaks on his chest, which must have been at least AG. But I don't like this, not to mention that I have 3 more children at home, who seem to be no worse than her. There are living ones, so who cares about the dead ones? Looking around, it seems that there are no useful items in the cockpit. Lu Xian didn't dare to explore too deeply. The cockpit had 2 floors in total. The upper floor was directly in front of the bow, and the field of view was quite wide, which made it easy to expose himself. Retracting his head, Lu Xian returned to room 103, put on his backpack, picked up the machete, and started to return the same way. At the moment, I only have one wish, which is to hope that this group of people will get out of here as soon as possible, the sooner the better. After all, I still have a long way to go on the sea. It's easy for you guys, you just step on the accelerator and you're home, but I still have to paddle manually. The key is that I don't have the guide rope now, so the way back is really difficult. Carefully returning to the stairs and confirming that there was no one above, Lu Xian tiptoed up the stairs. Boom boom. As soon as he returned to the deck, a huge engine roar was heard, and Lu Xian lay on the ground alertly. Hearing the roar gradually fade away, it was obvious that some of the other party had left. Lu Xian remembered that he saw at least 2 ships. The second one was silent, so he didn't dare to move. Lu Xian just lay there, waiting quietly. But as the sun gradually set, there was still no movement from the bow. Lu Xian was a little anxious. After all, he no longer had the guide rope to go home. If he was still drifting on the sea when it got dark, he would be in big trouble. Just as Lu Xian slowly stood up and prepared to go to the bow to take a look, there were footsteps again from the front. Chapter 116. I'm back. Lu Xian immediately took a few steps back alertly and stuck close to the cabin wall. Fortunately, the footsteps didn't seem to be approaching him. A few minutes later, another huge engine roar was heard. After confirming again and again that there was no movement in the bow direction, Lucien stuck his head out and looked around. It seemed that the entire yacht had once again fallen into its former tranquility. Only the endless song of the waves continued to caress the side of the ship, making long echoes. I looked up at the sun in the sky and estimated that it was only 3 or 4 hours away from setting, so I had to hurry. A quick glance at the ocean revealed that the other party's 2 speedboats had long disappeared. Thinking of how hard he still had to row the boat, Lucien felt helpless, but no matter how reluctant he was, he had to row. There were still a lot of things to do when he returned to the island. After taking the supplies he had harvested and carrying a machete, Lucien returned to the side where his lifeboat was parked. The best news at the moment was that these people seemed to have completely ignored the lifeboat. They neither packed it up and took it away, nor did they cut the ropes that had tied it to the yacht, leaving it to die on the yacht. The lifeboat was still docked safely beside the yacht. Lucien threw his backpack into the lifeboat, then jumped in with a machete on his back. He cut the ropes, picked up the bamboo paddle, and started moving at full speed towards his cave. Another important reason why Lucien dared to cut the hemp rope was that he had a compass in his backpack. Lucien had never used it since he got it, but this time, he needed to use it. Facing the island, the location of his cave was in the southwest direction. After successfully locating the position, Lucien's next journey was also very simple. All he did was paddling. Lucien didn't even stop paddling with one hand to replenish his energy in the middle. Lucien knew very well that if he was still paddling on the endless sea after dark, the unknown risks would be unspeakable. After rowing for nearly an hour, Lucien turned around to look at the yacht, which was almost disappearing from his sight. After a short rest, Lucien raised the telescope and looked at the shore. He vaguely saw 2 figures, but because the distance was still too far, he could not see them clearly. But it was obvious that they were the 2 girls in his family. It seemed that the girls were very worried after he cut the hemp rope. Seeing his wife, Lucien felt motivated again. After eating some simple food and drinking a bottle of water, he continued to paddle forward. The journey was relatively smooth. The only trouble was the wind direction. The wind was blowing from the southeast at that time, and Lucien was almost moving forward against the wind and waves. You can imagine how fast he was moving forward. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. On the vast ocean, the last rays of sunset were like a dying candle, gradually swallowed up by the ruthless sky. On the ocean, darkness began to cover the entire world. The waves suddenly surged, crashing into each other with a deafening roar, like a giant beast roaring in the darkness, venting its inner fear and anxiety. The sky was starless, moonless, only endless darkness, like an invisible net, tightly binding everything in the world. Every time Lucien paddled for a while, he would turn on the flashlight and look at the compass in his hand to prevent his direction from deviating. Just as endless darkness surged like a tide, attempting to devour Lucien's unyielding will. A faint flame suddenly lit up from the coast, followed by a second, a third. This is the navigation beacon that the girls have set up for themselves. Lucien gathered his strength again and began to move towards the fire. At the same time, Lucien also turned on the flashlight in his hand and began waving to the 2 girls on the shore. Lucien, it's really Lucien. Shinkin, who had been standing on the shore waiting for a whole afternoon, saw the light coming from the sea. An excited smile appeared on her face, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Ever since that afternoon, when she discovered that the rope she was holding tightly was no longer tight and could be easily pulled back with the strength of both of them, Shinkin had been extremely anxious. The girl kept looking out at the shore. If Lung Mingyao hadn't pulled her, she would probably have rowed out to sea to look for Lucien. At this time, Lung Mingyao, who has always been calm and rational in doing things, showed her strength as a female president. They first rationally analyzed the situation, listing numerous possible scenarios. For example, the hemp rope might have been loosened due to a loose binding, or the hemp rope might have been broken due to poor quality. In particular, after the 2 of them spent half an hour collecting all the rope and discovered the cut at the front end, Lung Mingyao made a bold assumption. Lucien had cut it. Although Lung Mingyao had no idea why Lucien did this, she firmly believed that Lucien had his reasons for doing so, and she was even more convinced that Lucien would be able to return successfully. It was thanks to Lung Mingyao's firm belief that Shen Qian regained her confidence, and the 2 stood on the shore for an entire afternoon. Of course, there was some good news during this time. The patient Eni Chen's fever had subsided. Not only had the fever subsided, but her energy and spirit were also recovering, and she was even able to get up. This indicated that the girl's fever was most likely caused by a common cold, rather than typhoid fever, a more difficult infectious disease. Upon learning that Lucien had gone out to sea to look for medicine for her, The usually carefree Yin actually felt her nose a little wet. Looking at Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian standing on the shore anxiously waiting for Lu Xian, this girl, regardless of her own health, clamored to join the waiting group. Fortunately, Lung Mingyao was there, and he managed to trick the girl back into her sleeping bag. Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian decided to take turns guarding the shore, so that Lu Xian could find them as soon as possible, and also so that they could find Lu Xian's figure as soon as possible. They waited for the entire afternoon until night fell and darkness enveloped the entire coastline. The two girls still had no intention of giving up. They always believed that Lu Xian would definitely come back. So they lit a bonfire so that Lu Xian could see this place first. The unyielding waiting finally brought the best result. 10 minutes later, Lu Xian could see the two girls clearly through the telescope. Qian, Mingyao, I'm back. From a few hundred meters away, Lu Xian excitedly waved his hands towards the shore. At this moment, all tiredness disappears. Lu Xian. When the lifeboat approached the shore and that familiar face came into view again, Shen Qian, unable to control her emotions any longer, ran over the waves and pounced on Lu Xian. Chapter 117, The Competitive CEO Long. Lu Xian, are you okay? How did the hemp rope break? We were so worried. Shen Qian took the backpack handed to her by Lu Xian and began to ask about his well-being. She was particularly curious about why the hemp rope was broken. This is a long story. Let's put out the torches first, drag the boat in, and then we can talk inside. Although the group of people who temporarily left on the speedboat were unlikely to appear on his island tonight, Lu Xian still decided to act cautiously. Handsome guy, you're back? Yin in the cave obviously heard the noise outside and ran out of the cave. Are you well? Seeing that the girl had regained her former spirited appearance, Lu Xian was also stunned. It was a pity that he had specially gone to get the medicine box back. That's right. With that handsome boy caring about me so much, I'm sure I'll get better soon. Come on, show me what goodies you brought back for us. Yin still looked as charming as ever. She threw a coquettish glance at Lu Xian and then grabbed the backpack from Shen Qian's hand. She probably doesn't have typhoid fever. She just has a common cold. Lung Mingyao smiled and shook his head. Then he and Lu Xian extinguished the guide torch and dragged the lifeboat into their courtyard. Ah, such cute pants, ha ha. As soon as the three of them returned to the courtyard, Yin-chen's loud laughter was heard from the cave. Then the girl ran out holding a pair of halakity panties. Well, Lu Xian then remembered that he seemed to have this thing in his backpack. This is embarrassing. At the same time, the person who was more embarrassed than Lu Xian was naturally Lung Mingyao, the owner of these cute pants, President Lung. Lung Mingyao's cheeks were flushed at this time, and she was too embarrassed to look up at everyone. This is perfect. I just happened to see it and brought it back. Hee. Lu Xian could only force a smile to ease the awkward situation. Lu Xian, that. Just as Lu Xian, Lung Mingyao, and Shen Qian were standing there looking at each other and laughing awkwardly, Lung Mingyao suddenly remembered something and pointed inside the cave with a look of horror. Depend on. Lu Xian slapped his thigh suddenly. It was all over. The most important thing was still in the backpack. If it was exposed to the public, I'm afraid President Lung would really dig a hole and crawl into it. Lu Xian rushed into the cave in 2 steps and grabbed the backpack. However, after turning it upside down, the eye-catching pink little dick was still nowhere to be found. Hey, handsome boy, are you looking for this? I didn't realize you have such a strong taste. Just when Lu Xian was still desperately searching, the voice of Yin, the witch, came from behind him. Turning around, I saw the woman hooking the pants with her slender little finger of her right hand. Lu Xian was convinced. This woman must be a mole. How could she dig things so fast? He had reacted quickly enough, but she still got there first. Moreover, in just a short time, she had opened the packaging of the pants. Quick, give it to me. In order to prevent Lung Mingyao from dying, Lu Xian reached out to grab the shorts. Yin, however, was jumping around in circles in the cave, holding up her pants. For a moment, Lu Xian really wanted to push this girl back into the sleeping bag. This girl was really crazy. Handsome boy, tell me quickly, who are you buying this for? It's not that young Yaki, is it? Not only did Yin snatch the pants, she also kept gossiping. Yin, stop making trouble. You just recovered from your illness. Don't catch a cold again. Shen Qian is Lung Mingyao's best friend, so she naturally knows who the pants belong to. However, she can only find another excuse now, because President Lung is blushing all the way to his neck. Lu Xian immediately regretted bringing this thing back. He was just looking for trouble. Handsome boy, if you don't tell me, this will belong to me. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that this girl was actually still thinking about these pants. And looking at her expression, it seemed like she was about to change it to her own on the spot. This is mine, Give it back to me. At this critical moment, Lung Mingyao, who had been silent, finally spoke. This is awkward. Lu Xian touched his forehead. He could imagine how socially devastated President Lung was at that moment. This was a cool and aloof female CEO that everyone admired, but you're... Obviously, even Yini Chen did not expect this answer. Isn't it okay for me to change my taste? Do you think you're the only one who can go for the sexy route? Give it back to me now. To everyone's surprise, after Lung Mingyao spoke out, she regained her former firmness and aloofness. Looking at her current appearance, she looked like a complete queen. I'll give it to you, but you don't dare wear it. It's a waste. The real owner of the shorts showed up, and Yini Chen had no choice but to hand the shorts back to Lung Mingyao, but her unforgiving little mouth kept nagging. I don't dare wear it. I just have something to change into. I don't need it right now. Lung Mingyao is not a pushover either. She is always the one who argues with others and was once the target of criticism from others. Lung Mingyao, who was very competitive, immediately fought back. Hey, Mr. Lung, stop bragging. Don't I know your personality? Let alone the handsome boy here. Even if there were only 3 of us here, I bet you wouldn't dare to wear it. At best, you try it secretly at home. Yini Chen acted as if she had seen through you. After all, not everyone can control this thing. Yini Chen believes that no one else here can do it except her. Would I dare not wear it? Yini Chen, I was just seeing that you were sick and didn't want to argue with you. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? It turned out that Lung Mingyao was good in every way except that he had an overly strong self-esteem, and he started arguing with Yini Chen right away. Mingyao, Yi Chen, it's getting late. Why don't we rest first? Lu Xian just came back and must be hungry. Let's eat and talk. Shen Qian, who was trying to smooth things over, saw this situation and knew very well that if the situation continued to develop, Lung Mingyao's stubborn temper would come out. Others might not understand her best friend, but she was very clear about it. Lung Mingyao is intelligent, clever, good at singing and dancing, highly educated, and has a nearly perfect appearance and figure. It can be said that she is a woman who is infinitely close to being a perfect goddess. However, I can only say that God is fair and will leave some flaws for people. For Lung Mingyao, being overly competitive is her Achilles heel. After all, from birth to now, she has never been surpassed by anyone in any field. As a result, today, I was pushed to the door just because of a pair of pants. How can I tolerate this? Lu Xian, please try to persuade him. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, Shen Qian had no choice but to seek help from the culprit Lu Xian. Lu Xian was bewildered. This matter concerned everyone, and it seemed like he could do nothing about it. What's more, in this situation, it seems that no matter who wins, it will be beneficial to themselves. Glancing at CEO Long, Lu Xian couldn't help but smack his lips. If he could see the beautiful Long wearing this, wouldn't it be 100 times better than watching the Victoria's Secret catwalk? Chapter 118, Am I Not Feminine? Lu Xian, Lu Xian. Lu Xian was still daydreaming, but Shen Qian kept pushing Lu Xian, wanting him to persuade the competitive Lung Mingyao. Well, we have more important things to do right now. Let's put this matter of pants aside for now. Thinking that the group of people on the yacht would go to the island tomorrow, and he would have to reconstruct the scene, Lu Xian felt a headache. After telling the girls one by one what happened on the yacht, Lung Mingyao and Yini Chen finally stopped fighting over the pants. Lu Xian, you said that group will come over to take pictures tomorrow, and they will wear women's wigs. After hearing Lu Xian's narration, Lung Mingyao also felt it was very strange that someone would come here specifically to pose for photos. So tomorrow morning, at daybreak, we have to row to that beach and reconstruct the scene. In addition, you have to see if there is anyone you know among this group of people. Lu Xian has already made a plan. Tomorrow morning, he will take Lung Mingyao to the beach in a small boat. He will then prepare all the necessary coconuts and other things for him to try to recreate the scene one-to-one. He will also let Lung Mingyao identify the group of people to see if there are any familiar faces. Handsome boy, I'll go with you. There's strength in numbers, right? Knowing that they could go out again, Yini Chen, who was always restless, was the most excited and immediately expressed her desire to go with Lu Xian. Lung Mingyao and I will go. This guy is useless and will easily expose our target. You two stay home and don't go anywhere. As long as we can deceive the world this time, this group of people will basically not bother us again. This group of people repeatedly coming to the island has brought him huge safety risks. Lu Xian is now thinking more about not being discovered and escaping from this deserted island, but not being discovered and surviving safely on this island. After all, if you want to be saved, you must first stay alive, but it will definitely not be this group of people who save him. Why are you taking Lung Mingyao out again? Really? Knowing that Lu Xian chose to go out with President Lung instead of herself, Yini Chen pouted and expressed her dissatisfaction. We're not going out to have fun. Lung Mingyao knows the most people, and you don't work for this company, so there's no point taking you. Okay, I need to rest early today. Lu Xian had been busy all day today. Apart from anything else, just paddling back and forth had exhausted him to death. Moreover, when he was on the yacht, he was in a highly tense state the entire time. Lu Xian was so tired that he didn't even want to say anything. Lu Xian, drink some coconut water and eat something to fill your stomach before going to bed. His wife, Shen Qian, was very sensible. Seeing Lu Xian crawling into his sleeping bag and about to fall asleep, she chopped a coconut for Lu Xian and handed him 2 skewers of grilled fish. Well, my skill in grilling fish is improving. This one is delicious. Lu Xian, who had already crawled into the sleeping bag, was enjoying Shen Qian's VIP service while constantly giving the girl a thumbs up. Hey handsome boy, I grilled a bunch of skewers here, and is this sleeping bag warm? I warmed it up just now. Seeing Lu Xian constantly praising Shen Qian, Yini Chen came over to ask for praise as well. Okay, all is well. Lu Xian, who enjoyed the treatment like an emperor, naturally would not be stingy with his words of praise. However, when Lu Xian glanced at Lung Mingyao beside him, he saw a hint of loneliness in the other's eyes. Lu Xian patted Shen Qian and signaled her to go and care about Lung Mingyao. Lu Xian's mind was actually as clear as a mirror. He knew very well why President Lung was like this. It was simply because he felt that he was not sociable. In the final analysis, Lung Mingyao is just too strong-willed. On the one hand, due to her identity as CEO Lung, she really can't do what Shen Qian and Yini Chen did. On the other hand, this girl really hopes that she can truly integrate into this group. A complete contradiction. But Lu Xian had no way to save Lung Mingyao at the moment, and he just wanted to have a good sleep. After sleeping until dawn, Lu Xian quickly jumped out of the sleeping bag. Hurry, let's go. Even Lu Xian himself didn't expect that he seemed to have overslept. He put on his pants and trotted to the shore. Lung Mingyao had already arranged everything and had prepared all the necessary supplies on his second boat. Seeing Lu Xian coming, Shen Qian muttered softly. Mingyao said you were too tired, so he didn't wake you up. Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao looked at each other, and the other party immediately shifted his gaze. This girl is still thin-skinned. Handsome boy, you really don't want to take me with you. I can paddle very fast. Yini Chen was pacing back and forth on the shore at this time, obviously still thinking about Lu Xian taking her with him. You two just stay in the cave. If everything goes well, we'll be back before dark. Naturally, Lu Xian would not be fooled by this girl so easily. Today's work was really useless with too many people, so Lu Xian thought of hiding on the shore, hoping that Lung Mingyao could recognize this group of people. There are 8 coconuts in total, just like last time. Mingyao also brought the axe. You two must be careful and safe. President Lung's work is indeed foolproof. When Lu Xian said that he wanted to recreate the scene one-to-one, Lung Mingyao really brought everything he needed. After saying goodbye to Shen Qian and Yini Chen, Lu Xian took Lung Mingyao and rowed towards the coast. Lung Mingyao didn't say much along the way, and it was Lu Xian who started the conversation. It was not until the two of them were almost at the towering rock wall that Lung Mingyao blurted out these words. Lu Xian, am I not very feminine? After hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian didn't know how to respond for a while. Lu Xian originally thought that after a night, the girl had gotten over him, but it turned out that she was still struggling with it. Actually, everyone has their own unique personality, so there's really no need to force things. So what you mean is that I'm not feminine? Well, Lu Xian originally wanted to comfort the girl, but Lung Mingyao took it personally. It seemed that what happened yesterday was really a big blow to the girl. You can't say that. It's like dressing style. Some people like to go for a mature look, while others like to go for a sexy look. It's just that everyone has different preferences. There's no need to force it. Everyone is different. Lu Xian was afraid that the girl would get stuck in a rut and couldn't get out of it, so he had to try every possible way to comfort her. So you men actually prefer someone like Yini Chen? As a result, the girl got herself into trouble, and Lu Xian did not expect that the sequelae of this pair of shorts would be so serious. Then I'll wear it when I get back. I believe I won't be worse than Ariel Yin. Well, Lu Xian was helpless. This girl was really going against him. Chapter 119. That group of people really came. Lu Xian felt that it would be pointless to explain anything more to Lung Mingyao. Once this person got stuck in a dead end, no one could persuade him. Okay, we'll be there once we get past that rock face. We'll park the lifeboat next to that sunken part of the shore, and then we'll find a place to hide. Lu Xian pointed to the coastline not far away and arranged the tasks. Lu Xian felt that this battle was crucial and he might be able to discover some clues. President Lung also put aside the shorts for the time being. and after parking the boat with Lu Xian, he began to recreate the scene one-to-one. The coconuts on the boat, and even the axes on the ground were all neatly arranged one by one. I have to admit that when it comes to work, no one can compare with this girl. Okay, that pit is over there. I'll go over there and restore it first. Then we'll find a suitable spot to hide. Then we'll just wait for that group to show up. Everything was ready on the beach. Lu Xian returned to the burial site and buried the male corpse that he had dug out. After the restoration was complete, Lu Xian took Lung Mingyao back to the bushes in front of the beach and found a secluded place to hide. Next, we just have to wait for that group of people to land on the island again. Lu Xian, you said there are foreigners among this group? Yes, and it seems to me that those Chinese are the lackeys of those foreigners. Has your company ever offended foreigners? Lu Xian also did some analysis in private. He even thought at one point that the group seemed to be targeting Lung Mingyao. No, our company has no overseas business at all. However, Lu Xian's speculation was directly denied by Lung Mingyao. That would be strange. Well, I can only hope that you can recognize one or two people by then. Now the clue was cut off again, and Lu Xian could only place all his hopes on Lung Mingyao. If Lung Mingyao still didn't recognize them, then no one would recognize this group of people. Lu Xian thought that as a wage earner, he wasn't that attractive enough to attract this group of people. After much thought, Lung Mingyao and Chen were the most likely candidates. The two hid behind the bushes, occasionally looking at the sea through binoculars. I can only say that group of people are really lazy. It's almost noon, and they haven't come here to report yet. Lu Xian, are you sure that group of people came here? Could it be the burial site we discovered earlier? The two of them had been waiting for a long time, but still found no trace of any speedboat. Lung Mingyao raised a question. That shouldn't be the case. Those guys have such a bad memory. The only reason they remember this place is because of the lifeboat. I think they got lost. Let's wait a little longer. Lu Xian had seen how unreliable that group of people were, so it was completely understandable that they were late. Lu Xian, this is for you. Lu Xian was looking at the sea through a telescope when Lung Mingyao handed him a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of water. Lu Xian put down the telescope and glanced at the other person, only to see that the girl's cheeks were red again. This girl really tried hard to make herself more feminine. At this moment, Lu Xian felt that Lung Mingyao was even more adorable than Shin Qian, so he liked to compete with himself. Near noon, Lu Xian finally discovered that a speedboat was sailing towards him rapidly on the ocean. Here we come, let's hide. After confirming that the other party had appeared, Lu Xian immediately put away the telescope in his hand, because this telescope is also a double-edged sword. It can detect the other party in the first time, but it may also expose himself because of the reflection of the telescope lens. Lung Mingyao imitated Lu Xian, lying in the bushes and staring at the sea ahead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar of the speedboat's engine came from far away, and within 10 minutes, it had reached the sea in front of him. Lu Xian counted and found that there were at least 5 men on the speedboat, 2 of whom looked familiar. They should be the 2 he had seen yesterday. Damn it. It's a good thing we have this little boat, otherwise we wouldn't be able to find our spot. What did I say? There's a high probability that there's no one on this lousy island. Otherwise, how could this little boat be parked here? The man in the lead smoothed his bangs and came to a self-righteous conclusion. Boss, you are the best. I am more impressed than the wall. The lackeys behind him naturally wouldn't forget to flatter him. After all, there's a saying, flattery never fails, no matter how many holes there are. All right, stop talking nonsense. Quickly find the burial pit, dig the person out, and then destroy his face. Hearing what the other party said, Lu Xian, who was hiding in the bushes and less than 10 meters away from the group of people, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Destroying someone's face? That's too gory. They should be so that others can't recognize them when taking pictures. Lung Mingyao immediately understood why the other party did this. Remembering that the other party mentioned yesterday that he was wearing a women's wig, Lu Xian also understood. All I can say is that this group of people will do anything to achieve their goals. They are really capable of doing anything. Boss, it's over there. I remember it. At this time, one of the younger brothers had already run into the jungle. Do you know anyone? Lu Xian glanced at Lung Mingyao and asked softly. No. Unfortunately, Lung Mingyao still shook his head. Damn it. Where did these people come from? Hearing that Lung Mingyao didn't recognize anyone again, Lu Xian couldn't help but swear. He had no idea why this group of people were eyeing this small island. Boss, we found it. We found it. Brothers, come and dig up the body. The first brother who entered the jungle had already discovered the body burial pit. With a wave of his hand, he asked others to join the task of digging up the bodies. Bring all these wigs over, all of them, and take pictures for me. The more the better. Do you understand? This is all money, hard cash. When the leader heard that his subordinates had successfully located the burial site, he waved his hand to his subordinates who were still on the boat, and immediately 3 or 4 of them ran to the burial site carrying wigs of various styles. The other party's main target should be women. Lung Mingyao muttered softly when he saw the other party's posture. Could it be directed at you, or Ini Chin, or Shinqian? Lung Mingyao shook her head, indicating that she could not draw a conclusion. After all, there were more than just a few girls on her yacht. He. Brothers, come and take a look. Does this wig have the accent of that woman Lung Mingyao? Just when Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao were still unsure of each other's intentions, a man in the jungle said this with a wicked smile. Chapter 1:20 Seeking the Psychological Shadow Area of Lung Mingyao. Lung Mingyao and Lu Xian looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. I didn't expect that the other party really knew Lung Mingyao. He, you know what? There's something there. That woman is really pretty. If I take her to bed, it would be so exciting. As the group was talking, they were also fantasizing about Lung Mingyao. Lu Xian glanced at the girl next to him and saw that she was annoyed and embarrassed, her face flushed red. Looking at this, Lu Xian was really afraid that this competitive and cold female president would rush out to settle the score with that group of people. Lu Xian quickly made a gesture to Lung Mingyao to keep quiet. Fortunately, Lung Mingyao was still rational and did not really rush out to fight with that group of people. However, that group of people seemed to be thinking about Lung Mingyao, and once they started talking, they couldn't stop. Really? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I did that with that woman's photo several times. Damn, do you have that kind of photo of that woman? You guys know shit. Do you know anything about AI face swapping? It's so exciting. Wow, Lu Xian was dumbfounded when he heard what these guys said. They even used AI technology to change faces. This group of people were really willing to spend a lot of money for Lung Mingyao. However, Lung Mingyao, who had managed to hold back his anger with great difficulty, now had even redder cheeks. Lu Xian had to force a smile to comfort the girl. After all, if someone fantasizes about something like this, let alone a strong woman like Lung Mingyao, even an ordinary girl would definitely be angry and embarrassed. Calm down, calm down. At this moment, Lu Xian could only lower his voice and try to comfort the other person's young heart. As a result, the man in the lead started a new round of topics. Damn, what's so good about this woman? She's so mean. I don't understand why you bastards like a woman like this. What's going on? Are you thinking of going over and being her lapdog? That's right, boss is right. That woman has no femininity at all. She has a stern face all day long. Anyone who wants to marry her in the future will be killed by her. Right. She acts like everyone owes her millions. A woman like that is definitely unlucky for her husband. She's unacceptable. This woman is absolutely unacceptable. Lu Xian didn't expect that the tone of the conversation would change so quickly. President Lung, who was a popular commodity before, suddenly became a woman who would bring bad luck to her husband. Shou, calm down. Lu Xian was really impressed by these bastards, not to mention Lung Mingyao. At that moment, if this group of people were not so numerous and powerful and had weapons in their hands, even Lu Xian would have been tempted to go up and give each of them 2 big bags. Is that how you say that? Isn't it just that she's a little aloof, a little serious, doesn't smile as much, and lacks a bit of femininity? Is it necessary to say that about others? Damn it, it's so damn. Looking at Lung Mingyao again, her cheeks were puffed up with anger. As a female CEO who was usually second to none, when had she ever been spoken of like this before, and by such a group of thugs? Boss, the photos are all taken. By the way, how much money can we get this time? Are you sure you finished filming? How much is it? I'm afraid it'll scare you if I tell you. Stop talking nonsense and finish the job early. Damn it, it's all because of you guys that I had to make this special trip and wasted my entire day. Fortunately, this group of people finally changed the topic, so Lung Mingyao didn't go completely crazy. Lu Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like this group of people were about to go home. Please, everyone, no matter how much money you offer, I'm not interested in getting involved. Please just don't come to this island next time. Lu Xian had no other thoughts now. He just wanted to get rid of this group of men as soon as possible. Boss, the woman we caught on the island last time was really good. If we can really catch that guy named Lung, you must let the brothers have a good time. Even if you don't like her, I don't mind. As a result, just 2 minutes after the group got back to the main topic, they were pulled back to Lung Mingyao by a slightly immature man. Lu Xian rubbed his temples helplessly. He was also convinced. Can you distinguish the priorities? What are you doing on the island? Are you here to take pictures or to fantasize? Stop talking nonsense, everyone. Remember this. From now on, Lung Mingyao of Haishang Industrial, is dead. Do you understand? I heard it clearly. Repeat that loudly. Lung Mingyao is dead. Hearing the sound that echoed throughout the jungle, Lu Xian was completely speechless. This group of people really got into a fight with President Lung. First, they had a lot of sexual fantasies about Lung Mingyao. Then they said that she was a woman who would bring down her husband. But that wasn't the end of it. In the end, they even said that a healthy person was dead. At that moment, without Lung Mingyao saying much, Lu Xian could imagine that Mr. Lung beside him had probably already imagined in his mind 1,000 ways to kill the other party after returning. Lu Xian glanced at Lung Mingyao nervously, but found that the other party was much calmer at the moment. Lu Xian muttered to himself, could it be that he has become numb after being scolded so many times? But at that moment, Lu Xian had only one thought in his mind. Please, everyone, just get out of here as soon as possible and don't come here again. It seemed that even God couldn't bear it anymore, or maybe Lu Xian's sincere prayers worked. The group has already started packing up their things and preparing to return. Please confirm again. Have you filled out everything and brought everything you need? The man in the lead was obviously quite cautious in his dealings with others. Even when he was about to go home, he still didn't forget to give a few instructions. Boss, we're doing the job, so just put your mind at ease. A younger brother was patting his chest and making a promise. Hearing these arrogant words and remembering the other party's perfunctory style of doing things, Lu Xian felt a little embarrassed for this group of people. Yeah, we're reliable. Besides, boss, you already said that there's no one on this broken island anymore. What's more, this broken island no longer belongs to the country. I guess even if we don't bury it, no one will find it. Stop your nonsense. Haven't you heard of the saying, better safe than sorry? Although we collect money and help people avoid disasters, it's also very important to keep ourselves in a safe area as much as possible. Okay, gather your things and prepare to return. After listening to this conversation, Lu Xian's brain started working at high speed again. The island he was on was already part of a foreign country. Also, no wonder Lung Mingyao didn't recognize any of them. It turned out these people were just low-level employees who were paid to do the job. Just when Lu Xian was still thinking about what this group of people said, the man in the lead said something like this, and Lu Xian almost collapsed. Chapter 121 is over. President Lung is stimulated. You too, tie this boat to the back of the speedboat and take it away with you. I rely on. Lu Xian didn't expect that Lung Mingyao didn't lose his temper, but he really wanted to lose his temper. You guys are bullying President Lung with your words, but I will be magnanimous and forgive you and won't bother with you. But what does it mean that you're taking away your own lifeboat? Thinking that his only 2 lifeboats were about to be plundered, Lu Xian clenched the machete in his hand. Don't be impulsive. At this critical moment, it was Lung Mingyao who pressed Lu Xian's right hand in time. The boss is really good at everything he does. Brothers, let's go back home and divide the spoils. Amidst the laughter and cheers of the group, the speedboat carried the group and their own lifeboat away. Oh my God, these bastards. Damn it. Seeing this group of people disappear from his sight, Lu Xian could no longer hold back. He started swearing towards the sea and cordially greeted all the other party's relatives. Don't overthink it. Just consider it a loss to ward off disaster. If a lifeboat can buy us peace in the future, then it's not a loss for us. Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian couldn't help but look at the other party. He thought that this girl must be the same as himself and wanted to tear the other people into pieces. However, he didn't expect that this girl was so bold, and her anger came quickly and went away even faster. You are not angry anymore. After hearing what the girl said, Lu Xian's anger dissipated a lot. Although Lung Mingyao's words sounded soothing, they were also the truth. Lu Xian pointed in the direction the other party left and asked her a question. Why should I be angry? They're telling the truth. I'm not very feminine. I usually have a stern face towards my subordinates and never smile. It seems they didn't say anything wrong. Lung Mingyao looked up at the sky, forced a smile, and answered calmly. Don't listen to their nonsense. They're just bullshitting. Besides, every CEO has their own pride and temper. It's perfectly normal. In order to prevent the girl from getting stuck in a rut again, Lu Xian had to quickly give her some words of comfort. Let's go. We can't go by sea anymore. We can only go by land. You lead the way, and I'll follow. Are you really okay? Then let's go. Lu Xian took 2 quick steps to Lung Mingyao and did not forget to turn around and look at the girl again. It's okay. It's just femininity. How can it be so difficult? I don't believe that I, a graduate of a 985 or 211 university, with 2 master's degrees from Yale, can't learn this. Cough, cough, cough. I can learn it. I can learn it. As a result, Lu Xian had just taken 2 steps when he heard President Lung's words from behind him. Lu Xian really didn't know what to say. He could only say that after what happened to Eni Chin yesterday and the instigation of this group of men today, Lung Mingyao was afraid that he would not be able to get over this hurdle. It's just Lu Xian really couldn't imagine what it would be like if the usually aloof Lung Mingyao became more feminine. Lu Xian shook his head vigorously, trying to free himself from this unrealistic fantasy. Hey, what are you standing there for? Come on, handsome boy. Oh, okay, let's go. Wait. What did you just call me? Just when Lu Xian had calmed down and was about to get back on the road, he suddenly heard these words. Handsome boy, isn't that what Eni-chin calls you? Isn't that right? Seeing Lu Xian looking at her with a confused expression, Lung Mingyao was very puzzled and stared at Lu Xian with her big, Cazalan eyes. Lu Xian was really impressed. This girl was really arguing with Eni-chin. The problem was that this wasn't your character's style. Besides, that enchantress Eni-chin was born with 99 points of charm, which is not something that ordinary people can learn. Although Lu Xian highly recognized the comprehensive strength of President Lung in front of him, whether it was his appearance or his figure, he was one in a million. But you are now comparing your weakest point with his strongest point. There is no comparison. Well, you should just call me Lu Xian. That way, it's more natural. Hurry up, we have to hurry up. Lu Xian gave his most fake smile and decisively changed the subject. I have to endure Eni-chin enough. If another one appears, and she is a copycat version of her, I guess I will be disgusted to death. What's wrong? My voice isn't as nice as Eni-chin's. So what, handsome boy, little brother? As if realizing that his efforts were not recognized by Lu Xian, Lung Mingyao cleared his throat and gave Lu Xian a few upgraded versions of the clip sound. Fortunately, Lu Xian has seen the world. If it were the group of people just now, they would probably all have nosebleeds. Lu Xian even felt that if there was a war in the country in the future, there would be no need to send out a combined brigade. Just give me a battalion of Lung Mingyao. Give each person a large loudspeaker, and there would be no need to say anything else. Just keep shouting little brother to the enemy, and the enemy's combat power can be reduced by 99 in an instant. But at this moment, Lu Xian felt that it was more important to hurry on his way, and he couldn't be seduced by this woman. Okay, let's talk while we walk. Lu Xian nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, expressing his approval of Lung Mingyao. He was deeply afraid that if he didn't give her enough approval, this woman would make some more exaggerated and disgusting clapping sounds for him. Okay then, let's go this way. Lu Xian here just thought that he had finally successfully fooled this girl, but in the end, President Lung just took action. Lu Xian was originally walking in front with a machete in his right hand and a backpack on his back, when he suddenly noticed that Lung Mingyao rushed up from behind and directly put his arm around his left arm. I'm going to. Lu Xian almost collapsed on the spot. I say, President Lung, we need to become more feminine. It's not impossible, but we have to take it slowly. They say Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither can we develop femininity in a day. Even if this is a development game, we have to proceed step by step. If all the women in the world could really become like Eni-chin one day, what a mess the world would be in. Oops. Before Lu Xian could recover, Lung Mingyao, who was holding his arm, slipped. Lu Xian was speechless. This was great. Instead of cultivating her femininity, she ended up crippling herself. Lu Xian, carry me. In the end, this is not over yet. Lu Xian now hated that group of men. Not only did they steal his lifeboat, but they also took away President Lung from him. Look at what this has left you with. What a sin. Chapter 122. This time, it's really sprained. Hey, Mr. Lung, are you sure it's really sprained? Lu Xian looked at Lung Mingyao helplessly. Of course I sprained it. Look. Also, call me Mingyao or Yao Yao. When Lu Xian heard this, he almost fainted on the spot. Yao Yao, he said, why don't you just dance the Shi Hui shake for me? As Lung Mingyao spoke, she stretched out her slender jade foot with a wronged look. Lu Xian frowned and looked at it. There was no sign of sprain at all. It was clearly a nearly flawless woman's foot. Where? Here or here? Lu Xian pressed Lung Mingyao's ankle twice, but he didn't show any physiological reflex of pain. He just cried out, it hurts. It is obvious that this cold president is still deeply immersed in the feminine plot that he wrote, directed, and performed himself. Boss Lung, can we please stop making such a fuss? It's still uncertain whether we can get back home safely tonight. Please stop making fun of me, okay? Thinking that there was still a long road ahead of him, Lu Xian felt overwhelmed. What's more, he had never walked to this side of the cliff, and it was still uncertain whether he could get back to the other side of the cliff. At this time, this girl was still playing role-playing games with him. Is it still not as good as Eni-chin and Shinqian? Okay, let's hurry up. Lung Mingyao saw that Lu Xian had a sad face, and she didn't feel comfortable continuing to pretend to be a weak woman. She sighed, let go of Lu Xian, and walked in front of Lu Xian with a lonely look. Actually, as a beginner, you've done pretty well. In order not to offend the cold CEO, Lu Xian reluctantly added a compliment. Really? Oh, the result is good. Lung Mingyao got so excited that he turned around and didn't put his foot firmly on the ground, so he sprained his ankle. Fortunately, Lu Xian was quick-witted and stepped forward in time to support Lung Mingyao. Otherwise, if he had really fallen, it would not only be a sprained ankle, but at least a broken bone. I'm fine, I can do it myself. Now that he really sprained his ankle, President Lung became stronger. Don't push yourself. If you push any harder, your ankle will swell up like a bun. Come on up, I'll carry you. We'll walk along the beach and figure out a solution when we get to the cliff. This is really a case of adding insult to injury. The boat has been packed up and taken away, and now Lung Mingyao has sprained his ankle. It turns out that misfortunes never come alone, and this is absolutely true. I'm sorry. Lung Mingyao, who was lying on Lu Xian's back, didn't say a word until Lu Xian walked onto the beach. Then she apologized to Lu Xian in a very weak voice. Obviously, the girl also realized that it was because of her competitiveness and her insistence on learning femininity that caused the two of them to be in this predicament. It's okay. I'm more than capable of carrying you. If all three of you were in the same situation and sprained your ankles at the same time, I really wouldn't be able to help you. Lu Xian's words naturally had his own intentions. Lung Mingyao was so smart that he understood it as soon as he heard it. So you're saying I don't need to learn Yini Chen's femininity? That's right. You, Lung Mingyao, are intelligent, clever, have a strong sense of the overall situation, and think deeply. You insist on comparing your weakest point with others' strongest point. You're only asking for trouble. After this incident, Lung Mingyao really calmed down. He just lay obediently on Lu Xian's back, neither moving nor talking nonsense. The two walked along the beach towards the rock wall. When the sun shifted about 20 degrees to the west, Lu Xian finally arrived at the foot of the cliff carrying Lung Mingyao on his back. I have to say, this cliff is even taller than I imagined. As tiny humans, we feel like ants looking up at elephants at its feet. Obviously, it would be a pipe dream to expect to climb over the mountains and cross the cliffs just like he conquered the cliff in front of his cave. He would have no idea where to start. Lu Xian gazed out toward the sea from the cliff. While the cliff didn't extend very far, estimating it to be only 300 or 400 meters from the junction of the beach and the sea, the roadbed deeper into the sea was composed of jagged, interlocking rocks. Crossing such an obstacle would be practically impossible for an ordinary person, especially with Lu Xian carrying a wounded man on his back, which completely eliminated his chances of success. Lu Xian, it seems we can only go into the jungle. Put me down, and I will walk slowly by myself. Lung Mingyao was so smart that he naturally knew what Lu Xian was going to do next after just one glance. There was only one way left for them, which was to enter the jungle and head south along the cliff to try their luck. As for whether they could open up a road through the cliff, it really depended on luck. How about you wait here for me while I explore the way? If I find the way, I'll come back and take you over with me. Seeing Lung Mingyao limping after landing, Lu Xian couldn't bear to let this girl follow him in the jungle. After all, this was his first time in this place, and there was a high probability that it would be in vain. Okay, Lu Xian. When Lung Mingyao heard Lu Xian's words, she felt a little disappointed and more of a self-blame, so she just nodded slightly and didn't say much. After all, she knew very well that exploring the path was a hard job, and it was very likely that she would be busy for several hours and still return empty-handed. But just when Lu Xian was about to turn around and leave, Lung Mingyao reached out and grabbed Lu Xian tightly. What's wrong? Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Lu Xian was afraid that the girl might be timid staying here alone, so he tried to comfort her with a few words. I'm fine. I just want you to remember to pay special attention to the sound of water. As long as we can find any rivers or streams, we will definitely be able to cross this cliff. Lung Mingyao pointed seriously in the direction of the jungle in the south. Lu Xian immediately understood what the girl meant. What she meant was very simple and clear. If there were rivers and streams, it meant that there were low-lying areas, so there was a great possibility that he could find a way to climb over the cliff. Awesome, worthy of being CEO Lung. In this respect, isn't he 100 times better than Yini Chen? Lu Xian gave Lung Mingyao a thumbs up and even brought up Yini Chen for comparison. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Lung Mingyao's little face turned red. In order to prevent this aloof female CEO from completely turning into a red apple, Lu Xian took his machete and hit the road. Whether I sleep on this side of the cliff or that side tonight depends entirely on my next exploration. Chapter 123. Rushing for time leads to embarrassment. As he stepped into the unknown and mysterious jungle, Lu Xian felt as if he had crossed the boundaries of time and space. Just one step away, the beach feels like a world away. Sunlight filters through the dense treetops, scattering dappled light on the ground, creating a maze of intertwined light and shadow, draping this ancient land with a mysterious and alluring veil. All around, a variety of vegetation flourishes, like an exhibition hall of nature's most exquisite creations. The dense forest, like a green giant, guards this secret place. Its thick trunks and luxuriant branches and leaves intertwine to form an impenetrable web, completely isolating it from the outside world. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves, whispering secrets hidden for centuries. Lucien has no time to care about these rare plants now. He doesn't care whether you are a rare treasure or not. As long as you stand in front of him, he will chop you down with his sword. Lucien headed south, and he was invincible wherever he went, so that he could always stay close to the cliff path and not deviate from the route. For the first few hundred meters, the cliff on his left was still tall and straight, as if to challenge Lucien. Want to pass through me? Wishful thinking. Lucien was not discouraged. After all, he had already prepared in his mind that finding a way to cross the cliff would definitely not be that easy. Lucien was even prepared to spend the night on this side of the cliff. Although he was mentally prepared, Lucien never stopped using the machete in his hand, cutting through thorns and bushes along the way. Every time he walked a distance, he would pick up the telescope he carried with him from time to find a relatively high point and look further into the distance, so as to find a breakthrough as soon as possible. But even after the sun above his head shifted several angles, the thirsty Lucien still did not find a breakthrough. The only good news was that the cliff on the left seemed to have slightly lowered its altitude. Although the extent of this drop is so small that it is difficult for ordinary people to notice it without a reference for comparison, for Lucien, this is still good news worth being thankful for. The altitude continues to decrease, which means that the deeper you go, the more likely you are to find a breakthrough. Just as Lucien was taking a nap to replenish his water under an unknown tree that was as thick as the waist circumference of 3 adults, he vaguely heard the sound of flowing water in the intervals between the birds singing in the forest. Lucien stood up suddenly, took out a telescope, and began to look towards the south. Because there were too many tall vegetation in front of him, Lucien's vision was blocked. Lucien had no choice but to put away the telescope and water bottle temporarily, and continued to move south quickly with great anticipation. Sure enough, after Lucien passed several extremely thick willow trees, the sound of water became clearer and more audible. Lucien raised the telescope again and looked into the distance. A clear river was flowing from east to west. At just one glance, Lucien reflexively recalled the stream he saw when he first met Eni-chin. Could it be that the clear spring in front of him and the stream where Eni-chin originally lived were actually the same stream? With questions and expectations, Lucien ran quickly towards the clear spring. After getting closer, Lucien looked at it carefully. It was hard to say whether it was the same stream as the one where Eni-chin and Lung Mingyao originally lived. He had no direct evidence to prove anything, but when he looked up to his left, Lucien discovered a great piece of good news. Just as Lung Mingyao said, the areas where the stream flows are relatively low-lying. Even more astonishing is the way those once towering cliffs, reaching into the sky, have been suddenly chopped apart by the brook's relentless erosion, as if by the invisible axe of time, leaving behind a series of startling cracks. This stream, less than 2 meters wide, miraculously penetrates the solid rock, bisecting the cliffs like a thin line between heaven and earth. Lucien took 2 steps at a time and stepped on the broken raindrop stones beside the stream, easily crossing the cliff that originally looked like a no-entry zone. Without taking a break, Lucien returned directly to where he was with this great news. As long as he could cross this barrier, the rest of the journey would only be a matter of time. When the originally dazzling sunlight became gentle and dignified, Lucien successfully returned to the beach. Lung Mingyao on the beach was staring at the south. When he saw Lucien running out of the jungle with cheerful steps, Lung Mingyao guessed the result. Found it. Yes, there really is a stream. Do you remember where you and Eni-chin used to live? There's one there too. I even suspect the 2 streams are actually one. Let's not think too much about it for now. The sun is about to set. We have to hurry and cross this cliff. If we can successfully reach Lu Yuqiang's cave before dark, we will be safe today. Lucien's plan was actually very simple. It was impossible to return to his cave by land within half a day. The first obstacle was the cliff. As for the second obstacle, that was where he would stay tonight. After all, no one wanted to live on the ground in the wilderness. The risk was too great. But what lies before you is time. Then let's go. Lung Mingyao struggled to get up and limped into the jungle. Let me carry you on my back. It's definitely much faster than you can walk. Seeing that every step the other party took was extremely difficult, Lu Xian walked quickly to Lung Mingyao and squatted down. You'll get tired if you keep carrying this. Lung Mingyao was obviously still a little shy. Lu Xian had already been carrying her on his back for several hours. The remaining jungle road was already difficult to walk on. If she continued to let Lu Xian carry her on his back, she would feel really bad. Not at all. I guess there are plenty of men in the city who would love to carry you on their backs every day. As for me, I'm close to the water and I'm the first to see the moon. In order to ease the embarrassment, Lu Xian even made fun of himself. As a result, Lu Xian's joke seemed to backfire, and Lung Mingyao's face became even redder. Lu Xian carried the girl on his back again and jogged all the way in order to save time. Fortunately, Lung Mingyao is really light. Lu Xian even thinks that he weighs more than 80 kilograms. Could this be the legendary light bones? But there is a question that Lu Xian has never figured out. You don't have much flesh on your body, so why are the parts of your body that should be convex still straight? This is not scientific. It turns out that this fat automatically grows in good places. In order to save time, and because he was familiar with the terrain and road conditions here, Lu Xian almost ran the whole way. The speed was indeed fast, but Lung Mingyao on his back kept falling off from time to time, so Lu Xian could only lift his hips up to his thighs again and again. Result: the trousers Lung Mingyao was wearing were too thin. After several times, there was only a sizzling sound. Chapter 124, Is this an additional attraction? As the person involved, Lung Mingyao was naturally the first to react. He reflexively covered his cheeks and shouted, "What? What happened? No, it's okay, I'm here." As a result, although Lu Xian, who was busy on his way, heard some noise, he didn't take it seriously at first. But after Lung Mingyao on his back shouted, Lu Xian reflexively lifted Lung Mingyao up on his back. Now things got worse. Another sizzling sound. Lu Xian, you put me down quickly." Now, President Lung could almost feel the cold air rushing under his butt and had to let Lu Xian put her down with blushing cheeks. What happened? Lu Xian, who was eager to get on with his journey, was still confused at this moment. After putting Lung Mingyao down, he looked at the other person with a confused expression. Lung Mingyao had no choice but to cover his buttocks secretly with his right hand and pretend to be calm on his face. After all, he was alone with his wife in the wilderness, and he couldn't tell others that his pants had evolved into open-crotch pants. "No, it's okay. I can walk by myself. You go ahead. I'll just follow you." Lung Mingyao stammered and evaded the question while motioning Lu Xian to go ahead. "Are you sure you can walk? Then follow me closely." Lu Xian was not pretentious. He watched the sun setting in the west. Nothing was more important than hurrying on his journey. Okay. Lung Mingyao nodded with a wry smile. He was trying hard to overcome the pain in his ankle while protecting his butt. It was really miserable. "Can you do it? The road ahead is even harder to walk on. How about I carry you on my back?" Lu Xian walked 200 or 300 meters and glanced back. It turned out that Lung Mingyao was far behind him and his figure was almost invisible. It's okay. Lung Mingyao covered his butt with his left hand and stretched out his right hand to wave at Lu Xian. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look." Seeing the other person's strange appearance, Lu Xian immediately trotted back. Seeing Lu Xian coming back, Lung Mingyao became even more panicked and covered her buttocks tightly with both hands. "What's wrong with your hand? Is it hurt? Stop blocking it and let me see it." "Seriously, didn't I say I'd carry you over there?" In Lu Xian's eyes, this girl's old competitive habit was probably starting to show up again. "Girls, why do you need such strong self-esteem? Really?" Without saying a word, Lu Xian grabbed Lung Mingyao's hand that was tightly covering his butt. Lung Mingyao shuddered and pushed it away reflexively. With this retreat and advance, Lu Xian instantly became the host. "Don't touch it." Lung Mingyao couldn't bear it any longer. She covered her eyes tightly with her hands and screamed loudly. Looking at the little girl again, tears were almost coming out of the corners of her eyes. At this moment, Lu Xian finally realized what he had discovered. Lu Xian quickly waved his hands to explain, but as soon as he said this, he felt that the more he listened to it, the more awkward it became. "That's not what I meant. What I meant was, how about I take off my pants and give them to you?" Lu Xian quickly corrected her, but then thought about it and felt it was inappropriate. He couldn't possibly be leading the team in just a pair of shorts, could he? Besides, judging by the girl's injured ankle, she would probably have to carry him for the rest of the journey. He couldn't possibly be wearing only briefs and carrying a grown woman on his back, could he? He didn't want to be like Superman. "No, it's okay. It's almost dark. Let's hurry up and get on our way." Although Lung Mingyao still had tears and snot on her face after putting down her hands, She was much calmer than when the Great Rift Valley in South Africa was discovered. Well, tie my coat around your waist to block it out. I'll continue carrying you. Otherwise, let alone reaching Lu Yuqiang's cave before dark, I'm afraid we might not even be able to get over this cliff. But no matter how beautiful the scenery is, we cannot stop here. We have to keep going. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Lung Mingyao was naturally not an unreasonable girl. She knew exactly what situation the two of them were in at the moment. Carrying Lung Mingyao on his back, Lu Xian set off again. However, due to this temporary extra attraction, the trip was seriously delayed. After it was completely dark, the two of them could only barely reach the stream. We definitely won't be able to reach the cave today. I'll go get some dry branches and firewood. We'll look around later to see if there's any place we can stay for the night. We don't have to worry about water, there's plenty here. Here's some to replenish your energy. Lu Xian put Lung Mingyao down in front of the stream and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although President Lung was indeed slim, it was because he had been working at high intensity for the past 2 days and his physical strength was already exhausted. After all the accusations, one has to blame those men. They could have taken anything else but their most precious boat. You already have a motorboat, but you are still thinking about your broken boat. I can only say that these capitalists have evil hearts. They would rather pour out the unsold milk than give the common people a single cent cheaper. Lu Xian, why don't you eat it? I'm not hungry. After all, I didn't do anything. Seeing Lu Xian sweating profusely, Lung Mingyao felt very embarrassed. Half each will be fine. Anyway, as long as we reach Lu Yuqiang's cave after dawn tomorrow, we'll find coconuts, and then the food problem will be solved. Lu Xian had indeed only prepared 1 day's worth of food for this trip, because he had never thought of spending the night outside. He never expected that there would be unexpected events, and now he only had a piece of compressed biscuit left in his pocket. Leaving Lung Mingyao by the stream, Lu Xian went alone to look for dead branches and leaves to use as kindling. When Lu Xian returned with a pile of belongings, he discovered that Lung Mingyao, who was supposed to be waiting for him by the stream, had disappeared. Lung Mingyao. Lu Xian was extremely anxious. Fortunately, Lu Xian's call was quickly responded to. Lu Xian, I'm here, come and take a look. Chapter 125, Beware of Fire, Theft, and Cold when Meng Yao is sleeping. After hearing Lung Mingyao's voice, Lu Xian finally felt relieved. This day has been thrilling enough, and my little heart can't stand any new shock. Why did you go there? Carrying the backpack he had left by the stream, Lu Xian walked towards Lung Mingyao, who was 50 or 60 meters away from the stream. Lu Xian, there seems to be some shelter here. Light a fire, and see if we can stay here tonight. Lung Mingyao seemed very excited, and didn't care whether Lu Xian could see clearly at the moment, and kept pointing at the top of his head. Lu Xian didn't expect that he let the girl rest by the stream, and she could discover new things for him. He put down his backpack, took out a branch, and lit it. Under the dim, flickering light of the fire, Lu Xian actually made a discovery. As Lung Mingyao had said, while this place wasn't exactly a cave, lacking deep, winding passages or the spectacle of water dripping through rock, a large protrusion jutted out from the towering rock face, forming a natural dome. Under this dome, while the space wasn't large, it was more than enough to shelter several people from the elements, protecting them from the elements. What surprised Lu Xian even more was that the rock face where Lung Mingyao stood had a strange, concave shape, like a gentle sigh from the earth, leaving behind a trace of tenderness. Within this concave embrace, the windward side was cleverly shielded by another rock face, like a mother's gentle hand shielding her child from the biting wind. This crevice between the rock faces, both an unintentional masterpiece of nature and a clever arrangement of fate, provided a rare haven for travelers. Awesome, you're worthy of being President Lung. Even in the dark, you can still find this. Amazing. Lu Xian had already prepared himself to sleep in the open air, but unexpectedly, he was saved by Lung Mingyao. At least he had a place to sleep relatively safely tonight that could shelter him from the wind and rain. Don't praise me anymore. You're tired too. Let me keep watch. You can get some rest early. Lung Mingyao, a strong woman with a strong self-esteem, thought that she had not been able to help at all day and had only caused trouble for Lu Xian. With an awkward smile on her face, she limped to build a bonfire. Just stay still and don't move. That's the biggest help you can give me. If your foot gets really swollen, I won't be able to explain to Shen Qian when I get back. Lu Xian pushed Lung Mingyao back. He quickly built a small bonfire and lit it. Seeing a ball of flame rising up, the uneasiness and tension in the two people's hearts caused by being in an unfamiliar environment also dissipated a lot. Lu Xian, what kind of girl do you think Shen Qian is? Lu Xian had just finished making a bonfire and was about to find some soft leaves to use as bedding, but he didn't expect the girl to come up with such a question. We didn't get along well at the company. I was a nobody, and she was incredibly strict with her subordinates. Don't laugh at me, but on the first day we landed on the island, the first thing she thought of when she woke up was to slap me. Luckily, I was quick-witted, or else I'd be swollen by now. But after getting to know her, I discovered she wasn't a bad person. She's a pragmatic person, very serious about her work, and very sincere to others. Anyway, she's 1,000 times better than that Yang Yaki. Lu Xian didn't hide anything and basically told the truth, but he tried to make it sound as lighthearted as possible. She's 1,000 times better than Yang Yaki. What about Ini Chen? How many times better is she than Yang Yaki? As a result, just when Lu Xian thought he had answered the other party's first question perfectly, Lung Mingyao immediately asked the second question. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment. After all, Shin Qian was his own woman, so she must be better than Ini Chen. 8,800 times. After careful consideration, Lu Xian offered a 22 discount. So, what's the ratio between Ini Chen and me? After hearing the third question asked by the cold CEO, Lu Xian finally understood how good this capitalist female CEO was at setting traps. Good boy, you are bullying me for not having enough education. Playing tricks with me. Although Lu Xian knew in his heart that he could not compare with President Lung beside him in terms of intelligence, but this did not mean that he could not see the trap. This is definitely a fatal question, just like if your mother and I fall into the water at the same time, who will you save first? And the question I am facing now, also involves a math problem. Don't move. Come on, stretch your legs. I've learned a set of massage techniques passed down from my ancestors. I guarantee you'll wake up full of energy tomorrow. Lu Xian was not stupid. For this kind of question that would hurt his brain cells and would most likely offend people, he decisively chose to change the subject and generously offered a set of his own massage package. Ah, don't touch there, it's itchy, huh? Lu Xian's mess completely aroused the girl's desire. Seeing that the originally serious President Lung could look so cute, Lu Xian was stunned for 2 seconds. But after being stunned, I still need to massage. Is this right? Does it still hurt? I'll let you be stubborn, just look. Here, does it still hurt? Is it better? Lu Xian lowered his head and gave Lung Mingyao a massage seriously, while muttering to himself endlessly. Only after realizing that his muttering had received no response did he raise his head, only to see that President Lung had fallen asleep. Lu Xian himself found it a little unbelievable. Could it be that his technique was too good? He could even make people sleepy with just a massage. Since the girl had fallen asleep, Lu Xian felt embarrassed to continue pressing the button, for fear of hitting the wrong button and waking her up again. He stood up and was about to find a place to sleep, but Lung Mingyao, who had already fallen asleep, turned over without him noticing and stretched out an arm to hug Lu Xian. Damn, it's over, forget about it. It was not until he was held by this girl that Lu Xian reflexively remembered the girl's elegant sleeping posture. But it seemed too late. Lung Mingyao's 2 little pincers had already hung on him. What made Lu Xian's eyes widen even more was that at this moment, Lung Mingyao, who had already entered sleep mode, didn't care about his crotchless pants. After hugging Lu Xian's arms with both hands, he put one long leg up and then fell on Lu Xian. Lu Xian glanced down, and now he could see everything. Miss, you really don't consider yourself an outsider. Chapter 126. Meeting an old acquaintance again. This Lu Xian is a macho man no matter what, adhering to the excellent man's qualities of not looking at bastards. However, although he had seen it, Lu Xian was a little confused about how to push the plot forward. Logically speaking, in this desolate wilderness, with this beautiful cold girl throwing herself into my arms, it wouldn't be my fault if I added a little heat. But this is taking advantage of the opportunity, which is not like my style. In the beginning, Shin Qian and I were both willing to do so. Now she wants me to launch a sneak attack, which is not fair. No matter what, we have to wait until Lung Mingyao wakes up before making a decision. After setting up his own character, Lu Xian hugged the beautiful Lung and fell asleep together. In the dark and deep jungle, 2 figures were clinging to each other. The small fire in front of them was like an elf in the night, sizzling happily. The jumping flames greedily devoured the darkness around them, making their faces red, just like the shy morning glow in the early morning light. It's so hot. Lung Mingyao, who fell asleep first, felt hotter and hotter all over as he slept, and began to take off his clothes unconsciously. On the other side, Lu Xian was sweating on his forehead because he was hugged too tightly by the clingy President Lung. Just like that, by chance, in the darkness of the night, the 2 sleepy, half-asleep men and women suddenly opened their eyes. They both saw each other up close, and saw anticipation, restlessness, and excitement in each other's eyes. Then, the two of them hugged each other involuntarily. I want you to treat me like you did to Kain last time. Lung Mingyao looked at Lu Xian with eyes full of temptation. It seems that this girl didn't sleep at all that day. That's what you said. After hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian was no longer polite and immediately took the initiative. Oh, Lu Xian, someone ran over. But just when Lu Xian was about to go into the battlefield with real swords and guns, he was stunned by Lung Mingyao's exclamation. Following Lung Mingyao's frightened gaze, he looked back. Lu Xian himself was dumbfounded. It's really a person, and it ran very fast. After just a few seconds, it had already rushed into the jungle on the right. Damn it! Who dares to ruin my good deeds? Mingyao, stay here and don't move. I'll go over and take a look. It was really weird that a person suddenly appeared in this remote place. Lu Xian didn't want to be let go by the other party for no reason. He handed the dagger in his arms to Lung Mingyao, and Lu Xian rushed out with the machete in his hand. The black shadow just now came from the east side of the stream and ran towards the west side. What Lu Xian didn't understand was, if it was really a person, why did he make such a big noise here just now, with the bonfire and the men and women preparing to make love, but the person didn't care at all and just ignored him and ran away? Are there still people in this era who lack the gossip spirit? The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more strange it seemed, so he immediately took a step forward and chased after him. Fortunately, it was already dawn at this time, probably around 4 or 5 in the morning. Even without lighting a bonfire, I could still see the road ahead clearly. Relying on his strong energy and blood, Lu Xian chased for 300 or 400 meters in one breath. He actually caught up with me. Not far ahead, there really was a ragged man speeding. If he hadn't seen that the other person was still wearing clothes, and that he looked disheveled and crazy, Lu Xian would have thought that he had met a primitive man. Lu Xian had even thought of the daily tasks he would assign to them and what names they would be given. After all, he was really short of a few odd jobs right now. But the closer he got, the more Lu Xian realized that this man was definitely not a primitive man and was most likely a survivor on his ship. When they were less than 10 meters away from the other person and saw his slightly deformed right hand, Lu Xian suddenly remembered who he was. Zhang Tsung's little brother is also the only survivor who disappeared from Lu Yuqiang's group. Fat Pig. Fat Pig, stop right there. Having basically confirmed who the other party was, Lu Xian shouted and accelerated to catch up. But the fat pig in front not only did not respond to Lu Xian, it didn't even stop for half a second and continued to move forward at a brisk pace. Fuck, are you deaf? Lu Xian thought he had pretty good physical strength, but after running 600 or 700 meters in one breath, he was already exhausted and out of breath, but the fat pig in front of him was still running endlessly. Lu Xian really didn't want to engage in a protracted battle with the opponent, so he seized the opportunity and pounced forward with a quick step. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. I've killed someone, I've killed someone. After finally using all his strength to knock the other party down, the fat pig with scars all over its face kept struggling on the ground, like a beast trapped in a net, twisting its fat body constantly, kicking its limbs on the ground, splashing mud and water. He kept repeating these words. I'm not going to kill you. I'm asking you, did you see how Huang Mao died? Where were you on the day Lu Yuqiang died? Although Lu Xian had basically confirmed that the group that killed Huang Mao was the one on the yacht, he still wanted to know exactly what happened that day. Why did Lu Yuqiang die tragically at the hands of Yang Yaqi? Why did he and Huang Mao act alone? And why was he the only one who survived in the end? Lu Xian had too many questions in his mind, and now that he had finally caught the key person, he naturally would not let him go easily. I didn't kill anyone. They did. They killed everyone. They also killed Lu Yuqiang. They are devils, devils. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The fat pig seemed to be possessed by a demon, repeating the same words over and over again. Did they kill them all? Did they kill Lu Yuqiang too? After hearing these two sentences, Lu Xian became even more confused. Wasn't Lu Yuqiang hacked to death by that woman Yang Yaqi? It seems that both he and Wang Hao, who was killed by Yang Yaqi, witnessed this incident with their own eyes. Could it be that? Lu Xian is a flexible person, and the fat pig's seemingly crazy words immediately opened up Lu Xian's brain circuit. If Lu Yuqiang was not killed by Yang Yaqi, but by that group of people, and Yang Yaqi just killed Lu Yuqiang to vent her anger because she hated him, then everything seems to make sense. Moreover, when you think about Lu Yuqiang's last words before his death, everything seems to become more and more reasonable. There are people on the island. At that time, Lu Yuqiang did not seem to have any hatred towards Yang Yaqi, but was more concerned about reminding Lung Mingyao that there was danger on the island. Don't eat me, my flesh is not tasty, my flesh is not tasty. Just as Lu Xian was still integrating and analyzing his thoughts, the fat pig beneath him started yelling again. Chapter 127 True and False, Real and Unreal. What the hell? Don't want to eat you? What does this man think of himself? The devil Satan or an ogre? Crazy. This man must be crazy. Lu Xian felt strange when he first saw the figure of this fat pig. Now seeing him suddenly say a few crazy words, he thought that this man must have been stimulated by something and had gone completely crazy. It is likely that he was frightened into insanity after witnessing the horrific scene of the group killing people and burying bodies. But when Lu Xian saw the other person's frightened eyes, Lu Xian felt that the other person seemed to be really afraid of something. Who wants to eat you? Lu Xian simply followed the other party's crazy words and asked, That place eats people, ah. Don't eat me, don't eat me. The fat pig pointed with horror towards the deeper jungle to the south, then fell into a frenzy again. He suddenly jumped up from the ground, pushed Lu Xian away, and ran straight to the west. Shit, running again? Lu Xian didn't expect the other party to suddenly do this. He wanted to catch him and ask him something, but unfortunately, the guy ran away. Forget it. He's already crazy anyway. I guess asking him won't get any more answers. Lu Xian muttered a few words to himself as a way of comforting himself. But he couldn't help but look up towards the direction of the jungle in the south that the fat pig pointed. Not sure if it was a psychological effect or the oppressive feeling brought by the dense forest, but Lu Xian actually felt goosebumps all over his body. Although I've been on the island for over 10 days now, and it seems like I'm incredibly busy every day, when I think about it, the actual area I've been on is actually very small. In other words, I've probably only walked on 1/10 of the entire island. Perhaps, as Fatty Pig said, there are still some man-eating savages on this island. It's hard to say. The more Lu Xian thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He quickly pulled his thoughts back and started his journey back. Now is not the time to scare yourself. Having just run 700 or 800 meters in one breath, Lu Xian really didn't have much strength left. After dawn, Lu Xian staggered and dragged his tired body back to the stream where Lung Mingyao was. Lu Xian, how are you? Are you okay? Lung Mingyao was obviously very anxious. She was not sure which direction Lu Xian went, and she was also worried that if she went in the wrong direction and got separated from Lu Xian would be anxious. So the girl could only stand by the stream and look in the direction Lu Xian left. After much anticipation, Lu Xian finally returned, and Lung Mingyao hurried to greet him. Guess who it is? It's Zhang Tsung's little brother, the only one who survived, the fat pig. Lu Xian was severely exhausted this time and hasn't fully recovered yet. He found a relatively flat stone beside the stream and sat down. He took the bottle of water handed to him by Lung Mingyao and gulped down a few gulps. Is it him? Why does he seem a little crazy? What did he say? Lung Mingyao obviously didn't expect to meet this man here, and his face was full of surprise. You know what? This guy seems to be really crazy. What he said is incoherent. He said that Lu Yuqiang was killed by the group of people on the yacht, and that someone wanted to eat him. And, in fact, after communicating with Fatty, Lu Xian himself felt dizzy. After all, given Fatty's current condition, it was impossible to tell which of his words were true and which were false. Lu Yuqiang didn't die at the hands of Yang Yaqi. I've also thought about that. Lung Mingyao wasn't surprised. After pondering for a moment, he continued to explain, there was a lot of blood outside the cave at the time, which means that Lu Yuqiang was most likely struck by the fatal blow on the beach. While Lu Xian was sitting on the rock taking a nap, Lung Mingyao had already transformed into Sherlock Holmes and started reasoning. Although Lu Xian was not in good spirits and did not hear everything, Lung Mingyao's general meaning was very simple. Lu Yuqiang encountered the group of people on the beach and was slaughtered by them. Yang Yaqi also witnessed this bloody scene at this time. The woman was scared silly like the fat pig today. The dying Lu Yuqiang returned to the cave with his last breath and was killed by the already crazy Yang Yaqi. Since the witnesses are either dead or crazy, the specific details of the whole incident are difficult to investigate, but it is highly likely that the group of people are involved. I agree, these bastards. And I suspect that the torn female corpse that Shen Qian and I found deep in the eastern jungle was also the work of this group of people. Thinking of the hesitant expressions of this group of people when they were questioned by their leader on the yacht, Lu Xian became more convinced that this group of people had done more than just one or two shady things. At least now it seems like this group of people won't bother us again after getting the money. That's good news. I'm just curious where these ruthless murderers came from and who hired them. After Lung Mingyao finished his analysis, he looked at the problem very rationally. The good news was that this group of murderers would not come back. The bad news was that he still couldn't figure out their background. In other words, even if he could return alive, he would not be able to find anyone to seek revenge on. Those foreigners I met on the yacht might just be middlemen. They went through so much trouble and brought us to a foreign country because they didn't want us to notice anything. It seems the villain who orchestrated all this is truly extraordinary, playing such a large game. Thinking back on everything he had experienced since arriving on the island, Lucien felt both fear and admiration for the mastermind behind the plot. He simply couldn't imagine such a grand scheme. Lucien, you just said that man said someone wanted to eat him? While Lucien was still daydreaming, Lung Mingyao had already switched to the next keyword. Well, I think we shouldn't take it too seriously. Looking at his expression just now, he seems a bit mentally unstable. He must have been frightened by that group of people, and he thinks everything he sees is about to kill him. After adjusting himself, Lucien became much calmer. If you say someone is trying to kill you, you might believe it, but if you say someone is trying to eat you, then you are probably crazy. But at this moment, a loud boom came from the south. The frightened Lucien and Lung Mingyao. They hugged each other without any prior arrangement. They both looked towards the southern jungle at the same time. Faintly, they seemed to see a fireball rising. Chapter 128. Still suffering from lack of education. Hurry, run. Lucien reflexively picked up Lung Mingyao and ran away. Swoosh. Two sounds of breaking through the air were heard behind him, followed by a boom, and a vine was instantly ignited. Lucien was just about to turn around to take a look when he suddenly saw someone suddenly rushing out from behind him. The man was short and slender, wearing a rough tiger skin coat. His most striking feature was his golden hair, which was as eye-catching as the rolling waves in an autumn wheat field, but unfortunately, it had been haphazardly kneaded by the hands of nature, making it tangled as if he had just escaped a fierce battle. He looked like a primitive savage in every way. Ruin. Lucien was still amazed at the other person's running speed, but the other person actually spoke. Lucien didn't know what she said, but he was sure that this should be a girl. Lucien, why are we running? Lung Mingyao was a little scared when he heard such a loud noise at first, so he was packed and taken away by Lucien in a daze. However, when he saw such a person coming out from behind him, Lung Mingyao suddenly felt that there seemed to be no need for him to flee like a famine. After all, he didn't understand what was going on. Didn't you see that the primitive was running? That means something is chasing her. Lucien's target is now completely locked on this primitive man, who looks inconspicuous but runs very fast. Primitive? She shouldn't be a primitive. Hearing that there was a primitive man here, Lung Mingyao, who was lying on Lucien, shook his head continuously. Miss, you don't even know how to tell the difference between Lantian people and Upper Cave people, do you? Why is there such a huge gap between us, even though we are all beneficiaries of 9 years of compulsory education? President Lung was indeed intelligent and knowledgeable, but Lucien didn't believe it. This girl could tell what period the other person was from just by taking one more look at him in the crowd. She's not a Lantian person, nor a caveman. She's a modern person. Lung Mingyao was speechless when he heard what Lucien said. Why did he invite the ancestors of the Chinese people out? I don't believe it. How did you tell? Could it be that you could tell at a glance that her tiger skin skirt was fake? Lucien did not slow down his pace. While questioning Lung Mingyao's words, he continued to run wildly, following the primitive man in his heart. Have you ever seen a caveman speaking a foreign language? Lung Mingyao covered his cheek and explained helplessly. Well, now it was Lucien's turn to be speechless. This was too much of a bully. Lucien believed since he was a child that he would never go abroad in his life, so there was no point in learning English. This was also the reason why he had a serious imbalance in his academic performance. The ultimate consequence was that he couldn't even get into a decent undergraduate program. I thought that the trouble I had with my poor foreign language skills would end in this life, but I didn't expect that while attending this class, I inexplicably went abroad, and what a coincidence, I met so many foreigners. Isn't that infuriating? Then tell her to stop and ask her why she's running. He couldn't communicate with this primitive man who could speak foreign languages, so Lucien could only place his hopes on Lung Mingyao. After all, he carried a Wincuxing with him. Lung Mingyao opened his mouth and shouted at the primitive man, who was running in front and was already 30 or 40 meters ahead of Lucien. As for what Lung Mingyao shouted, Lucien didn't understand a word, but he heard that the other party seemed to respond. What did she say? Lucien had no choice but to seek off-field assistance again. As a result, Lung Mingyao suddenly hugged Lucien's neck tightly and kept urging him. Hurry, run, faster, faster. This time, Lucien is completely helpless. It turns out that there is actually no difference between you communicating for a long time and not communicating at all. It seems that there is no difference between a rough guy like me and you cultured people. After all this time, the result is the same. Don't you still have to run? Ahem. I'm running, can't I? You're strangling me. Lu Xian was already exhausted and out of breath, and now he was hit by Lung Mingyao again. He almost died on the spot. No, I'm sorry, but she said there were man-eating savages chasing her. Lung Mingyao finally calmed down and translated what he heard to Lu Xian. What? Savages? And they eat people. Lu Xian, who was already exhausted and out of breath, immediately felt his waist and legs no longer aching after hearing Lung Mingyao's words. He continued to rush forward as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Fortunately, Lu Xian was born into a martial arts family, so his basic physical qualities are still there. Wu Ri Ka Si Lo. But before I could be happy for 5 seconds, I heard the voices of several men behind me. This time Lu Xian really heard it right. It seemed that the real, primitive man had appeared. Ah, Lu Xian, the savages are coming, and they have bows and arrows in their hands. Lung Mingyao, who was on Lu Xian's back, looked back from time to time. When he saw 2 or 3 shirtless savages with feather dusters stuck on their heads, and extremely weird looks appearing 100 meters behind him, even his voice became sharp. Damn it, it's no use yelling at me. They're definitely coming for the guy in front. I can hardly run anymore. Oh, right. If they're not coming for us, why should we run? Lu Xian had already used up most of his remaining strength chasing the fat pig. Before he could even recover for long, this guy suddenly appeared from the jungle in the south. What was even more infuriating was that he was forced to join the parkour again. This is a pace that won't stop until I run myself to death. However, Lu Xian was only a mortal after all, and with someone on his back, he was already at the end of his strength and could not run any longer. Thinking that the target of the wild men behind him was the one in front, not him, why should he run? Lu Xian, what are you thinking? They are savages. In their eyes, there is only food and non-food. It doesn't matter who you catch. Fortunately, the person on his back was still quite clear-headed. Just as Lung Mingyao said, the people behind him had not learned the 5 legitimacy and 4 beauties, nor were they civilized people who had received 9 years of compulsory education. Their goal of survival was very simple, which was to have enough food and drink. No matter whether you are Chinese or not, no matter whether you have blonde hair or black hair, as long as you have 2 arms and 2 legs, it is all the same to them. After waking up, Lu Xian no longer dared to think that it was none of his business. He had to run no matter how hard or tiring it was. But when Lu Xian looked up again, the blonde girl had disappeared. Depend on. Chapter 129, it's really not easy. Damn it. Lu Xian wanted to curse out loud. Was he kidding me? At such an important moment, the culprit was gone? But the person in front had disappeared, and the group of primitive people behind him, who were chattering something incomprehensible, were still chasing him. Looking at the pursuers approaching from behind, Lu Xian felt for the first time that he was at the end of his road. Lu Xian, put me down and run away. At the critical moment, Lung Mingyao struggled to get Lu Xian to let her go, because she knew very well that if Lu Xian carried a burden like her on his back at this time, it would only be a matter of time before the 2 of them were caught together. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I, Lu Xian, am someone who only cares about my own safety? Hold on tight. At worst we can just fight them. Lu Xian is a hot-blooded man. At this critical moment of life and death, he abandoned the girl and ran away. If he really did such a thing, it would be a shame for a man. Okay, Lu Xian, then we'll fight them. It's just, I can't be your woman in this life. I'll be with you in the next life. President Lung is not a weak woman either, and she also takes the attitude that everyone is destined to die. I am here. Just as these 2 were still making their last words, a man suddenly jumped out from the jungle behind them, shouted at the 2 or 3 primitive men behind them, and threw several stones at them. Lu Xian looked back and saw that the person was none other than the little foreigner he had been looking for. When the 3 primitive men saw a person suddenly appearing in the middle of the road, and it was the person they were chasing, they became even more angry. After dancing and waving their hands, they turned around and chased the person with all kinds of strange weapons. Lu Xian can finally take a break. Lu Xian, they seem to have left. Lung Mingyao jumped off Lu Xian's back and looked behind him a few times. It was obvious that he had not yet recovered from the fact that the 2 of them had escaped death. Should go. Let's go, let me catch my breath first. Lu Xian was so tired that he couldn't even breathe. He had never been so tired in his life. Lu Xian, are you okay? Thanks to that girl, otherwise we would both be finished today. I just don't know if she can escape. Lung Mingyao, who had accepted that he had escaped danger, was now a little worried about the girl's safety. Is there any water left? Let me take my time. I hope she'll have a lucky break. Lu Xian is now in a difficult situation and can do nothing to help the girl. He can only hope that the girl is lucky enough. Lung Mingyao quickly took out the only bottle of water from her backpack and handed it to Lu Xian. The incident happened suddenly, and the two were busy escaping. Not only did they drop several bottles of water, but even the dagger that Lu Xian always carried with him fell where he slept. However, being able to save their lives at the moment was already a blessing in disguise, and the two of them had no other thoughts at all. Gulping down a bottle of water, Lu Xian, who was lying on the ground, finally recovered. Damn, what kind of crappy island is this? There are actually primitive people here. Thinking back to the group of hideous and cannibalistic primitive people who were chasing him, Lu Xian felt overwhelmed. Lu Xian originally thought that after sending the group of people on the yacht away, he could finally have some peace and quiet. Not to mention expecting to eat and drink the best food and drink and enjoy the treatment of an emperor on the island in the future, but at least he could wander around the island comfortably. Now, so many people suddenly appeared, and they were actually savages. Now, I'm afraid my life will be difficult again. Lu Xian, it seems that what that fat pig said is true. I'm afraid he must have seen these savages. I'm very worried about Qian and the others. We must hurry back today. Recalling the news Lu Xian got from Fatty, it sounded crazy at first, but the facts proved that although the man looked a little crazy, he was telling the truth. You're right. Given the current situation, even if we move around the cave, it's not 100% safe. We'll rest for a while, and then hurry on. We must get back to the cave before dark today. I'm also afraid that the two girls will worry about our safety and go out looking for us, which would make it even more unsafe. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Lu Xian now even felt that the entire island was inhabited by a tribe of cannibals. He only wanted to go back and surround his cave tightly, from front to back. I just don't know where that little girl came from. Lu Xian, do you think could she be a survivor from the stranded ship we first discovered? Lung Mingyao was in much better physical condition than Lu Xian at the moment. After all, she had only sprained her ankle, and both her physical and mental strength were still online. After thinking for a moment, she remembered the wreckage stranded on the beach. It's possible. Judging from her appearance, she must have lived here for quite a long time. How did this little girl survive? After replenishing his water and resting for a while, Lu Xian now had time to think carefully about the situation of this little foreigner who appeared out of nowhere. Do you think there are other survivors on this island? Is this little girl just one of them? That's possible. I just don't know whether the presence of this group of people is beneficial or harmful to us. Let's not think too much about it for now. Let's continue on our way. We've gone astray. Too many mysteries popped up all at once, and Lu Xian didn't have time to analyze them anymore. The most urgent thing was to find the way home first, and then hurry on his way. Fortunately, they had a compass in their pocket, which helped them lock the direction. The two of them then crossed mountains and rivers again and headed towards their cave. When you are thirsty, pick a coconut. When you are hungry, smash the coconut shell and take a bite of the coconut meat. Before the sun completely sank into the sea, the two men, already exhausted as pugs, limped over the cliff in front of their house. Seeing the familiar bamboo wall coming into view again, the two looked at each other and saw tears of excitement in each other's eyes. It's not easy, it's really not easy. Thinking about what happened in the past 2 days, Lu Xian was so upset that he cried and snot. Fortunately, this warm home is right in front of us. Qian Yichen. When Lu Xian reached the front door of his house, he started yelling. Suddenly, he and Lung Mingyao exchanged glances. Both of them noticed something was wrong. Logically speaking, these two girls should have come out to greet them early. Push open the bamboo wall and enter the cave. The two found the cave was silent. The two girls are gone. Chapter 130. These two girls are lucky charms, right? Lu Xian, they seem to have gone out to sea. Just as Lu Xian was still anxiously searching in the cave, Lung Mingyao pointed to the front yard where the lifeboat was supposed to be parked, but was now empty. Lu Xian reacted and ran back to the front yard, only to find that he had overlooked such an important thing. These two girls, why did they go out in the boat when we told them not to go out? I guess we've waited too long. I think they'll probably come back after dark. Lu Xian felt quite tired and depressed that day. He thought that he had finally returned after going through so much hardship, but his two girls were lost again. So at that moment, Lu Xian was really a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Lung Mingyao remained calm. While comforting Lu Xian, he also made an objective analysis. Although the girls did not listen to the advice and went out to sea rashly, generally speaking, considering safety issues, they would not go too far even if they really went out. Wait, you'll have to talk to them when you come back. It was getting dark, and Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao had no tools to go out to sea, so at the moment, apart from complaining in the yard, Lu Xian had no other choice but to hope that the two girls would be lucky. Fortunately, just as Lung Mingyao said, When night gradually fell and the moon in the sky began to replace the sun on duty, Lu Xian used a telescope to discover two girls rowing a small boat from the west approaching the beach in front of his yard. However, with the not-so-bright moonlight, Lu Xian discovered that the two girls seemed to be hiding from something on the lifeboat. "Mengyao, they're back. Go pick them up." Lu Xian grabbed Lung Mengyao and rushed out of his yard. The two girls didn't seem to notice that there were two more people on the beach, and their attention seemed to be focused on the boat. What are they busy with? Seeing that the two of them were paddling so close without even looking up, Lung Mengyao looked at Lu Xian in confusion. "I don't know. We'll know once they get ashore." "Hey, where did you two go?" Lu Xian didn't have the energy to guess randomly, so he just started shouting. "Lu Xian? Mengyao? You guys are back? That's great, huh?" When Shen Qian heard Lu Xian's voice, she immediately raised her head excitedly and waved to Lu Xian and Lung Mengyao, but soon lowered her head again and started shouting loudly. "Grab it, grab it. I don't dare. You come and catch me. I don't dare." The two girls were pushing and shoving each other in the lifeboat, and it looked like the boat was about to capsize. Fortunately, Lu Xian acted in time, rolled up his trouser legs, ran out barefoot, and pressed down the lifeboat that was shaking and looked like it was about to capsize at any time. "Lu Xian, hurry up and catch it." Seeing this savior coming, Shen Qian grabbed Lu Xian's arm and was about to pull Lu Xian into the boat. "What the hell is this? Shit, where did this come from?" When Lu Xian saw the huge and ferocious lifeboat, he was dumbfounded. A massive lobster, a full 50 centimeters long. This giant creature was ablaze with color, its tentacles at least 70 to 80 centimeters long. It was massive and quite sturdy. If I was not mistaken, this was a Chinese lobster and one of the extra large ones. "We don't know either. We saw you guys hadn't returned all day, so we were worried. So we rode out to look for you this morning. The sun was setting, and we still hadn't seen you, so we turned back. On the way back, this thing crawled into our boat by itself. It nearly scared me to death." Shen Qian recalled the scene at that time, and her heart is still pounding. She was rowing the boat, and suddenly this thing jumped in. It was so big, it was really scary. "You two are truly blessed. You went out to sea to find someone, and the sea gave you a gift." Lu Xian had already decided that he would have to teach these two girls a lesson this time, but he didn't expect that these two girls were really blessed by fate. They went out to sea casually, and not only did they return safely, but they also had unexpected gains, and these gains were not small. This 50-centimeter splendid lobster is not something you'd likely find even in a major restaurant in a first-tier city. The key point is, this giant lobster actually walked into the trap on its own. "Hee hee, handsome boy, don't you see who Qian and I are? We're the daughters of the sea, okay? How are you? Did you miss us?" Before Lu Xian could drag the boat to the shore, Inichin jumped down from the lifeboat and wrapped her arms around Lu Xian. "Go away. What did I tell you? Who allowed you to go out to sea without permission? Okay, go get a basin and catch this lobster." Lu Xian immediately pulled the clinging demon off him. Lu Xian sometimes wondered if this girl was a barnacle. Her clinging skills were truly unique. "Okay, we'll have lobster tonight." When Inichin heard this, she ran away happily, shouting as she ran. Lu Xian, Lung Mengyao, and Shen Qian worked together to drag the only remaining lifeboat into the yard. Inichin, holding a large wash basin, had already returned. Lu Xian took some time to control the giant lobster and then moved it to a new home. It can only be said that this lobster is really huge. Inichin had already picked a large basin, but it was just barely big enough to fit it. "Lu Xian, where's your boat? Why is there only this one?" After everything was arranged, Shen Qian discovered a problem. It seemed that hers was the only small boat in the yard. She looked towards the beach twice, but did not see another small boat, which made her even more confused. "Hey, this is a long story. Let's fill our stomachs first, and then I'll tell you slowly. I can only say that this time when traveling with Lung Mengyao, I encountered too many unknown situations, which cannot be explained clearly in a short time." At this moment, Lu Xian was only thinking about rewarding his hungry stomach. On the way back, he and Lung Mengyao had only eaten coconut meat. The problem was that it really couldn't fill their stomachs. It was all gone after going to the toilet, and his stomach was still rumbling. Fortunately, there is still plenty of food in their own cave, not to mention that there is now such a big lobster. "Hey, hey, handsome boy, look at what this is. Remember how good Inichin, was to you? I'm giving it to you." Just as Lu Xian was sitting in front of the campfire, hoping Shen Qian would prepare a seafood feast for him, Inichin, who had just returned from a stroll in the backyard, brought him another surprise. Chapter 131 Defense 3.0 Plan. It turned out to be an old turtle, the king of turtles, which was even bigger than the one he caught last time. Where did this come from? Could it have crawled here on its own? Lu Xian stared at the turtle in Yin Yichen's hand in astonishment. We caught it when we were bathing in the lake. Is it big? Ha ha. At that moment, Yin Yichen was so proud that she showed off everywhere with this old turtle in her arms. Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao looked at each other and shrugged at the same time. It's a pity that we were worried about these two girls on the way back. Now it seems that without us, they are not only living without any problems, but can be said to be quite comfortable. God was afraid that these two would starve, so he sent them lobsters and soft-shelled turtles, and almost all of them were delivered to their doorsteps free of charge. I guess these two were really the daughters of the Dragon King of the East China Sea in their previous life, and they should have been lucky koi. An hour and a half later, Lu Xian, who had been exhausted all day, finally enjoyed the lobster rice porridge and old turtle soup. This meal can definitely be called the most sumptuous meal I have had since arriving on the island. By the end of the meal, Lu Xian was almost full and kept burping. How could these men take away my boat? That's so despicable. That's right, these people are so despicable. If I meet them again in the future, I will definitely chop them alive. While eating, Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao had to tell the two girls about their experiences in the past 2 days. The two girls were not idle either. They listened and expressed their opinions at the same time. But after hearing the last sentence, Shen Qian and Yin Yichen's faces turned even paler. Lu Xian, did you see any wild men? It seems we're not the only ones on this island, so you two must never go out rashly again. Starting tomorrow, we won't be going anywhere. Our first priority is to reinforce this cave in our front and backyards. I'm also planning on trying to make a bow and arrow, and I'll need everyone's help when that happens. After being busy for many consecutive days, Lu Xian was really exhausted. Not to mention that he had encountered the indigenous people on the island who could bring great danger to him and his friends. Even if he hadn't encountered them, Lu Xian decided to adjust himself. Bow and arrow? That doesn't seem that easy to make, does it? Making a bow and arrow is not as simple as making a bamboo paddle or a harpoon. Girls who grew up in the city probably have never actually played with a bow and crossbow, let alone making one. It's really not that simple, so I'm just giving it a try. The first step is to choose the right wood. We need trees like mulberry orange, yew, ash, and acacia to make the bow body. Use wood like oak or maple to make bows and arrows. After Lu Xian arrived on the island, he had thought about getting himself a bow and arrow. After all, having a long-range weapon was excellent for hunting or for personal use. However, as Shen Qian said, the manufacture of this bow and arrow was extremely difficult. From finding the right materials to the final formation, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to complete. If it weren't for this encounter with the savages, which made him deeply aware of the threat, Lu Xian would probably have postponed this matter indefinitely. That's so troublesome. Why don't we just go to those savages and take their bows and arrows? That would be much more convenient. By the way, what do savages look like? And that little girl you saw, where did she go? Yin Yichen still has the look of a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. Looking at her posture, she seems to be eager to go and fight those natives right now. All of you keep quiet. From now on, you can move around a little bit nearby except for chopping wood and bamboo. The rest of the time, you can't go anywhere. Our next mission is arduous. I'm also going to block the road to the jungle ahead. And this huge back garden is actually half open. If those savages come from this direction, we won't be able to defend ourselves at all. Lu Xian thought about it on the way back. My current residence, aside from the bamboo wall in the front yard that provides some protection from human attacks, is completely exposed. Anyone could easily enter my cave. Therefore, I must upgrade and strengthen my defenses again. Lu Xian is right. The primitive people we encountered this time not only use bows and arrows, but also seem to be able to use firearms. If they really find our residence, I'm afraid it will really cause us huge trouble. So we really need to improve our defense system. As someone who had actually witnessed that group of primitive people up close, Lung Mingyao naturally stood firmly on Lu Xian's side. After all, nothing was more important than safety. When did you two start singing in unison? The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao were making plans, but Yin Yichen, with her keen intuition, heard some clues between their words. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but when this girl brought it up directly, Lung Mingyao's cheeks immediately blushed. Ahem. Yin Yichen, stop talking nonsense. I haven't criticized you yet. Tell me what you deserve for your rash decision to go out to sea today. In order to prevent Lung Mingyao from being exposed, Lu Xian could only cry the thief is thief. We're out to sea to find you because of our revolutionary friendship. Not only was we innocent, but we actually did something meritorious. We are good comrades with deep loyalty and righteousness. It's you, on the other hand, who have the problem. It turned out that Eni-chin over there was not so easy to fool. While bragging to the two of them, she did not forget to secretly glance at Lung Mingyao and Lu Xian. Okay, it's getting late. I'll break down the specific work arrangements tomorrow. I'm going to take a shower. Eni-chin is a cunning woman, and sometimes Lu Xian can't do anything with her, so the best thing to do is to run away. But as soon as Lu Xian ran away, Eni-chin immediately set her eyes on Lung Mingyao, and like a pug, she kept sniffing around Lung Mingyao. "Chen, what are you doing? Does Mingyao smell like anything?" Only Shin Qian stared with wide eyes, completely in the dark, not understanding what Eni-chin was doing. "Yes, there is definitely a smell. A man's smell, The corners of Eni-chin's mouth rose slightly, revealing a naughty smile. "You keep talking nonsense every day. I'm going to take a shower too." Lung Mingyao felt even more uneasy when the girl looked at him so closely. But after taking just 4 or 5 steps, the back foot stopped. Lu Xian is still bathing in the lake. If I go there now, wouldn't that confirm the truth? But when he turned around and looked at Eni-chin, Lung Mingyao felt that anywhere was safer than here. Chapter 132. Another member of the family. Come and see what I found." Just when Lung Mingyao was hesitating, not knowing whether to go forward or retreat, Lu Xian, whose hair was still dripping with water without even wiping it, ran into the cave excitedly wearing a pair of shorts and a coat, and seemed to be holding something in his hand. Shin Qian and Eni-chin had originally focused their attention on Lung Mingyao, but when they saw Lu Xian again, they both looked at him. Lu Xian was holding a brown baby bird in his hand, flapping its wings continuously. "It's so cute. Lu Xian, where did you catch it? Can it fly?" When Shin Qian saw the baby bird, her maternal instinct was so strong that she almost gave it a kiss. "I didn't catch it. I just finished taking a shower when this guy hit me. I guess it was a baby bird that fell from a tree. Give it to me quickly. Give it to me quickly." Eni-chin simply snatched the baby bird from Lu Xian's hand impatiently. Lung Mingyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two girls had completely ignored her and were only concerned about the baby bird. Lu Xian wiped his hair and signaled Lung Mingyao that he could go wash up, while he himself got straight into his warm and comfortable sleeping bag. It is said that a house of gold or silver is not as good as one's own thatched house. Lu Xian now feels that this is true. There are many beautiful places on this island, but the best place is his sleeping bag. The two girls were busy playing with the baby bird of unknown species, while Lu Xian was already snoring and falling asleep. "I was really exhausted in the past 2 days, so I must get enough sleep this time." Lu Xian slept until dawn. If he hadn't heard the chirping of birds, Lu Xian felt that he could have slept for another 2 hours. Chop it up a little more. Is it too full? It's already had 3 pieces of fish. No, look, its mouth is still open. In front of the cave, Shin Qian and Eni-chin were still busy with the baby bird. Only Lung Mingyao was busy grilling fish for his group. "Okay, both of you, stop playing around with things. We still have a lot of work to do today. We may not even be able to support this person. Let's put this bird aside." After getting up, Lu Xian went to the bathroom, then sat in front of the barbecue grill and enjoyed his breakfast in big mouthfuls. "How can you be so heartless? This little bird is so pitiful. If we don't feed it, it will surely starve to death." Eni-chin and Shin Qian were both in the period of their maternal brilliance, so whatever Lu Xian said was useless. "I don't care how you want to feed the birds, but your task today is to help me carry 20 bamboo sticks each to the front yard, and to help me chop 2 loads of firewood this afternoon." In order to prevent the two girls from doing their jobs, Lu Xian gave the order directly. "Got it, Mr. Capitalist Lu. So what are you two doing?" Eni-chin secretly rolled her eyes at Lu Xian and did not forget to bring Lung Mingyao along. "Lung Mingyao, follow your original idea today and move some more bushes in front of the front yard. I'm going to the jungle on the left. That road must be closed. At least no one can enter or exit freely." Lu Xian already had a preliminary plan in mind for the next 2 days. Seeing that Lu Xian had assigned tasks to everyone, including himself, Eni-chin was speechless. Shin Qian, and he carefully moved the chick to the bottom of a rock wall that was sheltered from wind and rain, sprinkled a layer of sand on it, laid a few leaves on it, and inserted small tree trunks around it, thus making a simple birdcage to enclose the chick. When this palm-sized baby bird saw that the 2 big sisters were about to abandon it, it was quite reluctant at first and kept flapping its wings. Its pitiful appearance really made the 2 girls feel distressed. However, the capitalist Lu Xian was staring at them from behind, so the 2 girls had to go to work no matter how reluctant they were. Taking the 2 girls to the bamboo forest, Lu Xian taught them how to transplant bamboo alive, and then he returned to the lake to think about how to renovate the backyard. "At present, the area of my backyard is actually very considerable. It can be said that if the size of my front yard is as large as a badminton court, then the area of the entire backyard plus the lake is probably equivalent to the size of 2 football fields. For a long time, the scope of my activities was actually quite limited, and I basically had never been to the lakes near the south. First of all, the lake is actually divided into 2 parts. The northern part, which is close to my backyard, is the part one used most frequently. Whether it is washing clothes, cooking, bathing, or catching fish and turtles, I basically do all the activities in this area. The lake on the south side was cut by a jungle. The narrowest part of the lake was only 5 or 6 meters wide. There were towering trees on both sides, and the terrain was even more rugged. Therefore, Lucien almost never went to the south side of the lake. After all, the lake on the north side was enough for his group to use, so why should he go so far to use the water from the south side? As for the east side of the lake, which was the direction Lung Mengyao and Inichin came from, it was a natural barrier made up of dense jungles and bushes, while the west side was composed of a large bamboo forest and palm trees, and was closely attached to a steep hillside. How should I put it? If you say this place is dangerous, there are 2 jungles and one next to the hillside. It looks extremely hidden. Without spending some effort, let alone thinking of a sneak attack on our group, it would not be easy to find this place. But if you say it's absolutely safe here, it doesn't seem to be the case. This is a completely semi-open place. Whether it's the lake or the lawn, anyone can enter at will. It really lacks a sense of security. Lucien. Just as Lucien was walking slowly southward along the lake, thinking about how to make his backyard safer, 3 girls came running excitedly from the front yard. The 3 of them had obviously been looking for Lucien in the direction of the lake for a while, and were all a little out of breath. What's wrong? Have you finished your work? Why are you all here? Lucien looked at the 3 people in confusion. Little handsome boy, you are really a big capitalist. Inichin grumbled, expressing her dissatisfaction with Lucien, a capitalist who only knew how to exploit working farmers. Lucien, go over and take a look. We noticed that the yacht is getting closer and closer to the coastline. Although Lung Mengyao and Shun Qian ran here in one breath and were a little out of breath at the moment, they were still quite excited when they thought about what they had just seen. A yacht? Come on, take me over to take a look. Lucien decisively turned around and ran towards the north. Chapter 133 Is God Going to Send Us Supplies? Led by the 3 girls, Lucien came to the beach near the east side of his front yard. He raised the telescope and looked in the direction of Lung Mengyao's finger. Sure enough, the yacht that was originally out of reach and could only barely be seen through a telescope was now very close to the coastline. Although it is estimated to be at least 2 kilometers away from his current location, the good news is that it is quite close to the coastline. It seems that if the southeast wind blows for a few more days, this precious yacht will be blown back. Let's pay more attention to it these next 2 days. We're not going anywhere these 2 days, so if we can get this yacht ashore again, we'll make a fortune. And what about the hemp rope we found last time? Let's take it out and dry it out. It might be useful later. Although Lucien had boarded the yacht no less than 3 times, he was delayed each time due to various reasons, so he had not had the opportunity to search the yacht thoroughly until today. This time, God seemed to have given him another chance, and Lucien was extremely excited. Lucien, what do you still need the hemp rope for? Do you still want to row a boat out to sea? Shinkian asked in confusion while looking at the yacht in the distance with hope. This time we're not going out to sea. If the yacht gets stranded on the beach again, we'll use this hemp rope to tie it up tightly. That way, we won't have to worry about it running away again. Thinking about how the duck he had caught was taken away by the sea last time, Lucien felt very aggrieved. So if God is merciful and can let the yacht return to the team this time, he would not let it run away no matter what. If 1 hemp rope is not enough, then use 2. If 2 are not enough, then use 3. Anyway, I have plenty of hemp ropes, so this time I just tie it up tightly. Thinking about how he had salvaged a lot of good things just from that stranded old ship, if it were his big yacht, he wondered what good things he could get. The most important thing is that this time, the yacht seems to be closer to his cave, so it will be much more convenient for him to transport supplies. After figuring all this out, the 4 of them worked much more enthusiastically. Before sunset, Shinkian and In-Ichin exceeded their bamboo-moving task, and also added 2 carts of firewood to their cave. Lung Mengyao had basically completed the secret work in the front yard, moving rows of bushes to the front of his own yard. As for Lucien, after an afternoon of hard work, he had planted bamboo in the bushes facing the jungle, making it basically impossible for normal people to pass through the jungle. After completing these, the work on my front yard is basically finished. The safety of the front yard can be said to have been greatly improved. Starting from the second day, everyone's work focus began to shift to the backyard. Lu Xian also found a piece of yew wood that could be used to make bows in the direction of the lake on the south side of the backyard. Although the quantity was not large, it was enough for his own use. After careful selection, Lu Xian chose a yew tree with a relatively upright trunk. He cut it down from the bottom and removed the extra branches. Then he split the felled yew trunk in the middle with an axe. Finally, he placed the split trunks next to the campfire to remove moisture from the trunks. Of course, the best way is to dry it naturally, but that traditional method is too time-consuming and I can't wait. I don't require this homemade bow and arrow to be able to hit the target from 100 paces away. I just want it to have basic functions. Starting from the second day, the wind direction on the sea changed frequently. Every time the southeast wind that we longed for blew, it would soon switch to the west wind or the north wind, so that the yacht was almost always stuck in the same place. On the third day, Lu Xian and his 3 companions had already started renovating the backyard. Lu Xian planned to enclose the entire lawn behind the cave, so that there would be a buffer zone when reaching his cave from the jungle or the south of the lake. Of course, this task is so huge that it will probably take a week just to build the first layer of bamboo fence. In the afternoon, the wind direction on the sea changed again, and the clouds in the sky became thicker. At first, there was only a gentle breeze, bringing a touch of coolness, and the waves swayed gently, like a baby in a cradle, peaceful and tranquil. But gradually, the winds seemed to gather a silent force, and they began to grow wild and unruly, sweeping in from all directions with unprecedented power. The waves also became turbulent, and wave after wave crashed against the shore with a deafening roar, like the roar of the sea, announcing the coming storm. As evening approached, Lu Xian stopped the girls from working in time. The 4 of them hid in the cave and began to avoid the rain. At the same time, the sky quietly took on a different look. The once clear blue sky had been swallowed up by thick, dark clouds, which rolled and intertwined like a vast army on a battlefield, ready to attack. Then, it rained heavily all night long. This downpour was probably the heaviest Lu Xian and his companions had experienced since landing on the island. Combined with the raging wind and the roar of the waves, it kept everyone in the cave awake all night. The rain curtain was like a crack in the sky, pouring down. Each drop seemed to contain a tremendous force, slamming into the ground fiercely, splashing countless tiny drops of water before being quickly swept away by the wind and disappearing into the vast rain and fog. The 3 girls hugged each other tightly, looking outside the cave nervously. Even the baby bird that used to cry loudly when it saw people had learned to be obedient. It hid in the corner tremblingly, not daring to move. The huge draft blew out the bonfire at the cave entrance several times. If it weren't for the 2 bamboo walls built in front of the cave, everything in the cave would have been flying in the sky. After experiencing a night of violent storms, the girls all looked a little tired when the sky cleared up the next morning. After all, under the triple impact of wind, rain and waves, anyone would have a mental breakdown. Has the rain stopped? Hearing the silence outside and the return to the usual tranquility, Shin Qian seemed to find it a little unbelievable. It should have stopped. Everyone should have packed up. Everything is fine now. Lu Xian also didn't sleep all night, just busy taking care of the fragile campfire. Then I'll go clean up the front yard. I'll go check behind. Lung Mingyao and Yini Chen came out of the cave one after another. Lu Xian and Shun Qian were picking up the broken branches and leaves that were blown everywhere by the wind at the entrance of the cave. Lu Xian. Just when everyone was busy with their work, Lung Mingyao came back jogging, pointing excitedly at the sea on the east side. That yacht's come ashore. Chapter 134. This time the boat is tied firmly. Hearing such great news so early in the morning, Lu Xian almost ran all the way to the beach. Sure enough, standing at the junction of the beach and the sea and looking east, the yacht that he was very familiar with stood upright on the beach on the east side. He didn't need to use a telescope at all. He could see everything clearly with his naked eyes. Even the railings on the deck and the dark windows were within his sight. God has opened his eyes. I told you, it's mine, and it will be returned to us sooner or later. Girls, we must keep a close eye on this treasure this time. We can't let it slip away again. Lu Xian didn't even want to eat breakfast. He immediately ran back to the cave, found the hemp rope, scissors, machete, and shovel, and dragged the cart to the yacht. Lu Xian, should we go directly overland? Or take a small boat? Lung Mingyao had been following Lu Xian for some time. He had never seen Lu Xian so excited before. He wanted to persuade him and let Lu Xian eat and drink enough before rushing over. However, looking at Lu Xian's current posture, it would be considered low-key if he did not fly over directly. Let's not use the boat yet. Our first priority today is to tie this boat down as securely as possible. Lu Xian, who had learned his lesson, was determined not to let the yacht run away this time. Dragging a cart, carrying hemp ropes and tools, the group of 4 rushed to the yacht. This time the yacht ran aground closer to his cave than expected, which meant that the strong wind and rain last night had done its job and pushed the yacht at least 200 or 300 meters closer to him. You know, for every extra 100 meters, you save 200 meters of round trip. The 4 of them walked for less than half an hour and successfully arrived at the current location of the yacht. Lucien walked half a circle around the yacht. Although the entire yacht was stranded on the beach horizontally from bow to stern, it was obvious that the depth of the grounding was very shallow. The whole yacht gave people a feeling of being shaky and unreliable. Qian, Mingyao, the 2 of you pull this cart over to the gravel field ahead and bring back a few carts of rocks. The bigger the better, the more the better. Chen, you take the shovel and collect all the sand from the beach and pile it over to the yacht. Lucien assigned tasks to the 3 girls, and he himself climbed onto the yacht with a hemp rope and scissors. After a careful search at the bow and stern, we found several places where anchor ropes could be fixed, and a fairly thick anchor rope was found on the front and rear decks of the yacht. Lucien took a lot of effort to throw the 2 anchor ropes off the yacht. Lucien, are these stones enough? Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao had already transported back a small truck of gravel. That's not enough. Pour all the rocks onto the part of the hull closest to the sea. Let it sit for a while, and then help me drag this anchor rope into the jungle. It was really difficult for Lucien to drag the anchor rope by himself. After all, the cross-section of the anchor rope was as thick as an arm, and its weight could be imagined. It took the combined efforts of 3 people to drag the anchor rope into the jungle. Lucien walked around in the jungle, selected 3 or 4 of the strongest palm trees, and then tied the anchor rope to the base of the palm trees. This is a deserted island, and there is no place to anchor, so we can only rely on these big trees. 1 or 2 trees were obviously not strong enough, so Lucien simply tied 4 together. The 3 of them were exhausted and out of breath just from tying and tightening the anchor rope. By the time the second anchor rope was fixed in place, the sun had already risen above their heads. Chen, stop busying yourself. Take a break and drink some water. While he was busy here, Chen, who was digging sand on the beach alone, was also not idle. After a whole morning, he had piled up a sand hill on the beach. Handsome boy, look, is this sand enough? Chen wiped the sweat from her forehead and pointed excitedly at the fruits of her labor. Not enough yet, but let's rest for a while. This yacht is basically doomed. With these 2 strong anchor ropes in place, Lucien now felt much more at ease. The next work would be the icing on the cake. Lucien, Mingyao, and I will go back later and bring some food. We can also row the boat over here as well. I think we'll definitely have a big harvest this time. Because they left in a hurry this morning, the 4 of them only brought a few bottles of water and some compressed biscuits. After doing physical work for the whole morning, they were now tired and hungry. It is said that man is made of iron and rice is made of steel. No matter how much work there is, you must fill your stomach first. Okay, now that it's tied tightly, we can slowly search. I don't believe we won't find the treasure. Lucien was full of expectations for this yacht. After all, it was rented by President Long. After boarding the boat, Lucien saw with his own eyes the luxurious decoration on the boat. It had all kinds of food and drinks. Even though they encountered a shipwreck later, Lucien firmly believed that there must be a lot of valuable materials on the ship waiting to be discovered. Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian simply filled their stomachs, said goodbye to Lucien for the time being, and walked back to the cave. Lucien continued digging sand with Chen. Handsome boy, all this sand isn't enough. What are you going to do? Chen is a girl who is quite good at entertaining herself. She dug sand and built a castle for herself at the same time. In order to fill the bottom of this yacht tightly, I wonder where it can run this time. What Lucien is doing now, whether it is tying the yacht with anchor ropes or dumping gravel and filling sand under the hull, has only one purpose, which is to stabilize the yacht's foundation as much as possible, ensure the stability of the hull, and facilitate his exploration and transportation of supplies. You stay down there. I'll go into the cabin and take a look. Lucien continued to hand over the task of fixing the external hull to Chen, and he climbed onto the yacht again, this time reaching the top deck in one go. This was Lucien's 4th time on board a yacht, but it was his first time on the top deck. Lucien climbed up the stairs at the bow and successfully reached the top deck. Since the hull was not perfectly docked at the shore, it was somewhat tilted. Lucien carefully held the railing and then entered the cabin on the top deck. What comes into view is an extra-large semi-open-air bar. Despite having suffered countless ruthless attacks from wind and waves, the scene inside the bar still gives people a glimpse of its former luxury. Although most of the once exquisite decorations were now broken and scattered, the occasional glint of light still revealed their extraordinary origins, especially the luxurious sofas, tables, and chairs. Although their surfaces were covered with thick dust and their wooden frames were slightly mottled from long-term sea erosion, the noble temperament that emanated from them was still undiminished. But compared to these things, what caught Lu Xian's attention the most were the blue solar photovoltaic panels on the front of the yacht. Chapter 135. The dream of growing melons can still be realized. This solar photovoltaic panel is something Lu Xian has been dreaming of for a long time. If the entire set of power generation equipment is intact, then our group can truly enter the electricity age and bid farewell to the campfire age. However, Lu Xian knew very well that if he wanted to truly use solar energy to generate electricity, it would not be possible by simply moving a photovoltaic panel back home. Lu Xian, do you need us to come up? Just when Lu Xian was still paying attention to these photovoltaic panels, Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian, who had rushed back from the cave in a lifeboat, called out to Lu Xian from the bottom of the boat. Go up to the deck and call Yin along. I'll be waiting for you at the bow. Now that the two girls are back, his grand search plan can truly begin. After all, searching alone would be too inefficient, and he would definitely miss something. 10 minutes later, the three of them saw Lu Xian at the bow, who was sticking his head out to look at the outside of the yacht. That's where the group boarded the ship. There are still traces of collisions here. Lu Xian pointed to the obvious bump marks on the outer edge of the hull. Now that he thought about it, the earliest impact sound was most likely caused by the collision of the hulls. I hope they end up in the sea to feed the fish sooner or later. Thinking of her second precious lifeboat being taken away by that group of people, Yin felt angry, so she simply gave her sincere blessings clearly. All right, everyone, search the first floor first. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Pay special attention to the tools and food. Also, keep an eye out for tables, chairs, benches, clothes, blankets, bedding, and mattresses that are relatively well preserved. If you have enough time, you can take them away. Lu Xian had already sorted it out briefly in his mind. Naturally, food and tools were the top priorities. After all, no one would mind having too many of these things when they were on a deserted island. As for other resources, although their priority is not as high as food and tools, the more the better, such as spare clothes, bedding and mattresses for sleeping, etc. After receiving Lu Xian's instructions, the girls immediately split up and started from the bow, each going to a room and searching one by one. Lu Xian himself carefully studied the solar photovoltaic panels and followed the lines on the roof of the ship to find the engine room at the bottom of the hull. After prying open the door of the mechanical room and seeing the many unknown electromechanical equipment in front of him, Lu Xian suddenly felt a headache. At that moment, Lu Xian thought of someone. It would be great if the yellow-haired mechanic was still alive. I'm afraid no one is more familiar with the things here than him. It's just a pity that the other party's body is probably already cold. After taking a quick look, Lu Xian chose to give up. Now he thought that it was too simple for him to develop solar power generation equipment based on his own knowledge. Just when Lu Xian had given up his wild idea, the three girls who were busy in the cabin had already gained something. Shen Qian found a watermelon knife and 2 packages of candied fruits that had been soaked in seawater but were still intactly sealed. Lung Mingyao found 2 women's coats, 2 women's backpacks, and a large bag of tissues. The funniest one was Yin. This girl took out a watermelon from somewhere, and it was still intact in appearance. Yin, are you sure this watermelon is still edible? Seeing Yin happily holding out a watermelon that weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds, Shen Qian felt embarrassed to discourage her. After all, the watermelon had been floating on the sea for at least 10 days. Even if it looked intact on the outside, it must have been rotten inside. Why can't I eat it? Isn't it quite big and round? Obviously, for Yin, who can eat whatever she wants as long as she spends money, it is indeed cruel to ask her to accept that the melon in her hand is a bad one. Well, this watermelon has a shelf life. Feel it to see if it's firm. If it's soft, it means it's rotten inside. You can't eat it, but this watermelon might still have other uses. Lung Mingyao first used the simplest method to tell the other party that the watermelon was no longer edible, and then tried to comfort the other party. Yes. Although this watermelon cannot be eaten, the seeds inside may be able to be planted. The weather on this island is hot, and there is plenty of sunlight. Maybe in a few months, we will be able to eat watermelons grown by ourselves. Seeing Yin mumbling with a frustrated look on her face, Lu Xian quickly changed his words to comfort her. Really? I told you, this must be a good thing. This Yin is really a fool. After being fooled by Lung Mingyao and Lu Xian, her mood immediately turned from gloomy to cheerful. She carefully got off the yacht holding her watermelon. Lu Xian, is what you just said true? Shen Qian saw Yin walking away and asked Lu Xian timidly. That depends on fate. I don't know if the land on our deserted island is suitable for growing watermelons, but I think we can at least grow some watermelon vines and give it a try. Maybe we can actually grow some. Lu Xian didn't take the matter of growing melons too seriously. After all, it required the right time, place, and people. He could only say that it was worth a try. Although Lu Xian also wanted to achieve watermelon freedom, it now seemed that it would be more reliable to bring back some tables, chairs, benches, bedding, and mattresses. The four of them worked for several hours until the sun began to set, and then they took a short break. Although not many food supplies were found that day, a lot of non-food supplies were indeed found, especially bedding and clothing. Lu Xian even felt that he could open a bedding store right now. The problem of bedding for sleeping at night has been completely solved. The three girls even brought out a Simmons mattress under Lu Xian's astonished gaze. Where did you find these? Lu Xian was also impressed. These girls really worked hard to ensure their sleep quality. Hey, there are a lot. In fact, there are some in every room. We picked the best preserved one. Seeing the girls so excited, Lu Xian felt embarrassed to reject their idea, but it was really hard to carry this big thing. Fortunately, he had 4 people with him. It took a lot of effort to tie it up and pull it onto his lifeboat. Okay, that's it for today. Come back tomorrow. After a busy day, the 4 of them were really exhausted. Lu Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and prepared to go home. Even though there are a lot of good things on this ship, we can't expect to unload them all in one day. Lu Xian, look at this. Just when Lu Xian had already retreated to the bottom of the yacht, Shen Qian ran over excitedly, pulling something. Chapter 136, The Mysterious Map in the Cockpit. When Lu Xian saw what Shen Qian was holding in her hand, his eyes immediately lit up. A bow and arrow, or rather a compound bow, with an extremely cool shape. Where did you find this? Have you seen the arrow? Lu Xian was extremely excited at this moment. He was still worried about making a bow and arrow yesterday. Although he had found the materials for making the bow body, it was still in the experimental stage. Lu Xian had no idea what kind of bow body he could really make. In addition, the production of arrows was also a headache for him. Unexpectedly, Shen Qian actually found herself a bow and arrow at this time, and it was a fully drawn compound bow. I found it in the cabin. It looked like it was hanging on the wall for decoration. I didn't see any arrows. You guys stay here. I'll go over and take a look. It wouldn't be enough to have a bow without arrows. Lu Xian quickly jumped back into the cabin and headed straight for the cockpit. Originally, the cockpit of the yacht was not in Lu Xian's search plan today. Now that he heard that Shen Qian actually found a compound bow in the cockpit, Lu Xian naturally hoped to find the arrows as well. Lu Xian, why are you back again? Lung Mingyao, who was doing the finishing work, was about to get off the boat when he found that Lu Xian had returned again. He looked at Lu Xian with a puzzled look. I went to the cockpit and found a bow. Lu Xian gave a brief explanation and entered the cockpit located at the bow through the side door on the first floor. The yacht's cockpit was divided into 2 levels, connected by a simple spiral staircase. The upper level was accessed through 2 side doors, while the lower level was accessed through the iron door at the end of the lower cabin walkway. The last time Lu Xian boarded the ship, he had briefly entered the cockpit through the lower cabin door, but due to the complex situation on board at the time, he had not explored the cockpit in depth. This time it was much more convenient to enter directly from the side door on the first floor. The huge cockpit offers a wide field of vision. The interior decoration is simple and elegant, and the control console adopts an integrated design. The intricate operating system is hidden under the smooth mirror surface, and various sophisticated instruments and flashing indicator lights are arranged in a staggered manner. Lu Xian recognized the wall where the compound bow was originally hung at a glance, because the white-painted wall behind him now looked a bit abrupt, and there were still some marks left by the hanging compound bow on the wall. Lu Xian looked around, but didn't find any arrows. Could it be that this compound bow was just a decoration? Lu Xian, have you found the arrow? While Lu Xian was searching up and down, Shen Qian and Yin also came over, followed by Lung Mingyao. Now, the 4 of them simply started searching in the cockpit together. How scary! Why are these 2 people hanging in the cockpit? Seeing the 2 bodies lying on the bottom floor of the cockpit, Shen Qian took 2 steps back timidly. Yin, on the other hand, looked disapproving, and her words hinted at some complaints about the 2 men. It must have been these 2 who were arguing in the cockpit. The shipwreck that night probably stemmed from their quarrel. Although Lung Mingyao did not express any opinion from beginning to end, he was obviously surprised and puzzled about the quarrel between the captain and the first officer in the cockpit. Lu Xian, it seems I really can't find the arrow. I've searched everywhere I should. Shen Qian was not idle at this time. It could be said that she had searched everywhere except these 2 corpses, but she couldn't find the arrows that matched this compound bow. It seems that there are really no arrows on this ship. This compound bow is most likely just a decoration. It's getting late. Let's go back first. Although Lu Xian also wanted to find a few arrows, after all, making a qualified arrow was no less difficult than making a bow. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. Lu Xian, what is this? Just when everyone was preparing to go home, Shun Qian, who was searching everywhere, found a wrinkled parchment from somewhere. Looking at the crooked pattern above, Shun Qian kept changing the angle, but still couldn't understand it. Qian, you must have found the treasure map. Let me see it. Curious baby Yi Chen was naturally the most excited about this kind of strange thing. She immediately came to Shun Qian's side, and the two girls studied the pattern very seriously. Hearing the word treasure map, Lu Xian and Lung Mengyao smiled at each other. Naturally, they did not take the words of the two girls seriously at all. Such stories about treasure maps, treasures, pirates, etc. only exist in unrealistic novels. Let's go, it's getting late. Take your treasure map and go home. It's nice to have an idea sometimes, so Lu Xian naturally wouldn't extinguish the two girls' treasure hunting dreams. As long as they were willing, he would take it back and study it slowly. Anyway, it would just be better if they didn't stay here all the time. Lu Xian, come and take a look. There seems to be a lighthouse drawn here. This really looks like a map, but it doesn't seem to be complete. Lu Xian was about to leave the cockpit when he was stopped by Shun Qian. Shun Qian held the parchment in her hand and blinked her big eyes at Lu Xian. Lighthouse. Hearing these two words, Lu Xian seemed to remember something in his mind. He took the parchment handed to him by Shun Qian and began to carefully examine the map. This map looked quite old, and many of the markings on it were missing. At first glance, Lu Xian only saw two island-like lands and a lighthouse dotted in the ocean. When we came here, didn't we pass by a lighthouse? Do you remember? The one with red and white stripes, all alone, on a reef. Lu Xian recalled carefully and seemed to remember something. Yes, I took pictures at that time. After Lu Xian's reminder, Shun Qian seemed to have an impression. Yes, red and white stripes. If I remember correctly, I passed by it the afternoon before the yacht accident. Lung Mingyao didn't even look at the map at the moment, but when the lighthouse was mentioned, she nodded affirmatively. Handsome, you don't think the lighthouse pictured here is the same one you saw back then, do you? Could one of the two islands be the one we're on now? Is this really a treasure map? Yi Chen was the last one to board the yacht. After the photo shoot, she went to her room to catch up on some sleep, so she had no idea what a lighthouse was. If it weren't for something unusual happening on the yacht the next day, she probably would have slept through it all. But this map is too sloppily drawn. Let's put it away for now. Even if it really is a treasure map, I'm sure you won't find the treasure with this thing. Lu Xian was not interested in this so-called treasure map. For him, if he could find a world map at this time, it would be 100 times more reliable than this horribly drawn treasure map. Lu Xian, is this a fishing net? Lung Mingyao, like Lu Xian, didn't seem to have any interest in the treasure map. However, after searching the cockpit, the girl found something valuable for Lu Xian. Chapter 137, Sounds at Night. This fishing net is what Lu Xian has been looking forward to for a long time. Now he mainly relies on the harpoon in his hand to catch fish. However, the efficiency of a harpoon cannot be compared with that of a fishing net, especially when it comes to catching sea fish. The harpoon has its limitations. Come on, take the fishing nets and your precious map, and let's go home. After a busy whole day, it was quite fruitful. Although the arrow was still missing and a strange treasure map appeared in the middle of the journey, overall, today was a very fulfilling day. With the lifeboat full of supplies, the four of them returned home. However, due to the large size of the Simmons mattress, the way back was really difficult. In the end, it took nearly an hour of pulling and tugging to successfully transport the supplies on the ship back to his cave. Before entering the cave, he was greeted by the hungry baby bird. As if it heard the voices of Lu Xian and others, the baby bird started calling from a distance. Lu Xian naturally had no time to take care of the bird, but Shun Qian, as its mother, immediately brought food to the baby bird. The four of them spent a lot of effort and finally moved the Simmons mattress into the cave. Seeing a big cargo entering their cave, Shun Qian and Yi Chen were extremely excited. After all, the girls had been using dead branches and leaves as bedding for so many days. How could the comfort of these dead branches and leaves compare with this Simmons mattress? Haha, it's so comfortable. Yi Chen simply rolled around on the Simmons mattress. Lu Xian, come and try it. It's very comfortable. While Shun Qian was enjoying the 6-foot-wide Simmons mattress, she did not forget to take Lu Xian with her. As long as you like, I have enough sleeping bags. Lu Xian didn't care much about the bedding itself. As long as he had a sleeping bag and stayed away from Lung Mingyao, who had a wild sleeping posture, he could have a good sleep. Mingyao, the three of us will sleep on Simmons' mattresses tonight. Seeing that Lu Xian was indifferent, the two girls went to fool Lung Mingyao again. Lu Xian took the fishing net he had just acquired to the lake in the backyard to try it out. Only 1/3 of the backyard fence project has been completed, and there are several piles of bamboo piled up in the backyard. It was already late today, and Lu Xian naturally would not stay up late to work by candlelight. So at the moment, Lu Xian just tried to lower the fishing net into the lake, then returned to the cave and had dinner with the girls. The three girls had already enjoyed the comfortable Simmons mattress. Now they were probably done with their fun and were hungry, so they were grilling fish. Don't stay up too late today, everyone. We still have a lot of work to do tomorrow, and there are still many rooms on the yacht to explore. We have a long way to go. Lu Xian took out a grilled fish and started eating it with relish, while not forgetting to give a few instructions. He was really afraid that the girls would have a new bed and stay up all night with him until dawn. Fortunately, what Lu Xian was worried about did not happen. Perhaps they were really tired. Shen Qian and Yini Chen fell asleep early. However, Lung Mingyao was still studying the treasure map that Shen Qian had found. Have you figured out anything? Lu Xian yawned and glanced at Lung Mingyao with one eye squinted. This picture is probably just a partial view, but I've thought of something. Do you think the captain and the first officer will argue over this? Obviously, Lung Mingyao did not get any useful information from this map, but she put forward a hypothesis. You mean to get this treasure? Haha, I didn't expect you would believe such a thing. If this really was a treasure map, those people would have taken it long ago. How could it be our turn? Lu Xian had always treated this map as a child's toy. Moreover, as he said, if this really was a treasure map, it would not have been their turn to get it. It would have been taken by the group of men first. What if that group didn't even know about this picture? Lung Mingyao did not directly refute Lu Xian, but changed his approach. Okay, then don't study too late. I'm going to bed first. Lu Xian wasn't in the mood to study a treasure map. He'd rather spend his time thinking about how to improve and strengthen his own home, such as how to deal with wild animals and attacks by wild men. Lu Xian, wake up, wake up. Just when Lu Xian was dreaming of owning the entire island, he was pushed awake by someone. When I opened my sleepy eyes, I saw none other than Lung Mingyao, the last person to sleep last night. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Xian was feeling sleepy right now and was suddenly woken up by someone. He was a little grumpy. There seems to be some movement behind. It was not until he heard Lung Mingyao's words that Lu Xian suddenly woke up and jumped out of his sleeping bag. Are you sure you heard it right? That sound coming from behind. This backyard has always been Lu Xian's biggest concern. After a few days of busy work, the security of the front yard has made a qualitative leap. It can be said that it can play a good defensive buffer role whether it is against wild beasts or humans with bad intentions. However, the defense project of this backyard has only been completed by 10 at most to date. If there really were some bad guys or ferocious beasts attacking their group from the backyard at this time, the danger would be quite great. I don't know what it is, but I can confirm that the sound came from the backyard. Obviously, Lung Mingyao had confirmed it many times, otherwise he would not have woken up Lu Xian rashly. The back cave was sealed with bamboo rafts at night, right? Although the defense project in the backyard was indeed not completed, Lu Xian still had a trick up his sleeve. He had already made a simple bamboo raft to serve as a bamboo gate. At night, he would insert the raft into the ground to serve as a bamboo gate. It's sealed, so I didn't dare open it. Do you want to wake them up? Lung Mingyao nodded affirmatively, then pointed at Shen Qian and Yini Chen who were still sleeping soundly. No need for now, I'll go check it out. Light a torch and follow me closely. Before confirming what Lung Mingyao had heard, Lu Xian felt there was no need to wake up the two girls. Holding a harpoon in his hand, carrying a flashlight, and accompanied by Lung Mingyao who was holding a torch, Lu Xian slowly walked to the back door of his cave. The two men crouched down and squatted in front of the bamboo raft door, listening carefully to the movements outside. Huff! The two listened quietly for a while, and it seemed that they heard no other sound except the sound of the wind. Are you sure you heard it right? Could it be the wind? Although Lu Xian always believed in Lung Mingyao, it was late at night, and he was tired after a long day, so he might have been hallucinating. Definitely not. It's that kind of deep voice. As he was speaking, a creepy low voice came from far away and reached Lu Xian's ears. Chapter 138 Unknown Invasion. Now, Lu Xian would no longer have any doubts. This low sound could never be the sound of the wind in nature. That's the sound. This doesn't seem like the sound of a wild wolf. Lung Mingyao was also listening carefully at this time, but he shook his head in the end. It's not from a wild wolf. Lucien also firmly denied that the strange sound came from a wild wolf. Since landing on the island, the animal that his group had seen most frequently, besides fish, was the wild wolf, so they were still very familiar with the sounds of the wild wolf. However, the sound they heard at this time was obviously fundamentally different from the slightly creepy howling of the wild wolf. You go back to sleep. I'll bring the sleeping bag over here and light a bonfire. We'll sleep here tonight. It was pitch black outside, so Lucien naturally wouldn't take the huge and unknown risk to go out and explore the source of the strange sound. The best way at the moment was to light a bonfire and guard the exit, so that he could basically ensure the absolute safety of his own cave. Then I'll guard it with you, and we'll take turns on duty. When Lung Mingyao heard that Lucien was going to keep watch alone, he immediately volunteered to join, and the two took turns on duty. Moreover, the girl didn't care whether Lucien agreed or not, and she dragged the bedding over by herself, and also brought Lucien's sleeping bag. Lucien couldn't persuade this girl, so the two of them simply lit a bonfire at the entrance of the back cave and lay side by side to keep watch. But just as he lay down and hadn't chatted for a few words, someone suddenly slapped him from behind. Lucien was almost scared to death. Mr. Yin, don't you know that scaring others can kill them? Fortunately, Yin Chin retreated quickly. Otherwise, with Lucien's conditioned reflex of defense and counterattack, the harpoon in his hand would have been delivered directly. Haha, I've noticed something's up with you too. Look, I caught you red-handed. Tell me how you're going to bribe me, or I'll report you. This girl is really talented. She didn't sleep in the middle of the night and came here specifically to catch the adulterer. The key is that she even thought of bribing. It's really amazing that she could think of it. Who did you learn this from? Can we learn a little? Can we keep watch here? Lucien really had no way to deal with this girl, because she didn't play by the rules. TSK. Night watch. Who would believe that? What's out there? Let me take a look. Yin Chin was still muttering to himself when suddenly, a low roar came from outside the cave again. What's that sound? Now, the usually carefree Yin Chin was so scared that she dared not say a word, and immediately hid behind Lucien. I'm not sure what kind of animal it is, but it's not friendly, so we're on guard here. I'm afraid wolves aren't the only ones posing a threat to us on this deserted island. Lucien raised the harpoon in his hand vigilantly and carefully observed the situation outside the cave through the only barrier, the bamboo raft. At this moment, the low voice became clearer. Lung Mingyao and Yin Chen couldn't help but take several steps back. Handsome boy, this thing won't rush in, will it? After all, Yin Chen is a girl. No matter how calm she appears on weekdays, she will be timid when she encounters danger. At this time, the girl has lost her previous good mood. She hides tightly behind Lucien and almost buries her head in Lucien's arms. It shouldn't be that bad. We have a bamboo door and a bonfire. In fact, Lucien himself was not confident enough to say this, because at the moment, he didn't even know who his opponent was. As the saying goes, the unknown is the most frightening. Just wait. Yin Chin suddenly seemed to remember something, turned around, and trotted back to the cave. Just when Lucien and Lung Mingyao hadn't figured out where this girl was going, Yin Chin came back jogging, followed by Shen Qian. The two men were holding the hand-cranked generator in their hands. Lucien Mingyao? Yi Chen said you found a monster. Shen Qian looked at Lucien with horror, with marks on her face, obviously having been woken up by Yin Chen. Ahem, it's not a monster, it's probably a wild animal. Lucien was also convinced and quickly explained. He was afraid that if he didn't explain to Shen Qian, Yin Chen would invent the Terminator T-1000. This girl's imagination was no exaggeration. Handsome boy, take a picture of where you want to go. I'll shake it. I want to see what kind of monster is keeping us awake so late at night. Obviously, Yin Chen's 3-minute fear period has passed. What's more, there are 4 people here now. With more people, the previous fear has dissipated for the most part. The girl has only one idea at the moment, which is to catch the monster that disturbed her sweet dream. Without Lucien's instructions, Yin Chen started shaking on her own. Soon, a dazzling beam of white light shone out from the side of the generator set. A little to the right, a little more to the right. Since he couldn't stop this girl, and he also wanted to find out what was outside the cave, Lucien simply let the girl go. When the beam of light passed through the mottled bamboo raft and shot out of the cave, Lucien lay tightly on the bamboo raft with a harpoon in his hand, and his attention followed the movement of the position illuminated by the white beam of light vigilantly. It has to be said that the power of this hand-crank generator set is quite considerable. As long as someone continues to crank the handle, it can emit a beam of light that is enough to illuminate an area of 3 or 4 square meters. There's nothing on the right. Keep moving to the left and raise it a little higher. As an observer, Lu Xian constantly directed Shan Qian behind him to move the direction of the generator set based on his own judgment. But it's strange that the low roar disappeared ever since I showed the generator set here. No matter how Lu Xian searched, it was quiet outside the cave, as if no living creature had appeared at all. Lu Xian, could it be that this thing is afraid of light? At this time, Lung Mingyao, who had been observing quietly and had never spoken, spoke. Yi Chen stopped shaking. Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian agreed with it and immediately stopped Yi Chen. When the hand-crank generator stopped working, it became pitch black outside the cave again, with only the campfire inside the cave still flickering. Allah! Less than 10 seconds after the lights went out, that deep roar reappeared. Lu Xian, it seems to be coming towards us. As the low voice got closer, everyone seemed to hear heavy footsteps. Just as Lung Mingyao said, something was rushing towards him. Chapter 139, Crazy Wild Boar. There were 2 more dull growls. Before anyone could react, there was a loud boom. The bamboo raft in front of Lu Xian suddenly shook violently. Stand back. Lu Xian, who was lying in the front, took several steps back reflexively and immediately shouted away the 3 girls behind him. What is that? Seeing that the bamboo door of her house was almost knocked over, Yi Chen became nervous and tightly grasped the arm of Shan Qian beside her. Lu Xian, did you see clearly what it was? The more critical the moment, the calmer Lung Mingyao seemed. She held up a torch and stood vigilantly behind Lu Xian. I didn't see it clearly, but I roughly know what it is. Boom. Before Lu Xian could finish his words, the bamboo raft in front of him was hit violently again. Put out the bonfire, quick. Lu Xian lay down under the bamboo gate again with a harpoon in his hand and urgently asked the girls behind him to extinguish the bonfire. Shan Qian and Yi Chen were still hesitating, but Lung Mingyao decisively put out the bonfire. As the blazing bonfire gradually dimmed, the last flicker of light seemed to be swallowed by an invisible black hole. The darkness was like an invisible giant hand, suddenly and completely covering the entire cave. The darkness was not just a visual loss, but also brought with it a sense of oppression and dullness, as if even the air had become solidified, making it difficult to breathe. In this boundless darkness, every faint sound of the wind seemed particularly harsh. They seemed to shuttle back and forth between the stone walls of the cave, emitting bursts of low hums, like ancient and mysterious spells, constantly echoing in the ears. As the light disappeared, the outside of the cave seemed to fall into silence again, as if nothing had happened just now. But Lu Xian knew very well that danger was hidden in the darkness. As expected. After half a minute of silence, the low roar appeared again, and this time the sound was clearer. Immediately afterwards, the bamboo raft in front of Lu Xian was hit by the giant object again. But this time, without the guidance of the light, the giant object outside the cave seemed to have lost its aim and had obviously crashed off course. However, because the bamboo raft had been hit multiple times in a short period of time, it was already obviously damaged, creaky and crumbling. Damn it, take this fork from me. Lu Xian, now basically determined the attack method and direction of the giant, picked up the harpoon in his hand and stabbed it. The attack missed, but it seemed to have angered the opponent. Lu Xian, I'm coming too. Shan Qian rushed up with a harpoon in her hand at some point. What on earth is this, handsome boy? Why did you put out the bonfire? Yi Chen was a little timid at first, but now seeing that even the most timid Shan Qian rushed forward with a weapon, she put her fear behind her and groped in the dark to drag over the machete that Lu Xian had left in the cave. Wild boar? It's a black-haired wild boar. The light will only irritate it and give it a clue as to its direction. It's pitch black now, and although we can't see it, the beast has lost its way. When his bamboo raft was hit for the second time, Lu Xian basically guessed what it was. Ordinary wild wolves, even cheetahs and tigers, could not have such great strength. Moreover, through the faint flame that was not completely extinguished, Lu Xian had vaguely seen the opponent's sharp fangs. So, it must be a wild boar. Wild boar? Why does it feel so strong? As girls who grew up in the city, the 3 girls naturally had never seen the power of wild boars. The most difficult creature in the wild is this wild boar. Qian, give me the bamboo fork. At the moment, the situation was urgent. The wild boar's attack did not stop when the fire went out. Lu Xian had no time to explain to the girls. He grabbed the bamboo fork from Shan Qian's hand and stabbed it towards the gap between the bamboo rafts. Ouch! Lu Xian suddenly felt a huge resistance, and at the same time a scream came from outside the cave. Lu Xian, our bamboo forks. Before Lu Xian and Shan Qian could react, the bamboo fork disappeared in front of them. It was obviously dragged away by the wild boar that had been hit hard. I'll get it again. Ini-chin reacted quickly. After hearing Shun Qian's voice, she immediately put down the machete, groped her way back into the cave, and quickly found 2 spare pieces. Fortunately, Lu Xian and others made a lot of harpoons in their daily lives, so there were quite a few in stock in the cave. The wild boar outside the cave was obviously hurt badly by Lu Xian's attack, and was still growling and groaning outside the cave. Meng Yao, light the torch. If I tell you to throw it with all your might. What Lu Xian was most worried about at the moment was the bamboo raft, which was at the end of its strength. He was afraid that if it was hit by the wild boar again, the only line of defense protecting his group would completely collapse. The only option now is to give it a try. Lung Mengyao didn't ask any more questions and immediately relit the 2 torches. Qian, I'll count to 3, and together we'll lift the raft up and move it to the right. Seeing the light behind him again, Lu Xian suddenly thrust the harpoon in his hand forward, and with one hand he held the harpoon in Shun Qian's hand and thrust it forward as well. Good. Shun Qian didn't say a word, but just fully cooperated with Lu Xian's actions. 1, 2, 3, throw. Lu Xian and Shun Qian exerted force at the same time, first lifting the bamboo raft with a harpoon, and then suddenly exerting force to the right. The bamboo raft was instantly pushed open like a sliding door. Lung Mengyao behind him picked up the 2 torches in his hands and threw them out. Close the door. Lu Xian shouted again, and the 2 of them exerted their strength again to close the bamboo door again. Now, the wild boar outside the cave was illuminated by the fire and could be seen clearly by everyone. Moreover, the wild boar, which was already a little crazy, became even more agitated when it saw the torch on the ground. It's such a big one. Lu Xian, what should we do now? After seeing clearly the enemy they were facing, the 3 girls in the cave felt a little scared. In their impression, this wild boar was no more than the same size as a domestic pig. They never expected that the one appearing in front of them would be such a huge monster. It's okay, as long as this guy's attention is not on us. Continue to prepare the torches. Lu Xian's current tactics were very clear. He would use fire to distract the wild boar's attention, thus allowing the opponent to exhaust all its energy. As long as the wild boar doesn't focus its attention on its own cave. Throw. 2 minutes later, 2 more torches were thrown out. The wild boar outside the cave went crazy again and rushed towards the torch on the ground. But just when everyone thought they could kill the wild boar in this way, a strong wind suddenly blew outside the cave, and the torches on the ground were extinguished in an instant. At the same time, the wild boar, having lost the guidance of the fire, once again shifted its attack target towards the cave where everyone was. Chapter 140. The advantage is mice. Oh, it's coming. Seeing the wild boar suddenly rushing towards them, the 3 girls were panicked. Damn it! Lu Xian shouted loudly, and instead of retreating, he advanced and raised the harpoon and thrust forward fiercely. A second later, Lu Xian felt that the harpoon in his hand encountered strong resistance, and it seemed that he could no longer move forward. Lu Xian knew very well in his heart that he had been stabbed. The wild boar that was forked by Lu Xian no longer had the arrogance it had before, and was howling in pain. However, the strength of the wild boar's struggle should not be underestimated. Lu Xian could not hold down the bamboo fork with his own strength. I'll help. Lung Mengyao was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He rushed over, and together with Lu Xian, held down the harpoon tightly. However, even though the 2 of them worked together to suppress it, they still couldn't control the mad wild boar. With a click sound, the harpoon broke. Now Lu Xian and Lung Mengyao were dumbfounded. The bamboo raft in front of him was basically just a decoration. If the wild boar continued to attack, it would easily smash the raft and rush into the cave. However, the harpoon in his hand, the only thing that could suppress the wild boar, had already fallen apart. The silver lining is, the wild boar was obviously seriously injured after being messed around by Lu Xian. In addition, there was no light to guide it. The wild boar was in pain and jumped around a few times on the spot, but still couldn't break free from the bamboo fork inserted into its abdomen. After turning around a few times again, it rushed towards the jungle on the east side like a mad bull. Call. Hearing the low howl of the wild boar getting farther and farther away, the 4 people in the cave finally felt relieved. This time it was so thrilling. Even Ini-chin, who is usually carefree and eager to cause chaos in the world, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. We're lucky this time. It seems we have to put the yacht's removal work on hold for now. The defense work in the backyard must be put on hold. Although this yacht is a treasure, I still need someone to move it. If you can't even ensure your basic survival, even if there is a row of yachts waiting for you to move, you will not be able to enjoy them. The girls also expressed their support, and were even more enthusiastic than Lu Xian. They didn't even sleep and started working right away. The first thing to do was to tie the damaged bamboo rafts back securely, and then the girls carried torches and moved the bamboo stored in the backyard back. Under Lu Xian's command, 2 dense rows of bamboo were erected at the rear of the cave. Together with the repaired bamboo raft, the rear of the cave now had a triple layer of protection. Their safety tonight was basically guaranteed. The girls seemed to be afraid of ropes for 10 years after being bitten by a snake once. They immediately suffered from fear of insufficient defense and cut 5 or 6 bamboo forks overnight, inserted them diagonally into the ground, and pointed the pointed parts at the outside of the cave. After doing all this, it was already dawn. Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao were both feeling sleepy. They told Shen Qian and Yi Chen not to go to the backyard without permission, and then they went back to take a nap. When Lu Xian woke up again, Shen Qian and Yi Chen were each holding a bamboo fork, looking at him expectantly. "What are you doing?" Lu Xian rubbed his eyes sleepily and glanced at the two of them confusedly. Meng Yao said that the wild boar won't last long. We might be able to catch it. Catching wild boars? Hearing this, Lu Xian was also stunned. These girls were really skilled and brave. He had thought that after the fierce battle between humans and pigs last night, these 3 girls must be terrified of pigs. Unexpectedly, not only did they not show any fear, but they were also thinking about taking the initiative to catch wild boars. "Yeah, I'm tired of eating grilled fish every day. It would be great if I could change the taste. I saw the wild boar yesterday. It looked delicious." Yi Chen is the most exaggerated woman. She has even started planning to add a meal for herself. "Lu Xian, that wild boar was hit at least twice yesterday and must have lost a lot of blood. Even if it managed to escape, it probably wouldn't have gotten far. If another beast got there first, we would have suffered a huge loss." What Lu Xian didn't expect was that Lung Mingyao seemed to be the leader of the two. He was also holding a harpoon and waiting for Lu Xian to speak with a solemn oath. "Are you sure you want to go together?" Lu Xian glanced at everyone. In fact, he had thought about catching the wild boar directly last night, but after experiencing a fierce battle, Lu Xian felt a little powerless. He could not expect these girls to charge into battle. At this moment, he did not expect that these girls were more enthusiastic about catching the wild boar than himself. "Yes, there are 4 of us, and we have so many weapons, while there is only 1 wild boar, and it's injured. The advantage is on me." Shen Qian patted her chest, looking eager to try. "The advantage is mine." Lu Xian was amused by this girl. "Okay, but let me fill my stomach first. And you must follow my instructions during this operation and don't act on your own." Since everyone had the same idea, Lu Xian, who had already planned to go out and catch pigs and patrol, didn't waste any more words. After the 4 of them filled their stomachs, Lu Xian began to arrange today's tasks. The first thing to do is naturally to strengthen your own backyard. This defense project must be put first. Only after you have a solid defense can you talk about taking the initiative to attack. Of course, Lu Xian never thought that the defense project in the backyard would be completed in one day. The work this morning was simple. We continued to strengthen the bamboo wall based on last night's temporary defense project and built a few barricades outside the bamboo wall. The production of chevaux de frise is also very simple. A few bamboos support a bracket, and 2 sharpened bamboos are fixed on the bracket, 2 in a group, with a total of 6 or 7 groups. With these chevaux de frise, no matter how strong the beast's charging ability is, as many as it comes will be killed. Once this reduces the opponent's speed, the 2 bamboo walls and a bamboo gate behind him will be enough to resist the attack of the beast. "Lu Xian, is this enough? With so many barricades, I wonder which reckless wild boar dares to cause trouble for us tonight." "That's right, I wish there were more. It would be a great snack for us. I heard wild boar meat is delicious." Shen Qian and Yi Chen were obviously a little absent-minded. It seemed that they were completely focused on the wild boar. It looked like they wanted to catch the entire wild boar family of 3. Bring torches, machetes, and a bamboo pitchfork each. Follow me closely. The defense project of his own home has been settled. Lu Xian looked at the sun above his head, and it was getting late. After taking binoculars and weapons and instructing the 3 girls, they headed towards the southeastern jungle where the wild boar had escaped last night. Chapter 141. Deep into the jungle. Lu Xian walked in front holding a machete and a telescope, followed by Shen Qian and Yi Chen, and Lung Mingyao was in charge of the tail. The 4 of them formed a long snake formation and walked out of the outermost bamboo wall that they had not yet completed. There's a jungle ahead. Everyone, please pay attention to the bloodstains under your feet. These bloodstains may attract other carnivores, so you must be alert to your surroundings. It is easy to say that we should take the initiative to catch wild boars, but it is not easy to implement it. Just as Lu Xian said, Now we have to be vigilant about the movements of the injured wild boar at all times and take the initiative. Secondly, we have to be wary of other carnivores that come after smelling the blood. The four of them followed the bloodstains left by the wild boar on the ground and headed deeper into the jungle. Once inside the jungle, the surroundings immediately changed. The foliage that obscured the sun was like a thick curtain, completely swallowing up the gentle blue of the sky and the dazzling sunlight, leaving only wisps of mottled light and shadow. Lu Xian, come this way. Although Lung Mingyao was walking at the end of the team, she was the one who observed most carefully. Any bloodstains on the ground could not escape the eyes of this girl. Lu Xian, who was walking in front, was mostly observing the situation deep in the jungle through a telescope. Shen Qian and Yi Chen were each responsible for one side, to prevent other creatures from entering. There looks to be a squirrel in there. I think there are some big birds here. From time to time, our group would meet a few indigenous people in the jungle. Lu Xian, this wild boar doesn't seem to be heading east, but south. As he continued to go deeper into the jungle, Lung Mingyao soon discovered a tricky problem. The injured wild boar did not continue to move towards the eastern jungle, where it was relatively familiar, but chose to move towards the southern jungle that it had never explored. Let's walk a little further and find a place to rest later. Lu Xian has always been wary of rashly entering unknown territory. After all, he has a family to support. If some jackals, tigers, leopards, or man-eating primitive people suddenly appear, he will be helpless. This wild boar has lost so much blood, yet it can still run so far. Really? Obviously, the girls thought that catching the injured wild boar would only take a few steps, but they never thought they could walk that far. The wild boar has thick skin and flesh. Although I did manage to pierce it twice, I can't say for sure if I hit its vital points. But as long as I can see it, I'm sure I can take it down. Although Lu Xian was not 100% confident that he could kill the wild boar with just the 2 strikes he made last night, he was very sure that he had hit the wild boar solidly with those 2 strikes. Otherwise, the ferocious wild boar would not have given up the attack and chosen to escape. At this time, as long as he can find the injured wild boar again, he will have the confidence to defeat it. After all, this is a giant wild boar weighing more than 200 kilograms. If we catch it, it will be enough for the 4 of us to eat for 10 days to half a month. I'm afraid this opportunity will be gone forever. That's right, handsome boy. My intuition tells me that this wild boar is nearby. Tonight I'm going to eat roasted pork belly and roasted pig's trotters. The one who enjoyed it the most was Yi Chen. This girl had even thought about which part of the wild boar to eat tonight. Lu Xian, wait. Just when Lu Xian was thinking about continuing to go deeper into the jungle to the south, Lung Mingyao suddenly called Lu Xian. What's wrong? This bloodstain seems to be more than before. Lu Xian looked in the direction of Lung Mingyao's finger and clearly found that the bloodstains on the ground, which were originally sparse, had become denser. Does this mean the wild boar is dying? It should be nearby, right? Yi Chen seemed very excited when she saw the large bloodstains on this place. Don't run around, come back. Yi Chen, who was about to leave the team, was immediately pulled back by Lu Xian. Lu Xian, this bloodstain shouldn't be from that wild boar. The color is darker. Lung Mingyao had already squatted down and began to carefully examine the bloodstains on the ground. Lu Xian also half knelt down and carefully scanned the bloodstains here. It's possible that this is the blood of another animal. Everyone, please be alert. There might be other carnivorous animals here. Being in an unfamiliar jungle and discovering the blood of other animals, Lu Xian had to be vigilant again. No way. Could it be that Qing Yaojin will suddenly appear and steal our meat from us? Yi Chen originally thought that the injured wild boar was already the object of her group's blessing, but now a third party suddenly appeared. The girl frowned and expressed strong dissatisfaction. Lu Xian, do you think it could be those primitive people? Lung Mingyao then proposed another hypothesis, but this hypothesis sounded even more disturbing. Let's find a big tree and hide first. Safety first. At that moment, his group of people had no village in front and no shop behind, and were exposed in the jungle on all sides. Lu Xian also felt a little uneasy. The 4 of them immediately moved about 10 steps south and found a huge banyan tree to rely on. You guys eat something, drink some water, and replenish your energy. I'll climb up and take a look around. Lu Xian handed the backpack to everyone and climbed up the big banyan tree swiftly. The trunk of this banyan tree is estimated to be 4 or 5 meters thick, and the height of the tree is more than 15 or 16 meters. It should be the thickest and tallest tree I have found along the way. Relying on his good skills, Lu Xian climbed to a height of 6 or 7 meters with the telescope in his pocket without much effort. He took out his telescope and carefully observed the surrounding environment. To the east is a dense jungle, and to the west, there are more low bushes, and the vegetation is not as dense as here. However, to the south, there are towering trees that stretch as far as the eye can see, with branches intertwined like a dragon, winding up into the clouds. If the bloodstains really extended all the way south, Lu Xian would have to carefully consider whether he and his group should continue to advance southward at the risk of unknown danger. Just when Lu Xian raised the telescope for the second time and looked towards the jungle on the south side, he suddenly saw a black shadow flash by. Lu Xian once again held the telescope tightly and carefully observed the south. There seemed to be a rustling sound coming from the deep jungle in the south, and there were obvious signs of falling leaves. Apparently, something's happening in the south. Chapter 142. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Lu Xian, have you discovered anything? Shoo. Shen Qian looked up at Lu Xian and was about to ask something when she was interrupted by Lu Xian's gesture of silence. Seeing Lu Xian like this, the three girls looked at him nervously and covered their mouths tightly. Ouch! At this moment, several low howls came from the jungle in the south. Lu Xian, who was still lying on the banyan tree, also saw two swift gray figures flying from right to left. Lu Xian and his group were very familiar with this voice. There were wolves, and more than one. Just as Lu Xian was still vigilantly observing the movements of the two wild wolves that suddenly appeared, the familiar howling of a wild boar once again reached everyone's ears. Lu Xian didn't expect that either they wouldn't show up, or if they did, two teams would suddenly appear. Hey, throw me the rope and you all climb up. This time, there were both wild wolves and wild boars. Lu Xian glanced around his big banyan tree. The tree has lush branches and leaves, and a thick trunk. Not only can it accommodate the four of us, it can also accommodate 10 more people. To ensure safety, Lu Xian decided to place all three girls on the tree trunk first. Handsome boy, go on. Yi Chen opened Lu Xian's backpack, took out a piece of hemp rope that Lu Xian had kept in the backpack, and then swung it hard, throwing one end of the hemp rope to Lu Xian above her head. Lu Xian grabbed one end of the hemp rope and tied it to the tree trunk. Come up one by one. After tying the bundle firmly, Lu Xian waved to the girls under the tree. When it comes to new things like this, Yi Chen is always the most enthusiastic one, and she was the first to grab the hemp rope without hesitation. One had to admit, this girl's hands-on ability was indeed beyond the ordinary. Lu Xian barely exerted any strength, and the girl climbed up by herself, pulling on the hemp rope. After coming up, he still had enough strength to pull Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao up with Lu Xian. Lu Xian, is that a wild wolf? It can't climb trees, right? After the four of them found a place to lie on the tree trunk, Shen Qian soon saw a gray-haired wild wolf through the gaps between the leaves. Trees are safe. Wild wolves don't climb trees. What about the wild boar? No, so we'll just stay here and wait for the right time. Lu Xian had already thought about it. Although he came here to catch wild boars, the current situation had changed, so he would not take the risk of joining the melee. Instead of fighting 1 against 2, it would be better to wait and see how the situation changes. Maybe he could gain the upper hand. The fight has begun. The fight has begun. Just as Lu Xian expected, the pig and 2 wolves in front were already fighting. Logically speaking, let alone just 2 wild wolves, even 2 more would be no match for the wild boar. Only a significant number of wild wolves, working in a group with a clear division of labor, would attack a wild boar. Generally speaking, 2 or 3 lone wolves would never attack a wild boar without authorization. However, the current situation is that the wild boar is already injured, bleeding profusely, and its mobility is significantly affected. Therefore, this is why the 2 wild wolves have the idea of taking the initiative to attack. The 3 girls had never seen a wild boar and a wild wolf fight, so they were both excited and nervous. They all hugged the tree trunk in front of them tightly, watching the fierce battle in front of them intently. The only thing Lu Xian felt sorry about now was that he had no arrows. If he really found arrows in the yacht, he could just wait until the opponent was about to win and then shoot a few arrows from a distance, and he would be able to get the final victory without any effort. Now that he only had cold weapons for close combat, how to choose the right time became the most important issue. Handsome boy, who's stronger, the wolf or the wild boar? I'm betting on the wild boar. Yi Chen, who loves to watch the fun, looked like she was watching a show. Looking at the girl, she wished she could open a casino on a deserted island. Lu Xian, this wolf meat can't be eaten, right? Lung Mingyao was thinking more about the impact that the other party would have on him after the outcome was decided. It's not that they can't eat it. Pork is definitely the first choice. The higher the level of the carnivore, the more toxins accumulate in its body. You've probably heard of bioaccumulation, right? I know that, Biologically, in a food chain, lower organisms absorb substances from the environment and accumulate them in their bodies, becoming a source of food for higher organisms. When higher organisms prey on these lower organisms, the enriched substances also enter their bodies, passing on and amplifying them step by step up the food chain. Lu Xian didn't expect that after he casually said it, Shun Qian actually taught his group of people some biological knowledge in a very serious manner. No wonder humans only eat pigs, cattle, and sheep, and not tigers and lions. Ini Chin is very good at expanding her thinking and thinks quite far ahead. Besides, the book says these higher animals don't seem to taste good either. Anyway, let's keep our eyes on that wild boar. Lu Xian never thought about eating wild wolves from the beginning to the end. The main purpose of this trip was to catch the wild boar. Under Lu Xian's command, the four men remained motionless and watched the two teams of beasts fighting. What everyone didn't expect was that this wild boar was really powerful. Even though it was covered in blood, it still had the strength to fight. As time went by, it even gradually gained the upper hand. On the contrary, the two wild wolves seemed to be getting more and more cowardly as the fight went on, and it looked like they were even considering retreating. The wild boar is so powerful. We underestimated it. The more Inichin looked, the more excited she became, and from time to time she would snatch the telescope from Lu Xian's hand. If it weren't for these two wild wolves, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to catch up with this wild boar. We were a little careless. Lung Mingyao reflected on himself while watching the battle between pigs and wolves. That's right. It seems we'll have to outsmart this wild boar from now on. Inichin, you need to upgrade your traps when you have time. Lu Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had indeed underestimated the wild boar's strength. He had thought that he could easily find the wild boar's carcass during this trip, but now he realized that he had been too naive. He and his group had been lucky last night. If the wild boar had tried to attack again, he would have been in big trouble. Lu Xian, the wild wolf, seems to have escaped. Just as Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao were still reflecting on themselves, the fierce battle in the jungle ahead seemed to be about to be decided. The wild boar roared at the two wolves, and the two wolves completely lost their will to fight, turned around abruptly, and ran away. As the wolf ran away, the wild boar, which was originally aggressive, finally couldn't hold on any longer. It staggered a few steps, and its limbs went limp, and it fell down in the jungle. Okay, it's our turn. Seeing this, Lu Xian became excited. Here came the opportunity. Chapter 143, Harvesting Wild Boar Meat. Lu Xian, wait for us. Seeing Lu Xian quickly climb down to the bottom of the banyan tree, the three girls also rushed to climb down. Keep your distance from me and hold on to your bamboo forks. Although the wild boar fell down, Lu Xian did not dare to be careless. He had to hit it a few more times before he could feel at ease. Lu Xian was the first to rush forward with a bamboo fork in hand. The weak wild boar was still lying on the ground, gasping for breath. It tried to get up again and again, but failed every time. Take my fork. Lu Xian didn't have the time to sympathize with the wild boar. He had only one thought at the moment, which was to kill the wild boar with his own hands and then drag it back to his cave. Lu Xian gathered all his strength and stabbed the wild boar in the chest with the bamboo fork. The moment the bamboo fork entered the flesh, the wild boar screamed several times and stood up again in pain. Seeing the other party get up again, Lu Xian was also stunned, but he was stunned for only a second, and then he immediately came to his senses. Not only did he not reduce the strength in his hand, but he exerted force again and pressed the bamboo fork in his hand firmly into the wild boar's body. Huff, huff. The wild boar kept flopping on the ground and making low panting sounds. Obviously, the wild boar had not expected that after it had used all its strength to repel two wild wolves, a few two-legged guys suddenly appeared, and these two-legged guys seemed to be even more ruthless. Give me another bamboo fork. Lu Xian now had only one thought, which was to send this wild boar to see the king of hell immediately, without wasting even a second. Shun Qian immediately handed the bamboo fork in her hand to Lu Xian. Lu Xian took the bamboo fork and struck again without saying a word. Now, with two bamboo forks piercing its body, the wild boar roared even more miserably. Lu Xian didn't expect that the wild boar was so thick-skinned and tough. Even after he offered two bamboo forks, the boar was still struggling. Give me the machete. Lu Xian decided to go all out and use his ultimate move on the wild boar. Take that. Let's see how awesome you are. Lu Xian put aside the bamboo fork, took the axe handed to him by Inichin, raised his hands high, swung it with all his strength, and smashed it down at the wild boar's forehead. There was a muffled bang sound. The axe hit the boar's eyes hard. Looking at the wild boar again, it immediately stopped moving. Dead. The three girls had never seen such a scene before, and they stared at the wild boar, which seemed to be motionless, with horror. Huh, damn, it's finally cleaned up. Lu Xian, who had exerted all his strength, was now so tired that he half squatted on the ground, gasping for breath. It can be said that I used all my strength in each of these three moves. Seeing that the wild boar on the ground was completely motionless, Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xian, is he really dead? Lung Mingyao frowned, and still kept a distance from the wild boar. It should be dead. Give me the hemp rope. I'll tie it up, and we can drag it back. Lu Xian took back his blood-stained axe, cut off the two bamboo forks that were inserted into the wild boar's body, handed the axe to Shun Qian behind him, and took the hemp rope handed to him by Yini Chen. With the help of the three girls, Lu Xian took some time to tie up the huge wild boar. Come on, each of you pull a rope. This thing looks like it weighs at least 300 pounds. We have to work together to drag it back. We can't stay here for long. After the previous fierce battle, plus Lu Xian hit the wild boar 3 more times, the wild boar was now surrounded by blood. The pungent smell of blood would soon fill the entire jungle. Lu Xian didn't want to stay here any longer and attract other carnivores. However, the wild boar was huge and there was no means of transportation in the deep jungle, so he could only rely on brute force to drag it back to the cave. Fortunately, there are 4 of us here and the terrain is relatively flat, so we can barely drag this 300-pound guy. What's more, knowing that they had a good harvest today, everyone was full of energy. You know, this was a wild boar weighing 300 kilograms. Even if the bones, fat, internal organs, and fur that could not be eaten were removed, it was estimated that the remaining edible fresh wild boar meat would be far more than 100 kilograms, which was enough for their group to eat for 10 days to half a month. Yini Chen, cut down the tree in front that's in the way. Along the way, Lu Xian had to direct the girls to clear obstacles. The way back was indeed several times more difficult than the way here. As the sun gradually set, I still had a quarter of the journey left to go. Lu Xian, I'll go back and get the cart. Then walk 200 meters ahead and turn the corner to get out of the jungle. Lung Mingyao, who was leading the way, looked forward twice and seemed to see the hope of victory. Okay, be careful. We'll meet up on the front lawn. Once we get out of the jungle, the road becomes much flatter and our own cart can come in handy. Lung Mingyao got Lu Xian's nod of approval and trotted back to the cave to get the cart. Lu Xian and the other 2 were left to continue moving towards the cave. Handsome boy, next time I'm going to get a motorcycle from the yacht. This manual transport is too tiring. Yini Chen was so tired at this time that she didn't even have the strength to speak, but she was still dreaming. And motorcycles? I'm even thinking of getting a helicopter. Okay, 100 meters to go. I can see the lake. Lu Xian, behind. There seems to be movement behind. Just as Yini Chen was still daydreaming about riding a motorcycle on a deserted island, Shen Qian, who had been walking at the end of the team without saying a word, suddenly looked back vigilantly. SSSSSSS. Just as Shen Qian said, Lu Xian also felt that the leaves behind him seemed to have unusual movements. Get down, don't make a sound. Lu Xian immediately waved his hand and asked Shen Qian and Yini Chen to lie down. The 3 of them squatted in the woods with nervous expressions. After waiting for 2 minutes, the jungle in the south seemed to have returned to calm. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Lu Xian and Shun Qian looked at each other and saw doubt in each other's eyes. Lu Xian turned around and glanced towards the lake. Victory was within reach, so he couldn't let anything go wrong. Slowly moved towards the lake. Lu Xian did not dare to be careless and signaled the 2 to continue to be careful. The 3 of them half-crouched and began to slowly pull the wild boar, so as to make as little noise as possible. Lu Xian, Ming Yao seems to be here. Quick, go over there and tell her to keep her voice down. Although Lu Xian never figured out what was behind him, he still had to be on guard. Who knew what kind of monster the bloodstains behind him could attract? SSSSSSS. Just as Shen Qian was trotting to find Lung Mingyao, a strange sound came from the direction of the jungle behind her. Chapter 144, Encountering Savages Again. Shoo. Without waiting for Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian, who were pulling the trailer, to return to his side, Lu Xian gestured to the 2 girls from a distance to silence them. The 2 girls immediately understood and slowed down their movements, even pushing the cart with caution. Now Lu Xian was almost completely certain that something must be happening in the jungle a few hundred meters behind him. While Lu Xian was observing the movements behind him from time to time, he gestured to the 3 girls, indicating that the 4 of them should work together to lift the wild boar onto the cart. The 3 girls nodded in unison, and the 4 of them quietly slowed down their movements, working together to drag the 300-pound wild boar onto their cart bit by bit. Swoosh. At the same time, a whistle was heard from the jungle behind them. Human? When Lu Xian heard the sound, his first reaction was that there were humans in the jungle behind him. It is true that this wild boar is extremely powerful, with thick skin and flesh, and is quite difficult to deal with. However, compared to humans who rely on their brains to make a living, Lu Xian would rather face the threat of the wild boar head-on. Is there anyone? The three girls obviously heard the whistle made by humans, and their expressions suddenly became nervous. Lu Xian didn't say another word, but just made a gesture of silence again, and then pointed in the direction of his cave. The meaning was very clear. Now this group of people only had two things to do. First, keep quiet as much as possible. Second, return to their own cave as quickly as possible. The four of them tacitly chose to remain silent, and then carefully worked together to drag the cart loaded with 300 kilograms of wild boar. Fortunately, my cart is a high-end product. It is not only sturdy and reliable, but also equipped with silent wheels. Even when driving on the grass, it is smooth and quite powerful. Within 10 minutes, the four of them had quietly pushed the cart to the lawn in front of the lake. As the cave was getting closer, several whistles were heard behind him again. It is obvious that there is more than just one human in the jungle behind him. 5 minutes later, when they successfully pushed the 300-pound wild boar into their cave, everyone dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Handsome guy, who is that? Inichin gulped down half a bottle of water, supported her slender waist, and pointed towards the jungle on the south side. Lung Mingyao and Shinqian also looked towards the jungle. It should be a savage. On the way back, Lu Xian had already caught a glimpse of the figure of a savage through the telescope. He was holding a bamboo fork and wearing a grass skirt, a typical primitive man. Are there really wild people? How many of them are there? Will they come to us? Hearing the word savage, Shinqian and Inichin both looked terrified. After all, they had only seen this savage in TV dramas. They never thought that they would actually see a living one today, and it was just a few hundred meters behind them. There should be no less than 3. It seems they were attracted by the smell of blood. We must deal with this wild boar as soon as possible. Although the wild boar was successfully dragged back to its cave, it also brought back the strong smell of blood. Lu Xian knew very well that his top priority now was to get rid of the wild boar's body immediately, without wasting a moment. Help me drag this wild boar to the beach. I'll kill it now. Wash the blood off the lawn in the backyard and don't go out. Pushing the cart directly to the beach, Lu Xian immediately transformed into a butcher. Although his knife skills were average, fortunately the knife in his hand was sharp enough. With one chop, the 300-pound wild boar was split into 5 pieces, and then immediately rinsed with seawater to remove the internal organs. The girls also carefully washed away the bloodstains in the backyard. Lu Xian, it seems that those savages didn't come here. The good news is that for some unknown reason, the group of savages did not choose to come to their side. Looks like I'll have to go find a freezer on the yacht someday. Even if there's no electricity, it'll give me more storage space. Lu Xian spent a lot of effort and finally managed to deal with the wild boar. Although his knife skills were poor and time was very tight, the amount of pork he managed to keep was estimated to be only about 150 pounds. But even this little bit of meat was enough for his group to use for 10 days to half a month. The only pity was that he didn't have a good place to store it. If you want to preserve it for a long time, the only methods you can use now are pickling and air drying. In order to cover up the smell of blood, Lu Xian and the girls worked together to dig a hole on the right side of the front yard and bury the inedible parts. Shinqian naturally would not forget the baby bird. Although the baby bird was small, it was a real carnivore. Fortunately, it did not seem to be picky about food. It accepted all the remaining internal organs and minced meat, and ate nearly a pound of it in one meal. Lu Xian, will those savages come back? Shinqian was obviously still afraid of the group of uninvited savages. Even though there was no movement in the backyard at this time, the girls still looked frightened. It's hard to say. We were lucky this time, and were one step ahead of them. But sooner or later we have to be prepared to face them head-on. I'll go on the yacht and look for arrows in the next 2 days. If I really don't have any, I'll try making a few myself. Lu Xian knew very well that he could not escape the 15th day of the lunar month, and he could not escape the temple even if he never went out again. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before he faced this group of primitive people head-on. If that day really comes, long-range weapons will become crucial. Lu Xian, do you think there might be any firearms on the yacht? Even a hunting rifle would be a huge advantage to us. Lung Mingyao was even more farsighted than Lu Xian. Even if he had a proper bow and arrow, his archery skills wouldn't be good enough. Without 10 days or half a month of practice, he wouldn't even be able to shoot an arrow. However, if he could get his hands on a firearm, the situation would be completely reversed. We'll go aboard and look for it someday. Unless there's something urgent, we shouldn't go to the backyard much these past 2 days. Leave one person on duty in the back cave at night. Considering the safety issue, Lu Xian decided not to go to his backyard for the time being. Anyway, the current backyard defense project can still barely cope with it. The 3 girls looked at each other. After a busy day, each of them looked grimmer than the other. They had planned to take a good shower and change clothes after they were done, but Lu Xian had issued a lockdown order. Lu Xian, let's go to the beach and take a look. After hesitating for a while, Shen Qian hesitated and pointed to the front of the cave. Chapter 145. Are you planning a swimsuit party? Lu Xian didn't take it too seriously, just reminding them to be careful. Besides, it was getting late, with only about half an hour until sunset. His only concern was his own backyard. There were wild men, wild boars, and wolves everywhere, which was really worrying. Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao were feeling a bit awkward. They really wanted to take a bath, but Lu Xian had firmly sealed off his backyard. It seemed they could only bathe in the seawater to the north. These days, the two have gotten used to bathing and changing clothes in the lake in their backyard. After all, that place is a semi-enclosed place, with some shelter on both sides, and it is also some distance away from the cave, so it is quite private. It felt strange to be facing the ocean all of a sudden. Of course, the main reason was that this cave was too close to the ocean. Even with the bamboo wall blocking it, it was still easy for people to see. Qian, what are you afraid of? At most, Lu Xian will see you. Haven't you already been with him? It has to be said that at this time, the one who breaks the deadlock naturally has to rely on Yi Chen. Shen Qian was originally a little reluctant, and her cheeks turned red instantly after hearing what Yi Chen said. How about this? Wash it while wearing it and wait. Just when Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao were still frozen in place, Yi Chen jumped back into the cave and took out 3 pieces of clothes from her pile of clothes under Lu Xian's puzzled gaze. Just when Lu Xian was still confused, the girl ran away with the clothes again. There are exactly 3, 1 for each person. You can choose first. Yi Chen generously showed off the 3 swimsuits in her hands. The first one is a lace one-piece swimsuit with a halter neck and backless design. The style can be said to be sexy with a hint of cuteness. Just as Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao were admiring the swimsuit with frowns on their faces, Yi Chen showed off the second one. This one is even more straightforward, a navy blue tight-fitting one-piece swimsuit. Is this a Japanese-style school swimsuit? Shen Qian frowned even deeper. She was a complete novice at swimming and could barely do the doggy paddle to avoid drowning, so she seldom went to the swimming pool. The only swimsuit she had was a very conservative one. However, even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. As for this one-piece swimsuit, you have seen it many times in cartoons. Yeah, it's called tsukue. Mine is pretty conservative. Yi Chen continued to introduce her swimsuit calmly. Is this what you call conservative? Lung Mingyao asked hesitantly after taking a closer look at the swimsuit. This swimsuit is extremely thin, especially the lower part. It feels like I could be exposed if I'm not careful. Why don't you pick this one? Seeing that her swimsuit didn't seem to be liked by the 2 girls, Yi Chen generously showed off the 3rd swimsuit in her hand. As soon as this swimsuit came out, Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao covered their eyes directly. Good guy. Can this thing still be called a swimsuit? Aren't these just 2 ropes? And this fabric is almost translucent. Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao shook their heads after seeing this. It's up to you then. Do you want to choose these 2, or are you going to jump right in? Yi Chen looked as if she couldn't understand what these 2 people were thinking. She generously handed the first 2 items to Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao again, and kept the 3rd item for herself. How about I just make do with it for 1 day and not wash it? Shen Qian still seemed unable to get over herself and scratched her messy hair. Hey, how are you going to sleep tonight? Look at the mud in your hair, and you reek of blood from that wild boar you caught today. Yi Chen twisted her nose and looked at Shen Qian with disgust. In fact, Shen Qian herself also felt uncomfortable all over. Not only did she sweat a lot today, but she was also a little bloody. She wanted to go to the lake to wash herself, but Lu Xian closed the lake for safety reasons. Qian, how about you choose first? Although Lung Mingyao was somewhat resistant to these swimsuits, it was still better than actually going into the water naked. Then I'll choose the one with lace. Seeing that her best friend didn't care, Shen Qian pointed at the light yellow one-piece swimsuit that Yi Chen was holding in her left hand. What about you, this one or this one? Shen Qian had made her choice, and Yi Chen only had 2 pieces left. The girl still acted generous and let Lung Mingyao choose first. Lung Mingyao didn't hesitate much and chose the second one. Then I'll wear this. Actually, it doesn't matter if I don't wear it. There's no one else around. Yi Chen still looked calm and composed. Then I'll go over there and change my clothes. Shin Qian felt that she really couldn't keep up with the pace of Ini-chin, so she took the one-piece swimsuit and chose to move away from Ini-chin and go to the side to change clothes. Although Lung Mingyao looked much calmer than Shin Qian on the surface, when she actually touched the Japanese one-piece swimsuit and took a look at it through the setting sun, she felt that she had been too careless. Only Ini-chin was calm and didn't choose the place to change clothes. She just faced the sea and changed clothes on the spot. Lu Xian in the cave checked the defense facilities in the direction of his backyard again. After being satisfied, he dragged his tired body back to the cave. It turned out that none of the three girls were in the cave. It was almost time for dinner, but these three of them disappeared together. Lu Xian was a little worried, so he picked up the harpoon beside him and walked out in a swagger. Result: as luck would have it, I happened to see Ini-chin changing clothes on the beach. And the clothes I changed into can't even be called clothes. Lu Xian shook his head twice to make sure he was not mistaken. Ini-chin, who had already changed her clothes on the beach, was already jumping and running towards the sea. Lu Xian was just about to shout, "Be careful," when a girl in a light yellow one-piece swimsuit appeared from his left. Her figure was also amazing. Even though Lu Xian was dozens of meters away, he was deeply attracted by the other person's devilish figure. Before I could finish admiring it, a woman in a navy blue one-piece swimsuit walked out from the right. Depend on. Lu Xian then realized that these three were his three daughters. The question is, what is this play about? Is this a secret, a swimsuit party? Lu Xian was standing in front of the bamboo wall, admiring the scenery, when suddenly a wave hit him. The three girls who had just entered the sea were so frightened that they ran and crawled to the shore. As the wave passed, the three of them raised their heads and stared at Lu Xian, who was watching from the shore. Chapter 146: The Handsome Boy Likes Mine More. Shin Qian and Lung Mingyao turned around and found Lu Xian standing there looking at them. The two girls obviously didn't expect that they would be exposed so soon, and they both cried out at the same time. "Handsome boy is here. Come, do you want to sunbathe together?" Compared to Shin Qian and Lung Mingyao, the calmest person was Ini-chin, who was wearing the least. Not only did this woman not feel shy, but she also invited Lu Xian to join her in the bathing with a smile on her face. You guys wash first. I'll follow. Lu Xian was afraid that if it got any closer, he would bleed profusely from his nose. "I've been feeling a bit irritated from eating too much barbecue these past few days. If I make eye contact with Ini-chin for a few more seconds, I might just die. Besides, what can I do in broad daylight? Wouldn't that just be adding to my troubles? If I really want to do something, I'll have to wait until after dark. Yi-chin, stop messing around. Let's go take a shower. It's almost dark." Seeing Lu Xian turn around and enter the cave, Lung Mingyao quickly dragged Ini-chin, who was still jumping on the beach, into the sea. "What are you afraid of? The handsome boy is not an outsider. Besides, you are allowed to eat, but I am not allowed to have a bite too." Ini-chin didn't feel embarrassed at all. On the contrary, she even pulled at her swimsuit, which was made up of 2 strings. "Don't talk nonsense. Lu Xian and I don't have that kind of relationship." Lung Mingyao turned her face away and whispered shyly. However, when Lung Mingyao thought of what he said when he was half asleep that night, his cheeks became even redder. "I think it hasn't happened yet." What are you afraid of? Sister Ku'in is obviously not a stingy person. We can't go back for a while, so why don't you give the handsome boy to us?" In-I-chin still looked cynical. "Actually, have you ever thought about what we would do if we couldn't go back?" After hearing the second half of In-I-chin's words, Shin Qian was silent for a moment and raised the question that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. "If you can't go back, then you can't go back. Since you're here, you might as well make the best of it. As long as you don't be so stingy and remember to give me some of that handsome boy. I don't have any other requests, But President Long, I'm afraid you really want to go back soon, right?" In-I-chin has a really good attitude. While chatting, she didn't forget to bring Lung Mingyao along. "Go back." Just as Shin Qian and In-I-chin looked at Lung Mingyao at the same time, waiting for her answer, Lung Mingyao raised her head and looked into the distance, her eyes showing a complicated expression. "Hey, don't be so sad. It's just a deserted island, right? You're not worried that someone will replace you as CEO because you haven't been back for too long, are you?" When In-I-chin saw Lung Mingyao's expression, she deliberately pushed him twice, as if she was afraid that President Lung would do something bad. "President? Compared to facing the intrigues and schemes, I would rather face the threat posed by wild boars and wolves. What about you? Wouldn't it be a pity if I couldn't go back?" "That's not the case. Don't make the topic so serious. We're talking about the handsome boy. How about we divide him into 3 parts? Seeing that Lung Mingyao looked increasingly lonely, In-I-chin immediately patted Shin Qian and brought the topic back to Lu Xian. Bah, you treat Lu Xian like a cake, and you divide him into 3 equal parts. Mengyao, let's wash quickly, I'm hungry. Shen Qian also noticed that Lung Mengyao seemed a little sad, so she cooperated with Yini Chen to change the subject. Before the sun set, the 3 girls finally cleaned themselves up. Seeing the 3 beautiful women enter the cave and change into normal clothes, Lu Xian's restless heart finally calmed down temporarily. It is said that when people have enough food and clothing, they will think about sex. I have been very busy these days, so naturally, I don't have the time to think about that. But he didn't expect to be hooked up by 3 girls headed by Yini Chen out of the blue. Now it's hard for him not to think too much. I'm going to take a shower, you guys eat first. In order to prevent himself from getting too excited and causing certain parts of his body to be too dazzling, Lu Xian decided to calm himself down first. When I walked to the cave, I caught a glimpse of the 2 ropes that Yini Chen had changed out of. Wow, it was really cool. Yi Chen, please put your clothes away. Seeing Lu Xian coming out of the cave, Shen Qian pointed at the clothes Yini Chen had casually thrown at the entrance of the cave, frowned, and muttered something. I'll let you choose first. Don't blame me. It's obvious that the handsome boy likes mine better. Okay, you're the most charming. Your handsome boy asked you to grill fish. To deal with someone like Yini Chen, Lung Mengyao had to take action personally. After a lot of trickery, he tricked this woman into grilling fish. Qian, don't pay attention to her. She's just like that, outspoken. But she's not a bad person. She's a straightforward person. Compared to those scheming people, she's much more reliable. Others may not be familiar with Yini Chen, but Lung Mengyao, who has had a cooperative relationship with Yini Chen for many years, knows Yini Chen very well. Mengyao, I'm fine. Are you okay? Thinking of Lung Mengyao's miserable look before, Shen Qian was always a little worried about her best friend. If I can't go back for 2 or 3 months, the most I will do is to be suspended with pay, and at most report myself as missing. As long as I can finally go back successfully, everything will return to normal. After all, I'm just an employee. But Lung Mengyao is different. In such a big company, if the president disappears, there will definitely be someone to take his place. There are many people eyeing the position of president. If someone else takes this position, it will not be so easy to get it back. I'm fine. I'm just taking a vacation. It's just that this vacation is a little too close to nature. Lung Mengyao forced a smile and made a self-deprecating remark. The 2 were chatting in the cave. Yini Chen, who had gone to the front yard to set up a barbecue grill to grill fish, came back jogging with a smirk on her face, picked up the telescope that Lu Xian had placed in the corner, and ran back. What is Yini Chen going to do? Shen Qian looked at Yini Chen's receding back with a puzzled look on her face. If I'm not mistaken, this woman is probably, cough cough cough. Lung Mengyao rubbed his forehead helplessly, coughed twice, and then added another sentence. I'm afraid he's going to peek at Lu Xian taking a bath. What? Peeping? Hey, Yini Chen, come back here. Hearing this, Shen Qian puffed up her cheeks and rushed out. I haven't even had the chance to admire my concubine, so why should you, a latecomer, get there first and even use a telescope? This is definitely high jumping in the toilet. It's like jumping over shit. Chapter 147. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. I'll just look at it, not touch it. That's not allowed either. You are not allowed to look at it. You are not allowed to look at it. Then you read it first, and I'll read it after you finish. That's quite considerate, right? Then I'll show you. 1 minute, just 1 minute. Hearing the tiger words of the 2 women outside the cave, Lung Mengyao was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Lu Xian, who was still in the dark. He didn't know that he was being watched while taking a shower, and the key point was that the observer had the tools of murder. It seems that when going out, boys must learn to protect themselves, otherwise they will end up like Lu Xian. However, when Lung Mengyao recalled the scene of herself and Lu Xian hugging each other tightly in the unfamiliar jungle that night, her cheeks couldn't help but blush. If the fat pig who had been missing for many days had appeared a minute later, he might have. What am I thinking about? Mengyao, why is your face so red? No way. Is it possible that you can see more clearly from this position? Come on, let me take a look. Just when Lung Mengyao was feeling ashamed of his wild thoughts, Yini Chen suddenly turned around and saw Lung Mengyao with flushed cheeks. She immediately ran over happily and tiptoed to look at the beach where Lu Xian was. I can't see clearly. It's worse than where I am. Ku'in, it's my turn now. Give me the telescope quickly. After taking a look, Yini Chen found that Lung Mengyao's position didn't seem very good, so she ran back to compete with Shen Qian for the telescope. Handsome Lu, someone is peeping at you taking a shower. Lung Mengyao pulled his thoughts back to reality, shook his head, smiled bitterly, and started shouting towards the beach. Oh my god, my pants damn. When Lu Xian, who was humming a little tune while washing himself, suddenly heard Lung Mingyao's call, he jumped up reflexively. As he jumped, he happened to be hit by a wave, which blew away his shorts that he had left aside. Lu Xian quickly covered his butt and chased his pants forward. Ha ha. This scene was really funny and immediately amused the two peeping toms. Looking at Lu Xian again, the waves this time were truly powerful, sweeping Lu Xian's pants away for a long distance. Lu Xian chased them for several meters, but they were nowhere to be found. He could only lie in the water and watch his pants disappear from his home. Covering his lower body with a sad face, Lu Xian shouted at the two girls hiding in the bamboo wall. Look again, I'll take care of you all tonight. Go get me a pair of shorts. Hey, handsome boy, you're awesome. Come on, it's up to you to do it. If you have the guts, come up now. Ini Chen was a person who would only respond to soft words and not to hard ones. Lu Xian's threats, which were just a show of force, not only did not cause any harm to her, but made Ini Chen even more arrogant. She even deliberately picked up the telescope and took another look. Okay, just wait for me. Qian, go get me a pair of shorts. Seeing that his trick was completely useless against Ini Chen, Lu Xian could only rely on the well-behaved and sensible Shen Qian. He could only blame himself for not hiding his precious telescope properly. Which one do you want? Whatever, anyone. After hearing what Shen Qian said, Lu Xian was also convinced. It was already this late. Why did he need a bicycle? He could just pick up any other one. Really? What are you afraid of? Hey, handsome boy, why don't you just swim up by yourself? That saves us from having to run up again. Ini Chen was still making sarcastic remarks and laughing so hard that she fell over. Mr. Yin, just wait for me. Lu Xian was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. When had he ever suffered such a great humiliation? He was actually teased by two girls. I can only say that when you go out and face women, you have to be on guard. Lu Xian, this one or this one. Do you want us to send it to you? As a result, President Lung over there also came to get involved. No need to send it, just leave it there. I'll go get it myself. You guys step aside. What the hell? I don't really need the free shipping service right now. Do you really need to be so enthusiastic? Handsome boy, how are you going to repay us? Ini Chen was already laughing so hard because of Lu Xian's embarrassing look, and she didn't forget to take the opportunity to make some more requests. Repay? What do you want? Lu Xian was so angry that his teeth were itching. How about this? You wash our underwear and give us a massage, rub our shoulders and backs. That's it for now, how do you think? This woman, Ini Chen, made a huge request. Hearing this, Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian both blushed. Letting a man wash their own underwear. This is... Wash your head, you idiot. Do you believe I'm going to come up and kill you right now? Lu Xian found that he couldn't have a good discussion with this woman. It was obvious that Ini Chen had him in her arms. I have to change my tactics. Are you AI? Come on, your pants are in my hand. But obviously, Lu Xian's trick was of no use to the fearless Ini Chen. The girl made a face at Lu Xian and snatched Lu Xian's pants from Shen Qian's hand. Okay, this is what you said. Lung Mingyao, Shen Qian, you two, get out of the way. I'll take care of this guy. Lu Xian also gave it his all. After all, he claimed to be the master here, but now he had been taken over by others. This is intolerable. Lu Xian jumped out of the sea directly, not caring about face or substance. When Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao saw the naked Lu Xian suddenly jump out of the sea, they immediately covered their eyes reflexively. Oh help! Ini Chen didn't expect that Lu Xian was serious, so she threw down Lu Xian's pants and started running for her life. In less than half a minute, there was no one left in the front yard. Lu Xian picked up the shorts that Ini Chen had thrown on the bamboo forest wall, put them on himself, and then rushed into the cave aggressively. Hey, handsome boy, we're just joking with you. Don't be angry. Seeing Lu Xian striding into the cave with a frown on his face, Ini Chen, who had nowhere to hide, immediately showed her bright smile. Are you scared now? It's too late. Tell me how you're going to compensate me for my emotional damage. Lu Xian found a sweatshirt in the cave and put it on himself, then sat down on the Simmons bed and glanced at the three girls in the cave. I must get back what I lost today. Lu Xian, Meng Yao, and I didn't do anything. We are good people. Shen Qian quickly chose to distance herself from Ini Chen. Shen Qian, don't deny it. You've seen it the most. Lung Mingyao has seen it too. His face has turned red. Hearing Ini Chen's words, Lung Mingyao was dumbfounded. It seemed like he was being blamed even for not being able to do anything. Stop talking nonsense. None of you three can escape. What did you say just now? Laundry? Massage? Back massage? Okay, you three can choose. Besides, Lu Xian glanced at the three girls again with a wicked smile. Chapter 148. A Nighttime Chat with Shun Qian. In the evening, with the attentive service of the girls, Lu Xian finished his dinner and had a full-body Thai massage, shoulder and back VIP service. Eni Chen, who had laughed the most cheerfully before but is now the most miserable, also took on the task of washing Lu Xian's clothes. Okay, we'll take turns on duty tonight, so you guys should get some rest. I'll be on the first shift. After successfully dealing with the three women's party, headed by Eni Chen, Lu Xian had to return to the main topic. I am always worried about my backyard now. I always feel that one or two wild beasts or one or two savages may suddenly appear. I'm so tired, handsome boy. You are so cruel. After receiving Lu Xian's pardon, Eni Chen was finally able to lie down on her Simmons mattress. Lu Xian, is it okay for you to stay back alone? Do you want me to join you? Sister Qian, do you want to? Ahem. Just as Eni Chen was about to make a joke, Lu Xian immediately coughed twice as a warning. Eni Chen, who had suffered a lot, quickly shut her mouth. She had just had a break and didn't want to work as a masseur or laundry worker anymore. No need. You can come and take over the shift later. You can rest first. You have all worked hard. After the blow is struck, there must be some sweet rewards, otherwise it will be difficult to lead the team. Shin Qian nodded obediently and slept on the Simmons mattress with Lung Mingyao and Eni Chen. Lu Xian took his precious sleeping bag and went directly to the exit at the back of the cave. He lit a small bonfire for himself, got into the sleeping bag, and took a nap with his eyes half closed. Although there are already 3 or 4 layers of defense in his backyard, Lu Xian still feels uneasy. He even has a hunch that something will happen tonight. So Lu Xian is afraid that he will fall into a deep sleep, so he gets up from time to add some firewood to keep himself awake. However, since he didn't sleep well last night and was busy all day today, Lu Xian couldn't hold on. Lu Xian, you go back to sleep, I'll take over. Just when Lu Xian was about to dream of the delicious food from the mountains and the sea, he was suddenly awakened. I opened my eyes in a daze and saw a familiar face. Shin Qian was staring at me with her big, sharp eyes. Why did you oversleep? How long have you been asleep? Do you want to sleep a little longer? Lu Xian didn't expect that he would actually fall asleep leaning against the rock. If Shin Qian hadn't come to call him, he would have slept until dawn. I slept for a few hours. Although there was a bonfire at the entrance of the cave, the place was a windy place, so the cool breeze at night made Shin Qian shiver with cold. Why don't you put on more clothes? Come in and lie down. It's quite warm in here. Lu Xian moved towards the cave entrance, made room for his sleeping bag, and patted the empty space on his right. Shin Qian looked into the cave stealthily, and after confirming that there was no one there, she immediately slipped into Lu Xian's sleeping bag. It's so warm. The outside and inside of the sleeping bag are completely different. The sleeping bag has excellent thermal insulation performance, and there is also Lu Xian, a natural hand warmer, in the sleeping bag to increase the temperature. So when Shin Qian got in, she felt extremely comfortable. Of course it is. It's much more reliable than your Simmons mattress. Are they both still asleep? Lu Xian naturally put his arm around Shin Qian and let her lean on his shoulder. I-Chen is still snoring even though she's asleep. You're really cruel. You actually let I-Chen wash your clothes. Shin Qian leaned against Lu Xian obediently, thinking about how in the evening, it was always others who washed her clothes, but now it was I-Chen who had to wash clothes for others. The girl couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. I'm just getting started. If you 3 dare to act rashly again, I'll beat your asses to pieces. Lu Xian put on a ferocious expression. Hara, I know you're the best, okay? But this afternoon I felt like Meng Yao was in a bad mood. What he said was so negative. Shin Qian, who was amused by Lu Xian, suddenly thought of her best friend, and then leaned on Lu Xian and recounted everything that happened in the afternoon. I understand. I'm broke, I rent a house, and I have nothing in my pocket, so there's nothing to be afraid of losing. But Lung Mingyao is different. How many people can truly let go of their former glory and wealth? It's already great that they can think this way. People should let go when it's time to let go. Buddha said that everything is like sand in your hand. The tighter you hold it, the faster you lose it. After hearing this, Lu Xian sighed. Wow, you're really good at this. You sound quite philosophical. But why do I always feel like Meng Yao seems to have some other meaning in what he said? Shin Qian gave Lu Xian a thumbs up, then frowned and began to think. Then just ask her directly. I don't have her brains. All I know now is, you can't escape my clutches. Lu Xian suddenly changed the subject and hugged Shin Qian onto his lap. Ouch! Just as Lu Xian was about to take action, Eni Chen's voice suddenly came from the cave. This frightened Shin Qian so much that her face turned pale, and she quickly rolled off Lu Xian. But what Ini Chen said next almost made the two of them laugh out loud. I won't wash it anymore. Why do I have so many underwear to wash? Oh. The woman started snoring again in the middle of talking in her sleep. Phew, I was scared to death. Shun Qian gently patted her heart. Not to mention Shin Qian, who was already timid. Even Lu Xian was frightened by Ini Chen. This Miss Yin was really something. She didn't talk in her sleep early or late, but she said this just when he was about to take action. The aura that I had just put on was gone. You're not going to be able to do it. Seeing Lu Xian standing there in a daze, Shun Qian pointed at the sleeping bag. I can't do it. How can I, Lu Xian, not be able to do it? Just wait. I will let you see whether I can do it or not. This person fights for a breath of air. A Buddha fights for a stick of incense. As a man, being suspected by his own woman is unbearable. Lu Xian immediately wants to express his feelings. Lu Xian, there seems to be light over there. Just when Lu Xian was about to show off his war preparations, Shin Qian suddenly pointed outside the cave and shouted, Don't give me that. I won't buy it. I'm going to. Lu Xian, really, there is fire. Shin Qian pointed nervously outside the cave. Chapter 149. A Blonde Girl. Lu Xian was originally completely focused on the sleeping bag and didn't take Shin Qian's words seriously at all. He just thought that the other party was deliberately distracting him. However, when he caught a glimpse of the fire outside the cave out of the corner of his eye, Lu Xian was sure that Shin Qian was not talking nonsense. There is something going on outside the cave. Shoo. Lu Xian made a gesture to Shin Qian to keep quiet, and then immediately put out the campfire with extra branches. I'll get the telescope. Shin Qian also reacted quickly, crawled out of the sleeping bag, and used the faint remaining firelight to go into the cave to get a telescope for Lu Xian. Lu Xian was already lying at the entrance of the cave, but because the bamboo forest wall in front of him was too dense, he could not see the situation outside except for some vague firelight. Even after taking the telescope handed to him by Shin Qian, Lu Xian still couldn't see the situation outside clearly. Lu Xian, what's going on? The noise of Shin Qian going to the cave to get the telescope quickly woke up Lung Mingyao, who was easily startled. The girl immediately noticed something was wrong and moved quietly to the back of the cave. I don't know. Help me move the bamboo raft away. I'll go out and take a look. There was only firelight, but nothing else could be seen. This feeling made him even more uneasy, so Lu Xian decided to go out and find out what was going on. Lu Xian, isn't this too dangerous? Shin Qian naturally felt that doing so was too dangerous. It's okay. It's better than us doing nothing. Lu Xian is right. If we stay here and do nothing, we'll be in a passive position if the enemy really comes for us. However, if we can be one step ahead of them and find out their situation first, we'll be mentally prepared even if someone really wants to cause trouble for us. Lung Mingyao is indeed a talented student, and he thinks more deeply than ordinary people. Then, be careful, don't go too far. Although her best friend said so, Shin Qian was still a little worried. Don't worry, I'll find a secluded spot, as long as there's some line of sight. Lu Xian's goal was clear. His first priority was to understand the situation outside. Therefore, finding a secluded spot and observing through a telescope was the best approach, rather than going out and fighting the enemy. Then we'll help you make a hole. Be careful. Lung Mingyao didn't say anything and immediately waved his hand to signal Shin Qian to help move the bamboo raft. When the two men opened a hole in the bamboo raft, Lu Xian got out with a telescope in hand, crouched down, and moved under a palm tree. After trying several angles, I finally stopped temporarily in the jungle on the right side of the lake. Shin Qian and Lung Mingyao in the cave were lying there anxiously waiting for news from Lu Xian. At this time, Lu Xian observed more than one person through the telescope. However, due to the long distance and dim light, he could not see clearly. Lu Xian moved several dozen meters to the south until he lay down under a sturdy tree. With the faint moonlight and the firelight in the jungle, Lu Xian looked up at the tree, then carefully climbed up the trunk. This is not the first time I have climbed a tree, and the tree I chose has a rough trunk and a gentle slope, which is very conducive to climbing. In no time, Lu Xian climbed up to the 3 or 4 meter high side branch. Standing higher, he could see farther, and his vision that was originally blocked now became wider. What Lu Xian could be sure of was that there were at least 3 savage-looking men holding torches chasing someone. The person being chased was extremely agile, but seemed to be a woman, with long wavy golden hair, and she didn't seem to be Chinese. 3 savages chasing a woman in the middle of the night? Lu Xian frowned. These 3 savages didn't look like good people at first glance. However, there were 3 beauties behind him who needed his care. He would not rush to rescue them, especially without fully understanding the situation. Lu Xian lay on the tree until the 4 figures gradually moved towards the east. Call. With a long sigh, Lu Xian slowly climbed down from the tree trunk. As long as the other party was not coming for his cave, it would be a good thing. As for the matter of being a hero saving a beauty, he should leave it to others. Just when Lu Xian was about to go home, he suddenly found that the figures that had disappeared from his sight seemed to have come back and seemed to be coming towards him. This scared Lu Xian. The situation changed so quickly that Lu Xian didn't have time to react before the blonde girl with big wavy hair ran into his backyard. Kill him in the house. Lu Xian was still watching the foreign girl's movements, but the three primitive men behind her also rushed over with swords and guns. Lu Xian hurried back the same way and climbed back up. Swoosh. As a result, before he could even lie down, he heard two sharp arrows piercing the air from the southeast. Then, the foreign girl who was about to cross the jungle and rush into her backyard lawn fell down. Everything happened so suddenly that Lu Xian was stunned. I was originally worried about being exposed, but now this is what happened. In the room, Kasiris. Let me go. Lu Xian was still in a daze, and the four people opposite seemed to be chatting. The problem is, I can't understand a word of these two languages. Lu Xian now hates himself for not learning more foreign languages when he was young. Lulu Carlos. Just when Lu Xian didn't know what the other party was talking about, two of the three savages rushed up and talked a lot, then dragged the blonde girl back. Under Lu Xian's dumbfounded gaze, the two savages actually hung up the foreign girl. This set of operations completely stunned Lu Xian. What on earth do these savages want to do? Why does it taste so strong? The two girls in the cave seemed to vaguely see the current scene in the jungle through the gaps in the bamboo raft. Even Lu Xian was stunned by the scene, let alone the two girls at this moment. When had they ever seen such a scene? Lu Xian's heart was beating rapidly at this time. In order to prevent himself from falling from the tree, he simply chose to retreat. Fortunately, there were many shelters in the jungle here. Lu Xian crouched down and slowly retreated to the front of the cave. Lu Xian, what are they going to do? Should we go and save her? Shen Qian was almost crying. This girl was naturally compassionate, and she begged Lu Xian with tears and snot. Go in quickly. Lu Xian dragged Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao into the cave. This is not the time to sympathize with others. The other party is now numerous and powerful, and the key is that their archery skills are also very good. I will not choose to attack rashly to save this strange woman. That is simply playing with the lives of my group. But just when Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao were still persuading Shen Qian, a new situation seemed to have occurred over there. Lu Xian suddenly discovered that the woman who had been hung up had broken free and was running towards him. Chapter 150. Staying in the cave. Quick, go back to the cave. The situation in the southeast jungle changed so quickly that Lu Xian had no time to think about it and could only act according to his instinct. Lu Xian, that girl is running towards us. The three girls standing at the entrance of the cave at this time obviously also saw the blonde woman who was covering her right chest and staggering towards them. You go in first. Lu Xian waved at the three women. He didn't know what to do at the moment. Anyway, returning to the cave was the first solution he thought of. Go back. Return to the cave. Just as Lu Xian was rushing towards his cave at full speed, and the three girls were standing at the cave entrance, not knowing what to do, the blonde girl seemed to have noticed Lu Xian and the others and tried to yell something at them. What did she say? Lu Xian was obviously one step ahead of the injured blonde woman. He had already approached his own cave. Hearing the woman shouting, he asked the three people in confusion. She told us to go back to the cave. Lung Mingyao pulled Lu Xian into the cave and stared at the woman intently. She seems to have stopped. Shen Qian was also staring at the woman at this time, and suddenly found that the woman seemed to have stopped and seemed to be roaring something. She told us not to leave the cave. Our problem has been exposed now. There's no point in staying here, right? Yin actually spoke the truth. Never mind. Bring the machetes. We'll fight them to the death here. Seeing that the savages were less than 50 meters away from him, Lu Xian was ready. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. In that case, I must show my strength first. Besides, this is my home ground, with chevaux de frise and bamboo walls in front and my base in the back. If a fight really breaks out, I can at least hold out for a while with the home advantage. Especially this dense bamboo wall is helpful in preventing the opponent's long-range attacks. Just when Lu Xian and others had begun distributing weapons and were preparing to fight this group of savages, the woman who had originally stopped struggled to stand up from the ground and then continued to shout something at them while running towards where she was. Lu Xian, she still let us into the cave. Lung Mingyao immediately translated the other party's words into Mandarin. Swoosh. It happened in the blink of an eye. Just when Lu Xian and others were still hesitating whether to fight or retreat, The three savages picked up their bows and arrows and shot 3 arrows at the woman. The woman's right leg and back were suddenly attacked, and a shrill scream pierced the air, but she endured the severe pain and still staggered towards Lu Xian regardless of everything. Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a wave of fear after witnessing the wild man's archery skills. From 50 meters away, the wild man was able to draw his bow and arrow at a moving target while running, and he shot 2 out of 3 arrows. Such accuracy was truly terrifying. Lu Xian Shishi. Shen Qian watched the blonde woman struck by 2 more arrows, a mixture of emotions welling up within her. An impulse surged within her to step forward and help. However, her rationality quickly brought her back to reality. Her meager strength was like an egg against a rock. She wanted to ask Lu Xian for help, but her gaze swept over the group of eager-eyed savages, and the words on her lips were swallowed back. In this complicated world, is it easy to be a purely good person? Let me ask, among all the people in the world, how many are willing to step forward and risk their own lives to save the safety of a stranger? Moreover, this place is a lawless island, far away from the constraints of worldly laws, and the woman standing before him is nothing more than a completely unfamiliar woman. Lu Xian's heart was shrouded in fog at this moment, and hesitation and confusion were intertwined into an impenetrable web. He stared at the living woman with his eyes wide open, the fire of life flickering in despair, as if it would be ruthlessly extinguished in the next moment. A glimmer of humanity flickered deep in his heart, driving him to take that step to save the life that was about to disappear. Yet, reason whispers in his ear, questioning the value of all this. Is it really worth it? Can he, with his own strength, snatch her back from the clutches of death in this critical moment? Just as Lu Xian paused at the cave entrance, hesitating and pondering his next move, 2 sharp arrows pierced the air, whizzing and rapidly approaching, and their target was surprisingly him. Lu Xian, be careful, they are. Swoosh. The 3 girls had obviously sensed the potential crisis, but it was probably too late to warn them at this moment. Just when they thought Lu Xian had nowhere to hide, the blonde woman with several arrows in her body suddenly pounced on Lu Xian, as if she was desperate to protect him from the impending disaster. Immediately afterwards, the 2 arrows originally aimed at Lu Xian ruthlessly pierced the woman's back and were deeply embedded in it. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xian could no longer suppress his emotions. He took a step forward involuntarily and reached out to tightly grasp the woman's arm. Go back. The woman was already vomiting blood, but she still pointed in the direction of the cave with anxiety in her eyes. At this moment, Lu Xian had no time to care about what she said. An indescribable gratitude and impulse surged in his heart. He dragged this stranger woman and staggered all the way to his cave. Although he had no connection with the blonde woman, she had stepped forward and blocked the fatal arrow for him when he was hesitant and helpless. People are all made of flesh and blood, and Lu Xian knew that if he chose to remain indifferent at this moment, it would be a betrayal of his own humanity, and he would be unworthy of his life. Fortunately, the 2 were only a few feet away from the cave entrance at this time. The 3 girls in the cave also joined in to help Lu Xian drag the woman back to their cave. Stay here, do not go out. Although the woman was spitting blood, she seemed to be still talking. She told us to stay here and not go out, and she said this place is safe. Lung Mingyao checked the woman's injuries and translated her words to everyone. Lu Xian had no time to think at this moment. He had no way to retreat. The only thing he could do now was to close the bamboo raft door again. As for what would happen next, he could only leave it to fate. You drag her into the cave, I'll block it here. Stay here. Just as Lu Xian was about to close the bamboo door, holding the machete tightly in his hand, ready to fight the uninvited guest, the blonde woman who was being pulled by 3 girls began to babble out a string of foreign words. Lu Xian, she said that as long as we stay in the cave, they won't come in. Lung Mingyao raised his head and looked at the cave entrance behind Lu Xian with astonishment. Chapter 151, Are We All Going to Die? Lu Xian was also stunned when he heard Lung Mingyao's translation. Are we safe as long as we stay in the cave? Even those wild men don't dare to come in? This sounds quite weird and bizarre. Lu Xian naturally would not believe it easily. He still held the machete tightly in his hand and looked at the situation outside the cave vigilantly. But just as the blonde woman said, when the 3 savages were almost reaching their cave, they suddenly stopped. Lu Xian, she seems to be dying. Just as Lu Xian was concentrating his attention on the figures of the savages outside the cave who were ready to make a move, Shen Qian was anxious and quickly bent over to check the injuries of the blonde woman. The result was terrible. The blonde girl was hit by several arrows, especially the arrow in the chest that almost pierced her through, and the blood kept flowing out. Aphrodite, find her. Lu Xian, she told us to find a girl named Aphrodite, about 14 or 15 years old. She also said that if we find that girl, she will tell us what to do so that we can find hope of survival. Otherwise, we will all die. Lung Mingyao stayed close to the blonde girl, concentrating on the simultaneous interpretation work. But the translated words are chilling to the ears. Lu Xian's current attention was still on the group of savages outside the cave, and he only listened to half of Lung Mingyao's words at most. What surprised Lu Xian was that the savage outside the cave seemed to be frozen in place and didn't even break into his cave. And judging by the situation, just as Lu Xian was staring at the other party's every move, the three savages knelt down collectively with a thump and kowtowed 3 times towards the cave. Seeing the other party's operation, Lu Xian was confused again. I was ready for a life-and-death fight, but you didn't attack and even kowtowed to me 3 times. What does that mean? Although I think I'm pretty strong, I'm not so strong that I need you to kowtow to me. Lu Xian was still confused in the cave. The 3 savages outside the cave kowtowed to him and then turned and left. Lu Xian, who was in the cave, was completely stunned when he saw the other person's cool back leaving. For a moment, I even wondered if these were hired extras. Lu Xian, she seems already dead. When Lu Xian came back to his senses, he heard what the girls behind him said. Dead? I still have a lot of questions to ask her. Lu Xian slapped his thigh hard, and an indescribable regret surged in his heart. If he had been more decisive, maybe he could have saved this girl. Lu Xian, she asked us to find a girl named Aphrodite, saying that she would tell us how to survive. Lung Mingyao repeated the girl's last words again. What? It's such a huge island, and we've never seen it before. Where can we find it? Besides, what survival methods can a girl know? Lu Xian was feeling a little depressed at the moment, and sat down on the sleeping bag listlessly. Yeah, what she said sounded so scary. Could she be a member of some cult? She even said we're all going to die. The more I listen, the creepier it gets. Eni Chin shrank her neck and glanced at the blonde woman lying on the ground with frowned brows. She was no longer breathing. You guys think, could that girl, about 14 or 15 years old, be the girl you and Lu Xian met back then? Shen Qian was silent for a moment, seemed to remember something, and looked up at Lung Mingyao. 14 or 15. That girl does look very young. It's possible, and she also has blonde hair. Lung Mingyao carefully recalled the blonde girl in the tiger-skin skirt who had saved his life before. You don't really believe what she said, do you? Besides, even if what she said is true, where can we find this person on such a big deserted island? There are still wild people appearing outside at any time. It's too scary. Eni Chin frowned and stood far away, always keeping a distance of more than 2 meters from the blonde girl on the ground. It seemed that this girl was not really fearless. Lu Xian, what do you think? Lung Mingyao did not express his opinion, but directly asked Lu Xian for his opinion. I can't really judge. If you say that everything the girl said was false, then the 3 savages really didn't enter the cave to attack us, as she said. It's as if our cave has some magical power. But if you ask me to believe something, we will all die. I'm a materialist, and I can't believe it. Lu Xian analyzed it rationally. Although I am not a highly educated person, nor do I have a high degree of education or high quality, I have learned materialism since I was a child, and do not have any religious beliefs. I have always been resistant to such mysterious things. I don't believe it anyway. Besides, she said it herself. As long as we stay in the cave, we're safe. If it's safe, why would we go out and look for someone? Don't you think? This is quite contradictory. Eni Chin shook her head firmly. It was obvious that in the eyes of this girl, her own cave was the safest place on the island. Let's bury her first. You guys search her body to see if there's anything useful. As for finding something else, we'll think about it later. We still have a lot of things to do right now. Looking at the gazes of the 3 girls in front of him, Lu Xian, as the person in charge of this scene, quickly took stock of the situation in his mind. Although he did have the idea of exploring the entire island, and was looking forward to seeing the girl in the tiger-skin skirt again, no matter what, she had saved their lives after all. However, given the current situation, rashly looking for her would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and the risk was too great. As the leader of 4 people, he had to consider the entire team. After thinking it over, Lu Xian decided not to consider going out for the time being. Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian also did not raise any objections. Everyone had doubts in their hearts. It was too impulsive to act rashly based on just a few words from this strange woman. The 4 of them found a piece of land in the jungle to the right of the front yard and prepared to bury the blonde girl. Shen Qian was timid and didn't dare to search the dead body, so Lung Mingyao searched the female corpse instead. Lu Xian, there's a piece of paper. It seems that apart from taking out a crumpled piece of paper, there is nothing else useful. Lu Xian took the paper that had been folded several times and carefully opened it layer by layer. A rather crude hand-drawn map appeared before everyone. Is this a map of a deserted island? Lung Mingyao took a glance and immediately made his own judgment. Chapter 152, Unfinished Hand-Drawn Map. Lu Xian, Qian, Yichen. Look, this should be the beach to our north. This is our cave, and this is the lake behind us. This is the cave we used to stay in, and this is the cliff next to us. Lung Mingyao reacted very quickly. After a few glances, he basically understood the hand-drawn map thoroughly. He even successfully marked many locations that he was very familiar with, such as the cave where his group was currently located and the lake behind. Who drew this picture? It's so ugly, but it's really detailed. However, it seems like it's not finished yet. Shen Qian muttered. Although she didn't look at it as carefully as Lung Mingyao, she seemed to have noticed some problems. It does feel unfinished, but this map is quite useful. The person who drew it at least knows much more than we do. This map will also make it easier for us to explore the island in the future. Lu Xian scanned the entire map carefully. The person who drew the map was very thoughtful and specially marked the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north. There were also text descriptions in key areas, but they were in foreign languages. It was obvious that this map was most likely drawn by a foreigner. It just seems to be a half-finished product. Lu Xian, take out that piece of parchment and compare it. After looking at the hand-drawn map for a while, Lung Mingyao suddenly remembered the old parchment that his group found on the yacht. Yeah, I'll get it. I've hidden it all. After a moment, Shen Qian carefully took out the carefully preserved parchment. Everyone then gathered around, spread the parchment and the hand-drawn map they had just obtained on the ground, and began to compare them carefully, their eyes full of concentration and anticipation. This one's not finished, and that one seems to be missing half. It looks really weird. Shen Qian rubbed her swollen forehead and paced in circles between the 2 drawings, her brow furrowed. Yichen took a quick glance and shook her head decisively. She had absolutely no interest in this spot the differences game. Only Lung Mingyao, with her eagle-like eyes, scrutinized the 2 drawings with rapt attention, meticulously examining them. She even brought a flashlight, casting a soft beam of light as she carefully compared each area, not missing a single tiny discrepancy. Look here, there's a peninsula-like protrusion, and the circle drawn here should refer to the lake behind us. So the island on the right half of the parchment should refer to the island we're standing on. Lung Mingyao is worthy of being the team's smart man. He quickly found the similarities between the 2 pictures from the details. There were 2 islands drawn on the parchment map, but the upper half seemed to be missing, and the hand-drawn map he had just obtained depicted part of the area on the right half of the island. If that's true, our island seems quite large, and there's actually another connected island across the sea to the east. After listening to Lung Mingyao's explanation, Yichen also looked at the 2 maps carefully. As Yichen said, the island beneath her feet seemed far beyond her initial imagination, its vastness and intricate topography. The hand-drawn map alone depicted dozens of different types of terrain: mountains, lakes, streams, cliffs, bays. It was as if all the world's myriad landscapes had been cleverly integrated into this tiny space. Lu Xian's greatest curiosity was the discovery of another mysterious island hidden across the vast ocean to the east of his own island. Following the path outlined on the yellowed parchment map, the north and south ends of this island faced each other at great distances, yet only in the middle did the distance between the 2 islands strangely close, as if nature had deliberately left a narrow passage, inviting one to explore the secrets of the unknown beyond. Lu Xian, look at this. This line should be pointing to that stream. It's surprisingly long. It flows all the way to the west of the island and splits into 4 paths. The vast land to the west is territory we haven't explored yet. While Lu Xian was still looking at the parchment, Lung Mingyao carefully looked over the hand-drawn map again and made another discovery. It seems that, based on this unfinished hand-drawn map alone, we've only explored less than 1/5 of the area, not to mention the areas not shown on the map and the island to the east. Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh at the insignificance of human beings in the face of nature. He thought he had been on the island for more than 10 days at least, and he had hardly been idle for a single day in these 10 days. But in the end, he had only explored this small area. What do you think? Could the island in the eastern sea be connected to the mainland in some unknown corner? Shen Qian's eyes were fixed on the yellowed parchment. Before she finished speaking, she aroused the uncontrollable excitement and imagination in everyone's hearts. Take good care of these 2 maps. I guess everyone didn't get enough rest last night. Those who want to catch up on some sleep can go now. Just one person will stay to guard them. We'll take a day off today. It's good that this person has ideas and expectations, but it's meaningless to immerse himself too much in unrealistic fantasies. Lu Xian put away the two maps and asked Shen Qian to keep them well, then signaled everyone to take a day off. After all, too many things happened in the past 2 days, which really made people feel physically and mentally exhausted. This body is the capital of revolution. If you don't get enough sleep and rest, even if there are mountains of gold and silver on this island, you will not be able to enjoy them. I slept well last night. You guys should get some rest first. I'll just chop some firewood in the front yard and won't go out. Lung Mingyao pointed to the front yard of her house, then pointed to the Simmons bed, indicating that the three of them could rest on their own and she would be responsible for the guarding work alone. That's fine, huh? I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Call me if you need anything. I'm so sleepy. Lu Xian had barely slept the entire night before, even taking a walk in the backyard. He was immediately overcome by sleepiness. After retrieving the sleeping bag he had left at the back entrance of the cave, he collapsed inside and fell into a deep sleep. Then I'll sleep for a while too, Mingyao. If you're tired, ask me to take over. Ini Chen also pulled up the quilt and lay down. Qian, don't you want to take a nap? Seeing Lu Xian and Ini Chen fall asleep and start snoring, Lung Mingyao pointed at the Simmons mattress again. I'm fine, not very sleepy. Mingyao, do you think that girl named Aphrodite might be hiding in the west where we haven't been? Seeing that Lu Xian and Ini Chen had fallen asleep, Shen Qian stared with wide eyes and asked Lung Mingyao hesitantly. Qian, don't think too much about this. I know you're kind, but as Lu Xian said, we're not even able to protect ourselves right now. If we don't have a more compelling reason, it would be too dangerous for us to rashly go looking for someone just based on that blonde foreigner's words. Remember, only after you've protected yourself can you protect others. Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian have known each other for so many years, and she knows Shen Qian's personality very well. Although Shen Qian did not express her thoughts explicitly, Lung Mingyao immediately understood. I understand. I just thought that maybe that girl could really help us find a way home. If that were the case, you could return to the company as soon as possible. Hearing Shen Qian's words, Lung Mingyao hugged her best friend tightly and choked up. It's my fault. I've implicated you. Chapter 153, Light on the Sea. When Lu Xian slowly awoke, dusk had already settled on the horizon. He hadn't expected to sleep so well, having slept through the entire day. Glancing around the cave, it seemed none of his 3 daughters were there. The faint sounds coming from the cave attracted Shen Qian, who was busy around the sizzling barbecue grill in the front yard, and she couldn't help but stick out half of her curious face. Seeing that Lu Xian had woken up, the girl held a string of steaming barbecued meat tightly in her left hand, and drew arcs in the air with her right hand happily, waving to Lu Xian with joy on her face. Are you awake? We saw you were soundly asleep, so we didn't wake you. Do you want to get up and have some barbecue? Ichen's barbecue is delicious. As soon as he heard the word barbecue, Lu Xian's stomach seemed to be awakened instantly, and it started to rumble and sing the empty city plan. He was immersed in dreams for the entire day, had not eaten anything, and the feeling of hunger was always with him. After taking a few glances at the situation in the back cave, Lu Xian found that everything was calm as water. He was completely relieved and jumped to the front yard to join the barbecue army. It is said that when people are hungry, everything they eat seems delicious, not to mention the barbecue skewers in front of them that are emitting an enticing aroma. Handsome boy, you can sleep a lot. You slept until it was dark. Look at us. We haven't been idle for a moment. We chopped 3 piles of firewood. Mingyao worked the hardest. He even tied up the bamboo wall in the front yard again. Oh, and even reinforced the bamboo raft gate in the backyard. You have to give us a reward, Mr. Long. Ini Chen was chewing the fragrant barbecued meat with big mouthfuls while mumbling incoherently. Lu Xian casually glanced at the bamboo wall in front of him. Just as Ini Chen said, a lot of bamboos were inserted on the inside of the bamboo wall and tied with hemp ropes. In the corner of the front yard, next to the bamboo wall, 3 neatly stacked piles of firewood were clearly visible. It seemed that the girls, especially Lung Mingyao, had been very busy while he was sleeping. Reward? Of course, a big reward. Hey, how about this? You take turns to warm my bed at night. Huh. Lu Xian was in a particularly good mood at the moment and actually made such a joke in public. Hey, you really dare to think about it. Let us take turns warming your bed? You're so lucky. Shen Qian's cheeks puffed up slightly. She pretended to be angry, and her words were full of coquettishness. Ini Chen still had that look on her face of someone who was enjoying the fun and even seemed eager to try. That's totally fine with me. As long as Miss Qian doesn't mind, I promise to complete the task beautifully. Hey, handsome boy, when it comes to bed warming techniques, I'm an expert. Really, I'm especially warm. The atmosphere between the 3 of them was quite harmonious, with occasional lighthearted banter. Only Lung Mingyao lowered his head and eyes, as if immersed in his own world, and did not utter a word. Lu Xian turned around and looked at Shen Qian beside him with some doubt. Shen Qian patted him lightly with a tacit understanding. Her eyes moved slightly, and she shook her head lightly. Lu Xian understood instantly. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he chewed the kebab in his hand as if nothing had happened, as if everything was normal and there was no disturbance at all. This is grilled well, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's basically inherited 70 of my legacy. In order to lighten the atmosphere, Lu Xian kept making jokes. But Lung Mingyao on the opposite side still seemed to be in a bad mood. He stood up, said hello to everyone, walked out of the front yard, and went to the beach to enjoy the sea breeze. What's going on? Lu Xian looked at the two girls beside him in confusion. Yin Yichen shrugged, indicating that she had just woken up and had no idea what was going on. Meng Yao cried and said a lot of strange things, saying that he was causing trouble for us. Shen Qian frowned and told Lu Xian what happened while he was sleeping. Hey, what's the big deal? This girl just thinks too much. You two should try to persuade her. We're all a team now. There's really no need to be like this. Lu Xian didn't take it too seriously. In his eyes, Lung Mingyao simply thought that she was the one who organized the company's team building, and now they were stranded on a deserted island, and so many people lost their lives. His group also lived in fear every day, worried about wild animals and wild people, and he felt guilty. This team building was indeed decided by Lung Mingyao, the company's president, but this decision had no essential causal relationship with his group's shipwreck and stranding on a deserted island. It's like, there are so many car accidents every day, and so many people die. Can you really put all the blame on the person who invented the car? I said it, but it seems to be useless. Go and try to persuade him when you have time. Shen Qian also shrugged helplessly. When Lu Xian thought of President Lung's stubbornness, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. That was this stubbornness he had experienced personally. This girl has advantages all over her body. Outstanding appearance, graceful figure, and a sharp mind. But her only problem is that she likes to get stuck in a dead end. Once she gets stuck in a dead end, it is like being stuck in a quagmire, and even 10 strong bulls can hardly pull her out. Okay, you guys eat. I'll go take a look. After all, I am the team leader and the only man here. The physical and mental health of the team members is also very important, so I have the responsibility to take on the responsibility. Lu Xian. Lu Xian had just stood up when he heard Lung Mingyao's hurried call from outside the bamboo forest wall. Lu Xian knew very well that Lung Mingyao was always calm and steady, and rarely would he shout loudly like Yin Yichen, so there must be something fishy about his shouting this time. Lu Xian's heart tightened, and then he looked at Shen Qian and Yin Yichen. The three of them understood each other tacitly and ran towards the beach together. What's going on? Lu Xian even picked up a long wooden stick stained with sparks. Mingyao, are you okay? Shen Qian and Yin Yichen also ran out closely following Lu Xian. Look over there. Lung Mingyao pointed to the sea on the east side. There seemed to be a bright spot on the distant sea. Quick, Kain, go get the telescope, and both of you help me put out the bonfire. Based on past experience, if there is light on the dark sea, it is most likely someone is coming, and the person must be up to no good. After hearing Lu Xian's words, the three girls immediately took action. Shen Qian quickly brought the telescope, and Lu Xian and the other two quickly put out the bonfire. Raise the telescope and look towards the bright light in the east. Lu Xian saw a speedboat speeding towards his island. Chapter 154, Unknown Visitor. Lu Xian, are you coming for us? Shen Qian's eyes were fixed on the increasingly approaching light. Her heart was tense, and she couldn't help but tightly grasp Lu Xian's sleeve. Probably not, but we have to prepare for the worst. Lu Xian clenched his fists and stared at the light spots on the sea with a nervous expression. The three girls also took out their weapons and prepared for a big battle. 10 minutes later, the distant light gradually expanded until Lu Xian's eyes, with the help of the soft moonlight, could vaguely make out the outline of a speedboat slowly approaching. Just as everyone was gripping their weapons and preparing to fight with the people on the speedboat suddenly made a sharp turn and approached the east beach. Lu Xian, are they going ashore? Why did they suddenly turn around? This operation confused Lung Mingyao. Lu Xian, that location seems to be very close to the yacht. Shen Qian suddenly remembered something. Lu Xian raised the telescope again and looked towards the east beach. Although it was late at night and the beach was pitch black, Lu Xian roughly calculated that the speedboat was turning towards the direction of the yacht. Could it be that this group of people are coming for the yacht? The question is, the yacht has drifted to the shore. How did this group of people locate it? What puzzled Lu Xian the most was why they were looking for this yacht again. Lu Xian wanted to sneak over in the dark to see who was returning on the speedboat, and what their purpose was. However, thinking that it was unsafe to move forward rashly in the dark, Lu Xian decided to stay put and observe the situation. It was not until the speedboat really approached the stranded yacht that Lung Mingyao suddenly remembered something. Lu Xian, we have an anchor rope on the yacht. Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian was also stunned. This really proves the old saying that everything in the world is like a double-edged sword, with both advantages and disadvantages. Tying up the yacht did indeed facilitate the search, but it was like lighting a candle in the dark night. While it illuminated the path ahead, it also inadvertently exposed one's whereabouts. I'll go and take a look. Lu Xian pondered for a moment, and he had already made up his mind. He decided to adopt a rather bold strategy. If the enemy lands on the yacht or island, your whereabouts will be exposed. So why not take the initiative and catch them off guard? If the enemy is outnumbered or unprepared, he might be able to subdue them in one fell swoop. This is 1,000 times better than passively waiting and letting them come to him with firearms. Okay, we'll go with you. Although the three girls were nervous, when they heard that Lu Xian was going to the yacht, they expressed their willingness to go with him without hesitation. Take your weapons, and we'll go through the jungle. Lu Xian didn't object. After all, more people meant more help. The four of them brought all the weapons they needed. Lu Xian walked in front, holding a machete and a Swiss Army knife. The three girls, each carrying a bamboo fork, followed Lu Xian closely. The four of them walked quietly along the soft sand for more than 10 meters, then swiftly shuttled into the lush jungle. Using the dense bushes as a natural barrier, they quickly approached the yacht anchored on the distant coast. Lu Xian walked hurriedly, raising the telescope in his hand from time to time, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, staring at the increasingly clear movements of the speedboat on the distant sea. Just as he expected, the speedboat carrying the unknown threat was quietly approaching their target, the yacht that was moored alone on the blue waves. Seeing this, Lu Xian and his companions couldn't help but quicken their pace, secretly praying that they could arrive first, perhaps so that they could take advantage of the terrain and surprise the uninvited guests on the speedboat by surprise. However, Lu Xian was also very clear that if the other party noticed their actions first, they would be in a passive position in this uncertain contest. Lu Xian, the speedboat seems to have reached the shore. When everyone was less than 300 meters away from the yacht, the other party's speedboat was still one step ahead of them. Damn it, I'll go faster, you guys go slower. Lu Xian also cursed inwardly, gave instructions to the three girls behind him, and quickened his pace. 5 minutes later, Lu Xian arrived alone at the big trees where the anchor ropes were tied, and turned to look at the speedboat. At this time, it had been more than 5 or 6 minutes since the other party docked, but there was still no movement. No one got off the speedboat, and no one appeared on the speedboat deck. Lu Xian, the speedboat seems to be silent. 2 minutes later, the three girls also hurried to where Lu Xian was. Obviously, they also noticed something strange. I didn't see anyone, not on the deck, and no one came down. What the hell? Lu Xian found a relatively secluded location, crawled among the lush grass, held the telescope tightly in his hand close to his eyes, and focused his attention on the silent speedboat not far away. On the speedboat, only a few lights were on, and the surroundings were shrouded in an inexplicable silence. There was no sound to break the dead silence, which made people feel chilled. For a moment, a strange thought inexplicably flashed through Lu Xian's mind, as if the speedboat docked less than 100 meters in front of him was a ghost boat wandering in the darkness. The three girls couldn't help but feel the chill of the place, penetrating their bones, and their teeth chattered involuntarily. Lu Xian, are we really seeing a ghost? Even Yini Chen, who is usually the bravest, felt the chilling wind at this moment. Don't overthink it. It's likely that the other party didn't get off the boat for some reason. Although Lu Xian had already sketched out a series of heart-wrenching scenes in his mind, as the only man here, he knew that he could not let these illogical hazes cloud everyone's mood. Things like demons and monsters only exist in human imagination. You guys stay here, I'll go around to the right and take a look. Lu Xian didn't want to sit and wait for death. No matter whether the other party was a human or a ghost, he had to take a look. Lu Xian Wei. Looking at Lu Xian's departing figure, Shun Qian hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but gently pull at his sleeve, her eyes full of hesitation. Don't be afraid. The three of you just stay here and don't go anywhere. With the three of us together, what's there to be afraid of? Even if there really are ghosts and monsters, I'll take care of them. Lu Xian immediately saw the fear in Shen Qian's heart. After all, at this moment, even the usually fearless and carefree Yini Chen had quietly shrunk her neck, appearing a little afraid, not to mention the timid Shen Qian. Be careful, we'll wait for you to come back. At the critical moment, Lung Mingyao took on the responsibility of deputy captain, hugged Shen Qian, and nodded to Lu Xian. After settling the three women, Lu Xian stood up carefully. Just as he was about to rush out of the jungle, there was a sudden movement from the speedboat. Chapter 155. The Man Who Fell into Madness. There's movement on the speedboat. Lu Xian immediately lay down again, and the three girls behind him lay closely behind Lu Xian. A moment later, a person got off the speedboat, a man in tattered clothes, who staggered as he walked. This person is... Lu Xian raised his binoculars and studied the man for a moment. He seemed familiar, but he looked like a drunk, acting in an exaggerated manner. He couldn't quite place his finger on who he was. Lu Xian, this guy seems to be the leader of the group that went to the west side of the rock face last time to take photos and bury the bodies. Lung Mingyao was still very observant. He took the telescope from Lu Xian's hand and observed for only 10 seconds before determining who the person was. Is it him? What is this man doing here? And it seems that he is the only one getting off the speedboat. Lu Xian didn't have a good impression of this group of people. Before, they were outnumbered and powerful. Now, if there was really only one person on the other side, Lu Xian would not be polite. Why is this guy staggering? Is he drunk? Ini Chin was also very confused when she saw the other person like this. But even if you were really drunk, you can get drunk anywhere. Why did you come to your own island? I can't care less. I grabbed it and asked about it. It's delivered to your door, so if you don't want it, it's free. It even comes with a speedboat. I'm making a lot of money this time. Although Lu Xian was also very curious about what medicine the other party had taken that made him come to his island alone. However, since the other party took the initiative to deliver the goods to my door, as the island owner, how could I just sit there and do nothing? Lu Xian picked up the machete on the ground, crouched down, and prepared to flank from the right, then surprise the opponent and take him down directly. But just when Lu Xian ran a few dozen meters, the stumbling man suddenly knelt down on his knees, then put his hands together and kowtowed violently towards the island, muttering something. Seeing this scene, not to mention the three girls, even Lu Xian was stunned. I instantly thought of those three primitive men. What's wrong with these people? They kowtow and kneel at the slightest disagreement. Moreover, the man became more and more excited, and his movements became more and more exaggerated. Lu Xian could even hear what the other party was shouting. Please spare me. I won't come here again. Please give me a way to live. The man was kowtowing and crying loudly. If you don't know, you would really think that this man is here to mourn. The three girls stared at the strange man intently, while Lu Xian went around to the back of the yacht and approached the speedboat along the yacht. Lu Xian's first priority now is not to figure out what's wrong with this man, but to make sure there are no other threats on the speedboat. While the man was still kowtowing to the jungle on the island, Lu Xian had already circled around to the side of the speedboat from behind. This speedboat has a very cool appearance and is compact in size. It is now moored under the yacht, just like a child snuggling beside his father, appearing particularly well behaved. The speedboat seemed to have a clear view, and it seemed that there was really no one else on it except this weird man. However, the cautious Lu Xian still jumped onto the speedboat and carefully checked it inside and out. After confirming that there was really no one there, Lu Xian finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in his heart. The current situation is really, as Shen Qian said that day, the advantage is mine. There were 4 of them, armed with weapons, surrounding a crazy man, so it would be easy to deal with him. Lu Xian waved at the 3 girls still hiding in the jungle, indicating that he was about to take action. Lung Mingyao, who was observing Lu Xian's direction with a telescope, immediately understood what he meant and slowly approached the man with Shen Qian and Ini Chen. In a flash, Lu Xian, who no longer had any worries, pounced on the man, grabbed his throat, and pinned him down with just one move. Mercy, mercy, mountain gods, sea gods, island gods, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Please, let me go. The man subdued by Lu Xian not only did not struggle, but burst into tears again, muttering incessantly. Stop playing tricks on me. Tell me, what are you doing on the island? Who sent you? Lu Xian didn't have the time to listen to this man's confession. He had finally caught him alive, so he had to get to the bottom of it this time. Ghost? Are you a ghost? I didn't harm you. I was forced to do it. Please don't harm me. I know I was wrong. As a result, as soon as Lu Xian asked 2 questions, the man who was originally kneeling on the ground became even more excited. Fuck. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Who the hell is the ghost? I'm standing right here. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at what's going on. Lu Xian grabbed the man's head and forcibly straightened his gaze, forcing him to look directly at him. I have seen people swearing in public before, but this is the first time someone calls himself a ghost. No, it's impossible. Everyone on the island is dead, not a single one is left. How could there be someone here? You must be a ghost in disguise. Please, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. But after all his earnest advice, the other party seemed to have not heard a single word he said. Oh my! Lu Xian was speechless. He had encountered a technical problem. How could he prove he was human? This problem seems to be several times more difficult than proving that my father is my father. Lu Xian, we are here. Hey, what's wrong with this guy? Just when Lu Xian was still struggling with how to prove that he was a human and not a ghost, the three girls had already rushed over. However, when they saw the madman on the ground, they all took several steps back. The man's current condition was indeed somewhat frightening. His clothes were tattered, his expression was distracted, and his forehead was bruised and covered in blood. Given his current condition, I guess even if he is sent to a mental hospital, they probably won't dare to accept him. He seems a little bit mentally unstable, as if he has been stimulated by something. While continuing to hold the other person down, Lu Xian sighed and explained helplessly. Ghosts, ghosts, they are all ghosts. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have come here. It was really not my decision. I was forced to come here. Please forgive me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The man on the ground was still kowtowing and begging for mercy. Oh my God, are you done yet? Look up carefully, we are all human beings. Lu Xian grabbed the man's hair and lifted his head up. But when the man glanced at Lung Mengyao, he suddenly started roaring like a madman. It's you, it's all because of you. Chapter 156 Lung Yunxiu. Lu Xian, what is he going to do? Quickly hold him down. Obviously, the three girls, including Lung Mengyao, were frightened by the man who suddenly went berserk. Fortunately, Lu Xian was never careless. He kept locking the opponent's neck with one big hand from beginning to end. Seeing the opponent roaring at Lung Mengyao like a madman, Lu Xian immediately exerted force again and controlled the opponent. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Lung Mengyao, no one in your Lung family is a good person. You all deserve to die and go to hell. The man on the ground was indeed targeting Lung Mengyao, but Lu Xian was stunned. How great was the hatred? Looking at the situation, if he hadn't held the man down tightly, the man would probably rush to Lung Mengyao and strangle him to death. Hey, are you sick? Did we provoke you? It's you who have done a lot of immoral things, right? Damn it. You are the ones who should go to hell. Yini Qin naturally couldn't bear to see this man bullying Lung Mengyao like this, so she stepped forward and stood in front of Lung Mengyao, glaring at the man on the ground fiercely. I deserve to die, I deserve to go to hell. Ahaha, I deserve to die, no. Don't kill me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. It seemed that Yini Qin's casual remark had stimulated the man again. The man's expression became ferocious and terrifying again, and he began to kowtow to the jungle on the deserted island again. Mengyao, are you okay? Ignore him. He must be crazy. Shenqian put her arm around Lung Mengyao and looked at her best friend from time to time. I'm fine. Lung Mengyao raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he stared quietly at the man in front of him. Ha ha ha. I can't die, I can't die. It's you, Lung Mengyao, you who deserve to die, your Lung family who deserve to die. Everyone in your Lung family deserves to die. After the man finished kowtowing, he glanced at Lung Mengyao again and started cursing at him again. Did Lung Yunxiu instruct you? Just when Lu Xian was about to slap the man in the face, Lung Mengyao spoke. Hearing this, Lu Xian and others all looked at Lung Mengyao. Lung Mengyao did not respond to everyone's gaze, but stared at the man on the ground. Lung Yunxiu, yes. It's Lung Yunxiu. Everyone in your Lung family deserves to die and go to hell. Ha ha ha. When the name Lung Yunxiu was mentioned, the man on the ground suddenly burst into laughter. Do you know, how many people have you killed? These are all innocent lives. Can you really do this? Lung Mengyao frowned at this time and stared at the man in front of him with anger. The man, however, revealed a strange smile, pointing at Lung Mengyao and laughing. You ask me? If it weren't for you, would those people be in trouble? Now, my brothers have also been cursed by this island. Haha, they are all dead, all dead. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. I beg all gods, Buddhas and demons to let me go. The man became crazy again, even ignoring the wound on his forehead, and kept knocking his head. Curse. Hearing these two words, everyone, including Lu Xian, looked at the man on the ground. Hey, what the hell are you talking about, Mengyao? What's going on? Why did you mention Lung Yunxiu? Shenqian was now completely confused. In fact, not to mention Shenqian, even Lu Xian and Yini Qin beside them were confused. This is the Lung family, and it's cursed. The more I listen, the more mysterious it becomes. Actually, he's not wrong. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. Everyone on the yacht would be alive. Lung Mengyao looked up at the sky tears streaming down her face. Mengyao, don't cry. When Shen Qian saw her best friend in this state, she was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. However, she didn't understand the whole thing from beginning to end, so she didn't know how to persuade her when she wanted to. Hara, you all in the Lung family deserve to die. Lung Yunxiu deserves to die too. It's all his fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't have landed on the island, and we wouldn't have died. In my next life, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The man roared to the sky again, then muttered to himself through gritted teeth. Lung Yunxiu, Lu Xian muttered. He seemed to have heard this name before. Hey, if Lung Yunxiu offended you, then go find Lung Yunxiu. Why are you looking for us? Why does this name sound so familiar to me? Yin Yichen still stood in front of Lung Mengyao very considerately, but after hearing the 3 words, Lung Yunxiu, many times, she always felt very familiar. So he really was the one who ordered all of this. Wasn't the shipwreck and those people who died on the island, including Lu Yuqiang, all you're doing? Lung Mingyao's eyes were filled with anger. She bit her lips, clenched her fists, and stared at the man in front of her. Shipwreck. So much information suddenly popped up, and Lu Xian and the other 2 were a little confused. Lu Yuqiang? Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Who made him know so much? Do you think your cousin will let him go? When Lu Yuqiang came, the man in front of him suddenly laughed again with a sarcastic look on his face. Cousin? Hearing these 2 words, Lu Xian slapped his head and remembered who Lung Yunxiu was. It seemed that Lung Mingyao had mentioned him before. He was Lung Mingyao's cousin, and that Lu Yuqiang seemed to be Lung Yunxiu's lackey. Look at it this way. Lu Xian seemed to have figured something out. Oh, I remember now. Lung Yunxiu. I met him once in Europe. This man is so disgusting. Yin Yichen over there seemed to finally remember something, and spat on the ground with a look of disgust. What the hell are you talking about? At this moment, only Shen Qian was still confused. Although he had heard Lung Mingyao mention her cousin, Lung Yunxiu, he only knew that there was such a person. Ha, everyone in the Lung family is disgusting. Lung Mingyao, if it weren't for you, would my brothers and I have landed on this island? If we hadn't landed on the island, they wouldn't have died. So you are the real sinner, and I will make you pay with your life today. The man on the ground suddenly had veins bulging all over his body and tried desperately to break free from Lu Xian's hands. How could Lu Xian be easily let go by him? He swung his foot and kicked the other person to the ground. Ha! You're all going to die anyway, and it's going to be a very miserable death. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld. Ah! Just as the man was pinned down by Lu Xian again, he suddenly pulled out a dagger from his sleeve. Careful! Lu Xian reflexively stepped back, ready to push the girls away. Who would have thought that the man in front of him would actually hit her neck in front of everyone? In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 157. There are people from the Lung family on the island. Seeing this scene, the 4 of them were collectively stunned. Especially Lu Xian. Oh my god, why is he going to die again? It's only been a few days since I arrived on the island? Damn, how many people have already died? The death rate on the island is too high. Hey, don't die. I still have a lot of questions for you. Where did you come from? How much fuel is left in this speedboat? What did you mean by the curse you just mentioned? And the shipwreck? Ahem. You will all die. You will all die? Everyone who lands on the island will die. You can't escape. Before Lu Xian could finish his question, the man lying in a pool of blood squeezed out these words with his last breath, and then died completely. Oh my god. Why did he die again? Lu Xian stomped his feet in anger. He really had a lot of questions to ask, but this man just died like that. It was so unconventional of him. Mingyao, are you okay? Shen Qian held Lung Mingyao tightly, her face full of worry. This man is absolutely sick, Ba. Yin Yichen gave the man's body on the ground a disdainful look, then turned around and looked at Lung Mingyao. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you all should be fine. Lung Mingyao slowly lowered her head, her eyes filled with tears. Mingyao, don't overthink it. This has nothing to do with you. Don't listen to his nonsense. He must be mentally ill, otherwise why would he be so crazy? Lu Xian. Yichen, don't you agree? Shen Qian quickly comforted her best friend and winked at Lu Xian and Yin Yichen. Yes, don't listen to his nonsense. These idiots must have drunk too much and are acting crazy. Their words are incoherent and not a word they say is human. Lu Xian naturally understood what he meant, although he had 1,000 or 10,000 doubts in his mind at the moment. Since President Lung was like this, he had to say a few words to comfort him. Oh, it's okay. It has nothing to do with you. My fate is in my own hands. I don't believe a word of what he said. We have to believe in science. Yin Yichen put her hands on Lung Mingyao's shoulders like an elder, then hugged Lung Mingyao and patted his back. If If I hadn't fought with Lung Yunxiu for the position of CEO, maybe we would all be fine, and so many people wouldn't have lost their lives because of us. Lung Mingyao guessed that she had fallen back into her dilemma, and it looked like she wouldn't be able to recover for a while. Can you believe what this guy says? Although Lung Yunxiu is indeed a piece of shit. Cough cough. I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about that Lung Yunxiu. I met him twice in Italy. He was so disgusting. Every time he tried to seduce me. Bah. But, you said he was the one who caused this shipwreck? Is he that capable? Eni Chen obviously had almost no favorable impression of Lung Yunxiu, and she looked down on the man from the inside out. You don't know him well enough. Lung Yunxiu has always been the type of person who appears to be a good man on the surface, but in reality, he's someone who won't give up until he achieves his goal. Or perhaps, everyone in our Lung family has this kind of character in their bones. Lung Mingyao managed to smile as he spoke, but it was obvious that he was mocking himself. It was obvious that President Lung was well aware that she herself seemed to be a stubborn person. If what that man said is true, then this shipwreck and the innocent deaths on the island were all orchestrated by Lung Yunxiu. Was he even the one who murdered Lu Yuqiang? Lu Xian recalled it carefully, and the more he thought about it, the colder his spine became. Following Lung Mingyao's words, the conclusion drawn is really frightening. In order to fight for the actual control of the company, he killed so many people at once. It was simply insane. Although I still don't fully understand many details, after seeing Lu Yuqiang last time, I went back and thought about it all night and basically guessed that it was him. Lung Mingyao lowered his head again, obviously still feeling guilty. Lu Yuqiang? The last time we saw him, he seemed to be dying. Did he say anything to you? Lu Xian looked at Lung Mingyao curiously. He remembered clearly that after landing on the island, Lung Mingyao did not seem to have much interaction with Lu Yuqiang. Do you still remember Lu Yuqiang's last words? Lung Mingyao slowly raised his head and glanced at everyone. It seems that there are people on the island? Is that right? Shen Qian recalled carefully and still remembered Lu Yuqiang's last words. Yeah, I remember that too. It's just nonsense. There are naturally people on this island. Eni Chen had an expression of disapproval. Lu Xian didn't say anything, but just looked at Lung Mingyao quietly. Since Lung Mingyao mentioned this, it meant that there must be something wrong with their understanding of this sentence. Actually, he didn't mean people, but cold. Are there people from the Lung family on the island? Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian understood instantly. Lung Mingyao nodded seriously to everyone. Fuck, people? Cold. Why didn't I think of that? Eni Chen slapped her head hard. So Lu Yuqiang was also murdered under Lung Yunxiu's orders? These people were also sent by your cousin Lung Yunxiu. After Lung Mingyao's explanation, Lu Xian was able to sort out some of the information. Mingyao, you're in a bad mood because of this. Actually, there's really no need to think too much. It's not you who's wrong, it's Lung Yunxiu. As for Lu Yuqiang, he saw clearly who was the good guy and who was the bad guy before he died. Shen Qian was still trying to comfort Lung Mingyao and kept blinking at Lu Xian. Kuyin is right. You really don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Lung Yunxiu did something so evil that God will naturally punish him. I believe that God sees what we do. However, there are still some things I don't understand. Lu Xian once again cooperated tacitly with Shen Qian to comfort Lung Mingyao, but when he thought about it carefully, he always felt that there were still some details that he didn't understand clearly. Actually, I haven't fully understood some of the details. I think there must be something else going on, like the strange deaths of those 2 crew members and that map. As for the claim that his subordinates were cursed by the island, I find that very strange too. Lung Mingyao regained some spirit and immediately understood the implication of Lu Xian's words. Now it seemed that the cause of the shipwreck, why he was stranded on this deserted island, and even the reasons behind those who suffered such misfortune had largely surfaced, and the mastermind behind all this was directly pointed at Lung Yunxiu. However, certain details of this series of events still lingered with an indescribable and strange atmosphere. Especially the words this man said, "Everyone who lands on the island will die." Thinking of what the blonde girl said before she died, it makes my scalp tingle even more. Chapter 158 Message on the cell phone. Lu Xian, do you think our island is really a cursed island? As the most timid person at the moment, Shen Qian was obviously frightened by this. Originally, she was supporting Lung Mingyao, but now it looked more like she was leaning on him. In the end, we still have to rely on the guidance of science. Ahem. Although, at first glance, this matter does seem a bit weird. Lu Xian's words carried a hint of uncertainty that even he himself could not completely conceal. After all, this deserted island had caused too many people to fail. Regardless of whether the man on the ground's subordinates are really dead or not, the number of people who died on this island is estimated to be over double digits. It's a bit creepy no matter how you think about it, and the words of the blonde woman before she died seem to be consistent with this man now. It seems that landing on the island means death. Let's not overthink it. This man's words are clearly incoherent. He must have been stimulated by something. Besides, aren't we all alive and well? At this critical moment, it is still President Lung who has to speak. Sometimes, a leader who can paint a rosy picture for his subordinates is quite important. At least it can stabilize the morale of the troops. That makes sense. This man is crazy and insane. Nothing he says makes sense. And he came out alone in the middle of the night. No one in their right mind would do such a thing. In Ichin immediately agreed. With Lung Mingyao's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if you really think about this matter in a mysterious way, it would be really scary. Everyone, stop imagining things. We should still stick to materialism. Look, this man didn't come to us empty-handed. He actually gave us a great gift. Lu Xian struck while the iron was hot and pointed at the speedboat behind him. Yes, we now have an extra speedboat. It's much better than our lifeboat. Maybe we can go back. Thinking of this speedboat that delivers goods to people's doorsteps, Shen Qian's face was filled with excitement. Let's throw the man's body into the jungle first. We'll go take a look on the speedboat later. This job of collecting corpses was the first time for everyone to do this. It turned out that this was the job that they did most diligently on this island. The four of them worked together to throw the man's body into the grass, and Lu Xian confiscated the man's suicide weapon. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that there seemed to be an unexpected gain. He actually found a smartphone with a broken screen in the other person's trouser pocket. There's a cell phone. Lu Xian immediately and excitedly took out the cell phone from the man's trouser pocket. Quick, open it and take a look. The three girls were also quite excited. It has been more than half a month since I arrived on the island, and I finally saw a smartphone again. Although Lu Xian knew very well that even if he gave you a cell phone, it would be of no use on this deserted island in the wilderness. Without signal and network, this cell phone would probably be no different from a brick, but maybe it would come in handy in the future. How come the screen is so broken? Can it still be used? It's a Korean brand, so low quality. In a big city, Eni Chin, who spends money lavishly, naturally looks down on this old-fashioned looking mobile phone, not to mention that the screen is broken into pieces. Lu Xian, can you turn on the phone? Try long pressing the volume button and the power button. It seems to have been soaked in water. Let me try. It lights up, it lights up. With the help of Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian, Lu Xian finally fixed the broken phone after some tinkering. But after seeing the battery level in the upper right corner, Lu Xian was speechless. The remaining battery level was 2. What's even more troublesome is that this broken phone has a power-on password. It seems we only have 3 chances. Shen Qian raised her head and looked at Lu Xian with a frown. Well, let's do this. Each of us 3 will try once. We don't think there's anything useful in here anyway. If we really can't crack it, we'll just do it for fun. In fact, seeing this situation, Lu Xian had already given up in his heart. The battery was at 2 and he only had 3 chances to try the password. Even if it was only a 4-digit password, it was almost impossible to complete. Then, Lu Xian, you go first. Okay. Lu Xian didn't act pretentiously and just went up and pressed 4 eighths. There was no other way. The dream of getting rich was always engraved in his mind. Unfortunately, the password is wrong, and there are only 2 attempts left. Shen Qian turned her head and glanced at Lung Mingyao beside her. Seeing that the other party did not move, she took the phone and dialed 1234. Once again, it shows that the password is wrong. Now, there is only one last chance left. Shen Qian handed the phone to Lung Mingyao. Lung Mingyao hesitated for a moment, took the phone and pressed a few buttons seemingly casually. Then Lu Xian and Shen Qian were dumbfounded. Password unlocked successfully. Mingyao, how did you do it? Don't ask for now. Hurry up and see if there's any useful information. Lu Xian and Shen Qian both stared at Lung Mingyao in astonishment. Even Eni Chen, who had been watching from the sidelines, was stunned. This CEO Lung also knew how to crack phone passwords. However, due to limited battery power, Lung Mingyao didn't have time to explain to everyone. He just fiddled with the screen for a while and soon entered the WeChat page. Although there is no internet, previous messages can still be seen. The sender of the most recent message was a yellow-haired guy with an avatar holding a long-haired beauty. There was a 60-second voice message inside. Lung Mingyao clicked it immediately. A man's almost trembling voice came from the phone. Boss, Guzzi died in the garage today. They said he died of a sudden heart attack. De Bing was also hit by a car and died yesterday. Xiao Mazai and Gongzi said they fought to death. And Big Blanket and Black Bear, they're all dead. All dead. They're all dead. We're the only ones left. The next one will definitely be me. Boss, what should we do? Save me. Are we possessed by evil spirits? I've looked up information. It says that the island is cursed and everyone who lands on it will die. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. The night was as dark as ink, and the man's words were like a cold wind blowing through. The four people, including Lu Xian, shivered involuntarily, and an inexplicable chill spread throughout their bodies. Lung Mingyao tried to touch the phone screen again, hoping to find more clues, but the screen suddenly went out. Everything around returned to silence, only the waves tirelessly hitting the shore, making bursts of low and rhythmic sounds. In this silent night, it seemed particularly clear, and it further highlighted the depth and loneliness of the surroundings. Everyone couldn't help but shudder collectively. Chapter 159, Rummaging on the Speedboat. Well, it's okay. This doesn't mean anything. After a moment of silence, Lu Xian, as the team leader and the only man here, was the first to speak. He even turned on the flashlight he carried with him in order to give the girls some courage and faith. However, after shining the flashlight around, the faces of the three girls in front of him were paler than each other. Ahem. Think about it. Wasn't this Lung Yunxiu who instigated this? He's the mastermind behind it, but it's actually these people who are doing the real work. So what would this guy called Lung Yunxiu do? Kill people to silence them, don't you think? Seeing that his words didn't seem to have any comforting effect, Lu Xian thought for a moment, then began to present the facts and reason. Even though the reason was just that, he himself couldn't completely believe it. What Lu Xian said is correct. From what I know about Lung Yunxiu, he is indeed a vindictive person, and he always does things in a flawless manner. These people have done so many dirty jobs for him that are not worthy of being mentioned publicly. Given his character, it is only natural for him to kill them to silence them. Lung Mingyao also added a sentence at this time. After all, she was the only person who knew Lung Yunxiu best here. So, this matter, it's most likely Lung Yunxiu who is finishing up. I think this is actually a good thing for us. Think about it. Only when Lung Yunxiu believes that his plan has succeeded will he decide to kill everyone who knows the truth. From then on, he will have no worries. Lu Xian continued to add to Lung Mingyao's words. After hearing Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao's explanation, Shen Qian and Yin Yichen's expressions eased a little. You mean, Lung Yunxiu orchestrated the deaths of those men? This man is too cruel. After a moment's silence, Shen Qian stammered something, but her body was still shaking uncontrollably. Oh, I don't want to think about it anymore. No matter how rampant the demons and monsters are, I still have a long time to live. You want my life? No way. Lu Xian, let's go home as soon as possible. This damn place is so cold and windy, it's really creepy. Inichin simply turned a blind eye and put those disturbing thoughts behind her. The more I think about this, the more unsettled I become. I'd better not think about it too much and just be at peace. That's right. Why should we bother ourselves? We're all doing just fine now. Besides, look, someone's even offering to send us a speedboat for free. We're really getting a great deal this time. Lu Xian continued to strike while the iron was hot and pointed specifically at the speedboat parked on the shore. The four of them tacitly agreed not to comment on the matter. They just found a few travelers' palm leaves to cover the man's body, as a farewell to this crazy man. Back on the beach, the three girls followed Lu Xian onto the speedboat. Everyone still has an unspoken expectation for this speedboat. Compared to the previous lifeboat that required manual rowing, this gasoline-powered speedboat undoubtedly heralded a leap in speed and efficiency. Guided by the flashlight, the four of them scanned the speedboat. I found that this speedboat was really not big. Its length was estimated to be no more than 10 meters, and its width was only about 2 or 3 meters. For Lu Xian, the size of the speedboat is not that important. What he cares about most at the moment is whether the speedboat can run. So after getting on the boat, Lu Xian went straight to the rear of the hull to check the driving method of the speedboat. Soon I saw the outboard gasoline engine at the rear of the hull. This speedboat seemed to have low fuel consumption, but the bad news was that when Lu Xian tried to start the speedboat, he saw a prompt on the screen that the fuel level was low. Lu Xian was also convinced. He didn't know if this man was really stupid or if he was really a little crazy. It felt like he hadn't arranged any way out for himself. No more oil. Ouch. Lu Xian sighed and told the girls the bad news. Then this speedboat is completely useless, just an empty shell. Finding that her joy was in vain, Yin Yichin frowned and sat down on the cabin deck. Don't be discouraged. When it's daybreak, I'll go look on the yacht. Maybe I can find some gasoline. Faced with the gasoline shortage, Lu Xian felt helpless. On this deserted island, he might still be able to find other supplies, but gasoline was simply out of reach for him. At this moment, the only thing that could give him hope was the two ships stranded on the beach. However, since it was still dark, Lu Xian decided to go back to the cave and rest. What's more, the atmosphere in his team is not good at the moment. If he goes on the yacht in the dark, who knows what kind of trouble might happen. Lu Xian, there are 2 wooden oars lying next to us. We can take them back. Lung Mingyao walked around the speedboat and accidentally found 2 wooden oars. This wooden paddle is also a good thing. After all, this original wooden paddle is much better than the 2 bamboo paddles with thick branches and rotten leaves that I made myself. Yes, let's look around and see if there's anything useful. We can take it all away. It's late at night, and we can't go back empty-handed. Although I can't drive the speedboat back today, it will be worth the trip if I can find something useful on it. The 4 of them searched the speedboat with the help of flashlights. It really is true that hard work pays off. Not long after, Eni Chin found a hoe behind the chair. What's funny is that this is really just a hoe, and it doesn't even have a handle. Lu Xian, we can make a wooden handle ourselves. We can also try to plant the watermelon seeds that Eni Chin brought last time when we get back. This hoe will come in handy. Shen Qian never refuses this thing. Sometimes a handy tool is better than anything else. Okay, take it away and take a look. If there's nothing else, we'll go back the way we came. It looks like it's going to be windy. Lu Xian, who was standing at the stern of the speedboat, heard the whistling sound of the wind and felt that the weather was about to change. I don't seem to have anything here. I don't see anything useful here. Eni Chin and Shen Qian checked their surroundings again and shook their heads at Lu Xian. Okay, let's prepare to return. Lu Xian waved his hand and got off the speedboat first. Lu Xian, wait, there's a dangling drawer here, and it seems to be locked. I feel like there's something inside. Lu Xian had just jumped off the speedboat when Lung Mingyao, who was at the bow, seemed to have discovered something. Lu Xian was also impressed. This girl's ability to rummage through boxes and cabinets was truly unmatched. I wonder what good stuff she can find for him this time. Chapter 160, Strong Wind Invasion. With one swift movement, Lu Xian jumped onto the speedboat again. As expected, in the most hidden corner in front of the driver's seat, there was a carefully designed drawer. This drawer is so well hidden that ordinary people would hardly notice its existence unless they look closely. As expected of President Lung, his observation skills are truly amazing. Come on, step back and I'll pry it open. Lu Xian called the 3 girls behind him, then took out the small knife he had just obtained and tried to pry it open twice. I feel like the quality of this knife is poor. If I continue to pry it hard, the knife will probably break before the drawer opens. Lu Xian, how about this? Shen Qian brought an object at this time. Lu Xian widened his eyes and took a look, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the girl. It's the hoe without a handle. Lu Xian didn't expect that the first use of this hoe would be as a crowbar. Although it is not easy to use, the quality of this thing is excellent. Lu Xian broke a hole, inserted the blade of the hoe directly into it, and then pushed down hard, and the entire drawer began to deform. With a bang, the drawer lock was finally pried open. What caught my eye was a hunting rifle. This shocked Lu Xian so much that his eyes almost popped out. This thing can't be bought even in China, let alone on a deserted island. Wow, there are guns hidden on this speedboat. Those guys are really awesome. Even the well-informed internet celebrity Eni Chin couldn't help but marvel at this gun after seeing it. Lu Xian, is this a real gun? Are there any bullets? As someone who grew up in the city, Shen Qian was a little skeptical whether this was a real gun. In fact, Lu Xian had never played with a hunting rifle, but just because he had never eaten pork didn't mean he had never seen pigs run. He was familiar with what the hunting rifle looked like. Lu Xian took out the hunting rifle and played with it for a while. The gun was indeed empty and there were no bullets, but he found 6 bullets in the drawer. Although these 6 bullets are a bit few, this thing is originally used to save lives. I don't use it on a daily basis, so 6 bullets are enough. With this thing, Lu Xian found that walking was much smoother. He finally had a gun clan. If those savages dared to cause trouble for him again in the future, don't blame my bullets for being blind. Let's go home. Carrying the hunting rifle on his back and handing the bullets to Shen Qian for safekeeping, Lu Xian started his return journey with the 3 girls. Now it seems that tonight's action was not in vain. Although this weird man suddenly appeared and kept saying some incoherent and ominous words like curse and everyone will die, but now that he has got a hunting rifle, Lu Xian feels more confident. Even if some monsters really come, he will not be afraid. The journey back was basically smooth. The only trouble was that the wind was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, the 3 girls simply lined up in a long snake formation, each holding another's waist, for fear of being blown away by the strong wind. Why is the wind blowing all of a sudden? The weather on this island is really speechless. Eni Chin hugged Shen Qian in front of her tightly, while still nagging and complaining. Lu Xian had seen the weird weather on this island before. It could change suddenly. It could be sunny one second and rainstorm the next. But this is the first time that the wind is so strong as it is today. Hold on tight. We'll be there soon. As the team leader, it was not easy for Lu Xian at the moment. He had to brave the strong wind and take care of the three girls at the same time. I have enough food and water now, but I am in short supply of laborers. I can't let any of them be blown away by this strong wind. The journey, which was supposed to take less than half an hour, took the four of them nearly an hour. After returning to the cave and lighting a bonfire, everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw each other's hairstyle. All of them have messy hair. You guys look ahead, I'll go look behind. The wind was so strong that even after returning to his cave, Lu Xian was still a little worried, especially about the temporary bamboo raft door in the backyard. If this gets blown away by a strong wind, I'll be caught in a draft. The three girls were busy in the front yard for a while, making sure everything was fine. They even secured their own boat, then returned to the cave and closed the bamboo door in the front yard. Although this bamboo door, no matter how tight it is, cannot be completely airtight, at least for now, it seems that the joint defense line composed of the bamboo forest wall on the outside and the bamboo door at the cave entrance can still be used. It's still early. Those who need to catch up on their sleep should do so. I'll watch over the bonfire. After inspecting the backyard, Lu Xian returned to the cave and pointed to the Simmons mattress on the ground, indicating that the three girls could continue sleeping. Then let's go to sleep. If you feel sleepy, come and swap with us. Obviously, after all the trouble tonight, the girls were tired and sleepy, and they didn't bother to be pretentious with Lu Xian, just lying down and falling asleep. While watching over the bonfire, Lu Xian carefully recalled the last words of the man and the blonde woman. I feel like this is getting weirder. Even though he claimed to be a materialist and even found a bunch of excuses for himself, it was an indisputable fact that so many people died on this island, and there was also that group of weird savages. Huff, huff, huff. Just as Lu Xian was immersed in his complicated thoughts and concentrating on analyzing various matters, a strong wind suddenly blew up from the north and blew out the campfire in an instant. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, and when he wanted to rescue her, he found it was too late. The world outside seemed to be becoming increasingly crazy and unruly, with strong winds and heavy rain sweeping in. Lu Xian was still thinking about picking up the scattered firewood and continuing to make a fire. But at this time, in the dark environment and with the strong wind, Lu Xian was already powerless. What made Lu Xian even more devastated was that the sudden onset of evil weather actually blew down a section of his outermost bamboo wall. Having lost this first natural shelter, the strong wind seemed like a demon that had broken free from its restraints, pouring into the depths of the cave without reservation, with endless wildness and ferocity. Lu Xian, what's going on? The three girls, who had just fallen asleep, were obviously awakened by the sudden storm. The bamboo wall was blown down. It feels like there's a typhoon outside. Before Lu Xian finished speaking, the sound of bamboo breaking suddenly came from the back of the cave. Then, the wind in the cave suddenly increased. Depend on. Lu Xian suddenly felt something was wrong. Just as he was thinking of going to the backyard to check the situation and remedy it in time, the last barrier in the front yard also flew away. Now, a strong wind blew through the entire cave. Mengyao, Lung Mengyao, who was sleeping on the outermost side, was the first to be affected. He was swept away by the strong wind. Shen Qian screamed in fright. Lu Xian pounced and hugged Lung Mingyao's slender waist. Chapter 161. Hold me tight. Hurry, hide in the corner. Lu Xian pulled Lung Mingyao back when he was about to ascend to heaven, but the scene inside the cave was like an ancient meat grinder running madly, which was frightening. Various objects on the cave walls seemed to be pulled away by an invisible force, breaking free from the constraints of the ground, flying and colliding wildly in the air, making bursts of chaotic noises. Our clothes, our wash basins, our bowls. Hearing the ping-pong clang sounds of various things breaking, Shen Qian, the miser, felt her heart almost broken, but she was still thinking about going to guard her precious supplies. Don't move, step back, get into the corner. Lu Xian held Lung Mingyao's waist with one hand and had to keep an eye on Shen Qian and Ini Chen at all times. As a result, Shen Qian was still thinking about chasing those pots and pans, so Lu Xian pulled her over. With Lung Mingyao in his left hand and Shen Qian in his right hand, Lu Xian now truly experienced the feeling of being hugged by two women. However, I really don't have a third hand. If Ini Chen flies again, I will be powerless. Fortunately, Ini Chen was very careful about her life at the critical moment. She did not have Shen Qian's unrealistic idea of saving supplies. When she heard Lu Xian's order, she retreated several steps and retreated to the corner. Relying on his strong physique, Lu Xian used his own strength to bring the two girls and himself to the northwestern corner of the cave. This place is close to the walls on both sides and is the least affected area at the moment. Lower your heads and hold me tight. However, since turbulence had already formed in the cave at this time, various objects were flying in the air, and they could be hit unexpectedly. Lu Xian retreated to the corner, protecting Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian's heads tightly. Ouch! The lonely Yini Qin was hit by an unknown object and screamed in pain. Seeing Lu Xian holding Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian and hiding in the corner, she also threw herself into Lu Xian's arms. Ahem. As luck would have it, the girl hit Lu Xian's vital part, almost killing him on the spot. Lu Xian coughed violently a few times and wanted to change his posture, but Yini Qin, who had already pounced on him, didn't care about that. She lay on Lu Xian like a koala and hugged Lu Xian's neck tightly with both hands. With his left hand holding Lung Mingyao, his right hand holding Shun Qian, and Yini Qin in his arms, Lu Xian was completely conquered by these three girls. However, this scene that countless men dreamed of was now a little deadly. While Lu Xian had to protect the three girls, he also had to steady his breathing and adjust his posture to avoid being carried away by the evil wind. What made Lu Xian collapse the most was that Yini Qin, this girl, probably really cherished her life. She had already hugged his neck with both hands, but she was still not satisfied. She kept digging her head into his arms and kept muttering, "Hurry, hold me tight. I want to fly, I want to fly." Those long legs never stopped moving, and they would hit Lu Xian from time to time. Lu Xian almost vomited blood. He was afraid that it was not the evil wind that took his life in the end, but the woman in his arms. Oh, our Simmons mattress. The miser Shun Qian was always using the little flames on the ground to peek at the situation behind her. When she realized that the Simmons mattress under her feet was about to run away from home, the girl became very anxious. If Lu Xian had not held her head tightly, the girl would probably have died with the Simmons mattress. Don't make a fuss, Simmons. Just fly away. It won't break you. Keep your head down. Lu Xian held Shun Qian's shoulders tightly, fearing that this silly girl would really go after Simmons. What made Lu Xian most relieved at the moment was Lung Mingyao in his left hand. The girl cooperated very well and didn't move. She just let Lu Xian hold her waist and lowered her head to stay close to Lu Xian. I don't know how long it took, but when Lu Xian's hands became numb, the wind finally died down a little. In this cave, all the objects that should fly have flown away. Lu Xian was finally able to take a breath. Everything is all right. Lu Xian glanced at the cave entrance. It seemed that it was already dawn. The evil wind had been blowing all night. Lu Xian, I'm fine. I'm fine too. Shun Qian and Lung Mingyao raised their heads slightly, and then the three of them stared at each other. Ahem, get up and move around a bit. The scene of the three people facing each other at such a close distance was really awkward. Lu Xian coughed lightly twice and patted the two on the back. If I let these two people hold my arms down any longer, I'm afraid I'll be half crippled. Hey, you can get up now. Finally, the two people were removed from his body, and Lu Xian found that there seemed to be another beautiful woman lying elegantly in front of him. What left Lu Xian speechless was that Yini Qin had actually fallen asleep and was drooling, with all the saliva flowing onto his chest. Sleep a little longer. As a result, Lu Xian shouted for a long time, but Yini Qin just turned her head and continued to sleep with her face against his. This action made Lu Xian confused. This girl is really bold. It was windy all night, but she could still sleep. Yini Qin, get up quickly. Shun Qian, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and pulled Yini Qin off Lu Xian. What's wrong? Is it daybreak? I'm so sleepy. Yini Qin opened her eyes sleepily and slowly got off Lu Xian, not forgetting to yawn. Lu Xian was speechless. This girl was treating herself like a Simmons mattress. Lu Xian, can you get up? Seeing that Lu Xian, who was almost crushed into a meat floss pancake by the three of them, was still lying there stiffly, Lung Mingyao asked a question a little embarrassedly. It's okay, let me take my time. My legs and feet are completely numb now, and I probably won't be able to move for a while. Lu Xian first tried to move his legs, and then his arms. After 5 minutes of relaxation, Lu Xian was finally able to move. Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian stepped forward and helped Lu Xian up. Finally, he could breathe some fresh air normally, and Lu Xian took several deep breaths. But when he saw his cave, which looked like it had been ransacked, Lu Xian felt like bursting into tears. This is the base I have been running for more than half a month. How come it has become like this? The four of them slowly walked to the cave's entrance and peered out. The sight before them was astonishing. The outside world had transformed into a vast watery world. The once cozy front yard and soft sandy beach were now completely submerged in the boundless ocean. If their cave hadn't been located on high ground, the water would have mercilessly invaded and swallowed them whole. As for the rows of upright bamboo walls in my memory, only a few scattered bamboo poles remain now, swaying in the wind and rain, telling stories of the past, looking particularly desolate and bleak. I'm afraid we'll be busy for a few days. Shin Qian looked at the miserable scene and sighed softly. It's okay, it's okay. The old must go before the new can come. Look, we still have something to gain. Lu Xian waved his hand as if he was relaxed and pointed to his front yard. Then everyone saw a large lobster about half a meter long. Chapter 162, Seafood Freedom. Wow, there seemed to be oysters and shells. Shin Qian was sharp-eyed and immediately discovered some shellfish next to the big lobster. Then I'll go find the wash basin. Oh no, it seems our pots and pans have all been blown away by the strong wind. When Eni-chan saw this scene, she immediately thought of using her own pots and pans to pack the seafood. After all, this was a heaven-sent seafood buffet, and if you missed this opportunity, you might not be able to find it again. Unfortunately, when she turned around, she remembered that her group seemed to have had their house ransacked by the sudden storm. Not to mention the pots and pans, even their own bed was swept away. These seafood can't escape for the time being. Everyone should clean up first and see if there is anything we can retrieve. After this strong wind, a lot of things were blown away from my house. Fortunately, except for some ceramic bowls and basins that were probably broken and completely scrapped, the rest of the things were at most blown away and soaked by the rain. As long as they are found and dried, they can be used again. Lu Xian, our clothes, and the wash basin. Eni-chan was the first to run to the back of the cave, and soon found a few pieces of clothing and 3 or 4 wash basins at the back entrance. She also found 3 freshwater fish jumping on the lawn. In the cave, Lu Xian paid special attention to his precious hand-crank generator set. Due to its heavy weight and the fact that it was placed in a relatively hidden place by the girls, it seemed to be intact. Our lifeboat is also there, but it's overturned. Lung Mingyao found his own lifeboat in front of the cave. The good news was that because he had temporarily reinforced it, the lifeboat did not choose to run away from home. A moment later, Shin Qian found her Simmons mattress in the backyard again. Everyone worked together to move it back to the cave, but now it needed to be exposed to the sun. After a busy time, the 4 people basically found all the lost things. Except for the loss of more than a dozen ceramic products and some smaller tools such as scattered screwdrivers, the losses caused by this storm were still within controllable range. While Lu Xian was still counting the losses, Eni-chan and Shun Qian had already gone to the front yard with basins to catch seafood. It was obvious that the 2 girls were eager to have a seafood buffet. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that the 2 beauties who waited out to catch seafood actually brought back 2 large basins of seafood not long after. This stunned Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao, who were busy packing up their belongings in the cave. Haha, come and see how powerful we are. Qian, let's go pick up some more. I just saw a crab that big. Don't let it get away. After showing their work to Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao, Eni-chan changed 2 basins and took Shin Qian to the front yard to pick seafood. This is a bit too much. Seeing these 2 pots full of seafood, Lung Mingyao felt a little unbelievable. It's like misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. This storm has taken away so many of our pots and pans. You should at least leave us something as compensation. While cleaning up his own cave, Lu Xian patted his chest proudly. In mainland China, whenever a typhoon passes through, it will inevitably bring immense joy to those who are keen on going to the beach. Today, our group of people finally enjoyed this kind of happiness. After we clean up, let's go for a walk in the back. We might find something big. The only pity is that I'm afraid our basin is not enough. Seeing that the 2 girls had a good catch, Lu Xian also wanted to catch some. You know, there is a lake in his backyard. Once the water level rises, he can catch big fish. Handsome boy, come and help us, we can't lift it anymore. Lu Xian was still thinking about going to his backyard to pick up fish when the 2 girls in the front yard came back with a large basin of oysters. Oh my god, this is too arrogant. Lu Xian didn't expect that the 2 girls would pick up a whole basin of oysters for him. Are they trying to nourish his body? Lu Xian, there are still a lot of them outside. I also picked up some sea urchins. It would be great if there were eggs. I could make a sea urchin steamed egg. Lu Xian had just taken the basin full of oysters when Shun Qian turned around impatiently to pick up her sea urchins. There are still tons of clams and conch out there. So many, I don't even want to pick them up. Eni-chan immediately started to be picky because there were so many seafoods out there. She almost couldn't stand the small seafoods like clams and conchs. Why are there so many oysters? I can't eat them all. Lung Mingyao had basically cleaned up the cave by this time. When he saw the 2 people carrying in such a large basin of oysters, he was stunned. It's okay. Let the handsome boy eat more and replenish his body. Inichin's words came out without hesitation. I don't need it, little bro. After you pick up that pot, stop busying yourself. Help clean up the front yard. Find some of the bamboos that were washed down by the water. If they're too far away, forget about them. Make sure this is your priority, otherwise you won't be able to sleep well tonight. The ingredients for this seafood feast are now prepared properly, but the problem is that my home is now in a state of my door is always open, and I am waiting for you with open arms. I don't feel safe, so I can't feel at ease when eating seafood. Okay, then I'll talk to Queen. Hearing that picking up seafood was not allowed, Inichin was still a little reluctant. She put down the basin of oysters, pouting, and went to the front yard to find Shinqian. Lu Xian didn't have time to think about how to prepare this seafood feast. He took his tools and went to the backyard with Lung Mingyao to repair the bamboo wall. Safety must be put first. Only when it is absolutely safe can you enjoy a delicious meal with peace of mind. During this morning, the 4 people were divided into 2 groups to carry out emergency repair work on the bamboo walls in the front and back. Near noon, although it was not completely completed, it was considered to be 50 to 60% completed. As the sun came out and the sky turned completely blue, the sea in the front yard gradually receded. The 2 girls in the front yard seized the last moment and picked up another basin of seafood for themselves. This time, the variety was even greater. Not only were there oysters and shellfish that they had already picked up in a large basin, but there were also starfish, conchs, and crabs. Looking at the mountains of seafood in his cave, Lu Xian actually felt a headache. All the basins were used up, and he had no basin to wash his face or body in the evening. The 3 girls were probably hungry after being busy all morning, so while Lu Xian was still admiring their own seafood, they had quickly set up 2 barbecue grills. Boss, give me a large lobster, 10 oysters, 10 sea urchins, and 2 pounds of clams. He actually shouted at Lu Xian, who was still in the cave thinking about how to take a bath and change clothes tonight. Lu Xian glanced at the 3 of them. Wow, they think they are the owner of a seafood restaurant. Chapter 163. Brother wants to rebel against Tiangang. An hour and a half later, the 4 of them finally finished this sumptuous seafood buffet feast with great satisfaction. According to rough estimates, the amount of food consumed in this feast was spectacular. Clams and conchs piled up into a small mountain, weighing more than 5 pounds. A majestic lobster shell stood proudly in the middle, for plump crab shells lay on the side, and 10 round and plump sea urchin shells dotted around. However, if we talk about the most consumed item, it must be oysters, and 2 large basins of oysters were already empty. Under the gentle care and attentive service of the 3 girls, Lu Xian became the absolute protagonist of this oyster feast. He enjoyed more than 30 oysters by himself, and even ate so much that he was full. I'm so full, it's so delicious. It would be so great if we could eat seafood every day. Inichin rubbed her belly, still savoring the delicious seafood meal. After you finish eating, remember to work. You must repair the fence and bamboo gate tonight, or you won't be allowed to sleep. The meal is over, and now it's time to get back to work. Lu Xian stood up and began to arrange the afternoon work. Handsome boy, you are going to rebel against Tiangang. You are really an exploitative capitalist, even more cruel than our Meng Yao. While Inichin was complaining, she also brought up President Long. Don't blame me. I'm a staunch supporter of the 8-hour workday, and I always pay overtime for overtime. Lung Mingyao expressed her core point as a president. She is a conscientious entrepreneur. 8-hour work system? And overtime pay? Then ask your subordinate whether she has done so. Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian suddenly had something to say, pointing at Shen Qian, who was still cleaning up the mess. This beautiful woman was not a good person when she was in the company, and she exploited the working people at the bottom. Well, there's nothing I can do. The department is short-staffed. Stop it. I see, you capitalists are exploiting us at every level. Oh, and I'm short-handed right now, so get to work. If you don't finish, you won't have dinner or sleep. Do you understand? It's a rare opportunity that I'm in power now, so I have to show off my power as a leader. Little handsome boy, that's very well said. Overthrow these capitalists, sister supports you. But you and I have no grudges in the past or in the present, so can I do less? Inichin blinked her big eyes, flattering Lu Xian while trying to bargain. You enjoy too much every day, so now's a good time to even things out. Haven't you heard this saying online? Work is your main mission in life. As for the so-called major events in life, they're actually accomplished by taking time off. For example, you take wedding leave when you get married, and women take maternity leave when they have children. So don't thank me. I'm helping you complete your main mission in life. This Inichin still wants to stay out of this? No way. Lu Xian immediately offered a bunch of twisted logic. Under the relentless urging of this new capitalist, the three girls resumed their afternoon work. I didn't realize you were so good at exploiting your subordinates. I should have given you a promotion. While Lung Mingyao was inserting bamboo, he did not forget to tease Lu Xian. No need for a promotion, little brother. I don't need it. You can consider giving me money directly. I have everything I need, except money. I don't need much, just a small goal will be enough. Lu Xian gathered more than a dozen bamboos, cut them one by one, handed them to Lung Mingyao, and dreamed of getting rich. A small goal? You're really asking for too much. Okay, my boss Lu, I'll give you more money when I get back. But now, let's think about sleeping tonight. This bamboo wall should be finished before sunset, but I'm afraid the Simmons mattress, bedding, and sleeping bag won't dry out. The humidity on this island is still very high, and it probably won't dry out until tomorrow. We'll have to find some leaves and branches to use as bedding, otherwise I'm afraid we won't be able to sleep tonight. Lung Mingyao was still meticulous and quickly pointed out the main problem his group was facing. I've found most of the things I needed to find, and I've filled my stomach. I can work overtime on this damage defense project, and it should be mostly finished before dark. The only thing I can't do is make the bedding. This matter is not a big deal, but it is not small either. The sleep quality of the workers must be guaranteed, otherwise it will affect their work the next day. All right, I'll go find some broken branches and leaves. I'll leave this to you. Hey, you two should work hard too. Boss, I'm going to go find some bedding. Before leaving, Lu Xian did not forget to supervise the other two laborers. I know, capitalist Lu. Qian, you better control your man. He's exploiting our labor again. I'm going to sue him at the labor bureau. Ini Chen, who was looking for a handy tool in the cave, muttered something, ran back to the front yard, and started to complain about Lu Xian. Lu Xian, please be careful and don't go too far. It's raining, so watch your step. However, it seems that Ini Chen's complaint was not submitted at all, and Shin Qian was more concerned about Lu Xian's safety. Don't worry, I'm fine. The most important thing for you is to put up the bamboo forest gate. This time, tie it more tightly and make the foundation more solid. After giving some more instructions, Lu Xian said goodbye to the three girls for the time being, dragged the cart, took a machete and an axe to the jungle on the east side of the backyard to find bedding for tonight. The reason for coming here was that Lu Xian had seen many travelers' palms growing well in this jungle. Secondly, it had just rained today, and Lu Xian estimated that it was highly likely that the savages would not step through the accumulated water to visit his doorstep, so it was basically safe here. Of course, Lu Xian didn't walk too far. He stopped in the jungle 400 or 500 meters away from his home and began to pick travelers' banana leaves. At the bottom of the jungle, there is a large area of travelers' palm trees. From a distance, it looks like a lush green scene. This traveler's banana, with its unimaginably large leaves, stands proudly in the jungle. Each leaf seems like a giant fan carefully carved by nature. Picking any one of them can easily surpass Lu Xian's height. The most jaw-dropping piece among them is that a single piece can completely wrap Lu Xian's entire body, so this traveler's banana leaf naturally becomes the best choice for bedding. In just a few moments, Lu Xian had deftly collected the traveler's banana leaves. There were about 30 green banana leaves, enough for his group to use tonight. Lu Xian placed the leaves that had piled up like a small mountain on the cart, and then picked up some broken branches. Looking at the cart filled with goods, Lu Xian prepared to go home. But just as I turned around, I heard a rustling sound behind me. Lu Xian turned around suddenly and saw an acquaintance. Chapter 164. This girl ran away again. Others may not be familiar with this person, but Lu Xian is very familiar with him. Isn't this the short, thin blonde girl wearing a tiger skin coat who saved his and Lung Mingyao's lives? When Lu Xian saw this person, he was stunned at first. After a few seconds, a bunch of questions popped up in his mind. Who is this girl? Why is she on the deserted island? Where does she live? Is there anyone else with her? Of course, the most crucial question is whether this girl is the Aphrodite mentioned by the blonde woman who was shot and died by the savages. Hey, don't run. Although Lu Xian claimed that he was a materialist in front of the three girls, and even showed disdain for the Aphrodite mentioned by the blonde girl, his curiosity about the truth always lingered in Lu Xian's mind, not to mention that he later met the man who came to the island in a speedboat. After this man's nonsense, the already confusing matter became even more bizarre. Now, the only person who could possibly solve the mystery is right in front of him. If Lu Xian is not moved at all, he would be purely deceiving himself. But in just a short while, the little blonde girl had already run dozens of meters away. Lu Xian had seen how well this girl ran. She was like a Sonic, with the ability to run very fast. Lu Xian started to chase after him, but after running for 50 or 60 meters, he found that instead of shortening the distance, he was left several meters behind by the other party. It was all because he had eaten too many oysters at noon. Now he was chasing with an empty stomach. In addition, he was not familiar with the terrain here, so Lu Xian was getting more and more tired as he ran. She thought about shouting a few times, but was afraid of attracting the savages. What's more, the last time this girl ran for her life was because she was being chased by the savages. So at the moment, Lu Xian had to pay attention to the situation around him while running, for he was afraid that while he was stalking the cicada, the other party would be unaware of the situation behind him. 10 minutes later, the blonde girl in front of him ran to a turbulent stream. Just when Lu Xian thought she would consider slowing down or taking a detour, the blonde girl took a big step and then jumped high into the air, easily leaping over the stream, which was about 4 or 5 meters wide. Lu Xian was stunned. He thought that he was the long jump champion of the school. Even in the army, even if he couldn't get first place, he could always be in the top 5. But facing the stream in front of him, Lu Xian really didn't have the confidence to jump over it. This stream is at least 4 meters wide. This girl just jumped without any preparation or hesitation, and just jumped across? Lu Xian now understood why this girl dared to be so arrogant in front of this group of arrogant savages. She was really capable. Seeing that the other party was running farther and farther away, while he could only stand by the stream and watch stupidly, Lu Xian felt ashamed of himself. I was actually defeated by a young girl today, and I was defeated miserably. If this got out, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone. What's more, this girl is a key figure now, and I just let her get away like that. Lu Xian was filled with regret and shame, and naturally, he was unwilling to give up. He wandered by the stream for a long time, found a narrower place, stepped on the stones in the middle, and finally jumped over the stream that blocked his way. Chased all the way to the last place the other party appeared. Standing in this vast jungle, Lu Xian had no idea where to go. What's more, he had never been here before. If he groped around blindly and got lost, it would be troublesome. Although he was reluctant, he had to return. Lu Xian used stones to mark some nearby trees so that he could recognize them the next time he came. More than half an hour later, Lu Xian dragged his tired body back to his cart and returned to the cave with the cart full of travelers' banana leaves. Lu Xian, why did you take so long? When he returned to his backyard, Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao were already waiting there. After seeing the dejected Lu Xian, the two girls immediately came up to him. You've got so many leaves, why do you look like that? Lung Mingyao had never seen Lu Xian so depressed and looked at him with confusion. Let's not talk about it. Guess who I met? That little girl, that blonde girl. Unfortunately, I didn't catch up with her. You guys talked about this. Oh. Lu Xian beat his chest and stamped his feet. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Your skills are not enough to catch up with a little girl. Shen Qian was quite confident in Lu Xian's skills. Not only did her man look thin when dressed and muscular when undressed, but he was also a capable runner and fighter, a true rising star in the sports world. Now, he was being outdone by a little girl. Shen Qian found it a little unbelievable. Don't overthink it. We've already seen the strength of that little girl last time. If she really didn't have that ability, she would have been captured by the savages long ago, and we wouldn't have had a chance to see her. Lung Mingyao really knows how to comfort people. These few words really made Lu Xian feel more relaxed. It seems that it is just as Lung Mingyao said. If this blonde girl had poor martial arts skills and poor running ability, it would have been impossible for his group to meet her. She would have been roasted into dried human meat by those savages long ago. Therefore, as long as the other person is safe, that is more important than anything else. As for whether I can see her again and when I can see her, that depends on God's will. Come, help carry these leaves in. My pursuit won't be in vain this time. I found a stream in the south. I feel like this stream should run east-west. I think it can connect to the place where we last encountered the fat pig. Lu Xian and the two girls moved the collected travelers' banana leaves and branches into the cave, while describing his discoveries today to the two girls. So you think the creek behind us connects to the river to the west? I feel that this girl is most likely living in the southwest jungle. She is quite familiar with the terrain here. After I'm done with this, I plan to go explore the southwest jungle. Lu Xian was still unwilling to give up. He always felt that he was very close to the truth, but always just a little bit away. Lu Xian, is it dangerous over there? I'll go with you. Shen Qian volunteered and raised her right hand. Where are you going? Where are you going? I'm going too. I'm going too. As the three of them walked into the cave carrying the travelers' banana leaves, they heard Yi Chen's voice. The girl seemed to have heard the second half of Shen Qian's words, and she immediately leaned over excitedly. Would you like to go to the toilet? Have you finished your work in the front yard? In order to prevent the girl from getting involved, Lu Xian put on a capitalist face again. It's all done. I'm just waiting for you. No way. You're going to sleep on this tonight. Eni-chin, who had already enjoyed the Simmons mattress treatment, couldn't help but frown when she saw the traveler's banana leaves carried in by the three people. Sleep or not, if you don't want to sleep, then you will stand guard at night. Lu Xian pointed to the sky, which was about to turn dark, and then pointed to the cave entrance. Sleep? Who said not to sleep? Handsome boy, this sleeping bag is not dry yet. Who do you need to sleep with you tonight? Hee hee. Eni-chin was not angry at all. She even threw a coquettish glance at Lu Xian and pointed to the place where the Simmons mattress was originally placed. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian felt a bit of a headache. It seemed that the bed arrangement for tonight was a bit tricky. Chapter 165, I just want to have a good sleep. Why is it so difficult? Spread these broken branches on the ground inside, and cover them with traveler's banana leaves. I will sleep on the outside. Lu Xian had seen the extravagant sleeping postures of these three people before. Each one was more extravagant than the other. He was tired after a whole day and just wanted to have a good sleep. He didn't want to be used as a blanket or a hand warmer. But some things are not what you want. Before it was completely dark, the four of them tidied up the front yard again, straightened out their lifeboat that had been overturned by the strong wind, and secured it securely. Lu Xian then used some wire he found in the toolbox to reinforce the girl's newly made bamboo gate for the front yard. Seeing everything gradually becoming orderly, Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing dinner with the three girls, he lay down on the outermost side of the traveler's banana leaf bed. The three girls went to the beach for another bath. When I came back, Lu Xian was already fast asleep. Shun Qian considerately covered Lu Xian with a large leaf, while Lung Mingyao lit 2 more bonfires in front of the cave entrance. After all, the mattress and Simmons mattress are not completely dry yet. Once the sun sets, the temperature of the entire island will drop significantly, especially in the early morning. If there is a little wind outside, the cave will still be quite cold. Hey, this is quite comfortable. When the two returned to the temporary bed, Eni-chin was already entertaining herself there, tossing and turning, and seemed quite satisfied with the bed made of traveler's banana. Eni-chin, sleep well and don't damage the leaves. Besides, Lu Xian is asleep, you will wake him up. When Shun Qian saw Eni-chin like this, she puffed out her cheeks and pressed her ankle. No, I'm very light. Eni-chin still looked childish, and she rolled up a traveler's banana leaf to wrap herself up. I-chin, stop making trouble. We are all tired. Let's get some rest early. Lung Mingyao tactfully pointed to the position to the right of Lu Xian, indicating that Shun Qian should sleep there. She herself slept to the right of Eni-chin, putting Eni-chin, the girl who turned herself into a seed, in the middle. Never mind you. Anyway, your leaf is yours. If you break it, you won't have anywhere to sleep. Shun Qian muttered something and lay down on Lu Xian's right side. I-chin, each of you has a leaf, and you sleep well. Lung Mingyao seemed a little tired as well. He gave some instructions and fell asleep. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Eni-chin saw that Shun Qian and Lung Mingyao beside her were both half wrapped in a leaf. She had no interest in entertaining herself anymore, so she tossed and turned for a while and then fell asleep. However, as the night slowly spread across the sky, gentle but cool sea breezes quietly invaded, and the temperature inside the cave seemed to drop quietly and continuously. The bonfires at the entrance of the cave were also not doing well. One of them went out, and the only 2 remaining bonfires were also shaking. Lu Xian, who was sleeping soundly in the cave, relied on his abundant yang energy to sleep soundly, and didn't even need the leaf to cover him. But the 3 girls were in a miserable situation. Women really cannot be compared with men. Women's skeletons are usually smaller than men's, and their metabolic rate is lower, so they produce less heat and have less muscle mass, which makes them more likely to feel cold in cold environments. Lung Mingyao grabbed another leaf and wrapped himself tighter, and he could barely make do. Shun Qian was originally the smallest and weakest, and was already shivering at this moment. In a daze, she leaned against the large natural heater beside her. 2 cold little hands couldn't help but reach into Lu Xian's arms. Lu Xian was dreaming of becoming a hero at this moment. He had learned the 9 yang divine art and the 1 yang finger. He now stood proudly on the mountains, looking down on all living beings and making them seem small. But he was suddenly attacked in the chest, and it seemed that the other party used the ice palm. This feeling is so chilling. As a result, the dream of becoming a hero completely changed. Even more tragic is yet to come. Eni-chin, who was between Shun Qian and Lung Mingyao, could no longer keep warm with just the leaf she had. This girl was even more straightforward. She quickly got up and did not go to the campfire to keep warm. Instead, she crawled directly to Lu Xian's left side, and then hugged Lu Xian's back with her traveler's banana leaves. This really got in the way of Lu Xian, who was still healing the ice palm poison in his dream. He was surrounded by wolves in front and pursuers behind him. His old injury had not yet been healed, but he was hit by several palms on his back again. Moreover, the offensive from behind his back was even more fierce, and every move was fatal. Ini-chin seemed to feel that just hugging Lu Xian was not warm enough, and her two cold little hands were rubbing all over Lu Xian's body, trying to find where it was warm. In the dream, Lu Xian felt as if his entire body was being chilled from the outside to the inside, from top to bottom, even reaching his underpants. Shinqian in front was not idle either. Her little hands were warmed up, but the rest of her body was still cold, so she just leaned her whole body against Lu Xian like Ini-chin. Lu Xian's current feeling was not much different from that of the monkey trapped under the mountain in Journey to the West. If there was any difference, it was only one. Monkey King was at most being crushed by a mountain of stone, while he was now being squeezed from front to back by two icebergs. That feeling is simply chilling and exciting. Lu Xian really couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help sneezing twice. Jin Yang's dream of being a hero who looked down on the world was almost turning into frozen. In the dream, Lu Xian even felt his buttocks getting colder. It's over, am I going to die? Which great god can come and save me? Lu Xian, who was in the dream of Les Miserables, could neither cry out to heaven nor to earth, but got no response. Just when Lu Xian was in so much pain that he wanted to die, the two girls attacked him at the same time. At this time, the two girls were warm and had fallen into a drowsy sleep, but their hands did not stop moving. Their dreams are pure and simple, which is to touch the hot water bottle and touch wherever it is warm. So, Lu Xian faced the ultimate blow. 419 bone claws grabbed hold of his pants. In the dream, Lu Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed 3 feet away. The good news is that this last move, the deadly 9 bone claw, finally woke Lu Xian up. The bad news is, after waking up, Lu Xian found that his crotch was quite lively. I rely on. Chapter 166. What kind of lewd words are these? The next morning, as the dawn broke, a ray of gentle sunlight quietly penetrated into the deep cave, dispelling the silence of the night. After enduring a thrilling, half-night battle with the 9 bone claw, Lu Xian finally opened his eyes at dawn the following day. Deep dark circles on his cheeks, like traces left by the night, silently spoke of the intensity and protracted nature of the previous night's battle. Lu Xian, are you awake? Come and have breakfast. You're the only one missing. Noticing Lu Xian slowly opening his eyes, Shinqian immediately invited him to join the breakfast feast of the three of them in a warm tone. Lu Xian first went to the toilet to take care of his physiological problems. After a simple wash, the slightly tired Lu Xian slowly walked to the barbecue grill, found a seat, sat down listlessly, and yawned from time to time. The three girls were radiant and full of vitality, especially Shinqian and Ini-chin. The two of them looked in great spirits, their rosy cheeks like flowers blooming in the morning light. They were now enthusiastically chewing on the fragrant grilled meat and fish, enjoying this simple yet joyful mealtime. Hurry up and eat, handsome boy. It smells so good. Why do you look so listless? Did you not sleep well last night? Did you have some naughty dreams? Hee. While Ini-chin was chewing the delicious food in her hand, she did not forget to bring Lu Xian along. Didn't sleep well last night? Still having sweet dreams? Lu Xian rolled his eyes at her and said, don't you have any idea whether you slept well or not? If you don't eat quickly, we'll have a feast. Oh, and let me tell you, although the roast pork and fish are delicious, you'll get sick of them if you eat too much. You don't know what I dreamed about last night. I'll tell you and make you envious. Seeing that Lu Xian, who was sitting opposite her, ignored her, Ini-chin did not show any sign of bothering her at all. She continued to chatter to herself, as if nothing around her could interrupt her endless little world. I also had a dream yesterday, and I dreamed of delicious food. So, I-chin, what did you dream about? As a result, Lu Xian ignored Ini-chin, but Shinqian started chatting with her. It seemed that the two of them were having a pretty good chat. Lu Xian took a piece of barbecue from the grill, stuffed 2 pieces into his mouth, and watched the 2 women in front of him chatting with a frown. I dreamed of delicious food, all freshly baked and hot. Oh, I can't describe it. It must be very, very delicious. I almost tasted it. What a coincidence. I had the same dream as you. I also dreamed of something delicious, and it was piping hot. I was just about to get my hands on it, but unfortunately, someone snatched it away from me, so I didn't get to eat it. Ahem, puff. Hearing the conversation between the 2 girls, Lu Xian almost choked to death on the spot, and he coughed out the barbecue that had already entered his mouth. It was still warm, and I could almost taste it. Listen carefully, What kind of vicious words are these? It's so shameful to hear these two beauties say this. Lu Xian, what's wrong with you? Did you choke? Eat slowly. No one's trying to snatch it from you. When Shen Qian saw Lu Xian like this, she patted Lu Xian's back attentively. Look, handsome boy, you're also craving sausages. Do you want to eat some too? Unfortunately, we don't seem to have any here. If we did, I promise I'd devour them all in one go. Cough, cough, cough. The most hateful person is this guy named Ian. Even at this time, he still added insult to injury. Moreover, his words are simply horrifying and frightening. This time, Lu Xian couldn't stop coughing. Look, look, the handsome boy must be missing sausages. Sure enough, he has the same taste as me. Ahem, I'm going to drink some water. You guys, ahem, eat slowly, eat slowly. In order to stay away from this woman who always speaks vicious words, Lu Xian chooses to run away as the best strategy. Qian, how big was the sausage in your dream? The grilled sausage in my dream could be this big. I feel it's quite big and thick. Before leaving, the two of them were still measuring the size and thickness of the food in their dreams. Lu Xian couldn't help but look down at his pants. Fortunately, back in the cave, Lu Xian felt a chill on his back and couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking down at the mat made of traveler's palm leaves on the ground that had not been cleared away, Lu Xian suddenly felt a chill coming over him. No, I can't sleep with these two girls tonight, otherwise my brothers will be beheaded sooner or later. Lu Xian was just thinking about getting up and going to the yard to check on his bedding hanging out to dry, but he almost bumped into Lung Mingyao, who was walking towards the cave with a quilt in his arms. Excuse me, is this a futon? When Lu Xian saw the quilt Lung Mingyao was holding, he was extremely excited, as if he had found a life-saving straw. Yeah, we're almost done. I'll make a fire in the cave later and warm them up a bit. I guess we can have a good sleep tonight. But I see that they both look good, so they must have slept well last night. I don't know how they slept. Lung Mingyao folded the bedding and placed it in the corner and yawned. It was obvious that compared to the two people outside, President Lung did not sleep well last night. Well, is the Simmons mattress dry? If so, move in quickly. Also, my sleeping bag should be dry too, right? It is not safe just to make the bedding dry. In order to ensure their absolute safety, the girls' Simmons mattresses and their own sleeping bags must also be dry. There shouldn't be any problem. Why do you look so nervous? Lung Mingyao looked at Lu Xian with some confusion. In her eyes, this was just a bedding. So why was the man in front of her so nervous? But how could she know that for Lu Xian, if these beddings could not be used, she would become someone else's bedding again tonight? Lu Xian, something's wrong. Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao were still discussing the bedding issue in the cave when Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao ran in hand from outside the cave. What are you doing? I don't eat sausages. I don't eat anything. Lu Xian was really scared of these two girls with strong tastes. When he saw them rushing into the cave, he reflexively covered his lower body. It's not the sausage, it's that speedboat, the one on the east beach. Speedboat? What happened to the speedboat? When Lu Xian heard the word speedboat, his eyes widened. It seems like we've reached shore. Chapter 167. I really just want everyone's safety. Ashore. After hearing these three words, the three people, including Lu Xian, were a little confused. It was not until the three of them arrived at the beach and looked towards the east beach through binoculars that they fully understood the meaning of going ashore. Due to the strong wind the night before, the entire speedboat was blown towards the jungle, and now the speedboat was stuck at the junction of the beach and the jungle. Of course, it was comforting that his precious yacht seemed to be safe and sound on the beach thanks to the hard work of several of them to reinforce it. Seeing the speedboat in this state, Lu Xian scratched his head, fearing that even if the gasoline was really found, the speedboat would probably not be able to start. Lu Xian, do you want us to go over and take a look? Maybe we can find something good on the yacht. Having not boarded the ship to look for supplies in the past few days, Shen Qian looked impatient and eager to try. Put it aside for now. We need to finish the backyard fence first. You guys don't want to take sea baths every day, do you? I actually have a lot of things on hand. If I arrange them according to their importance, going on board the ship again to look for supplies is not the most urgent thing at the moment. Actually, sea bathing is not bad. It's quite comfortable. Miss Ian obviously also longed to go on the yacht again to look for treasures, so she naturally responded to Shen Qian's words. Let's finish the fence and walls first. But it was vetoed by the local boss Lu. The security work in his own backyard has not been qualitatively improved, and Lu Xian feels uneasy about everything he does. The two girls once again looked at the yachts on the east beach and returned to the cave somewhat helplessly. Finish the backyard fence. Remember to plant the seeds from that lousy watermelon of yours. To motivate the girls, Lucien had to offer them some sweet treats. The watermelon Enichen had retrieved from the yacht had been sitting in the cave for several days. The strong wind the night before had torn the watermelon to pieces. While cleaning up the cave, Lucien saved the seeds and threw away the rest. He wanted to try planting them once the backyard fence was complete. Growing watermelons? Haha, great. I'm going to plant some rice too. As expected, the girls are still looking forward to farming, especially Enichen, who can't wait to pick up a hoe and go to the backyard to dig the ground. Finish the fence first. Follow my instructions. Our goal is to not only enclose the entire lawn near the back entrance of our cave, but also block off both sides of the lake and completely block the view. The benefits have been sufficient, and the next step is to delegate tasks. Lucien's goal was very clear. The dangers in the backyard came from many aspects, including wild animals such as wild boars and wolves, and wild people who came to visit from time to time. Therefore, the places where he often went out had to be fenced off, and it was also necessary to ensure that people and animals outside could not see the situation in his backyard clearly from a distance. This was actually just Lucien's first thought. Lucien, this is quite a lot of work. Furthermore, the bamboo wall is too dense, and we've lost our vision. This is a double-edged sword. Lung Mingyao, who had been silent all this time, carefully considered Lucien's plan and raised some objections. Indeed, so my long-term plan is to set up a sentry post above our cave. From now on, while you all bathe and change clothes, I'll be there to keep watch. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. I can see everything going on below clearly. And since we have a telescope, we can be absolutely sure of safety. Lucien spoke of his long-term plan with great enthusiasm, and there was a smug look on his face. This idea had been in his mind for a long time, and the more he thought about it, the more reliable and feasible it seemed. So at that moment, Lucien became more and more excited as he spoke, and his eyes almost lit up. What Lucien didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. The three girls looked at him collectively, their eyes filled with a hint of contempt. Handsome boy, if you want to see it, you can just ask. There's really no need to be so roundabout. Do you want me to put on that one-piece swimsuit again? There was a collective silence for a moment, and it was Enichen, the girl with the biggest heart, who spoke first and kept winking at Lucien. Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao shyly turned their heads away, deliberately avoiding Lucien's gaze. No, that's not the case. I mean this purely out of kindness. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm doing this purely for safety. Yes, for safety. After hearing what Enichen said, Lucien suddenly realized that his seemingly reasonable thoughts had quietly deteriorated in the eyes of the girls and were tainted with some indescribable vulgarity. Did he go through all this trouble just to peek at a girl bathing? The more Lucien thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, so he quickly waved his hand to explain. However, it seemed that no one believed his explanation. Lung Mingyao and Enichen raised their heads and glanced at him. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes spoke volumes. This bitch Enichen has already started posing on her own. Oh my god, this was truly a case of speaking out of turn. The glorious image of an upright citizen that he had worked so hard to establish was about to be blown away by the wind and disappear without a trace. He truly only wanted to protect the girl's peace from the bottom of his heart. This intention was evident to the heavens, the sun, and the moon. But the current situation made Lucien feel even more aggrieved than the wrongdoer. No matter how eloquently he spoke and how many excuses he made, he could not change the girl's impression of him as a weird and disgusting man addicted to peeping. This misunderstanding is as deep as the ocean, and explaining it is harder than climbing to the sky. Well, this plan needs to be discussed again. Lucien himself didn't know how to explain it, so he had to put the plan of building an observation tower on hold indefinitely. Sometimes, people really need to think twice before acting, otherwise one misstep will lead to eternal regret. In order to hide his embarrassment, Lucien chose to work alone by the lake for the rest of the time, while the three girls were busy cutting and transporting bamboo. The efficiency was surprisingly high. By the afternoon, the lawn in his backyard had been completely fenced off. Just as Lucien was wiping the sweat from his forehead and continuing to work hard to cover up his embarrassment, Lung Mingyao pushed a cart of bamboo and walked to his side. Just leave it here and go get busy. Lucien is still a little embarrassed to see people. Lung Mingyao did not leave, but said something that made Lucien dumbfounded. Actually, I think your idea is quite good. Chapter 168. You have to eat the melons you plant yourself, no matter how bitter it is. Do you support my idea? Lucien was also stunned. President Lung not only did not despise him, but also supported his ideas. It seems that this cold president does not regard himself as an outsider at all. Could it be that Mr. Lung has ulterior motives and wants to let him see her graceful figure? Lucian couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts in his mind. Yes, I've observed our cave a long time ago. There's a platform above it that can indeed be used as an observation deck. If we can go up to the top of the cave, we can also make use of the space above. It just requires a simple bamboo ladder to get up. So, I support your idea. Yes, yes, yes. As expected, the one who knows me best is Boss Lung. Once I've finished these, I'll go build the bamboo ladder right away. Lucian gave Lung Mengyao a thumbs up. With the support of President Lung, Lucian felt that he had to do this job. Moreover, it seemed that while sitting above the cave and keeping watch, he could also admire the graceful figures of the girls in the water. It sounded really good. This job is a sure win. I have to do it. I have to move it up the schedule. With motivation, Lucian quickly finished building the bamboo wall beside the lake and began to speed up the construction of the bamboo ladder. Once a person has a clear direction to move forward, he will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Before sunset, Lucian had completed the bamboo ladder. Lucian found a gently sloping slope on the west side of the front yard. Then, he cleverly built a simple yet practical bamboo ladder along this natural staircase. When we climbed to the top of the cave, the view suddenly opened up. The space above the cave was unexpectedly spacious, about 40 to 50 square meters, and the ground was as flat as a whetstone. Just imagine if there was a comfortable recliner here, with a pot of fragrant tea brewing slowly on a small stove next to it, and a beautiful woman bathing leisurely in the lingering tea fragrance. Lucian thought to himself that he was afraid that he could spend the entire afternoon bathed in sunshine leisurely. When Lucian stepped onto the gentle slope above the cave and cast his gaze towards the tranquil lake in the distance, he suddenly noticed that the north shore of the lake seemed to have quietly gained some unusual scenery. The lake that was originally visible at a glance is now blocked by upright bamboos. Shit! Lucian was stunned. Where is your own beautiful scenery? Lucian, take a quick look. Are these bamboos enough to block the lake? Also, will they affect the view of the jungle in the distance? Seeing that Lucian had reached the top of the cave, Lung Mengyao, who had just completed the bamboo forest isolation wall, waved to Lucian and pointed to his great achievements. Blocked. Lucian nodded reluctantly with a sad face. This cannot be blocked, and it must be blocked tightly. This Lung Mengyao is really cruel. Does the jungle behind block the view? Lung Mengyao was very thoughtful. While trying to partially block out the lake where he and his friends bathed and changed clothes, he was also thinking about how to truly realize the function of the observation deck. There's no obstruction, you can see the back. Then I'll come up and take a look. Lung Mengyao needs to inspect this in person. Lucian and Lung Mengyao switched shifts and returned to the backyard dejectedly. Hey, handsome boy, are you a little disappointed? Otherwise, I'll secretly open a crack for you. Yi-Chin winked at Lucian at the moment, but was immediately looked down upon by Shen Qian, who was full of justice. Yi-Chin, what are you talking about? Is Lucian that kind of person? Only a pervert would do such a thing. Lucian glanced at Shen Qian. Why did he always feel that this girl was scolding him? I've checked it out, and it seems okay. Don't worry, Lucian. We'll add a few more bamboos later. That way, when you're on guard for us in the future, you won't be able to see us. Now you can rest assured. No one will ever accuse you of being a peeping Tom. After finishing the inspection, Lung Mengyao returned to the crowd and pointed out several places that needed extra density, then looked at Lucian with a smile. Hee, thank you. Lucian forced a smile, feeling that the two girls were doing it on purpose. But after all the blaming, who can I blame? Isn't it just me who's to blame? I was so bored that I found myself a security job and then asked to have my only benefit taken away from me. I am such an impure idiot. But now that things have come to this, Lucian had no choice but to admit defeat. Then let's take a shower before it gets dark. I'll trouble you to watch over us. Thank you for your hard work. Lung Mengyao is really a ruthless person. He was born into a capitalist family. As soon as the project was completed, he started to fleece the working people. Okay. Lucian gritted his teeth and agreed. You have to eat the melons you grow yourself, no matter how bitter they are. Thank you, handsome boy. Lucian, let's go take a shower. Please. Seeing the three girls taking their spare clothes and skipping to take a shower, security guard Lucian, who had just obtained a new job, climbed up the cave with a sad face and took on the security work of guarding the girls while they took a shower. Lung Mengyao was really meticulous in his work. He even patched up a few gaps before taking a shower. Now, even if he picked up the telescope, he couldn't see anything. The girls went to take a bath lively and energetically, while Lucian found a raised place above the cave and sat down listlessly. From time to time, he picked up the telescope and glanced in the direction of the lake. He had to admire Lung Mengyao. He really didn't leave any gap for himself. This key place was blocked tightly by the bamboo, leaving himself no chance at all. After many attempts and failures, Lu Xian gave up completely. It seemed that he could only be an unpaid security guard today. He raised the telescope and slowly scanned the surroundings. While the cave wasn't towering into the clouds, the open lawn to the south offered a nearly unobstructed view of the jungle beyond. Although we were unable to glimpse the girls' intimate bathing scenes, this place is quite suitable as a viewing platform, with a wide view, pleasant scenery, and a unique charm. The three girls bathing in the lake seemed to be enjoying themselves because they had Lu Xian as their security guard. Their laughter could be heard from the direction of the lake from time to time. Lu Xian chose to turn a blind eye and raise the telescope to scan 360 degrees. I can't help but admire the scenery here. It's truly a paradise on earth. To the north stretches a vast expanse of sparkling blue sea. To the left and right, fine sand beaches gently embrace this world. To the south, lush green lawns and dense, flourishing jungles, lush and vibrant. But when Lu Xian looked towards the southern jungle, he suddenly discovered that there was movement again in the southern jungle. Chapter 169, A Black-Haired Man. Lu Xian rushed down the cave, ran into the cave, picked up the newly acquired hunting rifle, and rushed to the backyard without any hesitation. Lu Xian felt immensely regretful for missing out on the blonde girl last time, so this time he charged forward with all his might. He didn't even see what was happening in the jungle to the south. He was a member of the armed tribe, so even if the enemy came in the form of tigers, leopards, jackals, or wolves, Lu Xian didn't take them seriously. Rushed towards the lake at the speed of a sprinter. Immediately caused a burst of screams from the girls. "Handsome boy, you are so unethical. Why don't you peek at it? Why don't you watch it today? You have no moral principles." Eni Chin was wiping herself naked on the shore when she suddenly found Lu Xian appeared on her left, which really scared the girl. Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao, who were still bathing in the lake, looked at Lu Xian in astonishment. But Lu Xian didn't have the time to talk to these three people at the moment. "There's something going on in the jungle to the south. I'll go check it out. Also, the bamboo forest gate over here needs to be updated." Lu Xian kicked open the simple bamboo door made by Lung Mingyao and rushed out without looking back. Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian immediately understood what was going on. The two girls didn't even take a bath. They quickly climbed ashore, washed and dressed, and then took some simple weapons to chase Lu Xian, leaving Eni Chin, who still had a dull look on her face, alone to guard the house. This time, Lu Xian really used all his strength. No matter whether the person was a jackal, a tiger, a leopard, or a savage, he would catch up and see clearly. Of course, what Lu Xian was most looking forward to was seeing the little blonde girl again. He always had a feeling that as long as he caught this girl, he would be able to solve many of the doubts in his heart. However, he was not familiar with the terrain of the jungle on the south side, and the target appeared in the southwest direction, which was even more unfamiliar to him. After entering the jungle, Lu Xian's speed slowed down significantly due to the terrain. Seeing that there was no movement ahead, Lu Xian became extremely anxious. At the moment, we can only try our best and grope our way forward based on the general direction we found above the cave. Fortunately, it seemed that his luck was not bad. Just when Shen Qian and Lung Mingyao, who were behind him, caught up with him with bamboo forks, Lu Xian, who had been groping in the jungle for a while, made another discovery. The jungle in the southwest seemed to be lit up with flickering flames again. "You two follow me. It doesn't matter if you can't keep up. Just be safe." Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian naturally could not keep up with Lu Xian's speed, so after giving instructions to the two women, Lu Xian rushed towards the direction of the fire alone with a hunting rifle on his back. The presence of fire means at least two things. First, I'm not going in the wrong direction, and there must be something going on ahead. Second, the person I discovered must be a human. So at this moment, Lu Xian was ready to fight. Of course, he would not fire the first shot rashly before ensuring safety. After chasing forward 200 or 300 meters, the firelight became clearer, and Lu Xian could even hear the savages shouting, "Wu Li Kashi." Lu Xian even felt that this line seemed familiar to him. Lu Xian looked forward vigilantly. It seemed that there was only one savage in front of him, but that savage was taller and ran faster than the savage he had discovered before. He did not have a bow and arrow on his back, but a bamboo fork in his right hand. Just when Lu Xian thought that he would have to chase for a while before catching up with the other party, the savage in front suddenly slowed down, then stopped in front of a jungle, holding a torch in his left hand and dancing happily, humming something. In order to confirm the situation ahead, Lu Xian slammed on the brakes and hid behind a big tree. In order to increase his running speed, he did not bring a telescope this time. Fortunately, This place was not far from the savages. After looking carefully, Lu Xian figured out the situation. The situation in front of him was a bit complicated. A savage holding a weapon was dancing there, and a thin man with black hair was lying on the ground. The man looked malnourished and emaciated. Although he was wearing the same tiger skin skirt as the blonde girl, Lu Xian could see his skinny body through the clothes. Obviously, this man was caught by the savage in front of him. Seeing the frightened expression of the man lying on the ground, it was obvious that he was extremely afraid of the savage who caught him. While Lu Xian was still hesitating whether to rescue the man, Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian had already rushed over. Not that girl. Lung Mingyao glanced forward and immediately understood. Should we still save him? Shen Qian hid behind Lu Xian and looked at him with blinking eyes. Let's take another look. To be honest, Lu Xian came here for the girl this time. The girl didn't notice him, but inexplicably discovered a man. At that moment, Lu Xian's desire to save people was not that strong. After all, the man in front of him has nothing to do with him. He doesn't look like a member of his company, nor is he on his ship. The only thing that is similar to him is that he is also a yellow man with black hair. Lu Xian, look at the tiger skin skirt he's wearing. It seems very similar to the one that little girl wore. And since he's so thin, he must have been on the island a long time ago. Maybe he knows that girl, or they were part of the same group that landed on the island. While Lu Xian was still hesitating, Lung Mingyao made some analysis. Lu Xian nodded in approval. Then you stay here. I'll go deal with this savage. Give me the bamboo fork. If it is really as Lung Mingyao analyzed, then this man is meaningful to him. Lu Xian decided to save him. As for whether he can be saved or not, that is another matter. At least he can get some information from him. However, Lu Xian didn't want to make a big fuss and show off his guns and cannons. Not only would it waste his precious bullets, it might also attract other savages. What's more, there seemed to be only one savage in front of him, so it would be easy for him to deal with him. Lu Xian, you have to be careful. We'll keep watch for you. Shen Qian took the hunting rifle from Lu Xian's hand, handed her bamboo fork to Lu Xian, gave Lu Xian some instructions, and hid behind a big tree with Lung Mingyao, vigilantly observing the situation around them. Just as Lu Xian was slowly approaching the two of them, he heard a sound coming from the jungle ahead again. Lu Xian immediately stopped and bent down. I am afraid that reinforcements of this savage have arrived. But when he raised his head and looked forward again, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 170, Meeting the Blonde Girl Again. It is true that after searching for a needle in a haystack, it finally comes to you without any effort. The person who appeared in front of Lu Xian was none other than the little blonde girl he was eager to see. But there were two savages chasing after the little girl. Lu Xian was also convinced. It turned out that this girl never went out alone. Was she bored all day long and had nothing better to do than to take some savages out for a stroll? This time, Lu Xian did not back down. If this girl ran away again, he would regret it. Relying on the weapons he brought with him, Lu Xian first kicked the tall and thin savage who was still dancing away, then picked up the bamboo fork and directly inserted it into the opponent's ankle. The tall and thin savage had never expected that someone would suddenly appear from the bushes. He was caught off guard by Lu Xian and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The blonde girl seemed to have seen Lu Xian as well. She looked at Lu Xian and seemed to recognize who the person was. Get behind me. Lu Xian kicked the savage on the ground twice more. The kicks were so fierce that they knocked the man unconscious. Then he shouted at the blonde girl. Come here. Seeing this, Lung Mingyao quickly greeted the girl in English and waved to her to come over. The girl seemed a little dazed, and when she saw the man on the ground, she was stunned. Lung Mingyao simply pulled the other person over. The black-haired man on the ground originally thought that he was in great danger today, but he didn't expect that at this critical moment, such a person would come and not only save him, but also easily deal with the savage. He looked at Lu Xian with shock. Lu Xian didn't have time to greet these two people now. After all, there were two savages in front of him waiting for him to deal with. Abu Carlos. Lois. Obviously, these two also noticed that Lu Xian suddenly appeared, and they rushed up with their fangs and claws bared. A very important point that allowed Lu Xian to confront these three savages head-on this time was that these three people did not carry any long-range weapons, but each of them held a bamboo fork. As long as the opponent does not carry long-range weapons, Lu Xian is confident that he can defeat the opponent. What's more, the current situation is that he has a weapon in his hand, and it is a big one. However, this was not the critical moment, and Lu Xian was not ready to use his weapon. He just picked up the harpoon and rushed forward. With one blow, he knocked the bamboo fork out of the hand of the savage who was rushing in the front, and then kicked the opponent 5 or 6 meters away with a flying kick. Then, without any pause, he swung the bamboo fork and swept it horizontally, hitting the waist muscles of the second savage heavily. This time, Lu Xian used all his strength. The second savage was originally petite, and after being hit by Lu Xian, he immediately fell to the ground and couldn't get up, still howling. Well done, well done. Shen Qian hadn't seen Lu Xian beating people up for a long time. Now she could appreciate Lu Xian's cool look when he beat people up, and she couldn't help but shout, "Queen, be quiet and don't attract other savages here." Lung Mingyao was still quite calm. While protecting the blonde girl behind her, she also had to keep an eye on her best friend. "Oh, sorry, I was too excited. I haven't seen Lu Xian fight in a long time." Shen Qian also realized that she seemed a little overly excited, so she quickly covered her mouth and retreated to Lung Mingyao's side. "Aphrodite." Lung Mingyao turned his head, stared at the blonde girl twice, and then asked in a low voice. The blonde girl looked surprised when she heard Lung Mingyao calling her name. Seeing this, Lung Mingyao basically confirmed that this blonde girl was the Aphrodite mentioned by the woman who died while protecting Lu Xian. The key person has been found. It just depends on when Lu Xian will finish his work. Lu Xian in front was also very capable. Within 5 minutes, he beat the two savages so hard that they cried for their parents. One of them even fainted. "We're done." Rubbing his hands, Lu Xian returned triumphantly with his harpoon. "That's amazing." Shen Qian gave Lu Xian a thumbs up. It was obvious that this girl really loved violence. "Lu Xian, this girl is Aphrodite." Lung Mingyao immediately informed Lu Xian of this important information. "What else did she say?" Lu Xian asked impatiently. "She said their tribe was to the west." Lung Mingyao had already had some simple communication with the girl, but considering that the girl looked only 14 or 15 years old at most, and seemed to have some connection with the dead woman, in order not to affect the girl's emotions, Lung Mingyao did not tell the girl the news of the woman's death. "Tribe?" "Yes, she also invited us to go to her tribe, saying that the tribal leader would thank us and that they have vegetables and pray there." Hearing that the girl took the initiative to invite him to their residence, and that the vegetables he needed most were available there, Lu Xian was indeed tempted. However, when Lu Xian suddenly caught a glimpse of the black-haired man lying on the ground, he found that the other party always glanced at Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian out of the corner of his eyes, so he still hesitated. "We live at the confluence of the rivers to the west. Thank you for saving us. You must be angels sent by God. I am deeply grateful to you." Just when Lu Xian was still hesitating, the injured black-haired man who fell to the ground turned to Lung Mingyao and said something in a very gentlemanly manner. "Who are you? Why are you on this island?" Due to the language barrier, he couldn't communicate with this blonde girl. Now that he finally caught someone who could speak Mandarin, Lu Xian naturally wouldn't let her go. "My Chinese name is Li Ruiqiang, and my English name is Richard. I'm Chinese American. I can't remember when we landed on the island. Maybe it was a year ago, or maybe even longer. We were on our way to South Asia for business, but we were shipwrecked and ended up here. The Charlie tribe took us in, and we live on the west side. I'm now the deputy elder of the tribe. You saved me, and the chief will definitely thank you." Ahem. The man said so much in one breath, and it was obvious that he was struggling. At the end, he began to cough constantly. Although Lu Xian had many questions he wanted to ask the other party, seeing the other party's appearance, he had to put them aside for the time being. "We are not available at the moment. If we are free, we will come to visit you." Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, but still rejected the other party's invitation. The main reason was that the sky was getting dark. Leaving Yini Chen behind, the three of them headed for their tribe. Lu Xian was worried that Yini Chen would lose her patience and come out to look for him. If they met savages, it would be troublesome. Lu Xian also thought about temporarily placing the two of them in his own cave. After all, this place was only 40 minutes away from his cave. However, after looking at the man on the ground, Lu Xian was still a little worried. It would be better not to expose his residence easily. Lu Xian didn't know if it was because he had spent too much time on the island, but no one seemed good to him. He felt that the man in front of him was not as simple as he seemed. Chapter 171. This man is not simple. After repeatedly rejecting the courteous invitations of the man named Richard, the two pairs of people parted ways in the jungle. Lu Xian didn't return home until he saw the other two people leave one after another. Lu Xian, that man, doesn't seem simple. Before Lu Xian could speak, Lung Mingyao spoke first. "You noticed it too? A city dweller who can become the deputy elder of a barbarian tribe must be no ordinary person. Moreover, I always feel that the way he looks at us is like a hunter looking at his prey." Lung Mingyao frowned, pursed his lips, and made his own judgment. Yes, 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 she has secretly glanced at Meng Yao at least 4 or 5 times, with that kind of obscene expression. It seems that Lu Xian was not overthinking it. The two beauties beside him had already noticed the man's malicious gaze. I was thinking of bringing this Aphrodite back to our cave and questioning her. But with this man here, we better not reveal our whereabouts so easily. By the way, how was your conversation with this girl? Lu Xian was full of curiosity about the blonde girl, but considering safety issues, it was not convenient to bring the girl back. Fortunately, there was Lung Mingyao as the translator. Obviously, when he was dealing with those savages, Lung Mingyao had already asked all the questions he needed to ask. I think this girl seems to have some intellectual deficiencies. Sometimes her words are clear, sometimes they're incoherent, so I didn't get any particularly useful information from her. I just know they live in the southwest jungle, in a place called Holy Spring, formed by the confluence of 4 rivers. Aphrodite said it was a place that could guarantee their safety. She also said there were 2 major tribes on the island that were in a hostile relationship. As for the rest, her thoughts were very jumpy and a bit confusing. Lung Mingyao frowned and shook her head. Obviously, she didn't get much useful information from the blonde girl. Lu Xian nodded and thought for a moment before responding. That's understandable. In fact, when I first met this girl, I felt that her behavior was a bit strange and not like a normal person. As for the Holy Spring you mentioned, hey, you guys are finally back. I was so worried. Just as the 3 of them were walking and chatting, Inichin suddenly emerged from the bushes nearby, which really scared Lu Xian and the other 2. Fuck, you want to scare us to death? Why are you here? Lu Xian was walking in front, thinking about something with his head down. He was suddenly attacked by the girl and took several steps back reflexively, almost stumbling and falling flat on his face. I've been waiting for you for ages, but you haven't come yet. I don't know where you've gone, so I didn't dare go far. I'm just hiding here. Inichin pointed at the bushes where she had been hiding just now with a wronged look on her face. Don't come out anymore. Stay home. It's dangerous to be alone. Let's go back first. Now that the 4 of them were together, Lu Xian felt relieved and headed towards the cave with the 3 girls. Along the way, Gossip Queen Inichin kept asking questions, making Lung Mengyao's mouth dry from explaining. Before it got completely dark, the 4 of them successfully returned to their cave. I thought you could bring back that blonde beauty, so I could have a little follower. Inichin kept mumbling, and she even wanted to take the blonde girl in as her follower. Lu Xian, what do you think? Should we go to their Charlie tribe? After returning to the cave and settling everything, the 4 of them sat on the Simmons mattresses and held a short meeting. We have to go, of course. If nothing else, just based on the vegetables Aphrodite mentioned, we have to go and take a look. Lu Xian has been looking forward to vegetables, fruits, and the like for a long time. Although he and his friends do not have to worry about food and drink now, with the sea in front and the lake behind, they are not short of meat food, and it can be said that it is quite rich, with fish, seafood, and even wild boar meat. However, I haven't eaten these vegetables since I arrived on the island. Occasionally, I pick a few wild vegetables in the jungle and put them in the fish soup to add flavor, which is already the limit. It is not good for a person's body not to eat vegetables for a long time. So when Lu Xian learned that the tribe actually had vegetables, he made up his mind to go and take a look. What about that, Richard? Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian looked at each other and mentioned someone in unison. Charlie's tribe? Richard? That tribe belongs to that man. Curious baby Inichin, who had been stretching her neck to listen to people telling stories, listened carefully and even caught such a strange point. This is a tribe of barbarians. They wouldn't have chosen such a name. I guess the Charlie tribe was chosen by this man himself. But we still have to be careful with that man. I have a feeling Aphrodite seems a little afraid of him. Lung Mingyao shrugged at Inichin. Obviously, Inichin's question was a bit beyond the scope, but Lung Mingyao still made some inferences based on her understanding. Lu Xian was a little puzzled by the second half of Lung Mingyao's sentence. Isn't this girl named Aphrodite here to rescue him? In Lu Xian's eyes, the blonde girl who suddenly appeared should be in the same group as Richard. Why did Lung Mingyao come to such a strange conclusion? I don't think so. Every time Aphrodite looks up at Richard, she involuntarily steps back. I felt it too, like a mouse seeing a cat. Lu Xian, when you were fighting the savages, I was afraid that this girl would run away again, so I held her hand. But when she saw the man on the ground, I could clearly feel her hand tremble. It seems that this is definitely not Lung Mingyao's illusion. Even Shin Qian has noticed something strange. If that's the case, I think we really need to go there sooner. Although this blonde girl named Aphrodite may have some intellectual defects as Lung Mingyao said, she is still the breakthrough for his group to solve the mystery of the deserted island. If this girl encounters any misfortune again, he really doesn't know what to do. Yes, I agree. Anyway, I already knew the way from Aphrodite. We just need to follow the stream that flows east and west until we see the confluence of 4 rivers. Then we will find their tribe. Hey, that sounds so complicated. You guys chat, I'll just lie down. Eni-chin's enthusiasm has obviously passed its 3-minute stage, and she is no longer interested in the content of everyone's conversation. As night fell, Lu Xian added some firewood and returned to the sleeping bag he had been longing for. Just when Lu Xian was yawning and wanted to catch up on some sleep, Lung Mingyao suddenly sat up from the Simmons mattress. Lu Xian, do you remember what the dead blonde woman said? We are safe here. Then what? Lu Xian looked at Lung Mingyao, who suddenly stood up with a confused look on his face. Aphrodite said that their tribe's location is also safe. Chapter 172 Team Action Plan. A safe place? Hearing these 5 words, Lu Xian couldn't help but frown. What confused him the most now was the blonde woman's last words before she died. Why is my cave safe? Why must I find Aphrodite? And why is it said that we are all mortal? Lu Xian, do you think she meant that there are several places on this island that are forbidden to those bandits and savages? Lung Mingyao was obviously also trying hard to integrate the information. What you said makes sense. Perhaps Aphrodite knows this information. As long as we master this information, we can survive here. Following Lung Mingyao's line of thought, Lu Xian continued to speculate. Although everything was speculation, it at least gave a piece of information that seemed more reasonable. I say, you don't have to think so much. Aren't you tired? Maybe that woman is Aphrodite's mother. Her last words asked us to take care of her daughter. As for making such mysterious statements, it's just to trick us into looking for her daughter. Eni-chin, who was lying on the outermost side, yawned and said something casually. Although it sounded quite casual, it was not completely unreasonable. What Eni-chin said is indeed possible. Especially if Aphrodite has intellectual disabilities, then as a mother, she would definitely be worried about her child. Even President Lung confirmed Eni-chin's guess. Hey, handsome boy, look at me, I'm awesome. Hearing that, Lung Mingyao agreed with her fabrication. Eni-chin stood up and pointed at herself proudly. I know, you're the best. I'll support you even if it means on the wall. Don't overthink it, everyone. We can only find out once we get to that so-called Charlie tribe. As for Aphrodite, even if she does have an intellectual disability, she's very alert and intelligent in certain situations, like when she saved us last time. She was both brave and knowledgeable, so maybe we can still get some useful information from her. Lu Xian first complimented Eni-chin, slightly satisfying her vanity, and then made some analysis of the little blonde girl. Well, that makes sense. I can only say that the presence of that man today may have made Aphrodite feel a little uncomfortable, so her words are incoherent and inconsistent. Lung Mingyao nodded, agreeing with Lu Xian's words. I don't care anyway, handsome boy. If you go to that Charlie tribe, you must take me with you this time. I was so bored today, and you actually left me alone and ran away. That's too much. Eni-chin was still complaining about being left alone today. Lu Xian, are you really going to that Charlie tribe? I always feel that man is not a good person. We have to make plans early. Thinking of the look that the man named Richard gave Lung Mingyao and herself, Shin Qian always felt a lingering fear. What are you afraid of? We have this. I want to see if he can be more powerful than a bullet fired from a gun. Lu Xian passionately pointed with his hand at the hunting rifle beside him that he regarded as a treasure. A cold metallic luster flowed on it. If it weren't for this loyal companion in his hand, facing the unknown journey to the savage tribe, he might still hesitate, his heart full of weighing and concerns. But at this moment, with this hunting rifle as a solid backing, Lu Xian's heart was filled with great enthusiasm and his confidence doubled. Even if the man had evil intentions and was harboring evil thoughts, Lu Xian was not afraid, because he knew that the hunting rifle in his hand was enough to be his most reliable guardian. Okay. Since everyone has no objections, the 4 of us will go together tomorrow. With the support of our 3 beauties, I want to see who is so blind and dares to act so presumptuously. Upon hearing this, Eni-chin jumped up instantly and was the first to raise her arms high, her face full of joy. For this girl, she probably regarded this trip as a pleasure to travel in the bustling world. I have no problem, since that blonde saved us. I agree. Then for the sake of those vegetables. Although Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian were not as excited as Eni-chin, they also expressed their approval and gave their own reasons. Lu Xian didn't expect that before he even expressed his opinion, these 3 girls were more active than him. Okay, but as usual, follow my instructions for all actions tomorrow and don't act on your own. Since this is a group action with all members mobilized, as a team leader, it is still necessary to set some rules. Don't worry, handsome boy. I will absolutely follow your lead. If you say go east, I will never go west. If you say charge, I will never retreat. Eni-chin is indeed an internet celebrity. She is very good at talking and is very good at flattering people. Stop it. Sleep, all of you. Get enough sleep and stay alert. You might have a tough battle tomorrow. Unfortunately, Lu Xian has been in contact with this girl for a long time and is no longer fooled by her tricks. Shen Qian leaned obediently against Lung Mingyao on her left, ready to go to sleep. Yin Yichen stretched her neck and saw that there was an empty seat between Shen Qian and Lu Xian, so she happily moved over with her bedding. Yichen, where are you going? He happened to be caught red-handed by Lung Mingyao. Yin Yichen, your bed is over there. Lung Mingyao just raised a question and didn't say much, but Shen Qian saw through Yin Yichen's trick at a glance, rolled sideways, and rolled back to Lu Xian's sleeping bag, occupying the place where Yin Yichen wanted to go. My place is quite remote. Yes, remote. So, I'll sleep here. This girl Yin Yichen doesn't even bother to write down her lies when she tells them. The sleeping place is quite remote. This is the first time I have heard of this. Seeing that her destination was occupied by Shen Qian, she was very easy to talk to and immediately compromised, trying to squeeze in between Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian. No, I want to be with Mingyao. Shen Qian went all out, opened her arms, and took the position close to Lung Mingyao. Anyway, this girl refused to let Yin Yichen get close to her. Then I'll sleep on the right side of the handsome boy. Yin Yichen was not angry. She rolled her eyes and thought of a new way. She carried her bedding and walked to the right side of Lu Xian's sleeping bag. Hey, what are you doing? You have a Simmons mattress, but you don't want to sleep on it. Why are you coming to my place? Lu Xian had already crawled into his sleeping bag when he suddenly saw a person appear on his empty right side. He was so scared that he almost jumped out of the sleeping bag. Seeing that the person was Yin Yichen, he looked at her in confusion. He always had a bad premonition. It's warmer here. The girl made up an excuse off the cuff. Yin Yichen, you are not allowed to sleep there. Go back quickly. Shen Qian, who was lying on the Simmons mattress in a prostrate position trying to grab territory, only reacted after hearing Lu Xian's words. She realized that she was lying there alone and immediately started yelling at Yin Yichen. I'm not competing with you. I just think the feng shui here is good. How about you switch with me? I have no objection. This Yin Yichen is still full of nonsense. No, Lu Xian, get up here and sleep on the Simmons mattress. Shen Qian was really anxious now. She got up, squeezed to Lu Xian's right side, reached out, and pulled the sleeping bag and Lu Xian inside it onto the Simmons mattress. Then, like a dung beetle pushing a dung ball, she pushed Lu Xian to the left. Seeing this, Yin Yichen also became energetic. She got up and walked to Lu Xian's left side and pushed dung beetle Lu Xian to the right. As a result, the two girls pushed each other back and forth. Poor Lu Xian who got into the sleeping bag. Why am I so tired just by sleeping? Chapter 173. If you don't obey, I'll spank you. The next morning, looking at the sleeping bag with two holes torn out by the two goblins, Lu Xian was so sad that he could not even cry. Seeing that the precious sleeping bag was damaged, the two girls knew that they had done something wrong and stood there without daring to say a word. Since it's all broken, we might as well cut it up and use it as a blanket. When we're done, we'll go get a Simmons mattress on the yacht. At the critical moment, Lung Mingyao came out to smooth things over. That's right, handsome boy, don't be angry. As the saying goes, out goes the old, in comes the new. Besides, you always sleep alone in your sleeping bag and don't participate in team activities. That is not conducive to unity. Hearing that President Lung was speaking for the two of them, Yin Yichen immediately perked up and started to talk nonsense. Lu Xian raised his head and glared at the girl. If you don't participate in team activities, who would consider sleeping as a team activity? What's more, others may not know, but I know it very well in my heart. Which one of you three is the trouble-free one? If I join you for team building tonight, I'm afraid I may not see the sun tomorrow. Lu Xian, don't be angry. When we go out today, we will listen to you. If you say go east, we will go east. If you say go west, we will go west. Shen Qian lowered her head, fiddling with her hands, and muttered softly. Hearing this, Lu Xian felt like he had seen it before. Alas, it is true that birds of a feather flock together. If I don't take care of it, Shen Qian will be led astray by the evil woman Yin Yichen. I'm going to be frank with you guys. If you keep talking nonsense today, I'll give you all a spanking when you get home. A hard spanking. Lu Xian put on a ferocious look, but it obviously didn't scare the two girls in front of him. Sometimes Lu Xian would reflect on whether he was too easy to talk to. It seems that I have to learn to be more ruthless in the future. This woman is just like the naughty kid at home. If she isn't punished for 3 days, she will tear off the roof and tear off the tiles. Yin Yichen, you, go light a fire and set up the barbecue grill. Shen Qian, go kill 2 fish and cut a piece of meat. Leave the cleanup to Lung Mingyao. Hurry up. Lu Xian did what he said and gave the 3 girls orders. He then put on a pair of pants and went to take care of his physiological problems. Handsome boy, are you going to take this too far? Seeing Lu Xian leaving with a proud and confident look, Eni-chin stretched her neck and looked at Lu Xian's back curiously. It's all because of you. Meng Yao and I are all blessed by you. Shen Qian rolled her eyes at Eni-chin angrily. The most miserable one is Lung Mengyao. It seems that this girl did nothing, but she was treated equally. All right, I'm telling you guys to be sensible when you go out today. I have a feeling it's not going to be easy. Oh, and change your makeup. Your aura is important this time. Don't give them the impression that we have too many women here and are easy to bully. Fortunately, Lung Mengyao didn't care and just gave some more instructions. After Lu Xian solved his physiological problem and did a simple wash and returned to the front yard of the cave, he was almost frightened by the three women in front of him. I saw that the three beauties in front of me, who were once gentle and charming, had transformed collectively at this moment, exuding a cold and wild aura, like female warriors on the battlefield. Lung Mengyao lightly tied up her long black hair and put it up high, imitating the appearance of a savage, and added a few mysterious totems on her cheeks. Shen Qian and Eni-chin went even further, not only tightly tying up their long hair like waterfalls, but also each wearing a necklace carefully woven from fresh grass leaves, adding a bit of primitive natural charm. The three of them changed their clothes as well, shedding their former coolness and softness and putting on more rugged outfits. From a distance, it seemed as if the three of them had completely integrated into this wild world, just like three heroic wild women. You guys here? What are you doing? Performing a play? This scene really made Lu Xian dumbfounded. What's going on here? Handsome boy, look at how we look. Isn't it impressive enough? I guarantee you'll be able to look impressive and respectable in any situation. Eni-chin had a look of heroic spirit on her face. As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and finished a grilled fish neatly in an instant, showing her free and unrestrained style. Lu Xian, Meng Yao said that we must have a strong presence this time and must not be looked down upon. It was not until Shen Qian explained it that Lu Xian understood. Okay, as the art of war says, when you're strong, you should pretend to be strong, and when you're pretending to be strong, you should pretend to be strong. Not only do we need to appear strong in our appearance, but we also need to prevent the enemy from seeing our true strength, such as the number of people. Come closer. Lu Xian also pretended to be weird at this time and whispered a few words to the three girls. Handsome boy, you are so mean, but I like it. Hara. After listening to Lu Xian's so-called art of war, Eni-chin was delighted. Lung Mengyao and Shen Qian also nodded repeatedly. After filling their stomachs, the four of them took the necessary equipment and, led by Lu Xian, set out from the backyard of the cave and headed towards Charlie's tribe. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally set foot on the land where they had met Aphrodite yesterday. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Xian's gaze suddenly froze, and an indescribable astonishment surged in his heart. The three savages he had knocked unconscious yesterday were now completely lifeless, lying there quietly. Their deaths were so horrific that it was unbearable to look at them. Their bodies were covered with dense holes, as if they had been pierced mercilessly by some sharp object dozens of times. Lu Xian this. Looking at the bloody scene in front of them, the three girls couldn't help but shiver. Lu Xian's memory was remarkably clear. While his attack yesterday had been ruthless and decisive, it hadn't been fatal. Of course, on this desolate island, without the timely assistance of someone skilled in medicine, a lingering breath would only delay death. After all, facing unrelenting hemorrhage, it was tantamount to a premature death sentence. At that moment, seeing the miserable state of these three savages, not only the three girls who were accompanying them were frightened, but even Lu Xian himself felt his chest churning and there seemed to be a raging storm in his stomach. Let's go around. Pinching his nose, Lu Xian took the girls to take a detour. Fortunately, this place was some distance away from his backyard. Even if it attracted wild beasts, it would not have much to do with him. What's more, a bamboo wall had been erected in his backyard, so it would be difficult for ordinary wild beasts to invade. Lu Xian, who did this to me? This isn't murder anymore, it's just venting. Thinking of the horrific scene just now, Shen Qian is still frightened. Not sure, but everyone should be careful. Lu Xian was also filled with doubts. According to Aphrodite, there were two major tribes on the island, so the only people who could have killed these savages were from Charlie's tribe. However, he had watched Aphrodite and Richard leave yesterday. How could these three people be in such a state now? Could there be a fourth force here besides himself? Lu Xian, the sound of running water has gotten louder. I think we're almost at the confluence of the four rivers. The four of them walked along the east-west stream for nearly an hour with doubts. Lung Mengyao, who was always observing the surrounding environment, looked into the distance and came to a conclusion. It seems that the Charlie tribe is just around the corner. Chapter 174 Holy Spring. Just as Lung Mingyao expected, the four of them walked forward for hundreds of meters again on the slightly rugged but unknown charm path, as if they had passed through the cracks of time. Suddenly, the view in front of them opened up, revealing a breathtaking natural wonder. This is a beautiful place where four streams intertwine and linger. In the east, a stream as green as emerald winds its way, bringing with it the freshness of morning dew and the tranquility of the mountains and forests. In the northeast, there is another stream as turbulent as a dragon, carrying the toughness of rocks and the wildness of wind and rain, roaring and approaching. In the northwest corner, the stream is as gentle as silk, gently brushing over the pebbles, whispering stories from afar. At this moment, these three forces converged at one place and intertwined into a more majestic and magnificent river, which proudly rushed towards the northwest. And just north of this spectacular intersection stands a majestic mountain, like a guardian angel, quietly overlooking this vibrant land. At the summit, a waterfall, like an inverted Milky Way, cascades down from 100 meters above. Amidst the mist, sunlight filters through, creating a dazzling rainbow of colors, a breathtaking beauty. The roar of the waterfall blends with the gurgling of the stream, creating a breathtaking symphony of nature. But the most breathtaking scene is the center where the streams converge. A spring, like the heart of the earth, constantly surges upward. It is clear and transparent, with a hint of coolness, yet imbued with vibrant vitality. Around the spring, tiny bubbles dance like pearls, and each surge seems to tell an ancient and mysterious story. The four people stood before this wonder. All of them were moved, the curiosity and awe in their hearts intertwined into an indescribable emotion. Lu Xian, this couldn't be the place where their tribe is located, as Aphrodite mentioned. This place is so beautiful. The three girls were completely stunned, their eyes filled with shock. Shin Qian was so surprised that she covered her mouth, as if she was afraid of accidentally disturbing this otherworldly tranquility. Yeah, I think I've been to enough world-class tourist attractions, but it seems that none of them can compare to this place. This is simply a fairyland. Even Eni Chen, who is wealthy, leisurely, and experienced, couldn't help but express sincere admiration, and her words were full of endless emotion for this fairyland-like scenery. On the contrary, Lu Xian was the calmest among the four at this time. After all, he had never been to any tourist attractions. There was no comparison, so there was no harm. This should be the holy spring that the girl mentioned, right? After admiring the beautiful scenery here, Lu Xian still talked about business, looking at Lung Mingyao while speaking. The place where four rivers converge should be here. There is indeed a spring here, but there seems to be no signs of human activity here. In Lung Mingyao's mind, he had already sketched out the picture of the savage tribe. It should have been a place similar to her own, surrounded by heavy fences, with a bonfire burning in the night. Even if there was no cave, there should have been a thatched roof swaying gently in the breeze. However, as she slowly scanned this mysterious land with a searching gaze, all she saw was the pristine rhythm of nature, without a trace of human life. All around, only the singing of birds in the forest and the joyful songs of distant streams intertwine into a melody, as if the whole world is immersed in an ancient and quiet conversation, far away from the hustle and bustle of human beings. Lung Mingyao was at a loss when she remembered that Aphrodite had told her that their Charlie tribe was here. You're saying? Aphrodite really has an intellectual disability. So, this barbarian tribe is complete nonsense, right? Shin Qian frowned and glanced around again, but still found nothing. It shouldn't be. At least her description of the four rivers converging and the springs gushing out is correct. The only thing she didn't see was the Charlie tribe. Lung Mingyao recalled it carefully and shook his head. Although the little girl named Aphrodite spoke incoherently and lacked logic, her description of this place was basically the same. How about we split up and find this savage tribe? Eni Chen's eyes were flashing with irrepressible excitement at this moment, and her whole body exuded an eagerness to try. She even had the idea of exploring alone. Yi-chun, it's too unsafe to act separately. Lung Mingyao immediately pulled the girl back. I'm going to check out the front. The three of you stay here and stay alert. Don't separate. Especially you, stay still. Do you understand? If you dare to disobey, I'll give you a spanking when I get back. Lu Xian carried a hunting rifle and a bamboo fork and prepared to explore the way alone. Before leaving, he gave special instructions to the three women, especially the most lively one, Eni Chen. Yizir, I will resolutely obey the orders of my superiors and ensure the completion of the mission. Eni Chen still maintains that playful and unruly demeanor, as if her world is always filled with little tricks that make people laugh and cry. At certain moments, Lu Xian couldn't help but think to himself that a unique and lively person like Ini Chen was indeed indispensable in this team. Although this cold beauty is good in everything, she just lacks a bit of vitality and is a complete frozen beauty. If the team is full of people like President Long, then sooner or later he will be frozen to death. Of course, if all three girls were like Ini Chen, I would also collapse. Let alone anything else, just sleeping is a headache. After settling the three girls here, Lu Xian crossed the stream in front of him with confidence. Thinking of what happened to him last night, Lu Xian couldn't help but cover his head. This stream, meandering eastward, was undoubtedly the thinnest of the four rivers. Lu Xian easily found an opportunity and, taking advantage of the scattered pebbles in the stream, lightly leaped across it, easily crossing the obstacle. However, it is a bit difficult to jump over the stream coming from the southwest and reach the waterfall. Lu Xian walked several hundred meters southwest along the turbulent stream, but could not find a way to cross it. Just as Lu Xian was about to roll up his trouser legs and try to wade across the river, there seemed to be a sound coming from the jungle in the southwest direction. Lu Xian immediately squatted down alertly. As expected, Lu Xian spotted two humans, a man and a woman, wearing tiger-skin skirts, walking towards the jungle. Chapter 175 We Meet Again. Lu Xian didn't reveal his whereabouts easily. Instead, he watched the other two people bypass the jungle and enter the waterfall. I see. Now, Lu Xian finally understood where this savage tribe was hiding. It seems that there is another world behind this waterfall. With this message, Lu Xian returned to where everyone was. They live in a waterfall? That's so magical. The girls looked at each other, obviously not expecting that this savage tribe would hide so secretly. Lu Xian, those two people you saw, were they savages or modern people? Lung Mingyao thought for a moment and asked. I'm not entirely sure, but judging by the way they walk, I feel like the woman is a modern person. As for the man behind her, he walks with his teeth and claws bared, so he's probably an indigenous person. Lu Xian recalled carefully and gave his own answer. It seems that this tribe has already accepted modern humans. There must be some conflict of interest between the two. Lu Xian, what are you going to do next? Lung Mingyao still gave the decision-making power to Lu Xian. Since we're here, we have to go in and take a look. But for safety reasons, we'll wait at the door. If any modern people pass by, we'll greet them. Come with me, we're going to the south side of the stream. Lu Xian still prioritized the safety of everyone. He thought that if he rashly entered their territory and couldn't communicate with them, the primitive people would mistakenly think he was attacking their tribe, sparking a conflict. So, just to be on the safe side, Lu Xian decided to wait outside the waterfall, at least until a modern person arrived, so Lung Mingyao could communicate. Now it seems that language communication is a big problem. The three girls followed Lu Xian and jumped across the east-west stream, then hid in a relatively secluded place where they could see the waterfall without obstruction. Handsome boy, what if no one comes? We won't wait here until dark, right? There are mosquitoes here, it's too uncomfortable. They hid there for nearly half an hour, and the surroundings remained silent, save for the occasional bird song. However, due to the proximity to the river, there were quite a few mosquitoes. Ini Chen, who was not known for her patience, was scratching her itch and muttering to herself. Although the other two girls didn't complain much, they didn't seem to be much better than Ini Chen. Even Lu Xian himself was bitten several times by the mosquitoes here. No more waiting, let's find a way to jump over this stream and go straight in. Lu Xian was also worried that his group of people would not be seen by the savages, but would be bitten silly by the mosquitoes here. So he might as well just charge in. At worst, he could let Lung Mingyao lead everyone to shout in English. Anyway, as long as they could attract modern people, everything would be fine. Lu Xian, wait, someone is coming out from there. Just when Lu Xian was about to try to cross the river, Lung Mingyao suddenly discovered two people walking out of the waterfall. Moreover, the three of them knew these two people. It was the Chinese-American Richard and the blonde girl Aphrodite. After seeing the two people, Lu Xian reflexively chose to squat down on the spot. The three girls also did not move, but just remained in their positions, staring at the two people on the other side of the river. Then everyone was stunned to see Richard put his arms around Aphrodite's slender waist. Damn, this man doesn't look like a good guy at first glance. Seeing this scene, Ini Chen, who hated evil, had already raised her little pink fist. Looking at her expression, it seemed that as long as Lu Xian gave the order, this girl would rush up and beat Richard up. Aphrodite doesn't seem to be struggling. Shin Qian looked more carefully. The blonde girl on the other side just struggled twice and let Richard put his arm around her waist. There's such a huge disparity in strength. How can you struggle? Just think about it. If a handsome boy hugged you, could you break free? While Ini Chen continued to show her fist, she did not forget to talk about Shin Qian. Shinkian was no match for this woman. She was defeated by just one sentence and lowered her head, not daring to say a word. Aphrodite seems to be very afraid of this man. Lung Mingyao would naturally not be influenced by Chen. He continued to pay attention to the two of them and made his own judgment. Oh, maybe this is all an act. If you're really worried, why didn't she come back with you yesterday? Could it be that our handsome little boy's charm is not as good as this old man? Isn't it, handsome little boy? Chen's words were rough, but true. When they separated yesterday, Lu Xian noticed that Aphrodite seemed to be leaving very resolutely, even leaving earlier than Richard. Maybe there's someone here that she cares about. Yes. Take that blonde girl, for example. Do you think Aphrodite is waiting for her to come back? That's why she didn't leave the tribe, even though she was constantly harassed by this guy called Richard. Lung Mingyao had just opened his mouth to add a sentence when Shin Qian nodded repeatedly and mentioned the blonde woman who had passed away. There's no point squatting here. We can't hear what they're saying from too far away. Let's stop hiding. Follow me and identify yourself. Although Lu Xian really wanted to know what the two people were talking about. Firstly, they were too far away from him, not to mention there was a river between them, and the sound of flowing water almost drowned out everything. Secondly, even if he was right in front of them, with his level of English, he was afraid he would not understand a single word. Just stop hiding and show up. The three girls fiddled with their outfits and nodded to Lu Xian. Ahem. Hey, the guy over there, we meet again. After the four of them reached a consensus, Lu Xian stood up first, deliberately coughed loudly twice, and then waved to the two people opposite him in a very heroic manner. When the three girls saw Lu Xian stand up, they immediately stood behind him. The two men opposite obviously did not expect so many people to suddenly appear on the other side of the river. Aphrodite reflexively pushed away the man's right hand and took several steps back. On the contrary, the man named Richard showed a hint of astonishment on his face, but it was fleeting. In less than a second, he showed his signature smile again. Oh, it's my savior. It's so good to see you. Look, I was just talking to Aphrodite about you guys. Richard had a big smile on his face, and he kept glancing at the group of people opposite him. When he saw that there was one more person opposite him than yesterday, and that this extra person was also a beauty, the smile on his face became even brighter. Why do I feel like punching him when I see his expression? As a woman who has seen countless men, Chen was filled with contempt for this man at first sight. Wait for me. I'll have Aphrodite come pick you up. In full view of everyone, Richard stretched out his right hand and slapped Aphrodite's butt. Chapter 176. You have your mountains, I have my seas. Aphrodite frowned, turned away from Richard, and came around from the southwest. Lu Xian didn't expect that it would be so difficult to cross the river in this place. If there was no guidance from the other party, it would take him and his companions a while to find the way across the river. Please follow me. The girl caught sight of Lu Xian and his group, especially the three girls following closely behind him. A subtle flicker of joy flashed across her eyes, like a meteor flashing across the night sky, only to disappear into the vast darkness in an instant. Then, her expression seemed to be quietly covered by dark clouds, returning to its gloom. Lu Xian, she asked us to follow her into the cave behind the waterfall. Their tribe is at the other end of the cave. Lung Mingyao continued to work diligently as a translator, and quietly grabbed Aphrodite's left hand, silently giving her a firm look. Let's go, follow. Lu Xian naturally understood what she meant and waved to the two girls behind him. The four of them followed Aphrodite, stepped on a string of large stones, successfully jumped over the stream, and successfully reached the other side of the waterfall. Welcome. Come here quickly, please. You don't know that Aphrodite and I are looking forward to your arrival all the time. Richard still looked attentive, and especially when he saw the three girls behind Lu Xian, the smile on his face became even brighter. You're welcome. I hope we won't disturb your life. The other party was being polite, so Lu Xian retaliated in the same way he had treated him. Both sides exchanged pleasantries as they entered the back of the waterfall. Handsome boy, you're quite polite, I never thought. Wow, there's such a big cave behind the waterfall. This place is amazing. Chen, who was walking at the end, was like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. She looked here and there from time to time, feeling that everything was new. Chen, follow closely, don't get lost. Poor Shin Qian had to follow Lu Xian's footsteps closely while keeping an eye on Chen behind her. Lu Xian's pace slowed down involuntarily at this moment. He looked around. This cave hidden behind the magnificent waterfall was like a secret place carefully carved by nature. The first sight of it was enough to make people feel relaxed and happy, forgetting the hustle and bustle of the world. The space inside the cave is extremely spacious, yet quiet and deep, as if it is the lungs of the earth, retaining a piece of pure land away from the hustle and bustle. On the top of the cave, stalactites of various shapes and sizes are like sculptures of time. Some are as majestic as waterfalls, some are like Ganoderma lucidum, crystal clear, and some are like the mythical beasts guarding this holy land in ancient legends, silent and majestic. Every drop of water that slowly falls from the tip of the stalactite strikes out a distant and mysterious melody, echoing in this boundless cave, cleansing the soul like never before. What is even more magical is that the sunlight can penetrate the waterfall, cascading down like a white silk, turning into countless tiny spots of light, which are scattered in every corner of the cave, bringing a rare touch of warmth and vitality to this dark world. Light and shadow dance together here, and each beam of light is like the most dexterous painter in nature, sketching out breathtaking paintings of light and shadow. Our Charlie tribe is just behind the cave. Everyone, please stay calm here. I'll go talk to our leader. Everyone was still immersed in the dreamlike, mysterious, and fantastic scene deep in the cave, but unexpectedly, a light suddenly appeared in front of them, indicating that the cave entrance seemed to be within reach and right in front of them. Richard bowed to everyone very gentlemanly, then left. However, the man's little movements before leaving still did not escape the eyes of Lu Xian and others. He often secretly glanced at Lung Mingyao and others. This man just looks so infuriating. Our handsome little guy is still the best. At least he's comfortable to look at. I hate hypocritical people like this the most. Seeing the other person walking away, Inichin walked up from the back and glared at the other person's back viciously. Ichin, don't talk nonsense. Lung Mingyao made a gesture to Inichin to keep quiet, and then immediately turned his attention to Aphrodite, whom he was holding tightly beside him. At this time, he was the only one around him, which was a rare opportunity. Lung Mingyao immediately began to communicate with Aphrodite in fluent English. The two men stopped talking until Richard came towards them with a group of primitive people. Lu Xian knew from Lung Mingyao's eyes that this girl should have received some new information. Lung Mingyao still held Aphrodite's left hand tightly, but the blonde girl seemed to have a breakdown. She suddenly broke free from Lung Mingyao's hand and ran away crying. This scene happened rather suddenly. Everyone present except Lung Mingyao, including Richard and a dark-skinned man wearing a strange headdress who should be the tribal leader, was a little confused. I'm sorry, I just told her the news that her sister passed away. She must be a little emotionally broken. Lung Mingyao took the initiative to explain the reason at this time. Richard obviously did not expect such an incident to happen suddenly. He said a few words to the tribal leader beside him, then sighed and explained to everyone with a heavy expression. Jessica is Aphrodite's sister. She's been missing for many days. It's such a pity that she's now gone like this. Come, let me introduce you to Alucia, the leader of the Charlie tribe. However, the emotions on this man's face changed rapidly beyond what ordinary people could imagine. A second ago, he had a gloomy look on his face, as if he had lost a loved one, and he sighed endlessly. In the blink of an eye, the sadness on the man's face disappeared, replaced by a bright smile. He then turned around and enthusiastically introduced the tribal leader next to him to everyone. As the captain of the group, Lu Xian stepped forward and nodded slightly to the leader named Alucia. The leaders of both sides have met each other. At this time, Lu Xian raised his head and saw a tall and strong brown-haired man, who was even stronger than himself, standing behind Richard with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is William, who has been working with me all this time. It was thanks to him that we survived the shipwreck this time. Seeing Lu Xian looking at the man behind him, Richard made way and invited the man behind him to come to the front. Hello, my name is William. Nice to meet you. This big and strong man can actually speak Mandarin. When passing by this man at close range, even Lu Xian couldn't help but secretly admire his burly figure. It seems that Richard's ability to secure a place in the savage tribe must have been due to the considerable contribution of this man named William. But you have your mountains, and I have my oceans. Lu Xian inadvertently blinked at the three girls behind him. The action begins. Chapter 177. You play your tricks, I brag. We're all rough folks here, about 30 or 40 of us in total. I wonder what the situation is like over there. By the way, what do you call me, bro? And what do you call me, ladies? After showing off his muscles, Richard acted like a gentleman again. While letting everyone into the tribe, he began to inquire about Lu Xian's situation. Ahem. My last name is Lu, and this is Miss Lung, Miss Shun, and Miss Yin. We're not many here, only about 20 survivors, mostly men. I originally wanted to come alone, but my girls really like Aphrodite, so we clamored to come together. Lu Xian had been learning bragging from Yin a lot these days, so when he told a lie, his face was red and his heart remained calm, and he looked very proud and confident. After hearing what Lu Xian said, Richard and William looked at each other, obviously having some concerns about what Lu Xian said. Haha, last time I saw Brother Lu, he was very skilled. I guess he must be the leader of your team. Richard is no pushover either, and he's trying to trick Lu Xian into believing in something. However, Lu Xian has already started bragging. Now he will just fight against the enemy with soldiers and block the water with earth. No matter which direction the wind blows, he will not stop bragging. No, I'm just a small fry. I can't even handle these girls. My skills can't even be compared to my brother's. Lu Xian waved his hands repeatedly, looking ashamed of himself. After hearing what Lu Xian said, Richard felt even more uncertain. Lu Xian also observed that this indigenous leader named Alucia seemed to give Richard and the others a lot of face. It felt like Richard was the real boss in this tribe. It seems that, just as Lung Mingyao guessed, this Richard is indeed a man with some means. The people on both sides weighed each other's strength while pretending to be polite as they entered the tribe. After exiting the cave, the view suddenly opens up, revealing a refreshing and vibrant picture. This tribe has all the elements it should have. Surrounded by sturdy fences, simple thatched huts are scattered around. Dried wild boar meat is hung high under the eaves, emitting an enticing aroma. Not far away, a lush vegetable field stretches out, full of greenery and vitality. It seems that the man was not lying. They really have vegetables here. Since these vegetables are real, I must pick them all back. Brother Lu, it seems you like the vegetables here very much. Obviously, Richard was also a good observer, and he could see Lu Xian's expectations for vegetables at a glance. I'm ashamed to say that we have pork, fish, and all kinds of seafood, but the only thing we don't have is vegetables. There aren't that many varieties. These were the more real words Lu Xian said to Richard today. Okay. When Brother Lu returns, just take more with you. So, why did Brother Lu and your friends come to the island? Where did you come from? And where are you staying now? Richard obviously still wanted to trick Lu Xian into talking. So after talking about vegetables, he immediately got back to the main topic. Oh, let's not talk about it. It's better not to mention it. If we had known we would encounter such a mess, we would not have left the house. Brotherly, you don't know that it's a good thing that my brother brought several bodyguards with him when he went out to discuss business this time. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Lu Xian didn't say anything. Eni Chin behind him took a step forward with a solemn oath, then began to brag while beating her chest and stamping her feet. Although they had rehearsed this basic plot before going out, Eni Chin was too happy to add to the drama. Then there was the sudden appearance of a big brother and a few bodyguards with annual salaries of 1 million. Moreover, who is this Brother Li? Although Richard's Chinese surname is Li, it seems that the three of them have never mentioned it to Eni Chin. It was not until Lung Mingyao cleared his throat twice that Eni Chin added 2 words. Oh, it's Brother Richard. Lu Xian's face was filled with black lines after hearing this. Yes, we can be considered to have saved our lives this time. May I ask how you landed on the island and how you made these friends? Since this is a mutual exchange of words, there must be a give and take. After all, the Chinese believe that it is impolite not to reciprocate. Lu Xian took back the right to speak from Eni Chin and began to inquire about Richard and others. It's just a coincidence. After we were shipwrecked, we drifted here along the waves, and then, by chance, we made these native friends, hee. It was obvious that Lu Xian was making up stories and the other party was hiding something. Lu Xian also understood that it would be a waste of time to continue chatting, so it would be better to get straight to the point. He blinked at the 3 girls. Lung Mingyao spoke first. Is Aphrodite okay? It's my fault for telling her the bad news. She's still young, and I'm afraid it will take her a while to come to terms with such a cruel reality. Lung Mingyao looked at everyone with a sincere gaze, his face full of regret. This shouldn't be a big problem. She should be hiding in the thatched hut. She'll be fine soon. Seeing the beauty in front of him suddenly look sad, Richard was a little lost and stuttered when he spoke. Then can I go and comfort her? After all, I was the one who told her about this. It's all my fault. The more Lung Mingyao spoke, the sadder he became. Well, okay, William, why don't you take Miss Lung over there? Miss Lung, you don't have to blame yourself too much. This has nothing to do with you, really. The cold and stunning beauty in front of him seemed to have a kind of desolate aura that made people feel pity and love. Even a straight man with a heart as hard as stone would probably be melted by this tender gaze, not to mention a man like Richard who was easily moved by beauty. There was even a moment when even Lu Xian almost believed that Lung Mingyao really regretted his previous actions. Mr. William, how about you take me to visit your vegetable garden later? Lung Mingyao was just about to leave when Shin Qian blinked her big eyes and looked at the burly man named William. When had this man ever seen such gentle and charming oriental beauties as Lung Mengyao and Shen Qian? Moreover, at this moment, another stunning woman took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him. His heart could not help but ripple, and his excitement was beyond words. He agreed immediately. It was seen that Lung Mengyao and Shen Qian left as planned. The remaining Yin Yichen spoke again. Chapter 178. You took stockings as a token of your love? Hey handsome guy, we can be considered friends now. This Yin Yichen is the best talker and actress among Lu Xian's people. At that moment, she was blinking her big eyes and flirting with Richard. Richard hadn't recovered from the stunning looks of the two beauties, Lung Mengyao and Shen Qian, when suddenly an even more enchanting lady showed up, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Friends, must be friends. Ah. As he said this, he gave me that smile that was uglier than crying. Then I think we should get everyone in the tribe out so we can get to know each other. This way, we can make friends. Secondly, if we run into them in the wild in the future, we won't accidentally hurt our allies. Don't you agree? As Yin Yichen spoke, she did not forget to smooth her hair. This woman's every frown and smile is enough to make thousands of men infatuated, not to mention Richard, who looks like he has no self-control. Okay, good idea, no? No problem. After hearing this, Richard nodded repeatedly, then immediately turned to the tribal leader beside him and talked a lot. Ever since he discovered that Richard could communicate normally with the natives, Lu Xian has started to look at this man with a new respect. At least in terms of language, this man is really talented. I can't even understand foreign languages, but others can communicate freely in the indigenous language. Just when Lu Xian was still admiring Richard, the flashy dressed indigenous leader opened his mouth and whistled behind him. In less than 3 minutes, the savages who were originally busy in the tribe gathered together. Richard began to introduce these ugly-looking native savages. Anyway, Lu Xian didn't understand a word of what was said. He and Yin Yichen just nodded. Brother Lu, Miss Yin, I've already explained to them that we're all family from now on. There's absolutely no chance of conflict if we meet on the road. You two should just put your minds at ease. Richard patted his chest and made a solemn promise. At this time, Lu Xian glanced at Lung Mengyao behind everyone from time to time. The girl had already found Aphrodite, and seeing that there was no one around, she quietly went into a large tent nearby. Brother Lu, I've already been introduced. How about you all stay here today? We don't have any delicacies here, but we can definitely fill our stomachs. We even have a place to sleep. After introducing everyone, Richard cordially invited Lu Xian and others to stay as his guests, and even asked them to stay overnight. Lu Xian naturally knew what the other party was planning. If he and the 3 girls stayed behind, they would be sending 3 little lambs into the tiger's mouth. I really think I'm stupid. Seeing that Lung Mengyao was still in the big tent, Lu Xian immediately gave Yin Yichen a look. Yin Yichen immediately understood what he meant, stepped forward, and added another sentence. Handsome man, just knowing each other isn't enough. We need to exchange some tokens. So, carry the token with you. Even if it's been a long time and you don't remember it, you can still recognize it. Don't you agree? A token? Yes, that's a good idea. Miss Yin is truly extraordinary. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her IQ is also absolutely exceptional. Why didn't I think of this? The question is, Miss Yin, what are you going to use as a token? After all, I have so many people here. Naturally, Richard began to praise Yin Yichen again, and at the same time, he looked at Yin Yichen's devilish figure with a legitimate reason. A token of love. Let me think about it. Cough. Now, when asked this by Richard, Yin Yichen seemed a little confused. She even looked at Lu Xian for help. Lu Xian rolled his eyes back at him. I told you to stall for time, not to tell you to lie. Now you've gone too far. Let's see how this ends. Just when Lu Xian thought Yin Yichen was going to fail, the little girl suddenly squatted down. Then, everyone stared in astonishment as Yin Yichen took off her stockings. Then, in full view of everyone, she tore her stockings into strips. Seeing this scene, not only Richard and the natives were dumbfounded, but even Lu Xian was stunned. What's going on? Are you planning to give your stinky socks as a keepsake? What are you doing? Brotherly, this girl just loves to act silly, don't take it to heart. Lu Xian was afraid that Richard across from him would flip the table, so he quickly came out with a big smile on his face to smooth things over. But what I didn't expect was, great, that's a great idea. Brother Lu, Miss Yin is very thoughtful. This underwear with Miss Yin's body fragrance is definitely a perfect keepsake. Great. Hurry, tie it on for me. Richard's face was full of excitement, and he eagerly stepped forward. It seemed that he was afraid that if he acted too late, Yin Yichen's stockings would be snatched away by someone else. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian was completely stunned. This man has a very unique taste. Then, under the leadership of Richard, all the natives tied stocking straps with Inichin's body fragrance on their arms. Lu Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and was completely speechless. On the contrary, Inichin was still in high spirits. Lu Xian was really afraid that this girl would get impulsive and tear her underwear into pieces and give them away. Fortunately, after all this commotion, Lung Mingyao had completed all her tasks and waved to Lu Xian across the group of natives. Lu Xian understood and winked at Inichin. However, Inichin next to him seemed to be possessed by a spirit of drama and was still chatting endlessly with this group of savages led by Richard. The funniest thing is that those savages were listening with great interest, their eyes wide open. Cough, cough, cough. It was not until Lu Xian coughed a few times that Inichin was ready to end it. However, after the girl glanced at the group of savages, she made a request that Lu Xian had never thought of. Handsomely, I've already given you my token of gratitude. Shouldn't you reciprocate? She didn't forget to wink at Richard while saying this. I must. It's impolite not to reciprocate. The problem is that what made Lu Xian even more speechless was that Richard lowered his head to look at his feet. I feel dizzy. Lu Xian quickly held his head. How about this? Just when Lu Xian was worried that Richard might get kicked in the head by a donkey and follow Inichin's lead and give away his underwear as a token of love, Miss Yin on Lu Xian's side pointed at the group of savages and offered her opinion. Chapter 179, The Correct Use of Beauty. Ms. Yin, what are you doing? Seeing Inichin pointing at the group of savages, Richard was a little stunned. I want that one. The one he's carrying. After hearing Inichin's words, Richard finally understood that she had set her sights on his arrows. This woman was really good at managing the household, and her vision was ruthless. Lu Xian had never expected that Inichin would be so considerate and concerned about his needs. The arrow was really his dream come true, but Lu Xian also knew the value of this thing, so even if he saw it, he would not be embarrassed to ask for it. After all, on this deserted island, the preciousness of any resource is self-evident, not to mention something as precious as arrows. However, Inichin's style of doing things was unconventional. The arrow was just a casual mention to her. Forget about the arrow. Even if Richard had an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb, she would still be able to ask for one or two without batting an eyelid. But Richard was not stupid. This arrow was a killing weapon on the deserted island. Even if he was really dazzled by the temporary beauty, he came to his senses at this time. But I still have to do a good job on the surface. After all, I have to get along well with these women. Maybe Miss Yin, these arrows are thick and rotten, and they could easily scratch your hands. If you get scratched, and there's no medicine or doctors on this island, you might get tetanus, which would be very difficult to deal with. Forcing a smile, Richard opened his mouth to politely decline Inichin's request. But, it's okay, we are in good health. Inichin did not play by the rules at all, which made Richard a little confused. After thinking for a moment, he changed his angle to prevaricate. Ms. Yin, how about this? I have something 10 times more valuable. How about I give you this jade pendant as a token of my love? I've carried it with me for 20 years, and it's worth at least 50,000. Richard was really ruthless this time and took out all his personal jade pendants. Although this jade pendant is not a useful item on this deserted island, it still has practical value. What's more, it is Richard's personal item. It can be seen that Richard has spent a lot of money this time to prevent Lu Xian from getting long-range weapons. However, this thing is not good enough for Miss Yin. Richard obviously did not understand Miss Yin's worth. A jade pendant worth only 500,000 yuan is not worth her attention at all. In Inichin's own words, a set of her underwear costs 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, and she can't even wear all the gold and jade jewelry in her home. Would you have any thoughts about the jade pendant this man is wearing? You're totally overthinking it. The result was obvious. Richard, Lu Xian, and the others saw Inichin waving her hands with a look of disgust, as if she had seen rat shit. That's not necessary, you're precious. How could I possibly steal someone else's love? It's settled. I gave you 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 33 stockings. In return, you just give us 33 of these lousy toothpicks. Richard was still trying to fight for it, but Inichin had already made her closing statement, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she asked for 33 arrows from the other party, calling them broken toothpicks, one by one. When Lu Xian heard this number, he couldn't help but shudder. This woman is really greedy. She wants to exchange her pair of torn stockings for 33 arrows, and she acts like she has suffered a great loss. This isn't good. Richard's smile was almost frozen. He and Lu Xian were originally in a tone of mutual courtesy, but he never expected that this tone would be completely useless to the woman in front of him, because she did not play by the rules at all, and was completely forcing a sale. What he didn't expect was that Ini-chin went to pick up the item without waiting for his nod of agreement. What made Richard even more upset was that the savage carrying the bamboo basket of arrows had already accepted Ini-chin's precious gift and was very happy. At this time, he glanced at Richard, the person in charge, and saw that the other party was still smiling. He naturally thought that the elder of his family agreed, so at that moment, not only did he not resist at all, but he also offered it with both hands, and even handed the bamboo basket to Ini-chin. Thank you so much. I'll give you 2 more pairs of stockings some other day. Ini-chin winked at the savage playfully and gave the thumbs-up sign with both hands in turn. Seeing this scene, the wild man who presented the gift became shy and kept smiling foolishly at Ini-chin, muttering something. As for Richard, his face almost turned green after seeing this scene. I didn't say anything. You, my goodness, gave away all the arrows and baskets. Looking at the way you look at it, you wish you could take the people with you. I can only say that as long as you are a man, no matter whether you are white or black, no matter whether you are a primitive man or a modern man, you will have almost no resistance when you see a beautiful woman. What's more, Ini-chin is a stunning beauty who knows how to control her beauty. Dealing with the group of primitive people in front of him was like a piece of cake, and he took them all down in minutes. Lu Xian saw that Ini-chin had delivered what she should give and taken what she should take, and that she had also gained the time she should have for Lung Mengyao and Shin Qian. In order to avoid any further complications, he coughed lightly a few times and spoke loudly to Richard. Well, brotherly, I'm sorry to have disturbed you for so long. I even took so many of your arrows. From now on, I will definitely give you more gifts. Miss Lung, Miss Shun, it's getting late. We should go back early. We can't disturb you for too long. Lu Xian took the basket of arrows that Ini-chin had exchanged for her stockings and hung them behind him neatly. Then he made some polite remarks to Richard and the others, and finally called back Lung Mengyao and Shin Qian, who had been standing behind the group of savages for a long time. The 2 girls also showed happy expressions at the moment. Obviously, they both completed their tasks, especially Shin Qian. This girl was holding a basket of vegetables in her hands and a large bag of vegetable seeds in her arms. She was so happy. On the other hand, the tall William, who was fooled by Shin Qian, had a face that turned blue and green, as if he had eaten a piece of shit. Richard turned around and saw this scene. He almost fainted on the spot. He had just wanted to be polite and give Lu Xian and the others some small gifts. He didn't expect this girl surnamed Shun to come back with a basket full of vegetables. She turned around and glanced at her own vegetable patch. Good boy, it's almost hollowed out. Looking at William again, although his expression was indeed not good, he was still secretly glancing at the girl. Richard understood now. It turns out that these 3 girls are using their beauty to seduce me. Chapter 180, I just gave a gift. Brother Lu, why don't you? Alas, I can't bother you anymore. I've already been bothering you for so long. Look, I took so many of your things. I'm so ashamed, so ashamed. Before Richard could finish, Lu Xian smiled warmly and waved his hands repeatedly, interrupting the other party's words. His sincere expression was like the warm spring sun, natural and unpretentious. Richard was speechless at the moment because of Lu Xian and his group. How dare you realize that you took so many of my things? So, you 4 came here today just to fleece yourselves? However, no matter how aggrieved Richard felt, he could do nothing about it. After all, his foolish band of barbarians were almost sworn brothers with the other side. Now they were just trying to overturn the table. If they failed, they would lose their prestige in the tribe. This matter could only be considered in the long run. No need to see me off. No need to see me off. Go back quickly. Goodbye, brotherly, and see you all soon. The afternoon sun shone gently. Lu Xian, carrying the 3 girls and a load of supplies, said goodbye to every member of the tribe with deep affection. Those savages were surprisingly enthusiastic, and they wanted to run 300 meters out of the cave to say farewell. After countless waves of greetings between the 2 groups, Lu Xian successfully led the 3rd girl out of the territory of the Charlie tribe. Go southeast, walk faster. As soon as they left the intersection of the 4 rivers, Lu Xian waved to the 3 girls behind him with a serious expression and then pointed to the southeast. Handsome boy, why are you going there? Aren't we going back? Ini-chin was still the good kid who asked questions when she didn't understand something, and she looked at Lu Xian with a puzzled look on her face. Lu Xian is worried that Richard will send someone to follow us, so let's find a place to hide first. President Lung is always the smartest one. He completely understood Lu Xian's intention without Lu Xian having to explain much. Then let's go quickly. I feel like Richard must be very angry right now. Shin Qian was the most obedient one. She immediately held her vegetable basket and quickly followed Lu Xian's pace. The four of them ran quickly, found a suitable location, and hid behind the dense jungle. Lu Xian was lying on the ground, holding up his telescope and staring at the direction of the waterfall. Just as Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao expected, Richard in the tribe was so angry that he was about to bite his teeth to pieces. He gave away so many arrows for nothing and dug up his own vegetable garden to give away so many vegetables and rapeseed for free. The most infuriating thing is that I didn't get any useful information at all, and my original strategy of luring the enemy into a trap was completely useless. Boss, are you okay? Did I send too many vegetables? William, Richard's indispensable right-hand man, was now looking at his boss's changeable face with suspicion, his mind full of question marks. Although, I did get compliments from that beautiful lady named Shone, who praised me for my strong physique, decisiveness, responsibility, and trustworthiness. So, as a man, I have to be more generous and give more vegetables. But it seems that my boss treats these people more attentively than myself. These are obviously the guests invited by my boss himself. It's just a few extra vegetables. Is it that big of a deal? I'm okay. You fucking pig-brain bastard. Richard was just worried about where to vent his anger, and when he saw that guy with only height, but no brains actually coming to him, he gave him a smack on the head. Boss, you seem to be more eager than me? William looked aggrieved and pointed at the stocking strap tied around Richard's arm. Fuck you, you know shit. I'm just playing the long game. Alright, stop talking nonsense and listen to me. As long as you do a good job this time, I'll let you pick any of those 3 girls when I get tired of them. Really? William's eyes lit up when he heard Richard's words. Go get to work. Follow them right now. Find out where they live, how many people there are, what weapons they have. Find out everything. Go ahead. Richard swung his foot and kicked William in the butt. This burly man named William had Shun Qian's figure in his mind at this moment. As for whether his butt hurt or not, it didn't matter at all. Okay, I'll go right away. Be smart, you hear me. Richard sent William out, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. How could he have fallen into the trap of those guys? Alas, no wonder they say beautiful women are the root of trouble. Beautiful women are the root of trouble. These women are really not good people. Wait until I know all about your financial situation, and then I'll see how I'll deal with you. But that girl surnamed Een has an amazing figure, with such a curvaceous figure. And that girl surnamed Long, her face, is definitely prettier than a top-tier celebrity. As for that girl surnamed Shun, although I didn't look at her for long, just by recalling her voice, I felt. Ahem. Damn it, why am I obsessed again? Damn it, it's all that damn girl's fault. As Richard thought about it, his imagination wandered. After giving himself a slap in the face, he thought of Aphrodite in the tent. As for William, who left the tribe, he began to run all the way with Richard's instructions and endless fantasies about Shen Qian, pursuing his love. Lu Xian, will that Richard really send someone to follow us? Shen Qian was obviously still a little skeptical. Based on my understanding of this man, if we hadn't been a bit more clever, he would have given us a hard time right there and then. When Lu Xian thinks about it now, he still feels a little scared. Fortunately, we made sufficient preparations ahead of time and have established good relations with those savages. Even if Richard really has an idea, it will take some time. By the way, how did you do it? I saw that those savages were all full of energy, and it seemed like each of them had something tied to their arms. Lung Mingyao fully affirmed Lu Xian's advanced planning, but when he thought about the scene he saw later, these savages were just about to come forward and give Lu Xian and Inichen a big hug. It seems that my plan is just to drag the savage along and get to know him a little bit. It doesn't seem so exaggerated as to become sworn brothers, right? Ahem, why don't you ask her? Lu Xian really found it difficult to bring up Lung Mingyao's question, so he could only pass it on to Inichen, who was playing with an arrow beside him. He. As for me, I just gave them some small gifts. Inichen covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Gift? You prepared a gift. Shen Qian didn't understand either. It seemed that the plan made by the four of them didn't include giving gifts. Lu Xian, someone really came out. Fortunately, at this awkward moment, someone appeared from behind the waterfall. Chapter 181 3 Parchment Scrolls. Seeing the burly man running out of the waterfall, Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian temporarily put Inichen's gift-giving matter behind their minds. But this guy named William ran really fast. He looked around at the mouth of the waterfall, and then chose the north for some reason. Then he rushed all the way and disappeared in a flash. Seeing the other party disappear from their sight, Lu Xian and others were a little confused. Lu Xian, are you sure this person is following us? Shen Qian frowned and looked at Lu Xian. Lu Xian scratched his head as well. This person was following someone as if he was going to kill someone. He was making such a big fuss because he was afraid that the other person wouldn't know he was coming? Ahem, it seems like this guy isn't very smart, which is a good thing for us. It seems so. I think he is indeed a bit silly. Just like what people say online, he is the kind of person who only has muscles but no brains. Shun Qian agreed and pointed to the basket of vegetables in her arms. Lung Mingyao and Yi Chen also nodded in agreement immediately. After all, even without looking at anything else, the bowl full of vegetables in Shan Qian's arms was enough to show that this strong man's brain was indeed not working very well. Lu Xian, I asked Aphrodite. She refused to leave the tribe because her brother was imprisoned by Richard. There's a cellar behind the big tent, and her brother was imprisoned down there. As for Jessica, the blonde who died in our cave was indeed her sister. Persecuted by Richard, she chose to flee the tribe and later encountered a hostile tribe. Seeing that the crisis was over, Lung Mingyao told everyone the news he had obtained from the Charlie tribe after taking the risk. Then everything makes sense. Is there any other useful information? For example, how did this Richard gain the trust of the savage tribe? And what did the blonde woman mean by a safe place? Lu Xian and Yi Chen bought so much time for Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian, so naturally these two girls did not disappoint them. Shen Qian almost picked up all the other party's vegetables and also brought back more valuable vegetable seeds. As for Lung Mingyao, he was constantly gathering intelligence and checking the internal situation of the Charlie tribe. Aphrodite wasn't very clear about how Richard gained the trust of the barbarian tribe. I suspect the girl has been subjected to long-term coercion and threats from Richard, and she does have some mental issues. She only mentioned that Richard seemed to be able to perform magic in the past, and I suspect he used that to trick the tribal leader. As for the safe place, Aphrodite said her sister once saw a record on an ancient tribal parchment scroll, which stated that there were 5 sacred and inviolable places in this area. It's getting late. Let's talk while we walk. It seemed that Lung Mingyao had indeed obtained a lot of information. Lu Xian looked up at the position of the sun and decided that the 4 of them would rush back while listening to Lung Mingyao's narration. After all, the big fool had already gone north, and there was no need for their group to stay here. The 4 of them stood up and started to return the same way. Lung Mingyao, who was walking in the middle of the crowd, continued to share her information. These 5 places are the Sacred Mountain, the Holy Spring, the Dragon's Cave, the Phoenix's Nest, and one called Bright Fire. The savages believe these 5 places are protected by the gods. However, the parchment scroll was torn into pieces during the first conflict between the tribes and was divided into 3 parts. The one Jessica saw was a written record in a foreign language, and the other 2 were maps, but they are no longer available, etc. After hearing this, Lu Xian interrupted Lung Mingyao. After all, Lung Mingyao's words alone gave too much information. You said there are 5 places protected by gods. You also said the one Jessica saw was written in a foreign language. Doesn't that mean the contents of this parchment scroll couldn't possibly have been passed down by the savage tribe itself? Also, you said the other 2 were maps? Could the parchment scroll we found on the yacht be one of them? Lu Xian immediately asked his own questions based on the information provided by Lung Mingyao. You're right. When I heard this information, I had the same idea as you. The parchment map on our yacht is most likely one of the 2 lost maps, and the parchment with the text Jessica saw is the 3rd explanatory document. As for the foreign records you mentioned, my opinion is similar to yours. I believe that these 3 parchments are not the property of the savage tribe, but documents left by explorers who landed on the deserted island in the early days. As for why the savages regard the contents of these documents as a sanctuary for the gods, I guess it's similar to the method Richard used to deceive the savages. What you said made me dizzy. Yi Chen was already confused at this time and kept patting her head. It is obvious that this girl lives on her looks and her eloquence, and she has limited acceptance of things that require the consumption of brain cells. On the contrary, Shen Qian listened with great interest and even interjected. Mingyao, Lu Xian, do you think that if we collect these 3 maps, we can actually find some treasure? Apparently, this girl has dreamed of finding treasure quite often. After all, who hasn't been a teenager once? Aphrodite said her sister told her that the words on the parchment have become very blurred due to the passage of time. However, Jessica did see fragments of the English word treasure on the parchment. Speaking of English, Lung Mingyao glanced at Lu Xian and translated it for him. Is there really a treasure? Is it just like the rumors say, with countless gold, silver, and jewelry, the kind that seems to sparkle as if at a glance? At the mention of the word treasure, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, as if an invisible force had instantly ignited her passion. Her expression clearly indicated she had already envisioned a grand and magnificent treasure hunt. I guess I'm just lying in the treasure chest and counting money. Ahem, let's not get off topic. This isn't even close to happening. So, according to you, the savages should know these 5 locations. Although Lu Xian's expectations for the treasure were far less exaggerated than Yi Chen's, he remembered that those savages had once knelt in front of his cave. According to Lung Mingyao, the savages on the island should know the locations of the 5 shelters. Unfortunately, Lung Mingyao shrugged at him. Now Lu Xian was a little confused. Chapter 182, Strange Legend. Because 2 copies of the blueprints are missing, even the elders in the tribe only know of 3 locations. Our cave counts as 1. The holy spring outside Charlie's tribe counts as another, and there's another located on the southeast side of the deserted island, which falls under the jurisdiction of the cannibal tribe. As for the other 2 locations, the Phoenix Nest and the Open Fire, Jessica only heard about them from the elders of the tribe. It's rumored that during the second tribal conflict, a copy of the blueprint was stolen by the cannibal tribe. As for whether this is true or not, no one knows. Just when Lu Xian thought that finding these 5 places would only take a few minutes, Lung Mingyao poured cold water on him. Mingyao, are you saying that if we can't find these 5 places, we won't be able to locate the treasure? And now none of us know where the so-called Phoenix Nest and the Bright Fire are? Shin Qian gave a concise summary. All this time, all for nothing. I thought the treasure was just around the corner. Forget it, I don't mind a little bit of money anyway. Yi Chen waved her hand. This girl had food in hand, so she wasn't worried. Although she loved treasure hunting, missing out seemed harmless, considering her family was wealthy. Actually, what Jessica cares about most isn't this so-called treasure. It's the rumor that only by finding this place can we truly escape the deserted island. What? Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, including Lu Xian, the 3 of them looked at Lung Mingyao in astonishment. Don't be too nervous, everyone. Perhaps this is just a rumor spread by word of mouth. But Lung Mingyao saw the 3 people in front of her were very emotional and quickly waved her hands, trying to calm them down. However, there was a subtle hesitation hidden in her movements, as if she herself had not yet completely let go of it. Because Jessica believed it. Before Lung Mingyao could speak, Lu Xian directly pointed out what Lung Mingyao was thinking. Kindness. Lung Mingyao nodded, looking a little lonely. Well, if she believes it, then so be it. What's the big deal? Why that expression? When Yi Chen saw Lung Mingyao's expression, she patted his shoulder in a very manly manner and comforted him. Mingyao, did something happen to Jessica? The person who understands Lung Mingyao best should be her best friend Shin Qian. Aphrodite said, there's a legend on the island that every 444 days, 44 people arrive. As time passes, these 44 people slowly die. After 444 days, when the next 44 people arrive, the first 44 will almost all die, leaving only 4. This cycle repeats endlessly. The only way to break this curse is to uncover the mystery of the treasure. After hearing Lung Mingyao's words, even Yi Chen, who was usually carefree and indifferent to worldly affairs, couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. This sounds too horrifying. Could it be just some myth? Shin Qian was the most timid among the 4 of them. When she heard Lung Mingyao's words, she was frightened and her face turned pale. She tightly grasped Lu Xian's arm. Yes, it's just an old legend. Don't make it sound like it's true. It can only scare those natives who have never seen the world. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then returned to her usual free and unrestrained self, with a hint of disdain for the legend in her words. Lu Xian looked up and exchanged glances with Lung Mingyao, but did not express his opinion immediately. Glancing at Shin Qian, who was trembling with fear beside him, Lu Xian coughed lightly a few times and said in a relaxed tone, don't take it too seriously, everyone. After all, the natives on this island don't have much culture. Look, Richard alone can easily deal with an entire tribe. So if there really were any explorers on this island, it would be normal for them to fool these savages. So just treat this as a story. Of course, if we can find the treasure, that would be even better. I don't lack anything else, but I lack gold and silver treasures. Haha. Lu Xian certainly wouldn't let such a far-fetched rumor disrupt the morale of his team, especially with 3 charming girls by his side. If they were to worry about this matter day and night, they would probably waste their precious time in this unfounded fantasy. Everyone, work harder and walk a little faster. In just half an hour, we'll be enjoying our first feast of fresh vegetables since landing on the island. When the sun rises tomorrow morning, we'll sow these seeds of hope into the soil. From now on, our lives will be prosperous and flourishing. As for safety, I, your flower protector, will take care of it. As for the rest of you, just serve our young master comfortably, and we'll be done. Lu Xian noticed that the atmosphere in the team was still a bit depressing and tried to boost morale with a joke. Yes, Qian, How many vegetables did you take? Do you have any matsutake mushrooms or white truffles? If that doesn't work, Brussels sprouts, water shield, or ice plant will also work. I'm not picky. With Lu Xian's efforts, he finally succeeded in switching the topic to the vegetables that Shin Qian was holding. Only, what is this girl Ini-chan talking about? Matsutake? White truffle? I might as well just give you 2,000-year-old ginseng plants from Changbai Mountain. It's amazing that this girl could come up with this idea. It seems there's nothing. Just some sweet potato leaves, loofah leaves, bracken, and spinach. Also, I dug up a dozen potatoes. Only Shin Qian was silly enough to actually look down at the vegetables in her arms, then shook her head regretfully at Ini-chan. You're so smart. Matsutake and white truffles? I'd be thankful if I could just chew on some wild vegetables. Why would I need a bicycle? Lu Xian gave Ini-chan a speechless look. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian both covered their mouths and laughed secretly. TSK, I'm just thinking about it. It's not illegal to think about it. Sweet potato leaves, bracken? Are they delicious? Obviously, this rich man has never tasted these vegetables that ordinary people eat. It's okay. At least it's nutritious. We've only been relying on coconuts to supplement our vitamins these days. We really should eat more vegetables. President Lung seems to be more down-to-earth than Miss Een. Okay, we're almost home, so it's good to have something to eat. Qian, pick some vegetables, and you go get some fresh water so you can catch up on your studies. You wash the vegetables today. Mingyao, come with me to collect some firewood so we can start a fire. As soon as he returned to his cave, Lu Xian made arrangements. Okay, let's have a vegetable feast. Ini-chan skipped and jumped, carrying a few empty basins and pushing a cart to fetch water in the backyard. Shin Qian was picking up some vegetable leaves in the cave. Lu Xian took Lung Mingyao out of the front yard and came to the beach. Lu Xian, you deliberately sent them away because you wanted to ask me about that legend, right? Before Lu Xian could speak, Lung Mingyao guessed what he was thinking. Do you believe what Jessica said? Since he had been seen through, Lu Xian simply came straight to the point. Do you know how many people are on our yacht? Lung Mingyao did not answer Lu Xian's words, but asked this question in return. Chapter 183. Why do I feel like I was caught cheating? Lu Xian didn't say anything, just looked at Lung Mingyao silently. Lung Mingyao held up 3 fingers, including the 2 captains, a sailor, a mechanic, and our company's people. There are a total of 39 people. Huh, you scared me. Hearing this number, Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If President Lung had directly reported 44 people, he would have been scared to death. However, Lung Mingyao smiled bitterly and pointed to the west. Lu Xian's eyes suddenly widened. I actually forgot about this. How many of them are there in total? 5 or 6. The they Lu Xian was referring to was none other than the group of men who came to the island in a speedboat to take pictures of the corpse. If I remember correctly, it's 5. Now, Lu Xian fell into complete silence, as if everything around him had gone silent as well. The gentle sea breeze blew past him, bringing a chill that went straight down his spine, a chill that penetrated his very bones, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. No. We must have miscalculated somewhere. Also, even if there really were 39 people on the yacht, that doesn't mean all 39 of them landed on the island. It's just a coincidence. The 2 of them faced each other, their eyes met, and they were silent for 3 seconds. Finally, Lu Xian was the first to break the terrible silence. Seeing the man in front of him like this, Lung Mingyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, can you be serious? You can still laugh at this time. Seeing that President Lung could still laugh at this time, Lu Xian was speechless. Do you think I'm obsessed with trivial matters and deceiving myself? Are you doing the same thing now? After hearing this, Lu Xian was instantly speechless. Although I always claim in my heart that I am a materialist and an atheist, what is the reality? If you really don't care about anything, why would you bother about the number 44? Well, okay, I admit I was deceiving myself. What about you? Do you really believe this legend? Lu Xian hung his head, sighed, and asked Lung Mingyao. We humans are actually a veritable collection of contradictions, especially our own people. We constantly preach about breaking superstition, believing in science, and upholding materialism. But how many of us are truly not afraid of monsters and demons? How many of us haven't truly studied things like marriage, fate, astrology, and feng shui? By the way, do you remember last year's company trip to Kyoto? Lung Mingyao said this very easily, as if she had seen through everything long ago. At the end, she asked Lu Xian a strange question. I remember, what's wrong? Then you should remember what those 2 tour guides said. Almost all of our country's landmark buildings were built by experts who consulted their feng shui. So, in reality, from top to bottom, From the inside out, everyone on Earth believes in metaphysics to some degree. It's just that on the surface, we're doing our best to promote the idea that man can conquer nature. Lu Xian blinked twice and looked at Lung Mingyao in front of him in surprise. I didn't expect that this woman had her own understanding and achievements in this area. So what do you mean? Believe? Lu Xian was not interested in analyzing and discussing this with Lung Mingyao. After all, metaphysics was something that could not be heard or seen, so naturally everyone had their own opinions, and there was no standard answer at all. There's not much point in wasting too much time on this. Aren't you afraid of death? As a result, President Lung gave another irrelevant answer and instead threw another question to Lu Xian. Why should I be afraid? Besides, even if this legend is true, I still have about 400 days to live. Besides, having you 3 beauties by my side for 400 days is worth it. And even if every word of this legend is true, almost all of us who landed on the island will die after 400 days. But doesn't it say that 4 people can survive? There are exactly 4 of us here. We are the chosen ones. As a grown man, how could I be easily frightened by such a question? What's more, Lu Xian is not afraid of wearing shoes even if he is barefoot. He is penniless, but he has 3 rich and powerful beauties by his side. This deal can make him a small profit. Puff. President Lung was amused by Lu Xian's words again. Okay, I believe you. I have 3 plans now. Do you want to hear them? The girl was laughing, but also keeping the other person in suspense. Just tell me, little brother, I'm listening. Lu Xian deliberately put his ear close to Lung Mingyao's mouth, acting as if he was fearless. Okay, you 2 are here after all. Now I've discovered you, right? Tell me how you're going to bribe me. As long as you satisfy me, I won't tell Cain that you're doing bad things here. As a result, President Lung didn't say anything, but he called Yin over. Now, this girl seemed to have caught some evidence and actually asked for a bribe directly. Bribing you is a big deal. We are discussing serious matters. Lu Xian turned his head and rolled his eyes at Yin. Okay, but... Yin put her hands on her hips, looked angry, and turned around to shout. But before he could even utter the word "Yin," he saw Shen Qian already standing at the entrance of the bamboo forest wall. The girl glanced at Yin, then looked at Lung Mingyao and Lu Xian from left to right. Seeing the girl's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Xian was stunned. This feels like being caught cheating. Even Lung Mingyao, who was always calm, was a little panicked. Just when he was about to explain. Yin, it's like this. As a result, before Lung Mingyao could finish his words, Shen Qian turned around and left quickly. The 3 people on the beach were all dumbfounded. Lung Mingyao quickly pushed Lu Xian. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Go comfort her. Even Yin, who is usually casual, noticed something was wrong. Hey, seriously, you're really overthinking it. Mingyao and I are discussing serious matters. Okay, I'll go and explain things right away. As the only male present, Lu Xian had to put on a relaxed attitude of how difficult is that for the sake of face, but he still had to do what needed to be done. Leaving the 2 on the beach, Lu Xian quickly chased after Shen Qian. I searched around in the cave, but couldn't find her. It was not until I came out of the back cave that I saw Shen Qian sitting alone on the lawn on the west side. Lu Xian went up and hugged Shen Qian. Angry? We really. Lu Xian was about to explain a few words, but Shen Qian turned around angrily, pouting and muttering. You guys always don't bring me along when you discuss important matters. Do you look down on me? You're not that. Lu Xian was dumbfounded. It turned out that this girl was. I thought she. What's wrong? You don't think I'm jealous, do you? Am I, Shen Qian, such a stingy person? In fact, I know everything about you. Hearing this, Lu Xian felt guilty again. No way. Could it be that the matter between me and Lung Mingyao? Chapter 184, really caught in the act. Actually, I know everything. Shen Qian suddenly came in front of Lu Xian and raised her voice abruptly. Now Lu Xian felt even more unsure. Could it be that his only bad deed was exposed? What do you know? I feel nervous here and can't speak clearly. I know. Yin likes you very much. She calls you handsome boy whenever she opens her mouth and handsome boy whenever she closes her mouth. Oh my God, that's it. Just listen to what she says. This girl makes a living by talking. I bet she doesn't even believe what she says. After all this time, it turned out that the girl was talking about Yin, and Lu Xian felt relieved. I'm serious. Have you ever thought about what would happen to the 4 of us if we really couldn't go back? Shen Qian blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Xian sincerely. This really confused Lu Xian. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but start to daydream again. Well, what can we do? Let's just make do with it. I'm in good health and can handle it. Are you feeling well? Now it's Shen Qian's turn to be confused. After hearing what Shen Qian said, Lu Xian became happy. Yeah, look at my body. When the time comes, you'll be on Monday and Wednesday, and they'll be on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Then on Sunday, we'll all be together. Lu Xian became more and more excited as he talked, and even made a schedule. But the next second he was despised by Shen Qian. You're still thinking too far ahead. I'm busy 7 days a week. I'm warning you, if you dare to bully Meng Yao by force, I'll bite that thing off of you. Shen Qian clenched her little pink fist, made a murderous look, and glanced at Lu Xian viciously. What if she forces herself on me? A faint smile played at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth, clearly undeterred by the playful girl's words. His mind couldn't help but recall that night, when Lung Meng Yao, half asleep and half awake, her cheeks flushed and her charming appearance, and he unconsciously brushed her lips with his fingertips, as if the imagined gentle touch still lingered. Bah, only I would be interested in you. Meng Yao has high standards, so don't dream on. Do you know how many men are chasing her? They can be lined up from her office to the elevator, and she won't even look at them. I'm saying, what if? You know how charming I am. Otherwise, how could I have you under my wing? Lu Xian kissed Shen Qian with a wicked smile, and took the opportunity to pinch her waist. I was fooled by you. Anyway, Meng Yao is different. I even think she is misogynistic. You still want Meng Yao to like you? Stop dreaming. Shen Qian struggled shyly for a few times, but realized that she was no match for Lu Xian, so she simply gave up resisting and let Lu Xian's big hands do whatever they wanted, but she didn't give in at all with her words. Okay, you're the one who said it. If your best friend really falls in love with me one day, don't be jealous secretly. Lu Xian had a smug smile on his face, his hands didn't stop moving, and there was a bit of teasing and provocation in his words. Hearing this, Shen Qian raised her lips slightly, with a sly glint in her eyes. Okay, if you really have the ability to take Meng Yao down, I am willing to be your subordinate, and we two sisters will serve you together. Obviously, Shen Qian had no confidence in Lu Xian at all, or to put it another way, she believed that her best friend was a man-hater. That won't work. Even if you two are together, she has to be the younger one. You will always be the oldest one, Lu Xian still had a smirk on his face. He looked behind him and saw that there was no one around, so he became bolder. No, not here. What if they come? Shen Qian kept pushing, but she couldn't beat Lu Xian. Just when the two of them got to the point, Shen Qian suddenly screamed, then pushed Lu Xian away and got up from the ground. Lu Xian's current state was like an arrow on a string, his finger almost touching the trigger, but the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. He could only stand there helplessly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Following Shen Qian's terrified gaze, he slowly turned around. Wow! What caught his eye were Eni-chen's wide, curious eyes, staring intently at him. Even more ridiculous was the fact that, far from flinching, the girl seemed to have discovered something new. Her mouth opened slightly, and her gaze gradually shifted downwards. I'll go. Lu Xian only reacted at this time, and quickly put on his pants. I caught you again, right? But you can do it, handsome boy. Very good. I give you 95 points. This Eni-chen is indeed extraordinary, and she can speak ferocious words at will. Oh, how embarrassing. Shen Qian covered her cheeks, walked around Lu Xian and Eni-chen, and ran into the cave like a flash, leaving Lu Xian standing there. This feeling is simply indescribable. It's like when the candy is about to go into your mouth, but someone pulls it out. Why did you leave? I still want to admire it. Hey, do you? Well, need any help? This Eni-chen is really something. She even blatantly provoked Lu Xian. Help? Haha, I'm afraid you can't handle it. Lu Xian didn't give Eni-chen a good look for ruining his plans. He glared at her and followed Shen Qian back to the cave. Tisk, I'm afraid of you. What's the point of being big? Even though we were back in the cave, Eni-chen was still mumbling to herself. Yi-chen, what are you talking about? Lung Meng Yao had already set up the barbecue grill and cleaned the cave. He saw 3 people entering the cave one after another, and everyone had a strange expression, especially Eni-chen, who was walking at the end and seemed to be muttering something. No, it's okay. She said the meat is too big and not tasty. It needs to be cut into smaller pieces. By the way, Meng Yao, you said outside earlier that you had 3 plans. Now that everyone is here, tell us all your plans, and we can all make a decision together. It's better to let go of what just happened. If Lung Meng Yao is dragged into this, I'm afraid Shen Qian will have to dig a hole by herself to sleep in tonight. So Lu Xian quickly changed the subject. I just remembered that Lung Meng Yao had something to say, so this was a perfect opportunity, a seamless transition. 3 plans? What's that? After hearing what Lu Xian said, Shen Qian finally came out of her shyness, and together with Eni-chen, she looked at Lung Meng Yao with curiosity. I just had some simple communication with Lu Xian on the beach, but we still need to discuss and decide what to do next. Lung Mingyao was still a little worried that Shen Qian would misunderstand that he and Lu Xian had just done something inappropriate on the beach, so he made some explanatory remarks before landing on the island. 3 plans? That sounds impressive. Tell me. I want to hear it. When Yini Chen heard this, she had completely forgotten what she had witnessed before, Lu Xian and Shen Qian, and stared at Lung Mingyao with hope on her face. Seeing this, Lung Mingyao went straight to the point. I have 3 ideas about Aphrodite and the 5 sanctuaries. The first one is Chapter 185. Where's the serious vote? Lung Mingyao stretched out a finger, made a 1 gesture, and then pointed to the west. From what I heard from Aphrodite and Charlie's tribe, besides imprisoning her brother Taylor, there's also a foreign woman named Vivian who's also been controlled by Richard. That should be the woman I saw outside the waterfall. She really seemed to be being held captive. When mentioning the woman named Vivian, Lu Xian immediately thought of the woman who was escorted by savages into the cave behind the waterfall. Aphrodite said that the woman seemed to know more about the parchment scroll, and that she was a former sailor with extensive sailing experience. So my first thought was to rescue Aphrodite, her brother Taylor, and the woman. Having said that, Lung Mingyao paused for a moment and finally gave 3 specific reasons. The advantages of doing this are, firstly, we can have a few more helpers. After all, we are quite short of manpower right now. Secondly, that woman is a crew member after all, and she might be able to help us leave this deserted island in the future. Thirdly, regarding that parchment scroll, if we can really decipher it, perhaps we really have a chance to find the so-called treasure. Of course, even if the legend is false, with their help, it will still be of great help to us in exploring the entire deserted island. Lung Mingyao gave 3 reasons in one breath, then stopped and did not continue. Instead, he observed the expressions of the 3 people in front of him. Lu Xian naturally didn't express his opinion immediately, but just sat on the Simmons mattress with a calm expression. Shen Qian looked at Lu Xian reflexively. Seeing that Lu Xian didn't say a word, she just sat there obediently without expressing any opinion. Hey, don't stop. Let's talk about the second one first. Yini Chen, the curious baby, saw that no one reacted. Even Lung Mingyao stopped and hurriedly urged a few times. The second rule is that we abandon Aphrodite and her brother, and we won't care about that woman either. When the time is right and the need arises, we'll explore the deserted island on our own. If we can find those 5 locations and ultimately find the so-called treasure, then that would be great. If not, then we'll just treat it as a story. Hearing that they were going to give up Aphrodite, Shen Qian frowned, glanced at everyone, and muttered softly, Jessica saved us once, and Aphrodite also saved you and Lu Xian once. Moreover, before Jessica died, she specifically asked us to find Aphrodite. Now we have finally found her, but is it really okay to ignore her? Neither Lu Xian nor Lung Mingyao expressed their opinions on Shen Qian's words. After all, Lung Mingyao hadn't yet finished explaining her 3 plans. Excessive commentary and explanation would only affect others' judgment. Since the matter had been put on the table, they had to respect the democratic decision. Qian, it's okay. Let's wait for Mingyao to finish the 3rd point. Then we can make a decision. Yini Chen looked calm and gestured for Lung Mingyao to continue. The 3rd rule is very simple. We stay the same and ignore everything that happened after we met Jessica. We just guard our own residence. Lung Mingyao described this last point quite concisely. Of course, Lung Mingyao also made some additions to the 3rd point at the end. Remaining unchanged, at least in the short term, minimizes the risk. As long as we remain vigilant, we can avoid conflict with Richard as much as possible and avoid wasting time and energy searching for the parchment scroll, the sanctuary, and that treasure whose authenticity is uncertain. After listening to Lung Mingyao's narration, the 4 people in the cave remained silent. Even Yini Chen, who was usually chattering, fell into deep thought. Obviously, Lung Mingyao's 3 plans each have their own advantages and disadvantages. To save Aphrodite, Taylor, and the woman named Vivian, they will inevitably have a head-on conflict with Charlie's tribe, but it would be inappropriate and unreasonable to just stand by and watch. Moreover, even if they didn't cause trouble for Richard, given his character, it was only a matter of time before he would cause trouble for them. The deserted island was so small that they would meet him sooner or later. If they waited for him to brainwash those savages, it would only lead to more trouble. As for the 5 shelters and the so-called treasure, they could certainly just treat it as a story, heard and forgotten. But, putting aside whether the legend was true or not, could they really get over it? As long as this legend is not solved, it will be like there is a sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. Can we really live a down-to-earth and happy life? At that moment, The three girls looked at Lu Xian collectively, but Lu Xian did not rush to express his opinion. Although he was the team leader among the four of them, the decision involved so many broad issues that a democratic decision was needed. Only when the four of them reached a consensus could the subsequent decision-making direction be meaningful. Don't look at me. I can't make the decision for you this time. After all, this step could fundamentally change our living conditions. Everyone, please think about this for 10 minutes, then decide by secret ballot. Lu Xian shrugged and expressed his point of view. It's just a vote. Why is it so complicated? I agree with the first one. It's so boring to stay at home all the time. Besides, I think that sister named Aphrodite is quite cute. Isn't she handsome, boy? In Yichen hesitated for less than half a minute, and then decisively agreed to the first plan. But this woman, you cast your vote. But why do you always include yourself in it? Lu Xian glared at her fiercely. As a result, this glance not only did not make the other party restrain herself, but the woman even made several wriggling movements in front of Lung Mengyao and Shen Qian to threaten Lu Xian. Seeing this scene, Shen Qian's cheeks, which had finally returned to normal, instantly turned red again. Only Lung Mengyao looked at the three people in front of him with a puzzled look. Ahem. Well, you two should vote too. In order to immediately stop Yin Yichen's crazy behavior, Lu Xian could only cough lightly and use the voting matter as a cover. Then I'll vote for the first one. Shen Qian didn't dare to disobey Yin Yichen at the moment, for she was afraid that the woman would describe loudly what she had just seen, so she simply chose to agree with her. Now she had two votes at once. Yin Yichen was even more proud. She waved her hand and pointed at Lu Xian. You, it's your turn. There was a hint of threat in her eyes, as if she would go all out if Lu Xian didn't do what she wanted. Why does this good democratic vote suddenly feel a bit distorted? I'll vote first too. Ahem, we're really shorthanded here. As for that parchment scroll, I also want to find out what secrets are hidden in it. Lu Xian also voted for the first option. Just to save face, I have to add some explanation to prove that I am definitely not someone who follows the crowd. At the same time, he did not forget to glare at Yin Yichen opposite him. This woman. Sooner or later, I will take care of her. If a tiger doesn't show off its power, it really thinks it's Hello Kitty. Only, Yin Yichen on the opposite side was not afraid at all, and even looked at his crotch with a lewd look. Chapter 186 This Witch. Under Yin Yichen's coercion, the final result of this vote is predictable. Seeing that Lu Xian and the other two voted for the first plan, Lung Mengyao felt that her vote was no longer important, so she simply followed the crowd. As a result, what Lu Xian originally thought was a grand decision that would determine life and death ended in such a casual vote. Hee. Unanimous approval. First, get the girl, then find the treasure. Now, Yin Yichen was very happy. Those who don't know would think that this girl and the treasure are lying in her own backyard. Ahem. Although the vote was passed unanimously, we can't act rashly. I have a hunting rifle and 2 bows and arrows. Thanks to Miss Yin's, unremitting efforts, we now have over 30 arrows. We need to practice archery for a while tomorrow. This is what is called never fighting a battle without preparation. Lu Xian knew very well that this time when he went to Charlie's tribe, he and his friends were just making trouble and messing around, and they also took advantage of the girl's beauty and intelligence. This trip was quite fruitful. I got the news I was supposed to get, the vegetables I was supposed to get, and even the arrow that Yin Yichen shouldn't have taken was grabbed for herself. But next time I go, I'm afraid it won't be that cheap. Maybe what's waiting for me is not vegetables, but axes, spears, hooks, and forks. Lu Xian could even imagine how furious Richard would be when he saw his pig-brained little brother returning empty-handed. I guess he even had the thought of tearing himself into pieces and scattering his bones and ashes. Now I have to take the initiative to go to his door. I can imagine how thrilling it would be if I met Richard. Still need to practice? Shouldn't we go tonight? As the saying goes, attack them by surprise and catch them off guard. Besides, if a fight really breaks out, those savages might even be on our side. This Yin Yichen is really impatient. She even wants to fight back tonight. Yichen, aren't you a little too impatient? Shen Qian frowned and looked at Yin Yichen in disbelief. But because she had the leverage in the other party's hands, she had no confidence in what she said. What are you doing late at night? Lu Xian naturally couldn't let this girl do what she wanted. It was amazing that this girl had such a plan. She had just returned but hadn't even warmed up yet. But she was actually thinking of going back. Hey, this is my strategy, okay? Mengyao, please help me speak up and tell me if I'm right. Seeing the two people in front of her holding opposing opinions, Yin Yichen had no choice but to turn her gaze to Lung Mengyao. Yichen's proposal does make sense. If we take them by surprise, do the opposite, and launch a surprise attack, we might actually achieve a surprise attack. Besides, those savages currently have a favorable impression of us. Lu Xian and Shun Qian looked at each other in surprise when they heard Lung Mingyao's words. Lung Mingyao was known for her calmness and composure, and her insights were often profound and unique. How could she agree with Yi Chen's crazy and reckless idea today? Boss Lung, you don't really agree with this girl's idea and want to kill her now, right? It's already hard enough for me to bear with Yi Chen going crazy. If even Lung Mingyao follows suit, how can I lead this team? Yi Chen's idea is correct, but there's no need to rush tonight. Besides, traveling at night is simply not feasible and too risky. We can set out early tomorrow morning, just after the sun comes out. That way, we don't have to worry about traveling at night, and we can also catch the enemy by surprise. Fortunately, Lung Mingyao did not go crazy. She just agreed with Yi Chen's point of view, but did not support fighting back tonight. Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief and thought carefully about Lung Mingyao's words, which seemed to make a lot of sense. If this drags on for too long, I'm afraid my group will become passive. If I launch a surprise attack early tomorrow morning and charge back directly, as long as the people guarding the tribe are not Richard and that burly man, my group may be able to take the tribe without bloodshed. What's more, there is Aphrodite as an insider in the tribe. I agree with Ming Yao's idea, so everyone should rest early tonight and get enough rest. When the sun comes out tomorrow, we'll set off. I don't believe we can't deal with that Richard. Although Lu Xian did not have any deep hatred with the man named Richard on the surface, and the two of them had exchanged a few hypocritical pleasantries today, after hearing about Richard's various evil deeds from Lung Mingyao, Lu Xian hated the man deeply. That's fine, change clothes and go to bed. Miss Ying compromised very quickly. As soon as Lu Xian expressed his opinion, the girl had completely given up the idea of a night attack. Then, this girl actually took off her shirt in front of everyone. Lu Xian was dumbfounded. This woman really didn't treat him as an outsider. Yi Chun, why did you change here? Lu Xian is still here. Lung Mingyao was at a loss as to what to do with this operation, and was just about to offer some advice. The woman responded immediately. It's okay, I've already seen him, it's just a matter of reciprocity, we're even now. As soon as these words were spoken, the cave fell into complete silence. Lung Mingyao stared at Lu Xian with his eyes wide open, while Shun Qian lowered her head shyly. As for Lu Xian, he quickly turned his back, still yelling, "Don't talk nonsense." "Oh, I was just about to praise you for being awesome, but you didn't want to. Forget it. I'm going to sleep now." Yi Chen didn't argue. After changing her clothes, she lay flat on the Simmons mattress and rolled around. But her power completely confused Lung Mingyao. You? Seeing the behavior of the three people in front of her, Lung Mingyao had obviously noticed something was wrong. But no matter how smart she was, she couldn't guess what had just happened in the backyard. "Well, everyone, go to bed early. I'll go to the back and close the door. You guys go to sleep first." Lu Xian simply ran away. This woman Yi Chen was really someone you couldn't afford to mess with. She never played by the rules at all. When Lu Xian closed the bamboo raft door of the back cave and returned to the cave again, the three girls had already laid down one after another. Shin Qian waved at Lu Xian, indicating that Lu Xian should sleep next to her. The girl deliberately sent Yi Chen away and left a seat in the very edge for Lu Xian. Seeing that Yi Chen and Lung Mingyao seemed to have fallen asleep, Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that today's troubles have really exhausted the two girls. Lung Mingyao was busy trying to find out the other party's strengths and weaknesses, while Yi Chen, the woman, was talking a lot. Lu Xian tiptoed to Shin Qian's side and lay down. Shin Qian turned her head and blinked at Lu Xian, then lowered her voice and said, "They fell down and caught fire. Aren't you tired?" Lu Xian smiled bitterly and nodded, then pointed at himself. "It's not my body that is tired, but my soul. Who can understand the pain of the late emperor died halfway through his career? Then shall I help you?" Just when Lu Xian was looking at Shin Qian with a bitter face, he didn't expect that this girl would actually take the initiative to ask for such benefits. This feeling is good. Chapter 187, The Queen of Archery. Why are you still holding her? Hey, get up, get up. Let's go save the girl. In the early morning of the next day, when it was still dark, Lu Xian, who was holding Shin Qian and dreaming sweetly, was awakened by Yi Chen's loud voice. Shin Qian opened her eyes wide suddenly after being yelled at by Yi Chen, and then she rolled and crawled out of Lu Xian's arms. Lu Xian still looked sleepy. As soon as he opened his eyes in a daze, he saw Shin Qian with a shy face and Yi Chen who was staring at him with wide eyes. "You too, last night. Weren't you too bold, good guy?" The woman started to have wild thoughts again. No. Shin Qian recalled what she and Lu Xian had done before going to bed last night. She was already feeling guilty. When Ini-chan looked at her like that, Shen Qian jumped up from the Simmons mattress and ran out of the cave like a fly. Ini-chan, what are you doing? Just get up on your own. You're so jumpy, you're scaring me. Lu Xian rolled his eyes at Ini-chan. This girl was really good at causing trouble. His beautiful dream was ruined by her again. Don't you see what time it is? We have something important to do today. You two have to put your love affairs aside for now, understand? So what did you do last night? It seemed like you didn't hear anything. You were so bold. Meng Yao was right next to you, and you just, hee. What positions did you use? How long did it take? You didn't do it all night long, did you? This woman first lectured Lu Xian, then changed the subject and began to daydream. Looking at her like this, what else does she need to explain? Hasn't this woman figured it all out herself? Yes, it's amazing. Okay, how about you join us? Seriously. Lu Xian glanced outside the cave and found that the sky was indeed getting brighter. He lifted the quilt, put on his pants, and did not forget to retort Ini-chan. I'm fine, but I'm worried that you won't be able to handle fighting two people at once. Lu Xian had already walked to the entrance of the cave, but the girl was still mumbling there. Fortunately, the cry of the fledgling bird that had begun to grow feathers successfully attracted the girl away, and Lu Xian was finally free. Lu Xian turned around and glanced at the chick. This little fellow had a really good diet. Every day, a girl fed him on time. He had only been here for a few days, but he had already grown a lot. I'm sorry. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, he almost bumped into Lung Mingyao. The two of them looked up and looked at each other for a second. Then Lung Mingyao lowered his head and quickly walked into the cave, his face still blushing. Could it be that this girl didn't sleep again last night? Lu Xian walked out of the cave quickly and saw Shen Qian roasting potatoes alone in front of the barbecue grill. He coughed lightly and pointed in the direction Lung Mingyao left. Shen Qian didn't say anything, but lowered her head shyly. It seems that what happened between the two of us yesterday. Why? Lu Xian lowered his head and sighed. It was really not a good thing to be worried every day. What's more, he still has to go to Charlie's tribe to rescue people today. If Aphrodite, her brother, and the one named Vivian were really rescued, the number of laborers here would be sufficient, and the food and drinking water would also be enough. However, the problem of sleeping at night was really a big problem. This is always so blatant. It seems to affect the quality and easily cause embarrassment to others. It seems that when all these things around me come to an end, I have to think carefully about how to renovate this 1-bedroom and 2-living-room cave. After having a simple breakfast with Shen Qian, the girl tried roasting a few slices of potatoes, which tasted pretty good with the roast pork. Lu Xian probably felt hungry, so he ate 6 or 7 skewers in one breath. This is good. I'll go check it out again today. If it's still in stock, I'll dig some up. It's so delicious. Lu Xian praised the potato chips highly and even thought about going to Charlie's tribe to bring some back. After all, growing potatoes by himself would take a long time, and he didn't want to wait. Just when Lu Xian swallowed the 8th slice of baked potato, Lung Mingyao and Ini-chan appeared in front of him at the same time. Looking at the two of them, they seemed to be ready to go. When I got up this morning, I practiced with your compound bow and bamboo arrows for a while. It felt pretty good, so I'll carry the bow. You can carry the hunting rifle, and Ku-in and Yi-chun can each carry a bamboo fork. Lung Mingyao wore a tight-fitting short shirt today, outlining her smooth and powerful lines. The collar of the shirt was slightly open, revealing the elegance of her collarbone, while still being casual and unrestrained. She paired it with a pair of mid-length pants, which perfectly showed off her long and straight legs. In addition, she carried an imposing compound bow on her back, which matched her firm and deep eyes. It was as if she was possessed by the god of war Queen Alice. Lu Xian couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Hearing that this girl claimed that she could use a bow and arrow, Lu Xian was shocked. You can also use a bow and arrow? In Lu Xian's eyes, President Lung knew enough, but he didn't expect that this girl had such a hidden trick. I can sort of use it barely. I had a client who really enjoyed shooting with a bow, so to cater to his taste, I went to the shooting range and practiced for a while. I only have the basics, but it should be enough. Seeing that Lu Xian was still half believing and half doubting, the girl pulled the compound bow behind her, drew the bow and arrow, and shot an arrow at the campfire in front of Lu Xian. There was a sound of whoosh, and before Lu Xian could react, he felt a cloud of dust rising under his feet. When he looked down, he found that the bonfire that was still burning brightly had gone out. Good guy. When Lu Xian saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, this woman aimed at the bonfire. If she had aimed at him, he would have died on the spot. Wow. Awesome. Awesome. President Lung is so awesome. When will you teach me? Ini-chan instantly turned into Lung Mingyao's little fangirl, clapping and cheering. It's just luck. I've prepared all the food and drinking water. When are we going to leave? Putting away the compound bow and arrows, Lung Mingyao pointed to the rising sun in the east. Okay, let's go now. After seeing Lung Mingyao's archery skills, Lu Xian became more confident in taking down the Charlie tribe. If that kid Richard dared to resist, Lung Mingyao would be able to nail him to the ground with just one arrow. Richard, just wait for me. I'm here to take you in. Chapter 188, Heavy Fog. With 3 beauties and each holding a weapon, the 4 of them marched towards the Charlie tribe in the early morning. Mingyao is an archer. You, handsome boy, are a gunner, and Qian and I are warriors. Lu Xian, Shun Qian, and Lung Mingyao were somewhat skeptical about this action. After all, the other tribe had at least dozens of people, and they only had 4 people. Taking the initiative to cause trouble for the other party was a very bold move, so they were inevitably worried. At the moment, only Eni Chen, this heartless girl, still has the mind to assign herself a career. What made Lu Xian laugh and cry the most was that the girl was not happy with a bamboo fork and insisted on carrying the axe, saying that this made her look like a real warrior. Lu Xian couldn't persuade her. He hadn't intended to confront dozens of them head-on. He only needed to quickly capture Richard and William, and he could easily persuade the remaining natives through other means. So he hadn't considered actually sending these girls into battle. Hurry up and keep the formation. We are a team. Seeing that Lu Xian and the other 2 ignored her, Eni Chen was still enjoying herself. Judging from her appearance, she played a lot of multiplayer competitive games on weekdays. Chen, walk slowly. It's foggy today, and the sun hasn't fully risen yet. Visibility is low. Don't fall. Lung Mingyao was like a mother with her daughter, and she had to take care of Eni Chen, who was rushing in the front from time to time. Got it. Hurry up and go, go, go. Eni Chen responded, still without stopping, and rushed to the front of the team alone. Lu Xian looked at Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian beside him somewhat helplessly. According to the plan, his group was going to launch a sneak attack, but why did it feel like they were launching a general attack now? Fortunately, this place is still quite a long way from Charlie's tribe, and Lu Xian was too lazy to stop Eni Chen. However, next time he wants to go out with this girl, he must bring a rope to tie her up. The 4 of them walked for more than half an hour, and the sun slowly rose. However, the fog in the jungle not only did not weaken, but showed signs of getting stronger. Where are you going? I can't see the road. The thick fog was not entirely without its benefits. At least it called Eni Chen back. At that moment, the girl obviously could not tell east from west, south from north. This direction, as long as you follow this stream, you won't go wrong. Fortunately, there was a stream flowing east and west next to me, and I had a compass with me. It was an indisputable fact that my progress was slowed down due to the heavy fog, but I would not get lost. Several people continued to walk along the gurgling stream. After about 10 minutes, the fog around them seemed to come alive and became thicker, tightly restricting their vision. Lung Mingyao frowned slightly, her voice tinged with worry as she suggested to Lu Xian, Lu Xian, perhaps we should stop for a while and wait for the fog to clear before setting off again. If we rashly head towards the Charlie tribe in this thick, chaotic fog, if the primitive inhabitants notice something unusual, but can't recognize our faces due to the hazy mist, they might mistake us for uninvited guests, leading to unnecessary misunderstandings and risks. President Lung's mind is indeed as delicate as a thread, and his considerations are far-reaching, beyond the reach of ordinary people. The wisdom and foresight contained in his words made Lu Xian secretly admire him. That makes sense. Let's find a place to rest and recover first. Qian, keep an eye on Eni Chen and don't let her run around. I'll go look around and see if there's a place we can stay. We can rehydrate and get some rest. I have some dry food in my bag, so if anyone didn't have a full breakfast, they can have some. After giving some instructions, Lu Xian left the team alone for the time being, thinking of finding a dry and flat place for everyone to rest. Handsome boy, I'll go with you. Shun Qian hadn't caught Eni Chen yet. Eni Chen had good ears. When she heard that Lu Xian was going to find a place to rest, she immediately ran to Lu Xian's side. Okay, Qian, you and Mingyao wait here for us. We won't go too far. We'll just take a look around and come back soon. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here. Lu Xian didn't have time to argue with Eni Chen now. If she wanted to follow him, she could follow him as long as she didn't cause any trouble for him. Taking his follower Eni Chen with him, Lu Xian went to the right. On his left was the stream. On the left bank of the stream was a dense jungle, while on his right bank was a rugged and muddy dirt road. Obviously, neither side of the stream was a suitable place to stay. There's a big rock wall over there. I'll go take a look. Lu Xian was still looking down at the terrain, but Eni Chen, who was following him, said something and quickly rushed ahead of him. Don't run around. Give me. Handsome boy. This place is great. It's sheltered from the wind and rain. Come quickly. Hey, what is this? Just as Lu Xian was about to yell at the girl, Yini Chin was already standing there motionless and seemed to have bent down to pick up something. Lu Xian was afraid that the girl might encounter some wild animal, so he took 2 quick steps and caught up to Yini Chin. Handsome boy, look quickly. It looks like someone has lit a fire here, and there's a dagger. No way. Could this be the place where those cannibal tribesmen eat human flesh? Before Lu Xian could say a word, Yini Chin picked up a dagger and started talking incoherently, even figuring out the plot of the cannibal tribe eating people. Taking the dagger from Yini Chin, Lu Xian immediately remembered where he was. Isn't this where Lung Mingyao and I stayed overnight? It was also here that we encountered that crazy fat pig and then a group of savages. Of course, this was also the place where something almost happened between him and Lung Mingyao. Well, just rest here. Don't go anywhere. Stay still. I'll go call Mingyao and Qian. Now that he knew exactly where this place was, Lu Xian didn't need to look for another place. This was the place Lung Mingyao had personally chosen for him to spend the night. It was the perfect place to rest. After reminding Yini Chin again, Lu Xian turned around and went to look for Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian. Have you found a place to rest? Shin Qian didn't expect Lu Xian to come back so soon. Yeah, it's right there. The terrain is flat, and there's a rock wall behind it that can provide shelter from the wind and rain. Can there be such a good place in this place? Shin Qian was obviously quite puzzled. She never expected to find such a good place to rest in this densely jungle area. When Lung Mingyao heard Lu Xian's words, he seemed to have guessed where the resting place Lu Xian was referring to was. My cheeks turned red involuntarily, just as the 3 of them were about to get up and head to the resting place. But suddenly, he found Yini Chin running towards him breathlessly, muttering, Someone. Chapter 189. This girl is playing parkour with us again. Is there anyone? Hearing Yini Chin's words, Lu Xian's expression immediately became tense. Shin Qian had already taken off the bamboo forks on her back. Lung Mingyao began to look around vigilantly. It was early in the morning, and the jungle was thick with fog. How could someone suddenly appear in the jungle? Did you see clearly what the other person looks like? Lu Xian deliberately lowered his voice and asked Yini Chin. I didn't see clearly, but I heard a rustling sound from over there, and then a figure rushed over. It scared me. Yini Chin stretched out her right hand and pointed towards the jungle to the west. Could it be a wild animal? Lu Xian was still a little skeptical, fearing that the girl had made a mistake due to excessive nervousness. That shouldn't be the case. The noise is louder than the monkeys in the zoo, but smaller than those large animals like tigers and lions. I think it's a human. Oh, and I also found this. Although Yini Chin's words left Lu Xian and the other 2 speechless, as it was both a monkey and a tiger, but looking at her expression, she seemed quite certain. At the end, he even took out a bottle of mineral water. Yi-chun, where did you get this mineral water? Shin Qian looked curiously at the mineral water bottle that Yini Chin took out for no apparent reason. What they picked up over there must be. The savages drank the water because their mouths were dry after eating human flesh. Looking at this girl who was making a logical reasoning in a serious manner, Lu Xian rubbed his forehead. Your wildlings drink mineral water. Okay, stop talking nonsense. The 3 of you follow me closely. Let's go to the rock wall first. Lu Xian was too lazy to waste words with this girl. What's more, it was too troublesome to explain what happened that night. It was better to just pretend to be deaf and dumb and not say anything. The current situation is that a human suddenly appeared in the jungle. Before figuring out the situation, Lu Xian would not act on his own. He must first find a safe place to stay and wait until the fog dissipates and visibility improves before making plans. Lu Xian took the lead, followed by Yini Chin holding an axe, Shin Qian, and Lung Mingyao at the rear. The 4 of them formed a long snake formation and slowly came to the front of the rock wall. This place is really nice. It even has a roof. This rock wall is so huge. Coming to the foot of this rock wall, Shin Qian looked up from time to time to take in the scenery. Look, this is the place I found. Isn't it amazing? Yini Chin looked at Shin Qian's face full of amazement and couldn't help but pat his chest, with a look of pride on his face. Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao looked at each other and tacitly chose to ignore Yini Chin's boasting. Hey, did you see anyone go by there? Lu Xian looked around and then pointed to his right. Well, that person should have gone there. Yini Chin nodded affirmatively, then pointed to a place farther away. Where did you go? You guys drink some water and rest first. I'll go over and take a look. Lu Xian settled the 3 girls and asked Shin Qian for her bamboo fork, getting ready to stand up. Suddenly, from the darkness on the right came a subtle, rapid rustling sound, like the night wind brushing against fallen leaves. Then, like a ghost in the woods, a figure flashed past my sight in an instant, its speed astonishing. Although Lu Xian's eyes didn't catch the fleeting face, his intuition and experience allowed him to conclude that it was definitely not another species, but a human. Furthermore, if he wasn't mistaken, the passing figure seemed familiar. It must be a girl, a blonde. Stay still. Lu Xian gave an instruction and immediately hurried after the figure. The first and only possibility that popped up in Lu Xian's mind was Aphrodite. But there was a confusion and a difficulty before Lu Xian. The confusion is, why did Aphrodite run out of the tribe again? And judging from her appearance, she was obviously chasing something. Could it be the person Eni Chen saw before? This is difficult. This girl belongs to Sonic the Hedgehog. I have competed with her before, and it seems that she is no match for her at all. Now that he was about to pursue the other person, Lu Xian himself lost confidence. But no matter how unconfident you are, you still have to chase after it. The following scene was similar to the previous one, with 3 teams chasing each other and running wildly in the foggy jungle. And the one he was chasing was still that parkour master, Aphrodite. If there is any difference, it is that there are no pursuers behind Lu Xian for the time being. Oh my god, he ran away again. After running for hundreds of meters, Lu Xian couldn't help but want to curse when he saw that he was about to lose the man. Did this girl have a pair of 1.2-meter long legs? How can a girl run so fast? When she grows up, no man can catch up with her. Although he complained in his heart, Lu Xian never stopped walking. Relying on the fact that he had been here once, Lu Xian boldly decided to take a detour and launch a sniper attack. Who made me fight head-on? I'm really no match for him. Lu Xian knew very well that the biggest purpose of his group's trip this time was to rescue this girl. Of course, the best-case scenario would be to not only rescue Aphrodite, but also her brother and another woman held captive by Richard. Of course, it would be even better if Richard could be dealt with and the Charlie tribe taken down. So, when he met this girl in the wild, how could he let her escape so easily again? What's more, as long as this girl was with him, he would have a better chance of winning against Richard and those savages. At that moment, Lu Xian took a gamble, detoured to the left, crossed the stream, and continued running. After running for 600 or 700 meters in one breath, Lu Xian had reached the limit of his physical strength. He came to a flat rock, squatted down, and began to breathe heavily to rest. Looking around, he found that everything was quiet. It was obvious that his pursuit and interception had ended in failure. This girl ran away again. Lu Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and collapsed to the ground weakly. As a man, Lu Xian felt ashamed of himself for being tricked by a girl twice. But just when Lu Xian felt speechless facing his former instructor, there was movement behind him again. Lu Xian jumped up from the ground alertly, picked up the bamboo fork in his hand, crouched down, and looked ahead intently. A few seconds later, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Chapter 190, Another Girl Received. Lu Xian was stunned when he saw the girl in front of him. Isn't this the girl I chased for a long time and almost ran myself to death? Aphrodite? Lu Xian had originally given up and was ready to go back home to look for his 3 sisters, but he didn't expect that after searching for a long time, he would find what he wanted without any effort. The girl came to me on her own initiative. Aphrodite was also panting at this time. After seeing Lu Xian, she widened her eyes and talked to Lu Xian in a gibberish. Although Lu Xian didn't understand a single word of what was said given his poor English listening and speaking skills, he could tell that the girl had recognized him, with a look of joy tinged with surprise on her face. How could you? Lu Xian had a lot of questions to ask the girl at the moment, but just as he opened his mouth, he remembered a big problem in front of him. Even if the two of them had thousands of words to communicate, there was no way because there was a language barrier. Long sister. The two of them stared at each other for a long while, and Aphrodite finally managed to squeeze out a few words of broken Chinese. Lu Xian immediately understood what she meant and quickly walked in front of her. Then he waved to the girl, indicating that she should follow him. Now it seems that the most important thing is to bring this girl back to Lung Mingyao. As for other issues, they can be put aside. English. Lu Xian now misses his beautiful English teacher from college more and more. Oh, I really want to recite a poem right now. When I was young, I didn't know how good a teacher was, mistakenly taking skipping classes as a treasure. Growing up, I only knew how to make barbecue, kicking your feet in front of a beautiful woman. Fortunately, Aphrodite did not seem to be as smart as imagined. The girl quickly understood what Lu Xian meant and quickly followed Lu Xian's pace. On the way back, Lu Xian was leading the team in front and had to look back at the girl from time to time. Lu Xian was afraid that the girl would run away again, because the girl had a pair of long legs that were 1.2 meters long. Fortunately, the fog has receded a little at this moment. At least it is not as thick as before. The two jumped across the stream, and Lucien took a good look at the foreign girl. Don't mention it yet. This blonde, blue-eyed little girl, though still young and still in the process of growing branches and leaves, naturally couldn't be compared to Lung Mingyao and the other two with her flat figure. However, this little Western beauty possessed a unique charm that came from a foreign land. Her skin was as white and flawless as fresh snow, and her facial features were like meticulously crafted works of art, each of them exuding a unique delicacy and purity. The girl seemed to see Lucien looking at her, and she was a little puzzled. She blinked her big, expressive eyes and looked at Lucien in confusion. Ahem. Lucien coughed twice, quickly withdrew his gaze, waved at Aphrodite, and continued to take the girl back to the rock wall. Lucien, we are here. Are you okay? The three girls were obviously waiting very anxiously. They had already walked to the stream. When they saw Lucien coming back, they immediately came to greet him. Aphrodite. Lung Mingyao was the first to notice Aphrodite standing not far behind Lucien and walked over quickly with some excitement. Shen Qian and Yi Chen also went forward, forgetting about Lucien at this time. Lucien was so tired that he found a flat place to sit down, took out the fresh water he had brought with him, and started to drink it down his throat. I ran so far in one breath, and now I have to rush back to the starting point with this girl. I am really exhausted. Lung Mingyao and the other two surrounded Aphrodite, and the four girls exchanged greetings. Lucien didn't understand anyway, so he simply stayed out of it. After I finished a whole bottle of water, the four girls seemed to have completed the first stage of communication. The three of them brought Aphrodite back to the front of the rock wall one after another. Lucien, how did you find her? While holding Aphrodite's right hand, Shen Qian looked at Lucien curiously. Never mind, I had another running competition with this girl, and I almost collapsed from exhaustion. Give this to her. Lucien waved his hand, took out a second bottle of water from his bag, handed it to Shen Qian, and indicated to give the water to Aphrodite. Lolo said she really admires you. This is the first time anyone has been able to catch up with her. She's the fastest runner in their town. Shen Qian took the water handed to her by Lucien, put it in Aphrodite's hand, and then gave Lucien a thumbs up. Wait, what did you call her just now? Lolo? After hearing what Shen Qian said, Lucien didn't know how to explain it. He thought it was just a lucky coincidence that he got lucky. Not to mention catching up with this girl, I don't even want to compete with her in a running race in this life. But at the end, Lucien heard two new words, Luo Luo? Yes, I gave her a Chinese name, Luo Luo. After all, the name Aphrodite is a bit too long, and it might not be convenient for you to call her that in the future. I have to say that my woman is really considerate. Lucien has never found the name Aphrodite easy to pronounce. He really doesn't know what foreigners are thinking when naming something like this. Isn't this name difficult to pronounce? During the exam, when filling in a name, others have already finished the third question. In Lucien's eyes, the name Aphrodite is as devastating as the Chinese name Quan Zhao. Thank you. While Lucien was still studying the other person's name, Aphrodite, who was named Lolo, took the water, took a few gulps, and then looked at Lucien with gratitude. When Lucien heard these two English words, he also shed tears. Finally, there was English that he could understand. Lucien, Luo Luo has already thanked you. Why don't you say a few words to her? Shen Qian pulled Lucien's clothes, wanting Lucien to have a few words with this foreign girl. Lucien was so desperate that he wanted to cry, but had no tears. If he had this ability, he wouldn't have rushed back with this girl to ask for help. Qian, don't make things difficult for Lucien. Let him rest for a while. Lucien, I have some news that's both good and bad to tell you. Lung Mingyao brought Aphrodite to the rock wall, then pointed to the south and said to Lucien, half good, half bad news. Lucien was stunned when he heard Lung Mingyao's words. If this goes on, I won't be able to understand Chinese anymore. Where did this news come from? Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Lucien really didn't want to play any Chinese tongue twisters anymore. Let's just be straightforward and not beat around the bush. The person Yi Chen saw earlier is most likely Aphrodite's brother, Taylor. Chapter 191. Take the girl home first. Her brother? Wasn't he imprisoned? How did he get out? Obviously, Lucien did not expect that the person who came first in this three-person chase was Taylor, who was imprisoned by Richard. Lolo said that Taylor Pride opened the door of the cave during the foggy weather and escaped from the tribe while the savages were not paying attention. Shen Qian quickly explained to Lucien. Yes, Taylor ran away, and Richard was furious. Lolo said she might as well run away, otherwise Richard would never let her go. So she ran all the way, and ended up meeting Taylor halfway, but she didn't catch up. Yi Chen added some explanation. Lucien looked up and glanced at the three girls. It turned out that these three girls could communicate with Aphrodite without any obstacles. Can I just stare blankly? What did you say just now? Didn't catch up? However, after hearing Inichin's words, what shocked Lu Xian even more were the last 5 words. What do you mean by not catching up? With Sonic the Hedgehog, who has legs all over his neck except for his head, is there anyone he can't catch up with? Could it be that her brother is a leopard or has a few extra legs? Yes, Lolo said that Taylor runs much faster than her and has better physical strength, so Richard is very afraid of him. This is also one of the reasons why Richard imprisoned Taylor. Shun Qian nodded seriously, which confused Lu Xian. Didn't you say she was the fastest runner in their town? How come another one showed up? This female parkour hero had already crushed him, and then another one appeared. Lu Xian now felt dizzy when he heard the word, run. Oh, she doesn't live with her brother. Their parents are divorced. Lolo and Jessica live with their mom, and Tyler lives with his dad in another town. After hearing Shin Qian's explanation, Lu Xian finally understood. It turned out that the 2 fastest runners in your town had both happened to him. Okay. The problem is that Taylor. Lu Xian swallowed his words halfway through. He was deeply afraid that the girls in front of him would get carried away and ask him to chase Taylor again. Taylor couldn't even catch up with Aphrodite. If he was asked to go, it would be the end of his life. Aphrodite said she couldn't catch up with Taylor and didn't know where he went. Richard would definitely send those savages out to search for him, but she believes in her brother's ability. She also said this is not the place to talk. Richard might come over soon. Last night, Richard brainwashed those simple-minded savages, saying that we are bad guys sent by the cannibal tribe. Good guy? After listening to Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian finally understood that the thing he was most worried about had happened. Then let's go back first. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Of course, the good news is that at least I don't have to chase after Taylor anymore. Lu Xian, you don't know how wicked Richard is. He kept spreading rumors in the tribe, saying Taylor was an unlucky person and must be locked up and kept from seeing the sun, otherwise he would become a demon. The problem is that those savages were so stupid that they actually believed it. That's right, handsome boy, if you catch Richard, you must teach him a lesson. It would be best if you could skin him, pull out his tendons, and then stew his bones to make soup. On the way back, Shin Qian and Inichin both accused Richard of various evil deeds and instigated Lu Xian to cut Richard into 18 pieces. This is true, but why does it sound so creepy? Why do I feel like I'm the one from the cannibal tribe? Fortunately, Aphrodite didn't understand what the 2 girls said at all, otherwise they probably wouldn't dare to go back with her. Lu Xian, let's settle Aphrodite first. As for finding Taylor and other matters, we should plan them carefully. After all, the current situation is that those savages already regard us as enemies. If we really meet them, we have language barriers and I'm afraid they will kill us. Lung Mingyao is still more practical. At least what this girl thinks is more reliable. However, Lu Xian's idea of giving Lung Mingyao a thumbs up only lasted for a minute. Lu Xian, my idea is that we should go back and learn some simple barbarian language from Aphrodite first. That way, if we encounter barbarians in the future, we will be able to communicate. What do you think? Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian was dumbfounded. Forcing someone who can't even speak English well to learn an indigenous language is like asking for death. It's so sad to think about it. We have escaped from this world and come to a deserted island, but we still have to learn a foreign language. It really is true that you never stop learning as long as you live. Yes. I think as long as we all learn the native language, we won't be afraid even if we really meet those savages in the future. That Richard can fool people, and so can we. It's just some curse, some god. He can talk nonsense, and so can we. Inichin applauded when she heard Lung Mingyao's suggestion. Shin Qian on the side also nodded repeatedly, and seemed to have tried to communicate with Aphrodite on her left. How about, you guys learn it? After all, if you learn it, it won't make a difference if I learn it. Lu Xian really had no interest in learning a foreign language, and naturally wanted to desert. No, handsome boy, that's a team learning activity. Everyone must participate. What if you go out alone and encounter wild people? If you learn this foreign language, you don't have to fight. Just a few words, and you might be able to drive back a 1,000,000-strong army. But just as Lu Xian was about to make an excuse, Inichin immediately rejected him, saying, you can repel a 1,000,000-strong army with just a few words. I'm not you, who only knows how to make a living by talking. Then let's hurry on our way. Hurrying on our way is the most important thing. Lu Xian didn't respond, but just changed the subject and urged them to hurry up. He now discovered a problem. He already had 3 girls, and now there was one more. The ratio of men to women was seriously unbalanced. Of course, this has many benefits. I can enjoy these 4 beauties, each with their own unique charm, all to myself. Maybe there will be a chance in the future to organize some group activities. Ahem. After all, I'm still pretty strong. However, if there is a voting session by raising hands, it is easy for the other party to form a group. It seems that I should avoid voting in the future. We must transform from a democratic republic to a one-party dictatorship. Here, you have to have the final say, etc. Lu Xian suddenly thought of a question: how to arrange the beds tonight. Chapter 192, 4 Women and 1 Man. As the midday sun quietly retreated behind the mountains, Lu Xian returned to the cave with his new partner Aphrodite and his 3 sisters. After Aphrodite finished touring her residence, she gave thumbs up to everyone, especially when she saw that there were not only several freshwater fish in the cave, but also pickled and dried pork hanging there. The girl kept praising it. Of course, Lu Xian had no idea what the girl had said. Lu Xian, Luo praised you again for being capable and reliable. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? While Shun Qian continued to introduce her home to the new girl, she also did not forget to improve Lu Xian's favorability in front of the foreign girl. But when she turned her head to look at Lu Xian, she found that Lu Xian looked at a loss. I think this is the best way. Since it's still early, why don't we go to the yacht again this afternoon and bring some more things back? Lu Xian's biggest headache right now is sleeping at night. These 3 women have already made it impossible for him to sleep well, and now there's another one. He only has one Simmons mattress here. Why is it so difficult to get a good night's sleep? Going on a yacht? Handsome boy, you're being rude. My sister just arrived, and you're sending her to do hard labor. You should at least give her a day to rest and adjust. And look at Luo's skinny arms and legs. You can tell she's malnourished. She needs to replenish her body. Queen, let's go barbecue. Bring out all the delicious food. As a result, Lu Xian was regarded as a bad guy who did things in an unkind way. Seeing Shun Qian and Yi Chen taking Aphrodite to the front yard to set up the barbecue grill, Lung Mingyao came to Lu Xian's side and pointed at the Simmons mattress on the ground. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he said, how about tonight? You and Qian sleep on the Simmons mattress, and Yi Chen, Aphrodite, and I will sleep on the floor. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we will find a way to go to the yacht and bring back some practical supplies. President Lung is truly a man of high emotional intelligence and IQ. He immediately understood what Lu Xian was thinking and even took the initiative to arrange a bed for Lu Xian. However, if Shin Qian and I really slept on Simmons mattresses and let the 3 girls sleep on the floor, how could a grown man like me do such a thing? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for men to say this? It's okay, you 4 can squeeze in. You 4 are all slim anyway, and I can just sleep in the corner. Lu Xian acted calm and spoke to Lung Mingyao in a very manly manner. What Lu Xian didn't expect was that Lung Mingyao pursed his lips and muttered softly, how about, let the 3 of them squeeze in, and you and I will sleep on the floor together. It's just one night anyway. Hearing Lung Mingyao's words, Lu Xian couldn't help but raise his head and looked at the girl in surprise. You don't think too much. I just think that Kanan likes Aphrodite very much. The 2 of them have hit it off right away, even going to the bathroom together. So it doesn't seem right to separate them. When Lung Mingyao saw Lu Xian's expression, her cheeks blushed, and she quickly explained, but the excuse sounded a bit far-fetched. I don't mind anyway. If you 4 can squeeze in, then do so. If that doesn't work, I'll make another bed on the ground nearby. We still have some dead branches and leaves in this cave, so it's enough to make do with. What are you 2 doing? Come over here and have some barbecue. Yi Chen glanced into the cave and saw Lung Mingyao and Lu Xian still whispering to each other. The girl started to look around again. Lu Xian was afraid that this girl would make up a bunch of nonsense stories for him, so he quickly walked out of the cave. Lung Mingyao behind him understood what he meant and followed Lu Xian out of the cave without saying a word. At this time, Shin Qian and Aphrodite were already eating the barbecue with big mouthfuls. Looking at these 2 girls, they really get along well with each other, like sisters who have been separated for many years. By the time the 5 of them finished their lunch, the sun was almost setting. It is said that 3 women make a drama, and now there are 4 of them here, so the drama is even greater. The women chat about everything from east to west, from north to south. What makes Lu Xian most uncomfortable is that the 4 of them speak in a foreign language, and he can only occasionally listen to Lung Mingyao and Shin Qian translate a few words for him. After finally finishing this international feast, Shin Qian took her new friends to visit her home. From the front yard to the backyard, from the rooftop to the toilet, he introduced everything from front to back, inside and out, and the only thing missing was to take out and show off the sexy swimsuits that Arielene treasured. What's up, handsome boy? Are you jealous? Your queen has a new lover. How about I accompany you tonight? Seeing Lu Xian staring at Shun Qian and Aphrodite running around, Busy as hell. Inichin even came up to Lu Xian and teased him. Haha. Okay, I'm just afraid you can't stand it. Lu Xian had already become immune to Inichin, this woman. He knew that any vicious words could come out of Inichin's mouth. He rolled his eyes at Inichin and went to sleep on the floor tonight. After all, this is where you sleep, so you have to clean it up. After working for more than an hour, Lu Xian finally made a bed about 3.5 feet wide. Although it was definitely not as comfortable as the girls' Simmons mattresses, it was still acceptable as a bed. By the time the girls finished washing up, it was almost dark. Would you four like to squeeze in? I'll sleep on the floor next to you. When it was completely dark, Lu Xian pointed to the only Simmons mattress in front of him and informed the girls of the bed allocation for tonight. Aphrodite had just arrived, so she had to behave like a gentleman. After all, they were international friends, so she had to make the Chinese men proud no matter what she said. But what Lu Xian didn't expect was that after listening to Lung Mingyao's translation, Aphrodite kept shaking her head. Lu Xian looked at the girl in astonishment. Damn, what does this mean? I've already slept on the floor, is that still not enough? Is it really necessary to drive myself out of the cave? Did I bring back an ancestor? Just when Lu Xian was about to curse, Shen Qian pointed at his bed and explained, Lu Xian, Luo said that he is the guest and cannot occupy the host's seat, so she can sleep on the floor, but she is a little scared to sleep alone on the side. Now it was Lu Xian's turn to be embarrassed. So this was what the other person meant. He was really narrow-minded. It's okay, you're welcome. We are the Dragon Country, a country of etiquette. Ladies first. While Lu Xian was still showing off, Aphrodite had already grabbed Shen Qian's hand, and the two of them walked to the front of the mat and sat down together. Lu Xian, we'll sleep here tonight. I'll sleep next to the wall so Luo won't be scared. You can sleep over there. Shen Qian pointed behind Lu Xian. Lu Xian turned around and saw Inichin sitting on the Simmons mattress, blinking at him. I feel dizzy. No way. Why do I feel like I'm about to fall into the tiger's mouth tonight? Chapter 193 Who is the sheep and who is the wolf? As night fell, Shen Qian and Aphrodite had a long conversation on Lu Xian's left side, and they looked like they had met too late. On Lu Xian's right were Inichin and Lung Mingyao. Lu Xian, sandwiched between the four people, was trembling a little. He always felt that this position was a little dangerous. However, this girl Qian insisted that he stay closer to her, so Lu Xian had no choice but to be sandwiched between the four people. Lu Xian picked up his blanket and wrapped himself tightly. As a boy, he must learn to protect himself when he is outside, especially in a place like this where there are more wolves than sheep. Handsome boy, we meet again? Hee hee. Lu Xian just turned around and glanced warily at Inichin on his right, and saw that she was staring at him with a pair of lustful eyes, and a slender, white and tender little hand was directly placed over him. Inichin, don't bully Lu Xian. I'm watching you. However, just as this female pervert was about to make a move on Lu Xian, she was caught by Shen Qian. Hee hee, don't be angry, Sister Kuyin. I'll just touch you twice. I won't compete with you for that. This woman Inichin speaks without hesitation. Listen to this. What kind of vicious words are these? Mingyao, you take care of her. Seeing that she couldn't do anything to Inichin, Shen Qian had to ask Lung Mingyao for help. Ichen, switch places with me. Lung Mingyao, who had already fallen asleep, had no choice but to get up again and forcibly switch positions with Inichin. Handsome boy, I'm leaving now. I'll miss you. Inichin blew a kiss to Lu Xian, rolled up her mattress, and moved to the rightmost side of the Simmons mattress, while Lung Mingyao slept on Lu Xian's right side. Only, thinking of President Lung's appearance after falling asleep, Lu Xian couldn't help but shrink his neck again. What difference does it make whether they change or not? The only difference is that one is touching you openly, and the other is touching you after you fall asleep. Aren't you the one who gets hurt? I asked Aphrodite. That woman named Vivian does know more about the parchment scroll, but she's currently being held captive by Richard, and Aphrodite doesn't know her exact location. Fortunately, President Lung had no intention of sleeping for the time being. Instead, he started chatting about business with Lu Xian. Don't know the location? Which tribe has such a secret place? Lu Xian didn't expect that there was a place that even Aphrodite didn't know about in the Charlie tribe. The Charlie tribe has a long history. Taylor is being held in a separate underground cave, formerly used to store supplies. As for Vivian's imprisonment, it's probably even more secret. Aphrodite said perhaps only her brother Taylor might know. After hearing Lung Mingyao's message, Lu Xian scratched his bangs. This felt like a cycle. To find the legendary way to escape from the desert island and the so-called treasure, you have to find the 5 shelters. To find the 5 shelters, you must first find 2 ancient parchment maps. To find the parchment map, you must first find Vivian, who is imprisoned by Richard. To find Vivian, You must first find Aphrodite's brother Taylor. Of course, to find Taylor, I first have to get a good night's sleep tonight. Oh, I have another question. Why did Richard imprison Vivian? And why did he keep her so secret? Also, if he imprisoned Vivian, why did he let her out that day? Lucien sorted out his confused thoughts, but he was still a little confused. I've also asked Aphrodite about these issues. Richard imprisoned Vivian for 2 reasons. First, he knew she knew something about the cannibal tribe in the southeast, and it seemed he was also concerned about the parchment scroll. Secondly, it was to satisfy his own selfish desires. At the end of this, Lung Mingyao's cheeks turned red, and he lowered his head slightly. It seems that Richard is really a toad chasing a frog. Although he looks ugly, he is very playful. Wow, this Richard has such a strong taste. That Vivian can't be his. Cough, cough, cough. Handsome boy, please don't do this to us. We will all listen to you obediently, and we will do whatever you ask us to do. When it comes to topics with a strong flavor, there is always a time for a woman like Eni-chin to interrupt. Are you imprisoning yourself? Please, at this moment, you are the most numerous and powerful, and you are like a lamb to be slaughtered. Lung Mingyao ignored Eni-chin, paused for a moment, and continued to answer the second half of Lucien's question. As for the second half of your question, Aphrodite isn't sure either. It seems the only way to answer it is when I meet Vivian and ask her directly. However, I believe it has something to do with the parchment scroll. After all, President Lung is not omnipotent. The situation on this deserted island is a bit complicated now. It seems that he cannot see through everything based on the information he has in his hands. Hey, you two can take a break. You've been busy all day. Relax a little. It's just Richard. If he dares to come, I'll shoot him. Mingyao Yao Yao, come to me, come quickly. Let me hug you. Eni-chin will always be that heartless woman. Nothing is a big deal in her eyes. I have to admit that this mentality is really good. However, after hearing the second half of her sentence, Lung Mingyao couldn't help but shiver, and then kept moving towards Lucien. This woman Eni-chin is really scary. It seems that she is popular with both men and women. Seeing Eni-chin baring her fangs and about to stretch out her claws towards him, Lung Mingyao stepped back repeatedly, and then bumped heavily into Lucien's arms. Mingyao, you're so mean. You don't want to come to my arms, but you love to get into the arms of that handsome boy. Lung Mingyao, who was already a little restrained by Lucien's touch, became even more nervous after hearing these words. He pushed Lucien away reflexively. Lucien was sleeping on the edge of the Simmons mattress. Lung Mingyao's sudden attack made him lose his balance and fall down, landing directly on Aphrodite. The key point was that Lucien had supported himself with his right hand to maintain his balance, but his left hand landed directly on Aphrodite's chest. Well, when Lucien realized what he had grabbed, it was already too late. He gave the girl such a claw on the first night. It seems that his personality has completely collapsed. But just as Lucien and Aphrodite were huddled together, staring at each other, a shout suddenly came from the back of the cave. Before Lucien could react, Aphrodite, who was pinned down by her, jumped up sideways, heading straight to the back of the cave. Chapter 194, Cannibal Tribe. The girl's disturbance instantly dissipated the original ambiguous atmosphere in the cave, and it was replaced by an atmosphere of tension that could not be ignored, quietly permeating every corner. What's going on? Lung Mingyao and Shun Qian also immediately stood up alertly and looked at Aphrodite together. Aphrodite was running while explaining something at a very fast speed. What's going on? Lucien was also confused at the moment and had to ask Lung Mingyao for help. She said that the cannibal tribe must have caught some food again. Food? Could it be people? When Shin Qian heard the word food, she couldn't help but tremble all over. After all, the food of this cannibal tribe is people. Come on, grab your weapons, and let's go take a look in the backyard. There's so much shouting and fighting in the middle of the night. I want to see what's going on. When I came to the back of the cave and looked to the southeast, I could see flames and deafening shouts in the southeast direction through the bamboo wall. If I didn't know, I would think that some big star came to the island to hold a concert. Aphrodite seemed a little excited. She pushed open the bamboo raft door and rushed towards the lake. Quick, stop her. Stop her from running around. Lucien had never expected that this foreign girl was such a sentimental person. Without saying a word, he resolutely rushed out the door. He quickly ordered Lung Mingyao to call back the anxious Aphrodite as quickly as possible. Lung Mingyao did not dare to slack off and immediately followed after her, calling out to Aphrodite loudly in a fluent foreign language. Aphrodite turned around, responded to Lung Mingyao with a few words, and continued to run towards the outermost bamboo wall. What does she want? Lucien is now in a dilemma. It is already difficult enough to serve Eni-chin, who he already has, and now here comes another disobedient one. Lu Xian. She said she was worried that the cannibal tribe had captured Taylor. It wasn't until he heard Lung Mingyao's words that Lu Xian remembered that this parkour king seemed to be still in the wild. Thinking about it this way, I can understand why this girl was so excited. Tell her to stay within the bamboo forest and find a place with a good view. We have a telescope here. Queen, go get the telescope. Hey, don't run around. Lu Xian felt like a kindergarten teacher now, having to be cautious and careful. If he wasn't careful, one of the girls might get lost. Fortunately, President Lung and his woman Shinqian were relatively reliable. One of them caught Aphrodite, and the other brought a telescope for himself. With the magical telescope, Lu Xian became much calmer. Give this to her. Tell her to find a crack in the bamboo wall and look out. Try not to go out anyway. He had gone to great lengths to bring this girl back. If she was caught on the first day, all his efforts would be in vain. So Lu Xian would never let Aphrodite leave the bamboo wall without permission. Fortunately, with Lung Mingyao's explanation and the magical artifact of the telescope, Aphrodite's mood was slightly comforted. Holding the telescope, she found a place with a better view in the bamboo forest wall and began to observe the outside environment. As for Lu Xian, at this time he could only listen to the live translation of Lung Mingyao, the middleman. There are at least 4 or 5 savages in the southeast. They must be from the cannibal tribe. They must be holding some kind of ceremony. They must have caught some food, and a lot of it. Otherwise they wouldn't have made such a big commotion. Lung Mingyao kept doing on-site translation. After hearing this, Lu Xian and the other 2 couldn't help but feel a chill down their necks. It looks like they have caught a living person, and judging by their posture, they are probably going to start eating him. Can you see what you caught? Including Lu Xian, the 3 girls were most concerned about who the group of savages had captured. Aphrodite said she couldn't see clearly. It was a bit far away and obscured. She wanted to go out and find a better spot. As she was talking, the girl wanted to go out again. Let her stay here. I'm leaving, and you guys don't go anywhere. As the team leader, there was no way he was letting a girl go out alone. Lu Xian grabbed Aphrodite and took the telescope from her hand. He pointed at himself, then at the distance. Then, with a serious expression, he patted her shoulder and pointed at the ground. His meaning was clear. Stay where you are and do the observation yourself. Aphrodite was a little dazed. She looked at Lu Xian for nearly 10 seconds before nodding. You guys stay here too, don't follow me out. After giving a few more instructions, Lu Xian took a telescope and carried a simple bamboo fork, opened the outermost bamboo forest door of his house, and then quietly slipped out. He walked east along the bamboo wall, then went straight into the jungle in the southeast. Bending over, he walked slowly to a bush. Lu Xian raised his telescope and took a look. It was just as Aphrodite said. Although I could vaguely see a few shirtless savages wearing strange hats made of leaves in the distance, I couldn't see what prey they had caught. Lu Xian had no choice but to continue heading south and observe the other party from a different angle. Lu Xian slowly walked along the southeast path for about 100 meters before stopping beneath a magnificent locust tree. The trunk of this ancient locust tree was thick, with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. Lu Xian peered again, and this time, the scene before him seemed clearer than before. Amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, he vaguely caught sight of a tightly bound figure, seemingly bound with intricate ropes, standing helplessly. Unfortunately, the scattered obstructions ahead cleverly obscured the figure's upper body, making it impossible for Lu Xian to discern its true identity at first glance. Was it a savage or a modern human? After looking around, Lu Xian decided to do what he was better at, climbing trees. Without any effort, Lu Xian climbed up the big locust tree in no time. Now I stand higher and can see farther. He raised the telescope again and finally got a clear view of the distant scene. 5 savages, holding torches, wearing tiger skin skirts and chicken feather blanket-like hats, were dancing in front of a giant bonfire. A dying man was tied to a large tree to the side of the bonfire. The man was already naked at the moment, and it was obvious that the group of savages wanted to take advantage of him. The only good news was that this man was dark-skinned, thin, short, and had very little hair. He didn't look like a foreigner at first glance. The question is, who is this man? Chapter 195 True Clash of Clans. Although Lu Xian couldn't figure out who the tied-up man was, the good news was that it was most likely not Aphrodite's brother Taylor. Since it's not Taylor, there is no need for me to take any action at great risk. With this news, Lu Xian quickly returned to his backyard. Lu Xian, did you see who it was? Is it Taylor? Aphrodite said Taylor has blonde hair like her, is thin, but is 1.8 meters tall, and is Caucasian like her. Seeing Lu Xian coming back, the most anxious person was not Aphrodite, but Shinqian. As soon as Lucien stepped into the bamboo forest wall, this girl couldn't wait to ask questions. Don't worry, it's probably not Taylor. He looks like a wild man with dark skin, short stature, and sparse hair. He's almost dead, and I don't think he'll make it. Lucien told the girls everything he saw in one breath. After hearing this, Shen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly conveyed the news to Aphrodite. After hearing this, the foreign girl patted her chest tightly, then bowed to Lucien with gratitude and talked to Shen Qian in a babble. Lucien, Luo said, "Thank you so much for risking your life to go out. You are such a good person." Although Lucien didn't know whether Shen Qian had exaggerated the story, he could see that Aphrodite was indeed full of gratitude towards him. Lucien, do you think it could be a savage from the Charlie tribe? Lung Mingyao was now paying attention to the captured savage. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then started communicating with Aphrodite again. Oh. The three girls were all shocked after hearing Aphrodite's answer. Hey, what's going on? Don't act like you've seen a ghost. Lucien looked at the exaggerated expressions of the three people in front of him and involuntarily stepped back, his eyes full of confusion. Aphrodite said that based on your description, that guy doesn't seem like a member of their tribe. Instead, he looks more like he's from another tribe. Another tribe? Lucien finally understood why the girls were so shocked. Even he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Could it be that this island was hiding more secrets than he had expected? Where did this other tribe come from? I thought I had accidentally landed on a deserted island, but I didn't expect that I was here to watch the Clash of Clans drama. Lolo said there are actually many scattered tribes on the island, but apart from the Charlie tribe and the Cannibal tribe, the rest are very small. Some can't even be called tribes, with only 2 or 3 people. Most of them are savages who defected from the Cannibal tribe. After hearing what Shen Qian said, Lucien couldn't help but be shocked. It seems that the old saying is true, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Whether modern or primitive, as long as they are primates that walk on 2 legs, they are naturally inclined to form cliques. Handsome boy, did you see those savages eating people? Where did they start eating? Just as Lucien was immersed in deep thought about the dark side of human nature, Miss Yin's attention had quietly shifted to the horrifying feast of the group of savages. Miss Yin's thoughts were always like a wild horse running away from its reins, so different from those of ordinary people that it was both laughable and ridiculous. I'm bored in watching this. I don't have as strong taste as you. Okay, let's all go back. Since it's not Taylor, there's no need for us to get involved. Lucien waved at the girls, signaling them to go back to the cave. I already have enough people and things to take care of. I really have no interest in getting involved in the entanglements and grudges between these savages. This isn't the United Nations, so how can I care about so many things? Besides, even if it really is the United Nations, what good has it been? When you talk to the United Nations, has it ever worked? Except for Ini Chen, who was still sticking her head out from the bamboo fence, everyone else followed Lucien and prepared to return to their own cave. Shen Qian pulled Ini Chen back. Oh, why are you in such a hurry? Just wait and see. This girl is really curious. Looking at her expression, she seems to want to rush out with a cell phone and broadcast a live broadcast to the group of cannibals. Be quiet. No one is allowed to leave the back cave tonight. I will not tolerate any offense. After bringing the 4 girls back into the cave, Lucien casually closed the bamboo raft door at the entrance of the cave, and then gave an order seriously. Little handsome boy, how are you going to be so rude? However, Lucien's words seemed to have no effect on Ini Chen. She probably wished Lucien would be rude to her. If you violate the rules, you will have to do all the laundry, cooking, farming, and cleaning by yourself tomorrow. Do you want to try it? Lucien glared at Ini Chen. This time, Ini Chen also shut up obediently. Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian naturally stood on Lucien's side, and they returned to their respective sleeping places to continue catching up on their sleep. However, what is more annoying is that the group of savages ate whatever they wanted, and they even sang and danced in the jungle, making a lot of noise all night long. There were several times when Lucien could hardly hold back and wanted to take his hunting rifle and go out to shoot all these guys to death. As the night was drawing to a close and the dawn was just beginning to break, everyone finally fell asleep. Suddenly, a more violent noise erupted from the depths of the cave, like a violent storm, breaking this rare tranquility. Compared with the previous time, this time the movement was like the collapse of the sky and the earth, and the momentum was huge. Lucien was awakened by the deafening shouts and cries of killing. Oh my God, what's going on? These bastards, are they going to stop? Feeling grumpy when he woke up, Lucien lifted the quilt and cursed. Looking around, he found that Lung Mingyao, Shen Qian, and Ini Chen were also woken up and were rubbing their eyes sleepily. Only Aphrodite on his left was missing. Lucien suddenly jumped up from the bed. He quickly looked around and saw that the girl was not in the cave. He quickly called Lung Mingyao and the other two and rushed straight to the back of the cave. When the three girls discovered that Aphrodite was no longer in the cave, they quickly got up and went to look for her. Fortunately, when Lu Xian rushed to the back of the cave, he saw Aphrodite squatting at the back entrance of the cave, looking out from time to time. As if she heard something behind her, the girl turned around and greeted Lu Xian. She made some gestures to tell Lu Xian that she was obedient and didn't go out. Lung Mingyao and the other two also ran over at this time. Seeing Aphrodite and Lu Xian there, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this girl is more obedient than Yin. But when Lu Xian looked outside in the direction of Aphrodite's finger, he found that there was flames rising into the sky outside. Lu Xian was stunned. What is going on? Really? Clash of Clans? Chapter 196. You fight, we take advantage. Lu Xian didn't expect that he would see these savages twice in one day. And judging from the situation, this is a real gunfight, much more exciting than the cannibal party I saw in the first half of the night. The shouts of killing from both sides were deafening. Even through several layers of bamboo fences, Lu Xian could see the flames rising to the sky from the south side. Wow, are these savages really that excited when they're fighting? Why are they making such a big noise? Handsome boy, take us out to take a look. Curious baby Yin actually wanted to visit. Why go out? We have a better place to watch. Come up to the rooftop with me. Watching the battle in the cave is really dangerous, and Lu Xian doesn't want to be involved in this tribal conflict. If he wanted to watch the excitement, there was a place to go. He could just climb to the platform above his own cave. The terrain there was high, and he could see far. Most importantly, regardless of whether the legend was true or not, based on the actions of the two savages he met last time, his cave was an absolutely safe feng shui treasure land. Oh, that's right. How could I have forgotten about this? Come on, let's go up and see the distant view. When Yin heard Lu Xian's words, she was extremely excited. She immediately rushed to the front, ran out of the front yard, and followed the simple bamboo ladder built by Lu Xian to be the first to reach the top of the cave. Come up quickly. The view here is so wide, you can see very far. Lu Xian, give me the telescope quickly. Yin, who ran to the second floor of the cave first, looked around and became even more excited. He immediately asked Lu Xian, who had just led a large group out of the cave, for a telescope. Qian, Mengyao, prepare some food and drinks. We're going to the rooftop to watch the fight. Lu Xian waved to the two girls behind him and pointed at the barbecue grill. Lu Xian, well, they're fighting and we're eating while watching. That's not very nice, right? Shen Qian and the others naturally understood what Lu Xian meant, but they still felt something was amiss. What's good or bad about it? They're allowed to disturb our sweet dreams, but we can't watch them fight. It's rude not to reciprocate. Come on, prepare some more delicious food. The baked potatoes last time were great. Bring me some more. Lu Xian looked indifferent and specifically asked Shen Qian to bake more potato chips for him. Qian, it's okay. Looking at the two groups' posture, it's estimated that it will take a while for them to decide the winner. We have nothing to do anyway, so we might as well finish breakfast at the same time. Instead of objecting, President Lung took the lead in setting up the barbecue grill. Okay. Seeing that the two people in front of her were so calm, Shen Qian stopped hesitating and started barbecue with Lung Mingyao. For Lu Xian, let alone bringing food and drinks to the rooftop to watch, if he was not afraid of the smoke that would easily attract the attention of the group of savages, Lu Xian would have wanted to move the barbecue grill to the rooftop and move the Simmons mattress up there as well. It is so comfortable to grill the fish while lying on your side and watching the other people fighting. Seeing Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian suddenly busy with the barbecue, Aphrodite, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, was completely confused. Weren't we supposed to go up high and observe the fight? Why were these two oriental beauties having a barbecue? Lu Xian, take Aphrodite up first. You can also observe if there is any trace of her brother Taylor. We will come up after we finish roasting. Lung Mingyao obviously also noticed the confusion of Aphrodite, who had just arrived. He first explained to her and finally had a brief exchange with Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded, waved to Aphrodite, and went up to the rooftop with the girl and the telescope. You guys are finally here. Why are you taking so long? I've counted them all. There are at least 15 or 16 people on both sides, using rockets. Inichin's eyesight was really good. Even from such a distance, without using a telescope, she was able to roughly count the number of people fighting on both sides. Rocket. But when Lu Xian heard the last two words from Nizi, his eyes widened. How did they even come up with a rocket? Was the next step going to be the Dongfeng 41? It was not until he raised the telescope and looked into the distance that Lu Xian realized that this rocket was not that rocket. The savages used flaming arrows. This also puzzled Lucien. He originally thought that the fight between savages was very simple. At most, it was just two groups of people fighting hand-to-hand. At most, they would bring a bamboo fork and do their best. Who would have thought that these two groups would fight each other and also understand the formation? The two groups actually used bows and arrows to block the formation and compete in long-range output. Lucien saw that Aphrodite beside him seemed very curious about the battle in the distance, so he simply handed the telescope to her. After all, he had very little contact with this group of savages, and even if he looked carefully, he wouldn't be able to see anything special. It would be better to give the telescope to the girl. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, the expert watches the details. After watching for a while, the girl started talking to Inichin in a babble. Handsome boy, Luo said that these two groups are not from the Charlie tribe. The one in the east is from the cannibal tribe, and the one in the west should be from another tribe. The tribe in the west has fewer people, but they actually suppressed the cannibal tribe. When Lucien heard this, he was also puzzled. Could it be that there is also a military strategy here that can defeat the enemy with fewer troops? Just as the girl said, after the two sides shot at each other for a while, the savages in the west seemed to start other actions, and two of them started to raid the cannibal tribe. Looking at the cannibal tribe again, not only did they fail to gain the upper hand in long-range shooting, they were also completely suppressed by their opponents and pushed to the rear. That's fine. I feel like the team in the west has some expert guidance. They've even managed to pull off coordinated foot and bow moves. Lucien was also stunned by the other party's actions. This doesn't seem like a tactic that primitive people could come up with. Just when Lucien and the other two were watching with great interest on the platform, Lung Mingyao and Shen Qian had already come up with the barbecued skewers. Lung Mingyao took a look at the battle situation ahead and was also amazed. Handsome boy, arrows, a lot of arrows are coming to our door. Seeing that the battle between the two sides was coming to an end, the savages in the west were chasing the savages fleeing to the east. Inichin, who was holding a telescope, shouted excitedly. Lucien also became alert and quickly took the telescope to scan around. It turned out that after the two groups fought a fierce battle, at least dozens of arrows were shot out, some of which were stuck in the mud and some hit the tree trunks. Lucien took a quick look around and found more than a dozen arrows, some of which were still smoking, obviously arrows that had been ignited. Unexpectedly, while the other party was fighting, I was watching the show, and the spectators could even get the upper hand. What surprised Lucien even more was that he not only found the arrows left behind by the enemy, but also found another precious silver-shining object in the jungle to the east. Chapter 197, Another Fruitful Day. Let's go clean up the battlefield. Before the girls could react, Lucien had already opened the bamboo forest door and rushed out first. Hey, handsome boy, why don't you behave yourself? Inichin was still yelling in the background, but Lucien ignored her. He waved at the four girls, pointed east and west, and said, Mingyao, you and Aphrodite go to the west and pick up arrows. Good or bad, bring them back first. Ichen, you and I go to the east. There seems to be something valuable there. Qian, you stay here and observe with the telescope. If anything happens, shout as soon as possible. At the moment, scavenging is the most important thing, not to mention that Lucien also discovered a strange thing. I did say that we cannot leave the fence at will, but the situation is different now. The enemy has retreated, so it's my turn to go in. There are so many good things, it would be a waste not to pick them up. After Lung Mingyao received Lucien's instructions, he explained a few words to Aphrodite without saying a word, and then took the girl to the west jungle. Shen Qian nodded to Lucien and stood there obediently to keep watch for the four of them. Although Inichin was muttering about Lucien not following the rules, she never stopped and had already run ahead of Lucien. Handsome boy, what did you see? Why are you so excited? Did you find another beautiful woman? Is she as pretty as me? This girl didn't forget to tease Lucien while running. Stop talking nonsense. I've had enough of you. Follow me and don't run around. Lucien pulled the woman behind him to prevent her from running around and getting lost. Hey, handsome boy, you have to have confidence in yourself. After all, your thing is pretty big. Go away. I asked you to come here so that you can identify what that thing is. Seeing that there was no one around except herself and Lucien, Inichin started to talk without restraint again. The reason why Lucien chose to bring this girl with him was naturally because Inichin had a wider range of knowledge, and this girl might be able to recognize something at a glance that he himself could not. Handsome boy, what on earth did you discover? Why are you so weird? After hearing what Lucien said, Inichin was a little puzzled. It's too far away and the light is so reflective, so I can't see it clearly, but it should be something made of metal. I guess it's either a weapon or a tool. It's not that Lu Xian was hiding it, but he really couldn't tell what this thing was, so he simply brought the girl along to identify it. Okay, I'll be happy to help. Stop talking nonsense. If you see any arrows on the ground or in the trees, take them away if you can reach them. Lu Xian didn't have time to joke around with this girl. Although it seemed that the two groups of savages were chasing each other and running away, they might come back soon. So Lu Xian deliberately left Shen Qian in front of his backyard to observe, so as to avoid being attacked by the other side. Therefore, both teams had to speed up the process, especially here, because it was closer to the place where the savages left. So if the other party really made a surprise attack, they would have to fight head-on. Okay, Yi Chen was straightforward and immediately started moving forward while looking around for arrows left by the other party. After walking for dozens of steps, the two of them had gained a lot. Lu Xian picked up at least 4 or 5 arrows on the ground, and the arrowheads were intact. 2 were found on the tree trunk, one of which had a damaged arrowhead, and there were obvious signs of burning on the tree trunk. Obviously, this was the rocket that Yi Chen mentioned. There was even green smoke coming out of the bushes in the distance. Lu Xian couldn't help but marvel at how good these savages were at playing with fire. Lu Xian didn't think too much about it, and took it away. Maybe he could repair it a little. Anyway, this arrow is a real good thing, the more the better. In his spare time, Lu Xian also tried to make arrows. However, although this thing looks simple, after using it, he found various problems. Either it was eccentric, or it was too heavy or too light. In short, it did not achieve the expected effect. Lu Xian, are you talking about the one in front? Just as Lu Xian was still looking down for the arrow, Yi Chen, who was walking diagonally in front of him, suddenly pointed ahead and shouted excitedly. Lu Xian raised his head and looked in the direction of Yi Chen's finger. An object with a silvery sheen came into his sight. That's it. With just one glance, Lu Xian was 100% sure that this thing was the one he saw through the telescope from a distance. It feels like an ice pick. No, it feels more like a dry climbing pick. Yi Chen took about 10 quick steps and came to the front of the silver object. She squatted down and looked at it carefully. It seems that what I thought was right. This girl does know something about these strange things. Yes, this is a dry climbing pick. The tip of the pick has a large arc. Handsome boy. This is a great tool for rock climbing. It would be even better if you had two. As Yi Chen spoke, she pulled the curved pickaxe out of the ground, swung it twice, and smashed it hard on the trunk of a big tree. In an instant, a hole was smashed in the trunk of the tree, and the pickaxe was deeply embedded in the trunk. As a result, the girl used all her strength to pull out the pickaxe but failed. She could only look at Lu Xian helplessly. Are you stupid? Lu Xian took a step forward, exerted force suddenly, pulled out the pickaxe, held it in his hand, and waved it twice, which was quite textured. Lu Xian felt that this pickaxe could not only be used for rock climbing, but also as a melee weapon. If anyone was hit by it, he would probably be crippled if not dead. Wow, what a hunk. Yi Chen pretended to be admiring and blinked desperately at Lu Xian. Stop talking nonsense and look around again. If you still have arrows, pick up some more. If you don't have any, go home. After putting away the pickaxe, Lu Xian gave Yi Chen new instructions. The two searched around for another 10 minutes and collected another 17 or 18 arrows. Yi Chen also picked up a wooden bow. Although it looked a bit rough, Lu Xian felt around and felt that it was much better than the one he made himself. Not bad, pack up and go home. Lu Xian was quite satisfied with this bargain hunting operation. Not only did he pick up so many arrows for free, but he also got 2 weapons, especially this tool called a climbing pick, which Lu Xian used quite easily. Let's go to the east and see what Meng Yao and the others have picked up. Yi Chen ran ahead excitedly, vowing to head east. However, not long after they started walking, they met Lung Meng Yao and Aphrodite, who had also gained a lot and were about to return home. We found 25 arrows. Where did you get these? Lung Meng Yao reported his own gains, but looked at the pickaxe in Lu Xian's hand with a puzzled look on his face. This is a dry climbing pickaxe. We found it. Isn't it awesome? Yi Chen looked very proud. Lung Meng Yao nodded, obviously feeling incredible that he could pick up this thing. Then he asked a question that even Lu Xian couldn't answer. Lu Xian, don't you find it strange? These savages understand military tactics and formations, and they even have these modern tools in their hands. Chapter 198, Let's bring back another bed. This savage not only knows military tactics, but also uses modern tools. This is indeed quite strange. Will there be someone modern who will teach them? Richard? That William? Or Taylor? After hearing Lung Meng Yao's words, Lu Xian was full of doubts, and even glanced down at Aphrodite behind Lung Meng Yao. But no matter how you look at it, this girl doesn't look like someone who knows military strategy. Lung Meng Yao also shrugged. indicating that she had no idea about the matter. So what do you think? Could there be other people on this island besides us and Richard's group? Just as everyone was staring at each other in amazement, Shun Qian weakly squeezed out a hypothesis. However, when everyone heard Shun Qian's words, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Where is the deserted island that was promised to be uninhabited? Why are there more and more people on this island? Lung Mingyao immediately asked Aphrodite behind him in English. Then everyone got an even stranger answer. Aphrodite said, more than a year ago, when they first landed on the island, Jessica said she did meet other people, but she rarely met them after that. Although Aphrodite's words, translated by Lung Mingyao, do not sound to have much substantive content, when combined with the legend of only 4 people left after 444 days, these words can't help but make people's scalps creepy. Could it be that these military tactics and pickaxes were taught to these savages by those people? Seeing the people in front of him looking at each other in confusion, no one spoke, but Shun Qian muttered something in a low voice. Oh my, who cares where they learned it? Even if that legend of the undead is true, then we are the ones who will survive. If I, Eni-chin, am not the chosen one, who else could be? Whenever this happens, Eni-chin's role is revealed. This girl is straightforward and fearless. Her fearlessness is like a breath of fresh air at certain critical moments, which can greatly boost the morale of the team. Eni-chin is right. All the legends are just empty talk. The 4 of us plus Aphrodite are Destiny's favorites. Let's go? Mission accomplished. Let's go home. As the leader of the team, Lu Xian would not allow this negative emotion to spread within the team. That's right. I'm not full yet. Let's go back to our rooftop and continue eating. I also want some grilled vegetables for a change of taste. Eni-chin was so busy watching the fight between 2 groups of savages on the rooftop just now that she didn't eat anything. Now she was so hungry that she was clamoring to go back for another meal. Okay, just remember to work after eating. We have a lot to do today. It's not enough to just eat. Lu Xian has already made plans for today. Hey handsome boy, thank goodness you're not a boss in the city. Why do I feel like you're more suitable to be a capitalist than Boss Long? Just when she was thinking about having a big meal, Lu Xian over there started discussing what work to do today. Eni-chin pouted her lips to express her strong dissatisfaction, and took the opportunity to compare the new capitalist Lu Xian with the old capitalist Lung Mingyao. I said a few days ago that everything our company does complies with labor laws, and we never withhold basic employee benefits. Lung Mingyao expressed his views again, and continued to insist that he is a conscientious boss. Haha, Mr. Lung, haven't you heard this saying? The lower limit for foreign companies is the labor law, the upper limit for state-owned enterprises is the labor law, and the upper limit for private companies is the Geneva Convention. Do you think I believe what you, the boss of a private company, say? In order to lighten the mood, Lu Xian also joined in and jointly attacked President Long. Hey, you're maliciously slandering me. Let Kuyin judge. How is our company inferior to foreign and state-owned enterprises? The 5 of them walked towards their own cave with their trophies and chatted as they went. When Shun Qian saw that the question was thrown to her, she pointed at herself with an innocent look and asked a ridiculous question. I just want to know what the Geneva Convention says. Does it mean you can't work overtime without obligation? The 4 of them chatted for a while, and Aphrodite returned to her cave with a confused look on her face, having no idea what they were talking about. It's time to eat, drink, and rest. When the sun is directly overhead, you guys should get on the boat and go to the yacht with me. Handsome boy, you're too overbearing. I haven't even sat down yet, and you're already thinking of forcing me to do hard labor. And you chose the middle of the day. It's so hot it's killing me. Eni-chin was busy skewering her barbecue while mumbling to herself. Now that there's one more person, how are we going to sleep at night? The yacht is still safe and sound, and the supplies are still on it. If we don't hurry up and get some back now, when will we? If Aphrodite hadn't just arrived yesterday, Lu Xian would have thought about going to the yacht to get a Simmons mattress. If that were the case, last night wouldn't have been so awkward. So, no matter what, she had to bring back a Simmons mattress for him today. He didn't want to be pushed around like a human pie anymore. TSK, handsome boy, you just want to get rid of us so you can spend some time alone with Kuyin. I saw through you right away. Don't you want to build a wall in the cave and make a private room so you can do whatever you want anytime, anywhere, right? This Eni-chin is really not a pushover. Lu Xian has thought about what she said. Now there are 5 people in the family, and no one has any privacy when sleeping. This is really not conducive to sleep. Ahem. Of course, the most important thing is that it is not conducive to deep, emotional communication. Eni-chin, stop talking nonsense and go eat your barbecue. Shun Qian's cheeks blushed, and she grabbed a skewer of barbecue and stuffed it into Eni-chin's mouth. Did I guess it right? Did you two discuss this privately? This Inichin, she really just keeps bringing up all sorts of issues. Lu Xian was somewhat impressed by this woman. The key point was that every time she talked nonsense, she could more or less hit the point. Lu Xian, do you want to bring a cart? Besides the basic tools like hemp rope, scissors, and machete, what else do we need to bring for our trip to the yacht? Fortunately, Lung Mingyao stepped forward and interrupted Inichin's inappropriate topic in time. Take them all. You might find something good. I have a feeling there are still some treasures to be found on this yacht. Lu Xian was quite looking forward to this trip. Not only did he want to bring back another Simmons mattress, he also wanted to go digging for treasures on the yacht. Lu Xian, do you want to take Aphrodite with you? Lung Mingyao pointed at Aphrodite, who was resting on the Simmons mattress. Let's go together. There's strength in numbers. Maybe this girl has some newcomer bonus. Since we are going out, let's go together. Lu Xian had a feeling that this girl could bring something to his group. Chapter 199, Visiting the Yacht Again. Accompanied by 4 girls, they advanced both by land and water. The 5-member team, armed with their equipment, marched towards the yacht on the east side. The girls naturally gave special treatment to the new Aphrodite, letting her sit on their own lifeboat, with Lung Mingyao and Inichin paddling one in front and one behind. Aphrodite was still a child. When she heard that they were going out to find a treasure, she was naturally very excited and danced with joy. Now that she could even sit on the lifeboat, her face was even more beaming. However, when the girls saw that the 3 of them had boarded the lifeboat while Lu Xian and Shen Qian were walking there with the cart, she felt very embarrassed and kept signaling that they should give up their seats so that she could get off and walk. Inichin paused to write a few strokes with her little hands, then spoke something in a foreign language to the girl. Lung Mingyao felt helpless after hearing this. This girl's ability to make up stories was truly outstanding. Ichen, don't talk nonsense. She's still a child. She doesn't understand your messed up adult vocabulary. Oh, everyone has to grow up, learn early, and know things early. Besides, what did I say? I was just telling the truth. They must really want to be together, maybe even planning a field activity. They wish we were far away. Also, look at this. Doesn't it look like pushing a stroller? They're clearly reviewing how to push a stroller. Do you think Kain has already paddle faster and stop talking? Lung Mingyao was speechless. This girl had such a rich imagination that she even imagined a baby carriage. He really didn't want to waste his breath talking to her, so he had to urge Inichin to paddle. Mingyao, why are you talking more and more like a handsome boy? I bet something must have happened between you two. As a result, because of Lung Mingyao's words, Inichin brought the topic back to Lung Mingyao. Although Aphrodite didn't understand what the two were saying, she kept staring at them with her big, Cazalan eyes, which made Lung Mingyao feel even more embarrassed. On land, Lu Xian, who was pushing a cart, glanced at Lung Mingyao and her group who were riding side by side with him from time to time. He always felt that the way this girl looked at him was strange. I also sneezed several times in a row for no apparent reason. Damn, this woman must have said something bad about me again. I shouldn't have let her ride on the boat. Lu Xian rubbed his nose, frowned, and waved at Inichin who was moving slowly on the sea, signaling her to speed up. Mingyao, look, I was right? They're chasing us away because they think we're in the way. These two are definitely going to hide in some woods. Just because of Lu Xian's gesture, Inichin started to expand her thinking again. Aphrodite widened her eyes and looked curiously at Sister In, who was dancing in front of her. Lung Mingyao patted Aphrodite on the shoulder and gave her a bottle of water. Fortunately, this girl doesn't understand Chinese. Otherwise, she would be led astray by Inichin in a minute. Just half an hour after the two teams moved forward separately, the main force finally arrived in front of the yacht where they were tied up. Of course, everyone also witnessed the speedboat being blown into the jungle by the sea breeze. Aphrodite seemed very excited when she saw the big yacht and the overturned speedboat on the shore. After jumping off the boat, she ran around the two boats twice, and then talked a lot to Lung Mingyao and Inichin. What did she say? Why are you so excited? Lu Xian was also very curious about why the girl was so excited, but he couldn't understand it at all, so he had to ask the girls for help. Lolo said she was also on a ship that was even bigger than this one, and she encountered a shipwreck right here in the sea ahead. She hasn't seen a ship in ages. After hearing this, everyone sighed collectively. After all, they were all adults, while Aphrodite was still a child. They really didn't know what this girl had experienced in the past year on the island. Qian, you and Aphrodite stay downstairs. Mingyao, Ichin, and I will go take a look at the yacht. Lu Xian made some arrangements and left the youngest Aphrodite and the thinnest Shen Qian on the beach. He took Lung Mingyao and Inichin onto the yacht. When Lu Xian boarded the yacht again, he felt a little complicated. It was because of this yacht that he was stranded on a deserted island, but at the same time, He also got a lot of useful supplies because of this yacht. As the saying goes, success and failure are both due to Xiaohe. Go to the inner cabin first. If you find a Simmons mattress that's easy to carry and relatively clean, come find me on the side. Also, if you have any bedding, sheets, or duvet covers, take them along. Also, see if there are any cabinets that can be moved. Thinking of his broken sleeping bag, Lucien couldn't help but feel sad. Now that the sleeping bag was gone, he could only settle for the next best thing and buy himself a Simmons mattress. Don't worry. I will definitely pick out a good bed for you and Kian. Oh, and I'll go see if there's a water bed. After receiving Lu Xian's instructions, Eni Chin made a face at Lu Xian and trotted into the cabin happily. Water bed. Hearing these two words, Lu Xian really wanted to thank this lady and her family. It was amazing that she could come up with this idea. Do you want to get yourself a love suite? What made Lu Xian laugh and cry the most was that President Lung added with a solemn oath. That really didn't happen. The three of them acted separately. Lung Mingyao and Eni Chin went to the inner cabin together to find Simmons, while Lu Xian walked around the ship as usual. The three decided to act separately. Lung Mingyao and Eni Chin walked lightly into the depths of the yacht, looking for Simmons, while Lu Xian, as usual, walked around the boat alone and began his routine exploration. The yacht, eroded by time, looks even more worn, and the damaged parts make it look heavier. Tiny traces of rust have quietly crept into certain corners of the hull. Despite the desolate surroundings, the yacht's overall structure remains resilient, as if it can withstand even more unforeseen journeys. Lu Xian entered the cab through the broken glass window. This was his third visit to this place. The indescribable stench in the air intertwined with the inherent rust in the cab, weaving a turbidity that was enough to suffocate the senses. In such an atmosphere, even breathing became a luxury. Just when Lu Xian was about to take another good look at the cab to see if there were any supplies worth taking back, Eni Chin's voice came from outside. Hurry up, handsome boy, come here. Chapter 200. Do you think this is a home expo? Lu Xian was nearly startled to the point of stumbling at Eni Chin's crisp, slightly commanding shout. He suddenly kicked open the side door of the cab, and what came into view was Eni Chin's face, beaming with joy. Lu Xian, we found something good, come and help. Eni Chin waved at Lu Xian, then quickly went down the stairs to the bottom cabin. Found something good again. With a mixture of confusion and longing, Lu Xian followed Eni Chin into the lower cabin. Although the water had receded, the strong smell of decay and rust still lingered stubbornly, as if time had left its mark. Lu Xian was also very confused. He thought that asking these two girls to find a comfortable Simmons mattress would only take place in the first cabin, but he didn't expect them to come to this dark and cold bottom cabin. Here, come here quickly. Eni Chin kept waving to herself at the end of the corridor. When she saw Lu Xian coming, she quickly slipped into the room on the side. Just as Lu Xian strode to the door of the room, he saw a tall and strong black shadow emerging from the door. Lu Xian instinctively dodged, retreating several feet, his hands quickly forming seals as he prepared to face the enemy. The light was already dim here, and with this sudden, massive monster, how could he not be wary and nervous? However, when those eyes penetrated the haze and finally discerned the true face of the black shadow, Lu Xian couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand and smile bitterly. Handsome boy, come and help me. I can't drag the cabinet you asked for. Mingyao, don't just stand there. Come and help push it. Lu Xian sighed heavily, walked to the door of the room, and then saw Lung Mingyao, who also looked helpless. I can't do anything about it. She said you ordered. Lung Mingyao shrugged at Lu Xian, then pointed at the large wardrobe that was nearly 2 meters high and 2 meters wide, and Eni Chin, who was pushing this huge thing with all her might. Hey, miss, although this wardrobe is indeed great, we have to do it within our means. Even if you push it out, what will happen? Lift it up the stairs, and then move it off the yacht. No? If you can get in, you can get out. How do you know if you don't try? Eni Chin clenched her fist towards Lu Xian, showing an attitude of man conquering nature. Miss, it's obvious that this wardrobe was brought in parts and then assembled. Don't you think about how wide the stairwell is? Don't waste your energy just putting it there. Lu Xian sighed deeply again. It has to be admitted that Eni Chin is indeed a doer and not as delicate as those internet celebrities rumored to be. Every time I gave an order, even if this girl complained, she was actually very diligent in doing the work and was always the first to rush in. It's just that sometimes I don't like to use my brain. Oh, what a nice wardrobe. It's such a shame to leave it here. The reluctance in her heart eventually turned into a soft sigh. Eni Chin stared at the huge wardrobe in front of her, with an imperceptible tenderness and regret in her eyes, as if she was sad about the impending departure of an old friend. Don't look at it. It can't be moved. Just let it stay here. Remember, just find a few cabinets that can be moved. Like that small bedside table, or this low cabinet, they're all fine. Why did you have to pick the biggest one? Is the big one a good deal? Lu Xian. Just when Lu Xian was speechless, Lung Mingyao walked up to Lu Xian, patted him on the shoulder, and pointed to the room opposite. Lu Xian suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Yes, yes, yes. I found a lot of good stuff over there. Come on, I'll take you to see it. They're all super good stuff. A minute later, Lu Xian was dragged to the room opposite by Yini-chin. Then, Yini-chin pointed to some large items in the house and began to give a detailed introduction. This is a double-door refrigerator, Kasrud, quite expensive. And this big freezer, also a good brand. Oh, and this double bed, solid wood, top quality. And finally, this chair. Isn't it nice? Look at the pattern. It's so beautiful. I love it. After listening to Miss Yin's introduction, Lu Xian was overwhelmed. It turns out that this girl is planning to buy furniture and home appliances for her cave. Those who have some idea know that they are here to find some practical items on the yacht. Those who don't know think that they are here to attend the home expo. There are refrigerators, freezers, and solid wood beds. They might as well hire a decoration team. Okay, just take this chair, take it away. As for the other things, please be kind enough to let them go, and let us go to Mississippi. Lu Xian really didn't want to talk anymore with Yini-chin. He was afraid that if he really agreed to take all these things away, the next step would be for her to dismantle the yacht and take it back. Just bring a chair? You don't want anything else. What a pity. Okay, let's go. After bidding farewell to the pile of household appliances and solid wooden beds, Yini-chin followed Lu Xian and Lung Mingyao with her new companion, a solid wooden chair. Lu Xian, there's a small cupboard on the upper floor. We ran into a strong wind last time, and there weren't many ceramics left in our cave. I looked, and there are still quite a few in that cupboard that we can use. It's not very big, so you might consider taking it with you. Lung Mingyao is more pragmatic and takes all aspects into consideration. Handsome boy, you're biased. You let Mingyao take whatever he likes, but you won't even take the things I like. I'm going to ask Ku'in to seek justice. Seeing that Lu Xian agreed to Lung Mingyao taking the cupboard away, Yini-chin puffed out her cheeks to express her strong dissatisfaction. Okay, as long as you can carry it by yourself, you can take whatever you want, as much as you want, okay? Lu Xian was afraid that this girl would go to Shinqian and tell lies again, so he just let her go. Anyway, with this girl's physique, she probably can't lift anything. You said it, handsome boy. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. After receiving Lu Xian's pardon, Yini-chin excitedly raised her right hand to high-five Lu Xian. Lu Xian was busy moving the Simmons mattress with Lung Mingyao, so he just slapped her randomly, and then the girl jumped and ran away alone. Lu Xian, did you really let her go alone? Seeing Yini-chin's leaving back, Lung Mingyao frowned and looked at Lu Xian. It's okay, she shouldn't be able to cause any waves. Although Lu Xian said it lightly, he was actually wondering in his heart why he always felt that Yini-chin was going to give him some big gift